Chapter 1. Loya was feeling quite dejected. She had merely dozed off during class for a brief moment, and upon opening her eyes, found herself inexplicably transported to another realm. Before her lay a hall that felt both alien and familiar, with floating candles adorning the ceiling. The grand chamber was filled with students seated at 4 long tables, while a venerable old wizard with a white beard and hair was delivering a lecture from the professor's dais. This distinguished figure was none other than amiss.Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, widely regarded as the most illustrious wizard in the magical community. To her astonishment, she had traversed into the enchanting world of Harry Potter. Though she had watched fragments of the Harry Potter films sporadically during her childhood, her recollections were now exceedingly vague. What concerned her more was that, instead of inhabiting an adult form, she had inexplicably transformed into the Triwizard Tournament's Goblet of Fire. Why was it that others who traversed realms received letters from owls and could bond with Harry, Hermione, and Ron, leading a life filled with magical mysteries, while she, having devoted her life to virtuous deeds, had become a mere cup? Behind her, Dumbledore's voice resonated. I declare that Hogwarts shall host the illustrious Triwizard Tournament this academic year. With a deep sigh, Loya endeavored to accept her bizarre transformation into the Goblet of Fire. Listening to Dumbledore's address, she surmised that the time for the Triwizard Tournament had arrived, and that Harry would be unexpectedly chosen to participate. However, as she scanned the Gryffindor table from her elevated position, she was met with unfamiliar faces. Neither Harry, Hermione, nor Ron could be found. Determined, Loya attempted to inch forward, hoping to locate the trio within Gryffindor. The Triwizard Tournament is a magical competition held between 3 wizarding schools, with each institution represented by a champion selected by the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud crash. To her astonishment, the Goblet of Fire tumbled from the stone platform and landed heavily on the floor, rolling towards the hall. Ouch! I've been crushed. My back! Loya lamented, her youthful voice piercing the silence of the hall. Trying to regain control, she inadvertently spun around and rolled not towards the Gryffindor table, but rather towards Slytherin's. Dazed, she finally managed to halt beside a young boy. The dark-haired youth hesitated for a moment before bending down to retrieve the toppled goblet. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, with disheveled black hair framing his pale face, which accentuated the darkness of his eyes. The more Loya gazed at his visage, the more familiar it seemed. Severus Snape? Am I truly seeing things? How has Professor Snape become so youthful? Startled by the utterance of his name, Snape paused, bewildered as to how the goblet could speak like the Sorting Hat, and even know his name. The eyes of students from all 4 houses converged upon the peculiar scene of the goblet and its newfound companion, their whispers filling the air with intrigue. The youthful Lucius Malfoy curiously glanced over. Dumbledore observed the scene with astonishment, while the professors stood in disbelief, gazing at the unfolding event. Young Severus Snape, cradling the Goblet of Fire, became the center of attention, leaving the typically reclusive Snape momentarily flustered. Only when Dumbledore called his name did he regain his composure. He stepped forward and placed the goblet back upon the stone pedestal. Dumbledore laid his hand upon the goblet's rim, attuning himself to its magical essence. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang couldn't resist stealing glances in this direction. After a brief moment, Dumbledore revealed a kind smile, announcing, "Our Goblet of Fire has birthed a soul. She is a girl." Professor McGonagall, astonished, exclaimed, "Incredible! I have heard tales of other goblets that have manifested souls a century ago, and now our Hogwarts goblet has done the same." Loya, perplexed, felt a sense of dissonance with the original narrative, although the source material offered little description regarding the goblet's origin. Professor McGonagall stated that she was the 13th goblet, a magical artifact belonging to Hogwarts, crafted by the ancient great wizard's .1 professor, brimming with excitement, declared, "Our goblet has manifested a soul, just as the Triwizard Tournament approaches. This year's champion shall undoubtedly be from Hogwarts." The heads of the other 2 magical schools exchanged exasperated glances. Had a conclusion been reached before the competition even began, though they had to concede that past champions of the Triwizard Tournament had indeed predominantly emerged from Hogwarts. The students erupted in cheers, with the exuberant Gryffindor students leaping up in jubilation. Had it not been for the goblet's proximity to the professor's table, the curious lions could hardly have restrained themselves from rushing over to investigate. Thus, Loya inexplicably became the sentient Goblet of Fire. The following afternoon, the great hall was nearly deserted, and Loya idly counted the candles on the ceiling. Most students were attending flying lessons to prevent overly curious students from disturbing the goblet, Dumbledore had temporarily barred entry to the great hall outside of mealtimes. Lazily perched upon the stone pedestal, Loya yawned when a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Beep! Host summoning detected. Your system is now online. Enough with the pleasantries. Why have I transformed into the Goblet of Fire? I wish to be human. Rest assured, host, upon completing the novice task, you will be rewarded with a physical body and directly transported to 1991 to commence your studies. Alongside Harry Potter, Loya immediately perked up. Beep! Novice task activated. Accumulate 1,000 admiration points to exchange for a body. Now commencing novice task guidance. Please follow the directions to your destination. A large arrow materialized in the void, visible only to Loya herself. Loya maneuvered her cup-shaped form. Rolling about, she had gained considerable control over her movements since her arrival, rolling from the corridor onto the grassy expanse. Outside the castle, Loya finally reached her intended destination, marked by an arrow that a farcical scene was unfolding. James Potter, flanked by his classmates, had cornered Severus Snape, loudly deriding him as the snotty Snape. Snape stiffly recoiled, having long grown accustomed to such malicious taunts and insults. James snorted dismissively, brandishing his wand and uttering the incantation Expelliarmus. In an instant, Snape's wand flew from his grasp. The students behind James erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Well done, James!" With a flourish of his wand, Snape, now disarmed, was magically suspended upside down in the air. Remus Lupin, standing awkwardly to the side, interjected, "James, that's enough. If the professors find out." James ignored Remus' plea, arrogantly taunting, "What now, snotty Snape?" No sooner had he spoken than an angry voice echoed from a distance. "Dare to bully on campus, James Potter? I'll smash you with my cup." Feeling a rush of wind behind him, James instinctively turned, only to have the base of the Goblet of Fire collide forcefully with his nose, fracturing it. Clutching his bleeding nose in agony, James stumbled back a few steps. The Goblet of Fire, in response, emitted a burst of azure flames, which Loya expertly controlled, singeing only the hair atop James' head. With newfound resolve, Snape regained his footing, swiftly retrieving his wand to retaliate, exclaiming, "Sectum Sempra!" A flash of light ensued, and a gash appeared on the side of James' face. Overwhelmed by pain, the bald-headed James collapsed to the ground. Despite the provocation, Snape ultimately exercised restraint, refraining from unleashing his full power. Under the gaze of onlookers, the Goblet of Fire stood resolutely on the grass, and to amplify her presence, Loya deliberately made the flames shoot higher than usual. Coldly, she proclaimed, "Dare to bully on the grounds of Hogwarts, James Potter? I sentence you to a year of cleaning toilets." After all, she was currently the formidable Goblet of Fire, holding a certain status within Hogwarts, and possessed the authority to punish students. Casting a glance at Snape, Loya noticed his gaze fixed upon her, a string of admiration points floating above him. Reading 30 to Loya mused, realizing that admiration points could be acquired in such a manner. Thus, she struck a pose, lifting her chin defiantly. "From this day forth, anyone who dares to bully beneath the watchful eye of this goblet shall find their hair set ablaze." The students involved in the bullying hung their heads in shame, while a few passing Hufflepuff students had strings of admiration points, reading 10, hovering above them. The admiration points were accumulating rapidly, filling Loya with joy, as she was now closer to amassing enough to exchange for her corporeal form. A tardy Lily rushed over from a distance, concern etched upon her face as she approached James. "James, are you all right? Let me see your injury." Upon seeing James' bloodied nose, Lily's heart ached, and she furrowed her brow. Drawing her wand, she pointed at the wound. Uttering miraculously, the injury began to heal at a visible pace. Furiously, she turned to face Snape. "Snape, how could you do such a thing? You actually used magic to harm James. You have truly disappointed me." Clearly, the tardy Lily was unaware of the preceding events. She mistakenly assumed that Snape had initiated an attack on James, resulting in a broken nose for James. With his head bowed, Snape clenched the hem of his robes, concealing a flicker of grievance and indignation in his eyes, yet he refrained from offering an explanation. Loya felt a twinge of headache as she realized she had exacerbated the situation, with Snape unjustly bearing the brunt of her misjudgment. In an instant, James had transformed from the perpetrator into the victim. Quickly, Loya attempted to clarify to Lily. "Lily Evans, you are mistaken. It was James who used magic to hang Snape upside down." Before she could finish her sentence, Snape strode forward, seizing the Goblet of Fire and turning away with her in tow. "Hey, Snape, I haven't finished explaining. Lily has misunderstood you." "There's no need," he replied tersely, After all, at Hogwarts, he had always been the one subjected to exclusion and oppression. Ultimately, James was sentenced to a year of detention cleaning the toilets, while Snape faced 3 days of confinement as punishment from the professors. In the headmaster's office, the irate Goblet of Fire leaped onto the desk, startling Fawkes and sending parchment scattering across the floor. James is the bully. Why must Snape be punished with confinement? I was the one who broke James' nose, not him. Dumbledore surveyed the chaotic desk without displaying anger. He gazed at the irate goblet, blinking slowly. Hogwarts forbids students from using dark magic on campus. Since Severus has violated school rules, he must adhere to the consequences. Moreover, it would be utterly absurd to punish the Goblet of Fire, an artifact of ancient wizards, for the injury of a student. However, Snape was different. He was merely a half-blood wizard without any influential connections. Loya was at a loss for words, yet she couldn't help but add, "Snape will be your double agent against the Dark Lord in the future." Dumbledore paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Loya through his spectacles for an extended moment. "My child, do you possess the ability to foresee the future?" Loya found herself momentarily speechless. She couldn't very well admit she had seen movie. Warning: excessive revelation of plot details will nullify all admiration points, and Severus system bindings. The host will never attain a physical form. The host is advised to exercise caution. A chill ran through Loya. She certainly did not wish to be a cup for eternity. Feigning mystery, she responded to Dumbledore. "I can only predict a little. The secrets of destiny must not be unveiled." Dumbledore nodded in apparent understanding, choosing not to press her further. Nevertheless, thanks to Loya's retaliatory measures, the long-standing issue of bullying that had plagued the professors was finally resolved. After all, no young wizard from any house desired to be scorched bald by the flames of the goblet. Dumbledore couldn't help but envision the comical, disheveled appearance of James, which even made him chuckle. With a smile, Dumbledore retrieved the key to the confinement room from his drawer, placing it on the desk and sliding it toward Loya. "Go see him." However, the Goblet of Fire remained unmoved, and Dumbledore looked at it with a puzzled expression. "I have no hands. How can I insert a key to open a door?" In the confinement room, Severus Snape sat in the corner, textbooks spread across his knees. During these days of detention, he had been diligently reviewing his studies, accustomed as he was to solitude. At that moment, someone gently opened a crack in the door. Upon seeing that it was Headmaster Dumbledore, Snape immediately stood up, feeling a surge of tension. "Severus, there's someone you don't know. A cup here to visit you." Confused, Snape watched as the Goblet of Fire rolled through the opening. "Hello, Snape," came a cheerful greeting from the cup. Snape gazed incredulously at the goblet, astonished that someone, albeit not human but an artifact, would come to visit him during his confinement. The impact of his alcoholic and violent father, coupled with a distant mother, had shaped Snape's reclusive and insecure nature. Additionally, his mixed heritage as a half-blood wizard left him even less favored among the pure-blood elitists of Slytherin. The fact that someone had come to see him, albeit a cup, was a first in Snape's dark life. He felt a warm current flow through him, leaving him momentarily speechless. "I shall not intrude any longer, children," Dumbledore said, excusing himself under the pretense of handling school documents, leaving Snape and the goblet to gaze at each other in silence. Snape yearned to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Loya, the goblet, was the first to break the silence, noticing the Transfiguration textbook in Snape's hands. "You're more suited for potions. My grades in potions this year have been less than satisfactory. Perhaps I am not suited for it. Trust me, consider the goblet as a seer of sorts. You will become a remarkable master of potions, the Half-Blood Prince." As she spoke, Loya playfully emitted blue sparks to encourage Snape. "Half-Blood Prince? A pen name for you. Though it sounds a bit juvenile. Who hasn't had their moments of youthful folly?" "Haha. Enough, I get it. Just be quiet," Snape replied, though he could not fully comprehend Loya's musings. Nevertheless, he felt grateful and crouched down to meet the goblet's gaze. His pale hand brushed against the goblet, feeling the warmth emanating from it. Loya heard Snape's low voice say, "Thank you, Miss Goblet of Fire." The day after Snape was released from the small dark room, Loya, as the Goblet of Fire, had her own duties to attend to. Today was the day for the Triwizard Tournament sign-ups, and students from all 4 houses were excitedly gathered around the goblet. Students wishing to participate in the Triwizard Tournament needed to write their names on parchment and drop it into the goblet, which would then select the champions.in truth. Loya was uncertain about the selection of champions, yet she discerned that among the parchments inscribed with names, only a select few glimmered with a golden light. In that instant, she comprehended that these were the valiant souls destined to be chosen. All she needed to do was to cast forth these shimmering parchments, and thus the champions for the competition would be determined. For reasons of safety, The Ministry of Magic had instituted a recent regulation prohibiting students under the age of 17 from entering the competition. Surrounding Loya was an aura, a spell cast by Dumbledore that imposed an age restriction. Young wizards who had not yet reached the age of 17 were unable to breach this barrier to register clandestinely. Nevertheless, this did not quell the fervor of the younger wizards, who, despite their ineligibility, endeavored tirelessly to concoct schemes for registration. The students of Gryffindor were perpetually the most spirited, often gathering in small groups, animatedly debating how they might secure a place in the contest. In contrast to Gryffindor, Slytherin appeared notably subdued. The students of Hufflepuff adorned the vicinity of the Goblet of Fire with an abundance of flowers and delectable treats, imploring the Gobletess maiden for a chance to enter the competition. Naturally, those who did not meet the age requirement were mercilessly turned away by Loya. Ravenclaw seemed disinterested in the contest, as Loya scarcely observed any wizards from the House of Eagles signing up. Perhaps, rather than engaging in magical competition, they preferred to delve into scholarly pursuits within the library. Meanwhile, Slytherin had yet to see a single upperclassman chosen from those who had registered. Unbeknownst to them, some began to realize that this year's champions, selected by the Goblet of Fire, were likely to emerge from Gryffindor. The sound of footsteps grew louder, and Lucius Malfoy, a Slytherin upperclassman, approached the goblet, causing the crowd to part respectfully. The youthful Lucius was essentially a 2.0 version of Draco Malfoy, an uncanny replica of his visage. Loya's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be true that Malfoy's father was to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Lucius disregarded the onlookers, gracefully transcending the boundaries of age as he cast a parchment inscribed with names into the Goblet of Fire. The name he submitted was not his own, but that of several underage Slytherin wizards who had not yet reached the requisite age for participation. Lucius audaciously registered these younger students, not yet 17, to compete. The rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor was palpable. Slytherin was determined to ensure that several of its own wizards were included in the competition, resolutely preventing any champions from Hogwarts from emerging from Gryffindor. Nevertheless, Loya remained a dedicated and diligent cup. Loya feigned offense, exhaling azure flames, and the sudden eruption of sparks compelled Lucius to retreat a few steps in astonishment. The parchment of registration was also reduced to ashes amidst the sparks. The cold voice of Loya reverberated throughout the grand hall. Lucius Malfoy, do you think you can deceive me with such trivial tricks? Upon realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, Lucius struggled to maintain the facade of his usual insincere smile. His longtime adversaries from Gryffindor erupted in raucous applause, reveling in the sight of Slytherin's embarrassment. A cascade of admiration points, each worth 10, floated above the heads of the young wizards from the Lion House. Faced with the disdainful gazes of Gryffindor, Lucius nearly lost his noble composure, angrily sweeping his robes as he stormed away. However, the Gryffindors were equally adept at courting trouble. A young wizard named Ailey, brimming with excitement, rushed over, brandishing a vial of potion. Poor Ailey had missed the welcoming feast for the Triwizard Tournament due to illness and was blissfully unaware that the Goblet of Fire had, at that moment, gained a soul and consciousness. He proudly presented his freshly concocted aging potion to his fellow Gryffindors. Loya curled her lips in disdain, as if the Goblet of Fire were mere air. How dare one proclaim so loudly before me the desire to consume an age-enhancing potion? Yet, observing his cheerful demeanor, Loya could not help but recall the scene from the original narrative where the twins embarrassingly sought to sign up for the potion. Although her memory of the plot had grown rather vague, she had heard from friends about the twins' fates, one losing his left ear, the other sacrificing himself. Loya was uncertain whether she possessed the power to alter their fate. Before her, the young wizard who had consumed the age-enhancing potion effortlessly leaped into the radiant circle of age boundaries. The little lions gasped in awe and applauded enthusiastically. Elric, filled with fervor, proclaimed his intent to document the upgraded formula for the age-enhancing potion in the library, ensuring that in the future, all members of Gryffindor could register for the Triwizard Tournament. Loya was rendered speechless. Could it be that in the future, the twins would concoct an aging potion merely by perusing the notes you left behind in the library? Among the crowd, the onlooker Sirius Black shrugged and remarked to Lupin, "Prepare for the spectacle, poor Ailey." Ailey was on the verge of throwing the parchment into the Goblet of Fire when it erupted in flames, engulfing him. In recent days, Loya, after numerous attempts, discovered that her fire possessed the ability to disrupt spells, and she had mastered its control, ensuring it would not harm Ailey. As the flames encircling Ailey dissipated, his aging potion appeared to transform into a decrepit elixir, and in an instant, the 15-year-old Ailey morphed into a grandfather with a white beard. Before the Goblet of Fire, such trivial antics proved futile. The Gryffindors were left embarrassed, while the Slytherins, who had just endured ridicule from the Lion House, finally seized an opportunity to retaliate. They mocked the Gryffindors' foolishness, and above them floated a plethora of admiration points, each valued at 10. Loya was in high spirits, indifferent to the rivalry between the Lion and Snake houses. She was determined to garner admiration points from any source available. With the champions of each magical school selected, her responsibilities for the Triwizard Tournament were deemed complete. The participants were not the beloved Harry and Cedric from over a decade later, and Loya held little interest in the current Hogwarts students, nor did she intend to witness the competition. However, it wasn't long before a pink toad made its grand entrance at Hogwarts, perhaps due to the butterfly effect of her journey through time. The protagonist Harry Potter had yet to be born, yet the Ministry of Magic hastily appointed Umbridge as the professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts. Umbridge, a character endowed with an overwhelming desire for control and a penchant for tormenting her students, is vividly remembered from the original text. Now, at approximately 35 or 36 years of age, she bears the signs of a life steeped in malevolence. Her visage, marked by sagging skin, could easily be mistaken for that of a woman nearing 50. Dressed in a youthful frock that starkly contrasts her age, she elicits a sense of profound discomfort. With an air of arrogance, she tilts her chin upward, proudly acknowledging the warm welcome she receives. "Thank you for the enthusiastic reception, Headmaster," she proclaims. "I am truly honored to assume the position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts." Continuing with her self-righteous tone, she asserts, "The Ministry of Magic places great importance on the education of young wizards. I personally believe that there are numerous deficiencies within Hogwarts' educational framework. Young wizards should prioritize theoretical knowledge over practical experience." Loya was left speechless. What use is there in solely focusing on theory and laboriously studying books without practical application? Moreover, Voldemort continues to thrive. Furthermore, the educational system at Hogwarts is not subject to your meddling, you pink toad. Dumbledore merely scoffed, while the Goblet of Fire erupted in sparks, indicating that it had something to convey. The gazes of both professors and students fell upon the goblet. "I oppose your appointment as the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts." A wave of astonishment swept through the hall, as the professors were taken aback by the goblet's audacity to confront the representative dispatched by the Ministry of Magic. Loyatin paused briefly before continuing. "I personally believe that, as a professor, your distorted aesthetic, madam, will more profoundly influence the young wizards of Hogwarts." "What nonsense are you spouting? Pink and delicate, how old are you now?" "You." Umbridge's face shifted from a deep crimson to a pallid hue, rendered speechless by the retort. The students in the Great Hall erupted into laughter. Furious, Umbridge exclaimed, "Headmaster, will you simply allow the Goblet of Fire to humiliate me in such a manner?" Dumbledore turned his gaze toward the window, feigning interest in the scenery, as if he had seen nothing at all. After all, the Goblet of Fire was an artifact crafted by ancient archmages. Although it had only recently gained self-awareness and a soul, in terms of lineage, it could be considered a powerful relic from the era of the ancestors of those present. Loyal, relying on the esteemed lineage of the Goblet of Fire, confidently deduced that the Ministry of Magic would not dare to openly challenge the relic of her ancestors. Thus, she sought vengeance, having long harbored resentment towards Umbridge since her childhood days of watching films. Within the depths of Loa's heart, a diminutive figure stood defiantly with hands on hips, proclaiming that Hogwarts had no need for a pink toad as a professor. "Turn left at the entrance of Hogwarts. Send the intruder away." Upon hearing the command from the Goblet of Fire, the reluctant caretaker, Filch, limped in with an unwilling haste. Meanwhile, the irate Umbridge obstinately refused to leave, insisting that this matter would not be so easily dismissed. Dumbledore endeavored to suppress a laugh, attempting to mediate the situation. Yet Umbridge escalated her demands, declaring, "I shall report this to the Ministry of Magic. Hogwarts and the Goblet of Fire must apologize to me." Loya coldly smirked. "You are not yet the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, merely a dispatched minor official. Do you truly believe the Ministry will heed your reports?" There was no apology, but a blazing inferno was at hand. As her words fell, Loya unleashed a torrent of flames towards Umbridge, who, startled beyond measure, immediately hunched her bulky frame. Just as she narrowly escaped the fiery onslaught, Umbridge felt a chilling breeze atop her head, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed hair. To her astonishment, she discovered that her hair had been impeccably singed to oblivion. The students of Hogwarts erupted into laughter. Filch, delighted to find someone more bald than himself, joyfully patted the sleeping Mrs. Norris in his arms. Among the crowd, Harry stood up. Loya recognized this young wizard from Gryffindor, who had attempted to concoct an aging potion to deceive his way into participation, only to be ruthlessly exposed by Loya. "Hello, Professor Umbridge. We wholesale hair growth potions. Would you like to pre-order a case?" The wizards burst into even greater laughter. Umbridge, her face flushed with humiliation, covered her bald head and shot a venomous glare at the Goblet of Fire before scurrying away in disgrace. Only Loya would dare to chastise a ministry official so brazenly in public, and the young witches and wizards gazed upon the goblet with newfound admiration. As she observed the admiration points rising above the heads of students from all four houses, Loya felt a surge of joy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the novice task. Admiration points have accumulated to 1,000. Can I exchange for a physical form now? Certainly. Only one final step remains upon self-termination. Your soul will automatically transfer to the new body. Self-termination? Loya felt a wave of confusion wash over her. In the afternoon, headmaster's office, only the Goblet of Fire and the slumbering Sorting Hat remained, while Loya pondered the system's notion that self-termination would grant her a corporeal form. The rhythmic snoring of the Sorting Hat filled her ears, growing ever louder. During her stay in the headmaster's office, the Sorting Hat had been her roommate, and its incessant snoring had rendered her restless each night. Loya, finally unable to endure any longer, hurled the Sorting Hat from the shelf. The Sorting Hat, abruptly awakened, let out a mournful wail, reproaching Loya for her discourteous manner towards such a revered artifact. "I was deep in contemplation. Do not disturb me," it exclaimed. The Sorting Hat, intrigued, leaned closer and revealed that the four founders of Hogwarts had infused their thoughts into it, rendering it one of the most intelligent magical objects in the wizarding world. Should any inquiries arise, it would assist her without holding past grievances against her, despite its reluctance to admit the numerous errors it had made during the sorting process. For instance, timid and cowardly students had been placed in Gryffindor, while brave and selfless ones found themselves in Slytherin, and Ravenclaw students often failed all their subjects. However, ever since the Sorting Hat retrieved the Goblet of Fire from Dumbledore's office, it had realized that its mind-reading abilities did not extend to this particular chalice. It could perceive the thoughts of others, yet was utterly baffled by the mysteries held within the goblet. Loya spoke calmly to the Sorting Hat, pondering how he might shatter himself into a million pieces. The Sorting Hat replied, questioning the need to ask such a simple query. It gestured with its pointed tip towards the window. "Did you see the astronomy tower? If you leap from there, you shall surely be reduced to mere fragments." What a splendid idea. Loya excitedly embraced her roommate, the Sorting Hat. "Sorting Hat, we shall meet again in our next life. Remember to place me in Gryffindor." The Sorting Hat was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Loya's words. Loya leapt from the bookshelf, tumbling and bouncing all the way to the astronomical tower. Loya stood atop the astronomical tower, gazing downwards, and it would be impossible to claim she was unafraid of heights. As thoughts of soon possessing a corporeal form filled her mind, she encouraged herself, inhaling deeply before leaping into the abyss. Clearly, she had underestimated the remarkable sturdiness bestowed upon the Goblet of Fire by the ancient sorcerers. The goblet spun gracefully through the air, unerringly striking the unsuspecting dwarf, Peter. As he passed below, the abrupt impact rendered Peter unconscious, suffering from a concussion, while Loya's goblet remained utterly unscathed, as resilient as a fortress wall. Loya rose to her feet, casting a furtive glance at the student sprawled on the ground. Upon realizing that she had struck none other than the diminutive Peter, her feelings of guilt dissipated in an instant. After all, Peter was destined to betray the Potter family in the future. As more individuals began to notice the commotion, Loya's plan to leap from the astronomy tower was swiftly abandoned. Seizing the opportunity presented by the onlookers, she hurriedly vacated the scene, with the astronomy tower scheme rendered obsolete. Her well-meaning roommate suggested a new course of action. "Have you seen the Black Lake behind Hogwarts? If you jump in, perhaps your flames will be extinguished." It seemed to possess a certain logic. Loya found this idea quite agreeable and thus rolled over to the edge of the Black Lake. In the Slytherin common room, Snape perused the prophecy daily, his brow furrowed. The headline read, "The birth of the Hogwarts Goblet of Fire stirs the wizarding world, yet its demeanor is arrogant and rude. Its temper, volatile. The ministry's umbrage has been rendered a lifelong baldness by the goblet. permanently stripped of her regenerative abilities. What an impudent goblet. What a malevolent soul. The prophecy daily continued to fabricate sensational tales, laden with various accusations and slanders against the goblet. Snape's fingers, gripping the newspaper clipping, became white and knuckled as he could not abide such calumny directed at the goblet. In a fit of anger, he crumpled the article into a ball and tossed it into the fireplace. As he stared into the ashes, he involuntarily recalled that since he and the goblet miss had last met in the isolation room, he had not seen her again. During this interval, he had diligently followed her advice, immersing himself in the study of potion making and achieving remarkable results. Even the potion professor, who once regarded him as inconsequential, praised his progress in the craft. He longed to share this joy with his goblet friend, yet each time he approached the hall, the timid, self-doubting Snape hesitated, unable to take that step forward. After all, he was merely a half-blood wizard. Perhaps the goblet miss had long since forgotten him, he mused with self-deprecation. But just one glance, just one fleeting look before departing, he persuaded himself as he entered the hall, only to find that the goblet was not there. If the goblet was absent from the hall, it must be in the headmaster's office, a place not easily accessible to students. Disheartened, he wandered aimlessly through Hogwarts, eventually finding himself at the Black Lake, where he fortuitously spotted the goblet standing by the water's edge. The typically aloof corners of his mouth finally curled into a slight smile as he greeted her from afar. However, Loya, intoxicated by the imminent joy of acquiring a body, was utterly oblivious to Snape's presence in the distance. 3, 2, 1. Loya counted down and resolutely leapt into the Black Lake. Snape froze in place, terror filling his eyes. He abandoned his textbooks and leapt into the lake after her. Loya felt herself engulfed in an endless tide of darkness, suffocating in her anguish. As her flame dwindled ever further, would the extinguishing of the flame signify the successful conclusion of her existence? Was she destined to attain corporeal form? As Loya contemplated, he closed his eyes until a slender arm wrapped around the Goblet of Fire. Although Snape was not particularly adept in water, the moment he witnessed the goblet plunge into the depths of the Black Lake, he realized with sudden clarity that he was on the verge of losing a dear friend. Overcome by an uncontrollable impulse, he leaped into the lake. He gripped the sinking goblet tightly, and at the instant his fingers brushed against it, the goblet emitted a blinding radiance. The silvery light captivated the mermaids lurking in the depths, causing them to swirl around Loya and Snape in a mesmerizing dance. Snape soon discerned that the mermaids harbored no intention of hostility toward them. In his embrace, the goblet began to soften, and as the luminous aura dissipated, Snape was astonished to discover that the goblet had transformed into an Eastern girl with black hair and dark eyes nestled in the crook of his arm. Loya was utterly incapable of swimming, desperately clinging to Snape. With little time to ponder, he wrapped his arms firmly around the slender waist of the young girl, pulling her to the surface of the water. Cough, cough. As soon as Loya reached the shore, she could not help but lean on the grass and expel water in large gulps, her entire body soaked. Snape, disregarding his own discomfort, gently patted her back. With concern etched on his face, he inquired, "Are you all right, Miss Goblet of Fire?" It was a dire situation indeed. Loya replied in a lifeless tone, feeling utterly drenched, akin to a waterlogged chicken. Snape drew his wand and, with the tip gently touching Loya's soaked garments, uttered the incantation clean and renew. The wand tip shimmered with a luminous glow, and in an instant, her drenched attire transformed into a state of pristine neatness. Even her damp, tousled hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, now smooth and orderly. "Wait, my hair?" Loya was taken aback, finally noticing the cascade of her dark, curly locks. "Have I truly acquired a body? Have I transformed into a human?" Loya gazed at her hands in bewilderment, swiftly turning to dash towards the lakeside, eager to ascertain whether this body reflected her original visage. She even harbored doubts that it might indeed be her former self. However, in Snape's eyes, the girl appeared as though she were a soul who had narrowly escaped death, poised to leap into the lake once more, oblivious to his own drenched state. He grasped her arm with fervent urgency. Loya turned her head, bewildered, sensing the hand that grasped hers trembling slightly. Snape's dark hair clung to his forehead, and his obsidian eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, betraying an unmistakable concern. He feared that should he loosen his grip, the fiery young lady would plunge once more into the depths below. Loya gazed at the anxious Snape, and it finally dawned on her that she was still the Goblet of Fire. Her previous act of jumping into the lake had startled him. Snape feared for her life once more, and she found herself unable to elucidate the reasons behind her earlier leap. with a gentle smile gracing her features. She soothingly patted Snape's hand. "Do not worry," she reassured him. Under the watchful gaze of the Eastern Maiden's enchanting eyes, Snape momentarily lost himself, diverting his gaze and releasing her hand. Loya trotted to the edge of the Black Lake, bending down to observe the reflection upon the surface. Without a shadow of a doubt, the visage staring back was her own, and this body was indeed her former self. A sense of confusion washed over her. The system had stated that upon completing the novice quest, she would receive a new body and be transported to 1991 to meet the savior, Harry Potter. Yet here she was, still at Hogwarts, facing the youthful Severus Snape, with Harry Potter yet to be born. She closed her eyes, attempting to consult the system. "System, you have completed the novice task, but you have not yet concluded your own existence. I distinctly jumped into the lake just now." Loya pouted. The sensation of suffocation in the lake was far from pleasant. "System, yet you have been rescued." Loya's thoughts were consumed by the throbbing pain in her head. It turned out she had not successfully resolved her own demise and had been rescued by Snape at the brink of death. Then what is the current state of my body? A one-day experience card, a reward for the host who completes the novice task. Loya's lips twitched slightly. Her current form was merely a one-day experience card provided by the system, and by tomorrow, she would revert to the flame cup once more. Loya sat despondently on the grass, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought. Snape had already refreshed his damp attire. Loya cast a fleeting glance at Snape. Should she leap into the lake before him once more, it would undoubtedly leave a significant emotional scar on the young man's psyche. Furthermore, it was likely that he would follow her into the water. Thus, she resolved to postpone her plan to jump until Snape had departed. Snape, observing Loya's despondent demeanor, crouched down and sat before her, gazing intently at her countenance. Loya was gazing downward, her delicate, fan-like eyelashes easily discernible to Snape. An odd silence enveloped them. And though Snape was consumed with thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. Typically taciturn, he strained to conjure a topic of conversation. His mind alighted on his top marks in potions class, and he yearned to share this joy with Loya. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Loya suddenly raise her pale arm. In the sunlight, her right hand appeared somewhat translucent. "Your hand," Snape exclaimed, startled. As he stepped forward to grasp Loya's wrist, her right hand was in a semi-transparent state, allowing him to see the grass clearly through the back of her hand. "Why is this happening?" he inquired, bewildered. "Oh, it's nothing to worry about, just a day pass. Tomorrow it will revert back to a cup," she replied nonchalantly. Loya calmly reassured Snape, murmuring softly. Loya's stomach grumbled audibly, breaking the atmosphere. "Finally, I am hungry. After so many days of being like a mere cup, I have not felt hunger. This long-lost sensation of hunger is truly delightful," Loya exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, devoid of any sense of shame. Suddenly, she recalled that today marked the day of the Hufflepuff Ball, an event that warmly welcomed young witches and wizards from all houses. It is well known that Hufflepuff is particularly renowned for its mastery of food-related spells, and the ball would undoubtedly feature an abundance of delectable treats. She was determined to indulge herself to the fullest. Completely oblivious to the fact that the reclusive Snape preferred solitude over crowds, she tugged at his sleeve, eager to make her way there. "Wait, Miss Goblet of Fire." Loya, perplexed, turned her head as Snape gestured toward her attire. Loya suddenly realized that as a time traveler from 2022, her attire was rather avant-garde, starkly contrasting with the ambience of Hogwarts, making it easy for others to discern that she was not a student of this institution. Moreover, she had no desire to publicize the well-known transformation of the Goblet of Fire into a sentient being. What should she do? She simply wished to indulge in a feast at the Hufflepuff Ball. Loya, feeling despondent, lowered his head. After a moment of hesitation, Snape removed his Slytherin robes and handed them to Loya. Loya suddenly realized and clapped her hands. "Thank you, Snape. How rare it is to have the opportunity to be a Slytherin wizard for a day." She donned Snape's serpent-emblazoned school robe, which had been magically dried, though the faint scent of herbs lingered. Just as they were preparing to attend the ball, a Gryffindor girl approached them slowly, with her fiery red hair. It was none other than Lily Evans. "Snape, may I have a moment to speak with you privately?" Lily said with an air of anticipation. Loya cautiously leaned forward and whispered, "Would it be better if I stepped aside?" "There's no need," Snape replied coolly. Lily pressed her lips together, seemingly disapproving of Snape's response. After a moment's pause, she said, "Snape, I apologize. I wrongfully accused you of hurting James. It was James who provoked first." Snape remained silent. Lily extended her hand with a smile. May I invite you to the ball? The answer she received was a flat rejection from Snape. I'm sorry, Lily, but I already have a dance partner. Lily stared at Snape in disbelief, her gaze falling upon the Slytherin girl behind him. This unfamiliar Serpent House student was a stranger to her, as they were from different houses, and it was not uncommon for them not to know each other. She discreetly scrutinized Loya, whose dark curls cascaded over her shoulders, her clear eyes shimmering with intelligence. However, the Slytherin robes she wore were evidently ill-fitting. Far too large for her petite frame. Lily recognized Snape's robes, a wave of unease washing over her. Snape had a friend besides her. The closeness of their relationship made her feel as though something was quietly slipping away from her grasp, attempting to mask her discomfort. She suppressed a hint of grievance and calmly stated, I hope you have a wonderful time. James is waiting for me. Lily turned and walked away, leaving Snape in silence. Watching her retreating figure, Loya gently patted Snape on the shoulder. Are you not going to pursue her? This is a splendid opportunity to spend time alone with Lily. You could dance together to deepen your bond while I indulge in a meal. Moments later, Snape let out a rare chuckle. He removed his Slytherin scarf and delicately draped it around the young lady's fair neck. Now you truly embody a Slytherin. Let us proceed, Miss Goblet of Fire. The two of them walked briskly towards the Hufflepuff ball. True to the spirit of Badger House, the banquet table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. She casually picked up a piece of dessert and savored the sensation of it melting on her tongue. Loya has no intention of dancing. Rather, she yearns to indulge herself in the delights of culinary pleasures. However, the exquisite visage of this faux Slytherin maiden swiftly captivates the attention of numerous wizards present at the ball. Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance? Lucius Malfoy gracefully performed a gentlemanly bow. Not at all. I am preoccupied with dining. Loya was preoccupied with stuffing cake, barely glancing at the identity of the inviter before declining. Lucius Malfoy felt as though his fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. First, he was publicly exposed for having a proxy at the Triwizard Cup, and now he was rejected for a dance in front of a multitude. The noble status of the Malfoy family seemed to hold less allure than mere sustenance. He felt as though he had never experienced such a humiliation in his life. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, tense beside him, discreetly exhaled in relief. After finishing her pumpkin juice, Roya witnessed a group of Slytherins storming in, each one exuding an intimidating presence as they forcefully pushed aside anyone in their path. These wizards brushed past Roya, traversing through the opposite side of the enchanted tent. Despite their youth, their demeanor and manner of speaking bore the weight of seasoned middle-aged individuals. Loya was enveloped by an ominous premonition as she set down her pumpkin juice, intent on pursuing her thoughts. Suddenly, a pair of hands gripped her tightly. She turned to find a Ravenclaw which abruptly rising, clutching her shoulders with a fierce tenacity. A crystal ball rolled to the floor, shattering into countless fragments. In her pale eyes, blood vessels were prominent, and she clung to Loa's shoulders with a maddened frenzy, her bizarre demeanor instilling fear in the surrounding young wizards. With a garbled voice, she insisted that they must not go to the tower. That they must not go to the tower, for the Dark Lord was the greatest obstacle. After uttering these incoherent warnings, the young Ravenclaw, which convulsed and collapsed, only to be swiftly attended to by a few concerned Hufflepuffs who transported her to the infirmary. Loya could not comprehend what she was saying, only vaguely catching a phrase about not being able to go to the tower. The tower? The astronomical tower. Yet, she had just leaped from the astronomical tower during the Triwizard Tournament and had not noticed anything amiss. A wizard from Gryffindor approached them. Hey, don't be frightened by her. She belongs to Ravenclaw, perpetually steeped in suspicion and preoccupied with divination, and her predictions have never been accurate. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. Loya recalled that the young boy before him often followed closely behind James. It seemed that such a character existed in the original story, transforming into a werewolf upon reaching the full moon. What was his name again? Loya pondered deeply about Remus Lupin. Lupin, with wide eyes, curiously inquired, "Do you know me?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at Lupin. He had always maintained a discord with Gryffindor, and given that Lupin was one of James's marauding quartet, he had no desire to engage with him. Suddenly, a tempest of thunder and lightning erupted outside, and a bloodied professor burst into the ballroom, exclaiming in terror, "Death Eaters! The Death Eaters have infiltrated!" The professor, battered and bruised, collapsed onto the floor, his blood-soaked hand clutching the trouser leg of a nearby student, weakly moaning, "Go find Professor Dumbledore." With that final utterance, the professor fell silent. Terrified students screamed, and soon thereafter, the ballroom was engulfed in a cacophony of shrieks. as younger witches and wizards fled in a panic. Loya and the others were thrust out of the magical tent by the panicking crowd. The sky was overcast, resembling the onset of night, and a colossal green skull loomed in the air, from which a verdant serpent emerged, gazing down upon Hogwarts. The castle was enveloped in a vast spherical barrier, intermittently struck by the dark magic of Death Eaters attempting to breach its defenses. The entire edifice trembled, and before long, gaping holes appeared in the barrier. A throng of Death Eaters surged through these breaches. Several professors brandished their wands, engaging in fierce combat with the Death Eaters, as brilliant flashes of magic erupted all around them. With formidable protective armor, they stood resolute against the enemy. Professor McGonagall and a few other professors were casting spells to mend the breaches in the barrier. Dark magic struck the buildings near Loya, causing walls to collapse with a thunderous roar, compelling Loya and her companions to temporarily retreat in search of a safer haven. Several professors were organizing the students' evacuation, urging them to return to their dormitories, calling out to Snape and Lupin that the situation was perilous. At that moment, a white figure appeared before Loya. It was none other than Professor Dumbledore. His silver hair was somewhat disheveled, and with urgency, he inquired, "Severus, have you seen the Triwizard Cup? That child is not in the headmaster's office." The sorting hat indicated that the cup had gone to the Black Lake, but upon Dumbledore's arrival there, he found no trace of it. Loya raised his hand. "Headmaster, I am here." Dumbledore gazed at Loya in astonishment. "My child, you are the Goblet of Fire?" Loya nodded. "First, the Goblet of Fire birthed a soul, and now it has transformed into a human." For the first time in his life, the esteemed wizard Albus Dumbledore felt as though his entire worldview had been turned upside down. Dumbledore realized he needed a moment to collect his thoughts. Lupin, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Are you the one who spewed blue flames, scorched the bald Umbridge, and shattered James's Goblet of Fire?" Loya cast a glance at him. And indeed, Lupin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Can you breathe fire in your humanoid form? Is it akin to the Hungarian horntail? Spewing flames from your mouth? Could you perhaps demonstrate it?" "Loya, this seems rather implausible. Your imagination has run wild." Dumbledore's voice interjected into the conversation between Loya and Lupin. "Children, now is not the time for such discussions. The Death Eaters will not grant you the luxury of time." A grotesquely hideous Death Eater had taken notice of them, raising his wand to unleash an unforgivable curse. A wave of green dark magic surged towards them. Loya was taken aback, pondering whether this was indeed the fabled Avada. What was it again? Avada Kedavra? Dumbledore raised his wand to retaliate, and the clash of green and white magic ignited a flurry of sparks. To Loya, it resembled an awe-inspiring duel between master welders. The Death Eater before him was evidently no match for Dumbledore, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. Dumbledore's magic sent the Death Eater flying, propelling him a considerable distance away. The breaches in Hogwarts' protective barriers multiplied, allowing a multitude of Death Eaters to surge into the castle, seemingly converging upon the Great Hall, where the students were most numerous. The professors needed to reach the hall swiftly to prevent the Death Eaters from harming the innocent students. Dumbledore turned to Loya, his voice, aged yet imbued with gravity, inquired, "My child, for the sake of Hogwarts, may I request your assistance?" Loya did not believe that she could contend with the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. She had merely transformed into a cup, capable of spewing fire, and taking delight in tormenting the younger students of Hogwarts. Without a wand and devoid of any learned spells, she felt woefully inadequate. Yet, when the illustrious Dumbledore, a wizard of unparalleled greatness, humbly sought her assistance, she found herself unable to refuse, vowing to do her utmost. The barrier would not hold for long. Before more Death Eaters infiltrated Hogwarts, the institution had to activate the dual protective enchantment. This enchantment, crafted by ancient sorcerers, could only be initiated by the very Goblet of Fire they had forged themselves. "What must I do?" she inquired. "You must go to the Astronomy Tower and use the stone tablet to unlock the dual barrier." "You must not go to the Astronomy Tower. You must not go to the Astronomy Tower." The witch's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. As a shiver traversed across Loya's eyelids, Dumbledore's wand gently touched her forehead, and a vivid scene surged into her mind. A dashing young man traversed treacherous terrains, enduring countless hardships to unearth the ancient relic known as the Flame Stone. He presented this precious gem to a youthful Dumbledore, declaring that both the Flame Stone and the Flame Cup were indispensable keys to activating the dual barrier. Ultimately, Dumbledore concealed the Flame Stone within the hidden chamber of the Astronomical Tower. Through the wand's magic, He conveyed the location of the flame stone and the method to initiate the dual barrier into Loya's consciousness. As the wand's luminescence faded, Loya regained her senses, feeling an eerie familiarity with the young man who had entrusted Dumbledore with the flame stone. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the villain from a certain film, Where the Wild Things Are, that her friend had insisted she accompany her to watch a few years prior. Dumbledore had merely intended to relay the flame stone's whereabouts and the mechanism for activating the dual barrier, yet inadvertently, Loya had glimpsed fragments of his memory. Dumbledore gazed at her with a plea. "I entrust this to you, my child." Loya hesitated for a moment before departing, unable to resist asking the headmaster. "Was it Grindelwald who gifted you the flame stone?" Loya sprinted towards the astronomy tower, accompanied by the eager Lupin and the resolute Snape, who insisted on following her. They navigated through the panicked throngs, where terrified owls fluttered wildly in every direction. Upon reaching the observatory, Loya quickly located the hidden chamber, guided by the memories imparted by Dumbledore. Just as she was about to touch the entrance to the concealed room, a group of Slytherin students emerged from the shadows. Their faces twisted in menacing expressions, grinning with an unsettling mirth that belied their youth. Loya immediately recognized them as the group of students who had appeared at the Hufflepuff Ball. One of the Slytherins spoke with a voice that seemed far too mature, remarking, "Our long wait in the astronomy tower was not in vain." Under Loya's astonished gaze, his face began to contort gradually, transforming into that of a fearsome Death Eater. The other Slytherins followed suit, reverting to their true forms. Snape frowned and said, "They have consumed Polyjuice Potion." The imposing Death Eater at the forefront seemed to be a seer. He closed his eyes and extended his hand towards Loya and the other two, as if sensing something. After a moment, he opened his eyes and declared that the girl in the middle was indeed the Goblet of Fire that their master sought. He scrutinized Loya with incredulity, marveling that this was an artifact of ancient wizards capable of taking human form. Another sinister-looking Death Eater warned, "Little girl, I advise you to come with us quietly, unless you wish to experience excruciating pain." Loya was perplexed, questioning the purpose behind Voldemort's minions capturing her. With her hands on her hips, she defiantly declared that she had no intention of accompanying them. "What if I contract that affliction from Voldemort, the one that leaves a person devoid of a nose?" she exclaimed, dismissing their threats as the nonsensical ramblings of a vile creature. "My master possesses a nose. In a few years, he may lose it. But you must believe it." The impatient leader of the Death Eaters interrupted her. "The Triwizard Tournament requires live captives. The others need not remain unharmed." Following the command, the Death Eaters brandished their wands and unleashed dark curses. However, Lupin acted swiftly, raising his wand to petrify them all. The nearest Death Eater seemed to be struck by an unseen force, collapsing like a wax figure. The enraged Death Eaters surrounded them, growling in fury. Loya did not believe that the still student Snape and Lupin could vanquish the throngs of Death Eaters surrounding them. She felt compelled to take action, however. Her attempts to conjure flames were in vain. Was it impossible to manipulate fire while in human form? Loya immediately commanded the system to revoke my one-day experience card. "I wish to revert to the Goblet of Fire." System, host acknowledged. Loya's form emanated a radiant blue aura as she transformed back into the Goblet of Fire from Hogwarts. She commanded the flames to create a wall of fire, effectively isolating the Death Eaters and Snape from Lupin. The voice of a Death Eater, filled with awe, echoed through the air, marveling at the immense power bestowed upon the artifact by Lord Voldemort. In the original narrative, it is revealed that two of the relics left behind by the four founders of Hogwarts had been turned into Horcruxes by Voldemort. The realization struck Loya with a chilling dread. Voldemort was intent on seizing the Goblet of Fire to craft another Horcrux. Snape turned back, casting a worried glance at her. "Goblet of Fire," Loya implored urgently. "Snape, take me over there." Without hesitation, Snape scooped up the Goblet of Fire and hastened towards the shadowy alcove. Loya opened the hidden chamber using the method conveyed by Dumbledore. However, in stark contrast to the vision that Dumbledore had implanted in her mind, the once whole flame stone lay shattered into numerous fragments before her eyes. A chill coursed through Loya's heart. How could this be happening? Lupin sifted through the rubble for a moment, then brushed the dust from his hands. "It appears this has been shattered for many years. Is it still usable? Can you activate the secondary barrier?" "Of course not," Loya replied, her head throbbing. What made matters worse was that they were trapped in the astronomical tower with no means of escape, while behind them lay the Death Eaters, separated only by a wall of fire. The Death Eaters relentlessly assailed the flames with dark magic. Should the barrier fall, both Snape and Lupin would be in grave peril. The only avenue for escape was to leap from the tower. Given the sturdiness of the Goblet of Fire, she could survive the jump. But Snape and Lupin would likely be reduced to mere pulp, even if they possessed 10 lives. Unfortunately, the ominous sound of cracking echoed from the fire wall as the Death Eater's dark spells finally shattered it. Lupin had no time to react before he was struck by a malevolent curse, collapsing to the ground. Loya, Lupin, are you capable at all? I had hoped you would transform into a werewolf to buy us some time. Yet you have succumbed so swiftly? The Death Eater jeered, casting a malevolent curse towards the vigilant Snape. Snape deftly evaded the attack and, clutching his wand, prepared to retaliate, only to be ambushed by another Death Eater, who forcefully hurled him against the wall. His wand tumbled from the astronomy tower. Loya exclaimed indignantly, 2 against 1, and they resort to ambush. Taking advantage of their numbers, how shameless. The Death Eater's lips twitched, choosing to disregard the incessant chatter of the Goblet of Fire. With a fierce glare directed at Snape, he commanded him to surrender the goblet. Beads of sweat trickled down Snape's forehead as he clutched the goblet tightly. Observing Snape's unwavering refusal to relinquish the goblet piqued the Death Eater's interest, and a green light flickered from the tip of his wand. Loya's eyes widened in shock, as if pierced to the very marrow. This was one of the unforgivable curses, inflicting torment so excruciating that it rendered existence unbearable. Prolonged casting could drive a person to madness or even death. Loya recalled that in the original work, Neville's parents were condemned to spend the remainder of their lives in a hospital due to the Cruciatus curse. Those afflicted by such a curse faced either death or severe debilitation. The Cruciatus curse struck Severus Snape mercilessly. He had never endured such excruciating torment. Every bone and drop of blood in his body felt as though it were ablaze. His visage turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, resolutely suppressing any sound of anguish. The astronomy tower echoed with the malicious laughter of the Death Eaters. The curse persisted for over 10 seconds, yet Snape clung desperately to the Goblet of Fire. The seer impatiently urged the Death Eaters to dispose of the remaining wizards. Upon receiving the command, a Death Eater raised his wand, and Snape was met with a flash of green light as the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, was unleashed upon him. Loya observed the green light drawing nearer to Snape. Her body acted before her mind could catch up. The Goblet of Fire suddenly leaped from Snape's grasp, meeting the killing curse head-on. With a resounding crash, the goblet fell to the ground, its rim shattered. The broken vessel toppled to one side, its flames dwindling. The seer gasped in horror, rebuking the Death Eater who had unleashed the Avada Kedavra. Look at what you have done. You have shattered the goblet. It is a Horcrux chosen by the Master. Before Loya, the world gradually blurred. At that moment, she marveled at the remarkable sturdiness of the ancient wizard's flame cup, which had withstood a direct hit from the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, without shattering into fragments. Yet, in her current state, she was not far from death. Most crucially, at the instant she was struck by the deadly curse, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. Within these memories, the ancient wizards had imbued the flame cup with a formidable trump card, a self-destruct spell that served both to protect others and to unleash an aggressive counterattack. Should the flame cup willingly absorb a lethal dark magic aimed at humanity, this self-detonation spell would be triggered, incinerating all nearby dark wizards in a fiery inferno centered around the flame cup. Loya finally comprehended why Dumbledore had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of her journey to the astronomy tower. She also grasped the reason behind the young Ravenclaw wizard's insistence that she must not venture there. In truth, the ability to unlock the dual enchantment was of little consequence. After Dumbledore's rift with Grindelwald, the flame cup had shattered, rendering the completion of the dual enchantment impossible. Dumbledore was aware of this. He also knew that Death Eaters lay in ambush at the astronomy tower. By allowing Snape to follow Loya to the tower, he was merely wagering whether the flame cup would self-destruct in an effort to save Snape. Old Dumbledore, you truly are a master of strategy. Stumbling towards the remnants of the shattered flame cup, Snape, with tear-brimmed eyes, picked up the fragments. A group of Death Eaters strode forward, intent on seizing the remains of the flame cup. The cup of fire was instantly adorned with crimson ancient patterns, revealing its latent power. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Death Eaters, the shattered chalice erupted with a blinding radiance, which transformed into silver flames enveloping the astronomy tower. The Death Eaters screamed in agony as they were consumed by the inferno. The brilliance gradually spread throughout Hogwarts, incinerating countless Death Eaters to ashes. Just before her consciousness faded, Loya beheld Severus Snape cradling a multitude of her fragments, his visage contorted with sorrow as he repeatedly uttered futile healing spells, his eyes brimming with anguish and despair. This was the final image she perceived as the Cup of Fire. System ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful self-termination. Transmission mode is initializing. Destination, 1991, Surrey, London, Privet Drive. At number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey, London, the day dawned bright and cheerful, perfect for an outing. Early in the morning, Harry was jolted awake by Aunt Petunia's piercing shrieks. "Get up! Hurry up!" she bellowed, pounding on the cupboard door. Harry, groggy, rubbed his eyes, donned ill-fitting clothes, and donned his tattered glasses before squeezing out of the cramped cupboard. "Get the meat frying, or you'll regret it," Aunt Petunia admonished harshly. Compliantly, young Harry lowered his head and trudged to the kitchen. Uncharacteristically, Uncle Vernon was engrossed in the television, unusually silent, without his usual tirade to comb his hair. As Harry placed the fried eggs on the dining table, he caught a glimpse of Uncle Vernon, who was intently watching the news. An unusual flicker of fear evident in his eyes. Harry had never witnessed such an expression on his portly uncle's face. He stole a glance at the television, where a reporter was covering a mysterious attack that had occurred the previous day in the Northwest District. The footage was shaky, showing buildings seemingly struck by an invisible force, bursting apart, the ground cracking, and even trees uprooted. For safety's sake, the reporter advised citizens to limit their outings in the near future. Uncle Vernon cursed under his breath. "Damn it, that street isn't far from us." Aunt Petunia, who was entertaining Dudley, was displeased by Vernon's words. "Today is Dudley's birthday. We promised to take him to the zoo. Are you going to cancel?" Seeing Aunt Petunia's irritation, Uncle Vernon quickly acquiesced, asserting they would indeed go. He cast another furtive glance at the horrific scene on the news, instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow. Turning back, he noticed Harry staring intently at the screen, pointing at the sky. "There's a black mist crashing into the buildings," Harry declared. Uncle Vernon turned his gaze towards the television, apart from the inexplicably crumbling structures. Where could there be any mist? Harry murmured softly that it must be magic. Uncle Vernon believed Harry was merely being clever, and in his frustration, he yanked Harry's hair, saying, "Don't play tricks on me. There is no such thing as magic in this world." Harry winced in pain as Aunt Petunia hurriedly dressed Dudley in his coat, urging him to hurry. It was Dudley's birthday, and the Dursleys had no intention of taking Harry along to the zoo. Typically, they would leave Harry at Mrs. Fig's house while they enjoyed their outings, but Aunt Petunia had just received a phone call from Mrs. Fig. Her voice trembled with fear as she stuttered about an incident yesterday in the Northwest neighborhood, where she was lifted into the air by an invisible force and broke her leg. Aunt Petunia, dismissing this as mere delusion from old age, assumed Mrs. Fig had simply fallen. Consequently, they had no choice but to bring along Harry, their unwelcome burden. Harry sat joyfully in the back seat, thrilled at the prospect of visiting the zoo for the first time. However, fortune did not favor him, as they soon found themselves caught in traffic. Harry leaned against the window, gazing at the sky, which had transformed from bright sunshine to a canopy of ominous clouds in the blink of an eye. Aunt Petunia, in her irritation, blamed the foul weather on Harry, while Uncle Vernon impatiently tapped the steering wheel. Suddenly, a few terrified individuals sprinted past them, brushing against their car. Puzzled, Harry peered ahead to see that the occupants of the vehicles were frantically exiting their cars, panic written on their faces as they rushed towards their direction. Uncle Vernon took note of this and looked around suspiciously, spotting their neighbors, the Rowlings, running towards them in a state of alarm. The Rowlings frantically knocked on their car window, desperately warning, "Oh my God, there's an explosion ahead. No, it's a terrorist attack. Get out of here." Uncle Vernon, recalling the morning news, wiped his brow in a sudden panic, while Aunt Petunia and Dudley exhibited expressions of sheer terror. Just as he intended to reverse away from the street, the ground trembled violently, and one by one, the towering buildings before them collapsed in a cacophony of destruction. The streets were filled with fleeing crowds and the cacophony of terrified screams. The Dursleys cowered in their car, unable to comprehend the chaos, while the Muggles could not see the malevolent force wreaking havoc above. Yet Harry clearly perceived the massive black entity careening through the air, reducing the structures to rubble. Loya believed her journey through time and space was fraught with calamity. At this moment, she found herself floating in the air, more accurately described as uncontrollably colliding through it. Her new form was that of a small girl possessed by a phenomenon known as the murmurs. She recalled a film she had watched years ago, where a young wizard, subjected to long-term abuse and the suppression of his magical powers, ultimately succumbed to madness, resulting in the eruption of a dark substance called the murmurs. The good news was that the murmurs were an indomitable force, a rather pretentious concept that the dark wizard Grindelwald had coveted in his quest for world domination. The bad news was that the murmurs were utterly uncontrollable. Once unleashed, they indiscriminately attacked everything in their path, often leading to the unwitting demise of their host. The girl had experienced a surge of magic the previous day, transforming into the murmurs and wreaking havoc in the Northwest District, leaving her exhausted and lifeless on the spot. Now, having just inhabited this body for less than a minute, Loya triggered a second eruption of magical energy. She found herself at the epicenter of the murmurs, engulfed by a dense, black substance, and wherever the murmurs spread, destruction ensued. In that moment, she witnessed her uncontrollable murmurs crash into a private vehicle, and by sheer coincidence, the boy with black hair seated in the back was none other than Harry Potter. Loya's unconventional and perilous encounter with the protagonist raises eyebrows. Vernon's vehicle was violently overturned by the relentless onslaught of the chaos, with flames engulfing the front. The Disley family scrambled out, wounded and disheveled, as a distraught Petunia fled the street with the sobbing Dudley. In their panic, they entirely forgot that Harry remained inside the car. True to his reputation as the boy who lived, Harry struggled to climb out through the window, his forehead grazed and bleeding. Bewildered, he looked up to see Loya wreaking havoc around her. The dark mist collided with a house to his right before vanishing. Cautiously, Harry approached the crumbled debris, where he heard a faint voice belonging to a girl. Following the sound, he cleared away the rubble to discover a girl of similar age trapped beneath the wreckage. Harry anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Covered in dust, Loya gazed up at him. "Not so well. My leg is pinned." Her leg was ensnared by a fallen beam, blood trickling from the injury. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pangs of pain through her. "Stay still. I will help you," Harry reassured her. The slight boy grasped Loya's arm, attempting to pull her free, but despite several attempts, her leg remained firmly trapped beneath the debris. Loya felt as though the house, silently deteriorating, was on the verge of collapse, ready to fall at any moment. Indeed, under Loya's ominous foreboding, another beam fractured, crashing down between them and nearly striking Harry on the head. Fortunately, they escaped unscathed, and Loya breathed a sigh of relief. As the perilous situation of the house escalated, the kind-hearted Harry, undeterred, continued to grasp her shoulder, attempting to pull her to safety. Loya felt she ought to devise a reason to cleverly deceive Harry. It would be unthinkable to inadvertently cause the demise of the protagonist upon her arrival. How then could the main storyline unfold? Loya suggested that this approach was inadequate, prompting Harry to hesitate momentarily before responding. "Wait for me to fetch some people. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly." Observing Harry's hurried departure, Loya mused on the gullibility of youth, reflecting that with the entire street filled with the injured, it would indeed be peculiar to expect assistance. In the next instant, the entire rooftop collapsed. Loya could hardly believe her misfortune. She had just reincarnated and was already facing doom. At the sudden sound, Harry swiftly turned around, his eyes widening in shock. Before him, amidst the ruins, a girl hunched over sharply, dark mist erupting from her hair, enveloping her entire being. The young girl transformed into the silent menace that had previously assaulted the streets, surging forth from the debris with fervor. Loya had to concede that the true culprit behind the destruction of the street, Mimoran, had inadvertently saved her life at a critical moment. As the rooftop collapsed, Mimoran's essence surged within her for the third time, enabling her to evade peril. However, this body was now experiencing frequent surges of magical energy, pushing it beyond its limits and leaving it utterly fatigued. After careening around in the air for a couple of circles, Mimoran fell back to her original position, all of which was observed by Harry. Ding, system task initiated. Successfully residing in the home of Harry Potter's uncle will yield a random spell reward. Loya rubbed her forehead. At this moment, Harry had yet to receive his acceptance letter from Hogwarts and remained oblivious to the existence of magic. Moreover, after her recent transformation into an enigmatic figure stirring up turmoil in the city, it was likely that she had left Harry in a state of shock. How could he possibly wish to stay with the Dursleys? This seemed inconceivable. In reality, she had underestimated the pure-hearted benevolence of the Savior. Harry returned, crouching beside her to assess her injuries. Apart from the bleeding knee, which appeared quite severe, the rest were merely superficial wounds from her reckless collisions. "Are you all right?" Loya perceived the present moment as a splendid opportunity. In pursuit of her system task, she sought to elicit Harry's sympathy. Loya swiftly filtered through the memories of her new body. The original owner had been abandoned at an orphanage since birth. At the age of 6, her magical abilities manifested, and she was subsequently adopted by a couple. Her adoptive father was a muggle, while her adoptive mother was a witch. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. The couple divorced not long after, and the adoptive mother fell into a deep despair, succumbing to alcoholism until her illness claimed her life. She had never imparted any magical knowledge to the original owner. The remarried adoptive father refused to take her in, and the original owner found herself cast back into the orphanage. It is indeed a sorrowful tale, and the original owner is most pitiable. Are your family members nearby? I shall seek them out to take you to the hospital. Loya pretended to weep, lamenting that her mother had passed away and her father had abandoned her, expressing her desire to never return to the orphanage. Observing Loya's heart-wrenching sobs, Harry could not help but reflect on his own parents. Perceiving a profound kinship between himself and Loya as fellow souls abandoned to desolation, Loya discreetly stole glances at Harry, who gazed at her with a look of sorrowful sympathy. And to her astonishment, her clumsy performance had indeed touched him. Consequently, she feigned unconsciousness, remaining utterly still. Harry immediately panicked, attempting to seek assistance from the adults who were fleeing the scene, yet none paid him any heed. In London, aside from the Dursleys, Harry had no relatives. Ultimately, he had no choice but to carry Loya on his back to his aunt and uncle's home. Loya lay upon Harry's gaunt back, utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, and before she knew it, she succumbed to slumber. When she regained consciousness, she found herself nestled within a cramped cupboard. Her myriad wounds were haphazardly bandaged, a testament to the ineptitude of her caretaker. As she sat up, she inadvertently collided with a hard object. Ouch, that hurts. Harry groaned as he cradled his head in pain, while Loya pressed her palm to her forehead. You're awake? How did I end up here? Did you carry me back? Loya asked, feigning ignorance. I am Harry Potter, and Petunia has consented to let you stay here for the time being. You need not return to the orphanage just yet. Loya feigned a cheerful demeanor, yet internally, she pondered how the Dursley family could be so benevolent as to take her in. As expected, Harry, with an apologetic expression, conveyed that Aunt Petunia insisted she could only sleep in the cupboard, just like he did. Upon Harry's return with her in tow, Aunt Petunia screamed in anger, berating that Loya's blood had stained the floor. Uncle Vernon sought to expel her, but every attempt to contact the police or a shelter was met with refusal. Due to two significant disturbances in the neighborhood, the shelter and hospital were overwhelmed with injured individuals. The officers managing the scene were too preoccupied to attend to what they deemed trivial matters, permitting her to temporarily reside with the Dursleys. Aunt Petunia, in a fit of rage, insisted that Loya share the cupboard with Harry, as they flatly refused to provide an extra room. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was achieved. Loya was temporarily housed at the Dursleys, and the system's task was completed with relative ease. System, congratulations, host, on completing the task. A random spell reward is being issued. A spell surged into Loya's mind. Transfiguration spell. This was the first incantation that Loya had acquired in the realm of magic. Meanwhile, Harry stared at her intently, his expression a blend of curiosity and hesitation, as if he wished to inquire but was unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Loya cheerfully invited any questions, saying, "Go ahead." Harry's eyes sparkled as he asked, "That black mist you transformed into earlier, was that magic?" "It can be considered a form of magic, I suppose," Loya replied. With the confirmation that magic truly exists in the world, Harry beamed with joy. Loya raised his head and inquired, "So, Mr. Potter, do you wish to witness magic?" Harry nodded eagerly in response. Loya had just acquired a spell from the system, and naturally she was eager to test it. However, she required a wand. She strained to recall the memories of her predecessor, remembering that her adoptive mother's wand had been kept close at hand as a cherished relic by her former self. Loya immediately rummaged through the pockets of his coat and eventually unearthed the wand sewn into the inner pocket. Alas, the wand had been mercilessly ravaged in the process, now broken into two pieces, leaving its usability in question. Is there any tape? The poor wand seemed salvageable. Wait for me, he thought, hoping that Aunt Petunia would not discover his actions. Harry quietly emerged from the cupboard, taking advantage of Aunt Petunia's unawareness, and stealthily retrieved the tape from the storage room. Loya wrapped her wand with tape, measuring its weight in her palm, concluding that it could still serve its purpose in the future. She was determined to select a unique wand of her own at Ollivander's wand shop. Under Harry's excited and expectant gaze, Loya shook her wand, cleared her throat, and prepared to test her spell. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the cabinet door was struck. Dudley, Harry's cousin, had just returned from outside, holding a basketball and deliberately slamming it against the cabinet door in a mock shooting stance. "Hey, Harry, why don't you come out?" Dudley sneered. The basketball thudded heavily against the cabinet once more. "Ignore him," Harry murmured, retreating further into the room. Dudley had tormented him for as long as he could remember. Lua's lips curled into a smile as he earnestly gazed at Harry. "Pay attention, the future or Potter. Allow me to present a live demonstration on how magic is wielded." Loya creaked open the door, extending his wand. Dolly gazed in bewilderment at the chopsticks that unexpectedly protruded from the cupboard, pointing directly at him. Transfiguration spell. A beam of light shot from the wand's tip, and suddenly, Dolly's ears and nose grotesquely enlarged, transforming into those of a pig. In sheer terror, Dolly let out a piercing scream. Upon hearing Dolly's anguished cry, Aunt Petunia rushed over, only to scream in horror upon witnessing her nephew transformed into a monstrous creature with a pig's head and a human body. "Ah, my Dolly, my darling, what has happened to you?" By the time Uncle Vernon waddled over, his rotund figure heaving with effort, he was met with the sight of Dolly's pig-headed form, from which a curly pig tail had emerged. Overcome with shock, he fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Harry and Loya crouched at the door crack, stifling their laughter. And Harry felt a surge of admiration for Loya. Turning to him, he sheepishly scratched his head and said, "You still haven't told me your name." Loya felt a moment of disorientation, realizing her own carelessness. She endeavored to recall the name of this body, Loya Grindelwald. She could simply be called Loya. Wait a moment. Grindelwald? Was she truly a descendant of the infamous first Dark Lord Grindelwald? For the past few days, Dudley, having been subdued by a transformation spell, had been notably well-behaved, refraining from tossing basketballs in front of the cupboard or dancing on the stairs. He did not shout at Harry, and when he saw Loya, he seemed eager to hide 1,000 miles away. However, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon continued to regard both Harry and Loya with disdain. During her stay at the Dursleys, Loya discovered that the couple's treatment of Harry over the years was far more severe than she had anticipated. Harry was dressed in Dudley's ill-fitting, hand-me-down clothes, with the hems of his trousers perpetually sagging over his feet. Furthermore, he was only permitted to join the family at the table after they had finished their meals, left to consume the cold remnants. This prolonged neglect had led to Harry's notable malnutrition, rendering him exceedingly thin compared to his peers. At night, she typically squeezed into the cupboard with Harry, who generously relinquished most of his bed space to her, perhaps due to the Grindelwald lineage. Loya found her body's recovery from injuries to be remarkably swift compared to an ordinary person's, though she and Harry were still young and innocent. Sharing such close quarters in the cupboard and sleeping on the same bed was undeniably awkward. Moreover, it would not be long before Harry received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. With Lily having left him a vault full of gold, he need not worry about tuition fees. As for her, she was utterly penniless. She was in dire need of employment to earn money for the impending school expenses. Loya wandered through the nearby streets several times, discovering that many establishments refused to employ child labor. At her current age, she could at most distribute flyers. Fortunately, she eventually secured a position at a quaint bakery. The elderly couple who owned the shop, both in their 60s and adorned with reading glasses, exuded a warm and benevolent demeanor. They were in search of a cashier and were willing to offer daily wages. Loya, with her endearing countenance and fabricated tale of a tragic past, having lost her parents and sought refuge with distant relatives who subjected her to frequent mistreatment, finally found solace in the benevolence of a kind-hearted couple. The Covals, the couple, who owned a modest bakery, crafted each delectable cake by hand. Despite the shop's small size and limited clientele, it sufficed to meet their daily expenses. Each evening, as the workday concluded, the Covals would generously bestow upon Loya the unsold cakes of the day. Loya gratefully returned to nourish Harry. She reminisced about the first time Harry tasted cake, when he emotionally remarked that he had never experienced such a delightful delicacy. Loya gently patted his head. Over the course of a fortnight, Harry had become plump and robust, no longer resembling the gaunt stick figure he had been upon their first meeting. As time went by, their relationship blossomed to the point where they could comfortably address each other by name. On this particular day, Loya found herself alone, gazing at the cake shop, when she discovered a letter left for her by the Coval couple. They had set off on an outing, expecting to return in a week's time, and felt completely at ease in trusting the shop to Loya's care. Loya glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly time to close for the day. As she prepared to tidy up the counter, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled, prompting her to turn and greet the visitor with a professional smile. A man approached, clad in a tattered cloak, limping with the aid of a cane. His face bore a grotesque scar, slanting across his features, and one eye appeared to be of mechanical origin. The mechanical eye scanned Loya's visage, evoking a sense of discomfort within her. The man inquired about the horrific attack that had transpired in the neighborhood 2 weeks prior, his peculiar mechanical eye fixated upon her, as if it could penetrate her very soul. "I'm sorry, sir, I'm not familiar with that," she replied. He took a swig from his water flask, his voice gruff and gravelly. "You're not a resident of this street, are you?" Loya's body tensed as she finally recalled the man's identity, Alastair Moody, an Auror of the Ministry of Magic, tasked with the pursuit and apprehension of wizards who contravened the laws of the magical realm. Half of the prisoners in Azkaban had been captured by him. His sudden appearance in the Muggle world, standing before her and inquiring about the recent incident in the neighborhood, filled Loya with an ominous sense of foreboding. Loya calmly stated, "Sir, we are about to close." Moody's inquiry transformed into a definitive statement. "You are not a resident of this street." An eerie silence spread between the two. If Loya's intuition served him correctly, Moody had been dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to locate the whereabouts of the elusive Murmurs, responsible for instigating chaos in the Muggle world. The Ministry regarded Murmurs as the most perilous entity, and for centuries, their stance had invariably been one of immediate eradication. Moody had successfully pinpointed her location. Loya's forehead glistened with cold sweat. One was an Auror who had been apprehending dark wizards for decades on behalf of the Ministry of Magic. The other was a young girl, whose wand was shattered into 2 pieces and who had never even laid eyes on a first-year textbook from Hogwarts. The disparity in their chances of success in battle was glaringly obvious. Suddenly, Moody grasped her arm tightly, his magical eye spinning wildly in Loya's direction. As he raised his voice, "You are the little monster who wreaked havoc across 2 city blocks." Loya gazed at him unflinchingly. Before Moody could draw his wand, Loya deftly produced his own wand from within his apron. Misty Veil. The tip of his wand swiftly released a dense fog that enveloped the entire shop and street in an instant. Seizing the opportunity provided by the thick mist, Loya made a hasty escape, not forgetting to leave a piece of cake for Harry as he departed. Moody, filled with ire, paused for a moment, cursing under his breath, wondering how that damn fool had managed to learn magic on his own and where he had fled. In the dimly lit cupboard, Harry lay on the blanket, enjoying the freshly baked bread that Loya had just brought back. As he glanced up, he inadvertently caught sight of Loya's worried expression. "Loya, what troubles you? Is something bothering you?" Loya rested her chin on her hand, falling into silence for a moment before saying, "Harry, I cannot remain here any longer. I must leave." Upon hearing Loya's words, Harry felt momentarily bewildered, but as he regained his senses, he abruptly stood up, colliding with the top of the cabinet. He let out a whimper, shook his head to dispel the pain, and anxiously inquired about the reason for Loya's departure. "Well, you could say that a one-eyed giant is pursuing me, and I need to find a place to hide for a while." Loya continued, "Rest assured, we shall meet again after your birthday. After all, on that day, Hagrid will personally escort you to Hogwarts, and at that moment, we shall be alumni." Harry, feeling despondent, replied, "You must remember to write to me." Loya returned a smile, and it was settled. The door of the Dursley residence was met with a series of fierce knocks, as if the rude intruder outside were a marauder. Uncle Vernon, paralyzed with fear, dared not even breathe. He brandished a gun towards the entrance, while Aunt Petunia cowered behind him in terror. The visitor, impatient, forcefully kicked the door open. Alastair Moody seized Vernon's collar, his voice brimming with menace. "Where is that girl?" Trembling, Petunia pointed towards the cupboard. Moody yanked open the cupboard door. The dim yellow light flickered, revealing only Harry within. Cursing under his breath, Moody roughly lifted Harry by the scruff. "Where has that girl gone?" he demanded. Harry, gazing into Moody's fierce visage, replied, "I don't know." Moody instantly discerned that the boy was lying. Known for his volatile temper, he was poised to teach the lying boy a lesson, but then his gaze fell upon the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. In that moment, he recognized the boy's identity and chose not to press Harry further. Scanning the hall, he noted that the corridor's windows stood wide open, the curtains billowing ominously in the night breeze. He strode purposefully to the window, his magical eye swiftly scanning the darkness, soon locating the fleeing figure of the girl. Loya traversed through the forest, the surrounding streets desolate and devoid of life, likely ensnared by a spell that concealed them from Muggles. The ethereal mist released by Loya was inexplicably dispelled in a fleeting moment. Mad-Eye Moody, determined to seize her, had already made meticulous preparations. She had no desire to be taken and subjected to the execution chair of the Ministry of Magic. A gust of wind howled past Loya from behind. Swiftly, she sought to confine herself. Loya was tightly bound by an invisible rope, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud. Loya struggled vigorously. Yet her efforts proved futile as a broom descended from above. Blocking her path was the deranged-eyed Moody. "Girl, you are truly wasting my time," he declared. Despite being unable to prevail, Loya, resolutely unwilling to concede defeat, defiantly raised her middle finger at the mad-eyed figure. Moody, however, was disinclined to engage with her sarcastic demeanor. Loya suddenly shuddered violently, feeling as though her chest had been struck with tremendous force. An uncontrollable surge of power threatened to erupt, silently hinting at a magical upheaval. Loya kindly inquired of the old man, "Do you have health insurance? What nonsense is this girl babbling?" Moody's words remained unfinished when suddenly, dark tendrils emerged from Loya's hair, enveloping her form. Under the astonished gaze of Mad-Eye, Loya uncontrollably transformed into a mere shadow. The Dursleys were severely startled, once again entangled with terrifying and mysterious occurrences. Meanwhile, Harry, deeply concerned for his dear friend Loya, could not resist following her into the forest after Mad-Eye Moody chased her. He sprinted down the street, calling out Loya's name, with not a muggle in sight. In the depths of the shadowy forest, flashes of light intermittently pierced through the darkness, accompanied by the thunderous crash of falling trees. Guided by the sounds, he finally discovered Loya. Loya found herself pinned to the ground by Moody, one hand gripping her throat while the other brandished his wand menacingly above her head. In response, the tip of Loya's wand was unwaveringly aimed at the throat of the deranged-eyed man. Both combatants were reluctant to make a move. Moody, drenched in sweat and bearing multiple wounds, realized that it had been over a century since he last encountered the formidable force of the entity known as Morpheus. This was his inaugural direct confrontation with it, and the reckless ferocity of the entity resembled that of a raging beast. Had it not been for Loya, the embodiment of Morpheus, ultimately exhausting her strength and causing the entity to dissipate, Moody was uncertain if he would have survived this encounter. What baffled him further was the revelation that she was merely a child, not even of age to attend Hogwarts, yet possessed an immense reservoir of magical power. From a distance, Harry shouted for Moody to release Loya. Moody's lips twitched in annoyance. The boy should have been imploring her to release him instead. Moody scowled as he noticed that Loya was brandishing a Muggle anti-wolf electric stun device in her left hand, a most undignified weapon for a wizard to wield. Where had the dignity of wizardry gone? Loya retorted with a hum, questioning who had decreed that magic could not be countered with physical means. Harry, clearly oblivious to these nuances, instinctively surged forward to protect his friend in peril, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Moody. In a fit of frustration, Harry inadvertently shouted Loya's full name. "Release Loya Grindelwald." Moody was momentarily taken aback. "What did you call her?" he echoed, demanding once more, "I ask you, what is her surname?" Loya calmly answered on behalf of Harry, "Loya Grindelwald." Moody stared at Loya in astonishment. "What is your relationship with Grindelwald?" he inquired, scrutinizing her from head to toe, his expression one of disbelief. "Good heavens, the Ministry is searching for a fugitive, and that fugitive turns out to be a descendant of Grindelwald." He finally understood the source of Loya's extraordinary magical power, which was a gift of her lineage. He realized he could not apprehend her for the Ministry. Instead, he should take her to meet Dumbledore. With a look of complexity, Moody released Loya, and she too let go of the stun gun. Loya rubbed her neck, which had been pinched red. Moody, with his arms crossed and a serious expression, said, "We need to talk. You are a descendant of Grindelwald, and for the time being, I cannot take you to the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, it is far too perilous for you to remain here among Muggles." He tapped his cane. "I will first take you to an old friend, and afterward, I shall introduce you to Dumbledore." With no other options available, Loya nodded in agreement. She tossed the key to the bakery to Harry, instructing him to place it in the flower pot by the door, having forgotten to return the keys to the Koval couple in her haste. Then, she was whisked away by Moody's apparition. They arrived in a courtyard, where a multi-storied building loomed before them, appearing crooked as if conjured by magic. A sign slanted at the door read the Burrow. Moody knocked and unceremoniously pushed the door open. "Old friend, long time no see, Mr. Weasley greeted him with a brief embrace. Mrs. Weasley, clad in a floral apron with a wand tucked in her pocket, busied herself in the kitchen. Catching sight of Loya behind Moody, she warmly presented a freshly baked pumpkin pie. "Come in, dear, make yourself at home," Mrs. Weasley said with a kindly smile. Moody casually seated himself at the wooden table and poured himself a glass of mead. This girl will be staying with you for a few days. She is a muggle-born. Mr. Weasley nearly spat out his mead in astonishment. Mrs. Weasley dropped the pumpkin pie in shock. After all, they had heard terrifying tales of muggle-borns during their times of peril. Two red-haired heads peeked down from the spiraling staircase. Their curiosity piqued as they asked in unison, "Dad, what exactly is a muggle-born?" Loya gazed upon the two identical faces, realizing that even the curls of their hair seemed to mirror one another, rendering it utterly impossible to distinguish between them. The twins greeted her amicably. Fred tossed a petite box to Loya, who opened it to discover it brimming with cookies. With a mischievous grin, Fred proclaimed, "Our latest invention, canary cookies. Consume them, and you shall sprout feathers." George flapped his hands by his ears, mimicking the transformation into a peacock. Their playful banter exhibited a remarkable harmony. Mrs. Weasley, hands on her hips, shot a stern glare at Fred and George, exclaiming, "How many times must I tell you? Do not feed your peculiar inventions to the guests." Loya placed the cookies on the wooden table, for she had no desire to transform into a peacock. Moody and Weasley were still engaged in a discussion regarding the perilous Dementor. "Leaving her outside is far too dangerous for muggles," Mr. Weasley lamented. "I believe we are equally at risk." Moody, crossing his arms, scoffed, "Rest assured. I just had a rather intense confrontation with her. She is utterly drained and will not transform into a Dementor in the near future." "Old friend, your disheveled appearance hardly inspires confidence," Mr. Weasley remarked, casting a doubtful glance in his direction. "Very well, I concede it was she who struck me earlier, thus rendering her incapable of becoming a Dementor," Mr. Weasley added, "so long as we do not provoke her. The girl will remain in her current state for the time being. Let her stay here under your watch for a few days while I inform Dumbledore." Mr. Weasley, in a fit of frustration, raked his fingers through his thinning hair. Mrs. Weasley gazed at the frail girl before her. Unable to reconcile the image of Loya with the terrifying Dementor, her eyes were filled with compassion. Moody rapped on the table, signaling the need for an emergency meeting. Mrs. Weasley turned to the twins, saying, "Fred, George, please take our guest upstairs." Loya was warmly half-pushed upstairs by Mrs. Weasley, who did not forget to warn Fred and George against eavesdropping with their extendable ears. Fred and George's room was located on the third floor of the burrow, filled with an array of peculiar magical trick props. Loya sat upon a wooden chair, while Fred and George tirelessly employed their art of apparition. The two appeared simultaneously, one on each side of Loya. Crouching down, they rested their chins upon the armrests, their two red heads lifting in unison to gaze at Loya, playfully exclaiming, "Guess who we are?" In harmonious unison, they reveled in this manner of teasing their friends and guests, delighting in watching others become entangled in the riddle of their identities. However, Loya, with an air of disinterest, replied, "You are both Fred and George. Is that sufficient?" Observing Loya's nonchalance, the typically jovial twins found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. For the first time, someone was unfazed by their antics, and with disappointment, Fred and George slumped over the table. So dismissive, they lamented. Loya stifled a yawn, utterly unable to distinguish between George and Fred. Not only did they share an uncanny resemblance, but their mannerisms were also strikingly identical. He decided it was best not to differentiate at all. In an effort to pique Loya's interest, Fred's eyes darted playfully. "Hey, would you like to hear what they are discussing?" he suggested, gesturing towards the commotion below. Indeed, the twins' eyes lit up upon noticing Loya's presence. In perfect synchrony, George retrieved a pair of extendable ears from a pile of magical props. "Mrs. Weasley seemed to have warned you against using those," Loya kindly reminded them. Fred replied with a mischievous grin, "We call it seeking thrills, heh." George added, "Rest assured. With our canary creams, if we get caught, we shall devour every last one of them." Lois has conjured a whimsical scene in her mind, imagining the twin birdmen chirping behind her, prompting a curious inquiry of "Guess who we are?" Fred stealthily lowered the extendable ear from the staircase, piquing Lois's interest in this peculiar contraption. George carefully placed the other end of the extendable ear to his ear, intently eavesdropping on the conversation between the Weasley couple and Mad-Eye Moody below. As he listened, an enigmatic expression emerged upon George's face, as if the meeting downstairs held revelations of monumental significance. Loya could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired about their conversation. Noticing that Loya's interest had finally been piqued, George smugly leaned closer, the two of them now in close proximity. They were debating whether you were indeed Grindelwald's daughter, granddaughter, or great-granddaughter. Loya wore a face of discontent as George removed the retractable earphones and delicately placed them on her petite ears. Loya listened intently to the sounds emanating from downstairs, where Moody was declaring his intention to return to Hogwarts. The young girl was to remain there for a few days, allowing them to keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring she did not venture out and inadvertently cause harm to Muggles. Subsequently, it seemed they shifted their conversation to Grindelwald. The extendable ears did not capture everything clearly, but she vaguely discerned Mrs. Weasley gossiping about whether the young girl resembled Grindelwald or bore a stronger likeness to Dumbledore. With the realization that the Weasley couple and Mad Eye had no intention of handing her over to the Ministry of Magic, the weight on Loya's heart was finally lifted. Loya removed the headset and handed it to the eagerly awaiting Fred. The moment Fred donned the headset, he was met with the thunderous roar of Mrs. Weasley. "Fred, George, you two are eavesdropping again." Caught in the act, Fred hastily discarded the extendable ear, and the group hurriedly retreated back to their room in a flurry of panic. Loya placed the entire box of canary biscuits into the hands of the twins, dividing it equally between them. Loya raised her eyebrows as Fred and George exchanged glances of dismay. The afternoon sun shone brightly, and Mrs. Weasley was preparing to rid the garden of its pesky gnomes. Loya offered her assistance, for she did not wish to be a mere guest indulging without contribution. The garden was overrun with weeds, teeming with many plants unfamiliar to Loya. Mrs. Weasley kindly instructed Loya on the art of gnome removal. These creatures were quite bothersome, always inclined to wreak havoc in the garden. Arthur had shown them far too much leniency. Loya mimicked with great enthusiasm, capturing a loud, protesting goblin and tossing it behind the hedgerow after a swift spin above her head. Fred and George, transformed into avian beings after consuming an entire box of canary biscuits, were competing to see who could throw their goblin the farthest. Numerous goblins emerged from their burrows, mocking the bird tails protruding from the twins' trousers. The canary biscuits, once ingested, would cause feathers to sprout all over the body, reverting to their original form after a minute, perhaps due to their indulgence in the entire box. Fred and George maintained their bird-like appearances for the entirety of the afternoon. Mrs. Weasley cast a stern glance at the twins, knowing this was a consequence of their own making, and it was time for them to learn a lesson. She then turned gently to Loya, who appeared suddenly pale and motionless, as if she had lost her spirit. "Child, what is the matter?" Mrs. Weasley inquired with concern, noticing blood trickling from one side of Loya's nose. Mrs. Weasley gasped in alarm. Fred and George stood nearby, worry etched on their faces. Regaining her composure, Loya took a handkerchief to wipe away the blood, calmly assuring them that she was fine. Since her first silent outburst, she had experienced occasional nosebleeds, which she had dismissed. However, it was evident that Loya had underestimated the toll that her silent fury had taken on her body. The following morning, Mrs. Weasley prepared breakfast and was about to call the children downstairs when she noticed Loya already standing in the living room. The girl appeared dazed and, in a tone reserved for strangers, asked, "Excuse me, why am I in this hovel? I remember being in the cupboard on Privet Drive." Mrs. Weasley gasped again and shouted up the stairs, "Arthur, George, Fred, come down at once." As the twins, still in their pajamas and groggy, descended the stairs, they found Mr. and Mrs. Weasley surrounding Loya, their expressions filled with concern. Mr. Weasley remarked, "So, you have no recollection of what transpired yesterday, or why you are here?" Loya pondered carefully. "I can only recall that I was still at the Dursleys, in the company of my friend Harry, when suddenly a one-eyed man launched an attack on me. George and Fred hurried over in a flurry, asking in alarm, 'Do you not recognize us?' Loya gently shook her head in disbelief. She was familiar with the Weasley family from the films, yet she possessed no recollection of how she came to know the Weasley family in this world. George, clutching his chest in an exaggerated manner, exclaimed, "Merlin, has our friendship ended before it even began?" Mr. Weasley seemed to have an epiphany. He dashed into the bedroom and rummaged through a cluttered box for quite some time, finally uncovering a tattered, yellowed newspaper from a bygone era, the Prophecy Daily. The paper contained an article penned by a seasoned magical scholar regarding the effects of Mermorn. Mr. Weasley read aloud the findings. Mermorn could inflict severe long-term consequences on the body, including frequent bleeding and intermittent memory loss. "This cannot be," Loya attempted to refute. Suddenly, Loya recalled that she had inexplicably experienced a nosebleed in the garden yesterday. Previously, she had used the medication silently and had also encountered similar symptoms. Yet she had not given them much thought. Mr. Weasley sighed and continued, "Child, You may have truly forgotten a great deal, even things of which you are not consciously aware. Loya drew in a sharp breath, diligently endeavoring to recall and organize her memories. From her transition to the persona of Ran, her acquaintance with Harry, and until now. She realized that she had only forgotten how she arrived at the humble abode and how she came to know the Weasley family. The rest of her memories appeared intact. She reassured herself that the impact should be minimal. However, in the next moment, she recalled that upon entering this magical realm, she had transformed into the Triwizard Tournament's Goblet of Fire and had inadvertently broken James's nose. Wait, why had she attacked James, and for whom? The details eluded her. Subsequent memories remained a blur. All she could recollect was being struck by a killing curse from a Death Eater in the Astronomy Tower. Why had she been in the Astronomy Tower, and what actions had she taken during her time as the Goblet of Fire? Who had she encountered? She could conjure none of it. Hopefully, these memories were not of great significance. Loya felt a cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Her greater concern lay in the potential continuation of Ran's after effects. If it escalated to the point where she could forget her very identity, would it not resemble the plight of dementia in the Muggle world? Observing the growing pallor on the young girl's face, Mrs. Weasley hurried to comfort her, assuring her that Moody had already gone to Hogwarts and that she trusted Dumbledore would have a solution. The Weasley family comprised 6 sons and 1 daughter, with the youngest son, Ron, and daughter, Ginny, currently visiting relatives. Loya was temporarily assigned by Mrs. Weasley to reside in Ginny's room on the 3rd floor. Loya inquired whether the system could address the lingering effects of Silent Man. System, apologies, host. This is beyond my capabilities. What did I do during the Goblet of Fire, and whom did I encounter? Do you remember? System, apologies, host. I remain in deep sleep standby mode when tasks are not assigned. Then what purpose do you serve? System, host. I seem to recall that you perished while shielding someone from the killing curse. For whom? System, naturally, for a person. That's obvious. I know it was a person, not some random creature. System, apologies, host. Our system struggles to distinguish the features of human beings, thus I cannot answer your question. Is it so difficult to admit that you are face blind? System, indeed. Loya let out a disappointed sigh, lamenting the unreliability of the system. Fred and George observed Loya's furrowed brow, always eager to do something that might bring joy to the young girl. With smiles upon their faces, they stood beside her. Hey, would you like to join us at the Wizarding Gathering? Today, we could catch the circus parade. Last year, George and I visited the circus, and it was filled with wondrous creatures you have undoubtedly never encountered before. Fred animatedly gestured, striving to pique the girl's interest in his proposal. Loya took a sip of her hot tea, having been instructed by Crazy Eye to ensure that the Weasley couple kept a close watch on her. The Weasleys treated her with kindness, and she had no desire to cause them any trouble. I believe it is best for me to stay indoors for the time being. George, misunderstanding Loya's concerns about being discovered, patted his chest and assured her, no worries, we guarantee that we will never be found out. Loya, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, did you not assure us of something yesterday, only to be caught red-handed? Fred and George's faces lit up with excitement as Fred exclaimed, Merlin, have you finally remembered? Our once-lost camaraderie has been rekindled. Not quite. I merely hold the unilateral belief that your assurances are unreliable, Loya replied candidly. Fred and George, however, were reluctant to divulge the embarrassing incident of their wager from the previous day, which resulted in them consuming an entire box of canary biscuits and transforming into half-bird creatures. Undeterred, Fred quickly disapparated to his room, rummaging through his belongings, and then returned with a circus flyer in hand. The flyer, now in Loya's possession, featured animated images, depicting a figure bending over, instantly morphing from human form into that of a beast. Loya was momentarily taken aback. George, brimming with pride, proclaimed, what do you think? Those are blood curse orcs. They can seamlessly shift between human and beast forms, which is quite fascinating. Loya certainly recalled the blood curse orc from the film Fantastic Beasts. While she was indeed intrigued, she nonetheless gestured towards the window. Gentlemen, it is still raining outside. Surely, in such inclement weather, the market would have long since closed. George and Fred exchanged glances, for only a Muggle market would fear a rainy day. Loya watched as Fred drew his wand and waved it. An umbrella hanging on the wall floated up, hovering above Loya. Whenever Loya moved, the umbrella responded in kind. It was indeed quite convenient not to have to hold the umbrella by hand. Just as Loya hesitated on whether to attend the Wizarding Gathering, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System ding. Task initiated. Location, Wizarding Market. successfully triggered a hidden event, reward, a random spell. Loya was immediately invigorated. Ever since her arrival in this magical realm, she had been fervently eager to learn various forms of sorcery. It simply would not do to rely solely on silence to resolve matters, especially considering the lingering repercussions of Momo's fragmented memory loss, which she could hardly command. The new task system did not specify what constituted a special event, nor did it delineate the specific actions required or the desired outcomes. It merely stated that triggering it successfully would yield rewards, which should be easier than anticipated. Upon Loya's acceptance of their invitation, Fred and George jubilantly exchanged celebratory high fives. Fred first took the lookout while George stealthily made his way to the garage, successfully retrieving Mr. Weasley's magically modified car. The teal vehicle hovered in the air, poised at the window of their third-floor room. George beckoned to Loya from the driver's seat. Fred extended his hand towards her, and Loya placed her hand in his palm. With a gentle tug, Fred pulled her into the car. The magically enchanted umbrella, having automatically folded itself, lay inside the vehicle alongside her. With a press of the accelerator, George propelled the car into the sky. Everything proceeded smoothly. Through the car window, Loya gazed down at the distant landscape below. Before long, the car began to descend. "Time to land," George announced, as the vehicle gently jolted before touching down at the entrance of the Wizarding Fair. The fair was bustling with activity, with a protective enchantment enveloping the entire marketplace. Even amidst a torrential downpour outside, the streets within the barrier remained dry and untouched by the rain. Numerous wizards clad in robes mingled about, showcasing an array of enchanting magical tricks and delightful treats. In her quest to trigger a random event, Loya wandered up and down the street, occasionally picking up a piece of magical candy from the stalls for a closer look. The twins patiently flanked her, one on each side. After a thorough exploration without triggering the so-called random event, Loya found herself unknowingly drawn to a large tent at the end of the street. Fred informed her that this was the circus. They stepped inside the tent and took their seats in the audience, while George busily procured an assortment of magical snacks. Loya gazed at the peculiar delicacy, the dodo-flavored bean, offered by the Gemini, her distaste evident as she resolutely declined. A considerable audience surrounded them. Loya and her companions had arrived late, just in time for the grand finale of the circus. At the center of the spectacle stood a colossal birdcage draped in white cloth, while the circus master proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for our monstrous act." With a flourish, he unveiled the covering, revealing a boy huddled on the ground, clutching his knees. His complexion was as pale as death, lips a ghastly blue, and his eyes were bloodshot, emanating an unexplainable eeriness. "System, congratulations, host, you have successfully triggered a random hidden event. Reward spell is being dispensed. Water prison technique, wait. She hadn't done anything yet, and a reward was already being granted? Could this system truly be so benevolent?" Nevertheless, Loya couldn't suppress her inner exultation. She had unexpectedly stumbled upon a stroke of luck, for the random reward was none other than the water prison technique. This was an advanced water-based magic, one of Dumbledore's signature spells. As she gradually calmed her excitement, she noticed that the boy in the cage was staring intently at her. His gaze filled with a terrifying mixture of hatred. A dark mist seemed to emanate from his body. Loya suddenly recalled the scholarly article on magic that was found by Mr. Weasley in an old newspaper from a bygone era. Silently, they could sense each other, harboring mutual hatred, wishing to see the other utterly destroyed. Loya felt a chill run down her spine as she sprang to her feet. At that moment, the ringmaster proclaimed in a booming voice that this was a once-in-a-century phenomenon, the Mormoran. Instantly, the boy within the cage was enveloped by a swirling mass of darkness, transforming into the colossal Mormoran. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience as the wizards watched in exhilaration this legendary magical beast that had vanished for a century. Loya anxiously shouted, "Fred, George, quickly take cover." Suddenly, Momo violently crashed into the birdcage. The circus master, in a state of terror, exclaimed, "No, this is impossible." In a furious roar, Momo instantaneously tore the circus master's body apart. Limbs fell onto the audience stands, causing the crowd to panic and flee in disarray. Momo then locked onto Loya and the others, charging towards them like a ferocious beast. Loya was perplexed by the unexpected strength that compelled her to push the twins away. The Weasley couple found the unusual silence emanating from Fred and George's room rather eerie, devoid of the usual cacophony of their bizarre magical inventions. The twins in usual compliance left, Mrs. Weasley feeling uneasy, just as she contemplated ascending the stairs to investigate. A knock echoed through the hall. Mr. Weasley responded promptly, revealing Mad-Eye Moody and a dark-haired man clad in a black robe, his damp locks slightly curling at the ends from the rain. Of course, the Weasleys recognized him, Professor Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts, under whom their sons had not fared well in grades. With an impassive countenance, Snape stated in a deliberate manner, "Professor Dumbledore has sent me to retrieve Miss Grindelwald." Mrs. Weasley pushed open the door to Loya's room, only to find it empty. A sense of foreboding overcame her as she hurried into Fred and George's room, where, unsurprisingly, neither twin was present. Descending the staircase, she checked the garage, only to discover Arthur's magically modified vehicle was also missing. Her ire turned towards Mr. Weasley. "Dear, look at you tinkering with those muggle contraptions every day. Your two fine sons have absconded with your modified muggle car." Faced with his wife's wrath, Mr. Weasley dared not utter a word. Snape furrowed his brow slightly. "Mrs. Weasley, could you elucidate where Miss Grindelwald has been taken? She was just here. Those two rascals must have whisked her away." Moody interjected with frustration. "Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on her? How could she vanish in a single day?" Suddenly, the sound of an engine reverberated outside, and a battered car descended awkwardly at the doorstep of their humble abode. As Mrs. Weasley prepared to unleash her fury upon the twins, she was taken aback to see only George emerge from the vehicle. He stumbled forward, bloodied and disheveled. The words of reprimand died on her lips as she gasped in horror, enveloping George in her arms. "George, what has happened to you? Where is Fred? Where is Loya?" "It's not my blood, it's Fred's. We got separated," he spoke in a tremulous voice, his words tumbling forth in disarray. "I shouldn't have taken them to the circus. I never anticipated it would turn out like this. There was also a muggle there." Mrs. Weasley, overwhelmed with anxiety, covered her mouth in shock, while Mr. Weasley attempted to soothe her distress. Moody, agitated, exclaimed, "The circus at the fairground is filled with dangerous creatures. Do you children have any idea how perilous it is?" Snape coldly interrupted their exchange. "Where is the fairground?" The once vibrant gathering of wizards had devolved into a scene of chaos, with attendees scrambling to escape as the magical barrier shielding them from the rain was shattered by the muggle. Loya dragged the battered Fred into a desolate ruin, his abdomen bleeding profusely, with a deep gash near his temple that is likely to leave a scar, perhaps allowing the Weasley twins to distinguish him in the future. Had she not urgently pushed the twins aside moments ago, Fred's head would have likely bid farewell to his body. Loya began to question whether she possessed the unfortunate fate of being a harbinger of death, akin to Conan. As they fled the confines of the tent, the crowd dispersed chaotically. Fred was in dire need of medical attention, and she found herself unaware of George's whereabouts. If he had any semblance of intelligence, he would have returned to their humble abode to summon assistance. Loya possessed no broom. Even if she did, she could not possibly carry the injured and unconscious Fred, who was a head taller than herself, away from this place. She tore a strip from her garment to bind Fred's wound at his abdomen in a futile attempt to staunch the bleeding. In that moment, she bitterly lamented her inability to wield a healing spell, forced instead to resort to clumsy measures to stem the flow of blood. Loya brandished his wand, murmuring softly as ethereal mist enveloped Fred, shrouding him in darkness, ensuring he would remain undetected by the lurking Murmurin above, who was wreaking havoc like a demolition crew. Loya was aware that Murmurin was in search of her, perhaps as the research paper suggested. Murmurin and her kind repelled one another with mutual disdain. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, discomfort washed over her. The boy transformed into Murmurin had already taken notice of her, prompting Loya to swiftly distance herself from Fred's hiding place, lest the repercussions of their encounter ensnare him. Murmurin charged towards her with a furious roar, and she raised her wand bound with tape. Water prison. When Snape and his companions arrived at the wizarding market, the desolate scene before them left them momentarily stupefied. The ground lay entirely uprooted, and the buildings leaned precariously. This was the extent of Murmurin's destructive power, an existence that the Ministry of Magic was determined to eradicate. George had been forcibly kept at home by Mrs. Weasley. Snape looked up at Murmurin, who was drawing out his wand, when a girl's voice echoed from afar. Water prison. The surrounding rainwater, guided by Loya's wand, converged into a massive, swirling sphere of water, ensnaring Murmurin within its confines. Moody and Mr. Weasley gazed in astonishment at the diminutive figure. It was widely known that this was one of Dumbledore's spells. How could a mere child wield such advanced water magic? Trapped within the water prison, Murmurin thrashed violently, attempting to break free from his watery confines. Loya held her breath, fully concentrating on controlling the water prison. The advanced magic was indeed formidable. She could feel the water prison voraciously siphoning her magical energy through her wand. A crisp cracking sound echoed in her ears as fissures appeared on the wand, extending from the tip to the palm of her hand. Snape noticed as the girl's wand suddenly erupted with sparks before shattering. How could a child's wand withstand such powerful magic as the water prison? Snape's expression tightened as he hurried towards her, raising his voice to command, "Find a place to hide. I will come to you immediately." The heavy rain blurred his vision, rendering Loya unable to discern who was speaking or what was being said. Suddenly, a figure broke free from the restraints of the water prison, charging madly towards Loya. In response, the girl transformed into a counterpart, rushing to meet her adversary. And the two figures, now identical, roared as they clashed. The violent shockwaves sent Snape's robes billowing, preventing him from opening his eyes. No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. One of these entities was troublesome enough, and now there were two, engaged in combat. The more pressing concern was which of these entities was Loya Grindelwald. The only one who had previously encountered the counterpart Loya had been Moody, who was now being questioned by Mr. Weasley. Rarely flustered, Moody appeared anxious, exclaiming, "These two mists look identical, dark as they are. How am I to know which one is the girl?" Mr. Weasley replied, "What do we do now? We must find a way to subdue them before Fudge's people arrive. To separate them and take her away from here." Subdue them? Separate them? Easier said than done. Are we to attack both at once? That girl is undoubtedly Grindelwald's and may even be Dumbledore's. As Moody and Mr. Weasley argued, Snape remained fixated on the movements of the two entities. He observed that after their initial fierce struggle, both were now showing signs of diminished speed and explosive power, indicating that the hosts were gradually exhausting their strength. In a moment of red-eyed fury, the two entities crashed into one another, presenting Snape with an opportune moment to intervene. After a brief hesitation, he raised his wand and cast Curse of the Unseen. A series of flashes erupted as Snape's magic struck both entities simultaneously, engaged in their deadly skirmish. The two had not noticed Snape's action and consequently absorbed the full brunt of the spell. Mr. Weasley and Moody stared at him in disbelief. "Snape, have you lost your mind? How could you do such a thing? Since you cannot act, then be silent. Unless you wish to watch her be sent to the Ministry's death chair." The two entities crashed heavily to the ground, their enveloping dark substance beginning to dissipate. Loya tumbled to the ground, her ire manifesting in a torrent of vitriol. "Which scoundrel dares to conspire against me?" As she rotated her bloodshot eyes, she discerned a blurred figure ahead, wielding a wand, mistaking the individual for an envoy from the Ministry of Magic. "You shall pay for this," Loya muttered, seething with indignation. Snape approached Loya, who lay on the ground still spewing vitriol. As he crouched down to assess her injuries, he noticed that Loya clutched a small fragment of her wand, pointing it menacingly at him. Snape inquired, "What now?" "Loyal, transformation spell." Subsequently, according to eyewitnesses, Snape was transformed into a magical creature known as a Niffler. Miss Grindelwald exhibited remarkable talent in transfiguration, while Mr. Weasley and Moody spent a considerable amount of time restoring Snape to his original form. At St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, a nurse opened the window, allowing sunlight to stream in. The young girl in the hospital bed had both her right arm and leg encased in plaster, and her neck was wrapped in layers of bandages. Loya felt as if she had been wrapped like a mummy. During her days in the hospital, her existence revolved solely around eating and sleeping, rendering her more lethargic than a salted fish. The doctor, armed with a wand, circled around her for an examination. Her recovery appeared promising. Professor Snape would come by in the afternoon for another assessment. This patient was indeed special, although she was hospitalized at St. Mungo's. Her primary care was entrusted to the esteemed potions master from Hogwarts, who was responsible for supplementary treatment and the management of her daily needs. The doctor earnestly stated, "Please do not hesitate to call upon us if you require anything. Could I trouble you for a wheelchair?" She replied, her voice hoarse and alarming, barely resembling her original tone due to her throat injury. Loya approached the reception desk in her wheelchair and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please tell me in which ward Fred Weasley is located?" The newly arrived nurse, Mary, appeared somewhat unfamiliar with the hospital. She nervously responded, "Please hold on a moment." Loya observed as Mary placed her hand above the patient registry, casting a spell to search. The pages began to turn of their own accord, fluttering without the slightest breeze. Another elderly nurse interrupted her. There is no need to search. Weasley is not at St. Mungo's. The Weasley family could hardly bear the financial burden of St. Mungo's medical expenses. Loya gazed at her in astonishment. The elderly nurse continued, Miss, are you aware that you are residing in the finest ward of St. Mungo's? Do you realize the exorbitant cost of your medical expenses? The average wizard could scarcely afford such fees. Headmaster Dumbledore has graciously covered the entirety of your expenses. Both nurses perceived a profound connection between Loya and Dumbledore, and thus treated her with utmost kindness. Loya harbored some concerns for Fred. Had she possessed an owl, she could have sent word. Observing her troubled countenance, the elderly nurse sought to reassure her, stating that there was no need for worry, as she could trust that the Weasleys would manage splendidly on their own. Upon her return to the ward, she encountered a dark-haired man clad in black robes who had been waiting for some time. Snape, adopting a serious tone, addressed her, Miss Grindelwald, I believe I previously indicated that you were still in recovery and should refrain from wandering. To which she retorted, you only said I couldn't walk. Not that I couldn't glide about in a wheelchair. Aware that she was poised to engage in yet another verbal spar with him, Snape opted for silence. Ever since he had simultaneously employed magic to subdue two of her assailants, the injured Miss Grindelwald had developed a considerable grievance against him, persistently seeking to provoke him. Snape opened the medicine cabinet, removed the bandage from her throat, and gently cupped her chin with his hand, tilting his head to meticulously inspect her wounds. Even he could not help but marvel at the potency of the Grindelwald lineage, as the speed of her recovery was truly remarkable. Loya began to lament when my voice would finally recover, for it now rasped like that of an elderly woman. In a few days, I shall be healed. Severus meticulously dressed the wound with salve, rewrapping it with bandages, before retrieving a vial of potion from the apothecary cabinet. This concoction was designed to suppress the tumultuous stirrings of the Mermorian. Each day, after attending his potions class at Hogwarts, he would hasten to St. Mungo's hospital in the afternoon. Ostensibly, he was there to treat her external injuries. In truth, he had been entrusted by Dumbledore to develop a potion to subdue Miss Grindelwald's affliction. Loya accepted the potion, the purple liquid in the vial still bubbling as she pinched her nose and gulped it down. It was utterly revolting. At that moment, Nurse Mary entered with dinner. The nurse who usually attended to Loya had been called away, and Mary had been asked to deliver the meal. Unfamiliar with Professor Snape, Mary mistakenly assumed he was Loya's parent. Seeing such a sweet and charming child so gravely injured filled her with indignation. Sir, as a parent, how could you neglect your child and allow her to suffer such severe harm? Snape was taken aback. I believe you've misunderstood. Just as he began to clarify, Loya, with tears welling in her eyes, pitifully tugged at Snape's sleeve. Daddy, I miss you so much. Snape replied, Father, do you remember the summer lotus by Daming Lake? Snape's lips twitched. Miss Grindelwald, I must ask you to mind your words. I am not married. Mary, horrified, covered her mouth. Illegitimate child? With a dark expression, Snape stated, I am neither married, nor do I have any offspring. Loya embraced Snape with the ferocity of a bear, exclaiming, Oh, Father, do you no longer want me? As Loya spoke, she wiped away tears that were non-existent. Mary exclaimed, Scoundrel! Snape, wishing to pry away the octopus-like embrace, hesitated as he glanced down at the arm still encased in plaster that clung to his waist. He compelled himself to endure. Once the astonished onlookers, including Mary, departed, Snape's expression darkened, and his voice grew even more somber. Are you satisfied now, Miss Grindelwald? Loya released his grip, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Snape, having tidied up the potion box, observed Loya reclining like a landowner with his legs crossed, gesturing towards his arm encased in plaster. Then pointing to the food container on the bedside. His expression plainly conveyed, I am the patient. Your magic has injured me, so hurry and attend to my needs. Snape forced himself to maintain composure, striving for calm. Lacking experience in caring for the ill, he picked up the utensils and awkwardly offered a small spoonful of pumpkin porridge towards Loya's mouth. Loya let out a gasp. It's scalding. Professor, you are undoubtedly seeking revenge on me. Snape's expression darkened further. He took another spoonful, gently blowing on it before bringing it to her lips. This time, Miss Grindelwald finally refrained from provoking him. With great reluctance, Snape managed to feed her an entire bowl of pumpkin porridge, a task that felt interminable. After tidying up the potion kit, Loya waved her little hand to usher him away. A flicker of anxiety stirred within Snape as he crossed his arms and said earnestly, Miss Grindelwald, I am aware of your considerable grievances against me. I implore you to comprehend the circumstances at that moment. The disturbance you caused alongside another individual had already drawn the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Had I not intervened promptly to separate you, you would have faced the death penalty upon their arrival. Loya turned her head, reluctant to admit that he had a point, leaving her momentarily speechless. At that time, Snape found himself in a predicament. In order to separate them, he had no choice but to simultaneously confront both parties and swiftly escort her to St. Mungo's hospital. Snape opened another suitcase and extracted a squirming, fluffy creature, placing it upon Loya's bed. This is the Niffler that Professor Dumbledore gifted you. Once you reach the appropriate age for enrollment, it shall accompany you as your pet, he stated. Snape harbored little fondness for the creature, unable to forget how Loya had recently transformed him into a Niffler with her spell. Look, it's a Psyduck, Loya exclaimed, embracing the Niffler and affectionately rubbing its fur. She had adored Nifflers while watching magical creature films and had longed for one since her arrival. However, she couldn't help but think that the creature resembled Psyduck from the animated Pokémon series she had watched in her childhood. Snape sighed. It is indeed a Niffler, not a poultry. During her hospital stay, Loya often mused that Snape would be well suited as an instructor in the Muggle world, meticulously overseeing every aspect of her care. You cannot go outside. You must finish every drop of your potion. This is prohibited. That is prohibited, he dictated, leaving no room for leniency. Loya, ever defiant, frequently challenged him, and an air of tension often lingered between them. At times, she wondered if Snape still harbored resentment over her use of the transformation spell upon him. Oh, and let us not forget how she had publicly branded him with the false persona of a father who had abandoned his daughter, resulting in the peculiar glances exchanged between the nurses whenever he came to treat her. In summary, the initial dynamic between the two was anything but harmonious, until one fateful day. In the dead of night, Loya felt a burning sensation in her throat, accompanied by an unbearable itch at her wound, yet she resisted the urge to scratch it. At dawn the following day, she removed the bandage herself, only to discover that her throat had healed and her voice had returned. Elated, she took the rare initiative to greet Snape, who came to change her dressing. "Hello, Professor, my voice is back." Snape's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your voice?" His words trembled as he suddenly grasped her shoulders, and Loya could feel his hands shaking. Long-buried memories were awakened, conjuring the image of the Eastern girl from the Goblet of Fire, who told him, "Trust me, you will one day become a remarkable master of potions." Snape gazed intently into Loya's eyes, searching for even a glimmer of the Goblet girl's essence. However, aside from her voice, this body bore no resemblance to her former self. Her appearance was utterly different. He lowered his eyes in despair, mocking himself for clinging to impossible hopes after all these years. He watched helplessly as the goblet was destroyed by the unforgivable curse, its flames gradually extinguishing. In his youth, he had stumbled into the headmaster's office, clutching the shattered pieces of the goblet, pleading with Dumbledore to save it. Dumbledore merely sighed and shook his head, his aged voice lamenting that the soul of the goblet was already lost. Returning to the present, he noticed Loya's bewildered expression, questioning what had become of her voice. Loya unexpectedly observed a glimmer of unmasked anguish on the perpetually indifferent and stern visage of Snape. "It's nothing. Your voice resembles that of an old friend of mine. I apologize for startling you." That friend was no longer among the living. Loya pondered the identity of Snape's friend. Did he truly have any? Could it possibly be Lily? On that very day, Snape sat for an entire night before the cupboard in Spinner's End, his palm pressed painfully against his forehead, as tormenting memories replayed incessantly in his mind. Since that fateful day, Snape's demeanor towards her had undergone a complete transformation. She spent her days in a wheelchair, aimlessly wandering the hospital garden, covertly coaxing the nurses into procuring the Muggle snacks that Snape had strictly forbidden. He was fully aware, yet chose to remain silent, allowing her indulgences, though he maintained his characteristic air of aloofness. With no one to rein her in, Loya grew increasingly audacious, even neglecting to return for her dressing changes at the appointed times. Snape patiently awaited her return, remaining composed and refraining from reproaching her for her behavior. In light of Snape's sudden shift in attitude, Loya felt disinclined to provoke him further, and at last, they managed to coexist amicably. Fresh from her discharge, Loya stood in Spinner's End, her ominous predictions once again proving true, in order to facilitate the development of a potion to counteract the subtle malaise. Dumbledore had entrusted Snape with the role of her temporary guardian. Loya and Snape were locked in a silent stare. You can't possibly intend to be my father, Loya asked. Her voice tinged with skepticism. The creature perched on her shoulder, known as a niffler, cast a questioning glance as well. Miss Grindelwald, you are overthinking this. Snape explained with remarkable patience, indicating that once Loya managed to control her silence, he would no longer be involved in her affairs. Lacking experience in childcare, Snape had somehow acquired a house elf to attend to Loya's needs. On that particular day, Snape busied himself in his chamber concocting potions, while from the adjacent room, a cacophony of clattering noises emerged intermittently. Snape's expression remained unfazed until the sounds crescendoed, spilling from Loya's room into the living area, eventually encroaching upon the threshold of his own chamber. Upon opening the door, Snape tilted his head just in time to evade a flurry of flying plates and cutlery. The entrance and living space lay in disarray, strewn with a myriad of gleaming objects, shattered dishes, disassembled clock hands, and toppled candlesticks. The instigator of this chaos, the Niffler, stood at the forefront, brandishing a candlestick in its right hand while its left struggled to cram sparkling plates into its pocket. Its abdomen appeared to be imbued with some form of spatial magic, capable of accommodating an endless array of items. Loya was gripping the leg of the Niffler, attempting to wrest the candlestick away. Both she and the creature exchanged awkward glances at Snape, as Loya's mind conjured images of herself and the Niffler being cast out of their home by Snape, forced to wander the streets, enduring the elements. Relying on the Niffler's street performances for sustenance, the house elf trembled in the background, having diligently cleaned the room. Yet the Niffler's destructive tendencies had left the space in utter disarray. Snape's gaze swept over them before he stepped over the scattered debris and proceeded to his study, retrieving the necessary potion ingredients, then returning to close the door with seamless efficiency, as if oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. The house elf finally exhaled in relief. During her stay at Snape's residence, Loya had discovered that he had adopted a completely laissez-faire approach towards her. She lived unencumbered, enjoying the freedom to awaken at her leisure, even lingering in bed for an entire day, while the house elf respectfully prepared her meals at all times. As long as Loya refrained from demolishing the roof or setting the mountains ablaze, Snape would remain indifferent. He often ventured out, sometimes disappearing for several days, rendering him more of an ornament than a guardian. Upon realizing their master's neglect, the Niffler grew increasingly audacious, extending its mischief to the neighbors, digging holes in their yard and bullying the local cats and dogs, committing acts of mischief without remorse. This continued until one day, an irate neighbor knocked vehemently on Snape's door. Diamond, with a fierce expression, exclaimed that his vegetable garden had been riddled with holes, the plants uprooted and strewn about, with even the cabbages stolen. Loya cautiously peeked out from behind Snape. Diamond, in a fit of anger, pointed an accusatory finger at Loya, exclaiming that it must be that prickly little creature of yours causing the mayhem. Snape shot a glacial glare at Diamond, prompting him to involuntarily take several steps back. Upon hearing the neighbor's accusation, Loya gazed down at Sniffles. Sniffles had a penchant for glimmering objects, so it seemed unlikely that he had pilfered vegetables. However, Sniffles, with his tiny paws, delved into his bag and, before the eyes of all present, extracted a vibrant green cabbage, taking a hearty bite. Loya, taken aback, wore an expression of shock as he angrily seized Sniffles, shaking him vigorously. An array of cabbages and various sparkling treasures tumbled out of Sniffles' bag, scattering everywhere. Loya was utterly speechless. Has the allure of glittering objects ceased to satisfy you? You have resorted to pilfering even the vegetable scraps from your neighbor. Diamond fixed his gaze upon Loya and Sniff, having caught them red-handed, eager to witness their attempts at evasion. Severus said nothing. He merely tossed the money at Diamond's feet and in a frigid tone inquired if that was sufficient. Diamond picked up the money, counted it, and, unable to articulate further, hurriedly departed. Severus cast a sidelong glance at the instigator, Sniff, who shivered and clung tightly to Loya's leg, exuding a sense of security from his master, acknowledging his mistake this time while still harboring intentions of future audacity. Severus, disinterested, returned to his potions lab, engrossed in concocting brews. However, even Severus had his limits. One fateful day, Sniff ventured into Severus's potion chamber and shattered a new formula that Severus had painstakingly developed for Loya. In a moment of exasperation, Severus drew his wand, casting a hanging charm that left Sniff suspended before the fireplace, roasting. Sniff gazed up with pitiful eyes, pleading for his master's mercy. Loya felt it was time to learn a lesson, lest she torment her roommate in the dormitory after enrollment. If placed in the same room as Hermione, given Hermione's temperament, she would likely find herself overwhelmed by the incessant chatter. Months passed, and Loya had grown taller. Snape had never skimped on her food, clothing, and shelter, proving to be a diligent temporary guardian in that regard. The long-anticipated day of receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter finally arrived, albeit in a manner different from her expectations. She received 2 letters of acceptance, one from Hogwarts and another from Durmstrang. Durmstrang? Was he at the school renowned for teaching dark magic? Just as 2 owls were about to soar through the window to deliver the letters, they collided mid-flight. The narrow window could hardly accommodate both owls flapping their wings simultaneously. The clumsy owls struggled to rise, each attempting to grasp the letter, only to crash into one another once more. The owls, now irate, saw the Durmstrang owl launch the first attack on the Hogwarts owl, and the 2, forgetting their primary duties, immediately engaged in a pecking skirmish. The windowsill became a tumultuous scene, with feathers strewn about as the owls flailed. Curious neighbors leaned out of their windows to observe the commotion. Loya picked up 2 acceptance letters that had been forgotten on the ground by the owls and separated 2 feisty owls that were pecking at each other. Both envelopes were crafted from thick parchment, and the first bore the image of a griffin, easily identifiable as the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Loya opened the envelope, discovering 2 letters with similar content, informing her of her acceptance and enclosing a list of essential supplies for new students. Being accepted by 2 esteemed magical academies left her momentarily in a quandary regarding her choice. The original text provided scant details about Durmstrang, leaving her with the sole understanding that the institution was renowned for its instruction in dark magic. In contrast, aligning herself with the protagonist-esque group appeared to be the most prudent decision, as long as unforeseen circumstances did not arise. The protagonists were destined to survive until the end. Should she opt for Durmstrang, it was likely that Snape would be compelled by Dumbledore to resign from his teaching position and accompany him to the borders of Norway and Sweden. Although she had sought Snape's counsel regarding her school selection, he had graciously permitted her the freedom to choose without interference. Ultimately, she declined the invitation from Durmstrang and chose Hogwarts instead. The next step involved preparing the list of supplies for new students. Snape accompanied her to Diagon Alley to procure all the necessary textbooks and miscellaneous items. Now, the only item left to acquire was her wand. Loya followed Snape to Ollivander's wand shop, which appeared small and dilapidated. The proprietor, Ollivander, was busy organizing the boxes of wands on the shelves. Upon noticing their entrance, he descended from his ladder, his gaze flitting curiously between Snape and Loya. Subsequently, he retrieved a box of wands from the thousands of paper boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling and handed it to Loya. It measured 12 inches, crafted from walnut, with a unicorn hair core. "Give it a swish to test," he instructed. Loya took hold of the wand, preparing to test its efficacy. She selected a minor spell that would cause minimal disruption to the shop. Loya grasped the niffler in his left hand, directing the tip of his wand towards it. And with a gentle flick, he cast the transfiguration spell. The niffler transformed into a balloon, floating gracefully upward. Although the spell was successfully executed, Loya experienced considerable discomfort as the magical energy coursed through his wand, akin to a network experiencing interference. "This one won't do," Ollivander remarked, shaking his head, and retrieved another wand from the shelf. "Let us try this one." Luoya waved at the creature in the sky, and it transformed into a ball, falling to the ground. Nevertheless, Luoya felt that the process of casting with the wand was rather awkward. "Let us give this another try." Loya waved the wand once more, and the flow of magic felt relatively smooth. The wand held great significance for a wizard, and Loya resolved to attempt advanced magic with it. Water prison. A colossal sphere of water materialized in the air, yet in an instant, the wand shattered from tip to tail. "My apologies, Mr. Ollivander," Loya said, bowing in embarrassment. Although Ollivander was somewhat astonished that a child could wield advanced magic, he took a moment to respond. "It's quite all right, my child. Your magical power is beyond what a typical wand can withstand. Allow me to search again, rest assured. You will find a wand suited to you in my shop." Ollivander displayed no signs of impatience. He climbed back up the ladder, rummaging through his collection, occasionally murmuring to himself, "This one won't do, nor will this one." Loya could not resist stepping into the shelf brimming with wand boxes. At that moment, an entire row of wands unexpectedly collapsed in a disarray, leaving only one box of wands lying in the most inconspicuous corner. Ollivander, momentarily taken aback, marveled at the rare occurrence. It has chosen you personally. He retrieved the wand box, revealing that the core of the wand is the spine of a wizard. Loya could not suppress a shiver. Is it possible to craft a wand core from human bones? Snape's brow furrowed deeply. The use of human bones in wand making was strictly forbidden in the wizarding world. Suddenly, Ollivander's gaze sharpened as he revealed that the wand core was ground from the vertebrae of dark wizards. Loya felt a sense of unease and could not help but quietly inquire. Surely you are not excavating graves and dissecting corpses to extract their spinal columns for wand cores? Are you not afraid of encountering spirits? Loya, however, prudently suppressed the final remark. He then extended the wand to Loya. The moment Loya grasped the wand, an icy chill coursed through her body, emanating from the wand itself. Tendrils of black smoke oozed from it, creeping up her arm. Instinctively, she attempted to release her grip. Yet the wand clung to her hand as if it were bound to her. The surroundings began to warp, transforming into a shadowy cellar, where Severus, Snape, and Ollivander had vanished. The walls of the cellar were constructed from piled stones, and under the dim, yellow candlelight, 2 Muggle sailors were bound to chairs bristling with spikes. The cruel points pierced their limbs, and blood pooled around their ankles, converging in a magical circle on the ground. A wizard clad in a long black robe approached, seemingly passing through Loya's very being, as if her presence was utterly invisible to him. His hood obscured much of his face, rendering his expression unreadable. He raised his wand, and a green light shot toward the sailors, eliciting their anguished screams. The magical circle beneath them glowed with an eerie green light as their bodies began to contort grotesquely, their features collapsed, skin and bones splintering. As they morphed from human into Dementors, the dark-robed wizard grinned maliciously, directing his wand toward another Muggle. Loya found his hand rising uncontrollably, brandishing the wand towards another Muggle bound to the execution chair. "I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to become such a monster." The wand of the dark-robed wizard emitted a flash of green light. The wand of Loya emitted a burst of green light. The dark-robed sorcerer uttered, "Avada Kedavra." Loya, Avada Kedavra. Her green light pierced through the sailor's body, traversing the illusion, and collided forcefully with Ollivander's counter. The wooden surface, along with the wall, was blasted open, creating a massive hole. "Awaken. You have been beguiled by this wand." The surrounding illusions vanished in an instant, leaving Loya bewildered as she gazed at the face before her. Snape anxiously supported her head, urging her to regain consciousness, warning her that it was tempting her to invoke the unforgivable curse. As the room bore the mark of the Avada Kedavra's devastation, Ollivander's voice resonated with excitement. "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. You are a perfect match for it." Snape felt a surge of irritation. The moment Loya grasped the wand, her eyes became hollow, as if her soul had been stripped away. No matter how he called out to her, she remained unresponsive. Astonishingly, she had wielded the wand to cast a forbidden spell, an incantation far beyond the capabilities of a mere child. Snape stepped forward, his gaze icy, and demanded of Ollivander, "Whose spine is the core of this wand?" Ollivander's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening. "Ectus, the creator of the Dementors. You dare to select such a perilous wand for a child. It chose her. It has lain dormant here for centuries." The two began to quarrel, while Loya, intrigued, inquired, "Who is Ectus?" Snape glanced at her. A dark wizard who resided on Azkaban Island in the 15th century. He delighted in abducting passing sailors and Muggles, tormenting them with torturous devices and dark magic, transforming them into Dementors. "You cannot wield this wand. It is far too dangerous for you." Snape seized the wand from Loya's grasp and tossed it to Ollivander. Yet, Loya felt an extraordinary connection to the wand. Although she had no knowledge of how to cast the Avada Kedavra curse, the moment she touched it, the incantation flowed from her effortlessly. Despite the inherent danger, Loya yearned to possess it. "No," Snape replied, his expression resolute in disapproval. Loya scoffed coldly within, pondering how a child might acquire a cherished toy from an adult, typically through a trifecta of weeping, wailing, and desperate measures. Observing the malicious glint in Loya's eyes, Snape felt a flicker of unease in his eyelid. Suddenly, Loya lunged at Snape, exclaiming, "Father, buy it for me." Audley Fan was astonished, his face reflecting disbelief. "So this is your relationship?" Sniff joined in the commotion, raising his hand enthusiastically to signal for purchases. Snape, feeling a headache coming on, pushed Roya's head away and gritted his teeth, conceding to buy it. Ultimately, Under Snape's insistence, he purchased for Roya a rather common dragon heartstring wand. He then solemnly laid down 3 rules. No magic should be performed with the bone wand. This wand must not be taken to Hogwarts. And she must use the dragon heartstring wand for her studies. However, Roya merely let the words flow in one ear and out the other, concealing the bone wand within her suitcase. Loya was awakened by the sound of knocking. Severus had departed early for Hogwarts to teach. Groggy and clad in her nightgown, Loya made her way to the door. Outside stood a tall, slender man, draped in a silver fur coat ill-suited for the season, with a goatee that curled at the tips. He scrutinized Loya from head to toe, eagerly proclaiming, "Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang Institute. You must be Miss Grindelwald. Am I correct?" Loya nodded, courteously inviting Karkaroff into the house. The house elf had already prepared tea for the two of them. Loya observed that although Karkaroff wore a smile upon his face, his eyes betrayed no trace of mirth. Karkaroff took a sip of tea, revealing his yellowed teeth. "We have received a response from Miss Grindelwald. You have declined the invitation to attend Durmstrang. I apologize, but I have made preparations to enroll at Hogwarts." "Miss Grindelwald, we believe that in comparison to Hogwarts, Durmstrang offers a plethora of courses in dark magic, which would be more suitable for a student of your exceptional talents, allowing you to fully harness your abilities." Loya was perplexed. It was quite unusual for Karkaroff to personally make a trip for the sake of recruitment. Karkaroff employed a minor spell, causing a series of diminutive black leather tomes to emerge from his sleeve. The books landed upon the table before Yam, gradually enlarging and stacking themselves in an orderly fashion. These were the dark magic textbooks from Durmstrang, a gift from Miss Grindelwald. You may peruse them before deciding whether to accept our school's invitation. Loya cast a glance at the tome, its cover fashioned from black sheepskin, and curiously leafed through its pages. The titles included Fundamentals of Dark Magic, The Self-Cultivation of Dark Wizards, and a compendium penned by the professors of Durmstrang detailing 100 dark spells to defeat white wizards and overcome Dumbledore. The latter texts were rather uninspired, mere indulgences of their authors. Loya did not believe that any wizard from Durmstrang could possibly vanquish Dumbledore at present. Ultimately, she opened a textbook on alchemy, where the recipes alone would likely terrify timid young witches and wizards, ingredients such as the nails of a female corpse and the entrails of a black goat. The accompanying illustrations were equally macabre. The page she turned to depicted the process of extracting corpse oil from a cadaver using fire magic. Loya turned another page, the content detailing the resurrection of individuals slain by the death curse. Loya's interest was piqued as she glanced at the content. Yet it was regrettable that it bore no connection to resurrection whatsoever. By employing dark magic to imprison a person's soul within a corpse, it transforms into a soulless, mindless automaton, while the body continues to decay. Loya could not help but murmur to herself, questioning whether the textbooks from Durmstrang would truly cast a psychological shadow over the younger students. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Snape had returned, and the house elf hurriedly took his cumbersome coat as he entered. Upon stepping into the room, Snape immediately spotted the uninvited guest, Karkaroff, and then glanced at Loya, who was lounging in her pajamas, engrossed in a book on dark magic. He frowned slightly, and with a flick of his wand, the black cloak hanging in the living room floated down, wrapping around Loya like a parcel. In the dimly lit room, a shadow fell over Loya as she expressed her frustration. With a sigh of exasperation, the tome of dark magic sprawled upon the table closed itself, returning to Karkaroff. "What brings you here?" Snape inquired, his demeanor far from amiable. Karkaroff, like Snape, was a Death Eater, albeit he displayed a lack of unwavering loyalty to Voldemort, often swaying with the winds of fortune. Nonetheless, the sudden appearance of a fellow Death Eater beside Loya put Snape on high alert. Karkaroff donned a mask of feigned sincerity, suggesting, "Let us converse." The two turned and made their way to the study, while Loya watched their figures depart. At that moment, a house elf approached, bowing respectfully. "Miss, it would be prudent to change out of your nightwear. It is quite improper." In her previous life, Loya was a boarding student from 2022, and it was quite common for the girls in the dormitory to wear pajamas while heading downstairs to fetch takeout, a notion she found entirely unremarkable. In the study, Snape wore an icy expression, declaring that she would not attend Durmstrang, so there was no need for unnecessary efforts. Karkaroff shrugged dramatically, exclaiming, "She is a descendant of Grindelwald. Such formidable bloodline wasted on studying white magic at Hogwarts is utterly preposterous. Should she choose Durmstrang, she would undoubtedly become a fearsome dark wizard. Karkaroff grinned, adding, and besides, she is a silent one. The combination of her Grindelwald lineage with her reticence. Before Karkaroff could finish his sentence, Snape suddenly seized his collar, the coldness in his gaze deepening. You had better inform me of the source of your information. Do you have informants at Hogwarts? Intimidated by Snape's demeanor, Karkaroff forced himself to glare back. Miss Grindelwald will neither attend Durmstrang nor become a dark wizard. You should not interfere with her choices. While her parents or relatives may choose her school for her, you are merely her temporary guardian, and it is not your place to make such decisions. Karkaroff seemed to misunderstand, believing that Luoya's rejection of Durmstrang was at Snape's behest. Snape released his grip on Karkaroff's collar. If you wish to inquire about Miss Grindelwald's relatives, you may visit Nurmengard and ask Gellert Grindelwald. Karkaroff clicked his tongue in annoyance. Even though Gellert Grindelwald was imprisoned in Nurmengard, Karkaroff lacked the courage to approach him. Snape, with his arms crossed, spoke in a deep, powerful voice. Your desire to win over Miss Grindelwald is merely an attempt to secure a tool for your own survival. As one who has betrayed the Death Eaters by revealing their names upon capture, you fear their retribution. Karkaroff, unmasked, let out a muffled grunt, and the two parted ways on unfriendly terms. As the day of enrollment arrived, Luoya meticulously reviewed her checklist, ensuring that nothing was overlooked, and even fashioned a bow tie for her Niffler out of a scarf. Snape escorted her to King's Cross Station, where her suitcase and Niffler were piled onto a cart. Pointing at the wall before them, Snape carefully instructed her that the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 led directly to the platform, advising her not to be anxious. I am well aware, Luoya exclaimed excitedly. She had watched the scene in the film where Harry passed through the wall countless times. Loya took a deep breath and hurriedly pushed her cart through the wall. Beyond the barrier lay another platform, teeming with an ocean of people. The Hogwarts Express was docked at a platform filled with young wizards. The first few carriages were crowded with passengers, but Loya managed to navigate through the throng and finally found an empty compartment at the rear of the train. Loya nestled against the window, cradling the little creature affectionately. The spot by the window was undeniably the most comfortable, allowing her to gaze out at the bustling crowd below. Suddenly, the steam train emitted a resounding whistle as it began its journey. A handsome boy with dark hair politely knocked on the compartment door, inquiring, "May I sit here?" All the other compartments are occupied. Clad in a wizard's robe, he possessed an approachable demeanor, standing a head taller than Loya, indicating he was not a newcomer. Loya did not anticipate that before the trio arrived, the first to enter the private room would be a stranger from the unknown academy. However, Loya offered a gentle smile. The boy settled into the seat opposite her, adorned with a warm grin, and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Cedric Diggory, a third year from Hufflepuff." Cedric? Loya recalled him as the most outstanding student of the entire year, the Hogwarts champion in the Triwizard Tournament. She vaguely remembered his fated conclusion. His life eternally halted at the tender age of 17. Loya Grindelwald smiled in response. Cedric arranged his belongings and inadvertently noticed the Niffler nestled on Loya's lap. "Is this your pet? A Niffler?" he inquired with mild surprise, for it was indeed rare to see someone at Hogwarts keeping a Niffler as a pet. Loya nodded in agreement. "Such creatures are ill-suited for companionship," Cedric jested, remarking on their mischievous nature, boundless energy, and propensity for destruction, capable of turning a room into utter chaos, leaving the girls utterly helpless. Sho had learned its lesson. Having been suspended upside down before the fireplace by my family's professor for an entire day, and now it behaved with remarkable decorum. Cedric endeavored to envision the comical sight of Sho dangling in front of the hearth, unable to stifle a laugh. A charming woman passed by, pushing a cart brimming with treats. The saleswoman inquired of the children if they wished to purchase some snacks. Cedric procured a few goodies and kindly shared them with Loya. Loya gazed at the snacks in her arms, compelled to acknowledge Cedric's impeccable sense of gentlemanly decorum. He had deliberately selected snacks devoid of any grotesque flavors. He had skillfully bypassed the likes of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which could potentially taste of earwax or boogers, ensuring that the girls would not suffer embarrassment from such mischievous treats. Were it Fred and George in his stead? Loya shuddered to think of the grotesque transformations that might ensue from consuming the snacks they offered. Amidst the clamor in the train aisle, a bewildered first year inquired of a third-year Slytherin about the meaning of half-blood. The pure-blood Slytherin merely gestured with his chin toward a nearby Gryffindor, eliciting mockery from another Slytherin. They derided the Gryffindor, branding him as a filthy mudblood. Enraged, the Gryffindor brandished his wand, engaging in a scuffle with the two Slytherins that quickly escalated into a brawl spilling into the aisle. Cedric, alerted by the commotion, peeked into the corridor. The majority of the carriage was filled with first years, with only he and the few engaged in the altercation being third years. Given Cedric's character, it was inconceivable that he would remain indifferent to such an incident. Loya silently gazed towards the corridor, observing her silence. Cedric mistakenly believed that the brawl among the third-year students had frightened her. He attempted to soothe her anxiety, reassuring her with a gentle remark, "I'll go take a look. You stay here, I'll be back shortly." With that, Cedric stepped out of the compartment, pulling the door closed behind him. In the corridor, a third-year Gryffindor was facing off against two burly third-year Slytherins. The outnumbered Gryffindor appeared somewhat beleaguered, while the surrounding first years were filled with unease. Cedric approached, intervening in an effort to separate them and halt the escalating conflict. Upon recognizing Cedric as the peacemaker, the Gryffindor, despite his anger, lowered his wand out of respect. However, the two Slytherins remained unyielding, with one of them disdainfully shouting at Cedric, "What business is it of the Hufflepuffs?" Cedric lowered his voice. "Most of the passengers in this carriage are first years. You're frightening them." The Slytherin retorted, "Your house is either useless or a burden, no better than those mudbloods. Mind your own business." Yet, Cedric, with his inherently good-natured disposition, struggled to contain his emotions, his upbringing preventing him from resorting to violence. However, Loya's temperament was rather different. "Silence," came the voice of the girl behind Cedric. He turned to see Loya drawing her wand, casting a silencing spell that firmly sealed the lips of the third-year Slytherin. Loya wielded the dragon heartstring wand, which had been forcibly acquired by Snape, while the spine bone wand lay concealed within her suitcase. She was cautious in its use, fearing that the wand might spiral out of control, potentially unleashing chaos on the train. A boisterous third-year Slytherin discovered to his dismay that his upper and lower lips were firmly glued together, rendering him voiceless. Cedric gazed at Loya in astonishment. It was an unfathomable notion that a freshman would dare to employ spells against a third-year student. Loya remained composed and unperturbed, while the surrounding young wizards peered incredulously from their cubicles at her calm demeanor. Another Slytherin, feeling a loss of face, furiously aimed his wand at Loya, intent on casting a malevolent curse. However, Cedric, quick on the draw, swiftly extracted his wand and uttered Expelliarmus. The Slytherin's wand was sent flying from his grasp. Loya felt a sudden tug as Cedric's strong arm pulled her behind him. He furrowed his brow at the disarmed Slytherin, reproaching him for using dark curses against a first-year student, declaring such behavior excessively radical. At last, this farce had come to an end. The third-year Gryffindors cast grateful glances towards Loya and Cedric. In truth, Loya believed that even without her intervention, Cedric possessed ample ability to manage the situation. The commotion soon attracted the attention of others from nearby compartments. As they gathered, they beheld one Slytherin silenced by a spell, while another frantically searched for his dislodged wand. Two familiar red heads emerged from the crowd, eagerly greeting her with a cheerful "Hey, Loya." In unison, Fred and George enveloped Loya in a warm embrace, and she felt as if they had both grown significantly taller. The twins had finally ceased their game of Guess Who, as Fred now bore a prominent scar on his temple, allowing them to be distinguished at last. The two Slytherins, having been schooled by the first years, fled in humiliation. Brushing past the twins, Fred, casting a sidelong glance, remarked with a tone of schadenfreude, "As expected of you. Those two Slytherins are likely to be ridiculed for an entire academic year." George chimed in, "We knew you would receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Just a moment ago, we were searching for you in the front compartments, unaware that you were at the rear." Fred winked. "We have space in our compartment. Would you care to join us?" With an air of regret, Loya politely declined, feeling it would be quite impolite to abandon her newly acquainted friend Cedric for the sake of an old acquaintance. As she and Cedric returned to their compartment, a young girl with East Asian features knocked on the door. It was Autumn Zhang, a second-year student from Ravenclaw. "Is there still a seat available here?" she inquired subtly, though her gaze was entirely fixed upon Cedric. Cedric appeared unfamiliar with her, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. A figure as handsome, courteous, and humble as Cedric had undoubtedly garnered the admiration of many at the school, including Autumn Zhang, who blushed and smiled shyly at him. At that moment, two small figures dashed down the corridor, prompting Autumn to step aside to allow them passage. Harry and Ron excitedly entered the compartment. "Roya, long time no see," Harry exclaimed. "Fred and George said you were in the compartment at the back." He promptly took a seat beside his old friend Roya and introduced his newly met companion. "This is Ron." Ron's eyes widened in awe as he remarked, "You are the illustrious Loya Grindelwald? Fred and George just mentioned that you dealt a severe blow to the third-year Slytherins with the silencing charm." He plopped down into the last available seat. The compartment, accommodating only 4 individuals, now made them realize that the neglected Autumn was still standing at the door. Ron, taking a bite of the sandwich provided by Mrs. Weasley, mumbled indistinctly to Autumn, "There's no space left here. You might want to check other compartments." True to his reputation for lacking social finesse, Ron's blunt manner of dismissing her was rather unrefined. Autumn's face flushed with embarrassment as she cast another furtive glance at Cedric, who, feeling somewhat awkward under her gaze, shifted closer to the window. "Could you please make way?" came another girl's voice from behind Autumn. She stepped aside to let Hermione stride into the compartment, inquiring with her classic opening line, "Has anyone seen a toad?" A boy named Neville lost one. Hermione, taken aback by the unexpected presence of so many individuals in the compartment, was further astonished to spot the legendary Harry Potter and the esteemed third-year Cedric Diggory. Loya felt that her compartment was particularly lively today, filled with a throng of people. Within the cramped space, Harry was animatedly recounting his recent experiences, such as meeting a half-giant named Hagrid and encountering goblins at Gringotts. Ron, on the other hand, was dejected due to his unsuccessful attempt to cast a color-changing spell on Scabbers. Meanwhile, the mischievous Kneazle was chasing after Scabbers, intent on taking a bite. Hermione was eagerly trying to showcase her magical prowess in front of the older students, Cedric and Cho Chang, but her nerves got the better of her, resulting in a blunder. She tapped the cracked lens of her glasses with the tip of her wand, hoping to restore them to their original state. The first attempt yielded no results. Undeterred, she tried again. On the second attempt, her glasses sprouted 8 legs and scuttled off Harry's nose like a spider, causing chaos. Ron erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. She just claimed to have reviewed all the textbooks in advance, haha. Hermione shot Ron an irate glare. Luoya seized the 8-legged glasses that were scattered chaotically on the ground. In a certain sense, transforming glasses into 8 legs is quite an impressive feat. Loya placed Harry's unfortunate glasses before Hermione. She encouraged her, "You are too tense. Try once more, and you shall succeed." Hermione grasped her wand, took a deep breath, and once again touched the shattered lenses with her wand. In an instant, the broken glasses were restored to their former glory. Loya gently applauded, and Cedric joined in the applause and harmony. Hermione, lightly patting her racing heart, finally exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Loya. Without his encouragement, she might have endured the ridicule of the red-haired Weasley for an entire day. Harry donned his glasses, his vision sharpening, yet after a moment of perplexity, he hesitantly remarked, "What shall we do about the 8 legs of these glasses?" Luoya proposed, "In a moment. You should summon Hagrid to fetch a screwdriver to remove the excess 6 legs." Harry responded, "Oh." As night fell, the Hogwarts Express slowed its pace and finally came to a halt at the Hogsmeade station. Loya and her companions disembarked from the train, following the crowd. The first-year students gathered as Hagrid, bearing a lantern, called out to them. Spotting Harry, Hagrid's bearded face broke into a smile, but he soon began searching for another figure. He recalled Headmaster Dumbledore mentioning that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl was easily recognizable. In an instant, he located Loya, who was curiously observing her surroundings beside Harry. With a booming voice, he called out to her, "Miss Grindelwald?" Loya gazed upon the towering half-blood giant before her, who was enthusiastically greeting her. "Miss Grindelwald, you and Harry must stay close to me. We shall take a boat across the Black Lake." Loya, Harry, Ron, and Hermione cautiously boarded a small boat, which seemed to glide magically towards the castle. Upon disembarking, they approached the grand entrance of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Waiting patiently, Professor McGonagall led the first-year students into the hall. Inside, 4 long tables were set, each occupied by students from the respective houses. As Loya entered through the great doors, she noticed the warm, affectionate gaze of Professor Dumbledore fixed upon her. She returned a polite smile, which only deepened the kindness in Dumbledore's eyes. Harry observed a dark-haired, dark-clad professor staring at them from the staff table. Inquisitively, he asked, "Who is that watching us?" Hermione replied, "You don't know? He is the potions master." Ron interjected, his face pale with fear, recounting tales of the professor's notorious harshness, stating that he would detain students for the slightest infraction, seemingly existing solely to deduct points from other houses. Harry then pointed to an ancient stone goblet placed upon a pedestal in the hall, surrounded by an array of flowers. Curiously, he inquired about the goblet. Seeing Ron at a loss for words, Hermione proudly interjected, "I read about it in a history of Hogwarts. It is the Goblet of Fire, said to guard Hogwarts. It is rumored that many years ago, the goblet gained a soul and could speak and think like a human, even transforming into human form. However, as of now, the goblet does not possess any flames." She continued, "The history states that when Death Eaters invaded Hogwarts, the soul of the goblet perished alongside them. Its shattered remains have been preserved in the hall ever since." Loya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she listened to Harry and the others discuss the remnants of her former self. To make matters worse, she was confronted with the sight of her own remains treated as a treasured artifact, adorned with flowers and wreaths, sending a shiver down her spine. "I am not dead yet here are the wreaths," she thought, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Ron suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now." Fred and George mentioned that although the soul of the goblet is gone, its remains possess incredible powers. Hermione and Harry leaned in, intrigued, as Ron continued. There was a lower-year Gryffindor who was failing all his exams. He knelt before the broken goblet, pleading for it to help him pass, and miraculously, he did. After that, everyone began to bring flowers to the goblet to make wishes for their exams. Loya's lips curled in disdain as he vehemently dismissed the notion as mere feudal superstition. A baseless absurdity. What need is there to beseech the deities governing examinations? Why pay homage to the remains of my past self? Yet, Fred and George had indeed sought the favor of the Goblet of Fire and ultimately passed their potions final. Ron wore an expression that seemed to say, "You may not believe now, but once you have paid homage to the goblet, you will surely find it irresistible." Hermione could no longer contain herself and produced a piece of parchment to make her wish to the goblet. What considerations must one heed? Flowers, and what else? Hermione began diligently taking notes, while Harry listened intently, contemplating that should they fail their exams, they would certainly need to pay their respects to the remains of the goblet. "Loya, it is utterly futile to seek my corpse." At the Hufflepuff long table, Cedric's classmates gently patted his shoulder. "Cedric, which third-year Slytherin student did you mention you would teach a lesson on the train? Is it the one with the most striking golden hair and blue eyes?" Cedric remained transfixed, gazing at Loya, and nodded. "Do you think she will be sorted in a Hufflepuff?" Cedric chuckled softly, shaking his head. "She possesses remarkable magical talent. How could she possibly be sorted in a Hufflepuff? I wager she will be placed in Gryffindor." His classmates murmured, lamenting the loss. Following a speech from Dumbledore, he cautioned the new students that the Forbidden Forest was off-limits and announced the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "When I call your name, step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head and designate your house. Hermione Granger." Hermione whispered a nervous prayer, and Loya comfortingly patted her shoulder. As anticipated, Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor. Next was Ron, who was similarly placed in Gryffindor. Loya Grindelwald. In an instant, all eyes in the Great Hall were fixed upon her. For these students born in a time of peace, the mention of the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, held little significance. In their minds, the true embodiment of terror was Voldemort. Thus, when they heard the unfamiliar surname of Grindelwald, their reactions were muted. Conversely, the professors exhibited varying degrees of unease. Except for Snape, the other professors displayed a range of subtle expressions upon hearing the surname Grindelwald. Some appeared perplexed, others incredulous, and a few betrayed signs of fear. Professor Sybil Trelawney, from divination, seemed overly startled, retreating behind her chair and refusing to emerge, regardless of what was said. Professor McGonagall, witnessing Trelawney's distress, found herself at a loss for words. Loya sat quietly upon the chair as Professor McGonagall gently placed the sorting hat upon her head. Let me see," it mused. "You possess great courage and ambition. Your heart, though sometimes clouded, is not entirely tainted. This presents quite the challenge." Loya pondered. What on earth does it mean when one says that a bad heart is not truly bad? I am undeniably a person of integrity with sound principles. The sorting hat, in its enigmatic manner, claimed it was quite difficult. Indeed, exceedingly so, leaving me to contemplate which house would be most befitting for you. Loya was beset by an unsettling premonition as she cast a dubious glance at the sorting hat. Moments later, the hat exuberantly proclaimed, "Azkaban, Azkaban, Azkaban, burn Paris, burn Paris, Azkaban, Azkaban." Its voice reverberated through the silent hall, leaving the students exchanging bewildered glances. Suddenly, Dumbledore rose to his feet, his aged face betraying an unmistakable panic, while the professors bore expressions of fear and astonishment. She could hear Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts murmuring softly beside her. No wonder his last name is Grindelwald. Loya yearned to tear the Sorting Hat asunder. Suddenly, the Sorting Hat exuberantly exclaimed, Azkaban! 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 Burn Paris! Burn Paris! Azkaban! Loya calmly removed the Sorting Hat, gripping its throat tightly with both hands. She twisted it round and round, much like one would twist a strand of dough. Loya gritted her teeth and enunciated each word. Azkaban? Could you repeat that? Professor McGonagall gazed in astonishment at the new student who was so ruthlessly assaulting the Sorting Hat. She felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Loya Grindelwald for her egregious behavior. However, upon noticing the silent demeanor of Headmaster Dumbledore, who refrained from uttering a word, and the permissive attitude of the temporary guardian, Professor Snape, she found herself at a loss for words. The Sorting Hat, nearly on the verge of being twisted beyond recognition, whispered in a voice only audible to them, I apologize, dear cupmate. Let us converse amicably and refrain from violence, considering we once shared the confines of the headmaster's office. Loya released the twisted Sorting Hat. The beleaguered hat murmured, choose between Gryffindor and Slytherin. After a moment of contemplation, Loya decided to initially align herself with the protagonist group, as being in the same academy would prove more convenient. As for Slytherin, apart from Mafugaway, she couldn't even recall the names of the others. Loya decisively chose Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat, with a feeble voice, announced Gryffindor to the assembly. The long table of Gryffindor erupted in enthusiastic applause. Loya dashed towards the Gryffindor long table, where Fred and George sprang from their seats, joyfully high-fiving her in celebration. Dumbledore finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the Sorting Hat announced Azkaban, he nearly suffered a heart attack, fearing the child might stray onto a perilous path. The sorting ceremony proceeded. Professor McGonagall, holding a parchment, continued with the next name, Harry Potter. Harry, filled with trepidation, hesitated to step forward, fearful of being sorted into Slytherin, a place Ron described as inhabited by wicked wizards. Loya reassured him, and soon you shall inform the Sorting Hat that it was I who sent you to Gryffindor. Although Harry did not comprehend the meaning behind Loya's words, he ultimately summoned his courage and seated himself upon the chair. Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat upon his head, and upon recognizing Harry Potter, the hat perked up. Ah, quite courageous, eager to prove oneself. How intriguing. Where shall I place you? Harry clutched the edge of the stool, muttering softly to himself, Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. I wish to be in the same house as Loya. Really, have you given no thought to Slytherin? It could lead you to greatness, the hat inquired. Harry's anxiety intensified as he recalled Loya's earlier instructions. Loya told me to say that I must go to Gryffindor. I do not quite grasp your words, Harry exclaimed, his face a portrait of confusion, unable to decipher the Sorting Hat's discourse. The hat cleared its throat. Very well. Since she has made up your mind, then it shall be Gryffindor. Applause erupted from the Gryffindor table as Harry joyfully made his way towards them. Subsequently, Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast. Upon receiving Dumbledore's signal for service, the house elves in the kitchen conjured an array of delectable dishes that appeared mysteriously upon the long table. After indulging in the sumptuous feast, the first-year students, led by the prefects, traversed the staircase to their respective house dormitories. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a rather portly woman. The prefect uttered the password, and the little lions entered the Gryffindor common room. Percy guided the boys towards the left staircase while the girls ascended the right, leading them to their respective dormitories at the top of the stairs. Loya was about to ascend the staircase alongside the other girls when Percy courteously called out to her. Miss Grindelwald, your dormitory is not located over there. He gestured towards the third staircase in the lounge, which remained untouched. Puzzled, Loya stepped onto the stairs. Hermione Granger, you have been assigned to share a dormitory with Miss Grindelwald. In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor towards Loya, Percy's attitude towards Hermione shifted to one of notable indifference. Originally, Dumbledore had prepared a single room for Loya, but soon reconsidered, recognizing the importance of companionship and the opportunity for sharing one's thoughts during the formative years of childhood. It was all too easy for a child to develop lingering shadows from their youth, potentially leading them down a dark path, Tom Riddle being a prime example. Thus, Dumbledore meticulously selected Hermione Granger, a witch from a Muggle family, for inclusion on the list of prospective Hogwarts students. With a commendable background and a commendable character, Hermione did not exhibit any tendencies towards bullying. Drawing from his extensive experience, Dumbledore was confident that both Loya and Hermione would be sorted into Gryffindor, deeming her an ideal companion for Loya. Consequently, Loya's accommodation was changed to a double room, with Hermione assuming the role of her study partner and roommate. Dumbledore hoped that with a friend by Loya's side, she would navigate her growth without straying into darkness. The house elves delivered Loya and Hermione's luggage to their dormitory, which exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur, leaving Hermione somewhat taken aback. Without a doubt, Loya is a pureblood. It is indeed astonishing that she has been assigned to share a dormitory with Loya. After all, she was ridiculed by Draco Malfoy as a muggle born on the Hogwarts Express. In the Great Hall, she noticed that Professor Dumbledore was gazing affectionately at Loya, and she realized that her placement in the double dormitory was solely due to her connection with Loya. Loya settled her luggage and playfully bounced on the bed, creating a delightful ruckus. She caressed the deep crimson velvet drapes before diving into the cozy embrace of her blankets, engaging in a casual conversation with Hermione about the realms of magic and the mundane world. Among the compulsory subjects for first-year students at Hogwarts were transfiguration, charms, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, herbology, and flying. Professor McGonagall, the transfiguration instructor, was quite stern, and she quickly recognized Loya's exceptional aptitude for transformation spells. Despite Loya's rather impolite behavior during the sorting ceremony, she consistently excelled in her class, often being the first to transform animals into inanimate objects. However, it appeared that Loya herself was not particularly interested in transfiguration. Throughout Hogwarts, the most dreaded and least desired class was undoubtedly Professor Snape's potions workshop. Loya and Hermione regrettably arrived late to their very first potions class. The lesson was held in a subterranean classroom. Loya cautiously pushed the door open, with Hermione anxiously trailing behind him. A shadow loomed over them, and Loya and Hermione were caught red-handed by Snape. Loya, embracing the mindset that as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others, boldly waved at Snape, asking, "Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean to be late?" The classroom was remarkably silent, with Gryffindor casting sympathetic glances towards Loya and Hermione. Hermione, filled with trepidation, lowered her head and dared not speak, while Malfoy looked on with delight at their predicament. Snape's deep, dark eyes fixed on Loya, yet he uttered not a word. His gaze then shifted to Hermione, his expression turning cold and his tone exceedingly sharp. "Miss Granger, do you require a reminder to promptly enter the classroom, or shall you continue to stand there in a daze?" Hermione had no time to ponder why Snape reprimanded her and not Loya. She quickly clutched her bag and hurried to her seat. However, a more serious issue loomed at hand. Loya discovered that the seating arrangement in the potions classroom diverged from her hazy recollections of the film. The desks were arranged in two columns, with the two houses seated opposite each other across the aisle, embodying an air of mutual disdain. Presently, there was but one vacant seat remaining in Gryffindor and one in Slytherin. This meant that either Loya or Hermione would have to occupy the Slytherin seat, attending class alongside their rivals. The animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor was well known, and the thought of entering each other's domain for lessons was almost unimaginable. Hermione, reluctant to sit amongst Slytherins, was haunted by memories of being insulted by Malfoy, who had called her a filthy mudblood. If she claimed the last seat in Gryffindor, she would feel guilty for leaving Loya without a place. Torn with indecision, Hermione stood in the aisle, grappling with her dilemma. Loya breezily brushed past her, giving a gentle push that sent Hermione to the very last seat of Gryffindor. She then confidently settled into the final vacant seat beside Draco Malfoy in Slytherin. The little lions of Gryffindor cast admiring glances at Loya's selfless act of friendship as she faced the inevitable dangers ahead. Amidst the sympathetic gazes from Gryffindor and the aggressive stares from Slytherin, Loya sat composedly beside Malfoy. With a head of hair seemingly fixed in place by an excessive amount of hairspray, Malfoy arrogantly tilted his chin upward. Loya rolled her eyes at him, dismissing a group of 11-year-old sprouts with disdain. Malfoy twitched at the corner of his eye, as if to distance himself from Gryffindor, shifting in the opposite direction. Loya opened his backpack, only to discover a problem far more grave than being late. His bag had been mysteriously torn, and his textbooks were nowhere to be found. All that remained were a few bags of snacks. Malfoy astutely perceived Loya's predicament. What a mess! Arriving late to the first potions class without the necessary materials, you're done for. Malfoy initiated his complaint mode, declaring, "Professor, Gryffindor has come unprepared. The Slytherins immediately joined in, their gleeful gazes fixed on Loya's empty desk, eager to witness her embarrassment. Snape, with a piercing gaze, surveyed the room, prompting the Slytherins to fall silent. Harry attempted to offer his textbook to Loya, whispering in her direction, "Loya, I'll lend you my textbook." Snape shot a warning glance at Harry. Hermione quickly intervened, pulling him back. "Professor Snape will see you." Snape approached Loya's desk with measured steps, lowering his gaze to her small head. Malfoy, brimming with anticipation, awaited Snape's reprimand directed at Loya, envisioning a delightful deduction of points for Gryffindor. Snape's deep voice resonated throughout the classroom. "Mr. Malfoy, you are quite clever." Malfoy, basking in the unexpected praise, lifted his chin proudly. "You possess a remarkable talent for potions," Snape continued, eliciting a pleased smile from Malfoy. "I believe that with your aptitude, even without a textbook, you would be able to grasp the lesson." Malfoy was taken aback, sensing something amiss. He raised his head suspiciously to find Snape casually pushing his textbook towards Loya. "What?" Malfoy exclaimed, irritation bubbling within him. Snape ignored Malfoy's incredulous expression and turned toward the blackboard, instructing, "Turn to page 94. Malfoy glared at Loya with clenched teeth, begrudgingly stating, "Professor, she hasn't even brought her quill." Snape turned back once more. Loya rested his head on his hands, leaning on the desk as he locked eyes with Snape. "It seems I have also misplaced my quill." Snape, his expression stern, directed his gaze toward Malfoy. "Mr. Malfoy, I trust that with your remarkable memory, you find no need for taking notes in class. Surely, you can retain the knowledge imparted." Malfoy replied, "Professor, my memory may not quite reach the level of photographic retention." Snape retorted, "If I say you can, then you can." Malfoy responded, "No further questions, Professor." With a sense of helplessness, Malfoy clutched tightly to the last remnants of his dignity regarding the quill. Snape gradually extracted the quill from his grasp and placed it upon Loya's textbook. Loya followed up with a remark, "Malfoy, your memory is exceptional and you possess an extraordinary ability to recall details. I believe you no longer require ink, so kindly hand it over." Loya stealthily seized the ink from under Malfoy's very nose. Malfoy, pale as death, experienced an unprecedented sense of humiliation. In the end, he furiously snatched Goyle's textbook and quill, drafting a letter home requesting a new textbook and a new quill. The rift between Draco Malfoy and Loya Grindelwald had been irrevocably established. Snape leaned against the lectern, continuing to convey that this lesson did not require your foolish wand-waving or nonsensical incantations. Harry was diligently taking notes, focusing intently on his studies. Loya was engrossed in scribbling and doodling in Malfoy's textbook. "Some of you, upon entering Hogwarts, already possessed sufficient confidence to disregard my lectures, did you?" Severus Snape immediately launched into a verbal onslaught against Harry, bombarding him with a series of pointed inquiries. "Mr. Potter, if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would be the result?" However, before Snape could complete his barrage, Harry interjected, "I have no idea, sir." With a stern expression, Snape declared to the Gryffindor students, "Due to your classmates' disrespect towards the teacher, Gryffindor loses 5 points." The Slytherins eagerly awaited their head of house to announce the deduction. Snape hesitated for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Loya, before calmly stating, "I shall deduct half a point." The Slytherins were left speechless. Deductions could be made in such a manner? The potions lesson continued, and they were to learn the preparation of a simple potion to treat scabies. They were paired off, and Loya observed Malfoy intently as he crushed a snake's fang and added dried nettle to the cauldron. Ron tossed a paper ball towards Loya, but it veered off course, landing squarely on Malfoy's nose as he stirred the cauldron. Ron gestured wildly at Loya, pointing towards the doorway, but Loya struggled to decipher his signs. Infuriated, Malfoy hurled the paper ball back. Ron, undeterred, wore an expression of disbelief, as if daring Malfoy to catch it again, and immediately called upon Neville and Seamus for assistance. "Neville, Seamus, come help." They paused their stirring, taking up quills to reproduce the contents of Ron's paper ball. 3 paper balls soared towards the Slytherins, one tragically landing in the carefully concocted scabies potion. Malfoy could no longer contain himself. His day had never been this dreadful, and he seized the paper ball from the ground, flinging it back with fury. Loya bent down to observe the cauldron that had been neglected by Malfoy, from which billows of black smoke were emanating. With a furrowed brow, Loya cautioned, "Malfoy, if you do not attend to your cauldron soon, it will explode before Neville's does." Just as Snape, who was overseeing classroom discipline, turned around, a flurry of paper wads swiftly hurled towards Slytherin from the Gryffindor side. "What are you doing?" Snape inquired sternly. Having sensed the commotion, represented by Ron and Neville, Gryffindor was brandishing the paper wads. A Slytherin seated behind Malfoy sighed as he glanced at his cauldron, which had been caught in the paper wad skirmish. The paper that had fallen into the cauldron was already boiling. He read the barely legible writing and turned to Loya, saying, "Gryffindor is informing you that there is a Hufflepuff at the door looking for you. It seems to be your friend." Loya gazed in astonishment towards the classroom door, where Cedric stood in the corridor, a bright smile illuminating his face as he waved the first-year potions textbook in his hand. Cedric had fortuitously discovered an unclaimed first-year potions textbook on the main staircase, its title page adorned with the name Loya Grindelwald. After inquiring with the new students in the corridor, he learned that the first-year Gryffindors were currently attending their potions class. Upon reaching the door of the potions classroom, Cedric found himself unable to enter due to the ongoing lesson for first years, so he lingered by the entrance for a moment, quickly drawing Ron's attention. Inside the classroom, both Gryffindor and Slytherin students regarded him with curious gazes. Snape also noticed Cedric standing outside. With his robes billowing, he strode purposefully out of the classroom. Before Cedric could utter a word, Snape launched into a tirade of scornful remarks. "Mr. Diggory, what brings you to the first-year potions class with such eagerness? Or is there something within the classroom that compels you to flaunt your knowledge? If you find yourself with idle time, perhaps you should consider a visit to the library. You seem to have misunderstood me. I merely retrieved this textbook. My potions class is not a sightseeing tour, and as a third-year student, you ought not to loiter at the entrance of a first-year classroom. You are distracting the new students." 5 points from Hufflepuff. "Professor, this is Loya's dropped textbook." Cedric finally seized the opportunity to explain. Snape's expression darkened as he crossed his arms, scrutinizing Cedric from head to toe before snatching the textbook from his hands. With a resounding slam, the classroom door closed, leaving Cedric on the outside. Simultaneously, a cacophony erupted inside the classroom as Neville's cauldron and Malfoy's cauldron both exploded. Malfoy had added a note to his letter to Narcissa, requesting a new cauldron. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Loya and Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table, savoring their breakfast. Loya cast a glance around the hall, failing to spot Harry and Ron. It seemed the two had likely overslept once more. Hermione, slicing her food with a dinner knife, endeavored to articulate a question that had long perplexed her. "I sense that Professor Snape treats you in a rather special manner." Hermione truly wished to express that he was perhaps a tad too kind to him, yet stating it so directly felt rather odd. Loya was intently perusing the newspaper delivered by the owl, and she nonchalantly replied, "Is there?" Observing Loya's distracted and perfunctory demeanor, Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, "Merlin, oh." If it were anyone else who came to potions class without even a feather quill from the textbook, I would wager they would face a year-long detention and would never be permitted to enter the potions classroom again. Loya felt that Hermione's words were quite exaggerated. "Professor Snape is decidedly partial towards you," Hermione declared, setting down her cutlery with a look of conviction. Loya rested his chin on his hand, straining to recall the days spent in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where he and Snape engaged in daily sparring, the air thick with tension. It seemed that after her voice returned, Snape's demeanor towards her underwent a profound transformation. It comes back to me. I remember him saying that her voice bore a striking resemblance to that of his friend. What was her name again? Lily. Perhaps it was precisely because her voice echoed that of Lily's that Snape's attitude shifted, permitting her to create chaos alongside the Niffler at home. Hermione was reminded of a best-selling Muggle novel she had read a few days prior, A Tale of Substitutes, and she gazed at Loya with a look of compassion. "Because your voice resembles that of his cherished one. Oh, you poor child." Loya was completely absorbed in reading an article on how to properly care for one's wand, paying no heed to Hermione's words, nor was she aware of the rich tapestry of thoughts swirling within her friend. Hermione offered her a glass of juice. Regardless, addressing Professor Snape by his first name directly at school could be deemed rather inappropriate. It might leave a poor impression on the other professors. "Oh, that is fine. I call him that at home," Loya remarked, taking another bite of cake and marveling at how delectable the Hogwarts cakes were. "At home? Wait, are you two living together?" Hermione suddenly exclaimed, slapping the table. Curious gazes from other students in the dining hall drifted their way. Nearly headless Nick poked his head up from the table, eager for gossip. Hermione hastily glanced around, relieved that Harry and Ron had yet to arrive. What are you imagining? He is my temporary guardian, Loya replied, setting down her newspaper, nearly overwhelmed by the absurdity of Hermione's whimsical thoughts. Yet, Hermione had a point. She had always addressed Snape by his first name, seemingly never treating him as an elder figure. It indeed would be prudent to maintain decorum at school. Adding Professor to his name, or simply referring to him as Professor Snape, would be quite fitting. Neville's owl delivered a memory orb, quickly capturing the attention of the surrounding students. The orb gradually turned red in Neville's hands. However, the memory orb served merely to remind one of forgotten matters, without revealing what precisely had been forgotten. Loyal kindly reminded, Neville, your memory orb has turned red. Neville, clutching the memory orb, chuckled innocently. But I can't recall what it is that I've forgotten. Loya stated expressionlessly. Have you not noticed that you are the only one in the entire auditorium not wearing a school robe? It seemed to be the case. Goyle had stealthily infiltrated the Gryffindor table, keenly eavesdropping on the conversation between Loya and Hermione from across the table. Several Gryffindors cast him disdainful glances, questioning why a Slytherin would so sneakily encroach upon their table. After gathering some valuable information, Goyle hurried back to the Slytherin table. Malfoy's hair was impeccably styled today, gleaming with gel. His owl had just delivered new textbooks, quills, and a cauldron, which put him in a splendid mood. Have you uncovered any intelligence? Malfoy elegantly lifted his afternoon tea. Ever since the disastrous day in potions class, Malfoy had vowed to redeem himself. Goyle turned his somewhat dim-witted mind over the recent conversation. What had Hermione Granger just said? That Loya Grindelwald was cohabitating with someone? He wrestled with the thought for a long while. Hermione Granger had mentioned Loya Grindelwald and who he was living with. Oh right, it must be Harry Potter. Malfoy was so shocked that he sprayed Goyle with tea. In the first flying lesson of the afternoon, students stood upon the flat lawn, their broomsticks lined up neatly on the ground. Madame Hooch spoke sternly, everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Loya cast a glance at the dilapidated broom, pondering whether Hogwarts was truly so bereft of funds. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Malfoy hurriedly averting his eyes. This was not the first instance today. Since breakfast in the Great Hall, she had observed Malfoy stealing furtive glances at her, only to quickly divert his gaze whenever she met his gaze with irritation. Madame Hooch extended her right hand above the broomstick and commanded, up. Everyone shouted in unison at their brooms. Loya extended her hand and gently spoke, as her broom was the first to leap into her grasp. Mrs. Hockey cast a surprised glance, and soon after, Harry Malfoy's broom elegantly soared into his hand as well. Hermione's broom rolled across the ground several times before finally landing in her palm. However, Ron's broom seemed to be plagued by some unseen issue. After rolling a few circles on the ground, it remained obstinately still. With a furrowed brow, Ron inquired of Loya, what should I do? My broom simply won't rise. Loya, if it won't rise, you should simply pick it up. Ron, is there such a method? Loya, it is indeed a remarkable operation. With a sudden realization, Ron picked up the broom, while Madame Hooch shook her head. Madame Hooch was instructing the students on the art of flying with broomsticks. A mechanical voice echoed in Luoya's mind. System ding. Task activated. Successfully joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team alongside Harry Potter. Reward, 1 random spell. Time limit, 20 minutes. Countdown begins. This unreliable system, which had disappeared for an unknown number of days, had finally reappeared. Just a few days ago, Luoya had been questioning whether the system had malfunctioned. However, the spell rewards provided by the system were truly remarkable, as many spells were not taught in school. In comparison to the magic learned at school, the system offered a wider variety of spells, often with greater destructive power, and with a stroke of luck, one could even randomly acquire advanced magic. Loya recalled that first-year students were not permitted to participate in the Quidditch tryouts, and it was Professor McGonagall who had made an exception by recommending Harry for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. In order to be selected for the team herself, she needed McGonagall's endorsement, which required her to capture the professor's attention and showcase her flying skills within a mere 20 minutes. The ensuing events unfolded much like the memories she held dear. Neville, having fallen from his out-of-control broomstick, was taken to the hospital wing by Madame Pomfrey, his arm broken. Meanwhile, Malfoy was taunting Harry by stealing Neville's remembrall. Time ticked away, and Loya glanced at the countdown on her system. Only 10 minutes remained. There was no time to waste. Loya leaped onto her broomstick. Hermione hurriedly interjected. Madame Pomfrey said you can't fly when she's not around. Loya could no longer be concerned about so many things. With a determined push of his foot, the broom soared into the air. Ron, witnessing both Harry and Loya take flight, could not resist the urge to grasp his broom and unsteadily lift off the ground. "Wait for me," he exclaimed. Loya had already soared to the window of Professor McGonagall's office. Peering left and right, she wondered why there was no one there. Where could Professor McGonagall be? After waiting at the window for 3 minutes, a sense of unease washed over her. If the professor did not return soon, she would be unable to complete her system task when the time came. In a fit of urgency, Loya soared on her broomstick, frantically searching for Professor McGonagall's presence around the castle, inadvertently drawing closer to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, engrossed in polishing his glasses, remained oblivious to Loya's approach. With time slipping away, Loya resolved to take a chance. If Professor McGonagall was absent, she would seek a recommendation from Headmaster Dumbledore to join the Quidditch team. Thus, Loya undertook an audacious action that no student or teacher in the school would dare to conceive. She tapped on the window of the headmaster's office while riding her broom. Dumbledore, having set his glasses aside, glanced out the window. Upon spotting Loya, his eyes widened in surprise, quickly transforming into a gaze filled with warmth and affection. Lois, utterly unperturbed, performed a stunning 360-degree aerial spin before Dumbledore, who looked on with delight, clapping in appreciation. Loya rested her hand on her chin, seemingly having earned the approval of Dumbledore for her flying prowess. Yet, with only 3 minutes remaining on the system's countdown, where had Harry Potter vanished to? Loya glanced around and finally spotted Harry in the distance, who had just seized the memory orb and was preparing to soar back to the grass. Loya sighed in exasperation, questioning how you could possibly regress. Without any endorsements, how could you secure a place on the Quidditch team? Your inability to be selected for Quidditch would render my system's task incomplete. Loya cupped his hands around his mouth and called out to Harry, "Harry, come over here, hurry." Harry noticed Loya and obediently flew towards him, his bright eyes sparkling as he beamed a wide smile. "Loya, I retrieved Neville's memory ball." It was only then that Harry realized he had inadvertently flown to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was gazing at them through the window. A sudden wave of apprehension washed over him as he recalled Madame Hooch's warning that anyone caught recklessly flying on a broomstick would be expelled. Not only had he been flying recklessly, but he had also found himself hovering outside the headmaster's window. Loyal gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right, Harry. Go ahead and spin around a couple of times, will you?" Although Harry was unsure of the reasoning behind this request, he obediently complied. Very good, Harry. Now, execute a vertical 360-degree spin in the air, quickly now." Harry dutifully performed the aerial maneuver. Through the office window, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, indicating that Harry had garnered his approval. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed from a distance, "Harry. Loyal, my broom is out of control." It was Ron, careening towards them on his broomstick, swaying precariously. Harry swiftly pulled Loyal aside to avoid the impending collision. With a resounding crash, Ron and his broom collided with the headmaster's office, causing Fawkes to flap his wings in alarm. Dumbledore, observing Ron sprawled on the ground, remarked with a touch of irony, "Mr. Weasley, you possess quite the talent for shattering windows." Loya was uncertain whether the butterfly effect of her time travel had caused it, but it seemed that in this world, Ron had perpetually been beset by misfortune. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered the headmaster's office and was taken aback by the sight of Ron sprawled on the floor, while Harry and Loya hovered on their brooms by the window. Stunned into silence, her voice laced with a hint of indignation, she exclaimed, "How dare you ride brooms into the headmaster's office?" Dumbledore interjected, chuckling at Professor McGonagall. "You previously mentioned that Gryffindor was in need of a seeker and a chaser, and now we have suitable candidates." Ron's spirits plummeted as he struggled with the feather on his desk during Charms class, waving his wand in vain while the feather remained stubbornly still. Hermione mocked him, correcting, "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa." Seated to the right of Loya was the demolition expert, Simon, who was fervently brandishing his wand as he attempted to manipulate a quill. For her own safety, Loya subtly shifted away from his direction. After class, they navigated through the bustling corridors, and Loya searched through the crowd twice without catching sight of Hermione. The incessant complaints from Ron about Hermione filled her ears. She truly found it unbearable. No wonder Hermione had no friends. Save for Loya, no one else seemed willing to engage with her. "The more you complain now, the more laundry boards you will find yourself kneeling on in the future," Ron exclaimed with wide eyes. "How could I possibly kneel on a laundry board?" As evening descended, Loya remained in the dormitory waiting for Hermione, while Harry and Ron were dining in the Great Hall. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his face awash with panic. Stuttering, a troll in the dungeon, before collapsing. Meanwhile, Loya was still searching for Hermione within the castle. The lack of mobile phones in this era rendered everything inconvenient. Upon reaching the Great Hall, she discovered it was already desolate, devoid of any presence. Loya was oblivious to the unfolding chaos when she detected a foul stench wafting through the corridor. Following the sound of heavy footsteps scraping against the ground, she ventured towards the washroom. There, she encountered a giant creature sprawled on the floor, while Harry and Ron stood their ground against another towering beast. Hermione, curled up beneath a gushing sink, shouted a warning to her. "Be careful." The monstrous creature brandished a hefty wooden club and swung it toward her. She ducked just in time to evade the blow, as the wall above her shattered into fragments, sending tremors throughout the washroom. Loya finally recalled that the current scene involved Harry and Ron searching for Hermione when they encountered a troll. However, why were there two trolls in the washroom? One of them lay unconscious on the ground, having been struck down by Ron's levitation charm. In contrast, the other troll was considerably larger and more robust, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. As Harry and Ron rushed to provide assistance, they found themselves ensnared by one of the troll's hands, suspended upside down. The other hand brandished a club, poised to crush Harry and Ron's skulls at any moment. Loya absent-mindedly patted the empty pocket of her school robe, realizing with dismay that she had left her wand in the dormitory. Harry's wand remained lodged in the nose of the unconscious troll, while another troll lay sprawled between them, rendering the possibility of retrieving the wand exceedingly slim. Aware of Loya's predicament, Harry called out to her. Ron's wand has been knocked to the entrance. Loya swiftly surveyed the area at the entrance of the washroom and discovered Ron's wand amidst the pile of rubble. She aimed the wand at the giant and cast a spell. However, instead of magic emanating from the tip of the wand, it erupted from its end, causing Loya to be struck by her own incantation and sent crashing against the wall. Loya gritted her teeth and rose, exclaiming, "Ron, what is the matter with your wand? You accidentally broke it during dinner, and I have used glue to mend it." Loya lowered her gaze to examine the sticky, crooked wand, revealing even the core's bristles. Loya was exasperated. Her wand had persisted in its functionality until this very moment, when it chose to fail her. Now, she found herself without a single wand, and she had yet to attain the ability to cast spells without one. How was she to confront the looming threat of the giant? Just as peril seemed imminent, a diminutive figure darted from the corridor, clutching a spine-like wand in its grasp, and leaped into Loya's embrace. Loya caught the sniffler in both hands, drew out his wand, and gave it a vigorous stroke, exclaiming, "You have truly been worth the care." The giant let out a thunderous roar, causing the sniffler to immediately burrow into Loya's garments in fright. Loya casually tossed Ron's wand aside. The spine-bone wand aimed at the troll as she took a deep breath. With an air of bravado, she shouted Avada Kedavra, yet nothing transpired. Loya tapped his wand. Incredulous. Could it be? At such a critical moment, a failure? Hermione, clutching the hose, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Think of a solution." Loya wished to cast a levitation charm or a transformation spell to alleviate the current embarrassment, yet nothing transpired. System, gentle reminder. The spinal bone wand is incapable of wielding any white magic. Loya pressed her forehead in frustration. The vertebral wand was incapable of wielding white magic, and her command over dark magic remained rudimentary. While she had experienced a fleeting moment of inspiration while holding the wand in Ollivander's shop, her recent attempts yielded no results. The situation was dire, as the troll advanced menacingly towards her. Hanging upside down, Harry shouted, disregarding his own peril, "Loya, run!" The troll lunged forward, brandishing its club. In the blink of an eye, Loya found herself ensnared in a cellar constructed of stone, with Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the troll having vanished from her sight. Before her stood a bloodied muggle, suspended by torture devices, his flesh torn and mangled, gazing at Loya with a look of terror and desperation. The dark-cloaked wizard reappeared, Ectus, the creator of the Dementors. This was a phantasm conjured by the vertebral wand, or perhaps a vivid recollection of its master from centuries past. An occurrence she could not prevent, no matter her actions. Ectus passed through her form, resuming his torment of the unfortunate muggle. As the cellar echoed with the muggle's anguished cries and Ectus's maniacal laughter, Loya felt as though she were witnessing a restricted, blood-soaked cinematic spectacle. Ectus raised his wand, its tip directed towards the nearly lifeless muggle, reminiscent of the day she first encountered the vertebrae wand. causing Loya's arm to uncontrollably lift her own wand. Loya finally comprehended that as long as Extus in the illusion wielded dark magic, she could unleash the same dark sorcery in reality. Extus's wand emitted a brilliant green light. The wand of Roya also emanated a vibrant green light. Yax exclaimed, piercing to the marrow. Loya, a piercing agony. Her emerald light pierced through the illusion, colliding with the monstrous creature. The beast convulsed, its form contorting as it emitted a chilling, anguished wail, filling the entire lavatory with the unforgiving glow of the curse. When Cedric burst in, he beheld the creature collapsing in response, while Harry and Ron struggled to rise unsteadily. Amid the tumult in the Great Hall, he had escorted the younger Hufflepuffs back to the common room, only to encounter a frantic Niffler scurrying about with a wand in its mouth on the main staircase. He recalled that this was Loya's pet, and he chased the Niffler all the way to the lavatory. What transpired? Cedric inquired with concern. Yet, Loya's gaze remained hollow and frigid, offering him no reply. Noticing Loya's unusual demeanor, Cedric was about to voice his thoughts when another creature on the ground suddenly awoke, roaring as it charged toward them. Cedric readied himself to cast the disarming spell. Loya was the first to raise his wand, uttering a voice so cold and piercing that it seemed to cut through the very marrow. A chilling green light brushed past Cedric, narrowly avoiding ensnaring him and the giant in its deadly embrace. The giant suddenly became weightless, its eyes bulging grotesquely before bursting outward in a horrific explosion. Its anguished screams reverberated through the long corridor. Cedric turned to behold Loya, whose gaze was devoid of warmth, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. The onlookers were left pale, their faces reflecting the horror of the scene before them, as if Loya were deriving pleasure from the one-sided torment and slaughter of the giant. Concerned, Harry approached Loya and whispered, "Loya?" Loya stood utterly still, oblivious to his voice, her vision consumed by the writhing, wailing prey. "Loya," Harry repeated, and in an instant, she snapped back to reality, hastily halting the torturous curse she had been inflicting. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor as Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape and several other professors, drawn by the monstrous cries. Professor McGonagall surveyed the horrifying sight of the two giant corpses before her. "You had better explain what you have all done." Professor Quirrell stammered as he leaned over to examine the remains of the giants, his voice trembling. The corpses bear traces of dark magic, astonishingly ancient curses, as if they were the spells of yore. The individual who vanquished these giants employed dark sorcery. McGonagall gazed incredulously at the group of children, unable to fathom that among them, someone had already dabbled in dark magic, even resorting to it to mercilessly slay two adult giants. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Loya, who quickly concealed her spine-chilling wand. He approached McGonagall, whispering, "Let them leave this place." Quirrell, perceiving Snape's intention, deliberately interrupted, ensuring that all present heard his words. It was the Cruciatus Curse, an unforgivable curse, distinct from the current iteration of the Cruciatus. It is an ancient form of the curse. The ancient Cruciatus was designed to obliterate the nervous systems of living beings, to devastate their organs, resulting in an agonizing demise. In essence, it was far more sinister and brutal than the contemporary version. Snape shot Quirrell a fierce glare, causing him to instinctively recoil. McGonagall, astonished, turned to Quirrell. "Are you suggesting that among these children, someone has used the Cruciatus Curse?" Her gaze swept across the group before finally settling on Loya. "Are you implying that one of them has wielded the Cruciatus Curse?" Her furious glare scanned the room. Who invoked the Cruciatus Curse? Lily and James were exemplary. Their son Harry could never resort to such unforgivable magic. Ron and Hermione, at their tender age, lacked the capability to wield such dark spells. The kind and upright Cedric, whom she had observed over the years, could certainly not be implicated. This left but one individual, Loya Grindelwald, who bore the blood of the Dark Lord. McGonagall narrowed her eyes at her. At merely 11 years old, she had the capacity to invoke the Cruciatus Curse to torturously kill two adult giants. She was still a child, yet already possessed the power to take lives. McGonagall could scarcely fathom what dreadful entity she might become in a few years. With a grave expression, McGonagall fixed her gaze on Loya. "I have long opposed Professor Dumbledore's decision to admit you to Hogwarts, Miss Grindelwald. You are far too perilous. Durmstrang would be a more fitting place for you." Loya felt perplexed. Had she not merely vanquished two formidable beasts with utmost precision? Why then did they regard her with such bias, as if she were a dire threat? Professor McGonagall had resolutely concluded that she would inevitably become a dark wizard akin to Grindelwald, and thus, she could not be permitted to remain at Hogwarts. Taking a step forward, Professor McGonagall stealthily drew her wand from beneath her cloak. Severus Snape immediately interposed himself between her and Loya, gripping the arm that held the wand. His gaze implored McGonagall, silently begging her to refrain from acting against Loya. In the periphery of her vision, McGonagall noticed Snape's concealed hand trembling as it clutched the wand tightly. Turning her head, she observed Loya, who was watching her with a wariness that belied her youth. The wand made from vertebrae, hidden within Loya's robes, seemed to sense the looming danger and stirred with unease. While Loya herself remained on high alert, she bore no animosity towards Professor McGonagall. She did not wish to harm her. But what could she do if McGonagall were to unleash an offensive spell upon her? Had her usual wand been present, she might have conjured a mist to retreat strategically, perhaps escaping to the sanctuary of Dumbledore's office. Yet, the vertebrae wand in her grasp could only wield dark magic. Was she truly to cast the Cruciatus curse upon McGonagall? She recalled the professor from the films. Though stern, McGonagall possessed a warmth beneath her icy exterior, rendering her a respected and beloved educator. Loya found it hard to fathom inflicting harm upon her. If she chose to remain passive and endure an assault, she still had a hidden ace up her sleeve. Even though she had been consuming the potions Severus had concocted to suppress her latent abilities, it had been quite some time since her power had manifested. Nevertheless, she was certain that should her body sustain a fatal injury, the chances of that force erupting once more were significantly heightened. Loya was still envisioning the myriad possibilities that might unfold, while Professor McGonagall, observing her wary gaze, remarked, "You are much like your father." Loya was taken aback. It turned out that Grindelwald was indeed her father. She had always assumed that Grindelwald belonged to the generation of her grandfather. Confident and arrogant, he possessed an exceptional talent for enchanting the hearts of others. As she uttered her final words, she cast a disheartened glance at Snape, as if to say that he was obliviously ensnared by her charm. Snape lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Loya pondered whether she should, as a dutiful daughter, vehemently protest against any disparagement of her father. Yet, she couldn't help but acknowledge that there seemed to be some truth in the words spoken. Professor McGonagall's assertion that Hogwarts would eventually be turned upside down by Loya made her eyelids twitch, as she recalled the numerous invasions depicted in the films. It was common knowledge that Hogwarts, even in her absence, was one of the most perilous places. McGonagall's expression darkened instantly, while the other professors exchanged awkward glances. "It was I who did it. I used the unforgivable curse to slay the troll." Harry suddenly raised his hand, prompting McGonagall to regard his statement as sheer folly. Harry's gaze flickered, revealing his innocence. He had yet to master the art of deceit, as even the dimmest observer could discern his dishonesty. Professor McGonagall approached him, asking, "Mr. Potter, could you enlighten me on the nature of the unforgivable curses?" Caught off guard, Harry hesitated. Having only been at school for 3 months without encountering such topics in class, he was unaware of the specifics of the unforgivable curses. "You need not fabricate a tale for Miss Grindelwald's sake, claiming it was you who employed the forbidden magic," McGonagall advised earnestly. Hermione, now recognizing the gravity of the situations, hastily explained that it was not their fault. It was all because of her, as they had sought her out and subsequently encountered the troll. Ron, at a loss for words, nodded in agreement. However, McGonagall merely cast a glance at Hermione, her patience thin. The unforgivable curses consist of the killing curse, the Cruciatus curse, and the Imperius curse. It was the latter I employed against the troll. Cedric's voice resonated through the room. Everyone turned to look at him, and a few professors sighed in sympathy. McGonagall found it hard to believe that the consistently honest and exemplary Cedric would resort to forbidden magic. "I happened to witness a dark wizard utilizing it in Nocturne Alley." Cedric fabricated an account with uncanny flair, and Loya stared at him in astonishment. "Senior, you truly are a good person." McGonagall found it impossible to rouse someone who willingly played the scapegoat. She shook her head, expressing her profound disappointment. "You have let me down, Mr. Diggory." Ultimately, as long as the troll had not been slain by Loya using the Cruciatus curse, there was no significant issue. However, if Loya had indeed wielded it, McGonagall would certainly not permit her to remain at Hogwarts. In a fit of anger, McGonagall declared, 10 points from Hufflepuff and 5 points from Gryffindor. The unfortunate outcome was that the ever-amiable Cedric was sentenced to detention. You all return to your respective dormitories. With that, McGonagall and several other professors turned to leave. Snape extended his hand towards Loya, softly saying, "Come here." Lola harbored suspicions that Snape intended to confiscate her dark magic wand. In a resolute act of defiance to safeguard her wand, she resolutely turned away, feigning ignorance. Hermione gently prodded her arm, urging, "Professor Snape is calling for you." "Loya, I didn't tea here." Snape furrowed his brow, taking 2 steps forward to grasp her wrist firmly, leading her toward his office. With one hand, Snape lifted Loya and placed her upon the desk. Perched on the desk, Loya found herself for the first time able to meet Snape's gaze directly, as ordinarily she had to look up at him. Thus, she defiantly crossed her arms and swung her legs, exuding an air of unwavering determination. Snape withdrew his wand and meticulously examined her to ensure she was uninjured, his previously furrowed brow finally relaxing. He then said with grave seriousness, "Hand it over." "Hand over what?" Loya blinked her innocent eyes, feigning ignorance. Loya let out a soft sound, extracting something from her clothing and offering it to Snape with a delicate sniff. "Loya." He cast aside the sniffler, his hands resting on either side of her desk, gazing into her eyes as he enunciated each word, "Wand." Loya pursed her lips. She held a deep affection for this wand, as it allowed her to witness the myriad ancient dark magics of Axtis through its illusions. It was akin to a live demonstration, although Axtis was a notoriously sadistic dark wizard who reveled in torturing and murdering muggles. This did not hinder her pursuit of his arcane knowledge. In a bid to safeguard her precious wand, Loya unleashed her secret weapon, which had proven effective against Snape. Just as a child must learn to charm in order to protect their beloved toys, she leaned forward suddenly, narrowing the distance between them to the extent that they could discern each other's eyelashes. Snape stiffened, instinctively recoiling a step back. Loya smiled sweetly, dragging out her words as she addressed Professor Snape. "It's pointless to call you anything else, old bat." Anger puffed up her cheeks, yet ultimately her wand, imbued with the essence of her spine, was confiscated. Loya could almost envision Axtis waving her farewell, grateful for the past 3 months during which she had been the sole audience for his B-grade blood plasma production. The following day, Professor McGonagall rapped on the door of Professor Trelawney's office. McGonagall recalled that Trelawney had little fondness for imprecision, particularly in the realm of divination. Thus, she was taken aback to find McGonagall standing at her door. Without preamble, McGonagall delved straight into the matter at hand. "What exactly did you see on the day of the sorting ceremony?" She remembered Trelawney's peculiar behavior, how Loya had cowered behind a chair, muttering in fear and refusing to emerge. Trelawney, trembling slightly, replied, "I saw her future. It is so terrifying that you may find it hard to accept." She placed her hands upon the crystal ball, murmuring incantations that resonated with an otherworldly cadence. After a moment, an indistinct vision began to materialize at the ball's center. The image was hazy, eluding McGonagall's keen sight. "You might try placing your hands on the crystal ball," Trelawney suggested. McGonagall laid her aged hands upon the orb, and darkness swiftly enveloped her surroundings, only to be replaced by a tempest of azure flames. She was compelled to shut her eyes, reopening them to find Trelawney had vanished, and she now stood in an underground assembly. Around her swirled a throng of wizards, a multitude gathered from every corner of the globe. A girl emerged at the center of the crowd, causing the wizards to part like the sea, allowing her passage through. They hailed her name with fervor, "Grindelwald, Grindelwald, Grindelwald, Grindelwald." When the girl turned, the fervent throng fell silent. McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment. Loya Grindelwald. Her features had blossomed, and her once golden hair had nearly transformed into a silvery hue. Loya gestured with her chin towards the attendant beside her. "Bring them forth." Several disheveled aurors were led in, their hands bound, battered and bruised, forced to kneel before her. The zealots shouted frantically, "Execute them! Execute them! Slay these minions of the Ministry of Magic!" Professor McGonagall trembled slightly, nearly losing her footing, as among the captured were even her own students. Loya raised her finger, and the followers immediately fell silent. "Auroras," she proclaimed, "you are presented with a choice. Either pledge your loyalty to me or be incinerated here." The Auroras' faces turned ashen, and one young man gazed unflinchingly at Loya. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, concern, sorrow, and a flicker of hope, all intertwined. He struggled to call her name, yearning to rush to her side and utter something, yet he was firmly restrained by 2 saints. In response to his defiance, one saint unleashed a cruel curse upon him. The commotion quickly drew Loya's attention. With an air of indifference, she approached him, her shoe mercilessly pressing down on his wounded, bleeding shoulder. Leaning closer, she whispered in a frigid, unfamiliar tone, "I am quite curious. Who gave you the audacity to invade my territory in Paris with a few fools from the Ministry of Magic?" A French woman standing behind her, with a heavy accent, respectfully replied, "He is a Gryffindor." Loya raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her lightly mocking tone laden with palpable disdain. "Gryffindor? Huh. Quite audacious." The venue fell silent once more as Professor McGonagall observed a brazenly arrogant man stride into the hall, prompting the saints to instinctively bow their heads in reverence. She heard Loya address him as father. The man reached out, brushing his hand gently over her head. Then, as if he had keenly sensed something, he lifted his strikingly unusual gaze, scanning the crowd with piercing intensity. His voice took on a chilling tone. It seemed there were uninvited guests. His frosty glare landed on Professor McGonagall, and an overwhelming magical pressure surged towards her, forcing her to the ground, breathless. The saints glared at McGonagall in unison, drawing their wands. A pitch-black vortex materialized behind her, violently pulling her within. She found herself back in Trelawney's office, deeply ensconced in a wooden chair. Her lips devoid of color, her body trembling. With quaking resolve, she rose and hurried to the door. She could not allow Loya Grindelwald to remain at Hogwarts. She pushed the door open, only to find Snape standing before her, as though he had been waiting there for some time. Professor McGonagall spoke in a frantic rush. "She is just like her father, gathering those mad saints to incite war. My students are nothing but ants to her. I cannot permit her to stay at Hogwarts." Snape, lips pursed, stood at the threshold, showing no intention of stepping aside. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened as she gazed at him. Snape drew his wand, pointing it at Professor McGonagall. Oblivion. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she collapsed. Her memories of the past 2 days erased by Snape's spell. Professor Trelawney was visibly shaken, trembling as she attempted to explain. Often, the outcomes of divination can shift due to the inquirer's subjective mindset. If Professor McGonagall were to witness Miss Grindelwald commit murder, the future might not unfold as anticipated. "You all know my divination is not always accurate, not always true." Snape remained expressionless, advancing step by step towards Trelawney, who cowered and retreated. "Not everything she sees is genuine. This truly does not concern me." Snape extended his wand. Quidditch pitch. Wood arrived at the training ground at the agreed time with Loya and Harry, preparing to conduct their first training session. He opened the wooden crate he had brought, revealing 4 balls of varying sizes. Wood introduced the rules of Quidditch to Harry and Loya. The bright red ball was the bludger. If the chasers threw the quaffle through the hoops, they would score points. The other 2 identical balls were the bludgers, which required caution. In her heart, Loya silently recalled her vague memories of the film, in which she could only distinctly remember the golden snitch. Wood released the strap of a bludger, and the ball soared into the sky, hurtling toward Harry's face. Wood swiftly used his bat to strike it away. You see, they dart about, attempting to knock the chasers off their brooms. However, we have the Weasley brothers as our beaters, tasked with ensuring that the bludgers are sent flying away from you. I understand, Fred and George are like tanks, while Harry and I are akin to the fragile descendants of Lubon, and the goalposts represent the enemy's lofty crystal fortress. Wood appeared perplexed. I don't quite comprehend. Loya chuckled softly, her gaze fixated on the bat in Wood's hands. Noticing her apparent interest, Wood extended the bat towards her. The rogue ball, having been struck away, whistled back towards them, prompting Loya to swing the bat with alacrity. The ball soared into the air, and Wood squinted against the brightness of the sky, pondering whether it had traveled too far. To Wood's astonishment, the enchanted ball shattered a window, crashing into the headmaster's office. He nearly fainted from shock. Suddenly, Dumbledore's face appeared through the gaping hole, beaming as he waved cheerfully at Loya. Wood wiped the sweat from his brow. Hastily rising from the ground, Loya awkwardly returned the bat to Wood. I suppose I am not suited for the batsman role. Ultimately, Wood retrieved the golden snitch from the box. The task of the batsman is to seize it. The team that captures the golden snitch first will be awarded an additional 150 points. Loya pondered, stroking his chin. Thus, Quidditch resembles a contest between 2 seekers, where the side that first captures the golden snitch secures victory. It can also be said that we currently lack both a seeker and a chaser. In truth, both of you possess a lithe physique, making you well suited for the role of a seeker. However, only one seeker can exist. Loya patted Harry on the shoulder, saying, "You are responsible for pursuing the golden snitch, while I will take on the role of the chaser." Harry nodded obediently. Once their positions were assigned, Wood led them to practice on the Quidditch pitch. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Hermione fussed over Loya and Harry's plates, adding more food as if she were a caretaker. Just as Ron reached for a chicken leg, Hermione struck his hand with her fork. Ron let out a cry, clutching his reddened hand. "I just wanted a chicken leg," he lamented. Hermione, brandishing her fork menacingly, asserted, "Loya and Harry are about to compete against Slytherin in Quidditch. They need to replenish their energy. You are not allowed to touch the chicken leg. You will eat vegetables." With no room for dissent, Hermione served a platter of greens onto Ron's plate, leaving him despondent. "I really can't eat all of this." Loya gazed at her plate, which Hermione had piled high with meat, and felt a headache coming on. Observing Ron's pitiful longing for the chicken leg, Loya, with a kind heart, picked up an unused fork and placed a chicken leg onto Ron's plate. Ron, touched, exclaimed, "Loya, you are truly wonderful." As Harry watched Loya serve Ron the chicken leg, he felt a strange sensation bubbling within him, as if he were being overlooked by Loya. Suddenly, Harry interjected, "I want one too." Loya cast a glance at Harry's plate, which was similarly piled high with food by Hermione, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you certain you can still eat?" Harry nodded vigorously. "Very well," Loya replied, serving him another chicken leg. However, she couldn't help but remind him, "Harry, take it easy. You are our seeker for Gryffindor, the hope of our entire village. You wouldn't want to regurgitate a chicken leg instead of the golden snitch during the match, would you?" Subsequently, they chattered away about trivial matters, and eventually, Harry inexplicably returned to discussing Snape. "You see, I suspect that the troll that night was released by Snape as a diversion because he wanted to get past the three-headed dog. But why would Snape want to get past the three-headed dog? The items that Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts must be guarded by it. Snape desires them." Upon hearing Snape being blamed once again, Loya could no longer contain herself and interjected, "In truth, Snape is rather decent. You have all misjudged him." Hermione frowned. "Loya, you cannot be biased just because he is your temporary guardian." Ron chimed in, echoing Hermione's sentiment. Exactly. Loya shook his head in resignation. "If the old bat truly intended to deal with you children, you would never see the sun rise again. Alas, it is a predicament. For Snape possesses an inherently gloomy countenance, exuding an aura of villainy with each step he takes, making it exceedingly difficult for others to avoid misjudging him." Loya took a sip of juice and sighed, reflecting on the inherent challenges of communicating and explaining things to children. Severus Snape shared this sentiment. The long table of Gryffindor fell into an unexpected silence, with the lions focused on their meals, refraining from conversation. It is well known that this marked the arrival of a dangerous individual from the infamous list of threats within Gryffindor. Loya glanced towards the entrance, where Snape was approaching them, carrying a parcel. Loya hastily turned away, resting his chin on his hand, feigning a demeanor of anger as if to communicate, "Please do not disturb me," leaving Snape to gaze at the back of his head. Standing behind him, Snape discreetly cast a glance at the towering pile of dishes before Loya. An almost imperceptible sigh of relief escaped Snape. Miss Grindelwald appeared to have a healthy appetite today, perhaps indicating a possible thaw in her anger. Ever since he confiscated that perilous spine-bone wand capable of casting the unforgivable curses due to the troll incident, Miss Grindelwald had unilaterally declared a cold war. Encountering him in the corridors, she would turn away, treating him as if he were invisible. In potions class, she had concocted various peculiar excuses for Hermione to request her absence, resolutely refusing to attend. According to the recollections of Gryffindor and Slytherin students present during those days, the atmosphere in potions class was unusually oppressive, and Professor Snape's countenance grew darker with each passing day. During that time, Gryffindor students felt a sense of trepidation, as Snape incessantly deducted points from Gryffindor, yet each time he was on the brink of issuing a penalty, he restrained himself. In short, for several days, Loya offered not a single glance or word to Snape, nor did he permit him to hear his voice. The Cold War persisted for several days. Leaving Snape's emotions in disarray, he was on the verge of venturing into the Gryffindor common room to confront the matter directly. In truth, he would never admit that he indeed did so. He had chosen a time to stand outside the Gryffindor common room that would allow him to avoid all students, ensuring he would not be seen. However, he was turned away by the fat lady, who deemed his late-night attempt to infiltrate Gryffindor as an intrusion with ulterior motives. Even his status as a professor could not grant him entry. Snape carefully placed the package on her table, opening his mouth to speak, hesitating for a long while without knowing how to begin. Comforting an angry child, especially a girl, was indeed a formidable challenge for Snape. In a moment of desperation, he sought the counsel of a newly appointed female professor at Hogwarts, who had 2 daughters. The professor regarded him with surprise. Aware of Snape's notorious reputation for being difficult to approach, when she had first arrived, her friendly greetings had been met with his cold indifference. Now, this notoriously unapproachable professor stood before her, seeking advice, leaving her somewhat flabbergasted. The female professor advised that to placate an angry child who has run away from home, one might simply buy her a toy she adores and take her out for a day of fun. Children, after all, do not hold grudges. Yet, Snape desperately wished to assert that his young charge was quite the opposite. Now, he could only silently stand behind Loya, fixating on the back of his head, hoping that upon unwrapping the package, Loya would bring an end to the torturous Cold War. Loya feigned disinterest in the package, her fingers languidly tapping the surface of the table in a casual rhythm. In any case, as long as Snape refused to return her wand, she was prepared to endure this standoff indefinitely. Her patience was boundless. Ron, intrigued by the enormous parcel on the table, could not help but inquire of Loya. "May I open it for you?" Snape cast a silent glare at Ron. Loya stifled a yawn and graciously nodded. Under the lethal gaze of Snape's deathly aura, Ron eagerly unwrapped the parcel that Snape had gifted to Loya. The Gryffindors cast sympathetic glances, as it seemed Ron's first-year potions class would bid farewell to the prospect of passing. As Ron unveiled the contents of the package, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that it was the latest model of the Firebolt 2000. This was indeed the swiftest version available. "I have yet to even lay a finger on it," Loya languidly remarked. "Do you like it? Then it's yours." Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Snape produced a broomstick. Ron quickly replied, "I'd rather not." To Loya, the Nimbus 2000 appeared merely as an oversized brush. The thought of soaring through the skies on a brush was undeniably ludicrous. Professor Snape presented Loya with the Nimbus 2000, prompting the Gryffindors at the adjacent table to peer over in envious curiosity. Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, gaped in astonishment, revealing his prominent overbite. They were to compete against Gryffindor shortly. How could the head of Slytherin possibly present a Nimbus 2000 to a Gryffindor player? Was it to bolster the opponent's morale? To undermine his own team's prestige? Wood could hardly resist the urge to touch the Nimbus 2000, a mere figment of his dreams. But Snape's piercing gaze compelled him to retract his hand swiftly. Throughout the encounter, Loya never cast a glance at Snape, who sighed silently and, after reminding them to remain safe during the match, departed in measured steps. Once Snape was out of sight, Loya no longer pretended, eagerly grasping the Nimbus 2000 to inspect it from every angle. With the primary source of danger now gone, the Gryffindors could no longer contain their excitement and encircled Loya, each eager to touch the Nimbus 2000. Simultaneously, Harry received his own Nimbus 2000, sent by Professor McGonagall. Loyal and the players have donned the crimson Quidditch robes of Gryffindor. Fred is brandishing his broomstick, engaging in warm-up exercises. Loya engaged in casual conversation with the 2 other chasers, Angelina, when George popped his head out of the tent, exclaiming, "You won't believe it, but Professor Dumbledore has come to watch." Upon hearing that the headmaster was attending the match, Wood became increasingly anxious, as it was quite rare for Dumbledore to observe a Quidditch game. He took a deep breath and declared, "All right, lads and lasses, this is the most crucial match." Wood was so nervous that he struggled to recall his usual opening remarks. Angelina warned the newly joined Loya and Harry to be wary of the Bludgers and Slytherin. Fred, clutching his bat, proclaimed, "Rest assured, with George and me as your beaters, we will protect you. No bludger will strike you." George complimented Fred's declaration with a perfectly executed swing of his bat. Loya cast a skeptical glance, retorting, "Ever since I met you two, your assurances have never seemed reliable." "Nonsense. Just watch." The twins insisted. "Fred and I will circle around you during the match." They casually tossed a half-hearted remark to Harry, "Take care of yourself." Wood felt exasperated. He wished to remind the Weasley twins that the key to victory lay in the Seekers, as the Golden Snitch was worth 150 points. Ultimately, Wood, in a state of resignation, devised a last-minute plan, instructing Harry to remain hidden until the Golden Snitch appeared, aiming to avoid the Seekers being ambushed prematurely. Outside, the Quidditch commentator, Jordan, announced, "Let us welcome the players of Gryffindor and Slytherin." 15 broomsticks soared into the air. with Loya and Harry following their captain into the roaring stadium. Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle into the air, officially commencing the match. Angelina seized the quaffle, skillfully dodging Slytherins, and swiftly scored 10 points for Gryffindor. Several Slytherins closely pursued Angelina from behind. She signaled Loya and quickly passed the ball to him. Loya swiftly propelled the ball towards the goalpost. Fred and George converged on Loya from either side. The errant ball hurtled towards Loya with a rush, but Fred promptly struck it away with a stick. Simultaneously, another errant ball approaching from behind was deftly sent flying by George with a graceful spin. Loya charged towards the goal with fervor. Jordan exclaimed excitedly, "Loya, Grindelwald scores. Gryffindor secures another 10 points." The crowd from Gryffindor erupted in applause. Dorian Pusey, puzzled, inquired, "Marcus, is this Gryffindor's new tactic? 2 batters defending 1 chaser?" Marcus, grinning widely, commanded, "You two, follow my lead and block them." Oblivious to the impending danger, the twins turned, puffing out their chests in a showy manner, boasting to Loya, "See? Your knights are protecting you quite well. Perhaps you two should pay attention to what's in front of you before striking a pose," Loya remarked, casting a glance at the swiftly approaching shadow. Fred turned just in time to see Marcus hurl the quaffle at him with great force. Stunned for a moment, Fred was struck by the quaffle and fell from his broom. Like a returning dart, the quaffle flew back and hit George on the back of the head, causing him to fall as well. Jordan exclaimed, "Alas, the 2 knights of Loya Grindelwald have been unceremoniously knocked down, face first. How dreadful." The Slytherin spectators erupted in mocking laughter. Next, Slytherin seized the quaffle, but it was intercepted brilliantly by goalkeeper Wood. With a triumphant grin, Wood celebrated, only to be knocked off his feet along with the quaffle the next moment. It appeared he would be spending another week in the infirmary. Katie Bell passed the quaffle back to Loya, who executed a splendid turn to evade the Slytherin chaser, racing towards the goalpost. Commentator Jordan cheered exuberantly, "Gryffindor scores again. Magnificent. Loya Grindelwald is truly both dashing and enchanting. She is my goddess. I think I have fallen in love." Dumbledore lowered his binoculars, smiling gently, "My dear boy. Could you maintain a modicum of decorum in your commentary?" "Of course, Headmaster," Jordan replied. Now that the quaffle was no longer with Loya, several Slytherins inexplicably surrounded her. The quaffle whizzed past her, and Loya had to slow down, narrowly avoiding it by ducking, only to be caught up by the pursuing Slytherins. Ensnared by the Slytherins, Loya sensed the pressure closing in. This was truly the butterfly effect. Wasn't it Angelina who was cornered and crashed into the goalpost in the movie? Why was it her turn now? Just as she was about to collide with the post, several Slytherins intentionally dispersed, yet Loya had no time to break. She could only swerve left at the last moment, ultimately crashing into the Slytherin student section. The Slytherin students screamed and scattered, gasping echoed throughout the arena. Students from other sections stood up, craning their necks to witness the unfolding chaos. Jordan, with a tragic expression, declared, "Merlin, the goddess has fallen. This must have been quite a crash." Professor Snape suddenly stood up, furiously roaring, "Slytherin loses 200 points. "Well," exclaimed Jordan, "Slytherin has been penalized with a deduction of 200 points by the head of the house. This is simply marvelous." Applause erupted from Gryffindor. Terence Higgs of Slytherin landed behind his captain, Marcus, and anxiously inquired, "Will the match continue? What if we lose all our house points?" Marcus replied. Loya rubbed her head as she rose, feeling dazed with a sizable bump forming. Fortunately, she had someone to cushion her fall. Otherwise, she too would have been carried to the medical wing to become one of Wood's fellow patients. Loya cast a glance at the cushion beneath him, where the dazed and unconscious Malfoy lay, his eyes rolled back in a state of disorientation. Loya rested her ear against his chest, listening to the rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat. She playfully patted his face and pinched his nose with vigor. He was still alive. There was no cause for alarm. Malfoy, who had been rendered unconscious by a falling object, finally emerged from the haze of suffocation. Weakly, he moaned, "I shouldn't have provoked any of you today." Indeed. Mation Long had conducted himself admirably, avoiding any entanglements with them. Loya leapt onto her flying broomstick, propelling herself away from the scene of the incident and soaring back to the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, Harry's broomstick malfunctioned, twisting uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain his grip and avoid falling. Professor Quirrell was casting a spell, while Snape was attempting to counteract it. Hermione was on the verge of setting fire to Snape's robes. It became evident that, oftentimes, a physical strike proved to be more effective than a magical incantation. Loya received the ghostly flying ball transmitted by her teammate, raised the salvage bat, and struck the ghostly ball with all her might towards Professor Chilo's face. The sudden impact of the ghostly ball left Professor Chilo dazed and disoriented, causing him to spin around before collapsing against the wall. Jordan exclaimed, "Wow. Loya Grindelwald's ghostly ball has struck Professor Chilo." Meanwhile, two wandering balls noticed Loya appearing quite leisurely and charged towards her once more. Loya brandished his bat, striking two bludgers directly at Quirrell's nape, causing the Dark Lord, concealed beneath a turban, to endure a painful double hit. The enchanted broomstick, now freed from Quirrell's spell, returned to its natural state. Splendid! Not only had Loya dealt a significant blow to Voldemort, but he also managed to protect Snape's robe. Observing Harry diligently pursuing the elusive golden snitch, Loya felt it was time to relax. The common room of Gryffindor buzzed with excitement. With no classes that afternoon, everyone was reveling in their Quidditch victory. Fred and George had even pilfered a cake from the kitchen. Snape, standing just outside the Gryffindor common room, could hear the raucous celebrations within. Occasionally, an exuberant Gryffindor would stumble out, mistaking the presence of Professor Snape, the potions master, for a deduction of house points, and would scurry away, pressed against the banister in fright. The twins continued to boast to their fellow lions about how they had sent the bludgers flying, safeguarding their fragile teammates. Meanwhile, a Niffler tugged at Loya's trousers, insistently pulling towards the doorway. "Niffler, what on earth are you up to?" Loya was uncertain of what the Niffler intended, so she had no choice but to follow it out of the lounge. At the entrance, Snape finally encountered Loya, who had been pulled out by the mischievous creature. Upon catching sight of Snape, Loya immediately turned away, feigning a demeanor of discontent. Snape's eyes scrutinized Loya intently, contemplating the most suitable way to initiate conversation. Loya cast a sidelong glance at Snape's empty palm. "Goodness, he didn't even bring my spine wand. Yet he wishes to reconcile? Farewell." Loya let out a nasally grunt and turned to head back to the lounge. Snape, hesitating behind her, finally spoke up, his typically somber voice imbued with a hint of gentleness. "Do you wish to visit Hogsmeade?" Drawing upon the childcare wisdom shared by the female professor, Snape reasoned that since gifting her a toy, the Firebolt 2000, had proven ineffective, perhaps a delightful outing would be more successful. Loya immediately halted her steps. She was indeed intrigued by the portrayal of Hogsmeade, the Honeydew Sweet Shop, the Three Broomsticks, and the immensely popular butterbeer in the film. She feigned indifference, casually inquiring about when they might go. In Snape's heart, a barely perceptible sigh of relief escaped. The corners of his mouth revealed the faintest hint of a smile. "Whenever you wish, it can be arranged. And might it be possible to go now?" Loya turned around, her hands clasped behind her back, striving to suppress the flutter of excitement within her. Meanwhile, Snape cast his gaze downwards as she proceeded to change her attire, the chill of the outside air evident. Loya glanced down at her light shirt. The Gryffindor common room's fireplace blazed with warmth, ensuring that throughout the day, the young wizards donned in their pajamas felt no chill. Outside the castle, however, the situation was markedly different. The temperature had plummeted unexpectedly. The morning was mild, yet by afternoon, a sudden chill had set in. "So, wait for me." Loya hurried back to her dormitory, traversing the bustling lounge, donned her coat, and tossed the Sniffler to Hermione. Loya gazed up at Snape, who towered over her by several heads, and inquired, "Do you not have any classes this afternoon?" Snape replied that he had just been coordinating lessons with the other professors. Although she was wrapped in her coat, Loya shivered as the brisk air greeted her upon exiting the castle. Snape produced his wand and cast a warming charm for her. It wasn't long before they arrived at the bustling tavern. The atmosphere within was lively and tumultuous, filled with swirling smoke. As a graceful woman attended to a raucous group of wizards at the bar, they settled into an available table by the window. A young server approached them with eager enthusiasm, inquiring about their needs. Loya immediately extended her hand and called for 2 mugs of butterbeer. Snape interjected, 1 mug of butterbeer, and 1 of milk. The waiter responded, "Certainly, sir, 1 mug of butterbeer and 1 of milk." Loya, in less than 5 minutes, the waiter arrived, bearing a frothy mug of hot buttered beer and milk. Loya took a displeased sip of milk. After much contemplation, Snape ultimately pushed the box containing the wand before her. It was Loya's spinebone wand. Following the incident of the troll invasion at Hogwarts, he had confiscated her perilous spinebone wand. Subsequently, he made a special trip to a wand shop in Germany, where the proprietor, Grigovich, frequently supplied wands to students from Durmstrang. Grigovich examined the wand, discovering that its core was crafted from the spine bone of a dark wizard from centuries past, a practice strictly forbidden within the wizarding community. Furthermore, the wand was enveloped in an insidious aura of dark energy. It was astounding that a wand could be made from the spine bone of Ictistic. Its creator must have been deranged, for this wand was designed solely for the purpose of wielding dark magic. Snape recalled Loya's vacant expression during her initial encounter with the wand and uneasily inquired whether it would endanger its owner. After a moment of contemplation, Grigovich replied, "While I cannot guarantee it will not harm the wielder, I can assure you that as long as the owner's will is resolute, the wand will not adversely affect their mind." Snape's anxious heart found some solace. He cautioned Loya, "Do not wield it carelessly. The unforgivable curse is exceedingly perilous." Loya was joyfully toying with her wand, completely oblivious to his words. Snape patiently continued, explaining that Professor McGonagall harbored a deep disdain for dark magic, particularly the unforgivable curses, advising her not to wield it recklessly at Hogwarts, and especially not to let her catch sight of it. All right, Loya nodded repeatedly. Just then, a middle-aged man, whose ghastly appearance and menacing demeanor unmistakably marked him as a Death Eater, approached their table. He seemed to have something to discuss with Snape, who left Loya with a cautionary reminder not to wander off, assuring her that he would return shortly before they exited. Loya gazed through the window at Snape and the Death Eaters engaged in conversation outside. After a moment of idleness, she summoned the waiter. "Another mug of butterbeer, please." The waiter hesitated, glancing at her before casting a wary look towards Snape outside. "You are too young. Your guardians would not approve." Loya felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Why did others perceive her status as so diminished? Within the confines of her home, she was in command. The waiter regarded her with a look of astonishment. "Moreover, you are mistaken. He is not my superior." Upon hearing this, the waiter's peculiar gaze darted between Loya and Snape, who stood outside. Finally, the waiter seemed to grasp the situation, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. You certainly know how to have fun." Before long, the waiter returned with a steaming mug of butterbeer for him. Loya does not forget to add a note to account for Snape. Loya took a sip of the butterbeer. Its flavor reminiscent of the Muggle world's fizzy beverages, yet undeniably delightful. She set down her glass and inadvertently caught sight of Professor Quirrell in the corner, his head wrapped in bandages, conversing furtively with a cloaked figure whose intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Loya only heard them discussing the first-grade league. After Professor Chilo finished his conversation with the other party, he turned around and immediately noticed Loya, his expression shifting to one of distress, even as he touched the bandage. Feeling a renewed ache in his head, Loya harbored no fondness for Chilo, not to mention the fact that he bore a likeness to Voldemort on the back of his head. During the invasion of the trolls, she had employed the spell Drilling Pain, which Chilo had maliciously used to provoke Professor McGonagall against her, fully aware of the biases McGonagall held due to her surname. Approaching her desk, Chilo emanated an overpowering stench of garlic that nearly made her retch. "Miss Grindelwald, students below 3rd year are not permitted in Hogsmeade. I feel it is necessary to inform Professor McGonagall." Indeed, this individual had come seeking trouble. It remained unclear whether his animosity stemmed from her earlier encounter with a well-aimed bludger, or if it was Voldemort-esque grudge that prompted this petty attempt to report her to McGonagall. How shameless it was to resort to such juvenile tactics when one could not prevail in a duel. Chilo's Voldemort-esque figure sneezed from beneath his scarf. Severus Snape, who had accompanied her, hurried forward from behind, his expression dark as he regarded Professor Chilo. Chilo merely curled his lip, choosing silence, and tactfully departed. Snape then turned to find Loya hastily attempting to conceal a beer cup beneath the table, a sight that made him furrow his brow. Yet he opted to act as if he had seen nothing. After settling the bill, Snape escorted her to Honeyduke's, a shop immensely popular among Hogwarts students, renowned for its diverse range of sweets, including various milk-based candies and chocolates. With Christmas approaching, Loya selected a large jar of chocolates for Harry and purchased an assortment of sweets for Hermione and Ron as well. As they prepared to leave, a group of dark-skinned students entered, roughly her age but clad not in Hogwarts robes. Instead, their garments bore the crest of the Wagadu School of Magic. She overheard them discussing their first visit to Hogsmeade and speculating about what Hogwarts Castle would be like. "We absolutely must win," they said, indicating they were likely there for a competition. Was it a Quidditch match? Loya tilted her head in confusion. Noticing her bewilderment, Snape offered an explanation. Wagadu School was set to compete against Hogwarts in a spell competition for first-year wizards. originally scheduled for the next day but unexpectedly arriving a day early. Dumbledore was passionately announcing the impending event. Wagadu School? Loya inquired softly of Hermione. It is a magical academy located in the Moon Mountains of Uganda, Africa, and is the largest wizarding school in the world. It is said that students are notified of their acceptance through dreams. Lois marveled, as expected of the encyclopedic Hermione. There was nothing she did not know. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to the students from the esteemed Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, along with their headmaster. No sooner had the announcement been made than a group of young wizards clad in Ilvermorny robes entered the hall, accompanied by their headmaster. Most of them possessed dark skin. Yet the girls, in particular, showcased exquisite features, imbued with an exotic charm. For instance, Ron, utterly entranced, nearly had his ears tugged off by Hermione, while Harry, startled, instinctively shifted to the side. Once the Ilvermorny students settled into their seats, the hall appeared more crowded than usual. Professor McGonagall tapped her spoon against her goblet and began to announce the rules of the competition. The freshman spell tournament would be conducted in pairs, with each team consisting of 2 first-year students. The teammates would be assigned through a lottery system, ensuring that only students from the same school would be paired together, alleviating any concerns about Hogwarts and Ilvermorny students being grouped in the same team. These first-year students had only been studying magic at Hogwarts for 3 to 4 months, and their magical abilities were largely comparable, save for a few overachievers who may have delved into additional spells during their time in the library. Loya mentally organized the spells she currently mastered. Given her present capabilities, although she was uncertain about the circumstances at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she believed she ranked among the upper echelon of first-year students. If her teammates were Harry or Hermione, Loya felt confident that they could effortlessly progress to the finals. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore cast a spell, and a variety of magical boxes appeared, floating in mid-air above the long table. These enchanted boxes seemed almost alive as they glided through the air, allowing the students to freely choose their magical companions. Loya seized a red magical box and, upon opening it, a miniature golden snitch sprang forth, smaller than the one used in Quidditch matches. The moment she touched the golden snitch, a series of words appeared above it. Loya Grindelwald, number 13. According to Professor McGonagall's explanation of the competition rules, wizards bearing the same number are grouped together, which implies that her teammate must also be number 13. Loya leaned over to glance at Harry and Hermione's seeker, both adorned with the number 10. With Harry and Hermione united as a formidable duo, Loya surmised that their partnership would undoubtedly propel them to the finals with ease. However, since neither Harry nor Hermione was her teammate, she shifted her gaze to Ron, only to find he was also not number 13. Well, at the very least, she could still accept the prospect of teaming up with the future Swordmaster Neville or the explosive genius Seamus. Neville was still fiddling with his memory ball when a magical box inadvertently struck his head. After a pained exclamation, he opened the box, only to discover it was not number 13 either. Just as Seamus unwrapped his magical box, an explosion ensued. Loya approached the remnants of the shattered seeker, which, despite being reduced to ashes, still bore no resemblance to number 13. Loya searched around the long table of Gryffindor, but found no one with the same number as hers. Reluctantly, she proceeded to the long tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The young wizards from both houses were quite amiable, yet none bore the number 13. At this point, nearly all the first-year students had located their counterparts sharing the same number. Loya remained single, suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. She turned her head and beheld Malfoy from Slytherin, parading around the tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff with the golden snitch. Finally, he strutted towards the Gryffindor table, his chin held high as he proclaimed, "Who is number 13? Uninvited, Malfoy flaunted his arrogance. The snitch seemed to gravitate towards Loya, circling her before landing gracefully in her palm. Both snitches were indeed number 13. The gaze of Gryffindor fell collectively upon Loya. Malfoy's previously haughty demeanor abruptly froze. Memories of his potions textbook, the quill, the exploded cauldron, and the unidentified flying object that had crashed during the Quidditch match flooded back, rendering the past unbearable to recall. Loya's expression was not much better. Her teammate was none other than Draco Malfoy. To Loya, Malfoy was merely a spoiled young master, indulged by his family. She strained to recall Malfoy's combat prowess and the spells he had employed in the films, though her memory of the plot had grown hazy. After a moment of contemplation, Loya's expression darkened further. Teaming up with Malfoy, she feared she might find herself in a predicament of 1 against 2. Thus, she raised her hand to speak. "Professor, May I request an immediate withdrawal from the competition? Malfoy widened his eyes in vehement protest. Wait. Your teammate Malfoy refuses to concede. I am eager to participate in the contest. Loya, disinclined to participate in the match due to her partnership with Malfoy, faced a dilemma. According to the rules of the doubles competition, if Loya, as a teammate, opts out, Malfoy would also be deemed to have forfeited. In the Slytherin common room, Malfoy paced irritably before the fireplace, while Goyle and Crabbe lounged on the sofa, indulging in snacks. Observing their nonchalant demeanor, Malfoy seethed with anger, exclaiming, "You imbeciles ought to devise a plan." A passing Slytherin prefect couldn't suppress a roll of her eyes, retorting, "Malfoy, you're making us dizzy. Why won't she compete?" "How would I know? If she doesn't participate, I will be considered to have forfeited as well. Have you bullied her in the past, causing her disdain for you?" "It's she who has been tormenting me." Malfoy realized too late that he had let slip a confession, his cheeks flushing crimson. "She undoubtedly despises you and lacks trust in you. Were her partner Potter, she would likely participate with enthusiasm." Frustrated, Malfoy flung himself onto the sofa, pondering why everyone seemed to favor Potter. "Unless you alter her perception of you, she will remain distrustful and unwilling to team up with you," the prefect remarked before turning on her heel and departing. The following day, Malfoy and his two lackeys lay in wait behind the staircase of the main building. Goyle signaled from a distance, indicating that their target was approaching. Loya was assisting a Ravenclaw student in delivering a stack of assignments to the professor's office. In accordance with their scheme, Goyle and Crabbe inadvertently knocked the notebook from Loya's grasp. Subsequently, Malfoy pretended to pass by nonchalantly, offering to help Loya pick up the scattered papers in a bid to enhance his likability. Loya graciously agreed to participate in the competition. The plan was progressing smoothly until Goyle and Crabbe inadvertently knocked Loya's notebook to the ground and fled the scene. However, plans are often subject to unforeseen changes. No one anticipated that Loya would abandon her notebook in favor of pursuing Goyle and Crabbe down the street, only to remember to return for her notebook after delivering a blow that broke Goyle and Crabbe's noses. Malfoy, despite the unexpected turn of events, believed that the outcome of the plan remained unaffected. He adjusted his tie and ensured his golden hair was impeccably styled with hair gel before striding forward with an air of superiority. Just then, a boy draped in a yellow and black checkered scarf passed by, assisting Loya in gathering her scattered notebooks. "Thank you, Cedric," she said. Cedric responded with a faint smile. Loya harbors a profound affection for Cedric, the quintessential Good Samaritan who willingly assumes the role of scapegoat. Had it not been for Cedric's courageous decision to take the blame, she likely would have faced expulsion from Hogwarts due to Professor McGonagall's wrath following her reckless actions. "It is said that the two of you delivered a resounding defeat to Slytherin, and your bludger strike even found its mark on Professor Quirrell. Regrettably, due to his confinement, Cedric missed the exhilarating Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin." He listens intently as his roommates vividly recount the prowess of Gryffindor's new chaser, whose performance left Marcus seething with frustration. Luo Yagan chuckled softly, attributing his blunder to a mere slip of the hand. "Next week, our third grade will have a Quidditch practice match. Will you be able to attend?" Cedric inquired cautiously, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Loya decided to forego participating in the spell competition with Wagadu next week, as her assigned teammate was Malfoy. Without the burden of the competition, she found her schedule quite free for the upcoming week and readily accepted Cedric's invitation. Cedric, inwardly relieved, exhaled softly, as Loya was about to head to the auditorium. She turned and politely inquired, "Cedric, shall we dine together in the auditorium?" Under the gaze of her enchanting eyes, Cedric felt a warm flush creeping to his ears as he nervously nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side along the corridor, while the background figure, Malfoy, was left in the shadows. Loya sensed that Draco Malfoy had been acting rather oddly of late. No matter where she ventured, she would invariably spot a golden, glowing head in the distance, holding a telescope, accompanied by his two foolish lackeys, casting furtive glances in her direction. Initially, Loya chose to disregard the situation. However, in a desperate bid to participate in the competition, Malfoy began to recklessly push the boundaries of danger. For instance, in the classroom, the still swollen-nosed Goyle and Crabbe suddenly appeared before Loya, just as she pondered whether these two lackeys had come to settle a score for Goyle's broken nose. Her hand stealthily clenched her wand within the sleeve of her robe. Yet, Goyle and Crabbe, leveraging their weight advantage, seized Hermione, who sat to Loya's left, and Ron, who sat to her right, leaving Loya standing alone. It was at that moment that Malfoy swaggered over and took a seat beside her. Loya's expression was one of displeasure as she contemplated what Malfoy was up to. Malfoy, impeccably groomed, had a head that gleamed with polish. Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone meant to sound congenial as he said, regarding the competition, without a moment's hesitation, Loya decisively rejected his invitation. Just as Malfoy was poised to continue, she interrupted him with resolve. Must I articulate my thoughts in a manner that is painfully explicit for you to comprehend, Mr. Malfoy? You will hinder my progress. Do you understand? Loya stated the truth with a merciless clarity. Malfoy was left momentarily disconcerted, yet his tenacity remained unshaken. As long as Loya refused to participate in the upcoming spell competition, he would trail her relentlessly. He was determined to compete, aspiring to reach the finals, with the hope of confronting Potter and defeating him, thereby demonstrating to Potter's admirers their champion's vulnerabilities. Though Malfoy possessed a striking appearance and hailed from a prestigious pure-blood lineage, his sharp tongue often resorted to disparaging remarks, frequently invoking the term mudblood. His irascible temperament drove even the first-year girls from other houses, who previously maintained a cordial rapport with Loya, to shy away from her whenever Malfoy lingered nearby. Eventually, Loya could no longer tolerate Malfoy's incessant pestering and reluctantly acquiesced to participate in the competition. While Malfoy boasted animatedly in the Slytherin common room about his inevitable triumph in the upcoming match, Loya had already arrived at the venue to scout the competition. The arena, enchanted by Dumbledore, floated above the Black Lake, with steps leading down to the grassy expanse. The sky over the dueling ground was similarly bewitched, despite the snowflakes swirling outside. The conditions within remained unaffected. The rules dictated that if either competitor from a team lost consciousness or fell into the Black Lake, they would forfeit. Overall, the doubles format demanded considerable teamwork. Although the event was a competition for first-year students from Hogwarts and Wagadu, many upperclassmen gathered to witness the spectacle, filling the spectator seats to capacity. Loya and Malfoy's match was scheduled for the following day, while Harry, Hermione, and Neville's bouts were set for the first day. Fred, seated behind her, leaned over the back of her chair and poked her. Hey, Loya, George and I have wagered our entire allowance on your victory. Don't feel pressured. Our hopes of sudden wealth rest solely on you. Loya sighed in exasperation. This was not merely an external pressure, but rather an outright imposition of stress. In the inaugural match, the Hogwarts team consisted of Neville and a girl from Ravenclaw. From the very onset of the game, Neville appeared flustered, falling victim to an opponent's spell and nearly plunging into the Black Lake. Fortunately, the young Ravenclaw maintained her composure, despite the duo's initial disadvantage. They ultimately turned the tide and emerged victorious. The subsequent match featured Harry and Hermione. As Harry stepped onto the field, he spotted Loya in the stands and mistakenly believed she had come specifically to watch his performance, prompting him to enthusiastically wave at her. Loya nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Harry and Hermione truly exemplified a formidable duo, commencing their match with remarkable momentum, leaving the two wizards from Durmstrang utterly taken aback and swiftly securing victory. Throughout the morning's competition, Loya remained wholly engrossed in observing the performance of the Durmstrang wizards. Though the Durmstrang wizards were not particularly formidable, she was confident that, barring any unforeseen antics from Malfoy, she stood a substantial chance of triumphing in the match. The day of their initial contest arrived in due course. In the preparation tent, Malfoy boisterously proclaimed, raising his voice to ensure the Durmstrang wizards, sharing the same space, could hear him, that soon he would have them fleeing in disarray. Loya awkwardly shook his head, hoping that Malfoy would not be humiliated later. After the referee announced the commencement, both parties raised their wands in salute, and the duel officially began. Malfoy took the initiative, swiftly casting a spell. With a flick of his wand, a cunning serpent descended into the arena of the duel. Loya was momentarily taken aback, for it turned out that Malfoy was indeed a hidden talent with remarkable skills. Observing the slight astonishment in Loya's eyes, Malfoy's mood brightened unexpectedly, and the cunning serpent followed suit, proudly flicking its tongue. Malfoy, in his delight, tilted his head back, poised to showcase his abilities. However, in the next instant, he was unceremoniously sent tumbling into the Black Lake, along with his snake, by a stunning spell cast by a wizard from Hogwarts. The referee promptly declared victory for Hogwarts. Cheers erupted from the stands of Hogwarts supporters. Loya's expression was indescribably grim. Before she could take any action, her teammate had already succumbed within the first 10 seconds of the match. Oh no, her teammate was unceremoniously cast into the lake, setting a new record for the swiftest defeat in the entire school. Loya felt unable to bear the sight of Dumbledore seated at the headmaster's table. The falling autumn leaves scattered across her face, while her disappointing teammates had thoroughly broken her heart. Loya descended the steps with a dark expression, while behind him, the sound of Malfoy bubbling in the black lake echoed, declaring, "I cannot swim." Loya strode furiously down the corridor, her dignity shattered by her swift defeat. To compound her dismay, Fred and George had wagered all their pocket money on her, plunging her spirits to an all-time low. Behind her, a drenched Malfoy relentlessly pursued, pleading for another chance. His clothes were thoroughly soaked, and his usually neatly combed golden hair clung disheveled to his face. He neglected to tidy himself up and hurried to keep pace with Loya, fearing that this Gryffindor might withdraw from the competition in a fit of anger. Malfoy grasped her sleeve, his voice a mere whisper of desperation. "Loya Grindelwald, grant me another opportunity. This time, I shall surely prevail. Loyal, I warn you now immediately. You had best keep your distance, or I fear I may be compelled to rip every strand of your golden hair from your head." Loya retorted angrily. "It was merely my carelessness in the last match. I assure you, next time I shall outshine those who resemble nothing more than mud." Malfoy stammered in anxious defense. Loya crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at him. The once proud Malfoy had, after all, lowered his noble head. It was astonishing to witness the typically haughty Malfoy resorting to such a subservient tone to plead for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Loya concluded that she had never intended to withdraw from the competition. Fortunately, the rules stipulated that one was not entirely eliminated after a single defeat. A string of victories in the remaining matches could still lead her to the finals. She felt compelled to participate in the second match, not only to reclaim her dignity, but also to win back the pocket money of Fred and George. As several Slytherins brushed past her, they gazed in bewilderment at the disheveled Malfoy, who was relentlessly pursuing a Gryffindor while uttering the perplexing phrase of "give me another chance." One Slytherin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "What on earth is Malfoy doing? What else could it be? He has been rejected in his romantic pursuits," came the reply, acknowledging Malfoy's tenacity. In the end, Loya devised a new strategy. She decided to position Malfoy at the back, ensuring he maintained his placement and avoided being knocked into the lake, while she would attract the enemy's fire at the center line and serve as the primary offensive force. Malfoy's role would be to support from the rear with a few spells to finish off any lingering threats. Loya rolled up his sleeves. "Isn't it simply a matter of 1 against 2? Before the second match, Malfoy was surprisingly quiet inside the tent. Loya diligently polished her wand, determined to reclaim victory within 10 seconds after her defeat in the first match. There was no need to hold back her strength. She would unleash her ultimate spell from the outset. As the referee's whistle pierced the air and both sides exchanged formalities, Loya surged towards the center of the arena. Under the looming threat of disbandment should they falter, today Malfoy obediently complied with Miss Grindelwald's tactical directives. He promptly retreated in the opposite direction, hastening to the backfield to avert a repeat of the disastrous moment when he was hurled into the Black Lake. According to the rules of the Magical Dueling League, the swiftest path to victory was undoubtedly to send one's opponent plunging into the lake. Dust and debris swirled around them. As Loya raised his wand, he instantly unleashed a flurry of sand and stone, catching the young wizard Wagadu off guard and sending him flying. His teammate, with a tense expression, was about to retaliate when he noticed a colossal water sphere looming overhead. In a swift motion, Loya ensnared the bewildered wizard from Hogwarts in a water prison and unceremoniously cast him into the Black Lake, concluding the battle in a mere 10 seconds. Malfoy, taken aback by the display, was rendered speechless. The headmaster of Hogwarts, seated in the audience, rose with a furrowed brow, his expression gravely fixed upon the scene before him. Was this truly the caliber one would expect from a first-year student? How could a first-year possibly wield such advanced magic? The ease of victory was, in part, attributed to the lackluster performance of the opponent in the second match. Meanwhile, Malfoy, thoroughly intimidated by Loya's formidable water prison, had inexplicably refrained from his usual antics in the Slytherin common room, eschewing his friends for idle chatter and avoiding any provocation of Potter. It was difficult to believe that Malfoy had retreated into the library, engrossed in a third-year spellbook, were it not for his conspicuous Slytherin robes and golden hair. His studious demeanor would easily have led one to mistake him for a Ravenclaw. Loya advised him to select a spell that could be mastered swiftly within a short period, yielding the most effective results for the competition. Loya believes that the stunning spell is perfectly suited for the occasion. It is also the very incantation that led to Malfoy's defeat in their first encounter. Unlike Hogwarts, where students do not learn the stunning spell until their third year, it is taught in the first year at Wagadu. Following Loya's advice, Malfoy is diligently studying this new spell. Loya had to concede that Malfoy truly lived up to his pure-blood lineage. Endowed with remarkable talent, he swiftly taught himself one of the spells from the third-year curriculum. The following day, devoid of any competitions, Loya and Malfoy arranged to meet in the yard of Hagrid's hut. In truth, it was Malfoy who unilaterally summoned Loya early in the morning to accompany him for practice. Malfoy was entirely engrossed in observing the movements of Loya's wand. Loya cast a spell that sent a flurry of sand and stones flying towards Malfoy, who narrowly evaded the attack. Quite impressive, you've become much quicker at dodging. Loya Grindelwald's rare praise lifted Malfoy's spirits, prompting him to stretch his sore shoulders. In recent days, Loya has been honing Malfoy's evasive skills. Even when facing two opponents alone at the center line, she remains apprehensive about the possibility of Malfoy being unexpectedly knocked into the water from behind. Malfoy has shown considerable improvement since the beginning. She recalls the first day of training, when Malfoy endured countless blows, leaving her bruised and battered after just one morning of practice. Loya tossed Malfoy's wand to him. Now it's your turn. Cast Stupefy on me. Malfoy grasped the wand, holding his breath in concentration. He waved the wand to cast the spell, but unfortunately, Loya deftly evaded the attack. Malfoy pouted in frustration. Nearby, Yaya, sprawled in the yard, echoed a couple of calls. Hagrid poured freshly boiled water into 2 cups containing tea leaves. His hospitable nature shone through as he presented his homemade biscuits to share with them. Hagrid was genuinely astonished that the typically antagonistic Gryffindor and Slytherin could coexist so amicably. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Thank you, Loya said, accepting the teacup from Hagrid and taking a gentle sip. Malfoy, accustomed to a pampered life, looked disdainfully at Hagrid's biscuits. Who would eat such filthy biscuits? Only a mudblood would. Before Malfoy could finish his remark, Loya slammed the teacup down onto the table with a resounding thud, causing Malfoy to promptly fall silent. After a morning of intense training, he was indeed feeling quite hungry. Reluctantly, Malfoy huffed, turning his nose up as he picked up a biscuit. Loya raised an eyebrow and elevated his voice to address him. Malfoy, have you forgotten what you ought to say first? Reluctantly, Malfoy uttered a thank you to Hagrid and took a bite of the biscuit, which, to his surprise, was quite delectable. Hagrid, unfazed by Malfoy's demeanor, simply chuckled heartily, finding it truly remarkable that Lucius Malfoy's son could be so obedient to Loya. With a rare moment of leisure in the afternoon, Loya borrowed a book from the library's living area and nestled into his dormitory bed, preparing to craft a scarf for the Niffler using the instructions within. Have you been getting too close to Slytherin lately? Hermione inquired, setting her book aside to gaze earnestly at Loya. She pondered the nature of her recent interactions with Malfoy, ultimately opting for a more ambiguous interpretation. Over the past few days, whenever Malfoy had the opportunity, he and Loya trained together on new spells, attended matches to scout opposing teams, and shared meals while discussing potential adversaries. To outsiders, they appeared inseparable. That morning, Harry and Hermione encountered Hagrid, who, oblivious to his own slip of the tongue, mentioned that Loya and Malfoy had been practicing spells in his yard these past few days. Loya was certainly aware that Hermione's allusion to Slytherin pertained to Malfoy. Given Malfoy's incessant reference to mudblood, Hermione's disdain for him was entirely understandable. She truly felt compelled to rectify this odious habit of his when time permitted. Moreover, as he was her teammate, she believed that assisting Malfoy in honing his spellcasting skills, all in the pursuit of victory, was entirely justifiable. Loya turned a page, and according to the instruction, she gently moved her wand towards the ball of yarn. With a nonchalant tone, she remarked, "He is my teammate. If he loses, I shall lose as well. Is it not only natural for me to assist him? The others would undoubtedly gossip upon seeing you with Slytherin." Loya set down the ball of yarn and lifted her gaze to meet Hermione's. "Why should I act according to the whims of others? It is impossible to please everyone with every action. Why should I concern myself with their opinions?" Deep down, she possessed a fierce competitive spirit. Once she had set her mind on something, she would see it through to the end. Having entered the competition, she was resolute in her ambition to reach the finals and even to claim the championship, showing no mercy, not even if she faced Harry and Hermione in the final round. Hermione, aware that Harry had been feeling rather despondent lately, contemplated mentioning that Harry was upset about her frequent companionship with Malfoy. However, after much hesitation, she ultimately chose to express herself in a different manner. Loya tilted her head in confusion, asking, "What's wrong with Harry? Didn't you just lose one match after a series of victories? Losing one match still allows you to reach the finals. Tell him not to worry. Your record is remarkable, and securing a place in the finals is a certainty." Observing Loya's complete lack of understanding, Hermione resignedly concluded the conversation. The training has indeed yielded significant results. For instance, Draco has now developed the capacity to collaborate with Loya. When the wizard from Wagadu was cornered by Loya's spell, Draco seized the opportunity to cast a stunning spell, sending the opponent directly into the Black Lake. At times, with just a glance from Loya, he instinctively knew what to do, and their synergy has gradually become more harmonious compared to the initial days. Aside from the first match they lost, they are now on a 4-match winning streak. However, the situation seems less optimistic for Neville and Seamus, as it has been heard that Seamus has been eliminated and is no longer in contention for the finals. Loya was tinkering with her dragon heartstring wand, which bore several inconspicuous minute cracks. It was likely a result of her frequent use of advanced magic recently, causing the wand to gradually succumb to wear. She hoped it would hold up until the conclusion of the competition. After all, it would be quite unseemly to wield a wand resembling a vertebra in the duel arena, especially if a careless flick were to unleash a heart-piercing Avada Kedavra before the watchful eyes of the audience. With so many pairs of eyes upon her, it would certainly provoke considerable trouble. Malfoy had somehow procured a chart detailing the match results of all the participants. He circled the names of their forthcoming opponents with a quill and handed it to Loya. Potter and his companions had lost yet another match, and Malfoy, with a smug grin plastered across his face, relished in their defeat. Loya could not help but roll her eyes at Harry's defeat, her mouth nearly stretching from ear to ear in delight. "Do you remember how you collapsed in solitude yesterday?" "I merely missed a shot," Malfoy awkwardly retorted, feeling slightly embarrassed. At the podium, Snape was striving to act as if he had not noticed the lion and serpent in the front row openly bickering during potions class. As he turned back after writing the key points of the lesson on the blackboard, he found their heads nearly touching. A wave of frustration washed over Snape, causing his brow to furrow deeply. "Mr. Malfoy, could you kindly repeat what I just explained?" Snape inquired, his tone icy and composed, caught off guard by the sudden call-out. Malfoy was momentarily bewildered, having been engrossed in his incessant chatter with Loya. The surrounding Slytherins silently urged him on. Instinctively, Malfoy glanced at Loya for assistance, nudging her arm. What was the professor discussing? How should I know? The two were still engrossed in their interaction, which did not escape Snape's notice, prompting him to scowl even more. Slytherin loses 5 points. Ultimately, Malfoy was unceremoniously assigned detention after Snape's relentless decree. The following day, as they returned from a training session at Hagrid's, Neville was being carried out from the dueling arena by several students. En route to the hospital wing, Loya discovered several claw marks on Neville's body, a curious sight for a magical duel. The Ravenclaw girl accompanying her appeared equally disheveled. Recognizing Loya as Neville's classmate, the girl spoke with a hint of bitterness. "Neville and I have been utterly eliminated. Our Hogwarts team faced defeat today. How could this be?" Loya felt a jolt of disbelief. Just days prior, the wizards from Wagadu she encountered were of quite ordinary skill. You will understand soon enough. Many of them are older than us, and their prowess is leagues apart from the opponents we faced a few days ago. Moreover, their spells are peculiar. As the next match commenced as scheduled, Loya observed that the two Wagadu wizards opposite them appeared at least 2 or 3 years older than their previous adversaries and towered over them. When Loya cast a water prison spell, the opposing wizard astonishingly transformed into a cheetah, nimbly evading her enchantment. The cheetah leaped over Loya's head and pounced upon Draco Malfoy in the back row. Taken by surprise, Malfoy sustained 2 gory gashes on his arm, staggering as he fell from the dueling platform. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. In a moment of peril, he clutched the edge of the platform tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. His feet dangled above the abyss of the Black Lake. The sudden turn of events elicited gasps from the audience. Loya turned around, astonished to find that another Wagadu sorcerer had transformed into a gray wolf. Loya's eyes widened in astonishment. Transfiguration? She had witnessed Professor McGonagall transform into a cat during their transfiguration class. But how could a mere first-year student achieve such a remarkable effect? The gray wolf, transformed from a wizard, disregarded Loya entirely, baring its fangs as it lunged directly at Malfoy. Lucius swiftly repelled the two beasts lunging towards Malfoy with a flurry of sand and stones. However, it was evident that Malfoy was reaching his limit. His hand slipped, and he fell into the Black Lake. Water prison. Loya was compelled to ensnare Malfoy once more with the water cage, preventing him from plunging into the Black Lake and hurling him back into the dueling arena. Soaked to the skin, Malfoy sat on the ground, gasping for breath, yet gripping his wand resolutely. With clenched teeth and golden hair clinging to his ears, Malfoy finally recognized that he had been singled out by the two adversaries opposite him. Headmaster McGonagall had analyzed the pairing of Loya and Malfoy, and at a glance, discerned the evident disparity in their abilities. It was Loya, the formidable witch, who intended to secure a swift victory through a 2-on-1 strategy, instructing her students to prioritize their attacks on Malfoy. As the two beasts lunged at Malfoy once more, Loya prepared to cast the water cage for a third time. Just as her orb of water barely took form, it suddenly shattered and vanished, leaving only a cascade of droplets in its wake. How could this have happened? Loya stared in astonishment at the vanishing water orb. Though her wand bore cracks, it should still be functional. At that moment, her often elusive system, which she had once mistakenly believed to be malfunctioning, emitted a sound. System, warning. Host's magical energy is critically low. Loya was momentarily taken aback as she realized that she possessed such a thing as magical power. Having already utilized the water prison twice, she had expended a significant portion of her magical energy, resulting in the failure of her third attempt. A viscous drop of crimson liquid trickled down her chin and onto her hand. Loya stared in bewilderment at the bloodstains in her palm. Despite not having sustained any tangible injury, she found herself bleeding from the nose. She pondered intensely. Finally grasping the situation, her total magical energy was sufficient for her to cast 2 high-level spells in one go. However, attempting to force a third would not only result in failure, but also inflict a backlash upon her body. Loya wiped away the blood from her nose with the back of her hand. Since advanced magic was no longer an option, she decided to test whether her remaining magical power was sufficient for ordinary spells. Swiftly, she cast a misty fog over the arena, enveloping it in a dense haze that obscured the battle from the spectators. Malfoy realized that Loya was creating an opportunity for him. Seizing the moment when the leopard and the gray wolf's line of sight was obstructed, Malfoy quickly cast a spell for a levitating somersault, successfully launching a surprise attack on the wizard transformed into a cheetah. The cheetah, caught off guard, was flung out of the arena and plunged into the Black Lake. The referee promptly declared Hogwarts the victor. Loya secretly exhaled in relief. They were the only victorious Hogwarts team of the day, with no classes or matches on Saturday. She nearly slumbered through the entire morning. After depleting her magical energy with 3 uses of the water prison spell in yesterday's match, she now felt unusually fatigued and unwell. When she groggily awoke in the morning, Hermione, noticing her pallid complexion, expressed her concern, asking, "Loya, are you unwell? Would you like me to accompany you to Madame Pomfrey?" "I'm merely a bit tired. I just need to rest for a while," she replied. Loya politely declined Hermione's invitation and nestled under her blanket until noon. After a brief freshening up, she felt a slight resurgence of energy. At least not as fatigued as she had been in the morning. The 2 wizards from Hogwarts who could effortlessly transform into leopards and wolves left her with an unsettling sense of trepidation. What perplexed her even more was how first-year students could perform transfiguration that rivaled that of Professor McGonagall. Additionally, she realized that her water prison had a significant drawback. It became somewhat cumbersome when dealing with agile targets. She worried that in the upcoming competition, if her opponents began to prioritize targeting Malfoy, her tailored strategy for him might no longer be effective. Thus, she resolved to visit the library in the afternoon to seek information regarding the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Loya brewed a cup of warm tea and sat by the window, gazing down as several exuberant Hufflepuff upperclassmen clad in Quidditch uniforms passed by, laughing and chatting. Suddenly, she recalled that she had promised Cedric last week to attend his Quidditch practice match. Wasn't it today? She nearly forgot. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. It was just 11 o'clock. She remembered Cedric mentioning that the Quidditch match would commence around 2 in the afternoon. There was ample time. She could easily visit the library to research information about Hogwarts before heading to the Quidditch pitch. Reflecting on how Cedric had taken the blame for her and received detention from Professor McGonagall, she realized that aside from her verbal thanks, she had not taken any substantial actions to express her gratitude. Loya suddenly felt a twinge of guilt for being somewhat excessive. How could she express her gratitude towards the opposite sex? She recalled a chance encounter a few days prior with a Hufflepuff girl who had gifted her homemade cookies and cakes. However, the idea of cooking cakes and cookies herself was utterly inconceivable. She couldn't even muster the motivation to learn. Therefore, she donned her heavy coat and made her way to the kitchen. Upon her arrival, the house elves greeted her with eager inquiries about her needs. From the array of delectable dishes laid out before her, she selected a few exquisite desserts, carefully packaged them in a box, and decided to present this as her token of appreciation to her senior. The library was relatively quiet on Saturday, and she approached the shelves in the charms section. Choosing a stack of parchment-bound books on the history of charms, she placed the cake box on the long table. Before long, a golden-haired head appeared across from her. Loya discerned that it was Malfoy. Aside from him, who else in the entire academy could boast such a polished demeanor? She felt utterly fatigued and lacked the energy to lift her gaze in greeting. Malfoy, unceremoniously, took a seat opposite her and, with casual observation, remarked, "Your complexion appears rather poor." Loya lifted her gaze from the book and regarded him. The usual Loya Grindelwald imparted an overwhelming presence to Malfoy, starkly contrasting with the young women he encountered at aristocratic social gatherings, who seemed to be utterly entranced by him. Moreover, her prowess in spellcasting was nothing short of extraordinary. During the days of training in Hagrid's yard, he had endured numerous encounters where she had bested him. There were moments when he questioned whether he was merely a punching bag in Loya Grindelwald's eyes. Now, she appeared to be unwell, her sapphire blue eyes misty and imbued with a gentler demeanor than usual. Reflecting on this, Malfoy awkwardly averted his gaze and cleared his throat, stating, "You bled during yesterday's competition. It was just a nosebleed. A good night's sleep will suffice." "Are you certain? Your complexion is quite poor. Do you have a fever?" "There is another competition in a few days. You mustn't let yourself become muddled before then." "I said I'm fine, so I am. You should be more concerned about your arm, which looks like a dumpling." Malfoy was momentarily taken aback. In the previous match, he had been targeted by two wizards from Hogwarts who had transformed into a cheetah and a gray wolf, resulting in two 10-centimeter wounds on his left arm. Consequently, his entire left arm was now swathed in bandages, resembling a dumpling from a distance. Loya rubbed her forehead, aware that the haughty young Master Malfoy was inquiring about her well-being out of genuine concern. Yet, she could not quite comprehend the reason behind her current state. Not only was her physical condition abysmal, but her emotions were equally tumultuous. Could it be that a depletion of magical energy could also affect one's mood? Although the library was replete with numerous tomes, the literature pertaining to the Vagadu school of magic was exceedingly scarce. Malfoy even summoned his two loyal companions, Goyle and Crabbe, to assist in the search for information. The shelves in the spells section were stripped bare, leaving a chaotic heap of books scattered across the floor. Thanks to the two hefty figures. After what felt like an eternity, Malfoy triumphantly proclaimed, "I found it." He laid before her a tattered tome, its pages nearly falling out. Loya gazed at Malfoy as he turned the page, inadvertently reading the contents aloud. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, established over a millennium ago, excels in the arts of astronomy, alchemy, and transfiguration. Students aged 13 or 14 can effortlessly transform into leopards or elephants, instilling a sense of trepidation even among many seasoned adult wizards from Europe. It is a school renowned for its mastery of transfiguration. Loya contemplated for a moment. The opponents they faced in their first week of competition were generally around 11 or 12 years of age, a stage that indeed proved to be quite conquerable. Could it be that those 11 or 12-year-olds were yet incapable of self-transformation? However, as they later encountered 13 or 14-year-old wizards from Wagadu, the challenges began to escalate, leading to an entire day at Hogwarts marked by an abysmal record of defeats. Loya furrowed her brow, diligently contemplating future tactics. As weariness and fatigue gradually enveloped her, she inadvertently succumbed to slumber, resting her head on the long table. A group of second-year Ravenclaw students entered the charms area, seeking to borrow some books. Upon noticing the cluttered tables and floors strewn with volumes, Xiaozhang reluctantly led her roommates to seek a quieter, long table elsewhere. She overheard her companions whispering, "Look over there." The blonde Gryffindor girl slumped over the table. "I've heard from a Hufflepuff friend that Cedric personally invited her to watch the Quidditch match this afternoon. Do you think Cedric might fancy her? I envy her so much. A pure-blood beauty destined to be a stunner." As Xiaozhang listened to her roommate's hushed conversation, her focus on her studies waned. She couldn't help but clench the parchment until it bore creases. That golden-haired girl was named Loya Grindelwald. They had crossed paths on the Hogwarts Express, where Cedric had shared a compartment with her. As the clock approached 2, Qiu Zhang gathered her books, preparing to attend Cedric's Quidditch practice. Passing by the bookshelves in the charms area, she noticed that the golden-haired girl seemed to be asleep. Standing beside the desk, she hesitated, contemplating whether to awaken her and remind her of Cedric's Quidditch match. Another blonde pure-blood boy seated opposite Loya noticed Qiu Zhang and addressed her curtly. "What do you want?" Her roommate's words echoed in her mind. "Do you think Cedric might fancy her?" Qiu Zhang stood frozen, a sudden pang of jealousy stirring within her, causing her unease. "Are you looking for her?" "No, nothing." "If there's nothing, then keep your distance. Can't you see someone is trying to sleep here?" The aloof Draco Malfoy resumed his lofty demeanor, munching on cake from a box, casting a disdainful glance at Qiu Zhang as he nearly finished the confection. After a moment of silence, Qiu Zhang opted for silence, hurriedly escaping the library. Meanwhile, Cedric stood on the Quidditch pitch, his gaze sweeping the stands in search of that familiar figure. As the match was about to commence, he failed to spot Loya among the spectators. The Hufflepuff players were donned in their uniforms, while Cedric remained despondent on the grass until a teammate could no longer contain himself and urged him. "Cedric, the match is about to start. Why are you still standing here? Everyone is waiting for you." His teammate patted his shoulder, inquiring curiously, "Are you waiting for someone?" Cedric nodded silently. "Are you waiting for a girl?" His teammate scanned the audience and spotted a familiar Ravenclaw girl. He remembered that this second-year student, Autumn Zhang, attended every one of Cedric's matches. The teammate chuckled. "Are you waiting for Autumn Zhang? She comes to every game. You two must be together, right?" "No," Cedric almost shouted, his voice rising unexpectedly. Normally polite and composed, he suddenly spoke with a sharpness that startled his teammate. "Sorry, the person I'm waiting for didn't come," Cedric admitted, suppressing the bitterness within him, his tone tinged with regret. Another Hufflepuff player nudged his indiscreet teammate with an elbow, murmuring softly, "Cedric is waiting for the Gryffindor girl. Can't you see he has been stood up?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, his teammate scratched his head, realizing he might have overstepped by asking an inappropriate question. Loya felt as though she had slept for an eternity. All day long, she had been ensnared in a haze of drowsiness, and when she finally gazed out the window, she realized that night had fallen. Oh no, she had overslept. Cedric's Quidditch practice match must have concluded long ago. Frustrated, she wrapped her head lightly, only to turn around and discover that nearly all the cake on the table had been devoured by Malfoy. This cake was originally meant for Cedric. Malfoy, with his cheeks puffed out, was savoring the last piece of cake. "What's wrong?" he asked, his mouth full. Loya sighed and reminded herself that her mental age did not correspond to her physical form. She made an effort not to quarrel with the child. As they passed by, a few third-year Hufflepuffs, clutching parchment, were engaged in a discussion about the afternoon's Quidditch match. "What happened to Cedric? He performed so poorly today. We had all prepared thoroughly, thinking we could easily win against the other team. Alas, it was just him who was off his game, and it dragged the rest of us down with him." It had been 2 hours since the match ended, and she had just heard the captain mention that Cedric was still standing foolishly on the field. Loya listened to the voices of several individuals discussing nearby. She swiftly closed her book and slung her backpack over her shoulders. "Hey, where are you off to?" Malfoy inquired, observing Loya anxiously dashing down the stairs with her bag. Loya traversed the staircase, acknowledging that oversleeping and leaving Cedric waiting was indeed her fault. She felt compelled to check if he was still at the Quidditch pitch. Behind her, Malfoy's elongated voice announced the snowfall outside. Cedric had waited at the Quidditch pitch for 2 hours, until both teammates and spectators had departed. Flurries of snow descended from the overcast sky, leaving the desolate pitch with Cedric as its sole inhabitant. He stood there with his head bowed, his hands swollen and reddened from the cold, his frail form appearing precariously unstable, as if he might falter at any moment. He heard footsteps crunching through the snow, growing closer with each passing moment. Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, he turned his head, only to be met not by the figure he longed for. Instead, it was Cho Chang who approached him, observing that he had stood frozen in the snow for a full 2 hours. Cedric's eyes fell in disappointment. "Diggory, you should go back," she gently urged. Cedric offered no response, allowing a heavy silence to envelop them. "I just saw Loya Grindelwald with a Slytherin boy in the library. She might have forgotten." "I'm sorry. I should have woken her." Cho's voice dwindled, becoming so faint that she could barely hear herself. Cedric's shoulders trembled imperceptibly, a dull ache spreading through his chest. When Cedric finally raised his gaze, Cho was taken aback, staring at him. She had never imagined that Cedric's gentle eyes could convey such profound sorrow. Cautiously, she extracted a scarf she had knitted herself from her backpack, intending to gift it to him after the Quidditch match. Heart aching at the sight of Cedric's frost-bitten cheeks, she approached him, wishing to drape the scarf around his neck. Yet, Cedric took a step back, avoiding her hand, denying her even a glance. "Thank you," Cedric rasped, before turning away. By the time Loya arrived at the Quidditch pitch, it was already deserted. The snow-covered ground still bore the faint footprints of two individuals, suggesting Cedric had not departed long ago. In this world, an era devoid of mobile phones or social media, reaching out to someone had become exceedingly inconvenient. Snowflakes landed upon her, causing Loya to shiver involuntarily. Behind her, Malfoy, who had inexplicably followed, stomped through the snow, grumbling about her apparent folly in coming to the pitch on such a snowy night. As the snow continued to fall, Loya couldn't help but tremble once more. Malfoy awkwardly removed his school robe and offered it to her. Loya gazed at him in astonishment. "Aren't you cold?" Malfoy scoffed, indicating his disdain for the chill. Yet, in the next moment, a gust of frigid wind swept by, and Malfoy could no longer maintain his facade. He sneezed several times in quick succession, turning his gaze away in embarrassment and irritation. Loya finally succumbed to laughter, addressing her teammate with playful sarcasm. "Well then, you may freeze." She urged Malfoy to accompany her to the dining hall, expressing her desire for a steaming bowl of potato soup. It appeared that she would have to wait until after the competition to find an opportunity to apologize to Senior Cedric. After yet another triumph, Loya's dragon heartstring wand could no longer withstand the immense power of its master and shattered into two pieces. She placed the borrowed wands upon the wooden table. Neville and Seamus had long been eliminated, missing out on the finals, so Loya had borrowed a wand from them for the time being. Grasping Seamus's wand, she whimsically attempted a spell, only for the vanity behind her to erupt in an explosion. This wand was indeed reminiscent of its owner. Had she not released her grip in time, she likely would have ended up like Seamus, with singed eyebrows. Hearing the explosion, the house elf timidly approached to inquire if Miss Grindelwald required assistance. Loya casually found an excuse to send it away. It seemed that Simon's wand was ineffective. She then picked up Neville's wand, casting the spell after several vigorous attempts. However, Neville's wand proved equally futile, as Loya rested her chin on her hand. Contemplating how to acquire a suitable wand before the next match, she was suddenly startled by a cacophony emanating from the locker room. Loya stepped out of the dormitory and entered the common room, where a number of younger wizards from Gryffindor had gathered. Loya overheard their conversation. Harry and Hermione's team had just suffered a defeat in the match. Harry, injured, was taken to the hospital wing, and it was rumored that his injuries were quite severe, rendering him unable to participate in the forthcoming matches. Consequently, he and Hermione's team had no choice but to withdraw from the competition. Despite being a formidable duo, Harry and Hermione had nonetheless faced an unexpected loss, compounded by Harry's grave injury. Loya was deeply concerned, hastily donning her attire before swiftly making her way to the infirmary. Hermione stood with her head bowed in the corridor of the hospital wing, while Ron leaned against the wall, his demeanor equally glum. Madame Pomfrey emerged from the medical room, and Loya hurried towards her to inquire about Harry's injuries. The prognosis for his leg was far from optimistic. The wound was nearly deep enough to expose the bone, necessitating a prolonged stay in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey sighed once more, lamenting the brutal tactics of the wizards from Wagadu. She recalled the moment Harry was carried in by Gryffindor, drenched in blood, and she even harbored suspicions that the opposing team intended to end his life. Inside the ward, Harry lay in a deep slumber, and his current condition was not conducive to visitors. Nevertheless, while Madame Pomfrey tended to his wounds, Harry had been mumbling Loya's name in a state of unconsciousness. It appeared she held significant importance to him, prompting Madame Pomfrey to make an exception and allow Loya and the others to visit. The room was suffused with the scent of herbs, and the pale boy on the bed appeared ghostly, devoid of color. His breathing was faint yet steady, with disheveled hair clinging to his forehead. In recent days, Loya has been preoccupied with the competition, and only now does she notice how much Harry has withered away during their brief separation. This sight conjures memories of the small boy who was once tormented at the Dursleys, prompting her to involuntarily reach out and smooth Harry's disheveled hair. What on earth happened? How could he sustain such grave injuries? Loya inquires of Hermione, her brow furrowed in concern. Typically, the duel competitions between the two magical schools conclude with one wizard being thrust into the lake, rarely resulting in serious injuries. Yet, the deliberate infliction of harm, depriving an opponent of the opportunity to continue in the remaining matches and forcing their withdrawal from the finals, is indeed excessive. They are cheating, Ron exclaims, his fists clenched in indignation. Hermione's eyes glisten with unshed tears. The opponents were formidable. Harry and I could barely withstand their onslaught. Ultimately, we seized upon a moment of their oversight to counterattack, managing to turn the tide. The wizard named Jace Zeiss from Wagadu knelt and declared his surrender, which led us to lower our guard, with Harry also putting down his wand. She sniffles before continuing. Little did we expect that as soon as Harry turned, he was ambushed by an alligator, leaving him completely unprepared. He nearly lost a leg to its bite. Moreover, the referee was blatantly biased, declaring the Wagadu wizard the victor despite having clearly heard Jace admit defeat. Loya understood the circumstances surrounding the events. Such tactics were indeed despicable. Hermione, with a reddened nose, wiped her moist eyes and said, Loya, you have been so preoccupied with training your teammates these days. Do you still remember us? Loya pursed her lips, realizing that in her pursuit of victory and a place in the finals, she had indeed overlooked her friends in recent days. She felt a sense of remorse. Loya gently embraced Hermione with an air of apology, her comforting hand softly caressing her back. Do not worry, the rest shall be entrusted to me. She turned her gaze towards Ron. Ron, will you take me to find Jessie Zeiss? I am unfamiliar with the location of the Gryffindor dormitory. Ron swallowed nervously, asking with an anxious tone, Loya, you are not intending to confront him, are you? Loya turned around, her figure silhouetted against the light as she curled her lips into a smile and softly chuckled. How could it possibly be a fight? He prevented Harry from competing, so I shall ensure he cannot compete either. It's as simple as that. Ron felt a twinge of anxiety. If Professor McGonagall were to discover a wizarding duel. Loya discerned Ron's unease and calmly remarked, I shall bear the entirety of this burden alone. Upon learning the news of Potter's disqualification from the finals, Malfoy was in remarkably high spirits today. Accompanied by his two lackeys, he wandered through Hogwarts, humming a cheerful tune. Fortuitously, he encountered Loya and Ron, who had just emerged from the infirmary. With a gleeful stride, Malfoy approached them, reveling in his misfortune as he exclaimed, Did you see? Potter has lost yet again. I hear he sustained severe injuries and was carried off to the infirmary. He won't be able to participate in any future matches. Haha. Loya had no time to spare for him. She casually cast a silencing spell in his direction. Malfoy was caught off guard by the sudden enchantment, his mouth sealed shut, his face flushed with indignation as he emitted silent protests. You had better behave today, she warned, and her already battered wand shattered into fragments after exhausting its last spell, rendering it unusable for the time being. By the way, Goyle, Crabbe, come here, Loya commanded, tilting her chin towards the two dim-witted individuals. The summoned Goyle and Crabbe exchanged a timid glance at the silenced Malfoy. After a moment of silent communication, they ultimately chose to comply with Loya's directive. For this Miss Grindelwald was far more formidable than Malfoy. Under Ron's guidance, they swiftly located the magical tent serving as a temporary dormitory for Hogwarts. Loya instructed Ron to summon him. Where's the golden-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor? The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team murmured to himself while scanning the surroundings for a Gryffindor girl with those distinctive golden hair and blue eyes. Captain? Could it be that one up ahead? One of his players suggested, pointing forward. The captain turned his gaze in the direction indicated. Loya stood menacingly outside the magical tent of the Ravenclaw dormitory, flanked by two Slytherins. He immediately recognized Loya as the individual they were seeking, the charming young lady cherished by Cedric. As Loya inadvertently turned his gaze in this direction, the captain of Hufflepuff finally comprehended why Cedric was so enraptured. Even after 5 years at Hogwarts, he had never encountered a girl so exquisitely beautiful. So much so that he felt a twinge of unnatural nervousness when he attempted to greet her. Loya did not recognize him. He gazed curiously at the unfamiliar figure before him. Greetings, I am the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, he began. But the latter part of his sentence was abruptly interrupted by Ron's distant shout. Loya, the scheming Jexus has emerged. Ron hurried back, panting heavily. Loya narrowed her eyes, clearly impressed by the audacity displayed. She addressed the captain of Hufflepuff with an apology, stating that she had pressing matters to attend to and would speak with him later. At that moment, a tall, dark-skinned wizard emerged from the tents of Wagadu, towering over Loya and appearing older than her as well. Jexi Shisi inquired with noticeable impatience, asking what business she had with him. Loya raised an eyebrow, elevating her voice to ensure every soul present could hear her words. I, Loya Grindelwald, challenged Jexi Shisi to a duel, a fair contest. She deliberately elongated the last phrase with a tone of mockery, successfully witnessing Jexie's complexion shift. The surrounding wizards gasped in astonishment at this sudden private duel. The captain of Hufflepuff was equally taken aback, rendered speechless. Their seeker, Cedric, had been unwell ever since he foolishly exposed himself to the biting cold for 2 hours in the snow, resulting in a high fever that plagued him for 2 days. He appeared utterly despondent, and despite his roommate's persistent entreaties, Cedric stubbornly refused to seek treatment from Madame Pomfrey. With both a fever and frostbite afflicting him, he struggled to maintain his composure, leaving his friends helpless. Since their pleas fell on deaf ears, the captain resolved to enlist the assistance of a certain Gryffindor girl whom Cedric admired, believing he would heed her counsel. However, the young lady was presently engaged in a private duel. The Hufflepuff captain gazed anxiously at Loya's slender figure as she prepared to confront a wizard towering over her. She was the object of Cedric's affections. Should she sustain any harm, they, as Cedric's friends, could hardly stand idly by. Yet, their advanced potions class was on the verge of starting. The mere thought of Professor Snape's fearsome visage and his inexplicable bias against Hufflepuff, which often resulted in point deductions for the slightest infractions, left the captain feeling utterly powerless. Regardless, they could not permit the young lady, whom Cedric cherished, to be injured. With a resigned heart, accepting that they would likely incur Snape's wrath for tardiness, the captain resolved to intervene. However, the spectacle of the duel had drawn a considerable crowd, encircling the two combatants, making it impossible for him to push through. Jexie, visibly displeased, clicked his tongue. He was well aware of Loya's association with Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. Their pairing was currently the most successful in Hogwarts, boasting a record of 6 wins and 1 loss, firmly securing their place in the finals. He knew full well that it was not Malfoy who posed a challenge, as the boy was merely a liability. The true threat lay in the witch before him. Their headmaster had confidently predicted her advancement to the finals, having meticulously analyzed all of Loya Grindelwald's matches. Her signature skill was the advanced water magic, the water prison. Yet, her technique bore vulnerabilities. It lacked agility and was susceptible to interruption during prolonged casting. The headmaster had also noted that she seldom unleashed the water prison more than twice in a single match. Should one transform into a nimble beast, the likelihood of evading her water spell increased significantly. After all, the wizards of Wagadu excelled in self-transfiguration into animals, posing a considerable challenge even for seasoned European wizards. However, expending magical energy needlessly before the next match was hardly prudent. The wizards surrounding Jexie began to jeer, for if he declined the duel, he would be branded a coward by his peers. Deep down, he was reluctant to admit that, in the face of Loya Grindelwald's formidable 6-win record, he harbored genuine apprehensions about being defeated and becoming a laughingstock. Contemplating the competition's rules, he deliberately shifted the topic, saying, "I trust you are well versed in the regulations of the tournament. Dueling among participants is strictly prohibited." Loya scoffed at his words, exhibiting a remarkable composure. "However, if you refuse to engage in combat with me, I shall insist on a duel." She turned and beckoned, responding to her summons. Gall and Crab, with an air of mischief, procured a stretcher from who knows where and brazenly placed it at Jexie's feet. "What does this mean?" Jexie inquired, her expression darkening. A sardonic smile crept upon Luoya's lips as she slowly remarked, "Of course, this is prepared for you." The gathered onlookers, a chorus of curious wizards, erupted into boisterous laughter. "You are insulting me," exclaimed Jexie, indignation flaring within him. "I have been kind enough to arrange a stretcher for our esteemed guest from afar, secured a number, and reserved a hospital room. Is my service not sufficiently warm and considerate?" Luoya replied with a smile that failed to reach her eyes. Jexie, now filled with fury, realized he was being shamelessly humiliated by this witch from Hogwarts. Enraged, he accepted the duel on the spot. A crowd encircled them, and Ron, acting as an impromptu referee, began the countdown. Jexie watched as Luoya drew forth a peculiar wand from her sleeve, cloaked in swirling dark mist. This contradicted what the headmaster had previously informed them. He had explicitly stated she wielded a dragon heartstring wand. Both duelists raised their wands in salute. Jexie concentrated intently, pondering which spell to employ first. To his astonishment, Luoya wasted no time, seizing the initiative with an unforgivable curse. Cruciatus. A jet of green light erupted from her wand, striking Jexie directly before he could evade. The captain of Hufflepuff stood in bewilderment. Aside from the perplexity of a first-year casting an unforgivable curse, the sheer ferocity of the attack left him questioning the depth of their enmity. "Oh, Jeshi's anguished cries resonated through the air as he writhed on the grass, his body racked with excruciating pain. The previously raucous crowd of Wagadu wizards now gazed on in horror, their expressions filled with dread. Loya regarded the screaming Jeshi with a cold indifference. There was no necessity to show leniency towards a despicable individual. Moreover, she had exercised remarkable control today, ensuring that no fatal harm would come to him at most. He would find himself confined to a hospital bed for a month. Jeshi's eyes widened in agony, and just before he lost consciousness, he hazily perceived a ghostly figure draped in an ancient black robe floating behind Loya, its hood shrouded in layers of mist, obscuring its face. When the captain of Hufflepuff regained his senses from the shock, he was dismayed to discover that both Loya and Ron had already departed. Not only had he been tardy for potions class, but he had also failed to inform her of Cedric's illness. Soon after, news of Jeshi's grievous injuries reached the ears of the headmaster of Wagadu, igniting his fury. He stormed into the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, demanding an explanation from Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, your student Loya Grindelwald has violated the rules of the competition, engaging in open combat and employing an unforgivable curse to inflict grievous harm upon my student. You must disqualify her. Professor McGonagall, who had been delivering documents to the headmaster, stood momentarily stunned. Unable to articulate her shock upon learning that a student from her own house had used an unforgivable curse against a Wagadu student. Headmaster Dumbledore, I opposed Loya Grindelwald's admission to Hogwarts from the very beginning. She ought to be attending Durmstrang instead. McGonagall paused, a fleeting sense of déjà vu overtaking her. She felt as if she had voiced similar sentiments before, yet the recollection eluded her. Professor McGonagall, please, I need you to calm the students outside. Dumbledore's voice remained as tranquil as ever, as though everything was firmly within his grasp. She is capable of casting the unforgivable curse in a few short years. She may become akin to that dark wizard. Professor McGonagall, I must insist that you first attend to the students outside. McGonagall, determined to continue, found herself interrupted once more by Dumbledore, who repeated his request with an unusual air of authority. Speechless, she understood that Dumbledore was dismissing her, requiring privacy for a conversation with the headmaster of Wagadu. Yet, she could not comprehend why Loya Grindelwald was afforded such exceptional treatment by Dumbledore. If Harry, the child of Lily and James, were the one receiving such favoritism, she could understand. But why Loya Grindelwald? Casting a final glance at Dumbledore, McGonagall exited the office in frustration. The room was left with only Dumbledore and the headmaster of Wagadu, the latter unsatisfied with Dumbledore's demeanor. If you do not disqualify her, you ought to expel her. Otherwise, I shall report this to the Ministry of Magic and seek justice through them. He finally heard the master of the room utter a simple invitation to sit. The African-American headmaster let out a displeased grunt and was about to settle onto the sofa when, unexpectedly, it was whisked away by an unseen force, causing him to crash heavily onto the floor. Dumbledore, you, he exclaimed, rising in anger to glare at the instigator. Meanwhile, the instigator was leisurely pouring water into a teacup, not even sparing him a glance. The room was eerily silent, the only sound being the rhythmic dripping of water as it fell into the teacup. Suddenly, he felt droplets cascading upon his face, increasing in frequency. Confused, he glanced upwards, only to find the ceiling had vanished, replaced by a tempest of thunder and dark clouds. In a panic, he looked around, realizing Dumbledore had long since disappeared from sight. He was bewildered, now standing in a precarious little boat, the thunder booming in his ears. A torrential downpour erupted, and the turbulent waves violently capsized the boat, pulling him uncontrollably into a whirlpool. No, he cried, thrashing desperately in the water, calling for help as seawater rushed into his mouth and nose, filling his lungs and tearing at them violently. His eardrums were inundated, and his entire mind felt as though it were about to explode. He wailed until his body grew weak, his terrified eyes wide as he sank slowly to the depths. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the swaying little boat, watching in horror as the raging waves dragged him under once more, reliving the suffocating demise repeatedly, just as he lost count of how many times he had been drowned in this relentless cycle. He heard the clear sound of a spoon striking the teacup. The storm vanished, the waves dissipated, and he returned to Dumbledore's office. In the brief span it took to pour a cup of tea, he had experienced the agony of drowning dozens of times in the illusion crafted by Dumbledore. Each death was strikingly vivid. He could feel the obstruction of his breath, the water pressing against his lungs, his skin swelling until he succumbed to darkness. He knelt on the floor, trembling uncontrollably, gasping for air. unable to restrain himself from retching violently. He felt that this mental torment was no less agonizing than having his bones carved out. The old man with the white beard leisurely sipped his tea. During the time the mysterious figure was active, it seemed a Death Eater had provided substantial intelligence to him, until the mysterious figure fell from grace. After which the Death Eater seemingly changed his name and vanished to the Moon Mountains. The headmaster of Hogwarts was taken aback, instinctively covering the mark of the Death Eater on his arm. How do you know this? Was it that traitor Igor Karkaroff who spilled the beans? He inquired anxiously. And Dumbledore cast a glance at his actions. I did not engage in any heinous acts. I did not take any lives. I merely provided some rather inconsequential information. The headmaster of Hogwarts, in a flurry of panic, explained. Although he was a former subordinate of Voldemort, his loyalty was as dubious as that of Karkaroff. He merely offered some intelligence, convinced that his hands were untainted by blood. Following Voldemort's decline, the Ministry of Magic began a thorough reckoning with the remnants of his followers. And he had fled to the Moon Mountains in Africa, adopting a new identity. Yet the undeniable mark of the Death Eater on his arm posed a grave risk. Should the Ministry discover it, he broke into a cold sweat, fear evident in his gaze as he looked at the elderly man with the white beard. Please, do not report me to the Ministry, the headmaster implored, his face pale and nearly collapsing in desperation. Dumbledore, regaining his characteristic smile, crossed his arms. So, my dear Loya. The black headmaster interjected hastily, wearing a rigid smile shaped by anxiety and a desire to appease. My student, Jace sighs, resorted to despicable means to win the competition. I appreciate your student, Loya Grindelwald, for ensuring he receives just punishment. Jace shall be disqualified. Hogwarts will expel him immediately. Dumbledore chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. While the black headmaster fled the office in a state of disarray. In the blink of an eye, Christmas approached, and Hogwarts was alive with little wizards building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. Meanwhile, poor Harry was confined to the hospital wing, spending Christmas alone. Upon awakening from his slumber, he was initially delighted to see Loya seated at the foot of his bed, peeling an apple. However, that joy swiftly turned to a sense of grievance as he lamented, "You have ignored me these past few days." Akin to a brother abandoned by a sister swept away by another man, weeping in neglect. Loya gently reassured him, all right, open your mouth." She sliced off a piece of apple and fed it to Harry. Loya's psychological age is far more advanced than that of her physical form. Although she was an admirer of the trio while watching movies, when she truly entered the magical realm and interacted with the 11-year-old Harry, she invariably regarded him as a child, treating him as a younger brother. Loya observed Harry, who, despite his small stature, appeared to possess a hearty appetite. Having just fed him an apple and a Christmas pudding with her own hands, she was taken aback when Harry expressed his desire for more. Loya hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire about Madame Pomfrey's opinion on whether the patient should refrain from consuming too much. However, under the gaze of Harry's sparkling eyes, Loya had no choice but to cut another piece of cake and feed it to him. Meanwhile, Ron was instructing Hermione on how to play wizard's chess. And Hermione casually remarked, "Don't worry, as long as it's you feeding him, he will eat whatever amount you offer." Loya tilted her head, seemingly not comprehending Hermione's meaning. Due to the Weasley couple's trip to Romania to visit Charlie, Ron was compelled to remain at school during the holiday. Loya chose to remain and care for Harry, who could only rely on a cane. Most of the professors were obliged to stay on campus, and Snape was no exception. She found the prospect of spending the holiday at home with her house elf rather dull, so she decided it would be better to stay and look after Harry. On Christmas Day, Harry's bedside was piled high with an abundance of snacks brought by Loya and Ron, while Hagrid entered the infirmary carrying a fir tree, startling Madame Pomfrey in the corridor. They adorned the tree with ribbons and ornaments, transforming the hospital room into a festive haven. Harry received an anonymous gift, an invisibility cloak, and to Loya's surprise, Mrs. Weasley had also sent her a hand-knit sweater. Reflecting on her brief stay at the Weasley home before starting at Hogwarts, she recalled how warmly Mrs. Weasley had cared for her, prompting Loya to promptly pen a thank-you letter to her. Quirrell, at the corner of the staircase, collided with a group of laughing Gryffindors. Scattering the parchment and gilded black leather book, he was clutching all over the floor, as if fearful of being seen. Quirrell hurriedly gathered the books and concealed them under his arm. Loya happened to witness this scene in the corridor. Quirrell's desperate attempts at concealment suggested that there were secrets within those pages, and much of his behavior was orchestrated under the influence of Voldemort. Loya pondered for a moment, then resolved to stealthily follow Chilo and Voldemort to uncover their intentions. Professor Chilo, cradling a parchment-bound tome, glanced back intermittently as Loya cautiously concealed herself behind a column. She observed Chilo tiptoe into the library's restricted section. That evening, Loya borrowed an invisibility cloak from Harry and, draped in its shroud, silently infiltrated the forbidden area. To her astonishment, the restricted section lacked even a lock, allowing anyone to enter with ease. She perused the rows of shelves, searching for notable titles such as The Infernal Praise of the Fire Eater and The Veil of Evil, but to no avail. Randomly, she extracted an unmarked book and opened it, only to be met with a chilling shriek as a visage, seemingly crafted of paper, abruptly sprang forth from within its pages. The incessant wailing was unbearable, driving Loya to irritation. It was deafening. With a single punch, Loya struck the visage back into the pages of the book, finally silencing its incessant cries. She turned a few more pages, only to find a script incomprehensible to her, prompting her to close the tome in resignation. On the shelf, she stumbled upon a volume dating back to the 15th century, titled The Demon of the 15th Century. The Demon of the 15th Century? The existence of the 15th century? Loya, filled with curiosity, delicately retrieved a book. She settled onto the ground, placing the tome upon her petite knees. The yellowed pages within were marred by dark stains of blood, evoking a chilling sense of dread in those who gazed upon them. Loya turned to a page featuring an illustration, which depicted a wand hastily sketched. Was this not her very own spine wand? Beneath the illustration lay a string of indistinct small letters. Ectus, the madman who crafted wands from his own spine. It dawned on her that this wand was not forged by Ollivander. It had existed since the 15th century, with Ectus as its inaugural owner and Loya as its second. Although she remained oblivious to how it eventually came into Ollivander's possession, had he perhaps disturbed Ectus's grave? Given more time, she would have relished the opportunity to delve into this tome and uncover the tales surrounding Ectus and his wand. Yet, with the looming danger of being discovered by the patrolling Filch, time was of the essence. She reluctantly returned the Demon of the 15th Century to the shelf. Continuing her search, she soon spotted a black sheepskin book adorned with gilded letters on another row of shelves. The book was placed high up, and after several attempts, she finally managed to reach it on her tiptoes. Loya eagerly opened the book, curious to uncover the clandestine activities of Kylo and Voldemort. However, she found herself staring blankly at the pages before her. Empty. The contents were devoid of any writing, not a single word to be found. Impossible, Loya thought, as she flipped through several pages in disbelief. At last, on a blank sheet, she stumbled upon an unfamiliar name, Aeldis Sona. As Loya perused the unfamiliar name, she could not recall any character by that designation from the original work. Since her transition into this world, she wondered if it was a consequence of the butterfly effect, as numerous events had transpired that were absent from the original narrative. For instance, the existence of the Wagadu School of Magic had scarcely been mentioned in the source material, let alone its connection to the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. At times, she even questioned whether her arrival would alter the trajectory of the main storyline as it had been penned. Suddenly, the name began to resonate more familiar as she continued to read. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that this was the very wizard who had sent Malfoy plunging into the Black Lake during the inaugural Quidditch match. Since they had not been assigned to compete against one another again, Loya remained unaware of his true capabilities or his connection to Quirrell and Voldemort. Just as she was lost in contemplation, the name on the page began to distort. Loya, in a state of uncertainty, rubbed her eyes, and in an instant, the string of names transformed into a dark serpent, springing forth from the pages of the book and sinking its fangs into her wrist. Loya cast aside the book, her teeth clenched tightly. With one hand pressing firmly on the serpent's head, she exerted all her strength to hurl the creature aside. Her wrist bore 2 puncture wounds, and her invisibility cloak slipped to the ground, accompanied by the wand borrowed from Hermione, which lay discarded nearby. Loya swiftly drew her spare vertebra wand from her waist. The wand emitted a vibrant green light, launching a piercing strike towards the black serpent. In that moment, her fervent desire was to seize the wretched creature and roast it for a meal. The dimly lit library flickered with emerald luminescence. After a violent convulsion, the serpent, instead of vanishing, astonishingly split into 2, slithering menacingly in her direction. Loya gazed in astonishment at the 2 serpents that had split apart, her wand still raised in defiance. The dark serpent, upon being assailed, continued to divide, multiplying with each evasive maneuver she executed. Now encircled by a throng of serpents, she could see their fangs glistening ominously as they prepared to strike. Cursing under her breath, Loya was compelled to retreat, clutching her wand with determination. The serpentine shadows dissipated into a swirling black mist. Loya heard a familiar male voice behind her. The bodies of the serpents ignited in flames, dissipating into black smoke in an instant. Snape emerged from the shadows, observing the girl's demeanor, which was tinged with a hint of panic yet faint composure. "Miss Grindelwald, how did you come to be here?" he inquired, casting a brief glance at the invisibility cloak discarded on the ground, deducing how Loya had arrived. Snape scrutinized her, softly asking, "Are you injured?" "No," she replied. Snape noted the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and caught sight of her right hand twitching unnaturally beneath her sleeve. He paused for a moment, then stepped closer, extending his hand toward her. However, just before his fingers brushed against the cuff of her sleeve, Loya took a step back, swiftly concealing her right hand behind her. Snape regarded her hidden hand, furrowing his brow as he advanced a couple of steps closer, attempting to bridge the distance between them. Yet, with each step he took, Loya deliberately retreated. He gazed into her sapphire blue eyes, which blinked in the dim light, as the ethereal moonlight cascaded down, a strand of golden hair slipping over her tilted head and resting on her shoulder. An inward sigh escaped Snape's lips. "Stop this charade and allow me to see your injury." Loya took a step back, realizing that teasing Snape could be quite amusing at times. Observing Loya's stubborn refusal to reveal her wound, Snape patiently cornered her, step by step, until there was no escape. As Loya inadvertently collided with the bookshelf, a few volumes tumbled down, poised to strike her delicate head. Severus Snape, with remarkable swiftness, cast a levitation charm. With no avenue for escape, Loya resignedly yielded, and Snape seized her concealed right wrist. The tip of his wand glimmered, emanating a soft radiance, which he utilized to inspect her wrist for any injuries. He meticulously scrutinized her slender wrist, yet found no wounds. Skeptical, Snape rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair forearm, and confirmed once more, but indeed, there were no injuries. "I told you I'm unhurt," Loya pouted in protest, cautiously concealing her left hand. Meanwhile, Filch, patrolling the corridor, heard the commotion from above and hurried towards the source of the noise, panting heavily. The mere thought of catching students wandering at night, only to suspend them in his office with shackles, elicited an eager grin. "Who is there? Show yourself," he called, brandishing his lantern, and soon spotted Snape in the distance. "Professor, I just heard a noise. There must be a student sneaking into the restricted section," he exclaimed, advancing only to discover a small girl standing behind Snape. "At last. I've caught you." Filch grinned maliciously at Loya, mistakenly believing she had been apprehended by Professor Snape for trespassing in the restricted area. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the punishment that Snape would surely impose on her, locking her away in the dark room. "There are no wandering students here," Snape replied calmly, fixing Filch with an unwavering gaze. Filch, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, twitched at the corners of his mouth. "A living person stands right before me, and you tell me there is no one? Is that not a blatant falsehood? Do you take me for a fool?" he retorted. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Snape's tone grew firmer. Under the weight of Snape's authoritative presence, Filch found himself rendered speechless. Loya raised her middle finger at Snape from behind him. Filch, filled with rage and jealousy, ground his teeth in frustration. As a mute observer, he often clashed with the young wizards, always seeking reasons to punish students for any minor mischief. Yet, he lacked the courage to question Professor Snape's authority, not daring even to express his impotent fury. Filch discerned that Snape was clearly protective of the girl, realizing that as the Hogwarts caretaker, he had no need to invite trouble upon himself. In the midst of this tension, Loya, still grasped by Snape at the wrist, broke the mood with an unexpected remark. "Professor, how long are you going to hold my hand? I'm still just a child." Snape, taken aback, froze momentarily, realizing he was still gripping Loya's wrist. A flustered sensation washing over him as he hastily released her, feeling an unusual warmth in his palm. Whenever Miss Grindelwald addressed him as Professor, Snape knew she was about to play a prank, and at that moment, he felt utterly powerless against her antics. Filch, stunned as if struck by a petrifying curse, scanned the two before him with a bewildered gaze. "I will escort you back to the common room," Snape declared, retrieving an invisibility cloak from the corner and draping it over her. Outside, the heavy snowfall blanketed the ground in a shimmering silver. Were anyone to pass by, they would witness the peculiar sight of Snape, seemingly alone in the snow, leaving two distinct footprints behind him. As Snape walked ahead with Loya following closely, stepping into his prints one by one, she muttered, "I truly detest Filch." Not only Loya, but all Hogwarts students shared this sentiment towards Filch, a fact Snape was well aware of, for he also knew the students held a similar disdain for him, trembling at the mere sight of him. During potions class, when he called on a girl, she might even burst into tears from fright. I once watched a television series called Game of Thrones, where the protagonist's father-in-law ambushed soldiers at a wedding, slaughtering the protagonist, his wife, and everyone at the feast. It infuriated me. Snape knew of such Muggle entertainment, but had never been interested in visiting a Muggle cinema. He patiently listened to Loya's incessant chatter behind him. It struck her that the actor portraying the father-in-law bore an uncanny resemblance to Filch. In Loya's world, they were indeed the same actor. The Red Wedding. The hero I adored met his demise so tragically. Loya continued, her voice animated as she recounted her feelings. Although Snape struggled to comprehend her words, he did not interrupt her until she mentioned her favorite protagonist. He furrowed his brow and asked, "The hero you admire?" "The hero is Robb Stark. I was a fan of his back then, but alas, he died in the second season. It broke my heart. I thought he was the main character." Snape abruptly halted, turning to gaze into Loya's blue eyes, his voice laced with an unusual, muffled tone. "Heartbroken? He was brutally stabbed to death at the wedding. How could one not feel sorrow?" Severus Snape pressed his lips together, turned away, and ceased to acknowledge her, his robes billowing as he quickened his pace. Was Snape truly angry? The old bat was actually upset. As her temporary guardian, she had lived with Snape for quite some time. Even when she and the Niffler nearly dismantled the house, he had never shown any signs of anger. "Severus, you're walking so fast. Do you think my legs are longer than yours? I can't keep up." The snow was deep, and young Loya trudged through the thick blanket, struggling with each step until, losing her balance, she fell face first into a snowdrift. As Snape's figure receded further into the distance, Loya rose, rubbing her reddened nose and shaking the snowflakes from her golden hair. Upon hearing the commotion, Snape could not resist turning back. He bent down and extended his hand to Loya. Under the gaze of his dark, penetrating eyes, she grasped his hand. His fingers, calloused from years of handling potion ingredients, felt rough against her palm. Snape easily hoisted her up, and Loya shook off the snow clinging to her. He resolved to investigate who this Robb Stark was, whom Miss Grindelwald both cherished and adored, but he knew he could never find answers in this world. After all, there was no Game of Thrones by Martin here, nor an actor portraying Robb Stark. "What spell did you use to conjure that smoke-like shadow?" Loya recalled the increasingly tormenting serpents in the forbidden section, which Severus effortlessly incinerated with a single incantation. It was a counter-curse designed to combat any spell that summoned serpents. "Can I learn it?" she inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Severus nodded slightly. Although this spell was seldom employed, and he would typically scoff at anyone seeking to learn it, he recognized that for Loya, with her innate talent and aptitude, mastering it would be rather straightforward. "Can we begin tomorrow? I'll come to your office for instruction," Loya exclaimed joyfully, bouncing into a snowdrift. Severus shook his head gently. He was scheduled to leave Hogwarts the following day to procure a special batch of herbs, and would be away for at least 2 days. Tomorrow is not feasible. As he had anticipated, he observed Loya's face puffing up in irritation. Severus was accustomed to remaining silent and offering no explanations, even when misunderstood by all. Sighing at the sight of her disappointment, he spoke in a tone that carried a hint of negotiation, one he was unaware of. "When I return, I will teach you. Now, let me escort you back to the common room." He guided Loya back to the Gryffindor common room. However, as soon as he departed, she dashed to the lavatory. Her right wrist was indeed unharmed. It was her left wrist that bore the injury. She had intentionally revealed a flaw in front of Severus to conceal the hurt on her left side. Frankly, Loya loathed exposing her vulnerable side to others and did not wish to evoke their concern. The lavatory was dimly lit as she stood before the sink, pressing her right hand firmly against the snake bite on her left wrist. The blood that oozed forth was a vivid crimson, indicating that she likely had not been poisoned. She exhaled in relief. A ghost with thick glasses floated through the door crack of a stall, drifting behind Loya. The Weeping Myrtle, unusually cheerful today, remarked, "You've been bitten by a snake? You must be on the verge of death. How wonderful." Loya, indifferent to her presence, focused intently on tending to her wounds, while the myrtle swirled chaotically in the washroom. "You shall be like me, bound here day after day, weeping incessantly," the myrtle exclaimed with a gleeful laugh. Suddenly, an individual appeared. "Oh no, not a ghost, cursing, may you perish soon. Your time is limited. No matter how good-natured one might be, it is impossible to maintain a pleasant demeanor in such circumstances. Damn you, I possess a long life, undoubtedly longer than yours. Loya casually cast a silencing spell. The muted Murtis, filled with indignation, plunged into one toilet after another, water spraying everywhere, soaking the floor thoroughly. After tending to his wounds, Loya returned to the dormitory. For tomorrow held the final match before the championship. In the corridor, he encountered the wizard Aeltis, whose name was inscribed in the ancient parchment. Known for having dealt Malfoy a decisive blow in their initial confrontation. Naturally, Malfoy did not offer a pleasant demeanor, brushing past Aeltis with a deliberate shoulder check. Unfazed by Malfoy's provocations, Aeltis turned to walk in the opposite direction, as he was not scheduled to compete today. His sunken eyes and pallid complexion, coupled with a forehead shrouded in darkness, rendered him a specter devoid of vitality, prompting increasing unease in Loya. Furthermore, the mere mention of his name in Quirrell's parchment heightened Loya's wariness. Hey, what with those African wizards looking all dark and gloomy? What there to admire? You're staring so intently. Malfoy's disgruntled voice interrupted her thoughts. Loya regained his composure and nonchalantly replied, Yes, little Ma go. You look splendid. Is that sufficient? Malfoy, feeling delighted, brushed his golden locks. Although he sensed a hint of sarcasm in the new moniker, the flattery lifted his spirits considerably. Loya sat within the confines of the waiting tent, her left wrist, bitten by a snake, had begun to tingle since morning, and now it pulsed with sharp, stabbing pain akin to needles. Unconsciously, she broke into a cold sweat and absent-mindedly rubbed her swollen wrist joint. What happened to your hand? Malfoy inquired, observing Loya's peculiar behavior. It's just a minor bump, she replied, yet Malfoy regarded her with skepticism, instinctively sensing that she was not being entirely truthful. If you're feeling unwell, our forfeiture wouldn't matter. After all, our current record is the best, and losing one match wouldn't prevent us from reaching the finals, Malfoy remarked, scrutinizing Loya intently. Given your assertion, I am even more determined to win, she retorted. Indeed, with the current performance of her and Malfoy's team, their advancement to the finals was assured regardless of the outcome. However, Loya was accustomed to treating each competition with utmost seriousness. Moreover, the nondescript system had assigned her the task of accumulating 7 victories, and they were merely one match away from that goal. Loya leapt from her chair, stretching her shoulders, exuding an air of nonchalance and well-being. Malfoy found himself at a loss for words. The referee announced the entrance of the competing wizards. The 2 wizards from Wagadu, whom Loya had previously observed in battle, appeared rather mediocre and posed no real threat. Meanwhile, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team had been waiting for Loya in the dining hall for quite some time. Concerned for the physical and emotional well-being of his team, the diligent captain earnestly implored her to attend the afternoon's Quidditch practice match, as Cedric would be participating. Loya had originally intended to seek out Cedric after the conclusion of the league. For having stood him up, an apology was undoubtedly in order. She could not assure how long the afternoon match would take, nor could she guarantee her return in time thereafter. The captain of Hufflepuff nodded in understanding. If time permitted after the match, she would make the effort to visit him in person. With that in mind, she resolved to expedite the game, hoping to bring it to a swift conclusion. Loya swiftly ensnared the opposing sorcerer within a water prison, poised to wield his wand and cast the adversary into the Black Lake. At that moment, a voice from the audience intoned an incantation. Loya was suddenly seized by a splitting headache, as if countless blades were frantically swirling within her mind, causing her head to feel as though it might explode. In her agony, she clutched her head and, in a daze, noticed that the bandage on her right wrist was seeping dark blood. Loya's heart sank as the water prison, no longer under her control, erupted violently, splattering water in every direction. The bound wizard, Wagadu, managed to escape by a stroke of luck. In the audience, in a corner hidden from Loya's sight, Shiloh was ominously reciting a malevolent incantation. The spell would disrupt the victim's mind and senses through the venom of serpents. In the realm of Loya, everything became unsteady. Even the opposing wizard appeared as a blurred shadow. The fortunate escapee from Hogwarts immediately transformed into a beast and charged towards her. The disorienting vision rendered Loya incapable of focusing, leaving her unable to aim. Her spells flew aimlessly into emptiness. As the beast lunged towards her, Malfoy reacted with remarkable swiftness, casting a spell that sent the creature staggering back several meters. As Quirrell's incantations grew increasingly rapid, a buzzing filled Loya's mind, tormenting her akin to a tightening curse, to the extent that she struggled to maintain her balance even while standing. What on earth is wrong with you? Malfoy instantly detected her abnormality with her capabilities. It was implausible for her to miss several spells. Concerned, he inquired. The opposing Hogwarts wizard quickly sensed Loya's distress, and in the next moment, he transformed into a lion and charged directly at her. Malfoy widened his eyes, his reflexes quickening as he pushed Loya aside, resulting in his own collision with the beast and his subsequent ejection from the arena. Loya gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his head, firmly clutching Malfoy's arm at the edge of the arena. Malfoy dangled helplessly above the inky depths of the Black Lake. He could see the lion behind Loya advancing menacingly, its jaws wide open, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs. Should it bite down, Loya's back would undoubtedly be left in tatters. Let go quickly. It's just a fall into the water, not as if it hasn't happened before. Loya's other hand remained pressed against her head, beads of cold sweat cascading down her face, rendering her unable to comprehend Malfoy's words. Observing that Loya still refused to release her grip, Malfoy shouted emphatically, "Even if we lose this match, we still advance to the finals. Let go. You risk being bitten." In a moment of daze, Loya beheld a specter clad in black robes standing before her, shrouded in layers of mist beneath its hood and skeletal hands emerging from its sleeves. The bony fingers of the dark-robed phantom gestured towards a certain direction in the audience. After a moment of astonishment, Loya immediately realized that someone was using a spell against her. She directed her wand towards the audience, and a spell was cast, striking in the direction indicated by the ghost. Gasps erupted from the spectators as they scattered in alarm. Chilo was caught off guard by the sudden incantation, and he was violently hurled against the wall, his head colliding intimately with the surface. Pain surged through him as a few teeth were knocked loose, and he clutched his mouth in agony, unable to fathom that Loya, despite being poisoned by snake venom, still possessed the strength to cast a spell. The spellcaster was interrupted, and Loya felt a slight alleviation of her pain, although she was still drenched in cold sweat and her vision remained hazy. It was sufficient for her to focus on the incantation. The lion behind her continued to lurk menacingly, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Loya smirked, contemplating the futility of attempting to seize victory through deceit. In the fleeting moment when the lion lunged at her, she deftly cast a spell that sent her opponent tumbling into the Black Lake. Once the referee declared their triumph, Loya found herself utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, she turned to Malfoy and remarked, "I truly cannot hold on to you any longer. Take care of yourself." No sooner had the words left her lips than she relinquished her grip, and Malfoy plummeted into the lake regardless. In the stands, Quirrell glared intently at Loya, his concealed Voldemort berating him as a worthless fool. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe were busy retrieving Malfoy from the depths of the Black Lake. Loya was in no better condition. Though she had knocked down the incantator with considerable force, her complexion was as pale as a ghost, and her garments clung uncomfortably to her skin, soaked in a cold sweat. The individual who had cast the spell upon her during the match was, if her instincts served her correctly, none other than Quirrell. This realization led her to suspect that she had been ensnared in a cunning scheme devised by Quirrell and Voldemort. The day Quirrell had furtively clutched the ancient tome, it was all a ruse intended to lure her into the forbidden section of the library. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly opened the cursed manuscript, which had been tainted by dark magic, resulting in a venomous snake bite to her wrist. Through this injury, Quirrell had been able to channel a torturous hex that left her reeling in agony. Everything Quirrell orchestrated was a mere compliance with Voldemort's sinister directives. Yet, Loya could not help but ponder the alarming lack of intelligence exhibited by Voldemort. The true savior, Harry, lay incapacitated in the infirmary, relying on a cane for support, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Was this not the opportune moment to strike? Instead, Voldemort chose to target her first. She was but a naive and unassuming child. How could Voldemort perceive her existence as a threat? The effects of Quirrell's curse had rendered her utterly weak, and her vision blurred into two indistinct figures. If she were to venture to the Quidditch pitch now, it would not be long before she fainted amidst the spectators, thus becoming a burden to Cedric. Loya, dragging her weary body, made her way through the Gryffindor common room. The young lions, upon noticing her pallid visage, kindly inquired if she required assistance. Loya shook her head, yearning only for a moment of tranquility to restore her strength. She collapsed into her pillow, enveloped herself in the blankets, and drifted into a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating how each encounter related to Cedric seemed to be thwarted by a series of unforeseen events. In a haze of recollection, Loya vaguely remembered the phrase often uttered in the Muggle literary novels of her past life, fate intertwined yet unfulfilled, before she succumbed to slumber once more. It was not until midnight that she was jolted awake by a searing pain emanating from her wrist. Unwrapping the bandage, she discovered her wound, bitten by a black serpent, was profusely bleeding, the dark ichor seeping forth and staining the sheets with ominous black splotches. Moreover, her vision began to blur, her mind filled with jarring cacophonies. And an overwhelming sensation within her body threatened to erupt uncontrollably. She felt an urgent need for a sedative. The finals were approaching next week, the ultimate match that would determine everything, and she had to devise a means to tend to her injury. Should Madame Pomfrey inquire about the origin of her wound, she would find herself at a loss for words, for she wished to keep her trespass into the restricted section a secret. Additionally, with Harry still in the infirmary, she did not want to burden him with worry. At this moment, her only recourse was to seek the assistance of her temporary guardian, Severus Snape. Cautiously, she drew back the deep red curtains, making every effort not to disturb the slumbering Hermione in the adjacent bed. Wrapped in her coat, Loya stepped out of the lounge, her condition deteriorating further. With a blurred vision, she stumbled for quite some time before finally reaching Snape's office. Leaning against the door, she slid down to the floor and weakly rapped on the door. No response. She knocked again, more forcefully this time. Still, there was silence. Filch, carrying a lantern and accompanied by his assistant, Madame Pants, was patrolling the corridors as usual, hoping to catch a student wandering at night and send them to detention. Hearing the knocking from upstairs, he hobbled excitedly up the stairs in a rush. However, upon seeing the small witch leaning against the door, his initial thrill faded to a pallor of disappointment. It was her again. Filch's face twitched in frustration. He had hoped to apprehend a disobedient student to discipline. Yet it was merely this girl. She was under Professor Snape's protection, untouchable, unpunishable. Filch glared at Loya sitting on the floor and impatiently urged, "Hurry back to your lounge." "Have you seen Snape?" "Professor Snape is out collecting herbs. He won't be back for several days." Loya, in a fit of frustration, tapped her head. No wonder Snape had mentioned he was unavailable to teach her spells the following day. He had ventured out to procure herbs. Filch observed her slumped against the door, looking utterly wretched and on the brink of death. For once in his life, he exhibited a rare moment of kindness, advising her to seek Madame Pomfrey if she was unwell, rather than lingering here and being a nuisance. Loya softly inquired, "Do you have any tranquilizers, sir?" "Why would I possess such items?" he retorted, momentarily pondering the matter. It seemed that Mrs. Loris had utilized tranquilizers intended for animals during her illness. After deliberating, Loya recalled certain apocalyptic novels and films from her previous life, where, in times of resource scarcity, individuals resorted to using veterinary medications, which appeared to bear minimal adverse effects. "Could you kindly lend me a few bottles of Mrs. Loris's tranquilizers?" Ferky grimaced, displeased, yet out of respect for Snape, he reluctantly retrieved several bottles of Mrs. Loris's tranquilizers from his office and tossed them to Loya. Loya gazed at the black potion in his hand, pinched his nose, and gulped it down in one swift motion. Ferky, spitting as he spoke, urged him to finish the concoction quickly and depart without delay, lest he miss capturing the students wandering at night. With her eyes closed, Roya leaned against the door, adjusting her breath as she awaited the onset of the medication's effects. Ferky, observing the young lady's silence and her unyielding presence, cursed under his breath before deciding to leave in frustration. After a brief moment, as the effects of the drug began to take hold, Roya felt a significant relief. The cacophony in her mind subsided, and her vision stabilized, allowing her to return to her dormitory with ease. The tranquilizers proved effective, and she tucked away the remaining few vials into her pocket. After resting for several days with the assistance of Lady Loris's tranquilizers, Hermione noticed Roya's discomfort and kindly brought her meals to the dormitory each day. As the finals approached, Roya found it imperative to personally consult Malfoy regarding the strategies for the final battle. Malfoy had been waiting in the hall since early morning. In truth, he had been coming for the past couple of days, spending hours in the hall without catching sight of Roya. When he inquired with the red-haired mudblood, he was met with a decidedly unfriendly demeanor. Lois held her utensils, absent-mindedly poking at the food on her plate. The effects of the tranquilizer had waned significantly since the initial days, leaving her feeling almost numb. Her vision was engulfed in a crimson haze. She endeavored to reassure herself that enduring a few days of color blindness was a trivial matter. She could manage until the return of Master Potion Maker Snape. Malfoy observed her dilated pupils and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "What are you doing?" "I'm not blind," Lois snapped, swatting his hand away. Malfoy, sensing her unease, was about to speak when a mocking voice interrupted from behind. Is there no room for you in Gryffindor? Marcus, the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, swaggered towards them. His toothy grin rather brash. Malfoy retorted with irritation, there are plenty of empty seats around. She can sit beside me. How does that concern you? The hall was sparsely populated, with numerous vacant chairs, making it evident that Marcus was merely looking for trouble. You spend all day with a Gryffindor, tarnishing Slytherin's reputation. He scoffed. Loya rose to her feet, only to be seized by Malfoy. Wait, don't go. There's no need to heed him. It wasn't that she wished to bow her head and endure insults. Rather, her head was beginning to throb once more. That despicable little man, Quirrell, must be lurking somewhere. Casting spells. She felt the magic within her surging, eager to break free. A third-year Slytherin stepped in to mediate, awkwardly blocking Marcus and informing him that Malfoy's father was set to support the Slytherin Quidditch team with the Nimbus 2001, suggesting that now was not the time for a quarrel. Yet, the argument between Malfoy and Marcus escalated, becoming so intense that Marcus was the first to draw his wand and take action. Loya was uncertain whether Malfoy could contend with the upperclassman Marcus. Nonetheless, concerned for her teammates' well-being, she brandished her wand. It was only when she heard Malfoy incanting a spell that Marcus was hurled against the Great Hall's door. Just as Professor McGonagall entered the hall, Marcus was struck by the spell beside the door. Who did this? Professor McGonagall exclaimed in indignation, causing the hall to fall silent. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on Loya, who stood before her, wand in hand. Prejudiced, McGonagall presumed it was Loya Grindelwald who had harmed Marcus. Once again, Miss Grindelwald, you brazenly use magic to injure students from other houses within the Great Hall. Are you intent on turning Hogwarts upside down? Professor McGonagall said furiously, perplexed by Dumbledore's favoritism towards her. If this continued unchecked, she feared Loya would become utterly unrestrained. Professor McGonagall, it was Marcus who instigated the provocation. I was the one who retaliated. Loya had no part in it, Malfoy hastily explained, clearly flustered at McGonagall's misjudgment of Loya. Given the circumstances, it was evident that McGonagall did not believe Malfoy's words, her stern gaze still fixed upon Loya. I truly cannot fathom why the Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor. Especially since, as I recall, you recently broke Goyle and Crabbe's noses. Malfoy shot a glare at Goyle and Crabbe. Goyle and Crabbe trembled as they stood up. Professor McGonagall. We swear we broke our noses ourselves while descending the stairs. It would be astonishing if McGonagall believed them. Marcus, rising from the floor and rubbing his swollen chin, cast a look of malicious delight at Loya. Ever since the Quidditch match, where Loya Grindelwald's actions had led to their defeat and a deduction of 200 house points, he had harbored a grudge. Due to the effects of Quirrell's spell, Loya's vision was awash in crimson, making it difficult for her to focus. To Professor McGonagall, she appeared as if she were lost in thought, completely disregarding the reprimand. You seem to take my admonition with utter disdain, McGonagall said, infuriated. Gryffindor loses 50 points. Loya Grindelwald shall undertake a week of community service in the Forbidden Forest. Loyal spoke calmly. I apologize, Professor McGonagall, but I have finals next week and cannot venture into the Forbidden Forest. If you wish to remain in Gryffindor, you may undertake labor in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, Gryffindor will no longer accept you. You may choose any house you desire. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. The young wizards were taken aback to witness Professor McGonagall so enraged for the first time, each one of them filled with trepidation, afraid to utter a sound. Upon hearing the girls' fearless laughter, Professor McGonagall responded with a slight chuckle. Professor McGonagall, I hold you in high regard. Yet I am perplexed as to why you harbor such bias against me. Miss Grindelwald, your actions, along with those of your father, what of them? What have I done? What of my surname? Am I to be accused of heinous deeds simply for bearing this name? Have I committed acts of murder and arson at Hogwarts? Or engaged in any morally reprehensible actions? As Loya's words grew increasingly fervent, she nearly shouted her thoughts aloud. Professor McGonagall's face shifted through shades of anger and disbelief. She had never anticipated that this first-year student would dare to challenge her. Malfoy, unable to contain himself, tugged at her sleeve in an attempt to halt her impassioned speech, for he could clearly see that Professor McGonagall was genuinely enraged. Loya could no longer discern the words Malfoy uttered. All she could perceive was that voice reciting incantations. Her vision engulfed in a sea of crimson. The magical energy within her surged uncontrollably, and the entire hall began to tremble as if beset by an earthquake. Utensils clattered to the floor, and the long-dormant goblet of fire on the stone pedestal erupted suddenly with azure flames. In an instant, the glass of the hall shattered into a myriad of fragments. The goblet, seemingly venting its fury, reduced the surrounding flowers to ashes. The onlookers, struck by the spectacle before them, recoiled in terror, while Professor McGonagall gazed incredulously at the goblet. The soul of the goblet had been deceased for over a decade. How could this relic, now a mere shell, still emanate flames? Yet, as if in a fleeting moment of resurrection, the blue fire vanished as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving no trace, as if nothing had transpired. Loya gripped her hands tightly, panting heavily. Malfoy was astonished to discover that a few dark, ethereal substances began to float sporadically behind Loya. The sudden appearance of these ominous forms was subtle, and only Malfoy, being sufficiently close, noticed this bizarre scene. The others around them remained oblivious. However, Professor McGonagall, who was also near Loya, caught sight of it as well. With a face etched in terror, McGonagall trembled as she uttered a few words. "You are indeed a dark one." A surge of magical energy erupted forth, and Professor McGonagall was forcefully pushed back by the overwhelming magical pressure, nearly losing her balance, and had to grasp the table to steady herself. Loya turned her gaze towards Marcus, who was forcefully hurled to the ground by a surge of magical energy. She could hear his pleas for mercy. Professor McGonagall looked at her in shock. "Stop. Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" "Of course, I know exactly what I am doing. Merely punishing a knave." Though she feigned strength, Loya was acutely aware that this sudden outburst of magic was an ominous sign of the impending emergence of the entity known as Morpheus. She was finding it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Morpheus was about to manifest. With Morpheus's explosive power, those ensnared by it were likely to either perish or be left grievously injured. Despite her animosity towards Professor McGonagall, she harbored no thoughts of inflicting serious harm upon her as an act of vengeance. Moreover, the after-effects of Morpheus not only inflicted severe damage to the wielder, but also posed a significant risk of life depletion. It could even lead to confusion of memory and fragmented amnesia. Who would she forget this time? She noticed her hand extending uncontrollably, aiming towards Professor McGonagall. This was dire. The dark substance of Morpheus was about to surge forth from her palm. "Someone, please stop her." A powerful hand grasped hers firmly. "I have matters to discuss with Miss Grindelwald," came the voice of her temporary guardian from behind her, and Loya breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Severus Snape placed a soothing hand on her shoulder with the other. His cloak partially enveloped her, and her tense emotions began to ease. In a low voice, Snape advised, "Control yourself." He was about to lead Loya out of the hall when Professor McGonagall, recovering from her momentary panic, attempted to obstruct their exit. "Wait. You cannot take her away. She is a Snape," interrupted, his tone turning cold and detached. "Professor McGonagall, if you have any concerns, direct them to Headmaster Dumbledore." He paused, locking eyes with her. "And cease your targeting of her." McGonagall stood frozen in place, bewildered as one protector after another shielded Loya Grindelwald, ignoring her attempts to intervene. Snape guided Loya straight to his office. Upon opening the door, Loya wearily collapsed into his office chair. The room was dimly lit, with shelves lining the walls, meticulously arranged with various bottles and potion ingredients. Loya languidly reclined in the chair, her gaze unfocused as it drifted towards the ceiling. The serene room housed only herself and Snape. Devoid of quarrels or hostility, it offered a sanctuary where she could find solace and relaxation. Snape lit a candle infused with calming herbs, and enveloped by the soothing fragrance, her tumultuous emotions began to ease. Loya steadied her mind, diligently suppressing the dark essence that threatened to overwhelm her. Severus leaned down to roll up her sleeve, the bandages and blood congealed together, as he carefully unwound the bindings that Loya had haphazardly wrapped around her injury. The wound was a deep, purplish hue, still oozing black blood, clearly indicating that her master had neglected to tend to it properly. Severus furrowed his brow, wondering if this was an injury sustained in the forbidden section. Loya responded faintly, her voice lacking conviction. He caught the faintest sigh escape his lips. Even though she concealed her injury, Severus bore no intention of reproaching her. He understood Loya's nature. She never showed weakness, was fiercely proud, and despised revealing any vulnerability. However, allowing her wound to fester for so many days without seeking his assistance stirred a sense of unease within him, prompting him to inquire, "Why have you not come to me during these days of injury? I did come to find you a few days ago, but you were not in your office. I assumed you would be gone for quite some time," Loya retorted defiantly. Severus fell silent for a moment, recalling that he had been away for several days after learning of new herbs that might effectively suppress the dark essence. He had not anticipated that trouble would arise during his absence. It was not her fault. He should not have chosen that moment to leave Hogwarts. Had he returned 2 days earlier, he might have noticed her distress and prevented the current predicament. Severus lowered his gaze to examine the wound on Loya's wrist. It was a form of serpent's venom, capable of disrupting one's mental state and emotions, causing the dark essence within her to surge uncontrollably. When the host experienced extreme emotional distress or faced life-threatening situations, the dark essence could easily erupt. This particular venom exacerbated the host's negative emotions, indirectly leading to the dark essence's loss of control. Severus raised his eyes to meet Loya's gaze. Typically, children harboring the dark essence did not survive beyond their teenage years. The fact that Loya remained unharmed was undoubtedly due to her formidable lineage sustaining her. He retrieved some herbs from his medical kit, crushing them before applying the mixture to her wrist, carefully rewrapping it to avoid causing her pain. As the wound made contact with the herbal remedy, a soothing coolness enveloped it, and Loya felt no discomfort. He turned to search through a collection of vials and jars on the wooden cabinet. Finally locating a bottle containing a potion, Loya gazed at Snape's busy figure, muttering to herself, "I am grateful you returned early. I cannot fathom the chaos that would have ensued had you not appeared in time to escort me from the hall." With a sigh, she added, "I feel akin to an unpredictable nuclear bomb." Snape, meticulously pouring powdered ingredients into a vial, remained focused on the girl behind him, despite his labors in potion-making. It was not until he noticed Loya's voice had abruptly ceased that he turned to find her head bowed, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, as if her very spirit had departed. Kneeling before her seated form, Snape gently lifted her chin. "Miss Grindelwald, can you hear my words?" The girl, still with her head lowered, offered no response. The snake venom had impaired her cognitive faculties. Although her eyes were open, her awareness had all but vanished. Snape brought the vial of potion to her lips, yet Loya remained unyielding, tightly shutting her mouth. After several attempts to administer the potion failed, he hesitated momentarily before resorting to prying her lips apart with his fingers, forcing the potion into her mouth. The bitter liquid slid down her throat, prompting Loya to cough, momentarily jolting her back to consciousness, with excess potion trickling from the corners of her mouth. Snape gently patted her back, repeating, "Can you hear me?" with her faculties returning. Loya nodded and took the handkerchief that Snape offered to wipe her mouth. He then retrieved another vial, this one containing a purple potion. "Must I drink again?" Loya lamented, her face a picture of despair. The previous potion had been an antidote for the snake venom, while this new vial contained a remedy designed to suppress the chaos within her. This potion, crafted from novel ingredients and formulas, promised to be far more effective than any she had previously consumed. Loya, feeling utterly disheartened, swallowed the potion in one gulp. It was excruciatingly bitter. Snape, in silence, opened his drawer and retrieved a box of sweets, placing it gently in her palm. He reminisced about the days before Loya enrolled, during their time in Spinner's End. After each dose of medication, she would complain about its unbearable bitterness. Consequently, he began to buy an abundance of Muggle candies, presenting them to her after she took her medicine. Unbeknownst to him, this habit had persisted until now, and by the time he realized it, his drawer was filled to the brim with sweets. Although Loya typically took her potion and departed without delay after school commenced, the candies remained untouched in the drawer. Loya consumed a piece of candy, feeling the bitter taste in her mouth dissipate significantly. The antidote for the snake venom had taken effect, and Snape observed her breathing steadily. Her complexion markedly improved from earlier. The suppression of the lingering effects of the potion required a bit more time. He instructed her to remain here while he ensured that the remnants of her near outburst were thoroughly quelled before he would feel at ease letting her leave. With nothing to occupy her, Loya settled into the office chair belonging to the room's owner, indulging in candy one after another. Meanwhile, Snape meticulously measured and added some newly acquired ingredients into the cauldron, igniting it with a flick of his wand to heat it, intending to brew a surplus for Loya's future needs. Feeling somewhat bored, Loya engaged in a casual conversation with Snape. Although most of the dialogue consisted of her speaking incessantly while Snape remained impassive, playing the role of a listener. "Did you know, Mr. Weasley once showed me an old issue of the Prophecy Daily? It contained published scholarly articles on the subject of the lingering effects of the potion." As the supply of candy dwindled, Loya, having regained a modicum of energy, began rummaging through Snape's drawers. He permitted her exploration, and she soon discovered several more boxes of sweets. It mentioned that the potion could cause memory confusion, partial amnesia, and such. "Mr. Weasley concluded that I must have forgotten something." Snape's hand stirring the cauldron faltered momentarily. "However, I have no idea what I might have forgotten. I've tried to recall, but to no avail. I sincerely hope I don't end up like someone with dementia. The thought is quite terrifying." Loya continued, If you hadn't promptly intervened just now, and if I had lost control, perhaps by the following day I would have completely forgotten you." She paused, then donned a mischievous smile, elongating her words. "Who knows? We might have known each other before, and I would have erased you from my memory entirely." Snape's hand froze, and he abruptly turned, inadvertently knocking over several potion vials on the wooden table. The image of the Goblet of Fire enveloped in blue flames resurfaced in his mind. Instinctively, he glanced at her, while Loya returned his gaze with a look of confusion. Snape set down the glass rod he had been using to stir the cauldron and hurriedly approached her, standing before her and gazing intently into her eyes. The deep black of his irises met the gem-like blue of hers for what felt like an eternity, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Loya found it utterly perplexing to be scrutinized by him. She had merely made a jest. How could she possibly have known Snape in the past? His reaction was so peculiar. Snape swallowed hard, opening his mouth as if he were eager to articulate something, yet hesitant, fearful of receiving a negative response. He cautiously inquired, "Are you her?" Loya could even perceive a distinct tremor in his voice. Who? Lily Evans? How could she possibly resemble Lily in any way? She had blonde hair and blue eyes, while Lily possessed red hair and green eyes. They were utterly dissimilar. Loya's expression instantly darkened. "My surname is Grindelwald, not Evans." Snape stiffened for a moment, then, with a sense of loss, averted his gaze. He bitterly mocked himself, realizing he had been enchanted by nostalgia, to the point of briefly entertaining the absurd notions of reincarnation found in Muggle literature. Moreover, she was merely an 11-year-old child. Loya bit into a candy with distress, contemplating the chaos she had unleashed in the auditorium due to her uncontrolled magical outburst. As she pondered how to confront Professor McGonagall's stern visage, she felt the sweetness of the candy diminish in her mouth. Loya tossed the candy wrapper into the wastebasket and, in a moment of frustration, remarked that she would have been better off attending Durmstrang, thus sparing herself from the unwarranted disdain she faced here. Snape gazed at Loya's countenance, hesitating for a considerable time. "If you truly wish to transfer, Headmaster Dumbledore will assist you with the formalities. Yet, he hopes you will remain at Hogwarts." Loya understood that the kindly old man with the white beard cared for her deeply, and it would be rather excessive for her to simply brush off her sleeves and depart for Durmstrang. "I merely spoke in jest, yet Snape took my words to heart. Moreover, were you not entrusted with the task of crafting the potion to suppress the silent murmurs? It is evident that I cannot go to Durmstrang." Snape gazed into her cerulean eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he pressed his lips together. "If you wish to go to Durmstrang, I shall accompany you." Snape was well aware that the invitation from Durmstrang was merely a ploy by Karkaroff to exploit her. After all, Karkaroff, like himself, was a Death Eater, and his words were hardly trustworthy. However, as Karkaroff suggested, given Loya's exceptional talents and abilities, she would undoubtedly excel as a formidable dark witch at Durmstrang. Yet the thought of her going alone filled him with apprehension. Upon hearing Snape's words, Loya slowly lifted her gaze, puzzled. Why? Why would you go to such lengths? Before Loya could utter the latter part of her sentence, blood began to flow uncontrollably from her nostrils, staining her garments. Severus Snape, rarely flustered, watched in alarm as Loya's face contorted in distress, her body trembling slightly, while those dark substances re-emerged around her. Loya gripped the armrest of her chair with fervor. "Severus, your new potion seems to be taking effect too slowly. I can hardly contain myself. Your office is at risk of being destroyed. I can only hope you have taken the precaution of ensuring it in advance." The entire office trembled, as objects began to shatter one after another around her. A perilous dark substance emanated from Loya's body, causing her to bend unnaturally. Severus swiftly grasped her shoulders, forcefully pressing her back into the chair. "You must regain control. I have warned you that the after-effects of the potion could be severe, potentially even threatening your very life." Loya struggled to restrain the overwhelming force within her, frantically clawing at the armrest with her nails, applying such excessive pressure that several of them split. Severus was compelled to grasp her hand, feeling a chilling cold emanating from her fingertips. The prophecy daily had warned that the potion, Mermoran, could induce memory confusion and fragmented amnesia. Had you not intervened just now, if Mermoran had slipped from my grasp, I might have awakened the next day with no recollection of you. The words spoken by Loya suddenly echoed in Snape's ears. For a fleeting moment, a wave of anxiety washed over him. After the tumultuous upheaval, would Loya still remember him? Snape found it inconceivable to imagine Loya regarding him with the eyes of a stranger. The chaotic thoughts caused his complexion to gradually pale. Yet he still endeavored to soothe Loya, striving to help her regain her composure. "Loya, in a state of breathless disarray, exclaimed, "It is easy for you to say. My body feels as though it is on the verge of splitting apart from within." Surrounding her, the hovering black matter increased in quantity at a visibly alarming rate. Loya endeavored to maintain her composure. If, prior to the imminent eruption of chaos, the host were to unexpectedly lapse into unconsciousness, could it be possible for the turmoil to cease? With a spirit of experimentation, she promptly called out to Snape, "Why not cast a spell on me that would render me unconscious, or any other incantation that offers a swift reprieve? A spell capable of knocking one out in an instant might just halt the impending upheaval." Snape regarded her with astonishment, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "If you do not incapacitate me, your office shall bid you farewell. I currently resemble a nuclear device. I would not wish for my own turmoil to obliterate the ancient edifice of Hogwarts." "Enough," he replied, unable to take action. Observing Snape's indifference, Loya, in her frustration, could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "Are you capable of this or not? If you're not, I shall take matters into my own hands. I will knock myself out." Loya, in a moment of desperation, seized Snape's wand from the desk. Regardless of its ownership, it was a tool she needed in this critical moment. She gripped the tip of the wand, aiming it directly at her temple. Before she could succumb to her faintness, Snape swiftly snatched the wand away, thwarting her self-destructive intent. His mind was a tumult of chaos. The new potion ingredients he had painstakingly acquired were yielding results far below his expectations. In fact, the efficacy of this concoction was proving to be significantly slower than the previous elixirs Loya had consumed. He lamented his choice to employ this new formula. Around Loya, a tempest of dark energy began to coalesce, wreaking havoc upon anything within its reach. The glass vials on the wooden shelf exploded one after another, sending shards flying in every direction. The ceiling, unable to withstand the surging force, started to crack and crumble, with large fragments threatening to fall. In a state of panic, Snape half-kneeled, using one hand to shield the back of Loya's head through her disheveled hair, drawing her protectively into his embrace. Loya's forehead rested against his chest. It was not until the falling debris struck him with a forceful blow that Loya heard Snape emit a muffled groan. Fortunately, the efficacy of the newly formulated potion manifested just in the nick of time, suppressing the imminent explosion of Mormoran. The office lay in disarray, a scene of utter devastation. Mormoran's master had lost consciousness due to excessive depletion of magical energy. Breathing heavily, Snape looked down at Loya, brushing away the dust and rubble from her golden hair, and called her name with a note of concern. Loya lowered her head in silence. A sudden gasp and the sound of books tumbling to the ground echoed from the doorway. Snape turned his gaze toward the commotion. 2 Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff female students stood frozen in shock behind the door, which had been flung open by the surge of chaotic magic. Xiaozhong, clutching a stack of potions homework, was about to knock when the explosive sounds emanated from within. Startled, she instinctively took a few steps back. The door of the office burst open, propelled by the residual magical energy, revealing a scene of utter disarray. Amidst the swirling dust, Xiaozhong discerned 2 figures. Professor Snape was half-kneeling on the floor, cradling a girl in his arms. Stunned, Xiaozhong stood motionless, observing their usually icy potions professor now wearing a face of deep concern for the girl. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor girl was instantly recognizable to Xiaozhong. Loyal Grindelwald. The girl whom her senior secretly admired was easily recognized by the golden-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor girl, Xiaozhong. Loya Grindelwald, the object of her senior's affection. Xiaozhong inadvertently exclaimed. Loya Grindelwald? Out. Snape's voice suddenly turned harsh, causing Xiaozhong to shudder and freeze in place. Rising to his feet, Snape, with Loya concealed behind his dark robe, cast a stern gaze towards the 2 individuals at the door. Who permitted your entrance? A second-year Hufflepuff, visibly panicked, stammered, Professor, we didn't mean to intrude. We merely came to deliver the homework. Snape's expression darkened further. The young Hufflepuff hastily apologized. I truly did not intend to disturb you. Snape's countenance grew even grimmer. Xiaozhong stood bewildered, unsure of what to do. With a forceful wave of his wand, Snape slammed the wooden door of the office shut, barring them from entry. The little wizard from Hufflepuff bent down to retrieve the scattered homework papers from the floor, her brow furrowed as she lamented the timing of their visit. The thought of Professor Snape's ominous and intimidating visage sent chills down her spine. Surely, he was furious, so much so that he had forgotten to deduct points. Having seen what she ought not to have, she resolved never to deliver homework again, even fearing that she might receive a 0 in her final grades. Dusting off the papers, she neatly stacked them. Turning back, she noticed Xiao still in a daze, the homework spread at her feet. Her gaze contemplatively fixed on Snape's office. A kind badger helped her gather the papers, and Xiao snapped back to reality, hurriedly thanking the badger. Observing Xiao frequent glances towards the office, the badger inquired, "Do you know the Gryffindor inside?" "Yes, Loya Grindelwald, a first year from Gryffindor. I met her on the Hogwarts Express. We are not very familiar." A group of older students, just emerging from class, jovially brushed past them. Xiao remarked softly, "Why is Loya Grindelwald so close to Professor Snape?" A few upperclassmen passing by overheard Professor Snape's intimate exchange with someone, casting curious glances that hinted at their desire to inquire further. The little badger quickly nudged her companion, whispering a warning to refrain from speaking carelessly, lest they attract unwanted attention. However, it was evident that Snape and the upperclassmen standing nearby were listening intently. The little badger promptly interrupted her, patting her shoulder and urging her to discreetly retreat from the corridor. "Hurry, what if Professor Snape emerges and deducts points?" The disorderly office finally returned to silence, with the occasional debris of crumbling plaster descending from the cracked ceiling. An unspoken tension had transformed the office into a desolate ruin. Snape crouched down, seeking to assess the condition of Loya. A flicker of fluorescence emanated gently from the tip of his wand. He noticed Loya's fingers twitch slightly as she gradually opened her eyes. Snape's taut heart could finally exhale a modicum of relief as he extended his hand to help her rise. The girl slowly lifted her head, and her cold, mocking laughter reached Snape's ears. A sickening sound echoed, flesh-pierced. Suddenly, time froze for Snape. A searing pain jolted through his nerves as he shifted his gaze. In Loya's hand was a shard of sharp glass, plunged into his abdomen. His dark eyes stared in disbelief at Loya. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Loya's lips curled into a malevolent smile, and she spoke with a derision he had never witnessed before. "My servant. Severus, have you decided whom to pledge your loyalty to?" Snape's eyes widened in horror as he scrutinized the figure before him. This was not Loya. She would never regard him with such a gaze or display that kind of smile. The dark mark on his arm began to burn. It was Voldemort. The unrestrained surge of dark magic had drained Loya's strength, and in her most vulnerable, unconscious state, Voldemort had seized the opportunity to take control of her. Snape clutched his wounded abdomen in agony, blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers. Loya tightened her grip on the shard, driving it deeper into Snape's flesh. Her hand, strained from the exertion, was cut by the glass, yet Loya seemed impervious to pain. Her eyes narrowed in delight at Snape's suffering. Snape's bloodied fingers trembled as they grasped Loya's hand, their lifeblood intertwining, droplets cascading from the shard onto the hem of his dark robe. Loya leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "My servant, Severus, have you decided whom to pledge your loyalty to?" She erupted into a fit of laughter, suddenly tugging at the shard with force. Snape coughed violently, blood gushing from his wound, spreading a glaring crimson stain across the floor. The heavy scent of blood lingered in the air. He was drenched in cold sweat, the excruciating pain in his abdomen sapping his strength, rendering him unable to stand, and he collapsed weakly beside the wooden table. Snape pressed his hand against the grotesquely protruding wound on his right side, biting his lip in a desperate attempt to remain conscious, and lifted his gaze to Loya. Loya paced around the dilapidated office, her tone languid as she spoke. "Severus, you once held great value to me." She cast a sidelong glance at the feeble Snape. "Now, however, you greatly disappoint me." In the dim light, Loya slowly raised her hands, gazing at the bloodstains on her palms as if admiring a flawless work of art. Snape heard Voldemort lamenting the purity of such bloodlines, yet regrettably, they remained too tender. Loya seemed to suddenly recall something amusing, halting her steps abruptly. Snape watched in horror as Loya's pale, bloodied hand held the glass shard, slowly pressing it against her own throat. Life is fragile. A mere cut would send blood gushing from the delicate throat of the girl. Voldemort was using Loya's life as a threat against him. Do not harm her. Controlled by Voldemort, Loya tilted her head, as if intentionally provoking Snape, the sharp fragment drawing a shallow line of blood across her slender neck. "So, Severus, have you made your decision about whom you will truly serve? Please, I beg you, spare her." Severus Snape's voice was laced with desperation. Voldemort scoffed derisively, regarding Snape from his lofty position. "What are you willing to sacrifice, Severus?" The author wishes to clarify, there is truly no cruelty here. Voldemort's malevolent laughter echoed. "What are you willing to sacrifice, Severus?" Snape weakly pressed against his wound, the blood seeping away his strength. His consciousness began to wane, yet he remained fixed on the girl ensnared by Voldemort's grasp. Everything I possess, he thought. Just as Voldemort believed he had firmly seized his servant's fatal weakness, ready to coerce him into executing his nefarious plans. However, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. The office, now in ruins, was soon visited by an unexpected guest. A shroud of black veils enveloped the room completely. Voldemort's eyes widened in shock. The swirling black fabric surged into the body of the girl he controlled. The very essence of this uninvited guest followed suit, infiltrating the girl's form. Centered around her, a tempest of magical energy coalesced, wreaking havoc and exacerbating the already dilapidated state of the room. Her closed eyes gradually opened, revealing a pair of unusual irises, the blue depths radiating a chilling intensity. The voice of Loya emerged, imbued with the defiance and arrogance foreign to her host. Get out of her body. Two contrasting magical forces collided violently. Voldemort's consciousness emitted a piercing scream as the domineering magic of the intruder forcibly expelled him. Once calm was restored, Snape beheld the girl's contemptuous smile as she assessed Voldemort. Just a mere village terrorist, she remarked. Loya's gaze fell upon her bloodied palm, frowning at the crimson stains. After a moment, his furrowed brow relaxed, revealing a hint of compassion. Loya had only just noticed Snape, half-conscious and leaning against the ruins. A figure of little significance and value to him. She raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with undeniable authority. Why are you standing there? Hurry and tend to my daughter's wounds. Gellert Grindelwald's consciousness had taken possession of his daughter. Grindelwald could not recall how long he had been imprisoned in Ermengarde. Here, the distinction between day and night seemed to vanish, leaving only the roar of crashing waves. He sat, as usual, in the dark corner of his cell until he felt a blinding light envelop him. As the light dissipated, he found his consciousness floating like a specter in an unfamiliar room that had recently endured a violent ravaging. In the center of the room stood a blonde, blue-eyed girl. Blood called to him, and Grindelwald instantly recognized her as the child of himself and amiss.Dumbledore. That fateful summer in Godric's Hollow. They had shared a profound connection born of their common ideals. Their blood intertwined, and through the life-forging spells, they had created their lineage, a boy and a girl. They had hoped that when their children opened their eyes, they would be greeted by a newly reshaped world. Grindelwald and Dumbledore had decided to temporarily encase the two still unawakened infants in magical stasis, hidden within an uninhabited mountain range, surrounded by layers of protective and concealment charms. Little did Grindelwald anticipate that, many years later, someone would harbor the intent to pry into their secret, leading to the abduction of his children. In a furious rage, he nearly razed the entire mountainous forest, with his followers trembling behind him. Even after the schism with Dumbledore, their relentless search for their progeny continued, yet they remained empty-handed. Now his lost daughter stood before him, her consciousness ensnared by a foul entity. Who dared to possess her? His surging magical force expelled the vile creature. Grindelwald now resided within his daughter, with a fleeting opportunity for freedom before her consciousness fully awakened. He yearned to see his Albus. Loya manipulated a wand entwined with dark mist. Truly, she was his daughter, wielding a wand fashioned from the spine of a dark sorcerer. Loya strode confidently down the corridor leading to the headmaster's office, hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of dominion. Merely her presence sent portraits screaming and fleeing, even seeking refuge in other frames. In truth, Loya was well liked at Hogwarts, possessing a sweet charm and formidable prowess. Aside from Slytherin, everyone else held her in high regard. Yet now, an aura of uncharacteristic gravitas enveloped her, sending involuntary shivers down the spines of those around her. With a subtle lift of her brow, silence fell upon the corridor as passers-by instinctively recoiled, none daring to approach her. How could an 11-year-old girl possess such a piercing gaze? To Grindelwald, the Hogwarts students appeared merely as a gaggle of bumbling fools. Loya turned to encounter a bold golden-haired boy, accompanied by two timid, stout companions, rushing toward her. The boy, in a state of concern, inquired about his daughter. Malfoy stared into Loya's mismatched eyes and instinctively blurted out a question regarding her gaze. Grindelwald appraised the impeccably slick-haired Malfoy with cold disdain. Malfoy shivered involuntarily, while his two dim-witted companions quaked in fear. With a dismissive huff, Grindelwald swept away. His keen senses picked up on the whispered gossip of the two Slytherin boys adorned in their green serpent insignia. Isn't Loya Grindelwald being punished by Professor McGonagall for laboring in the Forbidden Forest? How dare she appear here? Grindelwald's expression darkened, silencing the Slytherins. He seized one by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him out of a window. With a swagger, Grindelwald made his way toward the Forbidden Forest. He encountered a half-giant, Hagrid, who bore a massive stone bow and a quiver full of arrows, with Fong trailing behind. The affable Hagrid greeted Loya, while Grindelwald could not be bothered to acknowledge him. Hagrid, having heard of Professor McGonagall's punishment of Loya, intended to offer her solace. Meanwhile, Filch, reveling in schadenfreude, snickered at the prospect of justice finally catching up with the young girl. Yet the very subject of their conversation stood before them. Casually igniting the forbidden forest with a flick of her hand, blue flames dancing in the air. As Hagrid and Filch gaped in shock, jaws nearly scraping the ground. Grindelwald strode away with nonchalance. Turning a corner in the corridor, he encountered a wrinkled old woman. Professor McGonagall regarded her with a complicated expression. Following the chaos in the Great Hall, Dumbledore had personally sought her out. She could hardly believe that Dumbledore had a daughter, and now she stood before her, leaving her at a loss for words. Having previously held prejudices against Miss Grindelwald, she was hardly friendly. Filch, limping and smoldering, rushed to McGonagall, indignantly reporting, "Professor, Loya Grindelwald set the forbidden forest ablaze with blue flames." The centaurs were frantically engaged in extinguishing the flames. Professor McGonagall gazed in shock at Loya, her mind reeling. Grindelwald's eyes flashed with impatience. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" McGonagall stood frozen, struck dumb. Suddenly, Grindelwald felt something tugging at his daughter's pant leg. He looked down to find his expression contorted. A niffler? His daughter's pet was a niffler? Where on earth did Dumbledore acquire a niffler? It had to be that infernal Newt Scamander. His Albus must have clandestinely met with his beloved student, Newt Scamander. The mere thought made Grindelwald's temples throb. With a swift motion, he seized the niffler, and, under its mournful gaze, tossed it into the trash bin. If he were to see Albus again, and if he still possessed consciousness, his soul not yet returned to that prison of a body, he would certainly procure a different pet for his daughter. It absolutely could not be a magical creature from the Scamander family. The agony from his grievously wounded body surged as blood seeped from the injury, gradually saturating the ground beneath. Snape was administering emergency treatment. Fortunately, this office, ravaged by magical upheaval, concealed a rarely known underground chamber. The meager supplies within the chamber had escaped unscathed. Dragging his increasingly numb body, each step elicited sharp pangs from the wound. Sweat trickled down his brow as he struggled to retrieve a healing potion from the shelf. After Grindelwald had ensured his daughter's wound was properly bandaged, he strode purposefully to seek out Dumbledore. If the entity possessing Loya was indeed the genuine Gellert Grindelwald, Snape felt an unexpected sense of relief. This Dark Lord would undoubtedly safeguard his lineage. While tending to Loya's injury, the Dark Lord casually gestured with his left hand. To the eyes of an ordinary wizard, nothing appeared amiss. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Snape discerned it as a wandless, silent spell, a protective charm. In his youth, he had encountered similar magic within the confines of restricted tomes in the library. It was a safeguard against any force that sought to control the consciousness or soul of another. Grindelwald had cast a protective charm over his daughter's consciousness. As long as the spellcaster, Grindelwald, remained alive, the enchantment would endure, impervious to Voldemort or any of his magical dominion interfering with her awareness. The protective charm wielded by Grindelwald was not easily shattered. He was confident that even spells designed to extract consciousness or truth serum would prove ineffective beneath the aegis of the Dark Lord's protection. During this period, Loya will be quite safe. However, Severus Snape's condition is not particularly optimistic. He chuckles wryly. Just a few days ago, he had promised to take the time to teach Loya the spells she wished to learn, but given his current physical state, it seems unlikely that he can fulfill that promise anytime soon. After tending to his wounds, he still felt a pervasive chill, and leaning against the wall, he unknowingly succumbed to unconsciousness. In this world, fate is indeed curious. After tossing the niffler into the trash bin, Gellert Grindelwald encountered the one person he despised the most, Newt Scamander. Oh, but no. The Newt Scamander confined in the dungeons of Nurmengard for half a century should have transformed into a decrepit old man, toothless and frail. The diminutive figure before him, resembling Newt Scamander to an uncanny degree, must surely be his grandson. Because of his lineage, Newt Scamander's grandson immediately became the target of Grindelwald's persecution. The boy, a Hufflepuff, looked anxiously at the Loya who had suddenly blocked his path. He did not recognize this first-year Gryffindor, but her commanding aura made him a boy who inherited his grandfather's introverted nature. Shrink back. He observed the increasingly perilous expression on Loya's face. What could possibly make Albus Dumbledore so fond of your grandfather? I truly do not know. How could he possibly know? Newt's grandson broke into a cold sweat, his survival instinct kicking in as he explained that at that time, his father might not have even been born. So he was genuinely unaware of the connection between his grandfather, Professor Dumbledore, and the girl before him. For Grindelwald, it mattered not, since he could not seize Newt. He would capture his grandson instead. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes dangerously. The Hufflepuff boy was so intimidated by the darkness in Grindelwald's gaze that he collapsed, unconscious. Grindelwald, hands behind his back, coldly regarded the boy lying motionless on the ground and sneered, "Mr. Scamander, do you think Dumbledore would mourn for your grandson?" In the end, the unfortunate grandson of Newt was carried away by two kind-hearted badgers. Grindelwald looked disdainfully at their panicked retreat. He then keenly overheard a few children whispering that Dumbledore had just visited the hospital wing to check on Harry Potter, who had injured a leg. Harry Potter? Grindelwald belatedly realized that he might be falling behind the times. Dumbledore's favorite student had transitioned from Newt Scamander to Harry Potter? Jealousy distorts one's visage, and the flames of fury blaze within. The European monarch made a decision, oblivious to who Harry Potter was, intending to address the matter concerning Harry's other leg after his meeting with Dumbledore. The more he pondered, the greater his ire grew, until he finally encountered his Albus, at which point his previous wrath vanished without a trace. The elderly man with white hair stood with his back to him, engaged in discussion with several professors. Grindelwald observed his figure. It had been half a century since their last meeting. Dumbledore appeared significantly aged, the passage of time having carved its marks upon him. Yet, he was still his Albus. Just before Dumbledore turned around, Grindelwald seriously contemplated whether to first visit the restroom to tame his unruly hair. Considering that his consciousness was currently inhabiting his daughter's form, he deemed her pineapple hair, flaring with rage, rather unappealing, and ultimately decided against it. Dumbledore sensed a gaze upon him and turned his attention in that direction. Their eyes met, and his bright azure orbs widened slightly, an incomprehensible emotion flickering across his face. He noticed Dumbledore's lips move as if calling his name. They gazed at one another for an extended period, uncertain of who took the first step towards the other. However, fate was unkind. A rogue ball whizzed through the corridor, striking his daughter squarely on the head. Loya's body collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Grindelwald's consciousness was forcibly severed from his daughter's form. He observed Albus, in a state of panic, hastening towards him. Just as his awareness was on the verge of retreating back to the confines of his prison in Ermengarde, he gritted his teeth, witnessing a Gryffindor lad on a broomstick, who, in a moment of carelessness, had struck someone and was now frantically clutching his hair, utterly at a loss. Wood, not far away, was elucidating the rules of Quidditch to several newly initiated young wizards, explaining how to effectively strike the bludger. As he rode his enchanted broomstick, he gestured with his bat, propelling the bludger far beyond expectation. Squinting towards the trajectory of the flying ball, he sensed something amiss. Fred and George, ever the instigators, leaned out from the corridor, shouting at Wood, "Your bludger has knocked Loya out." Headmaster Dumbledore's expression darkened considerably at the scene. "Wood, you're in trouble. Best of luck to you." Upon hearing the twins' gleeful remarks, Wood felt a wave of despair wash over him, his vision darkening. The newcomers quickly steadied the wobbling captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This ill-fated strike indeed left Loya bedridden in the hospital wing for an entire day. Fortunately, Dumbledore, in light of Loya's hospitalization, unilaterally proposed to Professor McGonagall a delay of several days for the final match of the spell competition, allowing Loya the opportunity to recuperate in peace. Author's note: the next chapter will return to our heroine's perspective. Loya reclined on the pristine white sheets, while the snow outside cast a silvery sheen over the castle of Hogwarts. She was recovering remarkably well. Just 2 days apart had rendered her lively and spirited, entirely devoid of the typical demeanor of a patient. Though she longed to request her discharge, Madame Pomfrey resolutely denied her plea. Despite being astonished by Loya's miraculous healing speed, Madame Pomfrey firmly believed that Loya required further observation and rest in the infirmary for a few more days. Reluctantly, with little to occupy her time, Loya asked Hermione to bring her the unfinished scarf she was knitting for the Niffler. Her bedside was cluttered with a mountain of snacks and fresh flowers sent by visiting little lions. Hermione kindly sliced a small plate of cake for her. During her hospital stay, Hermione's attentive care was so thorough that it evoked envy from the solitary patients in the adjacent beds. Ron's feet were surrounded by a heap of snack wrappers. Given Loya's generosity towards her friends, she readily shared her treats, prompting Ron to unashamedly unwrap yet another chocolate frog and pop it into his mouth. With his cheeks stuffed, he mumbled, "Loya, what on earth is this hideous thing you've knitted?" "It's a scarf for the Niffler," she replied. Ron wrinkled his nose in distaste, exclaiming, I thought it was a pair of tattered socks. It indeed might not have turned out very well. Loya found herself, both in her past life and the present, woefully incompetent in the domestic arts traditionally excelled at by ordinary young girls, such as sewing, cooking, and household chores. This foreshadowed her future as unlikely to align with the ideals of certain men who seek gentle and virtuous wives adept at managing a home. Furthermore, she herself remained indifferent to such expectations, being single held no drawbacks for her. It appeared that all her talents were concentrated in the realms of magic and combat. On the very first day, she was struck unconscious by the quaffle. Professor Dumbledore paid her a visit. In recent days, her hospital room had not been quiet. In fact, it had become so lively that even Madame Pomfrey's demeanor changed. Each day, it was filled to the brim with visitors. George and Fred would drop by after classes, while a guilt-ridden senior would dare to enter only in Dumbledore's absence. As soon as George and Fred arrived, they resumed their monotonous game of Guess Who I Am, denying her the chance to finish her thoughts. Loya interjected, Stop, stop, stop. I refuse to engage in such a tedious game. She had little interest in such childish antics. She recalled the permanent scar on Fred's temple from his injury, making it easy to distinguish between them. It was perplexing that they were still playing a guessing game. However, today, Fred's face bore no trace of injury. Loya observed with a hint of surprise, while Fred cooperatively leaned forward, diminishing the distance between them, allowing her to examine closely. Fred, where has your scar disappeared to? Before Loya, Fred displayed a triumphant smile. The other twin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I am Fred. You have guessed incorrectly. How infuriating, Loya thought, rolling his eyes. In front of him, George retrieved a glass vial from his pocket. This is our latest concoction for scar removal. Within just a few days, scars can revert to their original state. I present it to you. Loya accepted the small vial handed to her by George, a hint of trepidation lingering in her heart as she pondered the possibility of falling prey to the twins' trickery, perhaps transforming into a bird-like creature. Observing the skeptical expression on Loya's face, Fred sought to demonstrate their newfound resolve and commitment to righteousness. With a calm demeanor, he unscrewed the cap of the vial and delicately poured a drop into the palm of his hand, spreading it with care. Minutes passed without a hint of any bizarre pranks, and Loya's anxiety gradually dissipated. She applied the potion to the scar on her palm. In truth, the scar was not particularly pronounced, and it seemed to fade more with each passing day. Even without the potion's assistance, she believed it would vanish entirely within a few days. At times, she even questioned whether this body possessed some hidden advantages. However, recalling the unfortunate outcome of their first match in the spellcasting league, which resulted in the twins losing all their savings, Loya felt compelled to express her regrets as she continued to apply the potion. I'm sorry for costing you your entire allowance in the first match. The twins smiled reassuringly and replied, It's quite all right. We plan to establish a magical trickery theater. Loya gazed at them in astonishment. Is it truly possible for twins to open a shop at such an early age? Moreover, do they possess sufficient pocket money to establish a business? Seemingly sensing Loya's bewilderment, George proudly declared, Thanks to you, we wagered on you throughout the subsequent Quidditch Cup, and your impressive 7 consecutive victories yielded us a substantial profit. The righteous Ron interjected, exposing the twins' deceit. In your first match, they did not bet on you, but rather on your opponents, reaping a handsome reward. Are you truly my friends? You actually bet against my loss. Upon being uncovered, George and Fred's gazes became evasive as they awkwardly explained, You were teamed with Malfoy. Gryffindor wagered on you, while Slytherin backed Malfoy. Initially, we intended to bet on you as well, but at the last moment before the match, we thought that if we reversed our bets, we might strike it rich overnight. Haha. In truth, their profits extended beyond just Gryffindor and Slytherin. During the first match, most of the 4 houses had bet on their own teams. Thus, George and Fred's contrarian wagers amounted to a financial windfall for all of Hogwarts. Loya, with a grim expression, uttered 2 words, friendship over. Fred and George clutched their chests, feigning a look of profound tragedy. Loya, when friendship reaches its end, how far can love be? Beautiful lady, shall we meet? Wait, what is all of this? Loya sighed in exasperation, conceding defeat in the verbal spar with the 2 of them. I am not angry, he thought. The jesters Fred and George exchanged mischievous grins, perpetually engaged in their playful antics. In the finals, we are betting everything on you. If you win the competition, our funds will be ample, and you shall automatically become a shareholder. From henceforth, you will be the proprietor of the magical trick shop, and the profit distribution will be at your discretion. I shall do my utmost in the competition, but kindly spare me the title of proprietress. It sounds rather odd, and I have no need for shares, as finances are not a concern for me." Fred then produced an assortment of bizarre candies from his pocket. "Behold our latest creation, nosebleed nougat. Consuming it will result in an incessant flow of nasal blood. It is sure to become a bestseller. Would you care to try?" Fred enthusiastically presented his peculiar offering. "Is this the reason for your visit to the ailing? To enlist them as guinea pigs? Delivering prankish snacks to the patients. How thoughtful of you." Fred and George, caught in their mischief, continued to chuckle, utterly devoid of any sense of remorse. Loyalty would certainly not allow herself to become a guinea pig, nor would she permit her dear friend Hermione, who cares for her, to be subjected to such a fate. Ron was acutely aware that his two older brothers had never harbored benevolent intentions, and thus he adamantly refused to partake. Consequently, the question of who would assume the role of the test subject led all eyes to inadvertently shift toward another individual in the hospital room. Wood, suddenly thrust into the spotlight. Wood wore an expression of sheer panic. Loya's gaze also fell upon him. Indeed, Wood was a commendable choice, acknowledging his moral shortcomings. Wood was compelled to face a valiant demise, succumbing to a nosebleed-inducing candy. Before long, he began to bleed profusely from his nose. George and Fred excitedly observed the bleeding Wood, applauding with delight. "Marvelous. The effect is truly remarkable. This dosage seems potent enough. It is bound to be a bestseller." Witnessing Wood's pitiable state, Loya kindly urged Fred and George, "Perhaps we should provide the antidote to Senior Wood." "What antidote? We haven't even developed one yet." "Ha." Wood groaned in despair. "Loya, could you possibly summon Mrs. Pomfrey to rescue me?" The ward of Loya was perpetually crowded with visitors. The players from Gryffindor's Quidditch team had also come to pay their respects. It was unclear which young wizard had casually brought a radio, which was now incessantly playing the peculiar tunes of the Weird Sisters, reminiscent of Muggle rock. The volume of the radio grew increasingly loud, transforming the ward into a veritable disco. Madame Pomfrey wore a grim expression. This was hardly a place for healing. It resembled a bustling marketplace. Due to Professor Dumbledore's special consideration for the youth, she had no choice but to endure the chaos. The ward was filled with a cacophony of noise, and Loya remained oblivious to the figure lingering in the corridor. Cedric from Hufflepuff stood hesitantly outside the door, uncertain whether to knock. The news of Roya's hospitalization spread rapidly among the boisterous Gryffindors. Upon learning that she had succumbed to a severe injury from a Quidditch match and had fallen into a coma, Cedric hurried to the hospital wing, beads of sweat matting his tousled hair. He stood in the corridor, hesitating to cross the threshold into her room. His roommates, drawn by curiosity, observed his anxious demeanor as he lingered outside, torn between concern for the Gryffindor girl and his own trepidation. One of them, exasperated, urged, "Cedric, since you care so much for her, why not go in and see her?" With a glimmer of melancholy in his eyes, Cedric replied, "I fear she may not wish to see me." For Cedric, Roya's absence from his Quidditch practice, despite his invitation, felt like a silent rejection, sapping his courage to intrude upon her solitude. However, upon hearing of her injury, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. Worrying that he might burden Roya further, he remained rooted outside, cautiously peering through the ajar wooden door at the golden-haired girl within. His roommates sighed silently. Although they were mere Hufflepuffs, they too possessed the courage of a badger in times of need. While chiding him, they began to nudge Cedric towards the room. "You must speak to her directly. Standing foolishly outside accomplishes nothing." Regrettably, just as Cedric was being pushed into the room by his friends, the atmosphere grew increasingly raucous, so much so that even Weasley's fireworks burst forth from within. Madame Pomfrey, finally exasperated, chastised the patients for their need for rest, and the rowdy Gryffindors fell silent at last. In her fury, Madame Pomfrey stormed out, slamming the door shut behind her, declaring that no one, not even the exemplary Hufflepuff Cedric, was permitted to enter and visit. Cedric's friends immediately spoke up on his behalf, saying, "Madame Pomfrey, with so many Gryffindors inside, why can't we enter? Miss Grindelwald needs rest and recuperation." Ultimately, the answer was a resolute no. Disheartened, Cedric lowered his head. After a moment of silence, he entrusted Madame Pomfrey with a gift he had originally intended for Loya. Observing Cedric's respectful demeanor as he refrained from disturbing the patient's rest, Madame Pomfrey graciously accepted the gift. Cedric cast one last lingering glance at Loya in the ward before reluctantly taking his leave. Meanwhile, several young wizards were wheeled in, their arms broken by rogue bludgers during practice. The young wizards cried out in pain, leaving Madame Pomfrey overwhelmed with her duties. She hastily placed the gift box on a bench in the hallway and rushed to attend to the injured. Fred and George emerged from Loya's ward, their attention drawn to the unclaimed gift box conspicuously displayed on the bench. Curiosity piqued, George unwrapped the box, revealing a popular couple's gift from Diagon Alley, a delicate music box crafted in the shape of a crystal sphere, inside which spun the majestic Hogwarts castle. The enchanted music box radiated warmth when held in one's palm, serving as a cozy hand warmer during the frigid winter months, much adored by the girls of Hogwarts. It was likely a gift from some boy to his hospitalized girlfriend. Due to its immense popularity, this music box often sold out early each day, with many young men braving the snow to stand in line before dawn, all in hopes of winning a girl's heart. As George playfully tossed the music box into the air, performing acrobatics, Fred cheered him on. However, during a particularly precarious maneuver, the music box fell to the floor, shattering the castle within. The twins quickly realized the gravity of their blunder. They furtively scanned the hallway, and seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, they hastily cleared the scene of the incident before making their escape. Once Madame Pomfrey had attended to her patients, she remembered the gift box Cedric had asked her to deliver to Loya. Upon returning, she found the bench empty. The gift was nowhere to be seen. Not giving it much thought, she assumed that Loya had already taken the present, as the bench was conveniently located right across from her room. As night fell, the ward finally settled into silence, with 2 other patients in the room having been discharged early in the morning. Loya found herself ensconced in the softness of her pillow, until she was roused by a mechanical electronic voice. System, host, are you dead yet? If not, wake up quickly. If you're dead, I shall take my leave. I am very much alive and well, so you need not worry. System, during the period you were under Voldemort's control, it was I who summoned the consciousness of the Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald. You possess such abilities? Perhaps you should attempt another summoning. System, it is not something to be done lightly, and summoning Gellert Grindelwald exhausted all my power. Loya rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. No wonder she had recently heard others say that it was her blue flame that had scorched the Forbidden Forest, earning her praise from the twins for a job well done. Those mischievous students expressed their gratitude, relieved that they would no longer have to endure obligatory labor in the Forbidden Forest for their misdeeds this semester. However, the incident of setting the Forbidden Forest ablaze was a feat accomplished while she was under the influence of Grindelwald. Such a remarkable act left Loya somewhat apprehensive about encountering Professor McGonagall again. She could only imagine the dark expression that would cloud the professor's face, as McGonagall would undoubtedly assume Loya was responsible. With a resigned shrug, Loya reflected, I recall completing the 7 consecutive victories task, yet your reward has yet to materialize. System, you wouldn't happen to be out of stock, would you? System, nonsense, how could I possibly be such a destitute system? Loya listened intently to the fading voice, filled with skepticism. The system coughed discreetly. During your time under Voldemort's control, I summoned the consciousness of Gellert Grindelwald to save you. Consider this your reward. Thus we are even, it stated, clearing its throat several times. System, your father in this world, Gellert Grindelwald, left you a gift before his consciousness departed. Was it truly possible that the Dark Lord had bequeathed her a gift? The sapphire blue eyes of Loya sparkled momentarily, as the system suggested that picking up the wand would reveal the answer. Loya grasped her wand, fervently whispering, emerged swiftly. Gift of Grandfather Gohuang. Suddenly, azure flames surged around her, creating a magnificent circular wall of fire that enveloped her. The fiery shield, radiant in its brilliance, formed an enchanting barrier of blue flames centered around her. Loya attempted to touch the flames, her delicate fingertips gliding through the fire without feeling any searing pain. The blue flames showed no signs of harm towards her. The fire shield, one of Gellert Grindelwald's formidable spells, though easily misconstrued as a protective incantation, is, in fact, an amalgamation of offense and defense. In her previous life, Loya recalled it being humorously dubbed Grindelwald's gas stove, European imported, natural, and pollution-free, truly deserving of ownership. Yet, Grindelwald's gas stove was undeniably impressive. However, she remained perplexed regarding whether the fire shield constituted dark magic or light magic. While the blue flames posed no threat to their master, her bed was not so fortunate. The sheets and blankets were nearly ignited in an instant, but fortunately, the flames were manageable and promptly extinguished before Madame Pomfrey could notice. System, friendly reminder, your spine wand is ill-suited for the fire shield, which may result in uncontrollable consequences. Beware of the borrowed wand potentially succumbing to the explosive claims of the fire shield. It is recommended you visit Ollivander for a new wand. Since the shattering of her beloved dragon heartstring wand, Loya has been relying on borrowed wands for her recent competitions, which is hardly a sustainable solution. It seems she must summon her temporary guardian, Severus Snape, to accompany her on another visit to Ollivander's wand shop. System, due to the complete depletion of energy from summoning Grindelwald, I must temporarily enter a dormant state to replenish my reserves. During this time, I hope the host will take care and refrain from reckless actions. Loya dismissively waved her hand at the system. The following day, she approached the door of Snape's office and knocked. After waiting for an extended period with no response, she pondered whether Snape had ventured out to procure some potions ingredients. Just as she was about to turn away, the sound of the old wooden door creaking open reached her ears. Snape stood in the doorway, after several days of absence. His cheeks appeared gaunt, his complexion unnaturally pale, and he seemed significantly more haggard. Loya had never encountered such a frail and haggard Severus Snape. She reached out and tugged at his sleeve, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "Are you unwell?" Loya was unaware of the memories from the time when Voldemort and Grindelwald's consciousness had possessed her. She did not know that she had inflicted a deep stab wound on Snape's abdomen. Snape's gaze fell upon the girl's hand, which clutched his robe. The wounds on Loya's palm and wrist, inflicted by snake venom, had completely healed, leaving no trace of scars, which brought him a measure of relief. "It's not like Snape would speak lightly," he remarked. "It's rather unusual, considering your voice is so hoarse and the potions class has been cancelled recently. You haven't seen anyone for days." "You were lying," Loya said with narrowed eyes, her certainty in his untruth evident. She provocatively added, "If Professor Snape lies to me, then I shall lie to you every day." Snape silently regarded the girl, letting out a soft sigh. His broad hand gently stroked her hair, and the corners of his typically indifferent mouth softened considerably. Loya listened to his hoarse voice and reiterated that it was of no consequence. Observing the obstinate Professor Snape, she refrained from saying anything further, merely advising the elderly professor to rest well. The matter of the wand was temporarily set aside. She had no desire to trouble the ailing Snape with her errands and preferred to let him recuperate in peace. Autumn absent-mindedly poked at the food on her plate. Seeing that her friend Dana was entirely preoccupied with her meal, she inquired about the source of her distress. "I once visited Professor Snape's office to deliver some assignments and witnessed him being quite intimate with a Gryffindor girl." Dana's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a fit of laughter. "Autumn, are you jesting? With that gloomy face of Professor Snape's? Which girl would dare approach him?" Faced with such skepticism, Autumn furrowed her brow and angrily set down her fork. "I saw it with my own eyes." Professor Snape held on to Loya Grindelwald, while her friends were skeptical, even shaking with laughter. "Autumn, rather than concerning yourself with these matters, you should focus on your own affairs," Diana remarked, casting a glance at the Hufflepuff long table. Autumn Zhang followed Diana's gaze. Cedric and his companions had just taken their seats. This third-year Hufflepuff, distinguished by his outstanding grades, handsome demeanor, and gentle disposition, drew the attention of many young ladies upon his mere entrance into the hall. The recent rumor of his heartbreak added a touch of melancholic charm, further captivating the hearts of the girls in the hall. Diana took a bite of her bread and said, "I heard Cedric was dumped by the Gryffindor he had a crush on. Isn't this a splendid opportunity? We all know you fancy him. You should express your feelings more openly. Give him some hints to convey your intentions. Good boys are becoming increasingly rare, and once you miss your chance, it becomes difficult to reclaim. I have tried, but—" Autumn began, though the latter part of her sentence remained unspoken as Cedric had not reciprocated her feelings. Autumn's gaze drifted towards Cedric. His roommate happened to notice her stare. During Cedric's feverish days, word inexplicably reached Ravenclaw. Autumn Zhang stood outside the Hufflepuff common room daily, hoping they would assist in delivering the potions and snacks she had prepared for Cedric. Initially, they obliged a couple of times, but as her visits became a daily occurrence, blocking the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, it became a burden. Cedric returned her gifts unceremoniously, and yet she persisted in asking for their help, placing them in an awkward position. He even grew apprehensive at the thought of Autumn Zhang seeking his assistance again. Cedric noticed Autumn's gaze and lowered his head in silence. His roommate casually remarked, "Cedric, The girl you fancy is quite remarkable. She set the Forbidden Forest ablaze, and now she is dubbed the incendiary of the Forbidden Forest. Just then, the roommate noticed someone at the entrance of the hall and quickly nudged Cedric, saying, "Cedric, the one you've been thinking about has arrived." Cedric immediately turned to look towards the entrance of the hall. Loya seldom arrives punctually for meals, making it nearly impossible for Cedric to encounter her in the dining hall. As she emerged from the infirmary, Loya instantly became the center of attention, plunging the entire restaurant into silence. She is, after all, a prominent figure at Hogwarts. Not only is she an exceptional seeker for Gryffindor, but she has also engaged in open confrontations with students from Beauxbatons, challenged Professor McGonagall in full view of others, and physically confronted third-year Marcus. Moreover, her unprecedented act of setting the Forbidden Forest ablaze will undoubtedly etch her name into the annals of Hogwarts history. Remarkably, she was not expelled from the school. During her hospitalization, she even received a personal visit from Headmaster Dumbledore. In summary, her background appears to be quite remarkable. The Gryffindor table's little lions greeted her warmly, their faces beaming with smiles. Cedric quietly observed Loya from a distance of one table. She seemed to possess an innate charm and charisma, drawing attention wherever she went. Harry, who was still limping in the hospital, could not help but envy the miraculous healing speed of Loya. Loya sat at the dining table, while Ron, with one hand grasping a piece of roasted meat and the other a slice of cake, indulged in his breakfast without any semblance of decorum. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance and remarked, "Is there anything you do besides eat?" The future couple engaged in playful banter as Loya sipped her porridge. Dozens of owls soared into the dining hall, delivering letters with great purpose. The owls circled above the long table, seeking their respective masters, dropping off letters or parcels to their young recipients. Ron received a letter from Mrs. Weasley, while Hermione obtained the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. The most prominent photograph on the front page depicted the charred Forbidden Forest. Hermione buried herself in the newspaper. The Forbidden Forest has been ravaged by flames. What lies behind this catastrophe? Is it a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Stay tuned for the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, as journalist Rita Skeeter will unveil the layers of mystery. Loya leaned closer to examine the newspaper, the content edited by Rita Skeeter being nothing but sheer fabrication. At that moment, a large crimson bird flapped its vibrant red wings and soared into the hall, its tail and claws glistening like those of a peacock. Ron exclaimed, "Look, it's Dumbledore's phoenix." Hermione turned her head in response. Fawkes, clutching a parcel in its talons, flew directly towards the Gryffindor table. Amid the curious gazes of the young witches and wizards in the hall, Fawkes dropped the parcel into Loya's hands and then gracefully landed on her shoulder, folding its magnificent wings. The entire hall was astonished by the audacity of delivering a parcel via a phoenix, especially one belonging to Professor Dumbledore. While Loya calmly unwrapped the parcel, inside was a box containing a wand that differed from the commonly seen ones. It was predominantly silver in hue and appeared to be meticulously cared for. Accompanying the box was an aged photograph depicting a young boy radiating joy, with a shock of red hair and bright blue eyes, appearing to be in his early teens. The boy was clad in a style of Gryffindor robes that was markedly different from those worn by Loya and her companions. Loya turned the photograph over, revealing a small inscription that read 1894. This year marked the commencement of Dumbledore's education at Hogwarts. Loya exhibited an expression of realization as she gazed upon the photograph of a young boy, who was none other than a youthful Dumbledore during his student years. This wand, which she held, was once wielded by Dumbledore in his academic days. Dumbledore had bestowed his student wand upon Loya. Loya, filled with excitement, clutched the wand tightly, for it was none other than the wand once wielded by the illustrious White Wizard during his student days. She casually experimented with a few spells using a teacup, and with a graceful flick of her wand, the magic flowed effortlessly, devoid of any discomfort. It was as if Dumbledore's wand had been meticulously crafted for her. Furthermore, there was no doubt that Dumbledore's wand could withstand her advanced sorcery. She could scarcely contain her eagerness to find a discreet and hidden location where she could test Grindelwald's fire shield with Dumbledore's wand. The fox perched upon Roya's shoulder gazed with bright, sparkling eyes as Roya delicately polished the wand, treating it like a cherished heirloom. Loya gently stroked the golden feathers of Foxtail, admiring their exquisite texture. Then, she uttered a rather jarring remark. "Fawkes, you are far too heavy. You're crushing me." Fawkes, feeling somewhat embarrassed, let out a couple of awkward chirps and gracefully descended onto the table before Loya. The nearby young wizards, astonished, could only gaze in silence at the majestic phoenix of Professor Dumbledore, who was so close at hand. The twins, in a moment of reckless mischief, dangled a chicken leg in front of Fawkes as if to entice a parrot, but Fawkes simply turned away, ignoring their antics entirely. With the wand situation perfectly resolved, Loya no longer needed to visit Ollivanders for a new wand. What she required now was a suitable venue to practice her fire shield charm. Previously, she and Malfoy would practice spells in Hagrid's yard, but with the biting cold and frequent snowstorms, her hands would quickly turn crimson from the chill while gripping her wand. Moreover, she had yet to fully master Grindelwald's fire shield, and she feared inadvertently setting Hagrid's hut ablaze. The most fitting training ground would undoubtedly be the Room of Requirement, as depicted in the films. To access it frequently without drawing attention, she first needed a Marauder's map. If her memory served her correctly, the map should be in the possession of Fred and George. Thus, Loya stood in the marble corridor, awaiting the arrival of Fred and George after class. In the throng of students, she easily spotted the two red-haired twins and stood on her tiptoes, waving them over. Fred and George were soon drawn into an empty classroom by Loya. Loya gently pushed the door closed and cast a soundproofing spell. Fred, observing Loya's furtive demeanor, deliberately displayed a wicked grin and inquired, "Are we about to engage in some mischief?" Loya disregarded his jest and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "I require your active point map. May I borrow it for a while?" "An active point map? What is that?" Fred and George exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. This time, it was Loya who found herself momentarily taken aback. "It is a map that reveals the locations of everyone within Hogwarts Castle. Such a wondrous object exists." Loya gazed at the astonished expressions of Fred and George, their surprise appearing utterly genuine. Loya was plagued by a headache, the wretched butterfly effect at play. The twins had yet to procure the Marauder's map from Filch. This enchanted map was indeed a significant artifact within the magical realm, and Loya harbored a strong desire to acquire it. Observing Loya's exasperated demeanor as she rested her forehead in her hand, George, ever the loyal friend, winked at her. "Where's the map? If you desire it, we shall procure it for you," he declared, leaning nonchalantly against the desk with his arms crossed. "In the office of that old gatekeeper, Filch, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing the term gatekeeper, the twins erupted in laughter. Fred and George had long held a disdain for Filch, having been caught in countless pranks, resulting in a multitude of detentions that they could scarcely count on both hands. The mere thought of tormenting Filch filled them with exhilaration, igniting an eager desire to steal the map at once. Loya hastily intercepted the twins, saying, "Wait a moment. We must first devise a plan." The three heads convened in a conspiratorial huddle. "I will lure Felchie outside, and then you two can enter his office. Be cautious of Madame Loris. She is Felchie's formidable assistant." "That can be easily managed," one replied. "To distract a cat, the most effective method is to use a mouse." Loya resolved to first enlist Hagrid's assistance in capturing a few mice. She encountered several centaurs near Hagrid's yard, who were preparing to return to the Forbidden Forest. These centaurs, possessing human heads while their torsos and limbs resembled those of horses, regarded her with disdain, snorting coldly upon recognizing her as the culprit behind the recent devastation of their home. Fortunately, the noble tradition of centaurs dictates that they do not harm children. Otherwise, Loya shuddered at the thought of being pursued by a throng of them. The gentle and kind-hearted Hagrid did not express any complaints or accusations regarding Loya's actions that led to the forest's destruction. Instead, he inquired with curiosity, "What do you need the mice for?" Loya fabricated a story, claiming that her creature, Sniffler, had recently lost weight and required a meat supplement for nourishment. Her reasoning, though seemingly sound, was utterly unconvincing. Hagrid, who was deeply passionate about caring for and studying magical creatures, was well aware that Sniffler's diet did not include mice. Loya's eyes flickered as she continued, "The Niffler feels lonely and cold. It requires companions." Hagrid seemed to misinterpret her words and kindly suggested, "If your Niffler needs a mate, perhaps we should write to Newt Scamander. He would be delighted to send you a female Niffler." To her dismay, the conversation veered off course, prompting Loya to clarify, "Actually, the Niffler merely needs a few playmates. She only required several live mice to distract Mrs. Loris, not to trouble Newt for another Niffler. One Niffler already wreaked enough havoc in the dormitory, leaving the diligent house elves in despair. What chaos would ensue with two Nifflers, if they were to breed? The Gryffindor common room might very well be demolished. Loya could scarcely fathom it. Perhaps it would be best if her Niffler remained a eunuch. Hagrid scratched his disheveled hair, pondering the absurdity of using mice as companions for a Niffler. However, upon seeing Loya's resolute gaze, he reluctantly helped her capture a few small mice to place in a bottle. That evening, Loya convened with Fred and George at their designated meeting spot. Cautiously hiding in the shadows around the staircase corner, Filch wandered the corridor outside his office with Mrs. Loris in his arms, intent on catching any students violating the nighttime curfew. Fred suddenly appeared deep in thought, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a rare look of concern. "Loya, do you remember that gift box we found on the bench outside your hospital room?" George added apologetically, "In retrospect, you were the only patient on that floor, so we suspected it might have been meant for you. Unfortunately, we accidentally broke it." Loya found herself in a state of perplexity. An anonymous individual had left her a gift. Why not deliver it openly at her doorstep? Was the person perhaps too bashful? Or did they wish to keep their identity concealed? These questions swirled in her mind, leaving her bewildered. Observing Loya's silence, the twins inquired with concern, "Are you not upset?" "No, I simply do not know who sent it, and thus lack the opportunity to express my gratitude," she replied. Relieved by her response, the twins exhaled deeply. They soon noticed that Furk had been lingering nearby before finally entering his office. The first step was to draw Furk out, and Loya took the initiative to knock on his office door. Inside, Furk was applying burn ointment to his face and hands. The abrupt knocking elicited an irritable reaction from him as he opened the door with wide, exasperated eyes. Upon seeing Loya standing boldly at the threshold during curfew hours, Furk's expression transformed into one of utter dismay. Setting aside the delicate nature of her relationship with Professor Snape, he couldn't forget the day she, Gellert Grindelwald, set the Forbidden Forest ablaze, even targeting him with the blue flames that pursued him relentlessly. The horrifying memories of that day haunted him, leaving a lingering sense of dread. Loya calmly stated, "Sir, I wish to report someone for wandering at night." Before Loya could finish her words, Furky abruptly slammed the door shut, leaving Loya standing there in a daze. Given Furky's temperament, one would expect him to eagerly rush out to apprehend anyone reported for nighttime escapades. Yet, no matter how persistently Loya knocked, Furky refused to open the door, for he had come to realize that every encounter with this young lady invariably led to trouble. Loya, undeterred, pounded on the door with fervor. Inside, Felci disregarded the incessant knocking, leisurely frying fish while sipping on a modest drink. The knocking grew increasingly insistent, the visitor nearly resorting to kicking the door. "Open the door. Open up. Hurry and let me in. You have the audacity to hide inside. You have the ability to open the door, don't you? Open the door. Open up." Loya pounded on the door for an incessant 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Filch chose to relish his midnight snack in the office, steadfastly refusing to open the door. The current situation had inexplicably deviated from the original plan. Loya had intended to concoct a fabricated story to lure Filch away in pursuit of non-existent nocturnal students, allowing the twins to stealthily retrieve the Marauder's map from the office. However, for reasons unknown, Filch remained obstinately inside. Observing the failure of their initial scheme, Fred and George, waiting in the wings, had a sudden flash of inspiration. A Weasley fireworks experiment erupted in the corridor. Filch's keen ears detected the explosive sounds of magical fireworks from outside. It must be the Gryffindor twins engaging in forbidden nighttime escapades. With gritted teeth, Filch charged out, slamming the door behind him. From a distance, he spotted the fleeing figures of the twins and furiously gave chase. Fred and George successfully led Filch away. Loya produced her wand and tapped it against the door lock. "Alohomora," she incanted, and with a click, the door swung open. There stood Mrs. Loris at the threshold, her eyes gleaming with suspicion, poised to rush off to inform Filch should Loya dare to take another step. However, Loya was well prepared. She retrieved a bottle containing little mice from her bag and released them onto the staircase. Madame Loris, upon spotting the mouse, was invigorated as if she had been administered a stimulant, darting through the corridor in pursuit of the rodent. Loya entered Felci's office, a dimly lit and filthy room adorned with gallows and shackles upon the walls. Felci polished these implements to a gleaming shine each day, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to employ them in punishing misbehaving students once granted permission. Loya discovered a wooden filing cabinet, with a drawer inscribed in bold letters warning of the confiscated supplies being highly dangerous. She pulled open the drawer to reveal a square piece of ancient parchment. This parchment was none other than the map of vital points. Loya opened the map, revealing a blank expanse. She meticulously recalled how the twins activated the dynamic map in the original narrative. Loya gently tapped the parchment with the tip of her wand, cleared her throat, and proclaimed solemnly, "I hereby swear that I have not acted righteously." Delicate black lines began to emerge from the spot where the wand had made contact, spreading outward. These lines coalesced into a map depicting all the scenes of Hogwarts, along with a multitude of hidden passages. On the map, tiny ink dots appeared, each marking a name. Loya observed the ink spot marked with the names Fred and George moving swiftly, closely pursued by an ink spot belonging to Filch. Madame Loris's ink mark was seen in the third-floor corridor, capturing a mouse. Snape's ink mark remained motionless in his office, presumably in slumber. The ink mark representing Dumbledore was pacing in the study. On the Quidditch pitch, Cedric and several Hufflepuff ink marks were observed in motion, with an ink mark of Cho Chang trailing behind, seemingly having spotted Cedric and approaching him. Cho Chang appeared quite zealous in her pursuit of Cedric. Loya could no longer recall from the original narrative who was pursuing whom first. It is indeed a remarkable map, capable of detecting the whereabouts of everyone at Hogwarts. Akin to a Muggle radar, Loya meticulously searched the parchment for the location of her ink mark. She discovered an ink spot within the confines of Furchie's office on the map, which presumably indicated her presence. However, instead of her name, Loya Grindelwald, the ink spot bore the ominous inscription, "The Future Dark Lord." Loya's lips twitched slightly. She retreated a few steps in disbelief. The ink-like dot representing the Dark Sorcerer on the active map also receded a few paces. Upon exiting Felky's office, the ink dot followed her out as well. Undoubtedly, this ink dot was indeed her own, although she was perplexed as to whether this active map had some sort of glitch that misrepresented her identity. She considered herself a person of integrity, far removed from the sinister figure of a villain devoid of a nose. Loya gazed at the map and proclaimed, "The prank is complete." In an instant, the inked lines upon the map vanished, leaving the once vibrant chart transformed into a blank, ordinary parchment. Loya carefully folded the parchment and tucked it into her backpack. Although in the original narrative the twins would present the Marauder's map to Harry, she had managed to acquire it first, thus claiming it for herself in his stead. The gentle moonlight cascaded along the corridor as Loya, relying on the map, skillfully evaded detection and made her way to the 8th floor unnoticed. She immersed herself in studying the map, noting the absence of any ink blots indicating nearby individuals. It was the perfect moment to summon the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement can only be accessed when a person is in dire need, and when it materializes. It is always arranged to meet the Seeker's requirements. It is said that when someone is in need of a restroom, it can transform into a room filled with exquisite chamber pots. Is the Room of Requirement truly as wondrous as the tales suggest? If one silently wishes for a Quidditch pitch, could it indeed conjure such a field? With a spirit of experimentation, Loya faced the wall, silently murmuring to himself, "I require a Quidditch pitch." In the next moment, a smooth grand door materialized upon the wall. Loya grasped the brass handle and pulled open the grand door. Before his eyes lay a Quidditch pitch, a flawless replica of Hogwarts' own, exuding an astonishing realism, with a neat row of flying broomsticks arranged meticulously upon the verdant grass. Loya could not help but murmur to herself, pondering how the wish-granting chamber could achieve such astonishing realism. Could it also simulate the weather? No sooner had she finished her thought than a fierce wind swept in, accompanied by a howling blizzard that engulfed the entire Quidditch pitch in a blanket of snow. Loya clutched the soaring creature, both of them being tossed about by the fierce blizzard. She inwardly shouted at the door, "Enough, enough. All I require is an open space for practicing spells." In an instant, the snowstorm and Quidditch pitch vanished, replaced by an underground classroom. In the center lay a spacious area suitable for spell practice, flanked by torches casting flickering light. Loya stood at the center of the arena, retrieving the wand bestowed upon her by Dumbledore. She concentrated intently, striving to recall the elegant motions with which Grindelwald employed the fire shield in the film, and mimicked them with considerable finesse. Protego Diabolica, the fire shield. She raised her arm, holding the wand with poise, her body pivoting gracefully. The wand traced a circular arc in the air, and with her movements, a formidable ring of flames enveloped her entirely. Loya stood at the heart of the flames, surveying her firewall. Through her trials, she discovered that the blue fire could incinerate any adversary that came into contact with it, while simultaneously safeguarding those within the circle of the firewall. Anyone without malicious intent, granted her conscious approval, could traverse the firewall unharmed. For instance, Sniff was presently scuttling between the flames without igniting. However, The 2 practice soldiers provided by the wish-granting house were instantly reduced to ashes in their foolish attempt to breach the firewall. She compared her firewall to Grindelwald's protective fire shield from her memories. It appeared considerably smaller. The diameter of her firewall was scarcely half that of Grindelwald's shield, resembling a diminutive version. Is this the chasm that separates the master from the novice? As the saying goes, the student surpasses the teacher. Loya firmly believed that with diligent practice, one day her fire shield would be as expansive as an entire Quidditch pitch. Next, she intended to practice how to manipulate the flames within the firewall into a fire dragon to assault her foes. Focusing her mind, she pointed her wand at the flames, gesturing for a while. At last, several sparrows, born of the blue fire, emerged from the firewall. Indeed, as you can see, they were sparrows. While Grindelwald could command the magical flames of the firewall to transform into a colossal fire dragon to attack Aurors, her magical flames manifested as mere sparrows the size of a fist. Is this the difference between father and daughter? The sparrows fluttered mockingly, flapping their wings for a moment before crashing to the ground, scattering into a shower of sparks. Loya clenched her small fist, resolute in her determination. She continued to practice controlling the blue flames, while the House of Endless Wishes complied by releasing more flag-bearing soldiers. After several days of relentless training, her flames finally transformed from mere sparrows into several firebirds, resembling majestic adult eagles. Although they paled in comparison to Grindelwald's fire dragon, the essence lay in her perseverance. Before long, the finals of the spellcasting tournament arrived as scheduled. Prepared and invigorated, Malfoy was ready to redeem himself. The wizards from the finals of Wagadu brushed past them. Malfoy struck a defiant pose, his eyes glaring provocatively at Aelfes Sona, the black wizard who had claimed his first blood. The latter paid him no mind and continued toward the arena with an unusual gait. Unbeknownst to her, Loya caught a whiff of a putrid odor. She turned to Malfoy and inquired, "Do you not find that Aelfes seems rather amiss?" Malfoy looked at her with a puzzled expression. Loya frowned gracefully and continued, "When he just passed by, I sensed a foul stench emanating from him, reminiscent of the odor of decay." Malfoy glanced towards the direction in which Aelfes had departed. "Are you suggesting he is a corpse? How could that be? A corpse cannot be so lively. Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. Is it the tension before the finals that has me on edge? This is what those muggles refer to as pre-competition anxiety syndrome." Malfoy retrieved a confectionery sent by Narcissa from his pocket. He recalled her saying in his childhood that sweets could alleviate tension and anxiety. He proudly offered the candy to Loya, exclaiming, "These are homemade treats from my mother." Subsequently, Malfoy raised his head with an air of superiority, declaring, "Fear not. I shall elevate you in this match. Thank you for the candy, but I am not nervous. You need not worry about lifting me," Loya replied. Malfoy huffed lightly and followed her into the arena. The stands were filled to capacity, with cheers echoing in waves. Hermione had torn Ron's new bed sheets to create a massive banner that read "Loya will prevail." Fred and George wagered all their winnings on Loya, brandishing magical trumpets and shouting at the top of their lungs, "Madam, the opening of the magical theater rests upon you." Malfoy cast a disdainful glare at the raucous Gryffindors in the audience, who displayed a complete lack of decorum. At the sound of the referee's whistle, the competition commenced. Aelfes began with an indiscriminate area of effect attack spell, inadvertently launching her bewildered teammates into the Black Lake. Loya and Malfoy gazed in astonishment at the bizarre maneuvers of the opposing wizard as he attacked his own allies. Even the referee was taken aback, uncertain whether to declare Hogwarts the victor on the spot. Nevertheless, Aelfes, still bearing a fierce countenance, charged forward relentlessly. Loya was shockingly late to realize that this individual was not genuinely aiming for victory. Aelfes unleashed a spell that conjured a swirling sandstorm, enveloping the entire dueling arena in a veil of dust, rendering it impossible for the audience to witness the unfolding events. Within the tempest of sand, Malfoy found himself utterly unable to locate Loya. He remained vigilant, anticipating a potential ambush from his opponent at any moment. However, it was only when the sandstorm dissipated that he discovered both Aelfes and Loya had vanished from the dueling ground, leaving him alone at the center of the arena. Even the usually partial black referee, known for his favoritism towards Weasley, was at a loss, as 2 participants had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Yet they hadn't plunged into the Black Lake. Where could these 2 wizards have gone? Valfo stood in stunned silence for an extended period. And under the pressure from the spectators, the referee was reluctantly compelled to declare Hogwarts the champions of the tournament. Was that it? They had won the championship without having done anything? Malfoy felt no joy in his supposed victory. As he exited the arena amidst the cacophony of his fellow Slytherins' mixed cheers and jeers, he could hardly muster a word. He wove through the crowd, his mind fixated on discovering Loya's whereabouts. In the long-abandoned old classroom, numerous desks and chairs were stacked against the walls, casting dark, ominous shadows. Loya stood dazed in the classroom, having just been enveloped by swirling dust on the competition field, only to find herself inexplicably transported to this unfamiliar space. Amiss lay sprawled on the ground, mouth agape and eyes vacant. As she approached to investigate, an overwhelming stench of decay emanated from Amiss's lifeless form. His exposed skin was already covered in putrid spots, and even maggots crawled from his eye sockets and nostrils. It was evident that Amiss had been dead for many days. Was it truly a corpse with whom they had been competing? Loya fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether someone had taken control of Alethea's corpse with the intention of transporting her here. Loya tightened her grip on the wand, immediately entering a state of vigilance. She cautiously traversed the deserted, dilapidated classroom and arrived at a chamber. Within this room stood an imposing mirror, the Elysian Mirror, its height reaching the ceiling. Before it, Chilo stood, casting a chilling gaze upon her. Loya suddenly realized that it was Chilo who had, under Voldemort's orders, prematurely slain Aelfes and manipulated his corpse to transport her here during the competition. Loya moved her feet slowly, inadvertently bumping into something soft at her feet. She looked down and discovered that it was the unconscious Harry. It turned out that during the days, she had been preoccupied with practicing spells for the competition. The Savior had still been guided by fate, fulfilling his mission, and had gradually navigated through the storyline to the boss level of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The author wishes to express, the initial performance data is not satisfactory, the platform is not providing exposure, and the author now feels somewhat lost, uncertain whether to continue writing. Loya bent down to inspect Harry, relieved to find that he was merely unconscious, with some superficial injuries to his forehead and right hand, but no immediate threat to his life. Truly the Savior, even with one leg still healing, he managed to follow the guidance of fate, navigating his way with the aid of a cane. Harry was clad in a hand-knitted sweater, a size too large, gifted by Mrs. Weasley. The long sleeves concealing the Philosopher's Stone nestled in his palm. Had Loya not been in such close proximity, it would have been nearly impossible to discern its presence. Seizing the moment while Quirrell remained oblivious to the stone, Loya swiftly crouched down to shield Harry's clenched hand. In the blind spot of Quirrell's gaze, she deftly slipped the stone into Harry's pocket. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Ariste, a sinister smile etched across his face. It was I, the one who sought to end Harry Potter's life that fateful day, during the Quidditch match. Had it not been for Snape's countercurse aimed at preserving his life, I would have surely sent him plummeting from his broom. Allow me to interject. I never posed you a question, so might you refrain from such lengthy explanations? Quirrell snorted dismissively and continued unabated. And you, how dare you strike me with the bludger, disrupting my incantation? If only I had held on for a few more seconds, Harry Potter would have been no more. The troll was also my doing. You have vastly underestimated me. I am aware of this. Can you not cease your incessant chatter? Quirrell then retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, glanced at its contents, and continued his rambling. Loya curled her lips in disdain. It seemed that the Chilo of this world possessed rather poor memory and linguistic organization skills, requiring even a pre-written speech for self-detonation. What a tiresome endeavor. I have devised a unique method to control the giants, yet astonishingly, my giant did not slay Harry Potter. Even as everyone hurriedly scoured the surroundings in search of the beast, Loya felt exasperated. How much longer would the villain continue to ramble? It seemed imperative for the antagonist to recount the illustrious tales of their life before the final confrontation. Fully aware of the plot, Loya found herself utterly disinterested in Chilo's incessant monologue. As she surveyed her surroundings, her attention was drawn to the Eris mirror behind Chilo. The Eris mirror, said to reveal the deepest desires of one's heart, captivated her curiosity. Loya was suddenly intrigued. She yearned to discover what revelations the Eris mirror would unveil to her. Ignoring the incessant murmurs of Chilo, she fixated her gaze upon the enchanted mirror. Gradually, the surface began to transform, revealing a scene within a barn where a red-haired youth and a golden-haired boy were locked in a gaze. In their youth, they drew blood from their palms, intertwining their fingers, thus forging a blood oath. Loya could not help but let a smile creep onto her lips, her excitement causing her to cover her mouth as she murmured, "It's rather intriguing." Noticing Loya seemingly lost in a reverie, utterly disinterested in his speech, Chilo grit his teeth in anger and demanded, "What is the meaning of that mirror? What purpose does it serve? What did you witness?" "I beheld two dashing individuals forming a blood pact," Loya replied, prompting Chilo to believe she was speaking utter nonsense. "The wizard from Vigades, named Aeldes, has long since perished. I controlled his corpse to bring you here, for my master wishes to see you." Loya was filled with confusion. Was Voldemort truly speaking to her? She heard a shrill voice articulating words, yet Quirrell's lips remained motionless. It was Voldemort. Quirrell obediently began to unwrap the scarf that encased his head in spirals. Gradually, he turned around, revealing a grotesque visage on the back of his skull. The Voldemort before her was 10 times more repulsive than depicted in the films. The mere thought of having been possessed by such a being made Loya double over, retching involuntarily. Voldemort's face darkened in an instant. "Look at what I have become," he lamented, "a mere parasite, forced to inhabit another's body, sharing a single existence." Loya calmly remarked, "Indeed, you are quite the unattractive double-faced individual. And your nose appears to be growing increasingly flat, likely due to Quirrell's sleeping posture." Voldemort was momentarily rendered speechless by the insult. "The blood of a unicorn can prolong my life. That day, Quirrell slaughtered a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and its blood is tantalizingly close. Just a sip would restore my strength. Yet, you set the Forbidden Forest ablaze, preventing me from even tasting a drop of unicorn blood. You cannot unjustly slander me. I am not to blame." Quirrell, in a fit of rage, pointed accusingly at her, exclaiming, "It was you. You interrupted Quirrell's spell, saved Harry Potter, and thwarted my plans at every turn. You are far too dangerous. I once contemplated eliminating you. It was I who commanded Quirrell to cast the snake venom curse upon the parchment, yet you somehow remain unscathed." Voldemort fixed her with a cold, serpentine gaze. "Moreover, my former servant Severus is inexplicably protecting you, and you have him firmly under your thumb." Quirrell, emboldened by his master's disdain, mocked. "Snape looks so much like a villain and is unpopular with the students. With that old bat around, who would suspect that this pathetic stuttering Professor Quirrell is behind it all?" "Hey, I said the old bat is acceptable. But by what right do you call him an old bat? Do you, with your garlic-scented bald head, have the standing to make such remarks?" Loya interjected, hands on her hips, confidently protesting. Voldemort's teeth ground together in frustration. She dared to humiliate him in front of his servant. He suppressed the urge to hurl something at her, a sinister smile creeping across his wicked face. "You are also of pure blood, so I can overlook past grievances, but—" Loya chuckled softly, questioning the sincerity of Voldemort's intentions, suspecting that there might be some hidden agenda. As Voldemort advanced towards her, it appeared to Loya as a comical scene reminiscent of Quirrell walking backwards. "Daughter of Grindelwald," he proclaimed, "you must comprehend the nature of my ambition, to have you as my subordinate, to join my noble cause, and together we shall reign over the world." Loya contemplated for a moment before coldly uttering 2 words, "Ugly rejection." Voldemort unleashed a torrent of curses upon her in a language Loya could not comprehend. He then cast a menacing glare at the unconscious Harry on the ground, his face contorted with malice as he declared, "Should you refuse to ally with me, you shall meet the same fate as his parents, begging for mercy until your last breath." Loya recalled that in the film, Chilo met his demise upon touching Harry, who had been petrified. She immediately incited and lured Chilo, saying, "Harry Potter still clings to life. This is a rare opportunity to strike. Why not hasten over and finish him off?" Voldemort let out a cold snort, remaining motionless. "Do you think I am unaware of the protective spell surrounding him? Oh, it seems that the Dark Lord's intellect has finally manifested in this world. Dear readers, I humbly request reviews and critiques of my work. The data for this book is rather disheartening. My daily earnings barely suffice for a meal. I implore you to show your love and support. Despite receiving nearly 800 requests for updates each day, the free support has shockingly dwindled to fewer than 20. Everyone must be exceedingly busy. If this continues, the author may find it impossible to persevere." Angered by the comments on his appearance, Voldemort furiously commanded Chilo, "Kill her. Quickly, act now." Chilo drew his wand, and a green light shot forth from it. Loya swiftly dodged to the side, the spell nearly grazing her shoulder. Voldemort furiously berated his servant, "You useless fool." Quirrell's face betrayed his fear as he instinctively bowed his head, trembling and pleading, "Master, I beg you, grant me one more chance. I shall not miss again." Behind him, Loya's voice rang out, "You have no chance left." Quirrell abruptly lifted his gaze, only to see the unconscious Harry Potter levitated by Loya's enchantment. With a vigorous swing of his wand, Loya sent Harry's body hurtling through the air like a projectile, crashing directly into Quirrell. Taken completely by surprise, Quirrell was forcefully knocked to the ground. He pushed Harry Potter away with one hand and swiftly rose to his feet, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, he soon realized that his fingers were gradually turning to stone, and Quirrell stared in disbelief at his petrifying palm. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Luoya's lips, since Voldemort had outsmarted the situation, preventing Quirrell from making direct contact with Harry to activate the protective curse that would result in his petrification. She decided to take him by surprise, hurling Harry like a ball towards Quirrell, thereby compelling the latter to engage with Harry and trigger the protective enchantment. Though she felt a pang of guilt for Harry, it was fortunate he remained unconscious. Otherwise, the mere sound of bone colliding would have been excruciating. Quirrell writhed in agony, his petrified hand developing cracks that spiraled up his arm, and in the blink of an eye, he lost both limbs. The room echoed with Quirrell's anguished screams, while Voldemort roared with fury, "Kill her! Kill her!" Quirrell, now deprived of his arms, was driven to madness, charging towards Luoya in a frenzied, desperate bid for mutual destruction. The spine of the wand wielded by Loya was already aimed at Quirrell. Behind her, the specter of a dark sorcerer materialized, while a blinding beam of green light erupted from her wand. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, struck Quirrell mercilessly in the chest, eliciting a piercing scream as he collapsed heavily to the ground. The room fell into a profound silence. The killing curse is an exceedingly malevolent incantation, typically employed only by the most depraved individuals. Its successful execution demands two conditions: a formidable magical power as the foundation for the spell, and a heart brimming with intense, malevolent intent to kill. Loya recalls that in the film, when young Batty was impersonating Moody, he remarked that if a lower-year student were to use Avada Kedavra, it would merely cause the spellcaster to suffer a nosebleed. With the enhancement of her bloodline, Roya's body naturally harbors a magical essence that perfectly fulfills the first requisite. Moreover, the wand crafted from the spine of a dark sorcerer is imbued with a malevolent intent, fortuitously compensating for the second condition required for the Avada Kedavra curse. Had she employed the wand gifted by Dumbledore to cast the killing curse, devoid of any malicious intent, it is doubtful that her Avada Kedavra would have been potent enough to claim Quirrell's life. This seemingly unpromising spine wand occasionally proves to be of significant assistance to Roya. Loya cautiously approached Chilo's lifeless body, prepared to deliver another strike if he still drew breath. She gently kicked Chilo's leg, receiving no response, thus confirming that he had indeed succumbed. Yet, she could not afford to relax. Voldemort's parasitic essence would not perish easily. Suddenly, a roar echoed in her ears as Voldemort transformed into a mist-like form, swiftly emerging from Chilo's corpse in an instant. Loya hastily retreated a step, creating distance. Voldemort's target was not her, but rather the corpse of the wizard Aelfes, possessed by him. The lifeless body bent forward, rising slowly as if in a slow-motion scene from an old film. With its movements, maggots fell from its eye sockets. Voldemort manipulated the corpse's head, twisting it with a creaking sound. A ghastly grin spread across his lips, revealing a terrifying smile. Loya furrowed her brow. Ever since she discovered the limitations of her magical capacity, after several tests, she realized that her power was only sufficient to cast 2 advanced spells within a short span of time. Having just unleashed the killing curse, she knew that a second casting would deplete her remaining magical energy. Her greatest concern lay in the possibility that the killing curse would prove ineffective against a lifeless body. Should she cast it a second time, her dwindling reserves would only allow her to conjure minor, harmless spells, rendering her utterly defenseless. Even if she employed the levitation charm to propel Harry away, the protective enchantments surrounding him might not hold any efficacy against a corpse. It was a perilous gamble to risk the lives of 2 individuals. As the specter of the dark sorcerer behind Luoya confirmed that the wand wielder harbored no intention of casting the unforgivable curse a second time, it vanished into the shadows. The corpse controlled by Voldemort raised the wand, its grotesque voice bellowing the incantation for the Cruciatus curse. The ground fissured, dust erupting violently into the air, while the walls bore the scars of brutal destruction. Voldemort, having lost all semblance of reason, flung spells with reckless abandon, consumed by a desire to eliminate her at once. The room was stark and devoid of cover, rendering both her and the unconscious Harry easy targets. Loya recalled the forsaken classroom that had been repurposed for the accumulation of old desks and chairs, just before Voldemort unleashed his next malevolent curse. She deftly cast a veil of mist. The dense fog obscured Voldemort's vision, inciting him to furiously wave his wand and indiscriminately attack everything in sight. Within the shrouded mist, Loya called out to Harry, "Harry, awaken swiftly. We must depart from this place at once." Yet, Harry remained in a deep stupor, compelling Loya to drag him toward the abandoned classroom. Voldemort's erratic barrage of shattering curses hurtled towards them, and she strained to pull Harry aside, narrowly evading the spell as it grazed her calf. Blood immediately erupted from the wound, and Loya cast a quick glance at her injury. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial cut, devoid of any serious damage. Such a minor wound would not impede her actions. She concealed herself and Harry behind an old cabinet in the dilapidated classroom. The ominous sound of Voldemort's heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. With every step taken by the corpses under his control, and with each flick of his wand, accompanied by his malevolent laughter, the old desks and cabinets were obliterated one after another. Loya quietly surveyed the classroom, noting the absence of valuable items, yet an abundance of flammable materials. The more, the better, perfectly aligning with her intentions. As a student of Hogwarts, today she intended to set the classroom ablaze. The wand gifted by Dumbledore slipped from her sleeve into the palm of her hand. Protego Diabolica, fiery shield for protection. The wand traced a circle in the air, conjuring a ring of flames that enveloped and shielded her and Harry. The surrounding desks and chairs ignited instantly upon contact with the blue flames, erupting into a fierce inferno. Voldemort narrowed his crimson eyes and spat. "You think you can eliminate me? Utter folly." Flames erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, transforming into a colossal venomous serpent. Fiery wrath. Loya was momentarily taken aback. She had truly amassed an immense amount of enmity from Voldemort, who was so enraged that he unleashed fierce flames to confront her. Thus, which is superior, the fire shield or the fiery fury? In truth, it is a contest between the miniature version of the fire shield and the diminutive form of the fiery fury. The body possessed by Voldemort was merely that of a student, unable to fully harness his capabilities at present, yet still more than capable of dispatching several wizards with ease. Loya's fire shield, still in its novice stage, is far from reaching Grindelwald's prowess. The fiery phoenix, born of azure flames, clashed violently with the vicious serpent formed from crimson fire, sending sparks flying and rendering the onlookers momentarily blinded. The entire classroom was engulfed by the two contrasting infernos. Fortunately, the fire shield serves both offensive and defensive purposes. The surrounding firewall protects Loya and Harry within, as the red flames cannot penetrate the barrier. However, the body possessed by Voldemort was not so fortunate. It could not withstand the searing heat, and the arm gripping the wand began to ignite. Loya seized the opportunity to command several firebirds with her wand, sending them soaring upwards to swiftly engulf the corpse controlled by Voldemort. The cunning Voldemort instantly transformed into a white mist, extricating himself from the body and vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. It was not until the classroom's clutter had been completely incinerated that the blue magical flames finally dissipated. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, and Loya coughed a few times before stepping over the carbonized body, dragging Harry out of the room. They had narrowly escaped, and Loya exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the body Voldemort had possessed was of her own age. Had it been the Voldemort at the height of his power, the outcome would have been far less certain. After all, she was not some overpowered protagonist from a fantasy novel, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere flick of a finger. She had unwittingly completed a fragment of the Savior's unfinished quest. However, Harry seemed to have grown taller and heavier. After only a few steps while supporting him, her strength waned. The exertion of 2 advanced spells had utterly drained her magical energy, leaving her powerless to continue dragging Harry along. She leaned him against the wall. In the distance, a small creature darted towards her. The little creature leaped into her arms, nuzzling against her, and in its mischief, it snatched Loya's necklace and stuffed it into its pocket. With quick reflexes, Loya swatted the creature's paw away. "Little one, your timing is impeccable. After all this time I've cared for you. It is now your turn to assist me. Help me carry Harry out." Loya grasped one of Harry's arms, sniffing and biting at the sleeve of his other hand. The pair, after only a few steps, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Loya sat cross-legged and convened an impromptu emergency meeting. She gazed intently at Sniff, saying, "This won't do. The 2 of us cannot carry him. Loya pondered for a moment before issuing a command to the Sniffler. Sniffler, go out and find someone to assist us. Hermione, Ron, Fred, George, or even Hagrid. Anyone will do. Just not Malfoy, as he is likely to take a few more kicks at Harry. The Sniffler placed its paw thoughtfully upon its chin, mimicking the adults by nodding. In essence, anyone alive would suffice. Just bring them over to help carry the burden. The Sniffler scampered off eagerly to summon help. Loya rubbed her sore shoulders, anticipating her return to the dormitory, where she planned to indulge in a hearty meal, take a warm shower, and then luxuriate in a long nap until midday the next day. Several girls wore expressions of excitement as they secured the best seats in the front row, eager to catch a glimpse of Cedric's gallant presence. Despite the less-than-ideal weather, a throng of young ladies filled the stands, all drawn there by their admiration for Cedric. The Hufflepuff captain, having been single for several years, felt a twinge of envy. He opened a wooden box, tossing the quaffle into the air, and released the bludger, which soared out with a ferocious energy. Just as he was about to unleash the golden snitch, a furry figure darted in, leaping from the ground to seize the snitch in its mouth. The Hufflepuff captain stood frozen in disbelief. Why was there a niffler on the Quidditch pitch? He observed the niffler entwined in a rather unattractive scarf, indicating it must belong to someone. The players on the field began to murmur, a niffler? Someone actually owns a niffler? Whose pet is this? How did it end up here? In an effort to reclaim the golden snitch, the Hufflepuff captain lunged at the niffler, but it deftly evaded him, twisting its rear end in mockery. The thrashing snitch was stowed away in the niffler's belly pouch. With no other option, the captain called out to his teammates, "Quick, catch that niffler. It has stolen the golden snitch." The niffler, completely oblivious to its owner's task, joyfully dashed across the pitch, with several Hufflepuff players pursuing it on their brooms. The niffler even dashed into the stands, snatching shiny hairpins and bracelets from the girls, stuffing them into its pouch. Though it appeared small and adorable, it showed no mercy when seizing glittering objects. The stands erupted in a cacophony of shrieks and chaos. A figure shot like lightning from the ground into the stands, gracefully arcing through the air on a broomstick. Cedric caught the niffler, landing smoothly on the ground. The Hufflepuff captain rushed over, attempting to retrieve the snitch from the niffler's pouch, only to receive a sharp bite. He exclaimed, "This must be a girl's niffler. It's been spoiled rotten. Such a fiery temperament." The niffler huffed and climbed onto Cedric's shoulder. Noticing their apparent familiarity, the captain inquired curiously, "Do you two know each other?" Cedric nodded, replying, "It's Loya's pet." The captain, rubbing his bitten hand, remarked casually, "So, it's a pet favored by girls. No wonder it's so affectionate towards you." With the niffler present, the question lingered, where was its owner? Cedric, filled with anticipation, scanned the audience, but found no sign of Roya. The niffler perched on his shoulder tugged at his ear, its paw pointing in a specific direction while it chattered incessantly. The captain of Hufflepuff was left bewildered. What could it be saying? The niffler retrieved a hairpin it had just pilfered from a girl, adorning its head with the trinket before gesturing towards the castle. Cedric pondered aloud, "Are you suggesting there is a girl over there?" The niffler responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up. Unable to contain himself, the captain remarked, "Cedric, how did you deduce that?" "A guess," came the reply. To the captain's eyes, the niffler, prancing about with the girl's hairpin, resembled a chieftain from an African tribe. The niffler lifted its right leg, mimicking a limping gait. "Are you indicating that there is a girl over there? Is she injured?" Cedric suddenly realized, panic seizing him as he asked, "Are you saying Roya is hurt?" The niffler leapt from his shoulder and dashed towards the castle where Roya was located. Filled with urgency, Cedric mounted his broom, scooping up the niffler, and soared in the direction indicated. "Hey, Cedric, where are you going? Wait for us." The Hufflepuff players, witnessing the commotion, promptly leaped onto their brooms and followed suit. The girls stood in stunned silence in the stands, confronted by an empty Quidditch pitch, with only the bludgers and snitches playing amongst themselves. What was supposed to be a training session had seemingly concluded before it even began. Why had all the Hufflepuff players fled? Loya leaned against the wall, savoring the snacks from her pocket. In the distance, her loyal companion Sniff was racing towards her, accompanied by a few others. True to his nature, he was remarkably swift in his endeavors. As she gazed from afar, she noticed Sniff perched upon the shoulder of a Hufflepuff boy, who was followed closely by several others clad in Quidditch uniforms. Finally, the breathless boy stood before her, his eyes filled with concern. Loya instinctively exclaimed, "Cedric? Sniffles actually brought Cedric here? How long had it been since they last laid eyes on one another?" Cedric heard the girl softly utter his name. "Cedric?" Loya lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the towering Hufflepuff boy before her. Cedric was filled with a multitude of thoughts he yearned to express. Yet in that fleeting moment of eye contact, words eluded him. For as long as he was ensnared by those crystalline eyes, the bitterness in his heart faded into oblivion. An untimely voice intruded upon their exchange. "Excuse me, your Niffler has pilfered our golden snitch," Cedric's companion uttered with evident distress. Loya glanced down to see a mischievous Niffler at her feet, gleefully playing with a glimmering golden snitch, utterly oblivious to its thieving tendencies. Upon noticing Loya's gaze, the Niffler hurriedly tucked the snitch into its pocket. Loya seized the creature by its 2 feet, suspending it upside down and giving it a gentle shake. A myriad of sparkling trinkets, hairpins, bracelets, and earrings tumbled out from its pockets, forming a small mountain upon the ground. "Silly creature, I instructed you to summon assistance. Yet you returned with a trove of stolen treasures." Loya pressed her forehead in pain, realizing that she had filched so many items from others. Soon, she would have to return each one to its rightful owner. As Loya was in a state of distress, Cedric extended his hand to assist her in picking up the scattered items. "Shall I help you return these?" he offered. "Oh, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I can manage to return them to their rightful owners myself." Loya felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Not only had Cedric consistently offered her assistance, but she had also left him waiting, which felt unjust on both emotional and rational grounds. She truly wished to avoid further burdening Cedric. Upon hearing Loya's refusal, Cedric fell silent for a moment before resolutely bending down to gather the items that the little creature had pilfered, placing them into a bag. His gray eyes locked onto Loya's with intensity as he earnestly implored, "I sincerely wish to assist you. Please do not reject my offer again." Loya was momentarily taken aback. She sensed an undertone of grievance in Cedric's voice, as if she had wronged him. Naturally independent, she had long been accustomed to handling matters on her own. Yet, with Cedric's insistence on offering assistance, she found herself at a loss on how to decline his help. Loya could only mask her embarrassment with a brief smile. She rose to her feet, inadvertently exerting pressure on her injured right leg, causing her to stumble slightly. Cedric promptly caught her, his voice laced with concern as he inquired, "Is your leg injured?" "I'm fine, but I must trouble you to carry Harry away first." Upon finishing her words, Loya beheld Cedric standing before her, crouching down. "I shall carry you back." Loya hesitated slightly. After all, she had only sustained minor external injuries and could certainly walk back without any significant issue. However, the ever-kind Mr. insisted on carrying her home. When she refused, he stubbornly remained seated. Loya had no choice but to bend down, her arms encircling his neck as she nestled against his back, their bodies pressed closely together. A strand of her golden hair cascaded down onto Cedric's shoulder, and he could distinctly feel the warmth of the girl's soft breath, a blush involuntarily creeping onto his cheeks. Cedric's teammates, upon witnessing his flushed face, could hardly contain their laughter as they teased him relentlessly. "Cedric, I've also been struck by a rogue ball. Will you carry me on your back? What should I do if my leg fractures while walking? Come on, good buddy. The entire team is injured. You ought to bear us on your back as well." The uproar from his teammates grew increasingly boisterous. Cedric's face turned crimson in an instant, prompting the captain to shove the rowdy badgers along, urging them to disperse. Loya gazed at his flushed ears and leaned in closer, softly asking, "Cedric, why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" Her voice was as delicate as a feather brushing against Cedric's ear, settling gently upon his heart, causing his pulse to race uncontrollably. Cedric, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks, found his voice dwindling to a mere whisper. Loya's hand encircled from behind, her palm resting gently against Cedric's forehead. Cedric blushed deeply, as if blood were about to spill. "You truly have a fever. How can you carry me while burning with such heat? Set me down at once." As Loya prepared to descend, Cedric prevented her from doing so. In a flustered manner, he explained, "I assure you, I do not have a fever. I will escort you back." He carried her along the path, the sunlight cascading upon them, their intertwined shadows stretching long into the distance. "I apologize for not attending your Quidditch match as promised," Loya expressed with regret. "No, it's not that. I was simply too eager and failed to consider your feelings." Upon hearing Loya's apology, Cedric became flustered, hesitating as he struggled to articulate his thoughts delicately. He had never held her responsible. He merely yearned to bridge the gap between them and enter her world, but his eagerness had led him to be reckless. With great care, he asked, "Could you grant me another chance?" "Another chance for what?" Loya inquired with a hint of confusion. Cedric finally chuckled softly, shaking his head gently. The girl was remarkably innocent. He wished to draw closer to her, but he could only begin as a friend. He subtly shifted the topic, saying, I shall escort you to the infirmary. I won't go to the infirmary. You must return me to the Gryffindor common room. However, you need to tend to your wounds first. A minor injury I can handle myself. You have no idea how terrifying Madame Pomfrey is. She would confine me to the hospital wing and forbid my return. Though she is exceedingly kind, when roused, she resembles a roaring dragon. Listening to Loya's incessant complaints, Cedric couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two were immersed in their little world, entirely oblivious to the multitude of gazes directed at them. Whispers and murmurs circulated among the onlookers, particularly from the girls who harbored affections for Cedric, casting envious glances at Loya. Qiu Zhang, her eyes tinged with red, stared at Cedric's figure, her books and quill tumbling to the floor as her nails dug into the wall. Her friend, Dana, was at a loss for how to console her, or perhaps it was impossible to console her. Even she had not anticipated that Cedric's chosen companion would be none other than the infamous Loya Grindelwald from Hogwarts. Public duels, casting dark magic, and setting fire to the Forbidden Forest. Loya had done it all, and now she roamed freely. Even Argus Filch, the feared caretaker, would turn pale and avoid her. Dumbledore had openly shown her favor, leading many to speculate whether Loya Grindelwald might be a long-lost granddaughter of Dumbledore himself. A notion that was almost accepted. In truth, she and Qiu Zhang should have realized that a person as impeccable as Cedric would hardly fall for an ordinary girl. This time, Qiu Zhang had truly lost, with no chance of redemption unless it were graciously offered. Malfoy had been searching and finally spotted Loya when a few Hufflepuffs carried the unconscious Harry past him on a stretcher. Malfoy couldn't suppress a scoff as he turned to see a third-year Hufflepuff carrying Loya. Watching the two exchange glances and overhearing their flirtatious banter, he grimaced in displeasure. What's this I'll carry you to the infirmary nonsense? Malfoy shivered at the thought. What's so impressive about that? With a mere command, Goyle and Crabbe could carry her back without a second thought. After discovering traces of Voldemort's possession on the corpse of Alecto, the headmaster of Hogwarts was so frightened that he hastily packed his belongings and fled under the cover of night. The following day, with the inexplicable disappearance of their headmaster, the students of Hogwarts had no choice but to return to the Moon Mountains with their professors. The identity of Quirrell as a Death Eater quickly became common knowledge. Although the weekend was a perfect time for a lion, Hermione rose with the dawn. Roya, with sleepy eyes, gently drew aside the curtains, revealing Hermione, who, in a rare moment of concentration, was meticulously tending to her tousled, curly locks in front of the dressing mirror. On the table lay the Witch Weekly. Its pages opened to an article detailing the 20 most fashionable hairstyles for witches this season. Loya yawned and inquired, Hermione, are you off to a date? Who is going on a date with Ron? It turned out to be Ron, who had inadvertently let it slip. Hermione, feeling embarrassed, cleared her throat. Fortunately, she was aware that Loya was as dense as a log and would never tease her about it. Indeed, when she turned around, she found Loya had buried herself back into the pillow, deep in slumber. Hermione approached, tugging at one of her hands, pulling her up with determination. Loya, stop sleeping. Help me decide which outfit to wear. Goddess, you would look splendid in anything, Loya murmured, still half asleep. I haven't even tried them on yet. Don't think you can brush me off. Get up. Hermione then summoned a splash of water, drenching Loya's face, soaking both the pillow and the sheets. At last, Loya stirred awake. The house elf, dutifully, entered to change the bed linens. Hermione rummaged through her wardrobe, holding up a myriad of outfits before the mirror, hesitating, unsure of which to choose. Loya assisted her in selecting a pink coat. Ron recently joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a reserve chaser. A fervent admirer of Quidditch since childhood, Ron, despite Loya's suggestion to consider the role of a reserve keeper, was overly eager to pursue the more glamorous position of chaser. Hermione muttered, with his clumsy demeanor, it would be a miracle if he doesn't fall off his broom first. She continued, if the library weren't closed for its afternoon cleaning, I wouldn't even bother to watch his practice match. Yet here she was, awake at such an early hour, adorned with a delicate touch of makeup. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed that this version of Hermione had developed feelings for Ron quite early on. Wait, did Ron have a Quidditch practice match this afternoon? Loya also received an invitation to Cedric's training match, scheduled for the afternoon. Thus, the afternoon Quidditch match features Gryffindor against Hufflepuff. A clumsy owl, clutching a parcel. collided with the window. Loya swiftly opened the window, casting a levitation charm to catch the package, and fortunately, all was well without serious mishap. Loya unwrapped the parcel, revealing 2 food containers filled with delectable breakfast. She heard someone outside calling her name. Loya leaned out of the window clad in her pajamas. Fred and George stood outside, waving at her and calling, "We didn't see you in the dining hall this morning. We figured you were enjoying a leisurely sleep. We just returned from the dining hall and brought you some breakfast. Thank you, but this seems rather unnecessary. It appears you've won quite a sum in the finals." She replied, "The owner is too courteous. After all, it was you who provided us the capital for our theater's grand opening." Fred and George chuckled, reveling in their good fortune thanks to Loya's support during the finals. A chill breeze swept in through the window, causing Loya to feel a tickle in her nose. And she couldn't help but sneeze. "You should head back inside quickly. Don't catch a cold." The twins waved goodbye to her. Loya closed the window, while the 2 girls immersed themselves in their warm breakfast. By the time they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the stands were filled with numerous spectators. Cedric had arrived early, pacing nervously back and forth on the field, anxious that Loya might not show up. His restless movements were causing their captain a headache, until he finally spotted the familiar golden-haired figure on the platform, at which point he halted. He had reserved the best seat in the stands for Loya, thoughtfully placing a warming cushion there. Cedric beamed a sunlit smile in Loya's direction, eliciting a chorus of delighted screams from the surrounding girls, which made Loya's ears buzz. "Merlin, he is truly handsome. Mr. Diggory must be smiling at me. Give it up, he is already taken. What do you know? The unattainable is always the most desirable." The day Cedric carried Loya back to the Gryffindor common room had already morphed into various delightful versions. Hermione glanced at Loya, while Cedric was the subject of much discussion among the nearby girls, and Loya maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unaffected, unable to resist. Hermione posed a question that had troubled her for years. "Loya, I've always wanted to ask you something. If you, Professor Snape, Cedric, Harry, and Draco Malfoy all fell into the water simultaneously, who would you save first?" "I would obviously swim to shore myself. Doesn't your conscience ache? Can I even rescue them? Wouldn't it be better if they swam up themselves?" Hermione, the academic, found herself momentarily speechless. That does sound quite reasonable. The Gryffindor players were heading towards the field, but Wood was unable to attend the training match due to other commitments, leaving Ron, as a substitute, to take on the role of goalkeeper. Ron, mounted on a rather worn-out broomstick, appeared somewhat intimidated. Hermione feigned indifference as she observed him, until she heard a round-faced girl named Lavender Brown in the back row of the stands excitedly shout, "Ron, darling, you look so handsome in your Quidditch uniform." Hermione's expression darkened immediately. Ron was taken aback by the sudden confession from a stranger. Before long, he regained his confidence, puffed out his chest, and grinned foolishly. Hermione's mood soured completely. She cast a sonorous charm upon herself and yelled at Ron, her voice echoing throughout the stadium, "Ron, just fall already." In a fit of anger, she grabbed her bag and hurled it at Ron, who, caught off guard, was struck on the back of his head and promptly fell off his broomstick. Loya felt fortunate that Hermione was not unleashing a barrage of spells at this moment. Lavender Brown gasped, covering her mouth, "Merlin, my dear," before the match had even commenced. Ron tumbled from his broom, eliciting uproarious laughter from Fred and George, leaving one to question whether they were truly siblings. Poor Ron was ultimately hoisted up by Fred and George, each supporting an arm, as Ron precariously remounted his broom. Loya wondered if he could possibly defend the goal in such a state. The twins noticed Loya in the stands, and Fred let out a whistle. "Is the boss lady here to cheer for us?" Cedric, upon hearing the term boss lady, momentarily froze, an anxious expression crossing his face as he instinctively glanced at Loya. The captain of Hufflepuff nudged him. "Don't take what the Weasley twins say to heart. Those two are notoriously frivolous, always chasing after distractions. It would be absurd to believe them." Loya cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted to the twins, "I have temporarily defected for a day to support Hufflepuff." Fred feigned a sorrowful expression, exclaiming, "Madam, you have truly changed your allegiance." George echoed the sentiment, protesting, "This is utterly disheartening." Upon hearing Loya's declaration, Cedric's anxious heart gradually found solace. The little wizard acting as a temporary referee was about to toss the quaffle into the air when a commotion arose nearby. Several tall, robust Slytherins approached the pitch. Leading the group, Dorian Pusey, with an air of arrogance and rudeness, declared, "This field is reserved for us. Take your brooms and vacate immediately." Lucius Malfoy had procured the latest Firebolt 2001 for all members of the Slytherin Quidditch team, an upgrade from the Firebolt 2000. Its flying capabilities were exceptional, yet its price was exorbitantly high. The Slytherin players, having just received their Firebolt 2001s, could hardly contain their eagerness to seize the field for a test flight. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Dorian's mouth as he dismissed the other two houses entirely. If Wood were to witness the Slytherins wielding Firebolt 2001s, he would likely be driven to the brink of fury. This field is ours. We intend to test the new Firebolt 2001. Take your old brooms and leave at once. Fred and George retorted angrily. We reserved this pitch a day in advance. Dorian huffed in impatience, casting a disdainful glance at Ron's tattered broom, and once more resorted to mockery, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Does your dilapidated broom even fly? You might as well purchase a Firebolt 2001. Oh, but I almost forgot. Your family is so impoverished that you're still using hand-me-downs. You may never afford one. The Slytherin players behind him erupted in laughter. Ron clenched his fists, retorting, as if the Firebolt 2001 were yours to boast about. Implicit in his words was the notion that Dorian was equally incapable of affording one, rendering his taunts hypocritical. Dorian, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Embarrassment flooded his face as he angrily shoved Ron. Loya and Hermione were seated in the stands, observing as a Slytherin team barged onto the training ground. It was evident that Slytherin was embroiled in a dispute with Gryffindor, clearly seeking trouble. Upon witnessing the leading Slytherin player roughly shove Ron, Hermione's concern propelled her to dash down from the stands towards the center of the training field. The Hufflepuff captain gazed uneasily at the unfolding situation. It was not the first time Slytherin had encroached upon their training area. The honest and steadfast Hufflepuffs had long been accustomed to enduring such provocations, consistently making concessions. He endeavored to mediate and avert the impending conflict. Yet the Gryffindors were far from inclined to swallow their pride. Although Wood was absent, the remaining players felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Yet the Weasley brothers led the charge in a heated exchange with Slytherin. Amidst the clamor, a young girl's voice interjected, "I have a solution." Loya briskly made her way into the crowd, positioning herself at the center to separate the two opposing sides. All eyes were drawn to her. Why not have each side appoint a representative to engage in a magical duel to determine the rights to the training grounds? She surveyed the Slytherin faction, her gaze landing on Dorian. You are the newly appointed captain of the Slytherin team, so you shall be the representative. I shall represent Gryffindor. Loya declared with a cheerful smile. Let us decide the use of the grounds through this duel. The losing side must crawl off the pitch on their knees. What do you say? Cedric stepped beside Loya, pulling her behind him and shielding her from view. His voice was resolute. Dorian Pughs, I shall duel you. The opponent was a senior, and Cedric harbored concerns for Loya's safety. The Hufflepuff captain, however, wished to point out that if the headmaster caught wind of such a blatant brawl, points would be deducted. Perhaps it would be wiser to concede the training grounds to Slytherin. Loya deftly pushed Cedric aside, taking a couple of steps forward. Step back. I shall handle this, she declared, while Cedric anxiously called out her name. Loya turned to Slytherin and firmly declared, as a representative of both houses, I shall not entertain any dissent. The captain of Hufflepuff was in utter dismay, unable to interject, let alone oppose. Loya slowly approached Dorian, narrowing her eyes as the smile on her face gradually faded. Allow me to remind you, are you certain you can defeat me? Dorian's expression instantly darkened to an extreme degree. Loya remained calm, her voice icy and detached. I will make you look utterly ridiculous, rendering you unable to hold your head high in front of everyone. Delian's brows furrowed in anger, clearly provoked by her words. Terence Higgs quietly urged Delian, do not provoke her. Have you forgotten the fate of Professor Chilo? That Death Eater, Professor Chilo, despite his usual stammering demeanor, holds considerable strength as the defense against the dark arts professor. The news of Loya Grindelwald's triumph over Chilo and the revelation of his identity as a Death Eater has spread throughout the school. Dorian is not foolish. He will not engage in a confrontation with her lightly. Loya indeed remembered Terence Higgs, the seeker from Slytherin, who was rather rare among his house for his politeness and disdain for underhanded tactics to secure victory. Terence cast a wary glance her way and coldly stated the harsh truth. You have truly injured her. Professor Snape will not overlook this. You have a rough few years ahead unless you intend to forfeit your graduation altogether. Dorian let out a disgruntled huff, feigning composure as he adjusted his collar, reluctantly gesturing for his teammates to prepare for departure. However, dealing with villains necessitates a response of evil met with evil. requiring one to be more malicious and ruthless than they. The petty fear authority, but not virtue. The more one endures, the more they escalate their transgressions. Hufflepuff, in its excessive forbearance, has become a target for constant bullying. Loya has no intention of letting them go. Loya endeavored to make her voice sound even more arrogant than that of the villain, more villainous than the villain itself. You, who have intruded upon our Gryffindor practice match uninvited, now dare to come and go as you please. Dryan turned back, glaring at her fiercely. Loya provocatively gazed at Dryan, declaring, if you refuse my challenge, I shall consider it a forfeit on your part. Therefore, I implore you to crawl out on your knees. Dryan, fury seething through his clenched teeth, retorted, you truly do not know your place. Observing that they held the upper hand, Granfin and the little lions, led by Fred and George, joined in the jeering. Coward, I told you to crawl, so hurry up. Dryan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place, yet he could not swallow his pride. I shall count to 10, presenting you with two choices. Either you crawl back or draw your wand and face me in a fair duel. When I reach 10, I will strike. Dryan's expression froze on the spot. Loya incessantly exerted psychological pressure upon the other party. Terence found himself in a state of exasperation, as it appeared that Miss Grindelwald had no intention of sparing Dorian. He had long advised against encroaching upon the territory, yet Dorian, the newly appointed captain, obstinately disregarded his counsel. Why is it that every captain from Slytherin seems to revel in courting trouble, only to end up with a bruised head? And then there was Marcus. He had previously urged him to avoid a confrontation with Malfoy, only to be thoroughly beaten by Loya Grindelwald, who had just completed his withdrawal from school the day before. The captain of Hufflepuff stood frozen in disbelief. Wasn't it better to maintain peace and coexist harmoniously? Why must there be yet another impending brawl? Conversely, the Gryffindors were in stark contrast, as a pack of lions cheered with delight. 1, 2, 7, 8. Loya began to count. Wait, what about the missing numbers? Terence was at a loss. Was this truly how one counted? Loya, with an air of righteous indignation, proclaimed that it was simply unreasonable. Terence interjected. 9, 10. Loya brandished his wand, and blue sparks erupted from its tip. Dryan was taken aback, retreating a step discreetly. Protego Diabolica, the shield of flames, enveloped him. As Luoya's voice faded, a fierce blaze erupted into a towering wall of fire. Everyone instinctively recoiled in shock. The Slytherin players stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. Just moments ago, the young Gryffindors had been cheering and clapping, but now they stood with mouths agape, retreating in disbelief. Dryan, his face pale with fear, trembled as his wand slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. The circular wall of flames grew larger, spreading outward, forcing him to retreat in terror, leaving him no time to retrieve his wand. The moment his poor wand made contact with the blue fire, it erupted into sparks, reduced to ashes. Yet, at the center of the azure flames, Luoya displayed no signs of being burned. She leaned back, arms crossed, suddenly feeling quite foolish. The destruction of Dryan's wand was tantamount to surrender. It seemed rather dishonorable to take advantage of someone disarmed. However, Dryan's arrogant display was thoroughly distasteful, and she felt compelled to teach him a small lesson. Loya snapped his fingers, and blue flames coalesced into the outlines of several sparrows that burst forth from the wall of fire, swooping fiercely towards the astonished Delrian. The fiery sparrows collided with his shoulder, instantly igniting his uniform. Delrian realized that his shoulder was ablaze, and in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames, he slapped at the fire, letting out a pained howl. Terence, in a panic, directed a torrent of water towards Delrian's shoulder in an effort to quench the flames. Yet, the blue fire refused to be extinguished. Two more fiery sparrows lunged at his knees, setting his trousers ablaze. Delrian, his face contorted in agony and utterly disregarding his dignity, rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to smother the magical flames consuming his shoulder and knees. Observing the chaos, several Slytherin players, confronted by more approaching fiery sparrows, swiftly mounted their Nimbus 2001s and abandoned Delrian to his fate. Loya maintained commendable control. Indeed, her grand display against a mere Dryan seemed somewhat excessive. However, the larger the spectacle, the greater the deterrent effect. It served as a warning to the Slytherin team to tread carefully and refrain from excessive bullying. Should she truly unleash a firebird as massive as the Argentine eagle, Dryan could very well spend the remainder of his life in St. Mungo's hospital. If that were to occur, his family might take legal action against the Ministry of Magic, and despite the current ministry being largely inept, she could face a manhunt. There was no need to jeopardize her own position over a personal grievance. The final fire sparrow realized too late that it had emerged from the fiery wall. The previous birds had already accomplished their task, rendering its presence seemingly irrelevant. With nothing else to do, it darted into Hufflepuff, flapping its wings and scattering sparks. The Hufflepuff players, visibly alarmed, retreated in unison, leaving Cedric standing at the forefront. The fire sparrow flew to the stunned Cedric, circling him a few times before alighting on his shoulder. To Cedric's astonishment, neither his shoulder nor his clothing bore any scorch marks. The magical flames of the fire shield would not harm those who posed no threat to the caster. Cedric tilted his head, and the fire sparrow mimicked his gesture before dispersing into sparks and vanishing into the air. "What are you doing here?" Professor Sprout entered the training ground. Her sudden appearance effectively halted the private skirmish. The Hufflepuff players had previously sought permission for me to use the training field. Professor Sprout's presence provided both sides with a means of retreat, as neither would dare to engage in a brawl before the headmistress. Unbeknownst to Sprout, she cast a spell on the howling Duryen, finally extinguishing the flames that had engulfed him. Terence and a few other players helped the disheveled Duryen depart the training ground. The Gryffindors sighed in disappointment, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness Duryen crawling away on his knees. Professor Sprout glanced back at Loya, surrounded by blue flames. Coupled with Duryen's unfortunate state, outsiders would likely misconstrue the situation as Loya engaging in one-sided bullying. "Professor Sprout, it was a private duel between myself and the Slytherin players," Cedric explained, concerned that Sprout might chastise Loya. The ever-kind gentleman volunteered to take the blame. Professor Sprout gazed at Cedric with a resigned sigh. This boy was always so kind, so honest, perpetually considering others' feelings. If he continued in such a manner, the ones he cared for might eventually drift away to others. Moreover, with such an ostentatious wall of flames blazing at the center of the Quidditch pitch, who would believe that the private duel had nothing to do with the girl inside? Fortunately, Professor Sprout was a remarkably compassionate and forgiving individual. She did not exhibit any signs of anger. With a warm demeanor, she addressed Loya, "Miss Grindelwald, could you kindly extinguish your blue flames?" Professor Sprout bore no ill will, and Loya, slightly embarrassed, returned a smile, saying, "I apologize, Professor Sprout. It needs to burn for a while before it can extinguish." This time, Professor Sprout refrained from deducting points or reprimanding her. Instead, he vacated the training grounds, leaving them to the students. The fire shield, unable to dissipate most of its energy, remained alight, awaiting its eventual exhaustion before vanishing. Consequently, the Quidditch training match could only resume once the fire wall had extinguished. The audience in the stands waited for a full hour, nearly dozing off. Some even ventured to the hall for a meal, only to return and find the flames still ablaze. Ultimately, the Quidditch match proceeded, with Captain Wood absent, and the new goalkeeper Ron in place. While Harry hobbled on crutches in the hospital wing, they were left with a substitute seeker, a rather inexperienced newcomer. As a result, Gryffindor suffered a devastating defeat against Hufflepuff. Cedric, radiating with the joy of victory, landed on his broomstick before Loya in the stands. He extended his hand, revealing the golden snitch nestled in his palm. His gray eyes locked onto Loya's gaze. Loya gazed conflicted at the flying thief resting in his palm. Since the flying thief was expelled by Harry, perhaps it is best not to touch it. As the first semester drew to a close, the young wizards busied themselves preparing for their final examinations. What troubled Loya was the fact that it had been half a month since the departure of the Wagadu wizards. Yet the prize for the spellcasting tournament had not been delivered, revealing the unseemly behavior of the world's largest magic academy. Loya sent a letter, to which the response indicated that the remaining professors were preoccupied with maintaining order within the school due to the principal's sudden disappearance. They found themselves utterly overwhelmed and unable to attend to the matter of the competition prize, which was indeed a substantial sum. No professor was willing to personally finance the school. Simultaneously, a letter was dispatched to Malfoy Manor, explaining the aforementioned circumstances and beseeching understanding. Malfoy himself was indifferent to the prize money, as he lacked for nothing. However, the professors of Hogwarts underestimated Loya's tenacity in pursuing her rightful dues. She had fought valiantly in numerous competitions. Why should she be denied the prize? Just because Malfoy was disinterested in the reward did not imply that she was as well. After Loya sent countless fervent letters, the professors could no longer endure her persistent harassment. Reluctantly, they convened an impromptu meeting and decided to unearth an artifact from the Moon Mountains to present to her as a substitute for the prize. pleading with her to cease her correspondence. One evening, as dusk approached, 2 ebony owls arrived, bearing a chest that descended upon her window. Loya was eager to discover what prize the group of professors from Vagadu had bestowed upon her in lieu of a monetary reward. As she opened the box, she found it filled with a collection of weeds. Loya furrowed her brow, contemplating that if Vagadu continued to play tricks, she would send 100 letters of protest. She reached inside and felt something round and plump. As Loya peeled back the heap of weeds, he unexpectedly discovered a dragon egg nestled within. The author wishes to express, regarding the protagonist's situation, I am currently uncertain and will allow my creativity to flow freely. Loya pushed aside the tangled underbrush and was astonished to uncover a dragon egg nestled within. The obsidian shell of the egg was adorned with formidable scales, which shimmered under the moonlight, revealing a myriad of peculiar patterns etched upon its surface. Loya weighed the dragon egg in her hands. It was surprisingly heavy. She pondered what breed of dragon it might hatch into and decided she would seek Hagrid's assistance regarding the intricacies of incubating the dragon egg. Loya secured the dragon egg within her satchel, preparing to venture to Hagrid's hut. The sky outside was shrouded in darkness, as it was already past curfew. She traversed the quiet campus paths under the cloak of night. "Ah, good evening, Mr. Gatekeeper," Loya greeted the patrolling Filch, who was accompanied by a dejected second-year Slytherin. Filch was in high spirits today. With the first semester nearing its conclusion, he had finally apprehended a wayward student violating the curfew. He shot a disapproving glance at Loya, who was brazenly wandering the campus at such an hour, and hastily took a detour. Behind him, the punished Slytherin grumbled discontentedly. "Why isn't that Gryffindor being sent to detention?" Filch retorted gruffly, "Ask your head of house, Snape." Loya rapped gently on the wooden door of Hagrid's hut. She noticed that the curtains were drawn tightly today, hinting at something amiss. Hagrid, clad in an apron, opened the door in response. "I apologize, Loya. Please don't take my rudeness to heart. I have matters to attend to today. Now, off you go back to your common room," he said, his face flustered and his gaze wandering. After uttering these words, he swiftly closed the door. Standing outside, Loya pondered for a moment. The main storyline had progressed to a critical juncture, yet she felt that something was still lacking. After a moment of reflection, it struck her, Hagrid's dragon had yet to be discovered. Perhaps this was the consequence of the butterfly effect, as Hagrid's physical incubation of the egg was delayed compared to the original narrative. Loya addressed the wooden door, inquiring, "Hagrid, are you hatching eggs?" The door swung open once more, revealing Hagrid, who emerged in a flustered state, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he stammered, "How did you know?" With a playful smile, Loya replied, "A little calculation revealed it." Though she could not fully comprehend, Hagrid urged her to enter quickly. He glanced around outside to ensure no one was present before securely closing the door behind them. Inside the cozy cabin, the fireplace crackled with warmth as Hagrid poured her a steaming cup of tea. Loya gazed at the fireplace, where in the very center of the flames lay a soot-covered dragon egg. Loya squatted before the fireplace, gazing intently at the dragon egg. "Norwegian Ridgeback?" Hagrid nodded with a sense of pride. "Last month, while I was drinking in the village, I won this dragon egg in a game of cards with a stranger. I had been preoccupied with repairing the Forbidden Forest during that time, which caused the delay." It turned out that Hagrid's timeline for raising dragons diverged from the film's main storyline because Loya had set the Forbidden Forest ablaze while being possessed by Grindelwald, leaving Hagrid no time to tend to the egg. Loya observed the Norwegian Ridgeback egg, its shell sleek and polished, starkly contrasting with her own dragon egg. A fissure appeared in the shell within the brazier, emitting wisps of smoke, as something wriggled restlessly inside. Hagrid, brimming with excitement, approached and carefully lifted the brazier with his large, gloved hands. With a crisp crack, the egg split open, and a tiny dragon emerged, wobbling unsteadily across the table. Hagrid reached out to caress the little dragon's head, only for it to nip at his finger. "This little creature must think of me as its mother. I shall name it Norbert," he declared joyfully, as Hagrid cradled the dragon, affectionately rubbing his beard against it. Loya, the composed male mother, remarked calmly. Hagrid earnestly replied, "You must keep this a secret. Do not let Professor Dumbledore find out, or he will send it away. I have a dragon egg that needs your assistance to hatch," Loya said, placing her bag onto the wooden table and revealing her own dragon egg with both hands. "Where did you acquire that?" Hagrid exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the pitch-black dragon egg, which was significantly larger than any he had ever seen. It was a prize from the spell competition. The wizards from Wagadu were ungracious and refused to award me the prize money, insisting on substituting it with a dragon egg. Hagrid scrutinized the dragon egg closely, noting its shell covered in dense scales that shimmered in the firelight. "Merlin, I've never encountered such a dragon egg," he exclaimed. He then retrieved a tattered book from beneath his pillow, dedicated to the care and profitability of raising dragons, and spread it open on the wooden table. Quickly flipping through its pages, Loya leaned in, her head close to the book, which detailed the intricacies of hatching eggs and nurturing dragon hatchlings. The final pages cataloged common breeds of dragons and their eggs within the wizarding world, complete with illustrations. She meticulously counted the Welsh green, the Australian opali, and the Hungarian horntail, while Hagrid repeatedly examined the pages, yet none bore resemblance to Loya's dragon egg. Curiously, Norbert crept over and sniffed the dragon egg, only to recoil in terror, baring its teeth and trembling as though a dreadful beast lurked within. This was a primal instinct, a biological response to the presence of a feared adversary. Hagrid swiftly cradled Norbert, reassuring, "Don't be afraid, darling, your Uncle Hagrid is here." Witnessing the tenderness between Hagrid and the dragon sent shivers down Loya's spine. Unable to identify the breed of the dragon, she proposed that perhaps they should hatch it and see. Hagrid nodded in agreement, carefully placing the dragon egg into the fire pit, nestled within the hearth. "How long will it take for the little dragon to hatch?" Loya inquired, her head resting on her hand in anticipation. "It should be a few more days," Hagrid replied, tending to the charcoal in the fireplace while humming a cheerful tune. Regarding the dragon egg, Loya resolved to keep the matter a secret from anyone but Hagrid. In the magical realm, dragons are an exceedingly valuable resource. Their hides and hearts can be fashioned into protective gear and wand cores, and even their flesh serves as a precious ingredient in potions. However, dragons are inherently volatile and perilous creatures, ill-suited for domestication. Not to mention Dumbledore. Snape would undoubtedly oppose her endeavor to raise a dragon. In the following days, Loya visited her dragon egg each night. Loyal entered Hagrid's hut and beheld Hagrid with tear-filled eyes, large droplets cascading into his beard. Loya's heart sank. Could it be that her dragon egg had been roasted before it even had a chance to hatch? Loya sighed and said, "Hagrid, if the dragon egg truly gets cooked, I shall not hold you accountable. We can slice it in half, and with a touch of sauce, it should prove quite delectable." Upon seeing her, Hagrid burst into tears, exclaiming, "Your egg has not been cooked. My Norbert was sent to Romania by Dumbledore. He is still but a baby. What if other dragons bully him? I hope my dragon egg has not been confiscated as well. I concealed it in Fong's doghouse, and Dumbledore has not discovered it." Loya gently patted his chest and exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yaya had refrained from stepping into his doghouse for several days. Hagrid, wiping away his tears, retrieved the dragon egg from Yaya's nest and returned it to the fire pit. In the days that followed, Loya made it a point to visit daily. Yet the dragon egg showed no signs of hatching. Even Hagrid found it peculiar, as he had meticulously followed the instructions outlined in the book. Hagrid murmured, "It seems we require the expertise of a professional magizoologist." Loya looked up at him in confusion. "I have already sent a letter to Newt Scamander, hoping he might offer assistance and take a moment to examine the dragon egg's breed." Hagrid soon received a reply from Newt Scamander. In his letter, Newt expressed his apologies, stating that he was unable to attend due to caring for the ailing Tina, but he had dispatched an equally remarkable future magizoologist to assist Miss Grindelwald. A future magizoologist? Loya questioned Hagrid, her brow furrowed in perplexity as she finished reading the letter. Hagrid, busy cooking the dragon egg in the hearth's cauldron, assured her, "The person Newt recommended will surely be able to help you." Loya sat in the rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth, contemplating who the future magizoologist might be when a knock resounded at the door of her cottage. Rising to answer, she opened the door to find a young boy clad in Hufflepuff robes, his warm brown curls framing a face that was cast down in bashful shyness. Roy's eyes widened in astonishment. "Newt Scamander?" she exclaimed. "Greetings, I am Rolf Scamander, a second-year student from Hufflepuff. My grandfather has sent me to assist Miss Grindelwald." The brown-haired youth before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Newt, almost as if he were a mirror image of his grandfather. It struck her as somewhat amusing that the future magizoologist Newt had spoken of was indeed his own grandson, evoking a sense of indirect pride. Furthermore, this young man had remarkably inherited the social anxiety traits of his grandfather. From the moment he entered, Rolf kept his gaze fixed on the floor, never once lifting his eyes. Loya politely responded, "Hello, I am Loya Grindelwald, a first-year student of Gryffindor." The enthusiastic Hagrid immediately invited Rolf inside. As Rolf stepped into the cottage, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Loya's face, causing him to shudder and involuntarily tremble. This Gryffindor girl was none other than the one who had confronted him in the corridor that day, questioning why Dumbledore's favorite student was the granddaughter of his grandfather. Rolf recalled how she had radiated an intimidating low pressure, as if she would incinerate him on the spot should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer. What's wrong? Loya looked at him, puzzled, as she rolled up her sleeves. Rolf, in sheer terror, gazed at the advancing Loya and fainted on the spot. Loya found herself at a loss for words. She merely intended to bring the dragon egg out, yet Newt's grandson had fainted. What on earth had Grindelwald done to the child that left him in such a state? It could not all be blamed on the old man. The mere presence of Rolf before her was enough to evoke an image of Newt. From Rolf's pocket emerged a remarkable creature, no larger than the palm of her hand. Composed entirely of bark and twigs, a tree guardian toad. The toad blinked its brown eyes anxiously and gently nudged Rolf. Loya felt a deep sense of regret. She should have brought Sniffle along today to capture a photograph alongside the tree guardian. Subsequently, Rolf was roused from his slumber by Hagrid's call. Upon awakening, Rolf remained restless, retreating to a distant corner, keeping his distance from Loya. Loya, who fabricated an explanation, stating that on that day, he had inadvertently consumed a peculiar potion, rendering him delirious and causing him to behave uncharacteristically. Hagrid corroborated this, assuring that Loya, whose temperament was generally amiable. Indeed, the Gryffindor girls before him lacked the terrifying aura that had enveloped him on that fateful day, and Rolf finally exhaled in relief. Loya carefully placed the dragon egg upon the wooden table. This is my dragon egg. I am uncertain of its breed. Hagrid has attempted to hatch it for several days without success. Could you kindly assist me in examining it? Upon encountering anything related to magical creatures, Rolf underwent a remarkable transformation, akin to his grandfather Newt, as if the earlier fear had vanished entirely. Donning gloves, he meticulously rotated the obsidian egg, immersing himself in his realm of research. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Rolf scrutinized the scales adorning the dragon egg with great attention to detail. Loya overheard him murmuring the peculiar title, Black Death. At this strange appellation, both Loya and Hagrid exchanged bewildered glances at the hunched figure of the young boy. What kind of creature is this? Rolf, shedding his earlier timidity, transformed into a whirlwind of enthusiasm whenever the topic of magical creatures arose. He opened the worn leather suitcase he carried, retrieving an ancient manuscript, its pages tinged with yellow from age, and swiftly turned to a specific page. The Black Death. The largest dragon of ancient times, possessed the capacity to devour an entire woolly mammoth in one bite. Its fiery breath could melt steel and stone, and its armored scales rendered it impervious to all forms of magic. Loya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The folk legends recount that conqueror I once rode upon the fearsome Black Death, reigning over a vast continent. While the veracity of these ancient tales remains uncertain, I firmly believe that such a dragon must indeed exist. Loya grew increasingly exhilarated. However, Rolf's expression suddenly shifted to one of distress as he announced a harsh reality. Regrettably, Miss Grindelwald, the egg you hold is a fossilized dragon egg, at least tens of thousands of years old. What? Loya felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Rolf set down the dragon egg and returned to his usual timid demeanor, explaining that the egg had long since turned to fossil after millennia and could not be hatched. In essence, this dragon egg was merely a beautiful stone now. Hagrid also shook his head in disappointment. Not only had he lost his little Norbert dragon, but his dream of witnessing a new dragon hatch and becoming a little dragon's caretaker had also been dashed. The professors of Hogwarts had deceived her with a fossil as a prize, and in her fury, Loya sent hundreds of irate letters to them. Overwhelmed by her outcry, Hogwarts ultimately negotiated to send Loya an entire set of brand new Firebolt 2001 broomsticks from their storeroom as compensation. They assured her that these brooms had only been used a few times and were in excellent condition. Reluctantly, Loya accepted this agreement. She intended to temporarily place the fossilized dragon egg of the Black Death in the room of requirement, which had now transformed into her personal storage space. Leah leaned against the interactive map, making her way to the 8th floor when no one was around to unlock the door to the wishful chamber. The chamber retained the original arrangement of an underground classroom that Leah had initially desired. With a sense of despondency, Leah placed the dragon egg into the box, harboring hopes of nurturing a magnificent dragon that would soar through the skies and breathe fire. To her dismay, she discovered it was merely a fossilized dragon egg. With a heavy sigh, she closed the wooden box and turned towards the door, only to notice the egg twitch slightly. The creature perched on her shoulder, the sway, hopped down and fixated its gaze on the box. Typically energetic and troublesome, It was rare to witness the Sway standing still, lost in contemplation. "What's the matter? Sway? Come back quickly. I need to close the door," Leah called out. However, the Sway refused to follow her. Darting to the front of the box and chirping animatedly, as if engaging in a conversation with the dragon egg. Loya followed and examined the dragon eggs nestled within the wooden crate. They lay there quietly, showing no signs of anomaly. She took a whiff and left the room of requirement. A flock of owls swooped in, clutching elongated parcels, and one by one, they dropped the packages at Loya's feet. Hermione and Ron assisted her in unwrapping the parcels. Inside, they discovered nearly 10 gleaming Firebolt 2001 broomsticks, each shimmering with splendor. The author wishes to convey, Newt, being of considerable age, does not wish to be put through any more turmoil. Newt's grandson is not an original character. Indeed, there exists a character named Rolf. The dragon eggs are, in fact, fossils, and Newt's grandson did not err in his statement. However, there has never been a precedent for a fossilized egg to hatch a dragon. The egg shall eventually hatch, but that time is not now. Almost 10 resplendent Firebolt 2001 broomsticks were neatly arranged on the long table before Loya. Wood's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in astonishment. Ron, in sheer disbelief, reached out to caress one of the Firebolt 2001s. Although these broomsticks were not brand new, their minor imperfections were nearly imperceptible without a magnifying glass. They were undoubtedly far superior to the worn and nearly threadbare brooms in the Gryffindor broom cupboard. Moreover, the resale value of these Firebolt 2001s, even as second-hand goods, represented a significant sum. Loya is currently not lacking in funds. Keeping so many Nimbus 2001 broomsticks for her collection serves little purpose. It would be more meaningful to sponsor the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Loya tossed a vibrant, multicolored marble into the air, which erupted in a dazzling explosion of ribbons and fireworks, transforming into a small trumpet. This was a prototype of Fred and George's latest magical trick, and the trumpet bore a striking resemblance to Mrs. Weasley's howler. The little trumpet floated in the air, vociferously announcing, "Gryffindor Quidditch players, come quickly to line up for your Firebolt 2001. Its resounding voice echoed throughout the Great Hall, drawing the astonished gazes of students from all 4 houses. The Gryffindor table erupted in excitement as players joyously surrounded Loya, while the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff cast envious glances. The Slytherins wore expressions of discontent. Chaos ensued at the Lions' table as they clamored for the Firebolt 2001. Ron swallowed hard, incredulously exclaiming, "Loya, can I really have a Firebolt 2001 too?" "Of course, you will be the main goalkeeper for Gryffindor in the future," Loya then remarked. "Choose a newer broom quickly. Otherwise, the good ones will be snatched away by others." Among the packages lay a pristine, factory-sealed Nimbus 2001, which Loya selfishly reserved for Harry. Wood, touched by the sight of the Nimbus 2001, was moved to tears, never having imagined he would possess one in his lifetime. Fred and George, eager to test the new broom's flying capabilities, boldly mounted their brooms and soared out of the Great Hall. One by one, the Gryffindor players followed suit, riding their Nimbus 2001s into the sky, accompanied by Professor McGonagall's distant roar forbidding broomstick flying within the castle. With the brand new flying broomsticks, Gryffindor, under Wood's leadership, faced Slytherin that very day and triumphed splendidly. Everything was gradually returning to normal as the first academic year was drawing to a close. Due to Snape's various deductions of points from his own house, this year's Great Hall lacked the enormous banner adorned with the Slytherin serpent. After 6 consecutive years of winning the House Cup, Slytherin's reign was abruptly ended, and the little snakes glared furiously at the architect of their misfortune. Lois leisurely rested her chin on her hand, gazing in the direction of the professor's table, listening intently to Dumbledore's address. The headmaster was bestowing points upon Gryffindor for an array of reasons, and ultimately, under Dumbledore's favoritism, Gryffindor emerged victorious, claiming the House Cup. The streamers that adorned the hall transformed into a vibrant scarlet, and the banners displayed the majestic Gryffindor lion. The roars of celebration from the lions were deafening, as the eagles and badgers reveled in Slytherin's unexpected defeat. The examination results soon followed, with Hermione once again crowned as the top scholar of the year. As their first academic year came to a close, Hagrid led them to the fleet of boats that would carry them across the lake, bringing them to the Hogwarts Express. The platform was bustling with activity, teeming with throngs of people as young witches and wizards prepared to board the train and embark on their summer holiday. Amidst the clamor of the station, Lois could not hear anyone calling her name. As she and Hermione were about to board the express, the crowd parted, and a strong hand grasped her arm. It was Cedric who had halted her. Loya turned around, her gaze inadvertently colliding with Cedric's eyes. Cedric had searched for her through the throngs of people for quite some time, running with great urgency, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He pressed a note into the palm of her hand. Loya lowered her head to unfurl the note, its neat handwriting revealing a string of addresses. Cedric, striving to suppress the tension that bubbled within him, urged, "Please be sure to write to me during the summer." His eyes brimmed with anticipation, fixated on Loya. The girl's gaze sparkled with clarity, so captivating that he found it difficult to look away. Hermione cast a sidelong glance at Loya's arm, then at Cedric, and cleared her throat discreetly. Cedric, suddenly jolted back to reality, realized he was still holding her arm. A faint blush crept up his ears, prompting him to hastily release his grip while repeatedly apologizing. "Young couples, it's not as if you're parting forever. The summer will pass swiftly, and you shall reunite. Kindly make way," shouted a voice amidst the teasing chorus of onlookers and the incongruous squeals of Neville. Cedric noticed that their position by the train door obstructed the passage for those behind them. All eyes were upon them, and the flush on Cedric's ears threatened to extend to his neck. In their compartment, Malfoy and his two cronies peered through binoculars in their direction, munching on snacks while humming to themselves. Fred and George leaned halfway out of the window, calling towards Loya, "Loya, we've saved you a seat. Hurry over. I'll be there shortly." Loya hurriedly assured Cedric that she would write to him before swiftly following Hermione into the compartment. Cedric watched her figure vanish amidst the crowd. Throughout the journey, he gazed out at the fleeting scenery. The train traversed stretches of desolate land and quaint Muggle towns, ultimately arriving at King's Cross Station. Loya returned once more to Spider Alley, where the house elf had long been waiting respectfully at the door. During the summer break, Severus Snape continued to seclude himself either in his study or in the potion-making chamber. Loya, in contrast, spent her days languidly like a fish out of water. Hedwig soared out of the window, clutching Loya's letter in her beak, while another owl, Cedric's, landed gracefully on her desk, bearing a letter of its own. Loya gazed with a complex expression at the towering stack of letters on her desk. She found it perplexing that so many individuals had taken the time to write to her, as nearly every day a different owl tapped at her window. She truly could not comprehend what warranted such correspondence. This archaic method of communication was utterly foreign to her, accustomed as she was to effortlessly connecting with others through WeChat in her era. However, being as astute as she was, regardless of the content of the letters, she replied with identical responses to each sender, an effortless task accomplished through a simple copying charm. Eventually, in her laziness, she resorted to responding with merely the words read, "Well, do not worry," in bold strokes. "The author has a message, a small gift powered by love. Please support with a click or two." Oh, Snape placed several vials of potions he had prepared for Loya into the cabinet. He withdrew a book from the shelf and settled into the chair by the fireplace. The wood crackled and popped in the hearth, and a hint of fatigue crept into the corners of his eyes. Snape rubbed his brow, attempting to dispel his weariness. Having barely turned a few pages of the book, he heard familiar footsteps approaching, accompanied by her voice echoing down the corridor as she called out his name. Loya pushed open the door, cradling a large pot that nearly obscured her upper body. As she ascended the stairs, she nearly stumbled, prompting her to tread carefully with each step, mindful of the risk of tripping. She had inadvertently left the pot at school and forgotten to bring it back. Loya rummaged through Snape's storeroom and discovered a cauldron designed for adults, significantly larger than the one she utilized in her classroom. Observing her petite frame struggling to carry the cumbersome cauldron, Snape instinctively closed his book, approached her, and took the cauldron from her hands, placing it upon the wooden table. "Snape, do you have a moment?" Loya inquired, gazing up at him. Snape regarded her coolly and nodded slightly. "Could you teach me how to brew the polyjuice potion?" He refrained from questioning her motives for needing the potion. Silently, he turned away and retrieved 2 portions of the necessary ingredients from the shelf. With his back to Loya, his face, unseen by her, bore an unusually sickly pallor. The workspace was prepared with 2 dry cauldrons, and Snape methodically added the powdered fluxweed and leech juice into one of them. Loya was diligently emulating Snape. In truth, Loya's proficiency in potion-making was rather poor, to the extent that it could be described as abysmal. Loya once believed that her talent points were almost entirely allocated to charms. Coupled with the fact that Snape had confiscated her wand, during their Cold War, she had taken a leave of absence, resulting in her missing numerous classes. Snape never considered offering her remedial lessons, as he discerned that Loya held little interest in potion-making. She possessed her own strengths and areas of expertise. Even Professor Flitwick had praised her as a prodigy in charms, confidently predicting she would be the next champion of the dueling tournament. There was no need to impose upon her subjects she did not cherish, as such an imposition would only serve to burden her. During the final examinations, Snape, acting out of personal inclination, exercised his authority to ensure Loya passed. Wait a moment. How many times have you turned clockwise? Why have you turned counterclockwise again? This was the consequence of her inattentiveness during regular classes. Now, even with the professor personally guiding her, she was bewildered. Snape deliberately slowed his movements, allowing her a clearer view, patiently demonstrating step by step. He had never shown such patience towards any student in his potion classes. Snape added the remaining ingredients to the dry cauldron. Suddenly, his vision spun, and he staggered unsteadily. Loya, discarding the ingredients she held, rushed to support him. Her youthful stature was dwarfed by his form, leaving him nearly leaning upon her. She observed the pallor of Snape's lips, as beads of perspiration trickled down the side of his face. Are you all right? Snape pressed a hand against the wound on his abdomen, his brow furrowed in silence. With one hand on her shoulder, he gradually steadied himself. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure and hoarsely replied, "It's nothing. What is truly the matter with you?" Loya lifted her gaze and fixed her eyes upon his, while Snape, with lowered eyes, met her stare, revealing an indescribable emotion within. The two found themselves ensnared in a profound silence, punctuated only by the bubbling of the pot. Snape was the first to avert his gaze, swiftly shifting the conversation. "Miss Grindelwald, you should pay closer attention to your cauldron now." Snape resumed his customary demeanor of indifference, as if nothing had transpired moments before. As Loya turned around, a thick plume of black smoke erupted from the pot she had forgotten, and if left unattended, it would soon explode. "Oh no, my pot." Loya busily stirred the cauldron, her focus returning to her work as she cast aside the earlier peculiarity of Snape. After what felt like an eternity, her potion was finally complete. With joy, she clasped her hands together and ladled the concoction into a vial. She gazed upon her creation with satisfaction. However, Snape merely cast a glance at her potion before seizing the vial she had painstakingly brewed and setting it aside. "The efficacy of your potion will last no more than 15 minutes, he declared, deeming her work substandard. Loya cast a furtive glance at the potion simmering in Snape's cauldron, her thoughts not escaping his keen perception. Understanding her unspoken curiosity, Snape decanted the elixir he had crafted into a vial and placed it before her. It would endure for over 10 hours, truly a testament to his prowess as a master potion maker. "Thank you, Professor Snape," Loya exclaimed, joyfully embracing him. In that fleeting moment, she failed to notice the furrow in Snape's brow and the tautness of his expression, as if he were enduring some hidden torment. Snape lowered his gaze, beginning to tidy his workspace, and reminded Loya, "You are still missing a crucial component, apart from the imitator." "I am aware of that. I have already prepared it," Loya replied, retrieving a strand of hair from her bag. Though her skills in potion making were lacking, she recalled from the films that Hermione had crafted the polyjuice potion and remembered the necessity of including the imitator's hair. "Aren't you curious about what I need the polyjuice potion for?" Loya inquired, her expression hinting at mischief. Snape regarded her silently, and after a long pause, she heard his deep voice inquire, "If I were to ask, would you tell?" "Of course not," she retorted. Snape understood her far better than she had anticipated. Loya picked up the potion that Snape had given her and turned to leave. Snape, tidying up the table, gazed at her silhouette and earnestly cautioned, "Do not engage in perilous activities." All right. I shall not undertake anything dangerous," she replied, for she merely intended to attend to a matter in the Muggle world. After Roya's departure, Snape could no longer contain himself. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he gripped the edge of the table with effort. He loosened his robe, revealing a wound on his abdomen that, though once healed, now gaped grotesquely, oozing blood. The horrifying injury was surrounded by terrifying patterns of dark magic. When Voldemort had controlled Roya, the curse he inflicted upon her had left a cruel mark on his wound. Even though it had seemingly healed, the curse would react whenever Roya approached, causing the wound to gradually reopen from within. As long as she was close enough, he would even relive the piercing agony of the injury. Snape sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the flickering flames in the fireplace. The sensible course of action would have been to seclude himself in his study, avoiding Roya until he could discover a means to lift the curse. He should not have allowed her entry today. Yet, upon hearing her knock and the sound of her voice, Snape found himself unable to resist the urge to catch a glimpse of her. Perhaps he should be grateful for his customary attire of black robes. For even if blood seeped from his wound and stained his clothing, it would be difficult for others to notice. Loya arrived at the humble abode, wheeling her suitcase. As Mrs. Weasley, clad in a floral apron, warmly embraced her. "My dear child, it brings me such joy to see you." Mrs. Weasley cheerfully ushered her inside. Loya removed her coat, deliberately donning the sweater that Mrs. Weasley had lovingly knitted for her. With a beaming smile, Mrs. Weasley surveyed Loya from head to toe. Noting that she had grown taller than she remembered, and looked even more endearing in the sweater crafted by her own hands. Initially, they were quite concerned when they learned that Dumbledore had appointed Snape as Loya's temporary guardian. How could an unmarried man, without children, possibly care for a little girl? Mrs. Weasley had even discussed with Mr. Weasley the possibility of approaching Dumbledore to suggest that Loya be fostered permanently at their home, where they had ample experience in childcare and where Loya could grow up alongside peers, rather than being under the care of a perpetually brooding middle-aged man. However, it now appeared that her worries were unfounded, as Snape had proven to be a competent guardian, taking excellent care of her. Loya found it perplexing why everyone seemed to harbor misunderstandings about Snape. Beneath his frosty exterior, which seemed to repel others, he was, in fact, quite amiable. As her temporary guardian, he had never deprived her of any necessities. Rather, he provided her with the finest and most luxurious items. When Snape escorted her to Diagon Alley to procure her school supplies, Madame Malkin mistakenly assumed that she was a young lady from an aristocratic family. While Snape was regarded as her butler accompanying her on a shopping excursion, Mrs. Weasley busied herself in the kitchen for a while and then emerged with several plates of delectable food. She enthusiastically piled cake and pastries onto Loya's plate. Her warmth almost overwhelming Loya. Catching a glimpse of the clock, Mrs. Weasley gasped softly, "Oh dear, is it already this late? The signing event with Lockhart is about to commence, and I must leave at once." As she spoke, she hurriedly removed her apron. "Stay here for now, dear Loya. Fred, George, and Ron will keep you company." With that, Mrs. Weasley took Ginny by the hand and hurried through the fireplace to join the queue in Diagon Alley. This left Loya with the twins and Ron in the modest residence. Fred, munching on a pie, remarked, "My mum is a devoted fan of Lockhart's. She won't be back for quite some time from the signing event." George chimed in, "We have plenty of time. We can get moving now." Loya nodded thoughtfully as she stood in Ginny's room. From her trunk, she retrieved a potion of polyjuice. Adding the hair she had collected from the Transfiguration classroom into the mixture before swallowing it in one swift motion. The effects were almost instantaneous. She gazed into the mirror, contorting her face into a frown reminiscent of Professor McGonagall's, a remarkably lifelike imitation. She then donned a set of Muggle attire from her trunk. As Loya emerged from the room, sporting McGonagall's visage, Ron nearly choked on his sandwich. After regaining his composure, he inquired, "Loya, how did you transform into Professor McGonagall?" Fred and George, with exaggerated voices, mimicked McGonagall's stern tone, declaring, "No flying on broomsticks within the castle." 10 points from Gryffindor. A shiver ran down Ron's spine. The twins then produced 2 small vials containing potions that were decidedly not polyjuice. With triumphant grins, they shook the bottles. "Our latest invention, an aging potion. We discovered the recipe in a notebook by someone named Eli in the library." Loya recalled the scene from the film where the twins consumed an aging potion and transformed into elderly gentlemen. With genuine concern, she advised them, it would be wise to refrain from ingesting that aging potion, as its effects may not be as favorable as anticipated. Fred and George exchanged amused glances, chuckling mischievously. "It's the thrill of failure that excites us." The twins raised the vial and gulped it down in unison. In an instant, a loud explosion echoed, and the two were metamorphosed into elderly men, their faces adorned with bushy, silvery beards. Loya had imagined that they would engage in a brawl like characters in a movie, transformed into old men due to a failed potion. However, to his surprise, both individuals were quite pleased as they stroked their beards contentedly. "Marvelous. A resounding success. The wrinkles on my face outnumber those of Dumbledore. I could market this as a new age-enhancing product." Curiosity piqued, Loya tugged at Fred's beard, examining the long white hair in her grasp, astonished to discover it was indeed authentic. "How marvelous." Fred let out an exaggerated wail, proclaiming, "You've pulled my beard. You must take responsibility." Meanwhile, Ron, munching on a ham sandwich, looked on in bewilderment. Loya and the twins were preparing to depart from their humble abode when they were met with Ron's resentful voice from behind. "Where are you going? Why aren't you taking me along?" Fred replied, "You stay behind to guard the house." Ron protested. That's not fair. I am your brother. George chimed in. Then it's all the more reason for you to remain here. Meanwhile, at number 4, Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey, another quarrel erupted at the Dursley dining table. Uncle Vernon cursed at Harry, exclaiming, Boy, I shall confine you so that you may never return to school. If you attempt to escape using magic, they will surely expel you. Amidst the derisive laughter of Aunt Petunia and Dudley, Harry's spellbook, wand, robes, and the Firebolt 2001 that Loya had gifted him were all locked away by Uncle Vernon in the small, dark cupboard beneath the stairs. Harry was imprisoned in his room, the window barred by iron grills installed by Uncle Vernon. The Dursleys provided him with only a meager portion of leftovers each day, and Harry had to share his food with Hedwig, who was also confined in her cage. In the past, he had managed to sneak out Hedwig to send letters to Loya while Aunt Petunia napped. Now, Hedwig was trapped, and Harry could no longer correspond with Loya. Their exchanges had been his sole solace in an otherwise lonely existence. Although he noticed that Loya's responses had grown increasingly terse, eventually reducing to just a few words. Lying on his bed, Harry repeatedly read the 6 words inscribed on the envelope. Read. Well, do not worry. He couldn't help but wonder if Loya's replies to that third-year Hufflepuff were similarly brief. In the Gryffindor common room, he often overheard girls whispering that Cedric, the most accomplished student from Hufflepuff, was pursuing Loya. He sensed that something ephemeral was slipping away unnoticed. Staring vacantly at the sky beyond the barred window, he pondered how much longer he would remain confined. Suddenly, he heard a knocking sound from the hallway below. Harry leaped from his bed and peered out of the window. To his astonishment, he saw Professor McGonagall dressed in Muggle attire, accompanied by 2 fidgety elderly gentlemen with white beards. The 2 men were clad entirely in black, carrying briefcases and wearing sunglasses, utterly devoid of the demeanor one would expect from seniors. They resembled agents from a television show. When Aunt Petunia opened the door, she was met with the audacious sight of Fred and George, sporting sunglasses, as they declared, "This is our esteemed president of the Child Protection Association, Professor McGonagall. And we are her secretaries." Loya, suppressing her voice to mimic that of an elderly man, said, "Greetings. I am the president of the British Children's Protection Association. We have received an anonymous report alleging that you have been abusing children for an extended period." Sitting gracefully on the sofa, transformed into Professor McGonagall after imbibing a concoction, Loya placed her hands delicately upon her knees. She presented the couple, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, with a forged identification from the Children's Protection Association. Vernon, visibly anxious, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In a formal and serious tone, Loya declared, "Someone has anonymously reported that you and your wife have been mistreating Mr. Potter and threatening his safety. This must be a malicious accusation against us. We are a benevolent family. How could we ever harm Harry? His parents perished in a tragic accident, and we have been caring for him ever since. Harry is most grateful to us." Petunia exclaimed in exasperation. "Indeed. That boy gets along splendidly with us." Vernon chimed in, nodding stiffly in agreement with Petunia. Loya let out a soft huff. "In that case, we must have a meeting with Mr. Potter." Vernon and Petunia exchanged anxious glances, their expressions laden with apprehension. Petunia had never anticipated a visit from the Child Protection Agency. Harry was locked away in the small room upstairs. Should this be discovered, it would confirm the reality of the abuse he endured. "He has gone to school," Petunia stammered, her words rife with inconsistencies. Loya let out a light chuckle. "Are you jesting? It is currently a holiday. I truly lament the state of your memory. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, we shall proceed to explore on our own." Loya rose to her feet and strode directly to the 2nd floor. Petunia and Vernon desperately attempted to obstruct her, yet Loya was accompanied by 2 robust elderly gentlemen with white beards, who effortlessly pushed them aside. She now stood before the room where Harry was confined. Vernon's expression was grim as he resignedly unlocked the door. Loya pushed the door open, and Harry stood at the threshold, gazing at her. He was clad in ill-fitting old trousers belonging to Dudley, the hems trailing on the floor, while Hedwig was confined within her cage. Loya furrowed her brows as she gazed at the Dursleys. "Is this truly how you care for a child? You have imprisoned him?" She lifted the bowl from the table, revealing only a few wilted leaves in the remnants of soup. "You serve the unfortunate Mr. Potter with such meager scraps?" Loya endeavored to appear indignant, her tone exaggerated. The facts were undeniable. Vernon and Petunia found themselves at a loss for words under her scrutiny. "The British Children's Charity provides monthly social relief to orphans. Is this how you choose to care for Mr. Potter with the funds you have received?" Loya cast a fierce glare at Daryl, who was still indulging in cake, his ample form spilling over the sides of the chair. Or perhaps, Mr. Porter's relief funds have been misappropriated by you for the benefit of others? Daryl quivered under her stare, terrified, and tumbled off his chair, seeking refuge beneath the table. The Child Protection Association will pursue criminal charges against you for child abuse, and you shall pay dearly for your transgressions. Secretaries Fred and George snorted derisively. Just wait until you find yourselves in Azkaban, or rather, in prison. Vernon's vision blurred, nearly causing him to faint. Harry noticed Professor McGonagall, clad in Muggle attire, turning to him with a playful wink. Is it Loya? Harry whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. George quickly gestured for him to remain silent, realizing his mistake. Harry promptly covered his mouth. Meanwhile, Petunia, her face ashen, pleaded, We acknowledge our past negligence in caring for Harry. We implore the Child Protection Association for another chance. Just then, Harry's stomach let out a loud growl. Loya squinted at Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia hurriedly nodded and ingratiatingly said, I will go prepare dinner for Harry right away. After uttering this, she rushed to the kitchen in a fluster, tripping over herself in the process. Vernon scrambled towards the window, hastily removing the iron bars. Hyde was also released from his cage. Meanwhile, Loya paced back and forth in the room, looking for faults. Good heavens! This lamp is so antiquated that the bulb is shattered. Is this how Mr. Potter completes his homework under such dim lighting? Vernon wiped the sweat from his brow desperately. You are absolutely right. I will replace it with a new one. This bed is so unsteady. The slats are as thin as paper, creaking under the slightest weight. The room lacks even a television, and the curtains are riddled with holes. You are correct. I shall replace them all. As Vernon continued to wipe his sweat, the handkerchief he clutched had become soiled and stained. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was laid out before Harry. The dilapidated furniture in Harry's room had also been replaced by a furniture company. Harry stared in astonishment at the table filled with warm dishes. He had never been permitted by the Dursleys to dine at the table before. Loya tilted her head slightly towards Harry, placing a morsel of food onto his plate. What troubles you, Mr. Potter? Please, enjoy your dinner. Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at her. The Dursleys stood trembling in the background, hesitant to take their seats, while Dudley gulped, fixated on the lavish spread before him. It was a moment where the guests dined, and the hosts attended to their needs. Fred nudged Loya's back, and she turned to find that Fred and George's white beards seemed to have shrunk a little. George winked at her, whispering, The aging potion's effects are about to wear off. We must make our exit swiftly. Loya nodded in agreement, and then turned to face the Dursleys. Henceforth, our Child Protection Association will conduct periodic visits. Should we discover any continued mistreatment of Mr. Potter by you, we shall pursue criminal charges against both of you. According to the British Child Protection Act, you could face a minimum sentence of several years, and your children would be placed in an orphanage. Upon hearing the prospect of being sent to an orphanage, Dudley let out a piercing scream, clinging desperately to Petunia. Loya cast a glance at Vernon, her icy voice laced with a palpable warning. If you wish to avoid a lawyer's letter being promptly dispatched to your company, I trust you understand the consequences of your well-known crimes against children. For those ensnared in the corporate grind, the most effective means of retribution lies in threatening their livelihood. Vernon, trembling with fear, nodded fervently. Loyalty had indeed contemplated the possibility of rescuing Harry from the Dursleys, yet the pressing question remained. Where could he possibly be sheltered? The Weasley couple was already overwhelmed with the care of their 7 children, struggling to make ends meet. Although there were vacant rooms at Snape's residence, placing Harry in Spinner's Inn would undoubtedly provoke his ire, as he would be constantly confronted by a visage reminiscent of James. After much deliberation, it seemed that Harry would have to temporarily remain with the Dursleys. With that matter settled for the time being, Fred and George bid her farewell and returned to their humble abode. Loya spent yet another day in the Muggle world and returned to Spinner's Inn only the following evening. As she entered, the house elf took her coat, its expression fraught with a peculiar unease, as if it had something to convey. The elf cast a hesitant glance towards the second floor. This particular house elf was inherently timid, and sensing its agitation, Loya inquired, What troubles you? Has Professor Snape lost his temper? The house elf hurriedly shook its head. Despite Professor Snape's fearsome demeanor, he had never raised his voice in the presence of the young lady. After you left yesterday afternoon, Sir has remained locked away in his room. The meals we sent have gone untouched at the door. Loya cast a puzzled glance towards the second floor, where Snape consistently isolated himself in his potion-brewing chamber, neglecting even his meals. What could he possibly be preoccupied with? I shall investigate, Loya declared before ascending the staircase. At the threshold of Snape's room, an untouched dinner lay waiting. Loya rapped gently on the door, waiting in vain for a response. She persisted in her knocking, pressing her ear against the door, yet all that greeted her was an unsettling silence within. Loya sensed something amiss. She drew forth her wand and tapped it lightly against the door lock. With a creak, the door swung open. In the dimly lit room, the firewood in the fireplace had long since extinguished, leaving the atmosphere cold and unwelcoming, permeated by a metallic tang of blood. Severus Snape sat with his back turned to her on the long bench. Loya gazed at his retreating figure and softly called out, "Severus?" The figure seated on the bench remained utterly unresponsive. Resolutely, she approached and stood before him, her eyes widening in shock as she froze in place. Severus hung his head, seemingly unconscious, a gruesome, gaping wound in his abdomen oozing a steady stream of crimson blood. Scattered across the table were various hemostatic potions and bandages, alongside a blood-stained dagger. Could it be that a dark wizard or a Death Eater had intruded and committed this heinous act? Or perhaps a muggle's dagger was used for a physical assault? Such thoughts made no logical sense. She quickly surveyed the surroundings. The windows were tightly shut, showing no signs of having been opened. Loya exclaimed in indignation. Which scoundrel dared to stab Snape? System, it was you. How could it possibly be me? System, you delivered a fierce thrust while possessed by Voldemort. Loya gazed in astonishment at Snape, bewildered by the revelation that he had kept such a significant secret from her. The system indicated that, in an attempt to eliminate the curse afflicting the wound, he had resorted to a most primitive and brutal method, excising the flesh from the injury. Within Snape's potion brewing chamber, there existed a modest yet tidy bedroom, furnished simply with a single bed, a chair, and a writing desk. Loya exerted considerable effort to drag Snape onto the bed in the bedroom. She stood breathlessly by the bedside, feeling quite foolish for not having thought to use the levitation spell. Loya ignited the fireplace, and as the wood crackled and burned, the room gradually grew warm. On the workbench lay the blood-stained bandages and the flesh-cutting dagger that Severus Snape had used to tend to his own wounds. Loya retrieved a hemostatic agent along with clean bandages and cotton. She gazed at Snape's gruesome wound, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed with the treatment. The sight of him having brutally excised the flesh from the wound was truly harrowing. Merely envisioning that scene caused her a pang of pain. Loya sprinkled hemostatic powder onto Snape's wound, meticulously wrapping bandages around it time and again. Though the dressing was far from aesthetically pleasing, it sufficed to staunch the bleeding. She drew a chair beside Snape's bed, gazing at the unconscious figure of her companion. In the flickering light of the fire, Snape lay with his eyes tightly shut, his brow slightly furrowed, and his complexion as pale as parchment. Loya cradled her chin in her hands, murmuring to herself, "It was I who inflicted this wound upon you. Why have you concealed it from me? Why must you always bear everything in silence?" A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Snape's forehead. Loya extended her hand, placing the back of it gently against his forehead, and as she had anticipated, Snape was indeed running a fever. She was just about to rise and seek out a remedy for his fever from the cabinet when she noticed his tightly shut eyelids fluttering slightly before slowly opening. "You are awake?" Snape gradually turned his gaze towards Loya. The Eastern girl, with her raven hair and obsidian eyes, sat at the bedside, resting her chin on her hands and offering him a gentle smile. "You are awake?" Snape appeared momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, he pushed himself up, disregarding his injuries, and with great effort, sat upright. As he moved, the bandages began to seep blood once more. "Oh, do not move, please. It took me quite some time to dress your wounds, and they are going to reopen." Loya felt a chill on her cheek as Snape's icy fingertips grazed her skin. Loya raised her gaze to the face that was so close. Snape stared at her silently, his eyes clouded and his pupils unfocused, lingering in a state of confusion. When one is injured and their consciousness wanes, they often experience vivid hallucinations, typically envisioning the most significant person from the depths of their heart. Who Snape saw through her eyes, whom he perceived her to be, was something she need not guess. Abruptly, he seemed to lose all strength, his body slumping against hers. His forehead rested upon her shoulder, and even through the fabric, Loya could feel the heat radiating from his brow. Had it not been for the chair supporting them, she was certain that their combined weight would have sent them crashing to the ground. "Let me help you up. You should lie down properly while I fetch you some antipyretics." Yet, Snape remained still, leaning against her, rendering her immobile. Loya found it quite strenuous to maintain her position. and she hesitated to touch Snape for fear of aggravating his wounds. As she contemplated whether to summon the house elf for assistance, she noticed Snape trembling slightly. After all, during her hospitalization, Snape had dutifully cared for her. Seeing him so frail and pitiable now, she felt compelled to be his stand-in for a while. It was time to showcase her true acting prowess. Loya gently patted Snape's back, speaking in a soothing tone meant for the ailing Severus. I am Lily Evans. I did not marry James Potter, nor did I bear Harry Potter. I am sitting here, right before you. Loya sensed he possessed a remarkable aptitude for acting. And as he continued, Snape gradually regained his composure. As for you, you must obediently heed Lily's words and return to bed to rest. Understood? The room fell into a profound silence, where the only sounds that could be discerned were the breaths of the two individuals. She heard that raspy, deep voice uttering words unrelated to Lily. The chair creaked ominously, teetering on the brink of collapse. It is no longer a matter of relevance. We are about to topple over. With a sudden slip of the chair leg, there was a resounding thud as she and Snape, chair and all, tumbled to the floor. Loya winced as she rubbed the back of her head, while Snape slumped heavily against her shoulder, unconscious. After carefully maneuvering him back onto the bed, Loya approached the partition, fiddling with the myriad of bottles and jars on the apothecary shelf. The labels on the vials bore names she was utterly unfamiliar with, a testament to her lack of diligence in her potions class. As she rummaged through the assortment, a notebook inadvertently slipped from the cabinet and plummeted to the floor. Loya picked up the notebook and inadvertently turned to the page where a quill pen lay nestled. The elegant script upon it belonged to Snape. This was indeed his journal. Within its pages were chronicled the condition of wounds each day, alongside the potions employed and the progress of healing. As she leafed further back, she encountered recipes necessary for curbing the spread of curses. The date inscribed on this page was a fortnight prior, revealing that Snape had long since discovered a method to inhibit the curse's advance. He had known the means of suppression yet chose instead to resort to a brutal excision. Loya found herself perplexed by the thoughts of the potions master. She perused the densely packed list of ingredients laid out before her. Although her performance in potions class had been subpar, the notes were meticulously detailed, and she believed she could concoct the potion by following them. First, she administered the antipyretic potion she had located to Snape, then returned to her workbench. Loya rolled up her sleeves and set up the cauldron. She diligently read through her notes, one by one, selecting the corresponding ingredients from the cabinet to add to the cauldron. The final line of the ingredients stated that the blood of a medium was required. However, this line had been emphatically crossed out with a quill. The owner of the notes seemed to struggle with the acceptance of needing the medium's blood. What is the blood of a medium? The voice of the system echoed in her mind. System, to suppress the spread of the curse. The most direct method is to reverse that dark magic. Voldemort has cursed you by wounding him through your role as a medium. In other words, I am the medium, and reversing the dark magic to suppress the curse requires my blood? Loya meticulously discerned the line that Snape had crossed out, which indicated the required dosage of blood. It was approximately half the amount typically donated during a blood donation in the Muggle world, which was not particularly challenging. Loya searched through the cabinet once more, yet failed to locate the medical instruments typically employed by the Muggle doctor, such as blood collection syringes. Well, it seemed he had no choice but to resort to primitive methods. Loya retrieved a small knife from the drawer and pressed it against his palm. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open from within. Severus Snape leaned weakly against the door, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and neck, the collar of his dark robe hanging loosely. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld Loya poised to draw the knife across his palm. A jolt of alarm coursing through him, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Loya's hand was suddenly grasped by him with considerable force. Snape lowered his head, furrowing his brow as he gazed at her. What are you doing? Brewing potions? Is it not true that your recipe only lacks the blood of a mediator? You should have informed me earlier if you required my blood. The corner of Snape's eye caught sight of his note sprawled across the table, and in that instant, he cursed himself for not having hidden them better. This is absurd. Snape reached out to snatch the small knife from Loya's hand. However, he was too weak to even stand steadily, lacking the strength to succeed. Loya merely sidestepped a little, evading his grasp. Give me the knife. This is my blood. I shall decide for myself. No, I refuse. The sharp dagger sliced deeply into her palm, and blood quickly welled from the wound, dripping from Loya's hand into the cauldron below. Snape's pupils dilated slightly, standing frozen in place. Is it merely a bit of blood? In the Muggle world, people donate blood quite frequently. Why the excessive fuss? Loya gazed at Snape, who lowered his head, his dark hair cascading on either side to obscure his pale cheeks, making it difficult for her to discern his expression. Snape remained silent for an extended period. His thin lips quivered slightly, and a bitter curve formed at the corners of his mouth. His voice carried the weight of self-mockery, intertwined with an indelible pain. I am incapable of safeguarding anything, neither in the past nor in the present. The author wishes to convey a gentle incision of the heart. Snape appeared to be angered. He refused to take the potion. After silently tending to Loya's palm wound, he remained with his head bowed, uttering not a single word. He could not accept Loya's almost self-destructive behavior. Feeling utterly helpless as he could do nothing but watch, he despised his own impotence within, as a profound sense of powerlessness crept over him, inch by inch. Loya sat beside him, tugging at his sleeve and poking his arm, yet he remained silent and unresponsive. Could he truly be upset? It was time to put on a performance. Loya grasped Snape's arm with her small hands, gently shaking it like a child seeking affection. "Professor, please take your potion," she urged. Snape's fingers moved imperceptibly, and he reached out to hold Loya's freshly bandaged hand, gently shifting it aside. "You might aggravate your injury," he finally spoke, his voice hoarse yet imbued with concern for Loya, despite his irritation. However, he continued to avert his gaze, making no mention of taking the potion. Loya gazed at his pale profile, sensing that even her attempts to be endearing were futile. It seemed he was genuinely upset. When softness fails, one must resort to firmness. Loya deliberately exclaimed with intensity, "If you do not take your medicine, I shall move out. Who would wish to reside with someone so ailing? Believe me, I might just pack my bags and relocate to Aunt Harry's at this very moment." She successfully observed Snape's body stiffen for a fleeting instant. He finally lifted his gaze, staring at her in bewilderment. He parted his lips, seemingly eager to articulate something, yet ultimately remained silent. Loya questioned whether his performance had been somewhat excessive. The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound, as the two remained in a prolonged, tense silence. Had it not been for Snape succumbing to unconsciousness once more due to the resurgence of his wound, Loya would have been at a loss for how to provoke him into taking his medicine. The concoction merely served to suppress the symptoms, failing to eradicate the curse cast by Voldemort entirely. Loya heard the system proclaim that even if the wound healed, it would not be long before the curse would once again spread across the injury. System, at that time, will he have to carve out flesh again? It's pitiful to even think about it. Haha. Why do I feel as though you have changed since the system returned from its slumber? Your tone is filled with sarcasm. System, after recharging, I switched to a different persona. This persona of yours is truly infuriating. Perhaps it would be best for you to revert to your former self. System, very well. Loya perused the weighty tomes on the bookshelf, yet found no guidance on the complete eradication of curses. She lingered by Snape's bedside, lost in thought, until the system's gentle reminder echoed in her mind. The closer you draw to him, the more his wounds ache. Loya swiftly grabbed a chair and hurried a considerable distance away. To maintain her distance, she left Snape's room and gently closed the door behind her. As she descended the stairs, she muttered curses under her breath that noseless Voldemort resorts to such despicable tactics. She finally understood why Snape had sequestered himself in his study during the holidays. The most straightforward way to alleviate his pain was indeed to keep a distance. However, what would happen once school commenced? In Hogwarts, where they would constantly cross paths, could she truly avoid attending his potions class? No matter how she contemplated it, it seemed utterly unrealistic. Was there truly no means to eradicate Voldemort's curse entirely? Loya pondered as she gently pushed open the door to her bedroom. A gust of cold wind rushed in, revealing that her window had not been securely closed. The chilling breeze flung the window wide open, causing the curtains to billow gracefully into the air, while envelopes scattered haphazardly across the floor. The pristine book resting on the corner of the table, untouched and never perused, was suddenly ruffled, its pages whispering softly in the wind. Loya hurriedly closed the window. She tidied up the scattered envelopes and returned them to their rightful place, when her attention was drawn to an open tome of parchment. It was a substantial children's edition of Celtic mythology. Since Severus Snape had been entrusted by Dumbledore to act as Loya's temporary guardian, he had made numerous preparations in advance. At that time, he was not well acquainted with Loya and assumed her temperament was akin to that of an ordinary child. Thus, he procured a plethora of best-selling children's literature from the wizarding world to fill Loya's bookshelf. These juvenile renditions of mythological tales and magical biographies, both in their textual descriptions and illustrations, were rather simplistic, and Loya, whose psychological maturity surpassed that of a mere child, found them utterly unappealing. Initially, she had carelessly pulled one from the shelf, leafed through a few pages, and tossed it aside onto the corner of the table, not to revisit it since. The widely circulated collection of myths in the wizarding community lay open to a page inscribed with the words "The Death of King Arthur." She picked up the book and glanced over it casually. King Arthur drew forth the Sword of Destiny and, with the guidance of the great sorcerer Merlin, ascended to the throne. Merlin, a legendary figure in the mythology of wizards, was venerated by all, in a sense. He could be regarded as the patriarch of the wizarding realm. In the realm of wizards, Loya often heard the exclamations of sorcerers, "Oh heavens, Merlin!" It felt akin to how Europeans invoke the name of God. Depicted in illustrations, King Arthur's sword is crafted from pure silver, its hilt adorned with rubies. Reminiscent of the Sword of Gryffindor, Loya once harbored doubts that the Sword of Gryffindor was indeed modeled after the legendary Sword of King Arthur, drawn from the depths of the lake. In the illustrations, the red-robed wizard Merlin bestows upon the young Arthur a sword sheath, cautioning him that the sheath is far more precious than the sword itself. He who bears the sheath of the king's sword shall never bleed, and it must not be lost. The sheath possesses the power to heal all wounds and purify all dark magic and curses. Unconsciously, Loya murmured the words of purification as she leaned against the window, continuing to read. With the sheath in his possession, King Arthur was invincible, leading the Knights of the Round Table to unify the British Isles. However, he lost the sheath, and rumors circulated that it had been stolen by a traitor. Ultimately, the loss of the sheath led to Arthur's grievous demise, the fall of his kingdom, and his body was ferried by Merlin to Avalon. Merlin, in his unwavering belief, hoped for Arthur's resurrection. He watched over Avalon's shores for a millennium, living a solitary life, yet he never witnessed the return of his king. At this tragic tale, Loya sighed. Regardless of Merlin's formidable magic, it could not safeguard his sovereign. He could only watch in despair as Arthur perished before him, powerless to save him. Perhaps in this magical realm, Merlin truly existed, but as for Arthur, Loya could not shake the feeling that he was merely a mythical figure, a phantom of legend. Loya inquired with astonishment, "So the sword sheath also exists?" Loya felt as though she were speaking nonsense. If such a divine artifact truly existed, its bearer would never bleed. In the quest for King Arthur's sheath, the realm of sorcery would undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. The sheath was destroyed a millennium ago, yet remnants of it persist. These fragments still retain a portion of the sheath's power, capable of healing wounds and purifying all curses. Loya immediately felt invigorated. The shards of the sword sheath possessed the power to purify any curse, which meant they could remove the curse afflicting Snape's wound. She promptly inquired of the system, "Do you know where I might locate the shards of the sword sheath?" The system replied, "Host, I can provide you with clues, but in return, you owe me a task to be fulfilled in the future." "Very well. I shall repay the task," she insisted. "Now, please tell me where the shards are located." "In the Nocturne Alley shop. You shall discover them upon your arrival." The system concluded abruptly, ending the communication. Nocturne Alley, a dark magic shop specializing in a variety of perilous and ominous artifacts. Since entering this magical realm, she had yet to visit Nocturne Alley. How was she to reach it? She was not adept at apparition, and she was uncertain whether Snape's fireplace was connected to the Floo network, nor did he possess any Floo powder. She vaguely recalled encountering a beggar wizard on the streets of Diagon Alley, to whom she had generously given a few silver sickles. In gratitude, the beggar had gifted her a dilapidated vanity box, claiming it was a key to both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. With urgency, she rummaged through her drawer to retrieve the palm-sized vanity box. It was quite worn, with its ornate carvings nearly eroded, and inside lay 2 old wooden combs of differing hues. The beggar had not specified which comb led to Diagon Alley and which to Nocturne Alley. Thus, she decided to try them one by one. Loya grasped the crimson wooden comb, and in an instant, she felt her body being yanked fiercely, the ground vanishing beneath her feet. After a whirlwind of chaos, she landed directly on a familiar street, the comb tumbling down beside her. Hermione, cradling several parchment-bound tomes, gazed in astonishment at Loya's unexpected descent. "Loya, how did you arrive here?" Loya rose unsteadily to her feet, brushing off the dust from her attire as she surveyed her surroundings. She had mistakenly chosen the wrong key, not only transporting herself to Diagon Alley, but also encountering Hermione, who was attending Gilderoy Lockhart's new book launch. The event had just concluded, and Gilderoy Lockhart emerged from Flourish and Blots, surrounded by a throng of adoring witches. The crowd predominantly comprised witches of Mrs. Weasley's age, each clutching copies of Lockhart's newly released works. Lockhart's face radiated a captivating smile as he gracefully waved to the witches behind him. The witches erupted into a chorus of shrill screams. The weary man maintaining order at the entrance of the Lehan bookstore remarked, "Ladies, please do not crowd." Lockart turned to see a blonde girl and a brown-haired girl across the street. His eyes brightened. The blonde young witch was none other than the champion of the spellcasting league. Lockart has uncovered the secret to the traffic code. Lockart excitedly rushed to Loya's side. "Miss Grindelwald, are you here to attend the launch of my new book as well?" Loya rolled her eyes at him. Hermione, taken aback by the proximity to her idol Lockhart, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. So overwhelmed with excitement, she stammered, "Mr. Lockhart, I have read your work, Wandering with Werewolves and the Magic of Companionship with Giants." Lockart was utterly preoccupied with Hermione, for it was the presence of Loya that truly captivated his attention. Lockart turned to the crowd with palpable excitement and declared, "This young lady is the champion of the Hogwarts Spell Championship. Although she arrived late and missed the press conference, I am delighted to present her with my entire collection of limited edition works." The crowd erupted once more into applause and cheers. Lockart completely disregarded any opportunity for Loya to speak, forcefully thrusting an entire collection of limited edition books into her hands. Lockart once again pulled Loya closer, resting his hand upon her shoulder, and beamed radiantly at the camera. He animatedly mused to himself, "A photograph with the champion of the spellcasting league, surely I shall grace the front page once more." Several reporters from the Prophet's Daily jostled to sideline a dissenting journalist, frantically pressing their shutter buttons, releasing billows of purple smoke from their cameras. Loya gazed at Lockart and candidly stated, "Sir, you have misunderstood. First, I do not know you, nor have I perused your works. Second, I am not here to attend your book launch. And third, I possess not the slightest interest in your book." Lockhart was suddenly struck by a trio of unexpected blows, leaving him taken aback. He cleared his throat softly and quickly sought to smooth over the situation. Lockhart once again donned a dazzling smile that captivated and enchanted the middle-aged women, revealing a row of glistening teeth. "This enchanting lady of the Charm League is feeling bashful. Come, allow me to bestow my signature upon you." The witches cast envious glances towards Loya, causing her to shudder with revulsion. After a brief moment, Lockhart finally departed from Diagon Alley, surrounded by the throng of witches. Loya has finally found a moment of tranquility. As soon as Lockhart departed, Loya disdainfully discarded his limited edition books into the trash, treating them as if they were refuse. Hermione, her small face wrinkled in discontent, exclaimed, "Loya, why did you throw away Mr. Lockhart's works?" "Because he is a mere charlatan," Loya replied. Several middle-aged witches, who had failed to acquire Lockhart's latest publication, rushed toward the refuse, clawing at one another in a frenzied scramble for his writings. Loya felt a shiver run down her spine, realizing that the fervor for celebrity in the wizarding world surpassed even that of the Muggle realm. "Let us not speak ill of him. Mr. Lockhart has been awarded the most charming smile by Witch Weekly on 5 occasions, and his autobiography has remarkably topped the bestseller list of the Prophecy Daily for an astonishing 27 consecutive weeks." Hermione clutched her complete collection of Lockhart's works as if they were rare treasures, fearful that Loya might snatch the books from her embrace and cast them into the trash. Loya had no intention of revealing to Hermione that Lockhart was merely a charlatan. At present, Hermione is an ardent admirer of Lockhart, and no matter what Loya says, she will not be awakened from her infatuation. Moreover, words are of little consequence. Time will ultimately unveil the truth, and Lockhart's deception will inevitably be exposed. "I intend to visit Nocturne Alley, and only by selecting the wrong door key will I be transported there." "Nocturne Alley? Loya, what do you intend to do there?" "I plan to purchase some items at Borgin and Burke's. I have heard that Nocturne Alley is home to many malevolent dark wizards." "It is perilous for you to go alone. I shall accompany you." Loya was acutely aware that Nocturne Alley was a perilous enclave of dark magic, perpetually shrouded in gloom and chill, a place largely scorned by most wizards. She had prepared herself thoroughly, equipping both of her wands. Should anyone dare to assail her, she would retaliate in self-defense. In truth, she harbored reservations about Hermione accompanying her to the potentially hazardous Nocturne Alley. However, the Gryffindor spirit was inherently reckless. Lions were inclined to rush to the aid of their friends, and Hermione, who had never ventured into Nocturne Alley, was resolute in her determination to join her. After repeated attempts at persuasion proved futile, Loya reluctantly retrieved the second key from her cosmetic case, a black wooden comb. Together, she and Hermione grasped the comb, and with a sudden whirl of vision, they found themselves in a narrow, filthy alleyway. The sky above Knockturn Alley was perpetually cloaked in a dreary haze, as though sunlight could never penetrate this dismal place. Contrary to cinematic portrayals, Knockturn Alley was absurdly expansive. They wandered in circles, yet failed to locate Borgin and Burke's. A biting wind assaulted them, and despite their thick garments, the girls' faces flushed crimson from the cold. Hermione proposed that they seek refuge in a nearby pub for a couple of warm drinks to fend off the chill, a suggestion that Loya readily endorsed. The pub was exceedingly crowded and noisy. As they navigated through the throng, they caught the unwelcome glances of dark wizards assessing them with hostility. At last, they managed to find an empty table in a corner. A young server approached them, politely inquiring about their needs. 2 butterbeers, please. I fear you may be too young for butterbeer. We also have other juices available. Loya felt that the voice was not unfamiliar. It rang a bell, evoking a sense of recognition. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld Terence Higgs, the Slytherin seeker, balancing a tray in his hands. Terence, equally astonished, gazed back at them with an expression of disbelief. It was quite astonishing to find the Slytherin seeker working at a pub in Knockturn Alley. Loya had presumed that the majority of Slytherins were of noble lineage. Terence's face betrayed none of the discomfort one might expect from a noble forced to earn a living outside their privileged circle. He appeared indifferent to the opinions of others, his gaze fixating on 2 Gryffindor girls. The brown-haired Gryffindor was unfamiliar to him, yet the golden-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor, none other than the infamous Loya Grindelwald, was a name known throughout Slytherin, notorious enough to be at the top of their blacklist. Several Slytherins had felt the sting of her fists, and their chances at the House Cup had been dashed by her hand. She had indeed become a nightmare for Slytherin, inciting a deep-seated animosity among them. However, Terence was an exception to the usual Slytherin arrogance. He was polite, disinclined to stir trouble, and eschewed underhanded tactics against others. Despite the historic enmity between Loya and his house, he bore her no ill will. It was only when he noticed the 2 first-year girls had ventured into Knockturn Alley unaccompanied by any adults that he expressed his concern, saying, "You came to Knockturn Alley by yourselves?" Hermione, who had always harbored a disdain for the Slytherins who taunted her as a mudblood, shot Terence a glare. "Aren't you also in Knockturn Alley?" "Miss, I am 5 years your senior, and I've worked in Knockturn Alley for several years," he replied, then turned to Loya, his tone growing serious. "There have been gatherings of dark wizards recently. The traffic of dark wizards has increased, and this place is perilous. It's not suitable for first years like you. We're trying to find Borgin and Burke's, but we haven't located it," she explained. After a moment's contemplation, Terence, clearly troubled, said, "Very well, I shall guide you there shortly. But remember, once you've completed your purchases, you must leave Knockturn Alley promptly." He glanced towards the bar, where the acerbic proprietress was glaring at him, convinced he was idling away time chatting with customers. Terence quickly urged, "Hurry up. What do you need?" "I cannot afford to linger. The boss thinks I'm slacking off and will surely reprimand me." 2 bottles of butterbeer, please," Loya requested. "Miss Grindelwald, spare me. If Professor Snape discovers I dared to serve you butterbeer, I shall bid farewell to passing potions next term," he lamented. "I won't tell anyone," Loya winked, her sincerity palpable. With a reluctant nod, Terence acquiesced. The Higgs family had once been a lineage of pure-blood nobility, but by Terence's father's generation, their fortunes had waned, and the Higgs family was no longer recognized by the aristocracy. Terence returned with 2 steaming mugs of butterbeer, having changed into his everyday attire. Loya took the opportunity to carefully observe her companion's appearance for the first time. Terence, a 6th grader, towered over them by nearly 2 heads, possessing a tall and upright stature alongside a strikingly handsome visage. Hailing from a fallen aristocratic lineage, Terence bore none of the haughty demeanor typical of pure-blooded nobility. Rather, he exuded a refreshing aura of cleanliness. "After enduring a rather irritable landlady, I managed to secure a brief 5-minute reprieve to escort you to the Borgin and Burke shop." However, he turned to Loya with earnestness, saying, "Miss Grindelwald, you must promise me to leave promptly after your purchases. Do not linger in the alleyways. Should any misfortune befall you, and with Headmaster Snape knowing I am nearby, I would be irrevocably implicated, jeopardizing my chances of ever graduating." The group exited the pub, with Loya and Hermione trailing behind Terence as they navigated through the intricate alleys. Occasionally, they encountered disheveled homeless wizards leaning against walls, begging for alms. They soon arrived at the Borgin and Burke's magical emporium. An elegantly attired man with luxurious golden hair pushed open the shop door, and Loya inadvertently collided with him. The snake-headed cane he wielded struck the platinum-haired figure trailing behind him. Malfoy winced in pain and cursed the careless individual who dared to bump into him and his father. "Damn it, can't you see that standing in front of you is Loya?" He quickly swallowed the latter part of his retort upon recognizing her. Lucius's cane rested upon Malfoy's shoulder as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Draco, you ought to display some courtesy towards a lady." Malfoy, sounding aggrieved, replied, "I didn't realize it was Loya." Loya turned her gaze towards Lucius. If her intuition served her correctly, it seemed that the Ministry of Magic had intensified its recent raids, prompting him to visit the Borgin and Burke shop to handle items that could be detrimental to him. "You must be Miss Grindelwald? Draco had spoken of you quite often." Lucius maintained a faint smile, gripping his serpent-headed wand, his every movement exuding an air of aristocracy. The mention of his father brought a pleased smirk to Malfoy's lips. Lucius offered a succinct introduction. "Lucius Malfoy, a pleasure to meet you." Loya returned a polite smile. Malfoy couldn't help but lean in and inquire, "Loya, what brings you to Nocturne Alley?" In the presence of Lucius's scrutinizing gaze, Loya endeavored to present herself as a child more befitting her age. "Miss Grindelwald, if I may be frank, this is not a suitable place for lingering." Loya undoubtedly comprehended Lucius's insinuation. He was cautioning her that Nocturne Alley was far from a secure locale. Terence courteously remarked, "I shall escort them away from Nocturne Alley shortly." Lucius cast a fleeting glance at Terence and Hermione before diverting his gaze. In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor towards Loya, a flicker of disdain for the fallen aristocracy and muggles briefly illuminated his eyes, although he skillfully concealed it. Malfoy shot a glare at the senior Slytherin, pondering why Loya had chosen to spend her time in his company. Lucius then produced an invitation embossed with gilded edges and presented it to Loya. "Miss Grindelwald, the Malfoy Manor extends its warmest welcome to you at any time." Loya gracefully accepted the invitation, and Lucius, as if recalling something, gazed at Loya thoughtfully and inquired, "Miss Grindelwald, have we met before? Your voice seems remarkably familiar." "Indeed, we have," she replied. "You were exposed by her while you were registering lower-year students in Slytherin." Loya innocently blinked. Lucius nodded in understanding, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. Malfoy appeared eager to converse with Loya, yet Lucius's gaze urged him, implying he had matters to discuss. He turned with Malfoy and departed from Nocturne Alley. Throughout the journey, Lucius's expression remained grave as he absently stroked his serpent-headed wand. "Draco, as a worthy Malfoy, you must comprehend the necessity of securing greater benefits for our family. Cultivating a favorable relationship with Miss Grindelwald is paramount. My position is ill-suited for such endeavors. Father, Loya is my friend." Malfoy could not accept his father's words, lifting his gaze for the first time to meet Lucius's eyes. Lucius scoffed softly, asserting that pure-blood families are driven solely by interests. The moment he laid eyes on Loya, his mind was calculating furiously. "You must learn to secure an escape route. Should that esteemed individual fall from grace, Grindelwald's heir will represent our entry into the opposing faction." Terence, displaying signs of anxiety, glanced at the time. "Alas, I am running out of time. The boss granted me only 5 minutes of leave. I must return to the bar. Please procure your items promptly and depart from Nocturne Alley. I cannot escort you back. You possess the key to exit, do you not?" Loya nodded in acknowledgement. After discovering the fragments of the sword sheath in the shop, she intended to use the door key to return directly to Diagon Alley with Hermione. Terence hurriedly made his way back to the pub. Loya and Hermione pushed open the door of Borgin and Burke's. The cabinets displayed a grotesque assortment of withered human hands, various skeletal remains, blood-stained cards, and a lifeless glass eye. Hermione, struggling to suppress the nauseating churn in her stomach, furrowed her brow and uncomfortably said, "Loya, I will wait for you by the door." A hunched, greasy-haired man emerged from behind the counter. Mr. Borgin, with a voice as slick as his hair, greeted them in a sycophantic tone. "Welcome. I am the proprietor of Borgin and Burke's. How may I assist you today? We have just received a fresh batch of shrunken heads at a very reasonable price. I can offer you a discount." Loya expressed her desire to simply browse. As she stepped into the shop, she noticed an arrow materializing before her, visible only to her eyes. Was this a prompt from the system? She followed the direction of the arrow, which led her to a small wooden box, thickly coated in dust, perched upon a shelf. Inside the box lay a fragment of metal, enveloped in a tattered red cloth, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. As her fingertips grazed the fragment, a whispering voice both delicate and elusive, echoed in her ears, repeating, "The sheath is far more precious than the sword itself. You must never lose it." Loya can now ascertain that this is indeed a genuine fragment of the legendary sword sheath of King Arthur. The voice she heard emanated from the memories of Merlin, contained within the shard of the sheath. With the acquisition of this fragment, she could purify the curse that plagued Snape's wound, allowing the heavy burden that weighed upon her heart to finally be lifted. Loya placed the wooden box upon the counter, and Mr. Bojan gazed at her with an expression of utter disbelief. This object had languished in the shop for decades. His grandfather had unearthed it from a grave in Cornwall, claiming it to be a fragment of the legendary sword's sheath of King Arthur, and had regarded it as a treasure. The dark wizards who frequented the shop scoffed at such notions, for no one believed that the mythical figure of King Arthur ever truly existed. As a result, the shard of the sword's sheath had gathered dust in the shop for years, unsold even at a discount. Now, it appeared that he had finally encountered someone with discerning taste, and he was determined to profit immensely from her. Loya placed several gold galleons upon the counter. Mr. Boken displayed a shrewd expression, shaking his head in feigned reluctance. "Is it insufficient?" Loya inquired, as she placed a pouch of gold galleons on the counter, anticipating that Mr. Boken would continue to haggle with her. However, Mr. Boken's gaze greedily fixated on a small portion of a wand protruding from her outer pocket. "I desire that one of yours in exchange," he declared, his eyes glinting with avarice. Loya reflexively grasped the silver wand, a precious gift from Dumbledore himself, once wielded during his student days. Its immense collectible value made her reluctant to part with it. Mr. Boken pointed towards another wand, expressing his desire for the green one. It turned out he sought the vertebra wand. Loya hesitated for a moment. After all, it was her first wand, imbued with significant sentimental value. Moreover, one of the prerequisites for successfully casting the unforgivable curse is the presence of malicious intent. Loya sought to maximize the efficacy of the unforgivable curse, and for that, the sinister vertebra wand was indispensable. Should she relinquish the vertebra wand, wielding Dumbledore's wand to cast the unforgivable curse might not pose a lethal threat to her adversaries. However, the image of Snape in his weakened state gnawed at her resolve, prompting her to bite her lip. If she were compelled to make a choice, it appeared that Mr. Boken was particularly intrigued by the vertebra wand, unable to resist rubbing his greasy hands together, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Loya, with a darkened expression, asserted vehemently, "You, an old man on the brink of senility, what on earth do you need a young girl's wand for? Do you have a fetish? Are you psychologically disturbed?" Mr. Boken's lips twitched uncontrollably, and the sagging flesh on his face quivered awkwardly. A few recently entered patrons, who bore a striking resemblance to the very definition of perversion, cast scornful glances at the shopkeeper upon hearing the term fetish. Mr. Boken, in a fit of indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Loya, spitting out his words. "Even if you are a customer, you cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation." Loya swiftly dodged to evade the spittle that Mr. Boken unleashed from his mouth in a fit of fury. In a moment of capitulation, Mr. Boken exclaimed in exasperation, 200 gold gallons. Loya counted her coins in her purse and realized, to her dismay, that she was short by 50 gold galer. The astute Mr. Bojan noticed her predicament of insufficient funds. Not even a single gold galer could be overlooked. A promissory note would not suffice either. Loya contemplated whether to borrow some gold galleons from Hermione. But as she turned to glance out the window, she realized that Hermione had long since departed from the shop's entrance, leaving her unaware of her whereabouts. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Hermione would have such a sum on her person. Mr. Bogan snatched the small wooden box containing the fragments of the sword sheath from Loya's hands and deliberately stated, "We are about to close. You should be on your way." Upon finishing his sentence, he made a dismissive gesture, urging her to leave hastily. Loya felt an overwhelming sense of distress, her heart plagued by a wave of agitation. She was anxious to address the curse afflicting Snape's wound. The mere thought of him suffering under the torment of the curse filled her with unease. Meanwhile, Mr. Boggins exuded arrogance, crossing his arms and wearing a sly grin on his face. Loya could no longer contain herself and gritted her teeth as she exclaimed, "You close your business in broad daylight? Are you in such a hurry to visit the grave?" Mr. Boken looked at Loya with disbelief. "How do you know that my father's old coffin has just been buried, waiting for a visit? At such a young age, you possess the ability to capture spirits and thoughts?" Loya steeled herself and, with a decisive motion, placed the spine wand upon the counter with a resounding thud. The remaining 50 galleons would serve as a temporary collateral for this wand. In the absence of the spine wand, she still possessed the water prison and fire shield for her protection in the short term. Mr. Boken displayed a glimmer of smug satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Listen, she instructed, I require you to issue a promissory note. I shall return within 3 days to reclaim it. Should you sell my wand to another before the redemption date, I will not take it lightly. Loya narrowed her eyes, a threatening expression crossing her face. Will you choose to toss 10 sniffers in your shop? Or shall I set your store ablaze with a blue fire? The choice is yours. Mr. Boken's smile froze, a nervous sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Reluctantly, he pinned his name on the document, returning the wooden box to Loya. She tucked the box into her pocket and stepped outside, where she spotted Hermione approaching from another street. Hermione, let us return to Diagon Alley. Loya retrieved a red wooden comb, but Hermione intervened to stop her. The dark wizards passing by cast malevolent glances at her as she emerged from the Borgin and Burke's shop, exuding an air of intent to rob. The throng of dark wizards surrounding them was overwhelming. Let us retreat into that alley and use the port key, Hermione proposed, promptly taking Loya's hand and leading her into the narrow passage. Loya followed her as she traversed one secluded alley after another. Loya had an inkling that Hermione seemed quite familiar with the paths here. She glanced at Hermione's empty hands and, furrowing her brow, inquired, Hermione, where is your idol Lockhart's limited edition new book? It's too cold, and my hands are a bit numb. I left it at a nearby shop, Hermione replied. You adore Lockhart's works so much, clinging to them all day long, even holding it close while sipping butterbeer. How could you suddenly part with it now? Loya continued, noticing Hermione had come to a halt. Moreover, as a first-time visitor to Nocturne Alley, are you not overly acquainted with this place? Hermione stood silently with her back to her for quite some time. An eerie silence enveloped them, and a sense of unease welled up within Loya. At their feet, a homeless wizard huddled against the wall, snoring softly. Loya promptly tossed the key to the wooden box and a gold galleon to the wandering wizard. Deliver the box to number 19, Spider's Tail Alley, immediately. Despite their disheveled appearances and grimy exteriors, these itinerant sorcerers were remarkably efficient in their errands, never uttering unnecessary words. The startled wizard wasted no time. Upon receiving the items and the galleon, he vanished from sight. A chilling breeze brushed against Hermione, causing her to turn her head and irritably twist her hand around her neck. Loya observed that the skin on her hands was coarse and dark, bearing no resemblance to that of a blossoming young maiden. Loya swiftly drew her wand, causing Hermione to collapse against the wall with tremendous force, sliding down its surface. She grimaced as she struggled to her feet. Her visage underwent a grotesque transformation, her skin becoming coarse and dark, while her face was plagued by a multitude of festering boils, gradually morphing into that of a fearsome dark wizard. A sinister smirk played at the corners of the dark wizard's mouth. So, you have seen through my ruse. Quite clever of you. This accursed polyjuice potion lasted only a fleeting moment. I had hoped to lead you into a trap. Fully aware of the villain's incessant chatter, Loya offered him no opportunity to finish his monologue. A green light erupted from her wand, launching a piercing curse towards him. The dark wizard was caught off guard by the sudden assault. Before he could draw his own wand, the green light collided with his chest, eliciting a shriek as his body convulsed uncontrollably. However, the agonizing curse abruptly ceased, granting the dark wizard a momentary respite from the searing pain. Loya gazed at the wand in his hand. Indeed, without the malevolent intent of lethal malice, its piercing and bone-deep lethality diminished significantly, breaking the spell after a brief moment. However, it was still sufficient to incapacitate the wretch on the ground, leaving him in agony and unable to rise for the time being. Loya gripped her wand, advancing menacingly towards the dark sorcerer, who stumbled backward in a desperate attempt to escape. For a fleeting moment, Loya felt as though she embodied a villain even more formidable than the one before her. Loya gazed at him with a frigid expression. Where have you taken Hermione? The dark wizard swallowed hard in terror and shouted towards the alley. Damn it, that girl is a dark wizard. Fenrir Greyback, hurry and save me. The sounds of approaching footsteps echoed from the depths of the alley, and a menacing-looking man emerged, carrying the unconscious Hermione over his shoulder. Greyback pointed his wand menacingly at Hermione's head, threateningly declaring, You little brat, drop your wand and surrender quietly, or I shall take her life. Loya stared at him for a moment. She recognized this man. Fenrir Greyback was a vicious werewolf, known for his cruel enjoyment of biting children. The alliance between werewolves and dark wizards surely indicated a nefarious plot. Loya's wand tip was directed at the throat of the dark wizard on the ground as she calmly stated, "If you do not release Hermione, I shall ensure that he suffers a fate far worse than death." The one who was supposed to be the threat found himself threatened instead, and the humiliation ignited a fire of rage within Greybuck. He growled fiercely, "Is this how you educate your students at Hogwarts? Is it simply heart-wrenching and bone-deep suffering to you?" Greybuck found himself at a loss for words, stifled by Loya's swift and decisive retort. "You insolent girl. Go ahead and let him suffer," he spat. "Greybuck, you are being utterly unreasonable. Do you intend to monopolize both rewards?" Greybuck's wand was pointed menacingly at Hermione's head. Loya's wand was poised at the throat of the dark wizard, an accomplice of Greybuck. Both parties remained locked in a tense standoff, unwilling to yield an inch. The dark wizard, his face contorted with the lingering agony of a deep-seated pain, muttered to himself that mudblood consumed the potion and quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Why have you not followed suit? What does it signify? What elixir did she imbibe? Loya's mind raced with thoughts as she suddenly felt her arm losing sensation. Her hand trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to grasp her wand. Her pupils dilated in shock. Butterbeer? A wave of dizziness washed over her, rendering her legs unresponsive, leaving her struggling to maintain her balance. The malevolent, piercing laughter of the dark wizard echoed through the dim, filthy alley. She staggered a few steps, her balance faltering. And after a brief moment of disorientation, her consciousness slipped into darkness. The dark wizard picked up her wand, examining it for its potential worth before stowing it away in his pocket. Greybuck crouched down, gripping her chin forcefully, leaving red marks on her alabaster skin, and smacked his lips, declaring, "Such a beautiful face. It would be a shame to sell her to the old hag." In an instant, a spell whizzed past his ear, causing Greybuck to clutch his smoking ear. More spells shot from the same direction, forcing Greybuck to retreat a few steps, distancing himself from Loya. Terence emerged from the alley, tightly gripping his wand. As a Slytherin, he was compelled to muster his courage to step forward in order to graduate successfully. Deep down, they considered their headmaster more terrifying than the dark wizard or a werewolf. He struggled to calm himself and assess the situation before him: two adult dark wizards and a werewolf. The brown-haired Gryffindor, positioned further away, was beyond his help. However, Miss Grindelwald was merely a few meters away. If he could persist in casting spells to repel the two adversaries and create distance, he could seize the moment to escape with Miss Grindelwald using the door key. As Terence formulated his plan, preparing to cast a spell, a flash of red light streaked past him, disarming his wand. Terence gasped, disbelief washing over him as he turned to see another dark wizard blocking his path. These two thugs, they had an accomplice? They were surrounded. Loya gradually opened her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in darkness. It became apparent that she was situated in a chamber reminiscent of a basement, permeated by a somber and eerie atmosphere, accompanied by the musty stench of decay. This space resembled a dungeon more than a mere cellar. As she propped herself up, her hand inadvertently brushed against the unconscious form of Hermione beside her. Not only Hermione, but Terence also lay collapsed against the wall, while several others were sprawled about the dungeon in disarray. Loya found herself momentarily bewildered, struggling to recall how she and Hermione had been captured by werewolves and dark wizards, only to realize that Terence had also been seized. The wound on Terence's forehead was particularly conspicuous. Fortunately, the blood had coagulated, staunching further hemorrhage. Dim moonlight filtered through the clouds, with the scant illumination seeping in through a small window barred with iron, allowing her to discern her surroundings. In the corner of the dungeon, several children of similar age huddled together. Each appeared gaunt and emaciated, their bony wrists contorted by heavy shackles that had left them deformed. Their festering wounds were even infested with maggots. They stared vacantly, their faces devoid of expression, showing no awareness of Loya and her companion's presence. It was evident that these individuals had been imprisoned in the dungeon for an extended period. Loya was struck with realization. They had fallen into the hands of human traffickers within the wizarding world. A man clad in tattered robes arrived at number 19, Spidertail Alley. His appearance was disheveled, with a dust-covered coat enveloping him entirely, leaving only his nose and eyes visible. The wandering wizard rapped on the door, handing over a small wooden box to the house elf, who answered the call. "A little girl sent me here," he conveyed. "She instructed me to tell you to place the contents of this box upon the wound." The house elf accepted the box, inquiring about the whereabouts of their mistress. The wandering wizard, typically reticent, as they usually completed their tasks without further inquiry post-payment, hesitated. reflecting on the scene he had witnessed. He sensed that this employer was likely in grave danger. After a moment of deliberation, he compassionately advised, "She has been targeted. Contact her family." With that, he vanished from sight. The house elf hurriedly clutched the box and dashed into Severus Snape's chamber. The room was heavy with the scent of potent potions mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. Snape lay there, breathing erratically, his complexion ashen, devoid of any signs of awakening. Following Loya's instructions, the elf placed the glowing fragment from the box upon Snape's wound. To their astonishment, the shard began to blend into the injury, gradually vanishing. Before their very eyes, Snape's wound commenced a visible healing process, slowly closing, forming scabs that eventually fell away, revealing fresh flesh beneath. The cursed markings along the edges of the wound began to dissipate gradually. The author wishes to clarify, Terence and the female protagonist are merely friends and alumni. 3 chapters have been updated in one breath. Loya roused Hermione and Terence from their slumber. Upon awakening, Hermione rubbed her swollen temples, and after a moment of disorientation, she finally comprehended the events that had transpired. She had been struck by a wave of dizziness in the street outside the Boggins shop in Nocturne Alley, just before being ambushed by dark wizards. With fury, she glared at Terence, accusing, "You slipped a potion to incapacitate us in our butterbeer." Terence's eyes widened in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. "It wasn't me. I truly had no knowledge that anyone tampered with your butterbeer," he protested. Hermione remained skeptical of Terence's claims. "You are in league with those dark wizards." Loya hastily interrupted Hermione. "I place my trust in him. If he were indeed an accomplice of those individuals, he would not be confined in the dungeon alongside us. It is possible that we had already caught the attention of werewolves and dark wizards upon entering the tavern." Loya endeavored to soothe Hermione's emotions. Now was not the time for internal strife. They should focus on how to escape from the dungeon. Hermione turned her face away, choosing to remain silent. Terence wore an expression of deep remorse. He was truly unaware that the 2 mugs of butterbeer had been tampered with, and he had wholly attributed the responsibility for the girl's abduction to himself. Loya inquired of them, "Are your wands with you?" Hermione and Terence immediately began rummaging through their pockets, only to discover that not only their wands but also their keys and all other valuables had been taken from them. In this world, a wizard's existence is inextricably linked to their wand. Apart from a few exceptional sorcerers capable of casting spells without one, those without wands are akin to helpless prey awaiting slaughter. The ghost of their academy, nearly headless Nick, had met his demise after being deprived of his wand by a muggle, resulting in his execution by 45 blows. Stripped of their wands, they found themselves utterly powerless. The cell they occupied was surrounded by walls, and in the corner, a spider's web clung to the remains of several insects. The solitary small window was positioned too high, rendering even the 6th-year Terence unable to reach it. Fortunately, this remorseful Slytherin was more than willing to assist. Loya stepped onto his shoulders to gain leverage and ascended to the small window. Through the iron bars, she glimpsed a courtyard and a dense forest beyond. It seemed they were imprisoned within an abandoned, dilapidated manor. Hanging from a desiccated tree in the courtyard were the corpses of the manor's owner and his family, long since decomposed, leaving only skeletal remains. If her conjecture was correct, the kidnappers had plundered this household long ago, using the forsaken manor as their hideout. In a corner, the sound of a girl sobbing caught their attention. Following the sound, they saw Lavender crouched in despair, her hands clasped over her head. Although they belonged to the same house, Hermione, Loya, and Lavender were not particularly acquainted. Yet, how had Lavender ended up captured as well? Lavender's face was etched with hopelessness as she babbled incoherently. Loya distilled the essence from her words, revealing that she had inadvertently been captured by werewolves and dark sorcerers. A sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from outside as the iron door of the dungeon creaked open. A hunchbacked old witch shuffled into the dim chamber, followed by a towering yet grotesquely deformed giant. The creature's skull was severely misshapen, suggesting a significant degree of intellectual impairment. His exposed skin was marred by tumors and growths, resembling the monstrous beings Loya had encountered in horror films, afflicted by radiation. The deformed giant trailed behind the old witch like an oversized infant, calling out for his mother. Loya immediately discerned that the old witch's son was a mere incompetent devoid of magical abilities. As the sole upperclassman in the dungeon, Terence positioned himself protectively in front of them, embodying the duty expected of a senior student. The old witch's piercing gaze swept over them, and she proclaimed, You are my purchased slaves. I possess the authority to dictate your lives and deaths. You would do well to refrain from any thoughts of escape. For should you attempt it, I shall have your heads displayed upon trees, where the beasts of the forest will gnaw upon your bones." It became apparent that the werewolves and dark wizards had sold them to the old hag. Overcome by fear, Lavender lost her composure and shouted, "Our headmaster is Dumbledore." A dangerous glint flickered in the old witch's eyes as she brandished her wand, unleashing a green light that struck Lavender directly. Loya was all too familiar with the piercing green light, a torment that cut deeply. The entire dungeon echoed with the anguished screams of Lavanda, writhing in agony. A sinister smile crept across the old witch's lips. "I have lived longer than your esteemed headmaster." Terence attempted to thwart the witch's malevolence, but a vile curse sent him crashing against the wall. Meanwhile, the handcuffed children remained in a stupor, as if the horrific scene before them was a commonplace occurrence. Hermione, disregarding the gravity of the moment, stood defiantly. Yet this was not the time for bravado. Loya grasped her tightly, desperate to prevent her recklessness. However, Hermione shouted, "Dumbledore will surely find us." The witch let out a chilling laugh and mercilessly unleashed her torment upon Hermione, as Hermione writhed in agony beneath the green light. Her eyes swollen and lips bloodied, the old witch reveled in her suffering. With a flick of her wand, Hermione's body was yanked forward as if by an invisible hand. The witch cruelly tugging at her hair, glaring at her with a fierce intensity. "You think you are still in England? This is merely a desolate wilderness. No one will find you, and no one will come to your aid." Hermione, defiant to the end, gritted her teeth. "The Ministry of Magic will not let you go unpunished. Those pigs." The witch cackled maniacally. "You talk too much. Perhaps your tongue should be silenced." Hermione's eyes widened in terror as she trembled, watching the grotesque giant unsheath a dagger from his belt, pressing it against her tongue. Loya's nerves were taut. Fully aware that she was ensnared in peril, without her wand, she felt utterly powerless, yet she continued to provoke the old witch one after another. Courage does not equate to recklessness. Devoid of her magical staff, she found herself bereft of options, unable to stand idly by as the main character, Hermione, faced the grim fate of having her tongue severed. With no other recourse, she was left with the crude and direct approach of drawing the witch's ire. The old witch, Loya, cursed loudly. "You hideous creature, what misdeeds did you commit in your youth to deserve such retribution? Your offspring are grotesque monstrosities. The mere sight of him turns my stomach. He resembles neither man nor beast, and when he ventures out, he is like a rat scurrying through the streets. Reviled by all, he can only survive in the depths of the forest, scraping by in wretched existence." Even the intellectually impaired giant can comprehend Loya's scorn. The grotesque giant, now consumed by hatred, has forgotten all about Hermione. She lies crumpled against the wall like a discarded doll, letting out a painful whimper. The monstrous giant gritted his teeth, advancing step by step towards Loya. Loya stepped back until her back pressed against the frigid brick wall, a colossal shadow enveloping her. In order to prevent Hermione from losing her tongue, she could do no more. However, the hatred she harbored would likely lead to her own demise. The grotesque giant seized her shoulder with an iron grip, lifting her effortlessly. Loya realized that escape was futile, as the pressure on her shoulder felt as though it might shatter the bone. The deformed giant turned to seek the old witch's approval. "Mother, her eyes are as beautiful as sapphires. May I extract one to string it into a necklace to wear around my neck? You can only take one eye. If she goes blind, she cannot work, and we do not support the blind." With the old witch's consent, the giant's eyes gleamed with excitement as he licked his lips. Raising the dagger with fervent anticipation, Loya watched as the sharp tip of the dagger drew ever closer to her eyes. It seemed she was truly on the brink of peril, and all she could do was pray that the realm of sorcery possessed a potion capable of conjuring Izanil. Snape found himself in a dream where his girl had grown, her golden hair cascading down to her waist. The innocence had faded from her features, replaced by a clarity in her gaze that carried an air of maturity and elegance. She had reached his chest, able to look up at him effortlessly, no longer needing to rise on tiptoes, craning her neck as she once did in her childhood. She had matured and learned the nuances of discretion. No longer would she impulsively dash into Snape's chamber or intrude upon his cellar like a child. She was no longer that chattering little girl who trailed behind him, and their moments of solitude together had dwindled, becoming increasingly rare. The silent presence within Loya has vanished. She no longer requires his elixirs. The bond that once intricately connected them has also dissipated. Loya meticulously gathered her belongings and vacated Spidertail Alley. as though she had never left a trace in her life, merely a transient presence. Snape no longer had to worry that the quiet turmoil would consume her existence. She could lead a carefree life like her peers. Snape repeatedly assured himself that this was a positive development, was it not? Yet, why did he feel an emptiness within? As if something had been irrevocably lost? Consequently, their interactions seemed to dwindle, and the chasm between them grew ever wider. In potions class, Loya began to engage earnestly, transforming their relationship into one resembling that of typical teacher and student. When they chanced upon each other outside of class, she would politely greet him before departing, embodying the demeanor of a respectful and diligent pupil. As she brushed past him, Snape felt an urge to call out to her. But Loya turned to him with a puzzled expression. His lips quivered, yet no words escaped his mouth. Thus, their relationship came to an abrupt halt. Loya stands as the most radiant presence at Hogwarts, forever surrounded by a throng of peers. She is never short of exceptional admirers, consistently receiving an array of flowers, love letters, and gifts from infatuated suitors, while the boys tirelessly devise ways to capture her attention. Yet, within Severus Snape resides a singular affection. He harbors unrealistic hopes, clinging to the faintest glimmer of possibility for her return, to the extent that he has never truly contemplated the nature of his feelings for Loya. She is the entrusted charge of amiss.Dumbledore, while he plays the role of Dumbledore's double agent. Throughout the years they spent together, Snape dutifully cared for her, instinctively fulfilling her every desire whenever he could. What, then, is the essence of their relationship? By the time he finally comprehends his emotions, it is already too late. Snape watches from a distance as a boy, often seen at Loya's side, is playfully nudged by a laughing crowd towards a girl beneath a tree, summoning his courage. The boy kneels before her, presenting a ring with a heart full of tender affection, surrounded by joyous laughter as the crowd cheers him on to elicit her acceptance. Taken aback by the sudden declaration, Loya stands frozen in place. Snape gazes from afar, an inexplicable sense of anxiety and helplessness washing over him. Loya did not notice Snape in the distance. She tilted her head, her golden hair swaying gently with her movement. Loya seemed to have whispered something to the young man, her voice melodious and clear, yet only he could not discern her words. In a surge of excitement, the boy grasped her hand and held her tightly. Around them, smiles radiated from those who genuinely wished them well, admiring their striking compatibility. Only Severus Snape felt out of place, as if he was destined to dwell in the shadows. He had failed to retain his girl, and a tumult of unarticulated emotions intertwined within him, causing his heart to ache as if it were being wrenched. Dumbledore, feigning nonchalance while preparing tea, inquired with a subtle intention, "What do you think of Loya and that boy?" Snape remained silent for a considerable time, respecting Loya's choice. As long as she was content. Dumbledore retracted his smile, his words laced with a probing tone, yet imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "And what do you think of Loya?" Dumbledore hoped for him to make the right decision. Snape's lowered gaze concealed the sorrow in his eyes. He heard his own hoarse voice utter, "She deserves someone younger and better." A burning pain seared through Snape's throat as he witnessed Dumbledore breathe a sigh of relief upon receiving his response. Dumbledore was pleased with his choice. He understood that Dumbledore had long paved the way for Loya. On her future path, he was no longer needed, and his presence should no longer linger. He had known this all along. As dawn broke, Snape awoke, the first light filtering through the window to illuminate his gaunt cheeks. The dream had felt so unreal, yet it left him with an indescribable heaviness in his chest. Snape stared blankly at his surroundings, lifting his gaze to the calendar on the table and realized he had been unconscious for 3 days. A slight indentation remained by his bedside, suggesting that Loya had kept him company throughout his slumber. She had learned to care for others. An involuntary smile began to form at the corners of Snape's lips. He recalled Loya's injury. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly neglect to change her bandages on time. Determined, Snape propped himself up to check on Loya's wound, only to be astonished to find no pain in his abdomen. He lifted his robe, discovering that the injury had miraculously healed, leaving behind only a ghastly scar. The marks of the curse had vanished entirely. Confused, Snape pushed open the door, finding the corridor quieter than usual. Loya's pet, the Sniffler, often left the house in disarray, a fact he was indifferent to. However, the current silence was unsettling. In the corridor, he encountered a listless Sniffler, its head drooping, lacking the usual exuberance that filled the air. An inexplicable unease welled up within Severus Snape. He hastily made his way to Loya's room, striving to quell the rising panic within him, fearful of startling the occupants inside. He gently rapped on the door. After a prolonged silence, there was no response. Growing anxious, he pushed the door open. The girl's room was immaculate and tidy, as if uninhabited for days. A chill breeze swept through the half-open window, causing the heavy curtains to flutter gently. A house elf, carrying breakfast, encountered Snape as he entered. His voice trembled with urgency and anxiety. "Where is Loya?" The house elf recoiled slightly, stammering, "Miss has been missing for 3 days." Snape's mind erupted in chaos, rendering him motionless for several minutes before he could gather his faculties. What had transpired during his unconscious days? The author has something to say. It was merely a small dream. Today, I wrote 6,000 words, utterly exhausted, leaving not a drop of energy behind. Loya sometimes feels exceptionally unfortunate, as if ill fate conspires against her. On her first visit to the Alley of Overturning, she found herself sold to a malevolent old witch by human traffickers. The old witch, employing some dark sorcery or perhaps alchemy, has managed to live for over 2 centuries. Yet, Loya occasionally senses a peculiar stroke of luck in dire situations, much like the current one. The grotesque giant clutched her shoulder, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. The sharp tip of a blade halted perilously close to her eye. Just then, a guard hurried into the cell to announce, "Master, Greybark has brought a new beast. It is exceedingly agitated, relentlessly battering its cage, and might break free at any moment. Greybark is outside urging you to settle the payment." The old witch scoffed, casting a glance at Loya. "Consider yourself fortunate. I have no time to deal with you now." As the giant released his grip, Loya fell to the ground, rubbing her shoulder, which had nearly been crushed. The old witch hurried away with her dim-witted, misshapen son to attend to the new acquisition. Loya couldn't help but marvel at her own narrow escape. In the dungeon, aside from the unfamiliar children shackled in handcuffs, she was now the only one unscathed. The others were far less fortunate. The most tragic of all was Terence, the Slytherin who had already sustained a head injury. His wound, exacerbated by a heavy blow, gaped and bled profusely. Slumped against the wall, blood oozed from the injury, rapidly soaking the front of his garments. If the bleeding did not cease, Terence was at grave risk of succumbing to shock from blood loss. The barren dungeon offered nothing. The old witch would certainly not show mercy by providing them with any hemostatic agents or bandages. Loya endeavored to recall the survival reality show she had watched in her previous life. Although much of it was merely a fade designed to deceive viewers, the wilderness emergency knowledge presented in the program had some utility, albeit limited. With no tools at her disposal, Loya resorted to biting open the sleeve of her cotton coat, extracting large clumps of cotton from within. She pressed the makeshift compress against Terence's wound for several minutes. Lacking proper medical gauze, she had to make do with this rudimentary method to staunch the bleeding, while the risk of infection was uncertain. It was undoubtedly cleaner than using lime as a dressing. Terence weakly uttered a word of gratitude. Lavanda endured her torment for a significantly shorter duration than Hermione, and her current condition allowed her to sit up unaided. Hermione, on the other hand, curled in agony on the cold marble floor, her body shivering uncontrollably. The residual pain from her torment continued to afflict her, and her fingers dug tightly into the crevices of the floor tiles. Loya wrapped her own coat around her. For after all, Hermione was still but a child, having endured the torment of the old hag and narrowly escaping the loss of her tongue. She bore both physical and emotional scars. With reddened eyes and a quivering nose, Hermione clutched at a glimmer of hope and asked, "Loya, will Dumbledore come to save us?" Loya harbored no intentions of deceiving her. If the old witch's words bore any truth, they were not even within the borders of England. She managed to force a reassuring smile. It is difficult to ascertain, but with the school term approaching and their prolonged absence, Dumbledore would undoubtedly take notice. Hermione, with her arm shielding her eyes, choked on her words. "It is my fault. Had I not suggested going to the pub, we would not have indulged in butterbeer. Nor would we have found ourselves captured here." Hermione wept. Loya observed her trembling shoulders, helpless and despondent. In an effort to console the sorrowful little lion, Loya puffed out her chest and optimistically reassured her, "I am a girl who has survived great adversity, blessed with a remarkable resilience. Those 2 wretches who sought to gouge out my eyes failed miserably. The heavens are clearly watching over me. Now, if I were to venture into the Muggle world, I would undoubtedly strike it rich and ascend to the pinnacle of my life." Hermione lowered her arms and lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at Loya. Loya gently patted her back and said, "The Muggle books state that sleep is humanity's finest means of self-healing. Do allow yourself a moment of rest." Exhausted from her tears, Hermione was on the verge of slumber, while Lavender, seemingly agitated by some unseen force, shouted at the several handcuffed girls imprisoned in the cell. "I ask you, where is this place? Are you all mute?" Loya cast a pained glance at her, remarking on her surprising strength, urging her to remain silent for a moment. Lavanda, however, disregarded Loya's plea, unable to accept her current plight of being at the mercy of others. Fear had driven her to the brink of madness. "Are you not merely mute, but also deaf?" One of the girls, shackled with chains, turned her gaze toward Lavanda. She slowly parted her lips, yet uttered no sound. Her mouth was a dark void, devoid of a tongue. These girls, much like them, were captured little sorceresses, who had suffered the cruel hands of the old witch, resulting in the severing of their tongues. In sheer terror, Lavanda covered her mouth, finally falling silent. The following day, the jailer arrived with a bucket of moldy black bread, which was unceremoniously thrown onto the ground. The group of tongueless children lunged toward the food like ravenous wolves, driven by their insatiable hunger. Loya picked up a piece of black bread, brushing off the dust clinging to its surface with his sleeve. Regardless of how unpalatable the food might be, he had no choice but to replenish his strength. It was far better than enduring hunger. Hermione tore off a small chunk of bread, her arms trembling incessantly from the lingering effects of excruciating pain. After several attempts, she finally succeeded in bringing the morsel to her mouth. The old witch and her dim-witted giant son were preparing to hunt in the forest, in need of a living bait. With a disdainful glance at the half-dead, trembling Hermione and the weeping Lavender, the witch pointed her wand at Loya and declared, "You, come forth." Loya followed the old witch out of the dungeon with a serene expression. For her, this moment represented a golden opportunity. Having been confined in the dungeon for several days, she was eager to familiarize herself with the surrounding terrain and acquire any valuable information available. Loya was shoved into the forest outside the abandoned manor by the grotesque giant. Loya's composed visage surveyed her surroundings. Had she possessed a wand at that moment, she would undoubtedly not be subjugated by anyone. From the depths of the forest, the occasional growl of a beast echoed through the air. Loya was compelled to walk ahead, the old witch brandishing her wand ominously directed at the small of her back, warning her against any rash movements or thoughts of escape. The witch stood beside a gnarled tree, from which hung the mangled carcass of a deer, torn beyond recognition. The trunk bore several deep claw marks, and blood dripped to the ground, pooling into a warm, crimson puddle. After scrutinizing the corpse for a moment, a sinister grin stretched across the witch's face. "It lurks nearby." Under the witch's command, a grotesque giant excavated a pit several meters deep in the clearing, its bottom lined with sharpened bamboo stakes. The witch then inscribed a magical circle around the pit. With a dagger, she made a shallow cut on Loya's arm, allowing her blood to flow into the circle. The enchantment seemed to amplify the scent of her blood, and in an instant, the air around her thickened with its metallic aroma. The witch's sunken eyes widened to the size of copper bells as she cackled. Fresh blood of a child is the finest bait to lure those bloodthirsty beasts. As the unwitting bait, Loya stood taut at the edge of the pit, acutely aware that behind her lay the bamboo stakes. A single misstep could turn her into skewered flesh. The clouds above gradually parted, revealing a luminous full moon. From the depths of the jungle came the rustling sounds of the approaching beast, drawing nearer with each passing moment. A colossal shadow darted through the trees with such speed that Loya scarcely had time to react. In the instant the creature lunged toward her, poised to sever her throat. She deftly leaped aside, and the beast, missing its target, plummeted directly into the trap behind her. Loya gasped for breath. Had she not reacted swiftly, she would have either had her throat severed by the beast or met a similar fate, plummeting into the pit to be skewered like a shish kebab. She leaned over to gaze into the abyss, where a fully grown werewolf lay ensnared. Its body was pierced in 2 places by bamboo blades, though not fatal. The creature was in a state of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. The old witch pointed her staff at the werewolf, chanting an incantation of unknown origin. As she spoke, the werewolf's form began to transform. It shrank in size, its fur gradually vanishing, ultimately revealing a man with a grotesquely scarred face. The more Loya gazed upon that face, the more it seemed familiar. Remus Lupin? Mr. Boken could not fathom why an auror from the American Ministry of Magic would appear in Knockturn Alley. There stood the impeccably dressed auror, tall and poised, right before the counter of his shop. Mr. Boken, convinced he had committed no heinous acts, wondered why an international auror would come here to investigate. Grit Graves, hailing from the American Ministry of Magic, had just entered middle age. His demeanor exuded the first impression of a gentleman of considerable poise and refinement. His piercing blue eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance before he revealed his aura credentials, adorned with his photograph and the striking emblem of the American eagle. In a tone that was both official and detached, Grit Graves stated, "We suspect Graegerbach is connected to a cross-border wizard kidnapping case." As he paced, he continued to survey the area. "Witnesses have reported that this cunning werewolf sold several dubious student wands in your establishment. Mr. Boken's expression darkened as he reluctantly surrendered a silver wand and 2 black wands to Grit Graves. The latter, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remarked, "You are still short 1 wand." Mr. Boken, perplexed, looked at him in confusion. "Loya Grindelwald pawned a wand in your shop," Grit Graves continued. Feeling guilty, Mr. Boken stammered, "It has already been sold." A subtle shift occurred in Grit Graves' expression, his smile fading. "She pledged the wand for 50 galleons, promising to retrieve it within 3 days. The deadline has passed, and she has not returned to reclaim her wand. Thus, I am certainly entitled to sell it." After a moment of scrutinizing him sideways, Grit Graves suddenly broke into a smile, seizing Mr. Boken by the collar and forcefully slamming his head against the counter. Mr. Boken, choking and gasping for air, turned a shade of purple as he struggled to breathe. The voice of Grit Graves was tinged with a shadowy menace, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, utterly contrasting with the gentlemanly demeanor he had just displayed. "Mr. Boken, I lack both the time and the patience," he said, his grip around Mr. Boken's throat tightening gradually. Mr. Boken's eyes rolled back, nearly pleading as he gasped. "The green wand is on the first shelf to the left." Grit Graves released his hold, and Mr. Boken coughed uncontrollably. A pouch containing 50 galleons was carelessly tossed onto the counter by Grit Graves. He hastened out of Boken's shop and the dark wizards. Upon seeing an aura suddenly appear in Nocturne Alley, instinctively made way. Grit Graves carefully tucked the green wand into his coat pocket and disapparated to Hogsmeade. After the impostor, representing the Child Protection Association, had threatened the Dorsleys, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, though still unsympathetic towards Harry, finally ceased to trouble him. Harry was no longer confined to the small house as fate would have it, relying on Ron's modified car to reach Hogwarts. He smoothly passed through the platform with the Weasley family and took a seat in the carriage alongside Ron. It seemed as though everything was diverging from the original narrative. Cedric traversed the train aisle, his handsome face radiating charm and politeness, drawing the attention of several young girls. However, a hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes as he inadvertently bumped into the snack cart. Cedric repeatedly apologized, helping the conductor pick up the scattered sweets. After passing through the last carriage with no success, he knocked on the door of Harry and Ron's compartment. "Hello, have you seen Loya?" Cedric inquired politely. Ron shook his head. Cedric had been corresponding with Loya throughout the holiday, treasuring each of her letters with utmost care, even as her subsequent replies became increasingly brief. Sometimes reduced to mere words, Cedric bore no grievances. He reflected on how his frequent letters might have disrupted Loya's daily life, and fearing he might annoy her, he had reduced his correspondence from every 3 days to once a week. However, of late, his letters had gone unacknowledged, the owl returning with them unopened. "You might check George and Fred's compartment. My brothers should have reserved a seat for Loya," Ron mumbled through a mouthful of Mrs. Weasley's pie. "I've already looked in Fred and George's compartment. Loya isn't there," Cedric sighed, a look of distress overtaking his features. He was well aware of Loya's close relationship with the Weasley twins. He had searched the entirety of the train, yet still found no sign of her. An inexplicable unease settled within Cedric. Ron shrugged. "Then I don't know. Hermione isn't here either. They might be late and missed the Hogwarts Express." Hearing Ron's words, Harry voiced his concern. "What if Loya misses the train? Will she be expelled from Hogwarts?" Ron looked at Harry as if he were foolish. "Are you joking? As she nearly brought Hogwarts to its knees during the previous academic year, one might wonder if anyone would consider expelling her. However, there seemed to be no cause for concern." Harry pondered this, but chose not to voice any further thoughts. This year's sorting ceremony lacked the usual exuberance, even to the point of being described as moribund. The normally benevolent smile of Headmaster Dumbledore was conspicuously absent, replaced by a furrowed brow and an air of severity. It was evident to all that Dumbledore was in poor spirits, leading the students to hesitate in their customary cheers and applause upon the Sorting Hat's declaration of their houses. Professor McGonagall, sensing the anxiety that Dumbledore was striving to conceal, cast a glance at the Gryffindor table, noting the absence of Miss Grindelwald and Miss Granger. A quick look at the vacant seat of Professor Snape further convinced her that matters were far from simple. The Great Hall had transformed into a setting where the Sorting Hat alone proclaimed the houses, with the students below enveloped in a profound silence, reluctant to break it. Harry and Ron heard whispers that this year's potions class might be temporarily suspended, which secretly thrilled Fred and George. When Ginny was called by name, she nervously took her seat as McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head. Ginny gazed at Harry, silently praying to be sorted into Gryffindor. Suddenly, the doors of the hall swung open and Filch rushed in, flustered. "Headmaster Dumbledore, there is an Auror from the American Ministry of Magic here to see you." Without waiting, Gritgraves forcefully pushed the door open and strode into the hall. Several professors were displeased by his impolite intrusion without permission. The young witches and wizards from the four houses had never encountered an Auror before, and a hush fell over them. The Daily Prophet had featured Gritgraves on its front page. He was a formidable and seasoned Auror, rivaling Mad-Eye Moody. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Professor McGonagall, who understood immediately that she would continue to preside over the sorting ceremony. Meanwhile, Dumbledore met with the Auror from the American Ministry of Magic in his office. Gritgraves introduced himself succinctly. Auror Gritgraves from the American Ministry of Magic, regarding Lorelei Grindelwald. She may have become entangled in a wizarding kidnapping case. Gritgraves retrieved 4 wands from his pocket and placed them upon the principal's desk. Dumbledore's aged hand gently caressed the silver wand, and he let out a slow, mournful sigh. Before her disappearance, Loya Grindelwald had visited Knockturn Alley, where witnesses had provided clues suggesting that she was abducted by the werewolf Greyback and sold to the witch Delphine Lalaurie. Rumors circulated that Delphine Lalaurie was engaged in peculiar experiments involving monsters. I had sought assistance from the Auror Command for an investigation. However, Gritgraves cast a meaningful glance at Dumbledore, for due to her name, the higher-ups were reluctant to intervene in this kidnapping case, seemingly preferring to let her fate unfold on its own. The final words were swallowed back by Gritgraves, for he now donned the guise of an elite Auror sworn to the Ministry of Magic. To openly disparage his own department would render him vulnerable. Holding his teacup, Gritgraves suddenly displayed an expression of discontent. "The spell of legilimency holds no effect over me. You may cease your probing, for I harbor no ill will toward Gellert Grindelwald." Albus Dumbledore maintained his calm gaze upon Gritgraves. His eyes, veiled behind crescent-shaped lenses, seemed to penetrate all facades. "Mr. Graves, why do you not reveal your true self?" As he paused, hand poised with the teacup, Gritgraves curled his lip. Having reached this point, he felt no need to uphold the faade of a composed middle-aged Auror, with arms crossed and eyes narrowed. He exuded a youthful essence that starkly contrasted his physical appearance. He had no intention of answering the elder's inquiry, preferring instead to convey his own message. The witch Delphine Lalaurie had evaded Auror pursuit for many years, likely no longer residing in Britain. My last informant traced her to New Mexico, and my authority extends only to this information. With that, Gritgraves departed Hogwarts. Upon returning to his temporary lodgings in London, he shed his coat, casually draping it over a hanger as he muttered to himself while heading toward the staircase leading to the basement. The old man dares to employ legilimency against me." Pushing open the heavy door, he found another Gritgraves imprisoned in the basement. Bound and bloodied, he appeared to have suffered unspeakable torture. His hands, cruelly pierced by several quills, were likely rendered useless. The once illustrious elite Auror now knelt in disgrace at the feet of his captor. The true Gritgraves glared fiercely at the impostor who had entered. Indeed, Graves had been dispatched to Britain on a mission, though it bore no relation to the abduction case of Delphine Lalaurie. Upon his arrival in Britain, he was ambushed, and the impostor had used Polyjuice Potion to assume his identity, now leisurely pouring a glass of champagne, a favorite among muggles. As the effects of the potion faded, the impostor's appearance gradually shifted. His short black hair lengthened to frame his ears. He morphed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed youth of around 16 or 17, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a youthful Grindelwald, almost indistinguishable. Yet, his temperament was entirely different. The boy's demeanor was capricious, his slanted eyes imbued with a hint of irreverence. He crossed his legs, reclining against the chair's back, one hand clutching the champagne while the other tapped rhythmically on the armrest. He surveyed the prostrate figure of Graves with a condescending gaze. "Graves, I offered you a chance. Information regarding Delphine Lalaurie I relayed through various channels, both overtly and covertly, yet you and your Auror Command have disregarded it, failing to take any investigative action. She is the descendant of the dark wizard Grindelwald. We long for someone to eliminate this grave threat." The Auror, kneeling defiantly, bellowed with unyielding spirit, only to have an entire bottle of alcohol poured over his face. A flicker of shadow passed through the boy's seemingly amused eyes as he contemplatively remarked, "Perhaps it is time I execute you as a wizard should." He toyed with Graves' wand at his fingertips, softly murmuring to himself, "I have forgotten how many years it has been since I last wielded this." He raised the wand, pointing it directly at Graves' head, causing the color to drain from Graves' face, leaving him cold with sweat. The boy spoke deliberately, Protego Diabolica, summoning a fire shield. A roaring inferno surged upward, instantly engulfing Graves, whose piercing screams echoed throughout the basement. A red-eyed vampire entered, clutching a copy of Lockhart's work under his arm, traveling with the vampire. "Hey, look what I've discovered. Behold the bestseller list of those wizards alongside a vampire's journey. It's utterly laughable. If I were that vampire in the book, I would have severed the protagonist's throat in the first chapter, concluding the tale by the second curtain down." As the vampire's words escaped him, he realized the Auror's corpse had been reduced to a charred visage by the blue flames that now licked the walls and ceiling. Shocked, the vampire exclaimed, "Oh my God, Dorian Grindelwald, have you lost your mind? You cannot seek your sister in New Mexico, so you decide to burn down my house in frustration?" The boy, named Dorian Grindel, paid no heed to the vampire's lamentations as he snapped Graves' wand, casually tossing it into the blue flames to be reduced to ashes. The vampire grumbled while extinguishing the fire, sweeping up the remains of the charred dust, shaking his head in pity. "The Graves family is truly unfortunate. Your grandfather fell victim to your father's treachery, and now the descendants suffer your wrath." The new academic year at Hogwarts had commenced for a week. Yet 3 Gryffindor girls and a senior Slytherin were conspicuously absent. Whispers circulated through the school, spinning bizarre tales regarding the disappearance of Loya Grindelwald. Some claimed Loya had become so audacious, basking in the headmaster's favor, that she forgot the start of term. Others suggested Loya Grindelwald had forsaken magic for literature, retreating to the Muggle world for her studies. Clever Ravenclaws conjectured that the Auror who appeared at Hogwarts that day was certainly connected to Loya Grindelwald's disappearance. However, the most peculiar version circulated within the Slytherin circle, as Professor Snape too had mysteriously vanished. Rumors whispered that Professor Snape had taken his favorite student, Loya, back to his hometown to wed, with 6th-year Terrence coerced into serving as a temporary officiant. Curiously, Pansy Parkinson inquired of Malfoy, "Malfoy, did you receive an invitation from your godfather? When you next see Loya Grindelwald, will you address her as godmother?" Upon hearing Pansy's words, Malfoy felt as though a weight had settled in his chest, and he erupted in indignation. "Impossible." Pansy was taken aback by Malfoy's intense reaction, casting him a surprised glance as the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Malfoy, in a fit of displeasure, flung himself onto the sofa, sneering at the absurd rumors circulating within his house. It was nothing short of a fantastical fabrication. The age difference between the two was hardly a matter for jest. Only a fool would believe it, and regardless of others' opinions, he certainly did not. Ultimately, Dumbledore silenced the murmurs by citing that a few individuals were unwell and would return to school a bit later. In the second year, due to the temporary cancellation of potions class, the third-year divination course was hastily incorporated into the second-year electives. Professor Trelawney, the divination instructor, was a peculiar woman, often staring vacantly and spouting nonsensical predictions. Adorned with large spectacles, her arms were laden with numerous bracelets and beads. Many regarded her divinations as rather imprecise. Few students paid keen attention in her class. Many hid behind their books, lazily dozing off, chatting, or daydreaming. "Children, you have chosen divination, the most challenging of all magical arts. Today, we shall explore the fundamental methods of divination," Professor Trelawney proclaimed dramatically, attempting to intimidate Neville with various ominous omens. Satisfied, she continued, "We will learn." Harry and Ron, already skeptical of Trelawney's prophecies, found little interest in the divination class. Witnessing Trelawney's eccentric antics only provoked their amusement, and they struggled to suppress their laughter, which inevitably echoed in her ears. Initially, she intended to introduce her students to the art of tea leaf reading. However, her displeasure prompted her to spin around swiftly, her eyes glinting behind her oversized glasses. "We shall learn to read the crystal ball." Turn to page 30. Ron extracted the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, the front page reporting that the ashes of elite Auror Grit graves had been discarded at the ministry's entrance. The urn adorned with a mocking, tongue-sticking-out face. The heinous act was a blatant affront to the ministry's authority. Ron shuddered. "Merlin, how terrifying." "Harry, don't you wish to become an Auror in the future? It seems like a rather perilous occupation." "Professor Trelawney is approaching us," Harry whispered. Trelawney arrived before them, tapping their desk. "Now, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, please direct your attention to your respective crystal balls. Let your eyes transcend the mundane and glimpse into your futures." Ron stared at the crystal ball, nearly succumbing to slumber, utterly bewildered by what revelations this glass orb could possibly hold. "Well, Mr. Weasley, what do you see within the crystal ball?" With a yawn, Ron replied, "I see a chicken leg." Laughter erupted from Gryffindor. Trelawney shot a disapproving glare at the uncooperative Ron, cleared her throat, and turned to the attentive Harry. "Mr. Potter, concentrate on the crystal ball and tell me what you perceive." Harry found himself fixated on the crystal ball, gradually discerning a vortex within it that expanded until he was engulfed in darkness. Professor Trelawney and his classmates vanished from sight. Navigating through the dark tunnel, he spotted a faint glimmer of light at its end and instinctively moved towards the sole source of illumination, eventually reaching a door that he pushed open without thought. To his bewilderment, he entered an unfamiliar interrogation room. Before him sat a silver-haired girl, handcuffed to the interrogation chair. As he stepped into this strange environment, he beheld the girl raising her head slowly. Upon recognizing her features, Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. The girl bound to the chair was a future version of Loya. Her expression bore hints of pride and indifference, her once golden hair now transformed to silver, cascading down to her waist. He instinctively called her name. But Loya appeared oblivious to his presence, as though she could neither see nor hear him. It was then that Harry realized his own body was nearly transparent, rendering him invisible to all. The sound of polished shoes echoing against the marble floor drew his attention as a young Auror passed through him, striding directly toward the girl. Young Harry was astonished to notice a lightning-shaped scar on the Auror's forehead. This Auror was a future version of himself. The girl, now the subject of interrogation, finally spoke. Her gaze devoid of emotion, her voice composed and calm, showing no signs of distress befitting a captive. "With the entire Ministry of Magic's Aurors laying in wait for me, not a single one dares to stand up and interrogate me. Should I feel flattered that they sent you to do the job?" The Auror, Harry, regarded her with a complex expression. "I imagine the Ministry is currently overwhelmed with the bodies of Aurors. Dealing with that must be quite a hassle. Would you like me to incinerate them with a blast of dragon fire?" "Enough," she interjected. Loya tilted her head slightly, her voice laced with sarcasm, as if she intended to provoke him deliberately. "Not fond of what you hear? Auror, what is it that pleases your ears? Let me ponder, for instance. I have been exploiting you, utilizing your identity as a savior to fulfill my own ambitions. Now that you are of no use to me, you are nothing more than an option." "Enough," Harry interrupted, striving to mask the turmoil within him. Each of her words pierced his heart like a sharp dagger, carving a gaping wound that bled profusely. He fixed his gaze upon her, unwilling to overlook even the slightest flicker of emotion in her eyes. "Why must you incessantly provoke me?" Loya lifted her gaze, her eyes colliding with his, revealing nothing but wariness and unfamiliarity. Harry averted his eyes, only to catch sight of the ring adorning her finger, causing his pupils to quiver with intensity. A tumult of emotions, resentment, heartache, and agitation, pulled at him fiercely, transforming Harry's expression into one of murky ambiguity as his voice deepened. "When did you, and he?" The girl tilted her chin, laughter escaping her lips. "Of course, it was when you were absent." With a resounding crash, the documents on the table were swept to the floor by Harry's sudden movement. The nearby Auror in turn was taken aback, startled by the transformation of this usually affable savior into a figure of such fury. Harry turned his gaze towards the intern, his tone flat yet commanding. "You may leave. I shall submit the subsequent interrogation report myself." Clearly intimidated by the darkness in Harry's eyes, the intern hastily sought to exit the scene. In the now desolate interrogation room, only Harry and Loya remained. Harry, silent, studied her for an extended period, while the girl in the interrogation chair seemed disinclined to acknowledge him, turning her head away. Harry advanced towards her, bending down. His distinctly defined fingers brushed against Loya's ear, gliding through her silken silver hair to touch the nape of her neck. With a gentle yet firm grip, he drew her closer, denying her the chance to evade him. Lowering his head, he rested his forehead against hers, almost able to perceive her warm breath. With a melancholic smile, Harry murmured softly, "How did we end up like this?" He wished fervently that time could freeze at this moment, allowing them to forget that they stood as adversaries on opposing sides. Loya turned a deaf ear to his queries, her cruel words shattering the remnants of his fragile dreams. Harry heard her cold, impatient voice declare, "Stay away from me." The last taut thread in Harry's mind snapped. He gripped her shoulders tightly, his knuckles whitening with the intensity of his hold, and his voice, imbued with an unprecedented darkness and obsession. nearly emerged as a growl. "There has never been a place for me in your heart." Harry pressed firmly on her shoulders, his tone rife with desperation and madness. "It was I who petitioned to interrogate you. Rather than letting you fall into their hands, I would rather it be mine. Instead of witnessing you suffer at the hands of others, it is better to perish in my grasp." Loya's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The so-called great savior has indeed lost his sanity. Loya caught a glimpse of Harry's trembling hand gripping his wand. She raised an elegant eyebrow and inquired, "So, Auror, are you able to take action?" "Mr. Potter, what did you perceive within the crystal ball?" Professor Trelawney's voice jolted Harry back from the prophecy contained within the sphere. His complexion was ashen, cold sweat saturating his garments, and his shoulders trembled imperceptibly. If what he beheld was a glimpse of the future, it revealed a Loya who despised him, and a version of himself inflicting harm upon her. A wave of anxiety washed over Harry, rendering his heart restless. He stammered, "I no longer wish to be an Auror." Ron gazed at him with a look of utter confusion. "You believe in divination?" "Hermione doesn't, so how could it predict the future?" The top student, Hermione, was undoubtedly correct. What one sees may not necessarily be the truth, and the results of divination may lack credibility. Harry reassured himself, and gradually, his pallor began to fade. The author wishes to convey that this work is a product of creative freedom, and the veracity of the prophecy remains uncertain even to the author. Whether the future Harry exhibits a hint of darkness is also beyond the author's knowledge, and it is unclear if the story will reach that point. It shall unfold as fate dictates. The author perceives second-year Harry as merely a child and feels unable to delve deeper into his character, perhaps reconsidering in the third year. More than half a month has passed since they were captured by the old witch, and Loya, along with her classmate Lavender, has been compelled to venture into the forest to gather materials for the witch's potions. Loya grasped a medicinal herb and tossed it into the wicker basket behind her. The forest was shrouded in dim light, with trees densely clustered together, allowing only faint rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves. They had to gather an entire basket of herbs before nightfall. Otherwise, they would meet the same tragic fate as a poor little girl from a few days ago, who was fed to the beasts by the old witch for failing to procure the required quantity of herbs. As dusk approached, it indeed presented a suitable opportunity for escape. However, Loya found herself fixated on the iron ring engraved with the number 13 that encircled her wrist. The ring, rusted and evidently aged, had once confined a sorceress who had met a cruel end at the hands of the old witch for attempting to flee. This ring was imbued with a tracking enchantment, and the old witch possessed a parchment map akin to a live point tracker. For those adorned with the ring, every movement was reflected by corresponding numbers on her map. Unless the ring was removed, the path to freedom remained obstructed. Moreover, the system governing her was capricious, responding only at its whim, at times. It would not show itself for months on end. Relying solely on the system without personal growth was tantamount to entrusting one's life to another. If the system were truly so formidable, it would be better to obliterate the entire realm of sorcery with a single bullet. Even Voldemort, no matter how grandiose, would be reduced to nothingness if he ventured into Hiroshima. The woods outside the manor teemed with wild medicinal plants, and Loya had contemplated the idea of using poisonous mushrooms and toxic herbs to exact revenge. After searching for a considerable time, she found no herbs that posed a lethal threat or had hallucinogenic properties. She did, however, discover a plant that could induce severe diarrhea, fortunately. Her attentiveness in potion class had not been in vain, as she had gleaned some knowledge. Driven by a desire for retribution, Loya ground the diarrhea-inducing herb into a fine powder and, seizing a moment when the old witch's kitchen servant was distracted, sprinkled the powder into the pot. Consequently, the old witch and her grotesquely dim-witted giant son spent the entire day in a state of vomiting and diarrhea. The servant was swiftly dispatched by a curse from the old witch, her lifeless body hanging from a tree in the front yard. Loya could not be blamed for collateral damage. This servant had harbored inappropriate intentions towards the girls when delivering meals to their cell, and it was only after Loya had bitten off his finger that he relented. With one less scoundrel in the world, Loya felt quite pleased. Unbeknownst to her, the basket was now brimming with herbs. The sky was darkening, and with the lurking beasts of the forest, it was time to return. Loya glanced up at the sky, reminding Lavender. Yet, what to do? Lavender appeared utterly helpless, standing in place, her words failing her. Loya cast a glance at the herbs in her basket and immediately comprehended the situation. Lavanda had merely half a basket of herbs, and upon returning, she was certain to face the wrath of the old witch, an ordeal that could lead to grievous injuries, or worse, the loss of limbs. Lavanda had once contemplated fleeing and had even attempted it, but the old witch easily tracked her down through the enchanted bracelet. The price Lavanda paid for her capture was dire, nearly succumbing to the torturous curse. Consequently, the mere sight of the old witch now sent shivers down her spine. Leaving Lavanda trembling in fear, on the verge of tears, Loya remained silent, for she was not adept at offering consolation, although she was not well acquainted with Lavender. They shared the same house of Gryffindor, and she felt compelled to lend a hand. Therefore, she poured the surplus herbs from her own basket into Lavender's. That should suffice. It was time to return. Lavender cast a grateful glance her way. The old witch had recently been concocting a special potion and had tasked Loya with monitoring the cauldron, instructing her to turn it counterclockwise twice every half hour, followed by 3 clockwise turns. This potion was to be brewed for over 10 hours, and Loya sensed that it was far from ordinary. Seizing a moment when the old witch was distracted, she stealthily concealed the small knife used for cutting herbs into her sleeve. The following day, the old witch ventured to a secluded cave. Inside, rows of cells surrounded by iron bars contained adult men, all of whom appeared to have lost their sanity. They knelt on the ground, their bodies covered in a myriad of rashes and blisters, their eyes clouded, leaving only a ghastly pallor. The old witch led the way while Loya followed. Carrying a crate of potions, the small knife slipped into her palm, and Loya steeled herself, mentally assessing the likelihood of successfully ambushing the old witch at that moment. Unless she could deliver a fatal blow, the witch would undoubtedly retaliate with a lethal curse. The knife was quite old and the blade dull. She was uncertain whether it could swiftly pierce flesh and claim a life. Gripping the knife tightly, she prepared to raise it when suddenly a figure emerged behind her, prompting her to hastily hide the knife back in her sleeve. A grotesque giant entered, dragging a tongueless young witch along the ground, the chains clanking as they were pulled. "Mother, she tried to escape into the forest, but I captured her," the giant reported. The old witch scoffed lightly, "Such a foolhardy creature. We shall proceed according to the usual methods." Loya witnessed the grotesque giant seize the girl, violently tearing away the iron ring that had once marked her for tracking. At this juncture, the girl no longer required it, for her life was but a fleeting moment away from extinguishment. The ring would soon be left for the next sorceress ensnared. Her hands were ensnared by chains, the other end tethered to the iron bars of a grim cell. The old witch extracted a vial of dark elixir from her apothecary, gripping the neck of the man confined within the cell, forcing the potion down his throat. In an instant, his body began to swell, sprouting thick fur, transforming him into a ravenous werewolf devoid of reason. The beast, catching the scent of the prey bound to the iron bars, lunged with its razor-sharp claws through the gaps, tearing into the girl's arm in a heartbeat. Amidst her piercing screams, like a frenzied creature of the wild, it savaged her abdomen and throat, devouring her flesh and blood until only a bloodied severed arm remained tethered by the chains. The old witch surveyed the horrific scene with satisfaction, pausing to lean on her staff. "Mindless beast, you may cease once you are satiated," she commanded. Upon her words, the frenzied werewolf seemed to be frozen in place, motionless. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Loya suddenly experienced an epiphany. Even in the absence of a full moon, the old witch's elixirs had the capacity to transform werewolves instantaneously. Those who had consumed her concoctions were bound to obey her every command. It was highly probable that the cells within the cave housed werewolves, and the old witch was conducting experiments upon them. Moreover, the werewolves who had been long-term subjects of her potions exhibited eyes that had become murky and indistinct, losing their capacity for rational thought even upon regaining their human forms. The old witch's gaze shifted toward a middle-aged man confined in another cell. The man bore 3 scars upon his face, and unlike the other werewolves, his eyes did not reflect the same clouded gaze, suggesting that he had yet to partake of the witch's sinister brews. Loya quietly observed Remus Lupin, the future professor of defense against the dark arts, who was now weakly leaning against the wall, in a dire predicament. Lupin knelt partially on the ground, his arms raised high, as if a martyr with his hands nailed to the wall. He lifted his scarred and weathered face, having witnessed firsthand how his own kind ruthlessly tore apart innocent lives and consumed them. It was as though his soul had been extracted. Leaving him in disbelief at the scene before him, an old woman opened the iron door of the cell and pointed at him. "Go, administer the potion to him." Loya gazed blankly at Lupin, her mind a tempest of conflict as she stood frozen in place. The old witch presumed Loya to be a coward, fearing that Lupin might transform into a werewolf upon consuming the potion, tearing her to shreds. He was a recently captured werewolf, and after ingesting the elixir, it would take at least 30 minutes for the transformation to occur. I do not desire this. I loathe the very notion of becoming such a creature. Lupin's heart was heavy with despair, detesting his identity as a werewolf. Soon enough, you shall become my slave, like the others who have taken the potion. Bound to obey my every command, the old witch sneered, her face contorting into a grotesque mask of wrinkles. Impatiently she urged Loya forward, who cautiously approached Lupin with the potion in hand, the witch's gaze fixed upon her, forbidding any rash actions. She knelt beside Lupin, removing the cork from the vial and gripping his chin tightly. Loya gazed at him for a moment, her hand clutching the vial in a state of uncertainty. Loya recalled that Lupin was also a tragic figure in the original narrative. His identity as a werewolf subjected him to discrimination and disdain throughout his life. This cursed identity brought him countless malevolent encounters, leaving him plagued by self-doubt, forced to wander alone in isolation. The vial of potion she held would gradually transform him into a mindless beast, and prolonged consumption would render him a thoughtless slave, obedient solely to the wicked old witch's commands. Presently, her defiance against the witch's orders placed her at risk of incurring a dreadful curse. And the ever-suspicious witch would not relent until she saw the empty vial of the potion. Lupin stared at her with wide, helpless eyes, filled with despair. This cornered beast had been driven to the brink of desperation. Loya leaned slightly forward, positioning herself between the old witch and Lupin, obstructing the witch's line of sight. She took a deep breath and, within the blind spot of the witch's gaze, drained the potion from the vial in one swift motion. Lupin gazed at the young girl before him in astonishment. During the witch's concoction of the potion, Loya had been commanded to assist, although her proficiency in potion-making was lacking. She could still identify the necessary ingredients, which posed no toxicity to ordinary individuals. The potion was effective on werewolves, yet its efficacy on humans remained uncertain. She took a gamble, believing that this potion, which could induce instant transformation in werewolves, would hold no adverse effects for regular humans. The old witch had survived for 2 centuries through dark magic and alchemy, and based on Loya's observations over the past few days, the witch's hearing had significantly deteriorated. Loya merely needed to lower her voice, as the witch would not be able to discern her words clearly. Loya turned his back to the old witch and whispered to Lupin, "It seems that relying on you for our salvation is no longer feasible. Allow me to devise a plan instead. During this time, you should maintain a demeanor of utmost propriety in front of the old witch." Loya turned to the old witch, displaying the empty vial, prompting her to squint and lower her guard. The disobedient slaves had been dealt with harshly, and the old witch could never have anticipated that Loya would, under her very nose, take the potion in place of Lupin. Observing Loya's recent compliance and docility, the old witch relaxed her vigilance. Subsequently, she entrusted Loya with the task of delivering the potions to Lupin, no longer feeling the need to supervise her every move. Thus, Loya acquired the keys to Lupin's cell. Loya naturally no longer needed to consume the repugnant black elixir, having discreetly disposed of the old witch's concoction when no one was watching. It would be disingenuous to claim that there were no side effects shortly after imbibing the potion. She would experience a sensation of dizziness and pressure in her head, a mere inconvenience for an ordinary person, yet not significantly detrimental. Loya was attempting to pry open the lock in Lupin's hand with a rusted knife. Despite having the key to the cell, he would be unable to escape without unlocking the connection between his hand and the wall. "Please bear with it," Loya kindly advised. Lupin's hand was impaled, the wound's newly formed tissue having adhered to the wooden spike. With each attempt to pick the lock, blood would seep from the wounds on Loya's hands, while Lupin gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his palm. After struggling for quite some time to pick the lock without success, Loya, in a fit of frustration, let out an expletive that seemed unbefitting for her age. "XXX, it truly isn't working." Expressing herself in such a manner before the professor felt rather improper, she furtively glanced at Lupin, reassured by the thought that he was no longer the defense against the dark arts instructor. As long as she maintained her composure, the embarrassment would fall upon others. Observing Loya's furrowed brow and her frantic attempts to unlock the door, which ultimately failed, Lupin, sympathetic to her plight, seated himself on the ground with his arms crossed in disappointment. Noticing her dejected and frustrated demeanor, he endeavored to shift the conversation, aiming to divert her attention. "Thank you for everything these past few days." Loya nodded slightly in acceptance of his gratitude. While unable to refrain from teasing, "You have already expressed your thanks numerous times." Lupin paused for a few seconds, momentarily flustered, and managed only a wry smile. As a werewolf, he faced exclusion and ridicule. No one wished to embrace a creature of his kind. Yet, the gaze of the girl held no trace of fear or disdain. During his days of confinement in the dungeon, Loya had become the sole individual with whom he could converse, providing a sliver of solace to his nearly shattered spirit. Lupin looked gently at the girl, the corners of his eyes etched with the marks of time, and with genuine concern, he inquired about her well-being. "You took the medicine on my behalf. Are you feeling all right?" Loya exhibits a rather indifferent and distant demeanor towards those who are not her friends. She remarked with a hint of detachment, "Very well, it seems that obtaining the key is imperative." As Loya rose to depart, Lupin instinctively called out to her. Loya turned her head, gazing at him with a look of bewilderment. "Is there anything else?" she inquired. Lupin was momentarily rendered speechless by the question and could only repeat, "Thank you. You've said that twice today. It's all right. I'll take my leave. Wait for me." He had simply been confined in a dark, sunless cell for far too long, yearning for someone to converse with. Observing Lupin's stunned silence, Loya regarded him with perplexity. Suddenly, Lupin appeared to recall something, and with sincerity, he said, "I should still have some chocolate in my pocket. Chocolate can alleviate tension and anxiety." He noticed Loya finally halt her departure. Upon hearing the word chocolate, Loya's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly approached him, extracting a piece of chocolate from his tattered pocket. This ordinary chocolate, in Loya's eyes, was akin to a starving person encountering a Snickers bar. Although the chocolate had crumbled, it was far more palatable than the unspeakably dreary black bread he had endured in recent days. "Then I shall not be polite," she declared. "Sharing snacks is indeed a delightful means of forging friendships." Loya's demeanor became less distant as she kindly placed the last piece of chocolate into Lupin's mouth. Humans are inherently fearful of solitude. As the sole companion in their dire circumstances, Lupin, despite Loya being less than half his age, found himself inadvertently confiding in her. Yet, he was acutely aware that the young girl likely grasped little of his ramblings. He reminisced about his life since being bitten by the werewolf Greyback at the tender age of 4, his subsequent wanderings, and his time at Hogwarts. However, whenever he mentioned his friend James, Loya's expression soured considerably. "I detest him. Please do not speak of him. I have no interest in anything about him and do not wish to hear of his life story." Bullying is bullying, regardless of whether he is the protagonist's father, protected by a halo of fame. Indeed, she was unabashedly biased in favor of Snape. Lupin stared at Loya in astonishment, and over time, he resolved to omit any mention of James from his recollections. Loya gazed out at the abandoned manor beyond the cave. Over the past few days, she had gathered sufficient information. The old witch ventured out every Saturday afternoon, delivering a successfully experimented werewolf in a wooden crate to the buyer. In 2 days, she would depart with her cargo. Loya had awaited this day for a long time. It was time for her to take action. For an entire month, Lupin's eyes had not dulled to the murky white of other experimental werewolves. They remained as clear as those of a normal human. The old witch sensed something amiss. On the grassy ground near the cave, she discovered several plants, their branches and leaves darkened, starkly contrasting with the surrounding green grass. These ominous plants had evidently been corroded by some potion, inciting the old witch's wrath. How dare that girl deceive her? The potion had been poured into the grass, causing the newly captured werewolf to delay its transformation. She had always preferred to execute disobedient slaves according to the rules, and Loya found herself bound by chains outside Lupin's cell. The tracking iron ring on her wrist was forcefully removed, destined to be inherited by the next unfortunate slave. Lupin was compelled to ingest the transformation potion, and the lock suspending his arms was released. In half an hour, he would experience the agony of being torn apart by werewolf claws. Such was the fate of those who dared to deceive her, the old witch mused with a sinister laugh. The newly captured werewolf would transform under the potion's influence within half an hour, but the old witch had little patience to linger in the dark, damp cave. With a cold smirk, she turned to leave. Just before the deformed giant followed the old witch out of the cave, Loya, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, called out, "Did you not wish to fashion my eyes into a necklace? Do not forget to return for them." She was reminding the old witch's dim-witted son to remember to claim her eyes from her lifeless body. A cunning smile graced the corners of Luoya's lips. For everything was unfolding according to her design. She had awaited this opportunity. In recent days, she had meticulously gathered sufficient information, and this afternoon marked the witch's scheduled outing to deliver her wares. Prior to the old hag's departure, Luoya had deliberately sprinkled the potion in a conspicuous location frequently traversed by the witch, anticipating her discovery. Now, she had successfully evaded the tracking iron ring. In a state of panic, Lupin retreated to a corner of his cell, distancing himself from Loya. He vividly recalled the day he had ingested the potion, and how ruthlessly the werewolf had torn innocent lives asunder. The horrifying scenes remained etched in his memory, serving as a constant reminder that those beasts were of his own kind. As the effects of the potion began to surge, he collided with the wall, desperately striving to suppress the tumultuous urge to transform into a werewolf. Loya observed as he relentlessly collided with the walls, wishing fervently to perish in the impact, thus avoiding the transformation into a beast that would prey upon others. No, I do not wish to harm anyone. I do not wish to become a man-eating monster. You may transform into a werewolf if you so desire. Loya's voice remained calm, as if the imminent peril held no significance for her. I will hurt you. I will tear you apart. The future professor of defense against dark arts was on the brink of emotional collapse, his voice trembling with distress. At this moment, Loya had no time to offer comfort. Do not hesitate. Do not dawdle. Transform into a werewolf at once. Despite being a teacher for the upcoming academic year, she refrained from adding the latter part of her thought out of respect. Lupin's transformation was a crucial element of her plan. Indeed, she felt a twinge of anxiety, for the risks involved were considerable. However, taking a gamble was preferable to inaction. Lupin's body began to convulse, gradually swelling as the fur of a werewolf sprouted forth. And in an instant, he transformed into a fearsome creature. The werewolf's sharp claws emerged through the iron gate, and Loya narrowly evaded them, nearly losing half her head in the process as she sidestepped. You, Husky, heed my words. Yes, just move this way. Loya fixed her gaze upon the werewolf, cautiously maneuvering to find an advantageous angle while silently assessing the extent to which the creature's arm could reach beyond the iron bars. Just as the werewolf's claws were about to seize her, she abruptly yanked, pulling the chain taut before her, accompanied by a jarring sound of metal scraping. The iron chain was viciously severed by the werewolf's razor-sharp claws. Indeed, the werewolf's talons proved to be even more formidable than she had anticipated. Relishing her newfound freedom, Loya inspected her wrist, relieved that her swift evasion had spared her from any scratches. Meanwhile, Lupin, transformed into a werewolf, continued to rage and howl within the confines of the cell, oblivious to her presence. Ignoring the frenzied Lupin, Loya surveyed the cavern. She had successfully shed the iron ring that could be traced by magic. The old witch had presumed her fate sealed by the werewolf's jaws, granting her greater liberty to act. Deep within the cave lay a cellar, containing nothing but dusty casks of rum, a remnant of the estate's former owner, who had once thrived in the beverage trade. Now, her task was to clutch a small knife, patiently lurking in the shadows at the cave's entrance. The old witch's simple-minded son would undoubtedly be eager to claim her eyes as trophies from her lifeless body. The footsteps of the giant outside grew increasingly thunderous. At the very moment the grotesque giant crossed the threshold of the cave, Loya wrapped one arm around its neck, suspending herself from its back, while her right hand plunged the knife deeply into the giant's eye. You fancy collecting the eyes of others to fashion into a necklace, do you? Perhaps you should adorn your own corpse with your own orbs. Loya gripped the knife tightly, violently swirling it within the giant's eye socket. The giant, with its shattered eyeball, let out a piercing scream, its massive form thrashing against the metal railing, the small blade still embedded in its eye cavity. Loya extended her hand, swiftly snatching the keys to the cell from her belt. With great alacrity, she inserted the key into the iron door, liberating the frenzied werewolf within. Bereft of reason, the werewolf instinctively targeted the nearest creature, the grotesque giant, while Loya had already concealed herself behind the iron door. The werewolf lunged, baring its fearsome fangs at the deformed giant. A sickening crack echoed through the cavern as bones and flesh were shattered. In an instant, the giant's body was torn asunder, blood and gore scattering about. This confrontation between the werewolf and the giant appeared to favor the werewolf, though one must not dismiss the possibility that Loya had previously blinded one of the giant's eyes, placing it at a disadvantage from the outset. She could not ascertain whether the werewolf, after dispatching the giant, would coexist peacefully with her, the Little Red Riding Hood, nor could she predict how long Lupin, in his werewolf form, would remain cognizant. Seizing the opportunity during the werewolf's assault on the giant, Loya retreated step by step into the cellar of the cave. She quickly secured the iron door of the cellar with a bolt, stacking crates of rum behind it as a barricade. Breathless, she perched atop a wooden crate, her legs swinging. Such a petite frame had exhausted itself, moving merely a few boxes of liquor. Even through the metallic door, the ferocious howls of the werewolf and the anguished cries of the giant echoed in her ears. Eventually, the giant's wails faded into silence, indicating that the werewolf, now Lupin, had triumphed. To prevent the werewolf from emerging and indiscriminately slaughtering, while also safeguarding Hermione and the others, Loya intermittently tapped the walls with a bottle, creating noise to divert the werewolf's attention. The werewolf, drawn to the sound, hurled itself against the cellar's iron door. A towering heap of boxes now blocked the entrance. And no matter the werewolf's strength, it could not breach the barricade. As time trickled by, Loya leisurely tapped the wall with her bottle every few minutes, until the howls of the werewolf gradually diminished into silence. The exterior fell quiet, and a polite knock echoed at the door. Cautiously, Loya inquired, "Is it the big bad wolf, or a human?" After a considerable time, she heard the voice of a weathered man. It seemed that Lupin had regained his senses. Loya moved aside the wooden crate and opened the door, revealing a scene splattered with blood and the dismembered limbs of a grotesque giant in a pool of crimson. Lupin was drenched in blood, his eyes filled with exhaustion and despondency. Upon awakening, he beheld his blood-soaked hands and the corpses strewn about. Feeling a surge of panic as he feared he had transformed into a monstrous wolf that had attacked the little girl behind the iron door. The girl pushed the door open, unharmed and unscathed, which brought a slight relief to Lupin. "I apologize for not informing you of the plan beforehand. It seems I rather excessively exploited your werewolf strength," Loya said, her hands clasped in an apologetic gesture. Lupin remained silent, gazing vacantly at the mangled corpses on the ground, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. The old witch's son, though dim-witted, was a hulking figure towering at least 3 or 4 meters. Yet, in his werewolf form, Lupin had effortlessly torn him to shreds, exhibiting a fighting capability far superior to that depicted in the original tale. This spectacle ignited within Loya a desire to capture a robust werewolf and concoct a potion akin to the old witch's, compelling the creature to obey her every command. She caught herself, realizing how her thoughts were veering dangerously close to those of a villain. After all, she prided herself on being a good person. Shaking her head, she dispelled the treacherous notion from her mind. A handkerchief was presented before Lupin, prompting him to look up at Loya. "You might want to wipe the blood from your face. You will soon meet my classmates from Gryffindor. They're still young, and their emotional resilience may not be very robust." The author wishes to convey, after disappearing for several days, the author contemplated abandoning this endeavor. Yet, thanks to your unwavering support, I was able to persevere. I am grateful for all your thoughtful gifts. Loya extracted another set of keys from the corpse of the grotesque giant. Among them was the key to Hermione's cell, while another set likely belonged to their tracking bracelets. Subduing the guard in the dungeon proved to be a simple task. Loya suggested, rather bluntly, that they simply slit the guard's throat. The future professor of dark arts looked at her in astonishment, perplexed as to why a 12-year-old child exhibited such ruthlessness in matters of life and death. Lupin harbored deep doubts regarding her upbringing, speculating that her parents must have been exceedingly negligent, resulting in her character being unnaturally cold compared to her peers. This thought inadvertently ignited a flicker of pity within him for Loya, prompting him to occasionally express concern for her well-being. As she unlocked the cell door, Loya also freed Hermione from the tracking bracelet that bound her. Lupin could hardly believe that so many young witches and wizards had been confined in such a place. His clothing was stained with blood, rendering him akin to a fugitive escaping from a crime scene. Both Hermione and Lavender instinctively took a step back, unwilling to approach him. "Don't worry, he's a good person," Loya quickly reassured everyone, observing their unease. The older student, Terence, anxiously inquired, "Where do we go now? Can we return to Hogwarts?" "I'm not certain where we are, but I can assure you, it is not in England. The most pressing matter is that we must leave this place before the old witch returns." She had also inquired of Lupin, who was equally ignorant of their location, recalling only that he had been confined in a cage after transforming into a werewolf. Loya seemed to have conjured another mischievous idea. She declared, "Before we leave, I must leave a surprise for the old witch. Come, everyone, lend a hand." Thus, they followed Loya as she transported box after box of alcohol from the basement. In a swift act, Loya set the entire estate ablaze. The manor was soon engulfed by flames, billowing smoke rising into the sky. With a triumphant smirk, Loya proclaimed, I shall leave that old witch with nothing upon her return. Her lair is reduced to ashes." As they traversed the forest, they stumbled upon a quaint wooden cabin nestled deep within the woods. The interior was sparsely furnished, coated in a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had been long abandoned. Scattered across the floor were remnants of hemp ropes and some rusted hunting tools. indicating that the cabin had once served as a temporary refuge for hunters seeking shelter from the elements. Loya had pilfered a map from the old witch, which she unfurled upon the wooden table, drawing the attention of everyone present. We now found ourselves within this forest, with Loya indicating a specific location on the map. Apart from the witch's manor, the map depicted predominantly forests and rivers. She pointed to a distant town illustrated at the edge of the map. Following the forest westward would lead us to this small settlement, marked conspicuously with a red cross. Loya pondered the witch's intent in marking the town. Yet we had little choice. A town inhabited by muggles would provide a means to contact Hogwarts. Traveling by night was unwise, as the forest harbored numerous nocturnal beasts. Thus, Loya and her companions resolved to spend the night in a quaint cabin. The cabin contained but a single bed, naturally occupied by the young women, while Lupin and Terence willingly took on the duty of keeping watch in turns. In the dead of night, a fierce wind arose, causing the dilapidated windows to creak ominously. The age-worn wooden door emitted a piercing sound that roused Loya from her slumber. Peering through the window, she beheld Lupin stumbling away into the woods, seemingly desperate to distance himself from the cabin. Moonlight streamed through the window as the full moon gradually ascended through the clouds. A full moon. Loya sprang up from her bed in a flurry of panic. What an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. Lupin, transformed into a werewolf by the potion during the day, now confronted a full moon at night. She hurriedly donned her clothes and roused the slumbering Hermione and Lavender. Awakened by the commotion, Terence was on the verge of opening the wooden door, eager to discover what was transpiring outside. As Loya hurried down the staircase, Terence had already exited the wooden cabin. "Come back," Loya shouted at Terence's retreating figure. To his astonishment, Terence noticed Lupin's body gradually swelling, with tufts of beastly fur sprouting from his back. Loya rushed out and grabbed Terence. With a visage filled with terror, Terence stammered, "Is he a werewolf?" Lupin bit down on his own arm, using the pain to rouse the last vestiges of his sanity. He shouted to the children behind him, "Quick, hide," overwhelmed by the horrifying transformation before him. Terence stood frozen in place, unresponsive even as Loya tugged at him multiple times. In an instant, Lupin transformed into a grotesque werewolf, its throat emitting a primal growl as it lunged for the nearest target, Terence. With a savage bite, it tore away a significant portion of flesh. Terence was flung aside by the werewolf, tumbling down the forest slope, while the creature roared and charged towards Loya's position. Loya hastily sprinted back to the wooden cabin, firmly closing the door behind him. "Is he a werewolf?" Hermione and Lavender rushed down the stairs in a flurry. "I hadn't anticipated that today would coincide with the full moon," Loya lamented, a throbbing headache plaguing him. Inside the hunter's lodge, there were merely a table and several chairs, along with an old wooden cabinet affixed to the wall. The girls merely pushed the table against the entrance. The beast outside was relentlessly battering the wooden door, causing the piled-up furniture to shift backwards with each impact. This humble cabin was neither a dungeon with iron bars nor a cellar secured with a heavy door. Such a decrepit wooden barrier could not withstand the onslaught for long. Indeed, with a resounding crash, the door was splintered into two halves, and the accumulated furniture was shattered into pieces. Caught off guard, Loya was hurled against the wall cabinet, while Hermione and Lavender fell to the ground. The cabinet's wooden panels burst open, sending an array of trapping devices and hunting tools clattering to the floor. A metallic weapon struck Loya's head with a thud, and as he rubbed his temples, he discovered an antiquated hunting rifle lying before him. Loya could not help but ponder within herself, wondering whether this contraption was truly effective against werewolves. Lavanda writhed in agony on the ground, her abdomen marred by several gruesome gashes inflicted by the werewolf's claws. Desperately clutching her wounds, the werewolf seized Hermione by the throat, lifting her off the ground, its large maw filled with razor-sharp fangs menacingly approaching her neck. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air as a bullet pierced through the werewolf's shoulder. Enraged, the creature let out a ferocious roar, casting Hermione aside. Its bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Loya, who stood wielding the gun. Loya staggered backward from the impact of the shotgun's recoil, the vintage firearm heavy and cumbersome in her grasp. Every muscle in her body tensed as she aimed the weapon at the werewolf. Her objective was simple: incapacitate Lupin, who had transformed into a creature of the night. If only momentarily. She steadied her aim at the beast's leg. The second bullet exploded near the werewolf's feet, missing its target entirely. Enraged, the werewolf charged forward, and Loya's fingers froze as she once again pulled the trigger. "Forgive me, Professor Lupin. Do not hold it against me. If blame must be cast, let it fall upon Qian Qian, for she delights in tormenting men." Apologies, Professor Lupin, but I cannot help it. This shot struck the werewolf's leg, yet it remained unfazed, continuing its furious advance toward her. Truly, the werewolf was resilient. A mere mortal would have been torn apart by a bullet. Loya gradually retreated, creating distance as he aimed at the werewolf's calves, firing several shots until the muzzle emitted a puff of white smoke. After being struck multiple times in the lower limbs, the werewolf finally lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Loya exhaled deeply, for a witch like her to wield a muggle firearm was a curious sight. Is this contraption not more effective than a wand? She mused. Meanwhile, the wolfman sprawled on the ground, devoid of reason, continued to thrash wildly with its razor-sharp claws. Loya seized the hunting trap from the ground, ensnaring his two paws, and wedged a table leg into its mouth. At present, Lupin harbored no aggression, incapable of harming anyone. He merely needed to await the depletion of his strength before reverting to human form. Loya let out a quiet sigh. Could this truly be the werewolf that was driven away by Buckbeak in the movie? Its physique and combat prowess far exceeded that depicted on screen. They had nearly been annihilated by it. Loya knelt down to examine the wound on Lavender's abdomen. Overwhelmed with fear, Lavender choked out, "I was scratched by it." Will I become a werewolf? It's merely a scratch, not a bite. You want to turn into a werewolf. Hermione, please assist her in bandaging the wound. I shall check on Terrence's condition. Both of you, remember to keep your distance from the werewolf. Hermione cautiously navigated around the werewolf towards Lavender. The sling of the hunting rifle was excessively large for Loya, who was still a child, compelling her to tie a knot and hoist the rifle onto her back as she made her way towards the slope outside the cabin. Lavender was somewhat fortunate. A mere scratch from the werewolf. Terrence, on the other hand, was likely doomed. He had been bitten by Lupin and infected by the werewolf, destined to transform under next month's full moon. Terrence slowly crawled up the slope, his body smeared with mud and blood, appearing utterly disheveled. His ashen face turned towards Loya. I've been bitten. Am I to become a monster like him? You will only transform on the night of the full moon. Terrence struggled to accept this grim reality, his mind fracturing as he shook his head, murmuring to himself, I do not want to become a werewolf. You must remain calm. Snape can brew the wolfsbane potion. It may offer you some assistance. Loya attempted to soothe his emotions and bring him to a state of calm, yet the distraught Terrence was utterly oblivious to Loya's words. In a fit of frenzy, he abruptly turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. Loya pursued for a considerable distance before she finally halted her steps, the hunter's cabin receding farther away from her. She could not advance any further. Torn with indecision, she stood rooted to the spot, knowing that inside the wooden shelter were two defenseless girls and a temporarily incapacitated werewolf. It would be unconscionable to abandon the two vulnerable young women in the presence of the werewolf for too long, especially with the looming threat of other beasts lurking nearby. At that moment, she truly felt overwhelmed and powerless to respond to the dire situation. Loya had no choice but to return to the cottage, where Lavender's wound had been bandaged. The two girls huddled in a corner, trying to distance themselves as much as possible from the restless werewolf on the ground. Upon seeing Loya again, the werewolf waved its paws, which were clasped around hunting traps. Loya stood guard beside him with her gun, waiting for the creature to exhaust itself before reverting to human form. It was not until dawn that Lupin returned to his human self. Despite the knowledge that werewolves possessed regenerative abilities far beyond those of ordinary humans, Lupin's condition was dire. The gunshot wound in his leg was so severe that the bone was visible. Loya reflected for a moment on whether she had been too harsh. If Lupin were to awaken and learn that he had inadvertently transformed an innocent student into a werewolf, he would surely be overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. In just a month, his mental state had deteriorated significantly, leading Loya to question whether he would be able to successfully assume his role as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor the following year. It was perhaps best to keep the matter of Terrence from him for the time being. There was no time to waste. The cottage, now reduced to little more than a doorframe by the werewolf's rampage, could no longer serve as a sanctuary. They needed to make their way to the town marked on the map as swiftly as possible, using the tools they could find in the cottage. The girls fashioned a makeshift stretcher for Lupin. Along the way, she and Hermione bore the stretcher, laboriously trudging towards the town. As they approached their destination, the mist in the forest thickened, obscuring the path ahead. Fortunately, two kindly-looking old hunters stumbled upon them in the woods. One, a silver-haired man in his 50s, held a rabbit in his hands and scrutinized them closely. Were they foreigners? A wounded, unconscious middle-aged man accompanied by three young girls, one of whom was carrying a gun. led the old hunter to mistakenly assume that a father had taken his children out for a hunting expedition and had met with an unfortunate accident. Loya continued along the hunter's conjecture, striving to feign a pitiful demeanor. "We are lost. My father's gun accidentally discharged and injured him. There is a doctor in the town. We will take you to him." The two hunters assisted in lifting the stretcher, while Loya followed behind, listening to their aimless chatter. Recently, there had indeed been a surge of outsiders. Just the other day, a grumpy old hunter had led a group through the fog, kindly advising the girls trailing behind to stay close, lest they become eternally ensnared in the mist. Before long, they arrived in the small town, guided by the old hunter. Salem, a town nestled in a remote area, was isolated from the world, perpetually shrouded in an eerie fog that had severed its connections with the outside realm. This self-sufficient settlement had not welcomed outsiders for over a century. The town's living standards were remarkably primitive, lacking any modern electrical appliances. Had it not been for the old hunter's assertion that it was indeed the year 1992, Loya might have doubted whether she had stumbled into the 18th century. After escorting them to the clinic, the old hunter took his leave. The clinic's medical conditions were even more deplorable. The physician, donning a pair of reading glasses, extracted the bullet from Lupin's leg without any disinfection or suturing. He wielded a surgical knife and made a 2-inch incision on Lupin's arm, allowing blood to flow into a copper basin. Loya furrowed his brows and inquired, "Wait a moment. Why would you slash his arm when the injury is on his leg?" "The patient requires bloodletting to alleviate the fever. What he truly needs is disinfection and dressing for the wound, along with antipyretics." "What purpose does bloodletting serve? Are we still living in the Middle Ages?" "Bloodletting is an exceedingly foolish and antiquated medical practice. Yet it is astonishing that some doctors still resort to it in this day and age." The elderly physician, displeased with Loya's skepticism towards his medical practices, retorted, "Ignorance. Bloodletting can cure any ailment. If one session does not reduce the fever, then it is imperative to perform the procedure 3 more times." Loya resolutely retorted, "You wish to draw blood 2 or 3 more times. Do you intend to let someone bleed excessively until they perish? You ignorant quack." The elderly doctor, his face flushed with anger, pointed at her furiously and declared, "Leave. You are not welcome here." Loya and her companions, along with the unconscious Lupin, were unceremoniously expelled from the medical hall by the elderly physician. Whatever happened to the benevolence of a healer? The windows of the clinic were open from within, and Nurse Laura, seizing the moment when the old doctor was distracted, leaned out to inquire, "Wayfarers, do you require any assistance?" "We seek bandages, hemostatic agents, and antipyretics," they replied. Nurse Laura glanced around cautiously. Ensuring no one was watching, she retrieved some herbs for fever and bleeding from a drawer and discreetly handed them to Loya. "Take great care," she cautioned, "for it is against the town's customs for women to handle medicinal herbs." Loya smiled in gratitude, reflecting on the deplorable medical conditions of this Muggle town. There were no syringes or capsules, only a few common herbs were available, while the physicians preferred to resort to the archaic and misguided practice of bloodletting. Furthermore, she was perplexed by the bizarre rule that prohibited women in the town from handling medicinal herbs. At that moment, a priest clad in black approached them, accompanied by a group of followers. The priest seemed to wield considerable authority in the town, as passers-by reverently expressed their respect towards him. He appeared to have placed his complete trust in Loya's fabricated tale of a hunting injury. Drawing a cross upon his chest, the priest offered them words of comfort. "The Church deeply sympathizes with your plight. Suffering is a gift bestowed by the Almighty. You must withstand it with unwavering faith. For after enduring this temporary tribulation, the Lord shall surely grant you strength." Loya was utterly impervious to the ramblings of the charlatan, while the townsfolk gazed upon the priest with fervent adoration. The priestess' demeanor was exceedingly courteous as he offered Loya a key, stating that there were numerous vacant houses in the town that could be temporarily lent for their shelter. "May the Almighty bless you," he intoned. Although Loya identified as an atheist, she graciously expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you upon receiving assistance. Loya and her companions moved into a 2-story residence. A few days later, the kind-hearted nurse, Laura, discreetly delivered some herbal remedies to alleviate fever and stop bleeding. Gazing at their abode, Laura exclaimed, "Did you know that the original owner of this house was Matthew Hopkins, a formidable witch hunter? Throughout his lifetime, he vanquished over 200 witches, safeguarding the populace from the enchantments of witchcraft. He is a hero in our town of Salem." With pride, Nurse Laura recounted the illustrious deeds of the witch hunter who rescued Muggles. her hands cradling a cross as she reverently pressed a copy of the Malleus Maleficarum into Loya's hands. Witches are the emissaries of the devil, embodiments of sin and calamity. They roam the earth in human guise, sacrificing innocent infants and cursing the virtuous. This sacred tome will assist you in identifying witches and shield you from their malevolent sorcery. Loya's lips twitched slightly, as it was rather unfortunate that she found herself in a room filled entirely with witches, accompanied by a lone werewolf. She felt no inclination to argue with the kind nurse who had offered her herbs. The nurse's radical beliefs were clearly the result of indoctrination by the church. In the distance, a group of young girls frolicked on the grassy meadow, joyfully clapping their hands and singing a haunting nursery rhyme. Witch number 1, drowned in the river. Witch number 2, hang by us. Witch number 3, watch her burn. Witch number 4, whipped in pain. Loya's expression darkened, feeling deeply offended by the taunts. Loya shouted through clenched teeth, "Little brat, go play in the mud." Several girls were thoroughly frightened by Loya's fierce demeanor and fled the scene in tears. The content of the Witch Identification Manual, The Witch's Hammer, is particularly absurd. It admonishes readers that witchcraft is heretical, claiming that witches derive power through unholy pacts with demons, and insists that women who practice witchcraft must not be allowed to live. The book meticulously outlines how to identify a witch. If a woman bears a birthmark or scar, it is deemed a mark of the devil, marking her as a witch. If a woman is bound hand and foot and thrown into water, her resurfacing is taken as evidence of witchcraft. Should a woman appear dazed during interrogation, it signifies that she has encountered her demon. If a woman rolls her eyes during torture, it suggests she is a witch seeking assistance from the devil. Ridiculously, the book even posits weight as a criterion for identifying witches. Exceeding a certain weight renders one a witch. The author is nothing but a shameless liar. Astoundingly, the townsfolk have been bewitched into treating this witch's hammer as a sacred text. Loya decisively discarded it into the trash. After ensuring the safety of Hermione and the others, Loya ventured alone to the edge of the misty forest, clinging to a glimmer of hope of finding Terence. She also intended to check the traps she had set in the woods to see if she had caught any rabbits. Having relied on the church's meager rations for too long, she yearned to improve her meals. From the thicket came a rustling sound, and a large black dog sprang forth from the underbrush. Loya reflexively fired a shot. The large black dog, having narrowly evaded the bullet, stared in bewilderment at a 12-year-old girl who was wielding a gun. "Don't run, big dog. I intend to stew you for dinner." Sirius, astonished, could hardly believe that a mere child was handling a hunting rifle. Moreover, his companion, Animagus, was a towering black dog, half-human in size, whose menacing fangs alone could frighten any child to tears. In fact, Sirius did indeed bare his teeth and bark ferociously, yet instead of terrifying the girl, she became even more exhilarated, chasing him through the forest while firing her weapon. "Where are you going? I will slaughter you and prepare a pot of meat." This was the last phrase Sirius heard before he fell into Loya's trap. Loya relentlessly pursued, cornering the large black dog into a trap she had meticulously set. The pit was profound, filled with jagged rocks, and the black dog collided violently with a massive boulder, instantly losing consciousness. Loya exerted considerable effort to drag the emaciated black dog to the town of Salem. Hermione gazed in astonishment as she returned with the gaunt stray. The dog was filthy, its fur tangled and matted with mud and grass clippings, while its tongue hung limply outside its mouth. Hermione looked at the black dog with deep sympathy. It was too thin and truly pitiable. Loya scrutinized the black dog, noting it had indeed become nothing more than skin and bones. Even if stewed now, there would be scant meat to savor. Very well, he decided to keep it as a guard dog for the courtyard, and once it had regained its strength, he would consider butchering it. Loya gazed at the disheveled fur of the black dog, her mild case of obsessive cleanliness making it difficult for her to endure the untidiness. She picked up a comb in an attempt to untangle the knotted fur. However, as the tangles were far too numerous and cumbersome, Loya decided to adopt a more drastic approach. She fetched Lu Ping's razor and proceeded to shave the dog's fur. Observing the sleek, smooth appearance of the black dog, Loya beamed with satisfaction at her handiwork. Quite splendid indeed. Loya once again brought a wooden box from the basement, skillfully carving a hole into it with tools, thereby fashioning a rudimentary doghouse. When the young Sirius awoke, a chilling wind swept through, prompting him to sneeze. Confused, he pondered how his animagus form typically provided ample warmth. Lowering his gaze, he was astounded to discover that the fur that usually adorned him had vanished. To add to his dismay, a collar encircled his neck, tethered by a chain to the doghouse itself. In a fit of rage, he extended his front paws, attempting to tear the collar away, yet it proved impossible. The architect of his predicament was leisurely swinging in the yard with another little girl. Enraged, the black dog leaped up and barked furiously at her. Loya's gaze settled upon the large black dog that had just awakened. Why was the dog so irritable? Had it entered its rebellious phase? After pondering for a moment, Hermione remarked, "My father's dental practice once took in a very gentle stray dog named Da Wong. For a while, Da Wong's temperament became quite volatile, barking incessantly. The veterinarian explained that dogs can become irritable during their adolescent phase, but once neutered, they often revert to their original docile nature." Loya stroked her chin and suggested, "How about we take him for neutering another day? It would spare him from barking and disturbing the peace." Sirius, the black dog, finally settled down, grumpily lying in his humble doghouse. He had spent 2 days in this new home. During these days, neighbors occasionally dropped by, and he inadvertently noticed that Loya was quite different from children her age. Her temperament was remarkably more mature, and she possessed a notable talent for acting, unbeknownst to her. He began to observe her every move in secret. In front of outsiders, she always feigned the demeanor of a well-behaved child. Just like now, when several neighbors arrived with snacks and gifts, their true intention was to evangelize and indoctrinate. Almost everyone in Salem was a devotee of the church, and the influx of missionaries was relentless, nearly wearing down the threshold. God loves the world. The true God will protect you from the fires of hell. Believe in the true God, and your soul will find redemption in the kingdom of heaven. Loya wore a courteous and friendly smile as she graciously accepted the snacks and various religious pamphlets from her neighbors. However, as soon as they departed, she immediately transformed, revealing a look of disdain, muttering to herself, "A bunch of zealots, as if I would believe a word they say. Is this truly the demeanor one would expect from a child?" Sirius began to suspect that she might have ingested some potion to masquerade as a child. The black dog rested his paws on the ground, snorted through his nose, and shot her a sharp glance. Loya approached, hands on her hips, looking down at him with a commanding air. "What is this? My benevolent master takes in a homeless stray, and you dare glare at me?" In the absence of outsiders, she shed her guise of innocence. Bored, Loya tossed a flying disc into the air, issuing a command to the black dog, "Fetch the disc, pup." Sirius turned his head away, disinterested in her antics. Lupin, seated in his wheelchair with his hands resting on the armrests, emerged from the doorway. A gray blanket draped over his legs as he recuperated from his leg injury on the second floor. Recently, Loya had excitedly shared with him about rescuing a stray dog to guard their home, unaware that this stray was his long-lost friend, Sirius. He gazed in shock at the shorn black dog before him. Instantly, the dog transformed into a tall, gaunt man, his cheeks sunken and eye sockets deep. Perhaps a result of Loya's decision to shave off his fur. His black hair had been reduced to mere stubble. This black dog, captured and shorn to serve as a guard, was none other than Sirius himself, and he had even boasted of fattening him up for a stew. Loya stood awkwardly in place, rendered speechless. She had underestimated the ripple effect of her actions. Now, without even triggering the storyline of the secret chamber, Sirius had managed to escape ahead of schedule. Loya underestimated the impact of the butterfly effect. Now she has yet to trigger the escape room plot. While Sirius has unexpectedly broken free ahead of schedule, Loya could not help but murmur softly, "Why has Sirius escaped from prison ahead of schedule?" The words were faint, yet unfortunately they reached Sirius's ears. He turned back, casting a wary glance in her direction. Loya could no longer concern herself with the nostalgic conversation between Lupin and Sirius, who had not seen each other for over a decade. She believed it was imperative to prioritize her own safety. After all, she had brought Sirius back to serve as her watchdog. Seizing the moment while Sirius and Lupin engaged in dialogue regarding James and Peter, she contemplated her next move. Loya had quietly retreated to the doorway without anyone noticing. However, Sirius was already there, blocking her path. The kind-hearted Lupin, unaware of the unusual circumstances, recounted to Sirius the encounter he had with Loya and her companions, explaining that they were students from Hogwarts and that he had discovered them in the witch's dungeon. Loya felt as though the gaze of the little wolf star was about to execute her in a most excruciating manner, prompting her to hurriedly hide behind Lupin. Sirius regarded her, feigning the demeanor of a well-behaved child, one hand resting upon his chest while the other clutched at the hem of Lupin's garment. Blinking his large eyes in a pitiful manner, Sirius coldly fixed his gaze upon Loya and inquired, "Do you recognize me?" Loya cursed herself inwardly for inadvertently speaking out of turn, feigning innocence as she shook her head. Sensing the girl's unease, Lupin spoke gently, "He is my friend, Sirius Black." Sirius let out a few scornful laughs. Do you truly consider her a child? His gray eyes fixated on Loya, perceiving her feigned discomfort. Can a 12-year-old wield a gun? Have you not noticed her remarkable maturity? Her demeanor and speech are far from childlike. Sirius advanced toward Loya, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. His gaze gleamed with cold intensity as he firmly grasped her arm, refusing to let go. Sirius, please calm down. You're frightening her, Lupin interjected. Mistakenly believing that Sirius still harbored resentment over Loya shaving his hair. You are being deceived. Sirius sneered dismissively. Who are you really? What is your purpose? Seeing Loya's defiant expression, Sirius seized the back of her collar with one hand, lifting her as one might a kitten and carrying her to the backyard. This residence was situated in a secluded area away from the town center, its backyard bordering a gentle stream. With one hand gripping her ankles, he effortlessly hoisted her upside down, her head dangling perilously above the rushing waters. As long as Loya remained silent about the truth, Sirius threatened to toss her into the stream. Lupin, flustered, grasped the armrest of his wheelchair, desperately pursuing them from behind. The uneven ground of the backyard was strewn with jagged stones, ensnaring the wheels of his chair and rendering him immobile. With urgency, he called out to Sirius. She is still a child. How can you treat her so brutally? Sirius completely disregarded Lupin's pleas. Had he known that the Loya before him was the object of affection for his godson Harry, he would never have resorted to such crude and disrespectful behavior. The initial encounter left Loya with a profoundly negative impression of Sirius, making Harry's pursuit of her fraught with difficulties, and under Sirius's misguided counsel, his efforts would only worsen. Loya struggled fiercely, shaking her legs and gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel, let me down. Who do you think you are, and what is your purpose?" In a fit of anger, Loya retorted, "I am your superior." Sirius Black's lips twitched. Indeed, her sharp tongue was impressive. Loya's inverted head drew closer to the water's surface. "Let me down. My father has never treated me this way. I care not who your father is. Mine are Grindelwald and Dumbledore." Sirius was taken aback, his mouth agape, momentarily paralyzed by the revelation. In his astonishment, he inadvertently loosened his grip, and Loya fell with a splash into the water. Unable to swim, Loya bubbled and sputtered in the river, yet she did not forget to hurl her insults. "You wait for me." Remus gasped, "Sirius, have you lost your mind? What have you done?" Realizing Loya was on the verge of being swept away by the current, Sirius quickly transformed into a black dog and leaped into the water. The black dog swam to Loya's side, grasped her collar, and dragged her back to shore. Loya, propped on her hands, coughed up a few mouthfuls of water. Lupin promptly patted her back, noticing her entire form was drenched, her striking golden hair clinging to her face. In a flurry of concern, he hastily removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. With a worried gaze fixed upon Loya, he inquired gently, "Are you all right?" The black dog shook off the water, and Loya glared furiously at Sirius before, to Lupin's astonishment, she kicked the black dog back into the water. In any case, it was an unpleasant encounter. Loya is the daughter of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and naturally, Sirius no longer vexes her. As the progeny of the most illustrious white wizard, Dumbledore, and the most fearsome dark wizard, Grindelwald, Sirius speculates that Loya may have inherited some form of prophetic ability from her parents. Upon learning that Loya and Harry are contemporaries in Gryffindor, Sirius eagerly inquires about the well-being of James and Lily's child, though Loya, still in a huff, refuses to acknowledge him. Consequently, Sirius turns to the other two Gryffindor girls, Lavender and Hermione, for information. Despite their rivalry, Hermione and Lavender manage to coexist harmoniously under the circumstances. Lavender is not well acquainted with Harry from their house. Hermione informs that Harry is doing quite well, mentioning that Loya gifted him a Nimbus 2001. Harry has written to say that with Loya's assistance, the Dursleys no longer mistreat him. He no longer has to reside in a cramped cupboard and has even acquired his own room. Sirius is taken aback to learn that Loya has developed a good rapport with his godson. Given her help to Harry, his impression of Loya has significantly improved. Hermione adds, almost as an afterthought, that Harry has feelings for Loya, affectionate ones. Sirius maintains a facade of composure, yet internally, he is alarmed. How unfortunate that he had thrown the girl his godson fancies into the water during their first encounter. As Sirius grapples with how to redeem his image in Loya's eyes, Lavender, who has been recovering in bed and had little opportunity to contribute to the conversation, interjects, "Many boys at Hogwarts are fond of Loya. Harry Potter doesn't he stand a chance? Well, it seems his godson has quite the competition. But what of it? After all, Lily had her share of suitors, and James ultimately won her heart. If Harry channels James's determination in pursuing Lily, Sirius is more than willing to assist him in strategizing. Yet, a more pressing concern looms. It is crucial to alter Loya's initial impression of him as her godfather to prevent her from taking out her frustrations on his godson. The following morning, as dawn breaks, the melodious chirping of birds resonates distinctly in the tranquil town. The church bells toll, rousing the townsfolk, who awaken early to attend services. Loya rose early, her firearm slung over her shoulder as she pushed open the door, only to be taken aback by the unexpected presence of an uninvited guest. Sirius had been waiting outside her chamber for quite some time. Loya furrowed her brow, gazing at him with a somber expression. The corridor was engulfed in a profound silence. Sirius broke the awkward tension with a gentle cough, offering a greeting. Loya disregarded him and descended the staircase. It was evident that she was still irked by yesterday's events. Sirius scratched his head and hurried to follow her. "Are you going to catch rabbits? I can assist you." No sooner had he spoken than Sirius transformed into a black dog, symbolically displaying his fangs to signify that he was a suitable hunting companion ready to lend a hand. Loya cast a glance at the large black dog wagging its tail incessantly behind her. Just yesterday, Sirius had plunged into the water, and now, after a mere day apart, he was overly eager to assist her in hunting? Naturally, she was skeptical. "I'm going to take a bath. Do not follow me while carrying a gun." Sirius, however, was equally unconvinced. "Must you insist on trailing me?" Loya turned to give a sidelong glance at the persistent black dog that had been shamelessly shadowing her since she stepped outside. Yet, the transformation abilities of Animagus were truly remarkable. She had previously shaved the dog's coat, and when Sirius transformed again, a thick, luxurious fur had miraculously regrown. The black dog wagged its tail. "I cannot comprehend dog language," Loya mused, a mischievous grin curling at her lips as a wicked seed of thought quietly took root in her heart. "Since you claim you will help me catch rabbits, you ought to embody the essence of a hunting dog." The black dog perked up its ears. Before long, a leash was fastened around the dog's neck. Sirius, Loya leisurely strolled towards the bustling market of the quaint little town, accompanied by a large black dog of similar stature. The market was alive with the comings and goings of people, vibrant and noisy, filled with numerous stalls and vendors. In this town, which had been secluded from the world for nearly a century, one could even find a plethora of traditional handcrafted goods that are typically only seen in the countryside. Loya weaved her way through the crowd, her curiosity prompting her to glance about. The voices of several townsfolk reached her ears. "Have you heard? All of Mr. Roll's goats and livestock perished overnight. The provisions I stored for winter have spoiled as well." Another voice lamented, "In recent days, there have been an alarming number of stillborn infants. It must be the witch. A witch is spreading disease and curses." An elderly woman suddenly shouted in agitation, and the surrounding townspeople gazed at her in terror. Clutching a crucifix with trembling lips, she declared, "The source of evil lurks among us. We are enveloped in the darkness of sorcery. The witch is among us. They conspire with the devil to bring calamity upon our city." Upon hearing the ominous term witch, which symbolized disaster, the townsfolk displayed expressions of panic. Some even knelt, crossing their hands, and began to murmur prayers fervently. Loya observed the fervent demeanor of the zealots as they chanted their incantations, a cold smile creeping across her face. Humanity possesses such a nature. In times of misfortune and fear, they relentlessly seek scapegoats, attributing even the death of a few livestock to the ominous presence of witches. In essence, every calamity, whether natural or man-made, is invariably laid at the feet of the witch. Loya cast a glance at the black dog, signaling it. "Come on, dog." With a frosty demeanor, she tightened her grip on the leash and passed by the old woman. The black dog, with deliberate ferocity, barked menacingly at the elderly figure. It was the first time the woman had encountered a creature of such imposing stature, akin to a bear, and she stumbled back, falling into a bamboo basket filled with eggs. Just moments ago, she had been passionately declaring that witches were the enemies of muggles. But now she found herself in a disheveled state, covered in egg yolk. Loya stifled a laugh, harboring a certain displeasure towards her godfather Harry, who had once thrown her into the water. Nevertheless, she affectionately patted the dog's head, exclaiming, "Well done, my friend." She continued to weave through the bustling crowd until she stumbled upon a violin case at a second-hand stall. In this small town, women held a significantly low status and were subjected to unfair treatment. Typically, females were relegated to the most menial roles, such as barmaids or waitresses. They were prohibited from interacting with unfamiliar men, and if a married woman were accused of infidelity, her husband could condemn her to death through the church, wielding the ultimate power over her life and death. A woman seen wandering about with a hunting rifle would be the subject of much gossip and scrutiny from the townsfolk. In the absence of wands, firearms served as the most effective means of self-defense, and a violin case offered an ideal concealment for such a weapon. A girl carrying a violin case would certainly attract little attention. However, Loya had overlooked the fact that she lacked the town's currency by a stroke of fortune. The stall owner was none other than the old hunter who had guided them into town. The kind-hearted hunter, recognizing the predicament of this outsider, proposed that her family could exchange 2 wild rabbits for the case, allowing her to take it home immediately. With a glint in his eye, Harry's potential girlfriend, though lacking the demeanor of an elegant violinist, contemplated acquiring a violin case. Once they left the town, he would even consider sending her a violin to win her affection. After all, this old case merely required 2 wild rabbits. Thus, Sirius began to bark excitedly upon discovering a rabbit in the forest. Loya found herself unable to pull along the large black dog, which was nearly the size of a bear. The exuberant creature darted into the thicket in pursuit of a wild hare, vanishing from Loya's sight. "Dog, where have you gone?" she called out, cupping her hands around her mouth in the direction the dog had disappeared. Initially, she had intended to search for Terence and perhaps catch a few more hares along the way, but instead, her quest had transformed into a search for the mischievous Sirius. Loya shook her head in exasperation. Terence, an innocent victim entangled in the affairs of Slytherin, came from a fallen noble lineage and had tragically been bitten, becoming a werewolf. Now, she had no idea where this poor soul had wandered off to. The forest enveloping the town of Salem was perpetually shrouded in mist, rendering the path ahead unclear. Loya made her way toward a distant flicker of light. A group of young girls gathered around a campfire crafted from branches. Laughing and holding hands as they spun in circles, engaged in a role-playing game. One girl donned the guise of a witch, while the others portrayed her acolytes, offering captured toads, snakes, and mice as sacrifices to be cast into a cauldron, in hopes that the witch would grant their wishes. The girls wore smiles upon their faces, wishing for a future filled with good husbands. Among them stood a girl with braided hair, her brow furrowed and arms crossed, as she silently prayed to the flames. The girl playing the witch inquired, "Brana, what wish did you make?" Before Brana could respond, another girl, the daughter of the town sheriff, interjected with a hint of sarcasm in her tone, a privilege afforded by her prominent status. What wish could she possibly make? She's about to marry a man over 50. The whole town knows her late father left debts, her mother sold her to the creditor. Humiliated, Brana's eyes brimmed with tears, a recent bruise still evident on her face. A clear sign of recent violence. Her deceased father had left debts to a landowner, and their mother, struggling to support several younger siblings through laundry work, was unable to provide for them. A few days prior, the creditor had smashed their door down, laid hands on her, and threatened to burn their house down. In desperation, their mother had sold Brana to settle the debts, which had temporarily satisfied the creditor. Another girl chimed in, "Brana, you will be the first among us to marry. You may very well be the first to become a widow, considering your future husband is already over 60. The others joined in laughter, leaving the girl with the braided horns unable to lift her head in shame. In her search for Sirius, Loya inadvertently wandered through the woods to this place, where fragments of the girls' conversation reached her ears. The girls were startled by the sight of a stranger. In Salem, witches were a taboo and ominous subject. Even the children's games of pretending to be witches were seen as a blatant affront to the church and the divine. Reckless as they were, they only dared to engage in such forbidden games under the cover of night, never anticipating that they would be caught by an outsider. Should they be discovered and reported, they would face accusations of blasphemy, publicly stripped and whipped before the entire town. They would live their lives in perpetual humiliation, with no man willing to marry them, and their families would share in their disgrace. The very girls who had mocked the braided girl now turned pale with fear. The usually arrogant daughter of the constable was drenched in sweat, anxiously staring at Loya. "Why, you are an outsider?" Loya cast a calm glance at her. The sheriff's daughter was apprehensive that Loya might report her to the church, a stigma that would mar her for life. Tension etched on her face. She stealthily picked up a stone from behind her. The adversary was merely a 12-year-old girl. It would be a trivial task to render her unconscious and dispose of her in a place frequented by beasts, thus ensuring her silence forever. Such a petty maneuver could not escape Loya's keen perception. Truly, she was a foolish creature, spoiled and coddled. Did she think the firearm within the instrument case behind her was mere decoration? Did you hear that? The sheriff's daughter concealed the stone behind her back, nervously inching closer to Loya. At that moment, a massive black dog charged out of the woods with ferocity, clutching 2 bloodied hairs in its jaws. It bared its blood-stained fangs, the blood of the hairs dripping down its chin onto the grass, while a low growl emanated from its throat. This single spectacle was enough to instill fear in the onlookers. A few girls shrieked and retreated in panic. The black dog fixed its gaze on the sheriff's daughter, barking furiously, causing her to collapse in terror, sobbing, as the stone slipped from her grasp and rolled away. Loya harbored no desire to entangle herself with the strangers of this town, nor did she wish to meddle in affairs that were not her concern. Least of all to invite unnecessary trouble. She tugged at the dog leash, bringing the black dog to a halt. Loya feigned innocence, saying, "I was just looking for my lost dog, Dawang. Are you all barbecuing, sisters?" The young girls exchanged glances, each silently sighing in relief. For it seemed this outsider had not overheard their conversation. Moreover, what could a mere child possibly comprehend? They reassured themselves with this thought. Meanwhile, Sirius wished to frighten these foolish muggles a little longer, especially since they had dared to threaten his future little girlfriend. Loya tugged at the dog leash. "Dawang, let us return home." Loya picked up the 2 wild rabbits caught by Sirius and led the black dog past them, just as the sheriff's daughter was about to rise. Loya intentionally stepped on the hem of her skirt as she passed by. The girl stumbled and fell headlong into the pot beside the bonfire, the scalding broth causing her to scream at the top of her lungs. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Luoya's lips. Throughout their journey, Sirius incessantly muttered under his breath, clearly displeased with the exceedingly rustic name Big Yellow. He insisted that his beloved dog, Animagas, was a sleek black canine, not some countryside yellow mutt. Even if it were named Big Black, it ought not to be called Big Yellow. The dog's nostrils flared in annoyance. Yet he continuously reassured himself that this was merely his future daughter's little friend, and he must endure, and endure again. After handing over 2 wild rabbits to the old hunter at the market just before it closed, the black dog followed Luoya home. Nightfall descended swiftly, and soon the entire town of Salem was enveloped in darkness. Typically, the curfew would bring forth patrolling squads, yet at this moment, the church bells began to toll. The streets outside were alive with commotion. Sleepily, Luoya leaned her chin on her arm as she peered out the window. The thoroughfare was ablaze with firelight. As numerous townsfolk brandished torches, their faces taut with intensity, as if summoned by an unseen command, they surged toward the town center. Was there a gathering in the town? Luoya pondered sleepily. A knock resounded at the door, and Luoya, clad in her nightgown, hurried down the stairs. Upon opening the door, she found Nurse Laura standing there, her face apologetic for disturbing her at such a late hour. Laura, having grown up in the town, had been shaped by the indoctrination of the church since childhood. Nevertheless, her heart remained inherently kind. Upon their arrival in the quaint little town, the quack doctor, who was only adept at bloodletting, displayed a complete unwillingness to attend to the wounds of Lu Ping and Lavender. In a clandestine manner, Laura provided them with some herbs, thereby alleviating many of Luoya's troubles. With a hint of unease, Laura gazed at Luoya and kindly reminded him, "The mayor is convening a gathering of the townsfolk. Although you are newcomers, your prolonged stay here has seen you absent from any of the town's activities, and the community committee has grown somewhat discontented with your lack of participation." Loya shrugged. Before Lupin and Lavanda had fully recovered from their injuries, they would need to remain in the quaint town of Salem for a few more days. At present, there was no need to create discord with the town's committee, so she decided to temporarily represent their household of 3 witches, 1 wolf, and 1 dog. "Please wait a moment. I shall change my attire and join you shortly." Loya first closed the door, then turned around and encountered Sirius on the staircase. The narrow staircase could only accommodate 1 person at a time, and Sirius stood there, leaving her with no way to proceed. Loya stifled a yawn, exclaiming, "You are obstructing my path." Standing on the steps, Sirius towered over her, compelling her to tilt her head back just to gaze at him. After casting a fleeting glance in her direction, Sirius swiftly averted his gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly. Observing the peculiar expression on his face, Loya felt a sense of bewilderment and glanced down at herself, finding nothing amiss. Upon their arrival in the quaint town, the local committee had graciously presented them with an abundance of essentials as a gesture of hospitality towards the newcomers. The adult-sized pajamas she wore hung loosely on her diminutive frame, the neckline askew, exposing half of her shoulder and collarbone. Despite her still youthful form, Sirius's gaze remained evasive. Darting away as he suggested, "You should go upstairs to change. It is perilous for you to venture out alone at this late hour. I shall accompany you." Loya rubbed the corners of her drowsy eyes, still hesitant to turn around, Sirius nodded in agreement. He stepped aside to allow her passage, awkwardly urging, "Please hurry back upstairs to change." As Loya passed by, the buttons of Sirius's shirt inadvertently snagged the lace of her nightgown's collar. The neckline of her nightgown was pulled to its limit, and in the dim candlelight, the delicate contours of the young girl's fair upper body became partially visible. "Sirius." I shut in a fluster, fumbled for what felt like an eternity in an attempt to unfasten the lace entangled with the buttons, but to no avail. His considerable strength and lack of finesse caused Loya to be yanked forward a step. The sleep-laden Loya was abruptly jolted awake by his tug. "What are you doing? You nearly toppled me." In the next instant, an odd sound of lace tearing echoed from her chest as her nightgown was ripped down from the collar. Sirius's eyes widened in panic. He swiftly shed his shirt, enveloping her completely, including her head, while internally apologizing to his godson Harry a myriad of times in succession. Loyal emerged from the ample confines of his shirt, while she cast a doubtful glance at Sirius, contemplating whether his attire might be adorned with traces of canine fur. He had already transformed into a sleek black dog and darted away. In truth, Sirius could not deny that he had an astute eye for choosing his companions. His young girlfriend was exceptionally clever, and her distinguished lineage only added to her allure, her flawless visage undoubtedly a rare gem among beauties. In the unfamiliar surroundings of a Muggle town, should any peril befall her, perhaps encountering some lecherous old man with sinister intentions towards children, how could he possibly justify his neglect as her protector? Thus, Sirius was resolute in his commitment to accompany and safeguard her. Moreover, he discovered that when he assumed the form of a dog, the young girl's demeanor towards him softened, her previously sullen expression giving way to warmth. After all, children are irresistibly drawn to charming creatures. Loya, accompanied by her large dog, followed Nurse Laura to the square summoned by the mayor, where a throng of townsfolk had gathered, creating an atmosphere as festive as a holiday celebration. One of the townspeople, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "You have arrived too late. You missed the trial." "What trial?" Loya asked, her confusion evident as she glanced up towards the platform, straining on her toes to see. In the center of the square stood a pyre, stacked high with firewood. The girl with braided hair whom Loya had seen that day was bound to a cross, engulfed in flames. Her lower body had been reduced to charred remains, and her face was disfigured beyond recognition. The fire had rendered her throat incapable of producing a scream, while her body contorted in agony. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh. The townsfolk raised their torches, frantically chanting, "Burn her! Burn her! Burn the witch! Burn the witch!" The author wishes to convey, after consuming 2 cups of coffee late into the night, I managed to compose 8,000 words. I will publish the remaining 2 chapters tomorrow. For now, I must catch up on sleep. The flames ruthlessly scorched the girl on the cross, casting a crimson hue across half the sky. Nurse Laura, stunned by the horrific scene before her, took a considerable time to regain her composure, then bowed her head and traced a cross over her chest. With a furrowed brow, Loya inquired of the townsfolk who had witnessed the entire trial, what crime has she committed to warrant such a cruel fate, to be burned alive? The term cruel seemed to offend the townspeople's beliefs, and he cast a surprised glance at Loya before quickly recalling her status as an outsider. Unfamiliar with the ways of Salem, she was accused of witchcraft. The flames were purging her tainted soul. This was utterly inconceivable. The girl with the braided hair whom Loya had encountered by the campfire in the forest. She exuded no magical aura. She was merely an ordinary Muggle. Her husband, Mr. Rouse, had met a tragic end on their wedding day, crushed by a cart while inebriated. Mr. Rouse's son accused her of being a witch, claiming she had conspired with the devil to murder Mr. Rouse and seize their possessions. Another townsman continued, "Everyone in the village knows that Mr. Rouse had visited her home days ago to collect a debt, leading to a dispute. She harbored resentment and used vile sorcery to end his life. That which is cunning." She steadfastly denied being a witch until she was flayed alive and finally confessed. The townspeople grew increasingly fervent, even reproaching Loya for harboring pity for a witch. The pastor on the platform, with a solemn expression, proclaimed, "A pure and innocent soul shall not be consumed by raging flames, yet look at her." On the pyre, the girl writhed in agony as the flames licked at her scalp, while her mother and relatives knelt below, weeping in despair. The local townsfolk believed that only witches were subjected to such fiery punishment, which was one of the methods employed to identify them. The pastor suddenly raised his voice, his chest heaving with intensity. "She burns in the fire. She is replete with the foul essence of witchcraft. She conspired with the devil to slay her own husband. Before their eyes, an innocent muggle was being burned alive, yet the townspeople of Salem showed no trace of compassion. Instead, they raised their hands and chanted vehemently, "Burn her! Burn her! Burn the witch! Damn the witch! To hell with her!" Loya stared blankly at the frenzied townsfolk around her. The trial of the witches appeared to have transformed into a brutal carnival of slaughter. Everyone seemed to embody the essence of malevolence, a horde of savages. Loya could not help but reflect upon the witch trials that ravaged Europe for 3 centuries, during which the Roman pontiff issued decrees declaring witches irredeemable and utterly unforgivable. The Pope commanded all clergy to partake in the hunt for witches, giving rise to witch hunters. Countless witches suffered unspeakable tortures at the hands of the Church, ultimately facing execution by hanging or burning. These 3 centuries represented not only a dark epoch for witches, but also a tragic period during which countless innocent muggles were wrongfully accused of witchcraft and met their demise. Those accused often endured brutal interrogations, forced to confess their supposed witchcraft. Even those who steadfastly refused to concede were doomed to a fiery death. However, the witch-hunting edict was abolished in 1728, and yet here we are in 1992, with the town still engaged in the hunting of witches? No, the true issue lies with this small town. The isolated and insular town of Salem has remained shrouded in a peculiar fog for centuries, leading to a complete disconnection from the outside world. It is likely that the external realm is even unaware of this town's continued existence. Present-day Salem is free from any external influence or control, allowing the local ecclesiastical power to grow increasingly dominant, surpassing the town's laws. They continue to enforce the archaic witch-hunting decree, regardless of one's innocence. Once accused, one is deemed a witch, awaiting execution. Here, there exists no semblance of law. The Church stands as the ultimate authority. The young girl on the pyre has been reduced to a charred skeleton. The hypocritical pastor, adorned in sanctimonious guise, transforms into a messenger of divine compassion, clutching the cross with a sorrowful visage as he utters prayers. She was led astray by the devil's temptation. Only the divine can absolve her sins. Let us silently pray for her soul, to receive divine forgiveness. To have burned a person alive and yet claim to be saving her soul. How profoundly hypocritical. With a stern expression, Roya endeavored to calm herself. The mayor also rose from the platform, his demeanor grave as he addressed the townsfolk below. You have witnessed a fair trial with your own eyes, yet merely executing one which will not liberate Salem from its calamities. The recent inexplicable deaths of livestock and the successive demise of newborns are the result of witchcraft. Surely, there are more witches among us, adept at masquerading, even posing as innocent children. He paced slowly upon the platform, intoning, all heretics must be eradicated. Be vigilant of those around you. Should you notice any peculiarities, promptly inform the Church and the constable. Witches are utterly irredeemable. They must not be spared. It is better to wrongfully condemn 100 than to allow a single witch to escape. Loya observed with a cold gaze the mayor succumbing to madness alongside the congregation. She bit her lip. She could not remain in this town for another day, for its inhabitants were all lunatics. The black dog emitted a low growl, as every word uttered by the pastor and the mayor gravely tested the limits of Sirius's patience. The witch was utterly irredeemable, unforgivable. Better to mistakenly execute 100 than to spare a single witch. Having witnessed the cruel methods employed by muggles against wizards, even when the victim upon the pyre was a muggle girl rather than a true witch, the enraged black dog's muscles tensed, its fur bristling. It longed to leap onto the stage and tear the hypocritical clergy into shreds. Loya nearly struggled to hold onto her dog's leash. Calm down, please don't act rashly. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the town's patrolling soldiers, who approached Loya, scrutinizing her with evident disdain for the outsider. If you wish to avoid becoming the next witch to be burned at the stake, keep your dog under control. They stood at the periphery of the crowd, where all eyes were fixated on the preacher atop the platform, the townsfolk fervently chanting for the witch's execution, oblivious to their presence. The black dog bared its teeth and barked incessantly at the patrolling soldier. Growing impatient, the soldier scowled and seized Loya by the collar, exclaiming, "Shut that beast up, or I shall send you to the stake." The black dog lunged, sinking its teeth into his leg and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The soldier let out a piercing scream, clutching his bleeding wound. "You are a witch. That dog of yours is the embodiment of the devil. You commanded it to attack me." Overcome with fright, Laura trembled and stammered, "No, she is not a witch, I assure you." The soldier struck her down with a swift blow, barking, Get lost. Don't interfere. You witch's accomplice. He glared fiercely at Loya, his hand instinctively reaching for his gun. A man clad in black firmly grasped his arm, exerting enough strength to thwart his attempt to draw the weapon. The soldier, irate, turned to confront the audacious individual who dared to obstruct him. The dark-haired man stood expressionless, an unsettling chill emanating from his gaze, as if the very air around them had solidified. A portion of the wand concealed beneath his sleeve pointed menacingly at the soldier. That familiar, deep voice drifted into Loya's ears. All is forgotten. The wand shimmered with a faint glow, imperceptible to any muggle amidst the fiery square. The soldier's expression momentarily blanked. He lowered his hand from the gun, bewildered about his presence there, why he stood before a young girl, and how he had sustained his injury. Confused, he scratched his head and limped away from the scene. Loya lifted her head, gazing at the figure before her. Snape? The author wishes to convey, upon researching. It has been noted that Rowling mentioned the tragic fate of many witches during the witch trials. The wizarding delegation had implored the Muggle king for peace, hoping to cease the persecution of wizards, only to be met with a brutal refusal. How long had it truly been since he last saw her? Upon awakening, Snape discovered that Loya was no longer present, despite being her nominal temporary guardian during their time together in Spinner's End. He seldom assumed the role of a guardian to impose restrictions upon her. Loya would always inform him in advance wherever she planned to go, to spare him from unnecessary worry. However, this time, she vanished without a trace. A subtle unease stirred within Snape as he searched every conceivable place she might have gone. Yet her presence eluded him entirely. Where is Loya? Where has she gone? Has she encountered any danger? The overwhelming unease gradually transformed his demeanor into one of increasing agitation. He abandoned his potions class for the academic year, scouring every corner of the world in search of her. It was only upon receiving news from Dumbledore that he became aware of the situation. Loya had ventured into the perilous Nocturne Alley in pursuit of a remedy for his cursed wounds, and had become entangled in a wizarding kidnapping incident. The very individual who was meant to safeguard her had instead become her burden, an insurmountable sense of helplessness surging within him. Snape's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he cast his gaze downward upon the girl before him. There were countless words he longed to express. Yet, he was unable to articulate, unable to smile, unable to endear himself to others, and utterly clueless on how to convey his emotions. The yearning that had consumed him in recent days remained lodged in his throat. Stepping forward, he awkwardly enveloped the girl in his arms. Fearing that the figure before him was merely a figment of his longing, he tightened his embrace with fervor. It was only upon feeling the warmth of the girl in his grasp that he finally found solace. Loya's head rested against his chest, where she could hear the rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat, each pulse distinctly echoing in her ears. Severus's fine black hair cascaded over her shoulder, and Loya sensed his subtle trembling. Even the breath escaping his lips quivered. He was afraid. His vulnerability lay bare before her. Loya allowed him to hold her, as if an eternity had passed, before Snape finally stirred his lips. It is a relief to know you are well. Upon recalling Snape's injury, Loya hastily extricated herself from his embrace. Has your wound healed? Did I inadvertently touch it again? Loya extended her hand to examine his injury, and Snape gently grasped her hand, enveloping her delicate fingers within his palm. He gazed intently at her and nodded slightly. Loya finally felt a sense of relief. He lowered his eyelashes, quietly gazing at the girl before him. She had grown thin, undoubtedly having endured considerable hardships, all of which were a consequence of his actions, filling his heart with a pang of bitterness and sorrow. Snape crouched before Loya, cautiously extending his hand, as if handling a precious treasure that had been lost and found again. He tucked a strand of the girl's golden hair, tousled by the night breeze, behind her ear. His voice was soft, tinged with self-mockery yet profoundly humble. Do not put yourself in danger for my sake. I am not worthy. I am not worth the risk you take. Loya widened her eyes slightly, pondering why Snape perpetually demeaned her existence. In a moment of clarity, she understood why Dumbledore had chosen Snape as a spy. It was because he was forever solitary, devoid of friends, family, or attachments, unburdened by any lingering ties. Loya's finger gently prodded the corner of his mouth. Shouldn't you smile upon finding me? In the background, a cacophony of barks erupted, resonating endlessly. Sirius, observing the tender exchange between the two, became incensed, jumping up and down in a fit of frustration. Loya is, after all, the future girlfriend of his child. What right does this fellow have to be so close to her? In the past, he harbored suspicions that Snape had feelings for Lily, constantly opposing James. Now, this man is entangled with James's son's little girlfriend. The furious black dog tugged fiercely at Snape's black robe, attempting to separate him from Loya and maintain a safe distance. Loya was plagued by a relentless headache, exclaiming, "Dog, could you possibly refrain from barking?" Snape cast a frosty glance at the black dog, reverting to his usual icy demeanor. For all his tenderness was reserved for a singular individual. With a disdainful huff, he swiftly activated his acerbic tongue. "I am certain the Dementors are eagerly anticipating your presence," he remarked. "Woof, woof, 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 woof. Silence, you insufferable creature. The kiss of a Dementor must be quite an exquisite experience, I presume. Wood, woof, 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 woof. You would do well to return to your potion making then." Several townsfolk took note of them, casting glances in their direction, while Sirius continued to bark incessantly. Loya furrowed his brow as he glanced at the black dog. "Stop barking. Everyone around us is staring." The black dog, sulking with indignation, shut his mouth, yet his throat continued to rumble in protest, imbued with a hint of grievance that he himself was unaware of. Loya turned to Nurse Laura, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for defending her in front of the patrolman, despite the undeniable fact that she was indeed a witch. She cautiously probed further, and only after confirming that Laura had not discovered Snape using magic on the patrolman did Loya feel a sense of relief. She escorted Snape back to their residence in town, her incessant chatter filling the air with questions about how he had arrived in Salem and how he had known she was there. Snape patiently informed her that he had received word from Dumbledore to come to New Mexico, and after searching every corner, he had inadvertently stumbled into this quaint little town. However, the atmosphere in the house was quite lively, with 3 men gathered together. A group of older gentlemen stood silently in the living room on the first floor. Sirius and Snape were arch enemies, their mutual disdain palpable. When Snape caught sight of Lupin, his expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively shielded Loya behind him. "Stay away from him. He is a werewolf." Lupin momentarily froze, lowering his head as he endeavored to mask the fleeting bitterness that crossed his face. Having been subjected to discrimination due to his werewolf identity, he had long since learned to endure it. Snape's instinct to protect Loya from this dangerous werewolf was entirely justified. "It's all right. I am well aware he is a werewolf. He has transformed before me on several occasions," Loya spoke calmly. Snape fixated on the latter part of her statement. The notion that Lupin had transformed into a werewolf in front of Loya, not just once, was almost too much for him to fathom. In a moment of panic, he crouched down, rolled up her sleeves, and meticulously checked for any signs of injury. Loya helplessly explained that she was not injured at all. In fact, she had even shot Lupin several times, leaving him incapacitated, and she felt she might have been a bit too harsh. Sirius observed the overly intimate interaction between the two, and his anger flared up instantly, his irritation palpable as he shouted at Snape, "Hey, what are you doing with her?" He strode over with determination, his strength evident as he pulled Loya behind him with a single hand. Sirius positioned himself between them, glaring at Snape. Snape shot him a disdainful glance and replied with deliberate clarity, "It is none of your concern." He then reached out, pulling Loya back behind him. His broad hand rested gently on her petite shoulder, and leaning down slightly, he spoke in a tone that was both serious and somewhat conciliatory. "You should go upstairs first. I need to have a word with them." Loya was undoubtedly aware of the long-standing animosity between Snape and Sirius, as both bore expressions replete with disdain for one another. Were Sirius to wield a wand, she was certain that his volatile temperament would compel him to engage in physical confrontation rather than mere verbal sparring. Thus, a serious altercation seemed highly probable. The atmosphere was palpably tense, charged with an undercurrent of hostility, and it would be prudent for her to distance herself from this perilous situation at the earliest opportunity. Loya nodded, turning to ascend the staircase. Sirius, leaning against the doorframe, scrutinized their every movement. Observing Loya obediently obeying Snape's casual remarks, Sirius narrowed his eyes in displeasure. During their time in town, Harry's young girlfriend had never initiated a single conversation with him. Out of every 10 words Harry spoke, not one was acknowledged by her. She typically regarded him with indifference, and it was only when he transformed into a dog that she showed him any semblance of warmth. He crossed his arms, his fingers impatiently tapping against his elbows. A peculiar emotion, known as jealousy, quietly took root within him. Sirius suddenly realized he was feeling envious of a mere girl. He promptly dismissed this absurd notion and endeavored to convince himself that Loya was Harry's prospective girlfriend. Thus, he could not tolerate Snape's proximity to her. As Loya had just taken a few steps, she was abruptly seized by the back of her collar. Sirius effortlessly pulled her back. He positioned himself in front of Roya, deliberately obstructing Snape's gaze directed at her, shielding her entirely. Raising an eyebrow, he provocatively voiced his thoughts in the living room. Why should Gryffindor heed the dictates of Slytherin? For reasons unknown, the argument began to diverge, inexplicably transforming into a dispute between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Snape frowned, visibly displeased with Sirius's recent rude behavior towards Roya. Mind your manners, Black. This is none of your concern, Sirius retorted, tossing Snape's words back at him. She is the girl James's son adores. She is safe in my company. Snape's expression soured, his furrowed brow nearly twisting into a knot. How could a fugitive from Azkaban, wanted by the entire wizarding community, so boldly claim that Roya was safe with him? Your impulsiveness and recklessness will only bring her trouble and place her in jeopardy. What do you mean by that? Your rashness nearly led Miss Grindelwald to be accused of witchcraft by a patrol. You are the greatest danger to her. There is no need for your interference. I shall protect Roya in place of my godson, Sirius shouted back furiously. Snape's thin lips pressed into a tight line. Had Black, having only known Roya for a few days, already taken the liberty to call her by her name? Snape grasped Roya's wrist, attempting to pull her back. But Sirius firmly held onto her other wrist. Caught between the two middle-aged men tugging her in opposite directions, Roya's expression grew increasingly dark. Only Lupin noticed her predicament. Observing the escalating argument, the well-meaning Lupin sought to mediate. They could not quarrel so vehemently in front of the children. However, these two irate individuals offered him no opportunity to interject. In this town rife with fervent zealots, you claim to be protecting her? You nearly brought her harm. If you were to arrive a minute late, without her wand, Loya could be accused of witchcraft solely based on the uncorroborated testimony of a patrolman and be bound to the pyre. The mere thought sent waves of fear and fury coursing through him, causing Snape's fingers to grow icy with anger. This small town required no evidence. A single utterance could condemn anyone as a witch, leading them to the stake. The Church, in its quest to reinforce its theocratic dominion, cared little for the authenticity of those they apprehended. They merely sought a scapegoat for the calamities that befell them, providing the foolish townsfolk with an outlet for their frustrations. Snape endeavored to steady his composure, gravely stating, Salem harbors witch hunters. Sirius was momentarily taken aback by his words. As a child, he had heard many tales from his grandmother about the dark 3 centuries of witch trials, where witch hunters, driven by bounty, persecuted and hunted those accused of witchcraft, employing methods far more brutal and insidious than those of muggles. Sirius turned, irritably raking his disheveled black hair. Snape's voice was cold as he warned. Keep your distance from Miss Grindelwald. What do you consider yourself to her? What right do you have to tell me to stay away? Sirius retorted. I am her temporary guardian, Snape replied, which struck Sirius as a ludicrous jest, utterly unconvincing. Sirius was acutely aware that others perceived him as impulsive, reckless, and immature, acting without regard for consequences, yet he was no fool. He needed no elaborate deduction to understand why Dumbledore had entrusted Snape with the role of his daughter's temporary guardian. It was highly plausible that Loya's health had faltered, necessitating her reliance on Snape's potions. Otherwise, how could Dumbledore possibly hand his daughter over to him? What use did Snape have beyond brewing potions? Sirius scoffed. She is Dumbledore's daughter. In a few years, she will grow up, and you, as her temporary guardian, will be of no consequence to her. Snape froze, struck by the sudden realization. In the future, she would build a happy family with Harry, just as James and Lily had done, and they would be a family. At that point, he would be considered her godfather to some extent, ensuring her safety, while Snape would be the outsider. With that thought, Sirius pulled Loya closer to himself once more. Finally unable to endure being tugged back and forth, Loya protested, Enough already. My wrist is about to be dislocated. Upon hearing this, both men hastily released their grips. Loya furrowed her brows, tenderly massaging her aching wrist. Observing the crimson hue of her wrist, Snape chastised himself internally, cursing his own carelessness. He reached out, intending to soothe her inflamed wrist. Sirius, unusually at a loss, pondered whether his strength had inadvertently dislocated her wrist, given how delicate the young girls were, resembling tiny kittens with their slender arms and legs. Just as he was about to inquire about Loya's condition, he noticed Snape attending to her wrist. Instantly, Sirius erupted in agitation, raising his voice. Release her at once. For heaven's sake, are you two never going to be done with this? Finally, Loya herself could no longer contain her frustration and shouted vehemently. The two older men fell into a brief silence. Loya turned to Sirius and earnestly explained, I believe you have misunderstood. Harry and I do not share the relationship you presume. Upon hearing Loya's words, Snape felt a subtle sense of relief within. However, Sirius, undeterred, puffed out his chest with confidence and remarked, Lily once said the same about her relationship with James, yet ultimately, James won her heart. Loya, the author has a message. The author has left the story, but if this HP fanfiction can receive daily support, I shall return to update. As a time traveler, she merely engaged in actions that many such individuals would instinctively undertake, approaching the main characters and fostering a rapport with them, occasionally tending to their needs. However, she never contemplated the idea of developing a romantic relationship with either the protagonists or any side characters. Furthermore, she discovered that Europeans are not only precocious but also possess particularly open-minded parents, who, at the tender ages of 11 or 12, are already preoccupied with finding their children suitable partners. Loyal, with a hand pressed to his forehead, spoke to Sirius with a hint of exasperation. Harry is my friend. I regard him as family, and our bond is certainly not what you envision. Besides, isn't Harry romantically linked with Ginny? She has no intention of encroaching upon anyone's relationship. Yet, Sirius continued to expound his confident philosophy. Mark my words. Just because you do not harbor feelings for Harry now does not preclude the possibility in the future. Lily, too, fell in love with James, whom she once despised. Loya felt somewhat speechless, as if she were being forcibly betrothed. She rolled her eyes inwardly and thought, Uncle, why are you so confident? Sirius was momentarily taken aback by the term uncle. After being a silent observer for quite some time, Lupin could no longer suppress his laughter. Clearing his throat, Sirius quickly recovered from the awkward atmosphere. You and Harry will spend several years together at Hogwarts. Perhaps you do not like him now, but I am certain you will eventually discover qualities in Harry that attract you. He is as tenacious as his father. Once he has set his sights on someone, he will not let go. Nonetheless, Loya's expression suggested that his words entered through one ear and exited through the other. Sirius, undeterred, rarely tempered his inherent rebelliousness. He lowered himself to one knee beside Loya, resting his hands on her shoulders and gazing earnestly into her clear blue eyes. In due time, we will be family. I will be your kin, and if you wish, you may call me godfather. I have an empty house in Grimmauld Place, where you are always welcome to stay. Apart from his godson Harry, only this young girl could receive such privileges. Should Loya desire it, Sirius would even hasten to request Dumbledore to become her temporary guardian. Mentioning the old house in Grimmauld Place, he was momentarily reminded of his mother, who cherished extreme pure-blood ideals and had disowned him from the family tree at the tender age of 16. Now, he was the last remaining member of the Black family, and the old house had stood empty for many years. Upon leaving the town, he intended to renovate the house and invite Harry and Loya to live there, reserving the most well-lit and comfortable room for Harry's young girlfriend. He was unsure of what colors young girls preferred for their rooms. It seemed he would need to consult Miss Granger, Loya's friend, for advice. Observing the entire scene, Snape could no longer contain himself and coldly interrupted Sirius. She is merely 12 years old. Do not instill your absurd notions in her. You are nothing but a Death Eater. Seeing the two uncles on the verge of another argument, Loya interjected immediately. I do not need you to concern yourselves with my lifelong affairs. I have no intention of dating anyone, neither now nor in the future. I prefer to live my life alone. The three men fell into an involuntary silence, astonished by her declaration. Although the Weasley family appeared blissfully happy and harmonious, Loya firmly rejected the notion of being like Mrs. Weasley, burdened with the care of numerous children and household responsibilities. Lupin could hardly believe that a child would utter such outrageous words. Had Loya's rebellious phase begun prematurely? Considering her lineage, in 2 or 3 years, as she matures, countless nobles will vie for her favor, eager to forge connections. Those introducing their sons to her will form an endless queue, and the threshold of Dumbledore's office will surely bear the weight of their footsteps. Recently graduated and imprisoned in Azkaban, devoid of any romantic encounters, Sirius Black finds himself without the authority to comment on such matters. However, he shares Remus's conviction that ultimately, a young woman seeks a place to call home. Yet, Loya harbors the desire to embrace solitude for the entirety of her life, a notion perilously misguided. Sirius shot a fierce glance at Snape, questioning how he could act as a temporary guardian while instilling such dangerous ideologies in her. Remus, with earnest intent, implored Loya, every woman's aspiration is to discover her soulmate, to cultivate a joyful and harmonious family, which is a fundamental pursuit in their lives. Why must women chase after these ideals? Is there not grace and freedom in being single? Why is it that a woman's existence is often consumed by the demands of men, bearing children, supporting husbands, managing households, rendered as her obligation? Loya earnestly expressed her protest. I desire to be beautiful on my own. This declaration of independence from traditional ideologies by the modern woman of 2022 momentarily left Lupin at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. He let out a deep sigh and, with a hint of awkwardness, inquired, Then what is it that you pursue? Loya spoke without hesitation. Eliminate Voldemort. Snape and Lupin exchanged astonished glances. Only the justice-driven and fiercely righteous Sirius displayed a proud smile, applauding her. Look, this is the kind of girl he would wish to mentor, so ambitious, filled with righteous indignation, fearless and dauntless, a true Gryffindor. However, Loya's subsequent declaration froze his smile in place. Seize the Ministry of Magic for the greater good. This time, Sirius stood in stunned silence. He glared fiercely at Snape, wondering what bizarre ideas he had instilled in Loya. The long-standing mutual disdain between Sirius and Snape erupted into a fierce argument, initially about Loya's upbringing, but eventually devolving into personal grievances. How could Dumbledore allow someone like you to teach at Hogwarts? Sirius sneered. Snape retorted with a cold laugh. After spending over a decade in Azkaban, under the watch of Dementors, it seems that Black remains as simple-minded and physically strong as ever. Seizing the opportunity while the two were engrossed in their quarrel, Lupin subtly exchanged a knowing glance with Loya, gesturing towards the upper floor. The well-meaning Lupin was advising her to take advantage of the distraction and retreat upstairs, away from the bickering old men. Loya hastily ascended the stairs to engage in conversation with Hermione. The clamor of the ongoing argument below persisted. You are well aware that if Harry's girlfriend were in good health, Dumbledore would appoint you as her temporary guardian. Sirius was quite certain that had he not been confined in Azkaban, the matter of Loya's temporary guardianship would have remained uncertain. Snape clenched his fists, a sheen of sweat forming in his palms, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Sirius let out a few derisive laughs. He had finally discerned that Snape's gaze upon Harry's girlfriend mirrored that of his regard for Lily. He had once vied with James for Lily, and now he was competing with James's son for Loya. The more Sirius pondered, the angrier he became. Furthermore, given the man's age, how could he harbor such feelings for a young girl? With a stern countenance, Sirius brushed past him. Unless Dumbledore had truly lost his faculties, he would never consent to his daughter being with you. Even if she did not choose Harry, she would certainly not choose you. Keep your unrequited desires to yourself. He spoke the truth. Loya's affection for anyone would never be reciprocated, a truth that seemed to cast Snape into the depths of despair. That hauntingly vivid dream resurfaced in his mind, a spirited youth kneeling before his beloved, presenting her with a ring. He lingered in the shadows, observing their joyous embrace. Radiant with smiles, Dumbledore's words echoed in his thoughts, serving as a reminder, a counsel to recognize his own place. He wished for no connection between his daughter and the path he had traversed. The author notes that each time he corrects typos in the background, an inexplicable number of comments vanish, not by his own hand. Tonight's dinner was lavish. Hermione, born of Muggle lineage, had learned the culinary arts from her mother at a young age. During their stay in the small town, she had volunteered to take charge of the daily meals, crafting a delightful variety for each occasion. A sense of guilt lingered in Hermione's heart. Had it not been for her insistence to accompany Loya to Knockturn Alley, they would not have faced such tribulations. Now, she solely wished to be of assistance to everyone. As she toiled in the kitchen, Loya felt a pang of remorse. For she was inept in the culinary arts, only able to assist with washing vegetables, often being shooed away by Hermione. The gentle Professor Lupin yearned to help. Yet his tumultuous past had left him with a haphazard approach to meals, his cooking skills lacking, though no one dared to voice the truth of their mediocrity. Ultimately, Lupin resigned to the fate of enlisting Sirius to undertake the entirety of the dishwashing duties. For a few older gentlemen could not bear to witness the young ladies bustling about. For dinner, Hermione prepared a selection of Chinese stir-fried dishes inspired by a Muggle culinary magazine, and fortunately, the uncles at the table were adept with chopsticks. The dining table was adorned with candles, a scene that should have radiated warmth and joy. Yet, the three men sat in silence, not a word exchanged, rendering the evening unusually quiet. The mere fact that Snape and Sirius could share the same table without erupting into conflict was nothing short of miraculous. Sirius chewed his food absent-mindedly, stealing a glance at Loya across the table. Snape, seated beside her, silently served her vegetables. I dislike eating greens, Loya remarked gloomily, poking at the vegetables in her bowl. Do not be picky, Snape sighed softly in response. Loya returned the dish that Snape had given her. Observing the interaction between the two, Sirius felt a gradual frown etching itself upon his lips. The chopsticks in his hand were gripped tightly, contorting slowly until, with a sharp crack, they were forcibly snapped in two. Slightly agitated, Sirius slammed the remnants of the chopsticks onto the table. The sound, though not loud, was sufficient to draw the curious gazes of all present towards him. The legs of his chair screeched against the floor as he grasped the backrest and casually placed the wooden chair between Loya and Snape. Unperturbed, he leaned back and seated himself, deliberately creating a barrier between the two individuals whom he deemed overly close. He then shifted his chair further towards Loya, who gazed at him in perplexity. Turning to Loya, Sirius donned the signature smile of a godfather, just as Lupin's chopsticks were about to touch a dish. Sirius disregarded his old friend and unceremoniously tipped the plate towards Loya's bowl. Loya, eat more. You have such slender arms and legs, and you are rather short. When I was in my second year at Gryffindor, I was a head taller than you. Sirius was filled with skepticism regarding Loya's living arrangements with Snape. Surely she had not received adequate care. He continued to ramble on about himself, completely oblivious to the fact that the soup was overflowing from Loya's bowl, spilling hot liquid onto the hem of her skirt. Loya was scalded, and she immediately rose from her seat. Little did she expect things to turn so dire. Sirius swiftly grabbed a napkin from the table, knelt beside her skirt, and gently wiped the fabric for Harry's young girlfriend. Loya cast her gaze downward, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon her eyelids. As she lifted her head, she found herself locking eyes with Sirius. His aquamarine irises were clear and pure, devoid of any blemish, as if one could easily drown in their depths. Suddenly taken aback, Sirius averted his gaze, too apprehensive to meet hers again, hastily attempting to wipe the stains from her skirt. Severus stood nearby, his expression dark and brooding. It became evident that Sirius only exacerbated the situation further. A small stain on the hem of Roya's dress, subjected to his relentless scrubbing, transformed into a vast blotch. Sirius crouched before her, clutching the fabric of her skirt, vigorously attempting to eradicate the blemish. With increasing fervor, he seemed to engage in a contest with the stain. Feeling quite awkward, Roya contemplated retreating upstairs to change her attire. Just as she turned to take a step away, Sirius's grip on her skirt remained unyielding. With a sudden rip, silence enveloped the scene. The hem of her dress was torn from bottom to top, nearly splitting above her knee. A cold breeze surged through the window crevice, sweeping her skirt aside. Sirius awkwardly lifted his gaze, and the girl's alabaster legs were laid bare to the air, her fair skin still bearing a trace of a blush from the hot soup. Lupin instantly turned away. Hermione, believing that the injured Lavender had fled the scene under the pretext of delivering meals, hastily departed. Snape's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. A surge of frustration lodged in his throat. He endeavored to convince himself to refrain from unleashing his anger in front of Roya, not wishing to frighten her. Stepping forward, Snape removed his black cloak, intending to drape it over Roya. However, Sirius had already anticipated this gesture, having shed his own outer garment, and tied its sleeves around Roya's waist, covering her exposed legs. Loya's eyes twitched as she weakly inquired, "Uncle, how many more times will you tear my dress?" Sirius Black found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The repetition of her question struck him with embarrassment. Had it truly happened more than once? Severus Snape, having endured his frustration for far too long, could no longer contain his fury. He brandished his wand, aiming it directly at Sirius. His voice laced with barely restrained animosity. "Release your hands. Keep your distance from her. Never approach her again." The final declaration resonated with Sirius as if Snape were deliberately asserting ownership over the girl, igniting a fierce anger within him. The 12 years spent incarcerated in Azkaban had not dulled his sharp edge. Rising in indignation, he retorted with a cold smirk, "She does not belong to you. You cannot possess her, yet you refuse to let go. She will never favor you." Snape stood rigid, his breath hitching as if struck by a blow. In a fit of rage, he lost control, and the spell cast from his wand collided forcefully with the wall. Sirius, narrowly evading the blast, transformed into a towering black dog, growling with bared fangs. It was not entirely Sirius's fault. The supplies sent by the local council included garments of appalling quality. The dresses for girls were particularly shoddy, crafted from inferior materials, with threads hanging loose. A moment's inattention could easily result in a significant tear, unbeknownst to Sirius. He had inadvertently damaged Loya's skirt while attempting to assist her. Remus Lupin, accustomed to the bickering between Sirius and Snape, had grown weary of intervening, believing it futile. He approached Loya and gently patted her shoulder, speaking to her in a soothing tone. "Why don't you head upstairs to eat? Do not concern yourself with them." Loya decisively ascended the staircase, her hands laden with food, as the sounds of a heated argument between a man and a dog echoed from below. Upon reaching the second floor, she unfastened the Sirius attire tied around her waist and cast it downwards. "Uncle, your garment is returned to you," she called out. Unfortunately, the discarded clothing landed squarely atop the black dog's head, finally silencing the commotion below. Though Lavender's abdominal wound had been treated with muggle herbs provided by Nurse Laura, her recovery was painfully slow. At this juncture, they had to rely on the potions master, Severus Snape, whom Loya summoned to tend to Lavender's injury. Meanwhile, the two middle-aged gentlemen left behind were silently scrubbing dishes at the sink. Sirius, a pureblood scion, had never engaged in such menial tasks. A plate slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the floor. Remus, at a loss for words, fetched a broom to clear the debris. Sirius continued to break plate after plate, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Why is that fellow not washing dishes?" He glanced upwards toward the second floor. "Have you not noticed the way he gazes at Harry's little girlfriend? If I do not keep a watchful eye, who knows what he might do to her?" With this thought, he flung a half-washed plate into the sink with a splash and made as if to rush upstairs. Remus's perplexed voice halted him. "Sirius, are you attempting to curry favor with Miss Grindelwald for Harry's sake, or for your own? What do you mean?" Sirius turned back to him. Confusion etched across his face. Remus pondered for a moment, unsure how to express that he should not entangle himself in this situation while assisting Harry. Ultimately, he simply shook his head. "Never mind. Forget I said anything," Remus muttered as he returned to the sink to continue washing dishes. He gestured towards the soapy water filled with plates and cutlery. "If you wish to avoid inadvertently diminishing your standing in her eyes, perhaps you should ensure all the dishes are thoroughly cleaned." After a moment of hesitation, Sirius begrudgingly turned back to the sink, resuming his task. Once the dishes were washed, Remus summoned everyone for an impromptu meeting regarding the fervent religious beliefs in Salem and the ongoing witch hunts. The group gathered in the living room, Lavender, despite her injury, supported by Hermione, descending the stairs. Sirius propped his chair, positioning himself forcefully between Loya and Snape. As long as he remained within sight, he was determined to prevent Snape from getting any closer to Harry's girlfriend. Remus spoke gravely. "As you can see, our location in Salem continues the tradition of witch hunting that has persisted for centuries." He paused momentarily before continuing. "The townsfolk here seem to believe that only women consort with the devil and wield witchcraft. The few of us male wizards are naturally not in any peril. However, the same cannot be said for the women, who may find themselves in considerable danger. I inquired at a nearby market, and indeed, there are witch hunters in their town." "What are witch hunters? Do they possess magic?" Loya asked with curiosity, for neither the films nor the original texts have ever mentioned witch hunters. "Is this yet another consequence of the butterfly effect? They are muggles, devoid of magical abilities, yet they possess a substance known as anti-magic gold." "Anti-magic gold?" "It is a type of were capable of suppressing magical energy, thus interfering with a wizard's ability to cast spells and diminishing their power. Witch hunters may forge weapons and armor from this anti-magic gold to combat witches." When Lupin was still a student, he stumbled upon some texts in the Hogwarts library concerning the dark trials of witches during the bleak 3rd century, yet his knowledge on the matter remained limited. Upon hearing of the Dark Lord, Lupin paused, considering Loya's connection with Grindelwald, and courteously opted for a different appellation. The dark wizard Grindelwald had destroyed the last mine that extracted anti-magic gold, leading wizards to believe that the ore used by hunters against witches had been entirely eradicated. However, given that witch hunters still exist in this town, Loya continued in response to his words, "Does that mean there is still demon-warding gold here?" Lupin cast her an approving glance and nodded. Sirius, who had been reclining against his chair, suddenly sat up straight. "I will take her away from Salem to Hogwarts right now," he declared with an air of finality, believing that leaving the town with Loya was undoubtedly the safest course of action. Throughout the entire meeting, Snape, who had remained silent, shot him a sidelong glance and slowly spoke. "You cannot leave." Everyone turned to him in confusion. "Salem is under the control of a mysterious force. Once you enter the town, you are trapped within it and cannot escape." He recalled how, when he inadvertently stumbled into the town. The misty forest enveloping it resembled a labyrinth. No matter which direction one walked, they would invariably return to the town. This was one of the reasons for the town's isolation. Those who entered would never emerge. At that time, in his frantic search for Loya, he had been nearly driven mad by his inability to escape the town. Lupin took a deep breath, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Is it possible that the church is manipulating the mist surrounding the town? He pondered. There must be a way to resolve this. It cannot be that we are trapped in Salem for no reason. The church must be behind this. Sirius, increasingly agitated, began to pace back and forth. Having initially thought he could swiftly bring Loya back to Hogwarts to see his godson, Loya rested her chin upon her hands, lost in contemplation. Should the secluded town of Salem be exposed to the outside world, the archaic and barbaric practices of witch hunting would swiftly be condemned by society, leading to the town's governance being seized by the Muggle authorities, and the church would inevitably forfeit its autocratic dominion over the settlement. The entity most averse to the revelation of Salem's existence to the broader world is undoubtedly the local church, which has long regarded Salem as a kingdom under its control. The most pressing concern at present is to unravel the town's shrouded mysteries and discover a means to depart from Salem. Loya glanced at them and said softly, "As long as we, the few girls, refrain from using magic in public, our identities will remain concealed. Moreover, we currently lack wands. If we maintain a low profile and keep our distance from the frenzied church adherents in town, we will not be easily discovered as witches. Therefore, you need not worry about us for the time being. It is up to you to find a way to escape Salem." Upon hearing Loya's words, Lupin looked at her in astonishment. Typically, a young witch of her age would be flustered in the face of unforeseen danger, yet she remained remarkably composed and astute. Lupin wholeheartedly endorsed her suggestion. During this period, while we seek a way out of town, the girls should stay at home and avoid drawing attention. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. The knocking was rather rude, almost brusque, leaving little doubt that the visitor bore ill intent. Lavender shrank back nervously. Could it be the witch hunters have discovered us? Are they here to capture us? Her words cast a momentary silence over the room, heightening everyone's vigilance. While Snape quietly tightened his grip on his wand, Lupin positioned several students behind him. If the visitors were indeed witch hunters, their immediate priority would be to protect the children. The knocking persisted, and the stalemate could not continue. "I will go check," Loya calmly declared as she rose to her feet. Sirius swiftly stood up from his chair, closely following her. He positioned himself right behind Loya, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Should the door conceal witch hunters, he would immediately transform into his animagus form to confront them. Buying Loya a chance to flee, Snape, feeling uneasy, reached out to stop Loya, but she had already taken several steps past him. His outstretched hand lingered in the air for a moment before he withdrew it. Loya cautiously opened a crack in the door, revealing an elderly beggar with graying hair and a hunched back. She quietly exhaled in relief. This beggar, who had lost sight in one eye, had descended into madness following the death of her son. She would ramble incoherently to anyone who approached, earning her the unflattering title of the town's madwoman. Due to her erratic behavior, she often laughed to herself in a dazed manner, which only fueled the townsfolk's disdain for her. She endured numerous beatings while wandering the streets, seeking alms. When Roya first arrived in the small town, the madwoman had come to beg for alms. Seeing her pitiable state, Roya had offered her some bread. Sirius held a strong aversion to this muggle, as her incessant babbling was nothing short of nonsensical. At that moment, the madwoman, with her gnarled, tree-like fingers, pointed at him while grinning foolishly, calling out, "Short-lived ghost! Short-lived ghost!" Sirius's expression darkened instantaneously. The madwoman's taunts of short-lived ghost grated on his nerves. Were it not for the presence of his young companion, he would have been unable to restrain himself from forcibly ejecting this impudent muggle from his vicinity. Furthermore, now the madwoman was loudly accusing Roya of being a tyrant. Having grown accustomed to the madwoman's erratic behavior, Roya paid little heed to her ravings. Compassionate as ever, she decided to fetch some bread upon witnessing the madwoman suffering from hunger on the streets. She turned and headed toward the kitchen, gathering the leftover dinner and some bread into a bamboo basket. Snape extended his hand to assist her, lifting the food-laden basket and placing it at the door. The moment the madwoman caught sight of Snape, she began to cackle ominously, cryptically declaring that the one you long for is within your sight, right behind you. Snape paused in astonishment for a brief moment. his breath catching as he instinctively turned to glance at Loya, who was washing apples by the sink. Loya took a bite of her apple, utterly oblivious to the conversation at the door. Snape gazed at her, his expression growing increasingly intricate. Suddenly, the gnarled hand of the madwoman seized Snape's arm with a fierce grip, forcibly drawing his thoughts back. The wrinkles on her face twisted together, resembling a malevolent specter wandering the earth. Her aged voice carried a hint of mockery. "You are truly a pitiful creature. The tyrant is the most heartless." As if struck by a sudden realization, Snape's countenance paled in an instant. Loya finally discerned the peculiarity of the situation, casting her gaze towards the doorway. Meanwhile, the ever-resent annoyance of the madwoman had rendered Sirius exceedingly impatient, prompting him to slam the door shut with a resounding thud. A consensus was reached among the group to minimize their excursions and maintain a safe distance from the deranged townsfolk. Nevertheless, by the following day, some found themselves unable to remain idle. Loya poured herself a cup of hot cocoa and gently stirred it, releasing a subtle aroma that wafted from the drink. She carefully took a sip, feeling a delicate sweetness spread across her tongue. Did Lupin not mention that the few of them should refrain from going out for the time being? In essence, it was simply a matter of staying indoors. Loya cradled a steaming cup in her hands, reclining against the bed. The door to her room stood ajar, and a gentle knock resonated from the other side. Loya lifted his gaze to behold a tall man with disheveled black hair standing at the doorway. Sirius had shaved, shedding the unkempt appearance he had sported over the past few days. His naturally wavy black locks cascaded gracefully along his cheek. The tattered Azkaban prison garb had been replaced by a traditional British three-piece suit, rendering him considerably more vibrant, even youthful by a few years. Evoking a sense of refreshing allure, he leaned against the door, his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of casual ease and nonchalance in his every movement. Loya gazed in astonishment at the transformed Sirius. "Uncle, have you taken the wrong medicine?" The array of opening remarks meticulously prepared by Sirius was abruptly stifled by her blunt comment. Only his little girlfriend, tasked with educating him, dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ever since Severus had arrived, he had noticed an unusual bond between Loya and Severus, leaving Sirius with a profound sense of crisis regarding his own role in Loya's romantic pursuits. Seizing the rare opportunity presented by Severus's absence today, he resolved to take Loya out to enhance their rapport. With this thought in mind, he diligently groomed himself. However, his limited time spent with Loya left him entirely unaware of her preferences. The few occasions they had alone together revolved around rabbit hunting, which seemed to be the sole means of fostering a closer connection with her. Sirius smiled at the girl and said, "The weather is splendid today. Come, let us go rabbit hunting." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed outside. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by hail that pelted against the glass, creating a cacophony of sound. Indeed, what a delightful day it was. Loya cast a glance out of the window before redirecting her gaze towards Sirius. The weather outside was indeed delightful. Listening to her sardonic tone, Sirius couldn't help but feel that misfortune had been his constant companion lately. Even the weather seemed to conspire against him. Loya's gaze once again fell upon the steaming hot cocoa in her hands, her demeanor languid and unhurried. Hadn't they agreed just yesterday to minimize their outings? Sirius remained silent. The logs in the fireplace crackled and burned fiercely, rendering the room somewhat stifling. He casually removed his coat, draping it over one arm, and loosened the two buttons of his shirt, revealing glimpses of extensive tattoos on his partially exposed chest. He boldly approached Loya's bedside and settled down beside her. To other women, this would undoubtedly appear as an invitation from an affable pureblood aristocrat. Yet, to Loya, it resembled a Russian mobster attempting to recruit her for a spree of pillage and plunder. Sirius regarded her with a mischievous smile, his tone laced with a barely perceptible anticipation. "We are Gryffindors. Isn't life dull without a bit of risk?" His reasoning was so compelling that she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, the inclement weather dissuaded her from venturing outside. Setting her hot cocoa upon the table, she tucked herself under the covers and waved her hand dismissively. "I have no desire to brave the pouring rain to chase rabbits. If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. Today, I am akin to a little badger, eating and sleeping, and I request no disturbances." With the unceremonious dismissal, Sirius found himself lingering in the corridor, his mood dampened as he gazed out the window, relieved that the wretched weather had not conspired against him entirely. The rain ceased by the afternoon, and the streets began to bustle with pedestrians. The forest was a mire of mud, rendering any thoughts of rabbit hunting futile. Hermione had just emerged from the kitchen after inventorying the supplies and informed Sirius of the missing ingredients for dinner, as Remus had instructed them to remain indoors. She found it inconvenient to procure the items herself and hoped Sirius might venture to the market on her behalf. Sirius readily acquiesced, viewing it as an excellent opportunity. If rabbit hunting was off the table, then a stroll through the market would suffice. He strode into Loya's room, one hand grasping her shoes while the other scooped her up, cradling her effortlessly in his arm. With a casual remark that he and Loya would not be returning for dinner, he stepped out, leaving Hermione bewildered in her place. What had begun as a request for assistance in gathering dinner ingredients had somehow transformed into a declaration of their absence. Something felt amiss. Loya, nestled under his arm, wore a sullen expression, clutching a pillow. The market, revived after the rain, buzzed with life. The air infused with a refreshing aroma as they acquired all the ingredients Hermione had listed. Yet, in stark contrast to the rejuvenated surroundings, a corpse of a woman dangled from the wall of the market, her body grotesquely decayed and swollen, waterlogged to a pallid hue. A wooden sign hung from her neck, inscribed in blood with the chilling words, "Witch, go to hell." Loya furrowed her brows, witnessing yet another innocent muggle girl accused of witchcraft, condemned by the church to die by drowning. The townsfolk passing by spat disdainfully at the lifeless body, as if this blameless muggle girl had truly allied herself with the devil, becoming a witch who brought harm to the world. The corpse lay not far from the market stalls where they purchased their provisions, and Loya found little desire to linger any longer. She wished to depart from this grim scene. A woman, in a state of utter panic, darted past them, even toppling a fruit stand in her haste. Struggling to rise, she was forcefully pinned to the ground by a patrolling soldier who pursued her. "Hurry, find her. She wields wicked sorcery. She is a witch." The onlookers gasped at the mention of the word witch. The woman, pinned to the ground, turned her face with great difficulty. It was none other than Nurse Laura, the very person who had once aided Loya. "I am not a witch. I am not a witch," she screamed. An old woman pointed an accusing finger at her, declaring, "I live next door, and I saw her conceal herbs in her pocket." In Salem, it was commonly believed that women who utilized herbs were witches, using their knowledge to manipulate human minds and lead them to commit blasphemous acts. The soldier stepped on her back, while another soldier deliberately searched her, retrieving a pouch of herbs from her clothing. "See, she possesses herbs. She is a witch. That was medicine for Mrs. Mana's child," Laura pleaded, desperation etched on her face. "Her child is ill. I swear I am not a witch." She cast a pleading glance towards Mrs. Mana and the crowd, hoping for her vindication. Yet, Mrs. Mana, clutching her child, took a step back in fear, fully aware that Laura had secretly used herbs to treat some of the child's ailments. However, no one wished to be associated with a witch, nor to be implicated as an accomplice and thrown into the dungeon. She promptly distanced herself from Laura, uttering words that betrayed her conscience, joining the old woman in accusing Laura. "We have never used her herbs. She is a witch. She must intend to poison my child with her herbs. She seeks to offer my child's soul to the devil." Immediately, the townsfolk erupted in a chorus of curses directed at Laura. "Burn her. Burn the witch. Take her to the church. Let the pastor judge her crimes." The soldiers marched her toward the church. Had Snape been by Loya's side at that moment, he would have guided her away from this den of strife. For wizards do not meddle in the grievances of muggles. Yet now, standing here, were two Gryffindors. Loya and Sirius exchanged a rare, harmonious glance. For Gryffindor could never remain passive. To Loya, this muggle nurse had clandestinely provided them with herbs when they first arrived in town, rendering her invaluable assistance. Thus, it was nearly impossible for her to remain an apathetic bystander. Furthermore, the church in this town wielded tyrannical power, engaging in wanton slaughter under the pretense of hunting witches, attributing every calamity and misfortune to them. She had long harbored disdain for the local priest. The Grand Cathedral was one of the oldest structures in Salem, adorned with opulence. Its hemispherical dome was encrusted with resplendent jewels and stained glass. Townsfolk streamed into the church, while Laura found herself kneeling before the priest, flanked by two patrolling guards. The priest, his face etched with sorrow, proclaimed, "Another girl led astray by the devil. She has forsaken God. The divine has shown me a miracle. I have witnessed the demon within her. She seeks to harm innocent children with her herbs. She is a witch. I am not a witch. I have harmed no one. Do not heed her deceitful words. She is a cunning witch. Every utterance from her lips is an evil incantation." Witches conspire with demons to wreak havoc upon our world. They are destroying our town, and we must eradicate them. The priest extended his arms, addressing the congregation below. As you have witnessed, this shall be a fair trial. Those who deem her guilty and agree to purify her with fire, please raise your hands. All the townsfolk raised their hands in unison. A result evidently anticipated by the priest, who beamed with satisfaction. The citizens of Salem, indoctrinated by the church, harbored an intense hatred for the witches they believed to be the source of their calamities. Those who believe her innocent, please raise your hands. In the vast sea of faces, only Loya raised her hand, and Sirius, in solidarity, followed suit. The priest cast a disdainful glance at them before declaring, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I hereby pronounce Laura guilty of witchcraft and collusion with the devil. She is a witch, and she is to be executed by fire." The crowd erupted into a frenzy, cheers escalating in fervor. Amidst the clamor, a girl's voice rang out, "Wait." We cast a dissenting vote. Several townsfolk turned to glare at Loya, displeased by her objection. The priest donned his usual hypocritical smile. "Outsider, this is the law of Salem. Witches are irredeemable, and only flames can reduce them to ashes. Whether she is a witch can be proven by fire. A pure soul fears not the flames." "Your ability to spout such blatant falsehoods is truly astonishing," Loya retorted, rolling her eyes at him. The priest's expression shifted abruptly. He was a highly respected clergyman in Salem, revered by thousands. Even the mayor yielded to him. How dare this little brat speak to him in such a manner? Loya's eyes darted as she intentionally inquired, "I have a question that has troubled me for quite some time. You mentioned that witches disguise themselves as innocuous individuals to deceive others. How can we trust that you are not a witch in disguise?" "Nonsense. I am a priest. I am the earthly representative of the divine. Witches are exclusively female. How dare you question my identity?" Sirius scoffed at the absurdity, for muggles truly believed that male wizards did not exist. Suddenly, a deranged male acolyte rushed towards Loya, pointing at her and hurling insults. "Get out. Outsider. How dare you question the priest? You heretic. Cursed infidel." Sirius stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Loya. Grabbing the acolyte by the collar, he lowered his voice, imbued with a warning, "Try to lay a finger on her, and I shall twist your bones one by one." The acolyte, caught by the collar, turned pale, gasping for air, his face contorted in fear as the muscles trembled. Once Sirius released his grip, the acolyte fled the scene in a state of panic. Loya continued to engage in a verbal duel with the priest, waiting for him to ensnare himself. "What evidence do you possess to prove you are a priest and not a witch in disguise?" "Nonsense. I solemnly swear before the divine that I am not a witch." "What use is a vow? Present your evidence." "Oh, by the way, you previously stated that pure souls do not fear flames. Only a witch's soul would be utterly consumed by fire. So, demonstrate to everyone that you fear not the flames. Your hesitation indicates that you have slain the true priest. You are merely a witch masquerading." The priest was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to respond to Loya's accusations, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he froze in place. Meanwhile, the frenzied townsfolk of Salem fervently shouted in unison, "Priest, you are our beacon of light. Show this arrogant outsider your miracles. Priest, the divine will protect you. Priest, let these damned heretics witness your wonder." His disciples firmly believed that a priest devoted to the divine could never be engulfed by flames. They pushed the priest toward the gallows. Gritting his teeth, the priest glared at Loya. "I do not fear the flames. I shall prove, unscathed, that I am not a witch. Your accusations are nothing but slander. You will be bound to the pyre for your defamation of the clergy." Witnessing the priest fall into his trap, Loya smiled with satisfaction. "Burn me? Not a chance." She reached out with her small hands and linked arms with Sirius. Startled, Sirius looked down at Loya. In the flickering firelight, the girl's beautiful, innocent eyes reflected his shadows, and for a fleeting moment, his mind was in disarray. The unexpected intimacy of her touch left him pleasantly astonished. The upward curve of his lips betrayed his unreserved joy. Indeed, taking her out for a stroll had proven effective. As muggles say, affection can be cultivated. However, Loya's next words ruthlessly shattered his fantasies. "If the priest emerges unscathed from the flames, then that uncle is my half-godfather. Bind him to the pyre instead of me." Sirius's expression darkened momentarily. Initially, upon hearing the girl sweetly refer to him as her godfather, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, Loya's subsequent remark, "Burn him, not me," left him speechless for an extended period. He pouted, his face contorted in frustration, unable to suppress the thought that if Snape stood beside Loya at that moment, she would likely not utter the words "burn him, not me." Contemplating this, Sirius felt a tightening in his chest, and he could not deny that a simmering jealousy was gradually rising within him. Loya patted his arm and, with unwavering confidence, encouraged him. "Uncle, fear not. That charlatan will surely be singed, and victory shall be ours." How could he possibly be afraid? It was merely the disparity in treatment from certain individuals that left Sirius with a twinge of bitterness and discomfort deep within. Nevertheless, he chose to raise his hand in solidarity with Loya's performance. "If the priest emerges unscathed from the flames, I shall willingly be bound to the pyre." As Sirius was confined in Azkaban, his original wand had been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic. He raised his hand in conjunction with Loya's act. "If the priest emerges unscathed from the flames, I shall willingly be bound to the pyre." The clamor from the audience surged and ebbed, as outside the church, a pyre was being erected. The revered priest approached the stake with a stiff gait. Were it not for the voluminous robe concealing his trembling legs, all his fears would be laid bare before his congregation. The priest was secured upon the cross. Firewood amassed beside the stake, his complexion drained, eyes tightly shut, murmuring the words of prayer. "I am God's earthly messenger. He shall bestow his grace upon me. He shall protect me." Loya observed with a detached gaze, truly a competent charlatan, capable of not only brainwashing others, but also ensnaring himself in his own delusions. Believing that by worshipping a deity, he was rendered impervious to flames. The devout congregation knelt upon the ground, their hands clasped in fervent prayer, filled with hope, yearning to witness the miracles conjured by their pastor. This moment would etch itself into the annals of Salem's history. The wood beneath him ignited, sending thick, black smoke billowing upwards. "O God, grant me salvation from the flames." The pastor trembled, unable to articulate the full prayer. Across the dark smoke, a girl regarded him with a scornful smile, her lips subtly moving as if to say, "Taste the searing embrace of fire." The pastor's eyes widened in horror. She was indeed a true witch. She was the embodiment of evil. He scarcely had time to accuse her of witchcraft before the flames surged, engulfing him. His robes ignited in an instant, the fire ravenously scorching his flesh. "Ah, help me. Mayor, save me. Let me down." The square echoed with the pastor's piercing screams. His once devoted townsfolk stood in stunned disbelief, watching the divine emissary consumed by flames, their expressions a tapestry of disappointment and incredulity. "Why is he burning? This cannot be. He is the voice of the divine. How could he be engulfed in fire? Is he a fraud? I have given all my possessions to the church, and you are a deceiver. Mayor, you must give us an explanation." Murmurs of dissent began to escalate into accusations and complaints. The mayor's countenance darkened. The pastor had truly become a fool, manipulated by a mere child, audaciously accepting such an absurd challenge. In a world devoid of deities, how could one not fear the flames? Growing impatient, the mayor waved his hand, signaling the guards to extinguish the fire. The pastor's legs were charred beyond recognition, the blackened wounds revealing bone. His mind slipping into delirium as he continued to cry for help. Two clerics rushed in with a stretcher to transport him to the infirmary. The clamor of discontent among the townsfolk swelled, veering towards chaos. The mayor clenched his teeth. There were ways to resolve this impasse. This befuddled pastor was of no use now. He would be replaced. What had just transpired was merely a trivial incident. The ignorant townsfolk would ultimately yield to the authority of the church. Loya cupped her hands around her mouth and called out to the mayor on the stage. "Surely Laura can be released now?" The mayor, with a face darkened with ire, fixed his gaze upon the instigator of this turmoil. A mere child who nearly obliterated the hard-won authority they had established. He begrudgingly nodded, yet without his explicit command, no one dared to untie Laura. The mayor was deliberately placing her in a predicament. How could such a young girl possibly ascend the towering cross to liberate Laura? Loya turned to glance at Sirius, who, understanding the unspoken cue, ascended the pyre to untie Laura's bonds. Freed from her restraints, a bewildered Laura immediately threw herself into the arms of her savior, Sirius, weeping with gratitude. Taken aback by this unexpected display of emotion, Sirius instinctively pushed the muggle away, furrowing his brow in surprise. His gaze flickered nervously towards Loya, apprehensive that his Prot-G's young girlfriend might witness this scene and unleash a torrent of sarcasm upon him. As he pondered how to articulate an explanation, he realized that Loya had vanished from the crowd. The dark alley lay desolate, with only the occasional scurrying of rats breaking the stillness. In the shadows lurked a one-eyed beggar, the very madwoman who had sought alms from Loya just days prior, cloaked in a hood that obscured her face. She remained unrecognizable to Loya as he passed by. Loya trailed behind the two clerics carrying the stretcher, winding into the depths of the serpentine alley. A madwoman concealed in the shadows held a candle aloft, binding a golden strand of hair, obtained from Loya, with a potion, igniting a corner with the candle's flame. She murmured an incantation of unknown origin, declaring that all she beheld were foes, and all she perceived were demons. In an instant, the world before Loya transformed into a vivid scarlet. The previously dark alley had inexplicably morphed into a desolate wasteland. She found herself amidst the ruins, with roiling lava beneath her feet and the sky ablaze with fiery brilliance, the scene before her resembling a hellish nightmare. The two clerics ahead had transformed into monstrous beings, sporting devilish horns atop their heads, sharp claws, and malicious crimson eyes fixated on her. The sinister voice of a madwoman whispered in her ear, seducing her with dread, "The demons will devour your soul. If you do not slay them, they shall kill you." Upon hearing footsteps behind them, the clerics turned to behold the girl who had accused the priest, the very one who had condemned him to the pyre. A chilling light radiated from her eyes, piercing through them with a gaze that was utterly unrecognizable from before. The girl emanated an eerie aura, causing the two clerics to retreat 2 steps in trepidation. In the realm of Loya, a harrowing scene unfolded. 2 demons, their jaws agape and fangs bared, poised to launch their assault upon her. The priest, charred and disfigured on the stretcher, had morphed into a grotesque half-beast adorned with demonic horns, roaring ferociously in her direction. In a state of sheer terror, the priest shouted at the clerics, "Flee! She is a devil! Quickly, take me away from this place." Upon hearing this, the clerics, disregarding their fears, hastily lifted the stretcher and fled the narrow alley. Yet, what Loya perceived were 3 demons, their razor-sharp claws lunging directly towards her, intent on tearing her apart. Every sight was an adversary, every glance revealed a demon. In a moment of desperation, she seized one of the demon's claws, its sharp talons mere inches from her eyes. Contrarily, the reality was stark. The panicked cleric was suddenly gripped tightly by Loya's hand. The cleric, filled with dread, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The voice of the madwoman echoed incessantly in Loya's mind. "Burn them. Let them feel the fires of hell." Her pupils constricted, and blue sparks erupted from her fingertips as flames surged up the arm of the captured cleric, engulfing him in an instant. The cleric, ensnared by the azure fire, writhed on the ground in a frenzied struggle, and within moments, he was reduced to a heap of white bones. Another cleric, thoroughly terrified by the spectacle of genuine sorcery before him, abandoned the stretcher and slid down against the wall to the ground. The priest tumbled off the stretcher, dragging his charred legs behind him, desperately clawing at the ground with both hands in a bid to escape. What Loya beheld was a demon with only half a body, mindlessly howling at her. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of her lips as her right hand, sparking with flames, seized the priest's hair, and fire cascaded down from his skull. Behind her, Severus, who had been searching fervently for her, gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The corpses of the priest and cleric were engulfed in fierce blue flames, their agonized screams echoing incessantly. The girl stood at the heart of the inferno, her golden hair swirling wildly in the wind, the fire illuminating the ferocity etched upon her face, as if she had transformed into a different being. She was merely a child, yet in an instant, she had incinerated 2 muggles. Severus glanced at the flickering sparks emanating from her fingertips. No one magic? No. It was a surge of magical energy. Severus rushed to Loya's side, pressing his hand on her shoulder, turning her to face him. He endeavored to soften his tone, fearful of provoking the girl engulfed in magical turmoil. "Look at me. Regain your composure." Loya gazed expressionlessly at Severus, observing the 4th demon that had materialized before her. Gripping her shoulders, Loya gazed impassively at the 4th demon that had appeared before her, gripping her shoulders. Suddenly, the old witch's candle extinguished, severing the connection with her dark sorcery. Loya's vision wavered, and the horrifying images of demons vanished, restoring her consciousness. She lowered her head, staring blankly at the 2 skeletal remains not far from her feet, still crackling with remnants of fire. "Did I set them ablaze?" Severus observed the myriad of complex emotions swirling in the girl's eyes, fearing she might not withstand the truth that her magical outburst had incinerated 2 muggles. "This is not your fault. I shall handle the rest. Just pretend nothing has transpired," he clumsily attempted to console her. Had it been any other girl, she would have succumbed to a mental breakdown under such circumstances. Yet, Loya was merely taken aback for 2 seconds before calmly accepting the reality. Meanwhile, another surviving cleric cowered in a corner, trembling. Seizing the moment while Loya conversed with Sirius, he scrambled away, shouting that a witch was present. Sirius furrowed his brow tightly. He could not allow the cleric to escape and report Loya's witchcraft to the church. Among them, only Snape currently possessed a wand, which had long been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic when he was imprisoned in Azkaban. If he were to be given a wand now, he could easily cast a memory charm on this muggle. "You must hide. I will take care of matters here," Sirius advised Loya, and in the next instant, he transformed into a black dog and dashed after the fleeing cleric. The madwoman reignited a candle. Moments earlier, several townsfolk had passed by, forcing her to extinguish the candle and halt her sorcery. Otherwise, the specter in the girl's eyes would have transformed into a demon, much like the church's hounds, and she would have incinerated him without hesitation. Days prior, while begging, the madwoman had stealthily acquired a strand of Loya's hair. She could have cast her spells from a safe distance, manipulating Loya's consciousness to instigate a brutal massacre in Salem, sparing neither the young nor the old, allowing them to experience the agony of being consumed by flames. After all, the girl was destined to become a tyrant, her hands stained with the blood and lives of countless souls. The madwoman merely sought to expedite the girl's fated path and, in doing so, harness her power for revenge. Yet, despite several attempts, the madwoman found herself utterly incapable of controlling her. A protective magic resided within the girl, rendering her consciousness impervious to manipulation, her body beyond control. If she could not dominate her, then the plan would be to unleash the dark, violent side hidden within her heart through black magic. Everything the girl perceived would morph into attacking demons, and she would undoubtedly incinerate everyone present. This sorcery necessitates that the target remains within close proximity. She must risk exposure and the peril of being discovered as a witch by the townsfolk, who would condemn her to death. As night descends, a bonfire is ignited in the church square. The mayor has dispatched another priest to pacify the citizens of Salem, or perhaps to brainwash them once more. After all, the ignorant townspeople have been steeped in a deep-rooted belief in divine authority for generations. The priest stands on the platform, sorrowfully comforting the crowd, asserting that the minister was seduced by witchcraft and forsook the divine, thus incurring the wrathful flames of the Almighty. The townsfolk collectively hold their breath, drawing crosses upon their chests. "We must protect Salem, eradicate the witches, and reduce them all to ashes." Loya stood in the dimly lit alley, her gaze fixed upon the distant bonfire. Before her danced a throng of horned demons, their mouths uttering vile incantations as they conspired to devise her demise. Her eyes gradually hardened with a burgeoning ferocity. As the prayer ritual drew to a close, the crowd began to disperse from the square. Yet a considerable number of devotees lingered before the church. Madame Manna, cradling her 2-year-old child, joined the throng, exiting the square and entering a narrow lane. Her countenance betrayed her unease, for she feared divine retribution for falsely accusing Laura. However, human nature is often steeped in selfishness and the dread of death. She convinced herself that she had committed no wrongdoing, for Laura's burning was far preferable to her own potential fate. Suddenly, the individuals ahead of her halted, releasing a cry of terror, prompting Madame Manna to follow their gaze forward. Loya stood before them, her hands crackling with blue sparks. The tumultuous surge of magic, forcibly unleashed by the madwoman's dark sorcery, placed an immense strain on her body, causing blood to flow from her ears. The true embodiment of madness, the witch, now confronted the townsfolk of Salem. Manna stumbled back in fright, her voice rising in a piercing scream. "It's a witch!" Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd. As everyone fled in panic towards the church square at the end of the alley, they screamed and shouted curses. "The witch will kill us! Run! Alert the patrols in the church! Damn the witch! Await your hanging in the church square! To hell with the witch!" Loya beheld a throng of demons hurling malevolent threats, vowing to hang her and burn her alive. Their venomous words reverberated in her ears, creating a cacophony that was unbearable. "If you do not slay them, they shall surely be your demise." Suddenly, a tempest of flames erupted, centering around Loya, as torrents of azure fire surged forth like a tidal wave. incinerating every soul in the alley without exception, reducing them to mere ashes. The somber tolling of the church bells drowned out the harrowing cries of despair and the wails of infants. Standing amidst the inferno, she had eradicated all the demons in the alley. When Sirius returned to the alley, he stood frozen in shock. The scene before him could only be described as an ocean of fire. The ground was littered with charred bones and ash. He could scarcely believe his eyes. How had it come to this in such a brief absence? He anxiously scanned the surroundings for a glimpse of Loya. The girl was slowly advancing towards the church square, step by step approaching the throng gathered before the church. The madwoman cackled maniacally at the candles. Burn them. Incinerate Salem. Burn them all. Let them experience the taste of hellfire. Loya beheld the demons congregated in the square, their crimson eyes fixated upon her. If she refrained from slaying them, they would undoubtedly bring about her demise. As Loya raised her hand, just as the blue flames were about to erupt from her fingertips, Sirius appeared in the nick of time to halt her. He had sensed her magic surging uncontrollably. She intended to annihilate the entire town. Although he harbored disdain for muggles, there were still many innocent children residing there. He recalled the events of 12 years prior, when he had recklessly sought out Peter in a desperate bid. The muggle streets had been transformed into a veritable hellscape by Peter's curse, drenched in blood, echoing with cries of despair and the wails of children. A bloodied corpse of a child tumbled at his feet, its face etched with the despair of its final moments, hollow eyes staring at him. A constant reminder that this calamity was wrought by his actions. In the midst of the carnage, he could only laugh in despair. Sirius cradled Roya's face in his hands, gazing at her with deep concern. Good girl, this small town will inevitably attract the attention of outsiders. If you eliminate all the muggles here, the next one to be imprisoned in Azkaban will be you. I endured 12 years in there. I cannot bear the thought of you being tormented by dementors, nor do I wish for you to suffer the same agony I did. Loya gazed in astonishment at the demon before her, which, instead of attacking, knelt in submission. The demon's eyes bore no trace of hostility, nor did they indicate any intent to harm her. Why did it refrain from assaulting her like the other creatures? It merely regarded her with a steady gaze. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Is what one perceives invariably the truth? Gradually, her anxious breaths eased, and she lowered her guard. In the shadowy recesses of the alley, the old crone, sensing a disturbance in her dark sorcery, muttered a curse in frustration. Damnable wretch. She spat, casting more powdered potion into the flickering flame. Every sight was an enemy. Every glance revealed a demon. Sparks began to flicker between Roya's fingers. The crowd in the church square gradually dispersed, with several townsfolk approaching their direction. Should the azure flames in her grasp be observed, those deranged individuals would not only scatter in terror, but might even rush into the church, vehemently accusing her of witchcraft. If the situation were to escalate beyond control, the magic surging within Loya would sense the impending threat and instinctively retaliate. He wished to prevent her hands from becoming stained with blood, and even more so to spare her from the grim fate of confinement in Azkaban. Acting on instinct rather than thought, he swiftly enveloped her hand with his sizable palm, securing her sparking fingers firmly within his grasp. Sirius let out a hiss, enduring the searing pain as the flames singed his flesh, the acrid scent of charred skin wafting through the air. He struggled to summon a smile, using his other hand to wipe away the blood smeared on the girl's earlobe. Loya felt the claw of the demon brush past her ear. Sirius gazed at her softly, saying, "Good girl, I am not your enemy. I shall not harm you." He had never shown such concern and gentleness toward anyone as he did now, resembling both a friend and a compassionate elder. The disturbed madwoman screamed frantically at the candle. "All that is seen is a demon. Burn him. Burn them all." In her eyes, the reflection of the demon finally opened its gaping maw, baring its fangs, poised to shatter her at any moment. Loya's pupils constricted, and with a swift motion, her other hand seized Sirius by the throat. Sparks erupted from her nails as she tightened her grip. The skin on his throat sizzled under the scorching flames, producing a hissing sound. Despite the excruciating pain, Sirius, illuminated by the flames, unwaveringly met Loya's gaze. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet discharged. 2 silver bullets struck the crone's leg, splattering crimson blood against the wall. She let out a shriek, her body collapsing forward. Behind her stood a witch hunter, donned in a wide-brimmed top hat and adorned with a belt of bullets. The hunter raised her weapon, and 2 more shots echoed through the alley. The crone struggled to rise, stumbling as she fled deeper into the shadows. The hunter, smoking a cigarette, showed no inclination to pursue her. Her companion, perplexed, inquired, "Why not capture her? She is a genuine witch, unlike those unfortunate souls burned at the stake." The witch hunter discarded her cigarette, crushing it beneath her foot. "Let her lure out the others. It has been far too long since Salem has seen a true witch." As the crone's dark magic was interrupted, the blood-soaked hellscape before Loya transformed instantaneously into a quaint nighttime town. To her astonishment, she realized she was still gripping Sirius by the throat. Alarmed by the sight of the horrifying charred burn around his neck, Loya hastily released her hold. Sirius, without a hint of complaint, leaned closer, scrutinizing the girl's eyes. Upon confirming that her beautiful eyes had returned to their former clarity, devoid of any anomalies, he finally exhaled in relief. "I'm sorry, I don't understand why I just saw a horde of monsters trying to devour me," she confessed, guilt-ridden. Observing Loya's remorseful demeanor, Sirius affectionately ruffled her hair, teasingly remarking, "I am not the big bad wolf who would devour Little Red Riding Hood. That would be Lupin." The innocent Lupin, caught in the crossfire, elicited a laugh from Loya, finally breaking her somber mood. As outsiders, they had lingered too long in the church square, where many cast unfriendly glances in their direction. Loya said to Sirius, "We must return. We are drawing too much attention." They swiftly made their way back to their abode. The burn on Sirius's neck had spread down to the area of his collarbone. He unfastened his buttons, intending to remove his shirt for easier access to the wound. The charred skin had adhered to the fabric, and as he exerted force, he tore away a patch of scorched flesh, grimacing in pain as he gasped for breath. Loya procured a pair of scissors to sever the shirt that adhered to his wound. He sat bare-chested, his torso adorned with elaborate tattoos reminiscent of alchemical symbols, resembling more a wounded agent of the Black Organization than anything else. Fetching the medical kit, Loya meticulously cleared the fibers clinging to the area surrounding the injury. She extracted a spoonful of burn ointment. Lacking any sterile applicators, she resorted to using her fingertip to dab the salve on Sirius's wound. The girl perched beside him leaned forward, the old bed creaking under her slight weight, as her fingertip, coated in ointment, gently grazed his injury, imparting a cool sensation. Sirius held his breath, his entire body tense, daunted by the mere contact of her skin upon his. Even at Hogwarts, in his youth, he had never experienced such intimate proximity with any female. Loya tilted her head carefully as she applied the ointment to his wounds. With each gentle motion, Sirius's chin inadvertently brushed against her hair, which was soft and fragrant, imbued with a hint of shampoo. The delicate strands fell lightly on his neck, tickling him and momentarily easing the pain from his injuries. He found himself lost in thought, imagining how blissful it would be if his son could truly be with Loya. Yet, considering her temperament, he doubted his son could keep her in check. The prospect of their separation loomed ominously. Would he ever have the chance to see her again? As the ointment accidentally made contact with a particularly severe burn, a few drops of blood seeped through, prompting Sirius to let out a muffled groan. Observing the extensive burns, Loya asked with genuine concern, "Does it hurt very much?" Though the pain was indeed excruciating, he feigned indifference. "Not at all," he replied. "Really?" Seeing the guilt etched on her face, a smile crept onto Sirius's lips as he winked at her. "I'm not as delicate as you. My skin is tough. Merely a scratch. This little injury hardly bothers me. If you don't believe me, go ahead and pinch it." With that, he grasped Loya's hand and pressed her fingers against his wound. Loya, taken aback, hastily withdrew her hand. She did not wish to be accused of mistreating the injured. Gazing at the spirals of bandages in her grasp, she felt an inner turmoil, uncertain of how to tend to Sirius's wounds. His injured left hand was already bound like a dumpling. The extensive burns on his neck left her genuinely perplexed about where to begin. Fortunately, Snape returned at last. He employed a memory charm to erase the recollections of the cleric captured by Sirius and meticulously cleaned up the evidence of Loya's crime, the charred remnants of bones. As he rushed about, when he finally returned, he beheld a scene in the stillness of night. Loya sat closely beside the escaped Azkaban convict, the dim moonlight filtering through the window and casting a gentle glow upon them. From Snape's vantage point, the girl was nestled against the chest of the fugitive, his chin resting against her hair. Their movements were intimate and entirely natural. Snape's expression darkened instantaneously. "Author, how could one mistreat the female protagonist? If there were to be cruelty, let it be directed towards the male, haha." Their proximity was too close. Snape's face remained stern. the indescribable sensation within him gradually unfurling. Upon seeing Snape standing by the door, Roya finally felt a sense of relief. She wiped the ointment from her hands, approached him, and looked up, saying, "Snape, could you please tend to his wound? I am truly inept at this." Snape, however, disregarded Sirius's well-being. His primary concern lay in noticing a faint trace of blood lingering on Roya's earlobe. He quickly leaned down to inspect her ear for any injury, his eyes brimming with an almost palpable anguish. "It's really nothing," Roya insisted, feeling no pain at all. Snape's expression grew grave, and he parted his thin lips. "You are bleeding. How can this be trivial? After losing a bit of blood, I now feel remarkably clear-headed and invigorated," she replied, her words nonsensical in his ears. Snape chose not to argue further. He could never quite best her in debate, as she effortlessly conjured an array of fantastical excuses, leaving him helpless in her presence. Once he had thoroughly confirmed that Roya was indeed unharmed, his gaze turned icy as he directed it towards Sirius. "Do not take her out without permission again. Her association with you only brings unnecessary harm." Sirius choked back a surge of frustration lodged in his throat. He knew he was in the wrong this time. He had not anticipated that a simple outing with his young friend would escalate to such chaos, culminating in Roya's magical outburst. Snape was adamant that Roya should not remain in Black's quarters for another moment. The thought of a pure and innocent girl sharing a room with a disheveled man, half-clad, was intolerable to him. He cast a cold glance at Sirius and threw the potion vial towards him, which rolled to Sirius's feet. However, Sirius showed no inclination to retrieve it. His rebellious nature ensured he would not accept a favor from someone he despised. Snape then turned his attention back to the girl. "It is late. You ought to return to your room and rest." Loya let out a soft hum, but her thoughts drifted back to Sirius's injury. "Aren't you going to help him with his bandaging?" she inquired. "If he hasn't exchanged brains with a troll, he has hands and feet to manage it himself," Severus retorted, resuming his acerbic tone. With that, he grasped Loya's wrist, intent on leading her away from the scene. Severus held her hand gently, mindful not to apply too much pressure. During their previous altercation with Black, he had been careless and nearly injured her wrist. The memory of her swollen wrist filled him with guilt. Just as Severus pulled her toward the exit, Sirius suddenly stepped forward, seizing Loya's arm. He grasped her slender limb, showing no intention of releasing her. Severus shot him a cold glare in response. Sirius raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip on her wrist. The two men exchanged stares, and within the span of a mere second, the atmosphere crackled with tension, as if they were on the verge of a fierce confrontation. Had these two been uninvolved with Loya, she would have been cheering them on, urging, "Do not stop. Fight on." However, if they continued to tug her back and forth as they had that day, her patience would wear thin. Sensing Loya's displeasure, Severus hesitated, contemplating releasing her, yet fearful that doing so would mean losing everything. Out of the corner of his eye, Sirius caught a glimpse of Loya, a smirk playing at his lips. Though he soon furrowed his brow, his hands covering his burnt areas, grimacing in pain. "It hurts so much, here and there," he lamented. "Did you not just claim that your skin is tough, and you feel no pain?" Loya questioned him, puzzled. Sirius feigned agony, continuing, "Now it hurts, exceedingly so. Please, apply more ointment." Seeing his theatrics, Loya, convinced of his distress, withdrew her hand from Severus's grasp and returned to Sirius's room. Severus gazed at his empty hand, still warm from her touch, turning to watch her with words unspoken lingering in his dark eyes. Loya dabbed a bit of ointment with her fingertip, while Sirius bent down in unison. The girl's delicate, neatly trimmed pink nails grazed his wound, eliciting a subtle itch. "Does it still hurt?" "It hurts quite a bit." "Good girl, if you could blow on it, it wouldn't hurt so much." Loya recalled some snippets of medical knowledge she had encountered in her previous life. When the area surrounding a painful wound is exposed to cool air, the release of histamine, which plays a role in transmitting pain, is diminished. Hence, a gentle breath may indeed prove beneficial. Being as astute as she was, she mused that if only she possessed a wand, she could cast a freezing charm upon Sirius, perhaps alleviating his pain for several days. For the moment, however, her priority was to help ease his suffering. After all, his injury was self-inflicted. Sirius stood before her, his height of 6 feet 1 inch towering over her. Loya had to rise on her toes, resting her left hand on his right shoulder, leaning closer to his neck. Her lips were merely an inch away from his wound. If he bent down slightly, he could see her puffy cheeks as she softly exhaled toward his injury. The coolness was both soothing and ticklish, as if something within him was gradually melting away, softening a once rigid part of his heart. Does it still hurt? She inquired. A bit better, but it still stings. Could you blow again? Sirius couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Loya gazed at him in astonishment, inquiring how he could appear both in pain and yet manage to smile. He seemed to be quite well. She need not concern herself with him. Outside the door, Snape clenched his fists, his expression dark and brooding. It was evident that Black was feigning pain to elicit Loya's concern and sympathy, yet she remained oblivious to his ruse. You ought to return to your quarters. I shall escort you, Snape reiterated softly, gazing intently at Loya, awaiting her response. However, the grotesque burn on Sirius appeared genuinely distressing to Loya. I truly believe the wound is rather severe. Loya considered the mutual disdain between the two. It was likely that Sirius would rather die than seek Snape's assistance, and Snape would undoubtedly have no desire to engage with him. After much contemplation, she decided it would be best for her to handle the bandaging, despite her rather poor skills in this area, as long as she didn't strangle him. Wrapping the bandages a few times should suffice. Without turning his head, Loya addressed Snape, saying, "You may return first. I will tend to his wounds, and then head back to sleep." Though this appeared to be a trivial and commonplace remark, it caused Snape's eyes to dim, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness. He gazed deeply at Loya and, in a tone of acquiescence, reminded him to rest early before turning to leave. After briefly tending to Sirius's wounds, Loya returned to her chamber. She closed the door behind her and hurried into the washroom, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Gripping the edges of the sink, she bowed her head, inhaling deeply. It was exceedingly challenging to maintain a facade of nonchalance in the presence of others. Raising her gaze, she stared into the mirror, where her reflection appeared increasingly dark and malevolent, reminiscent of a merciless Dark Lord. The haunting echoes of anguished screams, devoured by azure flames, reverberated incessantly in her mind, transforming into a hauntingly beautiful melody. From the moment Severus entered the room, a torrent of violent and sinister energy surged within her, as if a dam had burst. The primal urges for bloodshed and slaughter simmered just beneath the surface, compelling her to fixate on their vulnerable throats, visions of crimson flashing through her mind, how she would rend their throats, making them bleed solely for her. A shiver coursed through her when she realized her desire to annihilate them. She fought fiercely to suppress the madness brewing within her. How had she come to this? What had become of her? She endeavored to recall the events that had transpired in Salem and every individual she had encountered. Ultimately, her thoughts lingered on the beggar woman, the most suspicious of all. She was likely a witch, and that mad woman must have cast some dark sorcery upon her. Even if her body had not sustained any tangible harm, she was determined to find that lunatic and make her pay the price. Loya stared intently at the mirror, biting her lip with fervor. With a sharp crack, the mirror shattered into a myriad of fragments, driven by the magical energy that erupted from within her. She gripped the edge of the sink tightly, which too succumbed to the chaos of her unleashed power, splintering apart. Not enough. Not enough. She found herself unable to suppress the urge to destroy something. The sound of footsteps approached the door. Who could it be? Her piercing gaze darted towards the entrance, and with a violent surge of magic, the wooden door flung open. The door creaked ominously as it swayed, revealing Lupin, who momentarily stood in stunned silence. However, he quickly regained his customary warm smile. With impeccable manners, he inquired politely, "May I come in?" The earlier surge of magic had left Loya feeling quite unsettled. She swept her slightly disheveled golden hair aside and offered a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Lupin's room was on the same floor as Loya's, the closest one to hers. Upon hearing the sound of glass shattering from her room, he had hastily donned his clothes and come to check on her, concerned for her well-being. When the door was forcefully thrust open by the tumultuous magic, Lupin surmised that Loya was indeed facing some distress. Having lived as a wanderer for many years due to his identity as a werewolf, he had encountered a diverse array of individuals. He knew that children born with potent bloodlines could easily lose control of their magic when subjected to psychological strain. "Are you all right?" he asked with genuine concern, carefully scrutinizing the girl's face. Shadows lingered beneath her eyes, which were laced with crimson veins, suggesting a troubling state of mind, so starkly contrasting the vivacious and delightful girl he was accustomed to. This was not good. Loya settled back onto her bed, drawing her shoulders together, and decided to cease her concealment, responding to Lupin with candor. The observant Lupin noticed a fleeting glimmer of blue fire in her eyes. Suddenly, The vase on the table trembled violently twice before shattering into a myriad of shards. It was as if she found herself momentarily unable to restrain her emotions. Lupin stroked his chin, lost in thought for a moment before presenting a box of chocolates to Loya. Give it a try. It may alleviate your anxiety. You truly are the well-meaning NPC who gifts chocolates to every protagonist in every fan fiction, Lupin remarked, his expression tinged with confusion as he struggled to comprehend Loya's words. Thank you. Consider it a jest, Loya silently retorted, reaching for a small piece of chocolate and placing it in her mouth. Oddly enough, she sensed Lupin's anxious gaze upon her. The chocolate might not taste as delightful as what you are accustomed to, Lupin offered with an apologetic smile. This secluded little town lacked even the simplest chocolates. The one in Loya's hand was crafted by Lupin himself, based on a recipe provided by the ever-resourceful Hermione, and its flavor likely paled in comparison to the confections found in a candy shop. As the silky, tender chocolate melted on her tongue, it glided through her heart like silk, soothing the tumultuous rage within her. Lois gazed in astonishment at the chocolate resting in her palm, marveling at its remarkable efficacy. It seemed she ought to indulge in chocolate more often. Observing the girl lost in reverie over the confection, Lupin mistakenly assumed that his clumsy attempt at making chocolate might not meet her taste. Just as he was about to apologize, he noticed her lips curve into a gentle smile. So sweet, so delicious. It's so effective. Could you possibly give me some more chocolate? Lupin placed an entire box of chocolate into her hands. I shall prepare more for you tomorrow, but... He chuckled softly, winking at her with an innocent expression. We must keep this from Sirius and Snape. If they discover that I have been gifting you chocolate, they are likely to unite against me. Huh. Lois tilted her head in confusion, her emotional awareness notoriously lacking. Lupin refrained from commenting on Snape. Even Hermione could discern the nature of Snape's feelings towards Lois. As for his former friend, who incessantly spoke of his young girlfriend under the guise of teaching her, it was evident that he was deeply entangled in his own affections. Blissfully unaware, the girl was indeed fortunate in matters of the heart. Yet whether such fortune would bring blessings or calamities remained uncertain. Concerned that the shards on the ground might injure her, Lupin meticulously cleared away the broken vase before taking his leave. Loya gently drew the curtains, donning a delicate silk nightgown. Just as her face touched the pillow, she heard a knock at the door. Oh no, it was the sound of someone tapping on the window. Loya murmured in complaint. Is it too much to ask for some peace at night? She emerged from her bed, barefoot, and drew back the curtains. Sirius stood on the balcony, one arm resting on the glass, his forehead against his arm. Despite the frigid air, he wore his shirt half open, seemingly unperturbed by the cold. Instead of using the door or the staircase, he had chosen to scale her window. Loya regarded him with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Was this truly a manifestation of Gryffindor's adventurous spirit? Through the glass, she heard him say, "Good girl, let me in." Loya helplessly pushed open the window. And there stood Sirius before the balcony, his head bowed as he gazed at her. Your old professor, in an effort to prevent me from coming to see you, has piled all the furniture in the living room at the foot of the stairs, sealing it off completely. Loya, Sirius, with a triumphant smile, remarked, would this pose a challenge to a Gryffindor? I shall simply ascend the balcony. As Roy attended to Sirius's wounds, the ever-watchful Severus lingered not far away. He stood in an inconspicuous corner of the corridor, keenly observing their every move. Should Sirius dare to commit any act of disrespect towards Roya, he would not hesitate to draw his wand and intervene. Once Roya returned to her room on the second floor, Severus waved his wand, casting a charm that barricaded all the furniture at the stairway, thwarting any nocturnal mischief that Sirius might contemplate. As the night deepened into silence, Sirius swaggered towards Roya's chamber, only to find the stairway obstructed by an array of barriers. He ground his teeth in frustration, lamenting the loss of his wand to the Ministry of Magic. With a scoff, he thought, is this all it takes to deter me? Having braved walls, windows, and the forbidden forest. He was not one to retreat from a mere staircase. Thus, Sirius boldly ascended to the balcony of Roya's second-floor room. He presented her with a food container brimming with an assortment of delicacies from the night market. I wasn't certain of your preferences, so I picked a little of everything, he explained. Earlier that day, their antics in the church square had caused quite a stir, and in their haste to return, they had forgotten to dine. He had made a last-minute stop at the town's night market, uncertain of what might please her palate. Assuming that the tastes of young ladies would not differ greatly, he chose to purchase from the stalls frequented by female patrons. Loya accepted the food box, steam rising from the delectable snacks within. She lifted her gaze, revealing a sincere smile. Thank you. Beneath the starry night sky, the curtains swayed gently with the breeze, enveloping her figure on one side. The girl resembled a vision in a pristine wedding gown, captivating Severus, who found it difficult to avert his eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Indeed, she was the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered. Though still youthful, her eyes sparkled like the stars when she smiled. He had attended James and Lily's wedding as a best man. Perhaps, at Harry and Loya's wedding, he would be able to bless them as their godfather in the role of officiant. The mere thought of this stirred an inexplicable turmoil within him, leaving his mind momentarily blank. It was only when he regained his composure that he noticed Loya standing barefoot on the floor. The night air had grown significantly colder, an icy chill enveloping them. Loya heard Severus mutter, "You should go back inside. It's cold out here." Loya decisively turned around, preparing to shut the window and leaving him alone on the balcony. Witnessing Loya's complete indifference as she walked away, Severus felt a pang of disappointment. He had intentionally dressed so lightly on this frigid day, yet she showed no inclination to invite him inside to warm up. Feeling stifled, Severus fixed his gaze on Loya's retreating figure and sneezed forcefully. Upon hearing the sound, Loya turned back to see Sirius's face, tinged with the pallor of cold, and finally, out of kindness, invited him in, as a gesture of gratitude for his late-night snack. "Come in and warm yourself by the fireplace." The girl's room was simply furnished, impeccably tidy, with the flames in the fireplace flickering gently, filling the space with warmth. Severus settled beside the hearth, feeling the comforting air dispel the chill that had gripped his body. Loya retrieved a small skewer from the food box and held it to his lips. "Uncle, you haven't had dinner either. Would you care to try?" Her peculiar appellation for him always surfaced during the most discordant moments. Moreover, her refusal to address him as godfather left him at a loss. At this moment, the appropriate response would have been to accept the offering. Yet Severus, under some spell of confusion, found himself instinctively opening his mouth and taking a bite, appearing as if Loya were feeding him. This action evoked memories of James and Lily during their romantic entanglement, where Lily would similarly nourish James, a sight that once sent shivers down his spine. Deeming their behavior excessively sentimental, such intimate gestures were reserved for lovers, and this realization caused Severus to awkwardly turn his head away, a faint blush creeping to his ears. He convinced himself that the warmth in his ears was merely a result of the cold outside. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Loya gazed at the doorway in bewilderment, pondering the arrival of yet another visitor. Just as Lupin had departed from her room, it seemed plausible that the one knocking was Severus Snape. Curiosity arose within her about the purpose of Snape's nocturnal visit. The situation grew more dire. If Snape were to discover Severus in her room, a fierce altercation would inevitably ensue upon their meeting. "Snape is here. You should return to your room," Loya urged. Sirius's lips curled downward in displeasure. He had been enjoying a pleasant evening with his protégé's girlfriend, and now Snape's presence forced Loya to dismiss him. Suppressing his irritation, Severus sank deeper into the sofa, adopting an air of entitlement as he retorted, "I have come to see my protégé's girlfriend. What business is it of his? What authority does he possess to hinder me?" Severus, devoid of any romantic experience and seldom mingling with the opposite sex, seemed utterly oblivious to the implications of stealthily entering a young girl's room under the cover of night, especially one belonging to his protégé's girlfriend. His brazen justification left Loya at a loss for words. "You two argue upon meeting, and it's deafening to my ears. Furthermore, you sneaking in at this hour, what would Snape think? He is, after all, my temporary guardian." Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Severus became increasingly agitated, springing up from the sofa in exasperation. "Temporary guardian? How absurd. Your father is the illustrious Dumbledore. Aside from Dumbledore, no one has the right to control you. You need not fear anyone nor concern yourself with their opinions. You are who you are. Follow your heart, and do as you please. What do you care for him?" Loya merely wished to avoid causing trouble for Snape, who had been kind and considerate toward her as a mentor. Yet, as Severus had pointed out, she indeed yearned for freedom, relishing in her unrestrained existence and despising any form of confinement. Had Snape acted as a typical guardian, their relationship would have long since frayed. The knocking grew more insistent. Should she remain silent, Snape might become alarmed and force his way in. "You must hurry and climb out the window. Return to your room," Loya urged. A sense of frustration welled up within Severus. It was evident that his Prot.G's girlfriend was not keen on spending time alone with him. Why did she not exhibit such apprehension when in the company of Snape? The knocking persisted, while Sirius, arms crossed defiantly, remained unmoved, resolutely refusing to depart. Loya, with a feeble tone, declared, "Fine, if you refuse to climb, then I shall descend. You may remain here." With that, she indeed advanced towards the balcony, raising her leg to scale the railing. Observing her petite figure swaying precariously as she attempted to climb, Sirius, in a moment of capitulation, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I shall go. I will indeed." Displeased, he took a step toward the balcony, yet furtively glanced back at her, his stride abruptly halted. He noticed Loya's demeanor transforming, seemingly lightened by his decision to leave. The atmosphere thickened for several seconds, jealousy brewing within him. He suddenly pivoted, leveraging his physical advantage to firmly draw the girl towards him. Loya stumbled slightly, her nose grazing his shirt as she collided with his chest. "What are you doing pulling me suddenly?" Loya exclaimed, her fists clenched as she struck his chest with force. The girl's protests were of little consequence to him. Sirius lowered his gaze upon her, momentarily transported back to the carefree days at Hogwarts. With a half-smile, he proposed, "Why don't you join me downstairs? The Muggle night market is quite delightful. I'll take you out for some fun." He paid little heed to her discontent. Sirius, carefree as ever, had entirely forgotten the ruckus caused earlier in the day when he had taken Loya out. "I'm not going," she declared. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius feigned enlightenment. "Ah, so you're afraid of heights. No need to worry. Your godfather will carry you down. With me around, you won't fall." "I'm not going. I want to sleep. And besides, I'm not afraid of heights." Loya decisively declined Sirius's invitation. For who would wish to wander the streets in their pajamas alongside a middle-aged man in the dead of night? Loya urged him to hurry back. "You must return at once." Sirius cast a sidelong glance toward the door, resolutely declaring, "I have made my decision. I shall not leave." "How can you change your mind so abruptly?" Loya nearly doubted the accuracy of her hearing. The knocking had intensified, and it was evident that Snape was about to burst in. With little time for contemplation, Loya grasped Sirius by both arms and pushed him beneath the bed. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself hidden away. "Wait, why must I hide under the bed? I am not engaging in an illicit affair." I entered through the window with the utmost transparency. Loya swiftly nestled into her bed, racking her brain for a plausible response should Snape inquire about her delay in opening the door. The wooden door handle turned, and Snape entered the room. Observing the growing closeness between Loya and Sirius, Snape's thoughts became increasingly tumultuous, depriving him of sleep throughout the night. With rest eluding him, he patrolled the halls and soon discovered Sirius's door wide open, an intentional act, and the room was empty. That insufferable Gryffindor fool must have stealthily slipped into Loya's quarters. Snape pushed open Loya's door, his expression apologetic as he addressed her. "I apologize for disturbing your rest." He noticed Loya feigning sleepiness, a portion of her shoulder exposed from her nightgown. During their playful tussle, the strap of her nightgown had inadvertently slipped, revealing a glimpse of her soft, pale skin tinged with a hint of pink. Snape felt a rush of fluster, quickly averting his gaze. "Has anyone been here?" His voice trembled with evident unease, unfortunately facing a full-length mirror that exposed Loya's figure in all its clarity. The tips of her ears, hidden beneath her dark hair, turned slightly crimson as he turned away, presenting only his back to her. "No," Loya shook her head, recalling how Sirius had kindly brought her a late-night snack. She could hardly betray him. "That's good." Snape silently exhaled in relief. Beneath the bed, Sirius was irked, lamenting his foolishness in heeding her request to hide. He shifted restlessly, inadvertently bumping his head against the bed frame, producing a dull thud. What was that sound? Snape, poised to depart, turned back, quickly retracing his steps. Loya offered an awkward smile. A cold breeze wafted through the half-open window, leading Snape to mistakenly attribute the noise to it. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on her neglect of self-care. Why not close the window while sleeping? You might catch a chill. Snape approached the window, drawing nearer to the bed, heightening Loya's anxiety about Sirius's potential discovery. As Snape shut the window, he advised her to rest early. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a half-eaten food container on the table. The atmosphere seemed to pause momentarily as Snape's inquisitive gaze fell upon Loya, seemingly waiting for her explanation. I just went out to the night market to buy this," she stammered. Loya's gaze was erratic, and Snape had already discerned that she was lying. "Where's the night market?" he inquired. It's probably nearby. Loya's voice dwindled, her words lacking conviction even to herself. Snape, enveloped in silence, scanned the room and finally spotted a corner of a man's shirt peeking out from beneath her bed. His expression darkened instantaneously as he drew his wand. Downstairs, Hermione, fast asleep, was abruptly awakened by a cacophony from the second floor, accompanied by Loya's voice. "Don't fight in my room. If you want to fight, go outside." She yawned and chose to drift back to sleep. Remus, having been roused from slumber, hesitated whether to investigate further. However, upon hearing fierce barking and Snape's curses emanating from Loya's room, he quickly dismissed the notion. Since Nurse Laura had been rescued from the pyre by Sirius, he had become her savior. Even after enduring over a decade of torment in Azkaban, Sirius remained tall and charming. Simply standing there, he exuded an air of ancient British nobility that fascinated Laura. She pursued Sirius fervently, frequently visiting with her homemade sweets. Whether casting him longing glances or inquiring about his well-being, she even offered to wash his clothes. As the saying goes, a man pursuing a woman faces mountains, while a woman pursuing a man encounters merely a veil. Once that veil is pierced, success is assured. However, this principle bore no fruit with Sirius. Under the relentless advances of the Muggle woman, he remained entirely unresponsive and even irked, resolutely declaring that there was no possibility between him and her, a Muggle. "I don't believe you. You must have someone else in your heart to refuse me," Laura exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. This question momentarily left Sirius in a daze. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, when Laura uttered the word "someone else," his gaze involuntarily darted toward Loya, who was eavesdropping at the tea table. Perceptive Laura followed his line of sight. Her expression shifted from shock to one of disdain directed at Sirius. "Goodness, at your age, you harbor such feelings for a little girl." Finally seeing the true nature of the middle-aged man, Laura huffed, packed her treats, and left in a huff. Sirius felt as though he had once made a similar remark about someone else. Remus stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking. Meanwhile, Snape, reading a newspaper, couldn't resist a barbed comment, suggesting that Sirius might as well remain in the town living among Muggles, considering he was a wanted man from Azkaban. Sirius's temples throbbed as he glared at Snape. Loya held the list of supplies for daily living that Hermione had provided, preparing to venture out to the market. Seeing her intent, Sirius immediately interjected, "What do you wish to purchase? Your godfather will accompany you." He tilted his head slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand towards the girl. Loya cast a glance at the multitude of supplies listed on the inventory. With 3 men and 3 women in the household, the consumption of living essentials was particularly swift. Thus, her excursion for procurement truly warranted the assistance of a laborer. Observing Loya diligently engrossed in reading the items on the list, Sirius felt assured that the girl would accept his company. Noticing Loya's lack of rejection towards Sirius's offer, Snape instinctively tightened his grip on the newspaper, crumpling it in the process. He discarded the newspaper onto the coffee table, stepped before Loya, and extended his hand towards her. "I shall accompany you." Loya's gaze settled upon the 2 outstretched hands before her. Sirius bore the scars from the chains of Azkaban, still evident upon his wrists. Severus, meanwhile, exhibited a thin layer of calluses on his fingers and palms. Both men extended silent invitations, yet their owners exchanged fierce glances, filled with animosity. How should she choose? Regardless of her decision, a fierce confrontation between the two would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, amidst the astonished stares of Sirius and Severus, Loya calmly slipped her delicate hand into her pocket. Sirius's lips twitched in a suppressed reaction, but it mattered little. He was rejected, as was Severus. However, what he did not anticipate was Loya's unexpected invitation directed towards Remus, who was washing dishes in the kitchen. "Professor Lupin, would you accompany me to the market?" The eyes of both Sirius and Severus shifted towards the innocently entangled Remus. Uncertain of why Loya insisted on referring to him as Professor, he had no aspirations of ever holding such a title, especially given his identity as a werewolf, which would preclude any school from hiring him. Nevertheless, at that moment, his primary concern was the prospect of enduring less than favorable days within this household. Remus found himself in a quandary, casting an apologetic glance towards Loya. "Miss Grindelwald, may I abstain from this?" Yet, he ultimately could not bring himself to voice the words. He could not bear to watch the young girl struggle with her burdens alone as she ventured to procure supplies for the market. With a silent sigh, he acknowledged Loya's intelligence, Accompanying her was indeed the wisest choice to evade unnecessary disputes. Donning his coat, he stepped out with Loya under the scrutinizing gazes of both Severus and Sirius. The market in town was bustling with life, and soon Loya and Remus found themselves at a stall, purchasing the necessary provisions, with his left hand laden with 2 full bags. Remus turned to see Loya's small arms straining under the weight of a bag filled with vegetables and fruits. He transferred one of the bags to his left hand, extending his right towards her. "Let me assist you." The girl politely declined his offer, exhibiting an independence that seemed to define her character. Nearby, a young man with a firearm casually smoked a cigarette, his hawk-like gaze piercing through the crowd, scrutinizing the passers-by. The ground around him was littered with cigarette butts. As he continued to smoke incessantly, townsfolk greeted him warmly as they passed, exuberantly declaring, "Our hero has returned. He is a witch hunter, the sole individual capable of departing from this town." He ambles toward a stall selling second-hand goods. The vendor, an elderly man with a head full of gray hair, seldom receives visitors, having recently sold merely a second-hand violin case. The old man cast a glance at the young man, seemingly questioning his return. Outside the town, my hunter's cabin was ravaged. The door had been torn off, and the hunting tools within lay scattered about, while claw marks left by werewolves marred the interior. He exhaled a plume of smoke and spoke slowly. "There is witch's blood upon the floor, accompanied by the footprints of several young girls. The surrounding wilderness is desolate. They are most likely to have come here. Our pursuit has yielded some results. The werewolf we recently captured turned out to be a mere teenage warlock, and the werewolf that bit him must be lurking nearby." Suddenly, the old man recalled a day spent hunting in the forest when he encountered 3 lost girls and a man bearing scars upon his face, one of the girls having sustained an injury to her abdomen. It was he who guided them to the town. Could it be that these girls were indeed witches? Abraham sensed the old man's peculiar demeanor. "Father, do you know where those witches are?" The old man remained silent, concealing the truth, and urged his son. "You must cease your actions. You have slain too many." Abraham scoffed, casting the cigarette butt aside. "Father, your excessive mercy toward witches has led to the tragic demise of both your wife and daughter. It is I who must bear the consequences of having killed too many witches." In his youth, the old man was indeed a witch hunter, yet now he seeks only to spend his twilight years in repentance. Abraham derided his father's compassion for the wretched. No matter, once the sorcerers enter this town, they become ensnared. His assistant had just confined the captured werewolf in an underground cage when he collided with a small girl while carrying a wooden box, causing its contents to scatter across the ground. Vegetables and fruits tumbled out of the bag held by Loya. The hunter's assistant cursed in frustration. Lupu had already intervened between the two, standing in front of Loya with a typically gentle expression now tinged with firmness, cautioning the other not to lay a hand on a young girl. The assistant huffed in annoyance. Loya gazed despondently at the scattered fruits and vegetables, noticing that the miscellaneous items in the other person's box had inconveniently piled atop her produce. Reluctantly, she began to clear away the clutter, her fingers inadvertently brushing against a green cross. Instantly, a searing pain coursed through her palm, akin to being branded by fire, prompting her to reflexively hurl the cross away. Lowering her gaze, she was horrified to find that the flesh of her palm had been scorched into the shape of the cross, steam hissing from the wound. In a bid to avoid drawing attention from those around her, Loya swiftly covered the burn on her right hand. Her brow furrowed as she stared at the cross lying on the ground. What on earth is this? She was no legendary vampire. It was merely a fleeting contact that had caused such a burn. The cross emitted an eerie green glow under the sunlight, crafted from a specially designed metal intended to counteract sorcerers. Author's note: the author borrowed the anti-magic metal from The Witcher 3, which is specifically used to combat sorcerers, while slightly modifying its characteristics. Personally, I enjoy crafting original plots, as devising storylines is far more engaging than recycling established narratives. However, as everyone is eager to return to Hogwarts, I will hasten to conclude this segment within a few chapters and return promptly to Hogwarts. Loya tightly clutched her hand, scorched by the cross, striving to maintain an expression of composure to avoid drawing the attention of those around her. However, the observant Lupin noticed her distress. With concern, he inquired about her well-being. Meanwhile, Loya became aware that the man smoking nearby was fixated upon her. Without the luxury of explaining to Lupin, they needed to depart from this place swiftly. Loya tugged at Lupin's arm and whispered, "Let us return swiftly. I suspect there are witch hunters nearby." Lupin, casting a vigilant glance around, led the girl away from the marketplace. Abraham observed their departing figures and let out a low whistle. The unfamiliar girl was a witch. He had hunted numerous sorceresses and could easily discern their kind. In recent days, the town had experienced a mysterious spate of disappearances, with not even bones left to be found, likely the sinister handiwork of witches. He turned to his assistant and commanded, "Inquire at the church about any outsiders who may have arrived in town, as well as the residents of that girl." The scene of Loya being burned by the cross was fortuitously witnessed by an elderly man, and the identity of this girl is undoubtedly apparent. He continued to implore Abraham to cease the slaughter of the witches. Abraham, with a derisive smile, retorted, "I shall not relent until every last witch is hanged." Upon returning to her residence, Roya summoned everyone, believing they were likely facing grave trouble. Snape furrowed his brow, attempting several healing spells, yet they yielded no effect on the burn in her hand. "I accidentally touched the emerald cross, and my hand was burned. Is that the anti-magic gold? A substance specifically designed to combat wizards?" Lupin, too, was uncertain. The wizarding world had long remained insular, rarely interacting with muggles. He had only heard whispers of anti-magic gold's existence, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Loya spoke with a hint of anxiety, expressing uncertainty about whether the smoking man had noticed him during his injury. He bore an unsettling resemblance to a hunter. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Loya gazed down from the second-floor window, observing the priest of the church standing outside, accompanied by a dozen clerics. "Excuse us. We've heard that a child has been injured, and we have brought some medicine." The voices from outside heightened the tension among the onlookers. How could the church have gathered intelligence so swiftly? It was inconceivable that a mere child's minor injury would prompt the priest to visit in person. Who would believe that they were sincerely delivering medicine? It was only then that Hermione realized they suspected you of being a witch, hence their personal inquiry. Loya nodded slightly. Sirius, with a grave expression, turned to Loya and said, "You should hide on the second floor while I go to open the door. If I do not emerge, it would indirectly confirm my identity to them. Since they possess the audacity to seek us out, they must have a trump card against wizards and are not afraid of a direct confrontation. Among the few of them, only Snape wields a wand, and engaging in a struggle may not necessarily work in our favor. Furthermore, the extent to which the rumored anti-magic gold can restrain wizards remains uncertain to me." Snape wore a serious expression, pressing his lips together in silence. Sirius anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. Loya made a resolute decision. "I shall open the door." Everyone turned to her in astonishment, with Snape and Sirius expressing their profound disapproval. Loya casually remarked, "A true warrior must have the courage to confront danger." The priest continued to knock on the door until it finally creaked open, revealing a 12-year-old girl standing in the threshold. The bandages in her hands bore traces of blood, and the priest understood in that moment that she was indeed the one they sought. It was highly probable that she was a witch. "Outsiders, have you grown accustomed to residing here? Kind townsfolk have informed us of your injury, and we have brought healing remedies especially for you." Loya has always harbored a disdain for insincere pleasantries. She cast a glance at the group of clerics trailing behind the priest. "It's merely a trivial injury. Must you go to such lengths and bring so many to deliver medicine to me? I am truly honored." The priest, listening to her sardonic taunts, nearly lost his composure. Sirius, with his hands in his pockets, stood resolutely at the doorway, shielding Loya behind him. Loya gazed unblinkingly at his retreating figure. His tall and upright stature inexplicably instilled a sense of security within her. He brusquely stated, "We have tended to her wounds. You may leave now." Sirius, arrogantly leaning against the door, exuded an air that forbade their entry. In the small town, the clergy were held in high esteem, and the priest had never encountered such brazen disrespect. The priest's face betrayed his discomfort as he discreetly gestured to the nun behind him, who promptly understood and stepped forward. Relying on the gentlemanly principle that forbids any violence towards women, the nun forcefully maneuvered her way past Sirius. She regarded Loya kindly, lifted her hand, and unwrapped the bandages. "I will merely rebandage it. There is no need for you to feel anxious." Loya shrugged indifferently, unconcerned. However, as the nurse removed the bandages, she gazed in disbelief at the wound on Loya's palm. It was not a burn from a crucifix, but rather resembled a dog bite. How could this be? How could it possibly be a dog bite? Loya cast a glance at Sirius and remarked, "The priest, bitten by a stray dog, is equally perplexed." For the hunter clearly stated that her hand was scorched by the crucifix. Loya withdrew her hand, impatiently gesturing for them to leave. I believe I require the rabies vaccine far more than the medicines you offer, so you may take your leave now. The priest and the other clergy exchanged glances, ultimately departing with a sense of reluctant discontent. When Snape's magic proved ineffective against her, a vague sense of foreboding enveloped her. She boldly suggested that Sirius transform into a black dog and gnaw at the wound on her right hand. Sirius immediately bristled in refusal, resolutely unwilling to inflict harm upon her. Yet, with no alternative, he reluctantly acquiesced to her repeated insistence, transforming into his animagus form and forcing himself to bite her right hand. Witnessing the girl grit her teeth in silence, his heart ached with distress. Once assured that the church personnel had distanced themselves, Loya cautiously departed from the window. The bandage in the girl's hand continued to seep blood, leaving Sirius in a state of bewilderment. He slowly extended his hand, but as soon as his fingers brushed against hers, they recoiled instinctively. Sirius feared that even the slightest touch could aggravate her wound, and he felt utterly inadequate even in tending to such a minor task. "Does it hurt?" he inquired, his gaze cast downward, filled with concern. "I'm used to it. It doesn't hurt anymore. Perhaps I'm merely embodying the archetype of a tragic yet resilient figure?" Loya paid no heed to the injury upon her hand, while Sirius, with an earnest expression, inquired about the rabies vaccine, questioning whether it could remedy her wound and where he might procure it. The priest traversed the street, the clergymen behind him removing their hoods. Beneath their cloaks, they bore long rifles, were adorned with ammunition, and each wore a cross forged from anti-magic gold. They were witch hunters. Abraham, leading the group, had long anticipated the cunning of witches. Their visit under the guise of delivering medicine was merely a ruse. Their true aim was to disguise themselves as clergymen and accompany the priest to conduct their own investigation. With a mere glance, he discerned the true identities of everyone within the house. Afflicted by his nicotine craving, he rummaged through his pockets for cigarettes. The priest, in a state of panic, glanced towards Loya's residence. Once assured that no one was watching them, he, drenched in sweat, asked, "Are the inhabitants of that house ordinary people?" "3 little witches. 2 male witches, and 1 werewolf," Abraham replied in a monotone, as if the presence of sorcerers and werewolves posed no threat to him. Upon hearing the hunter's words, the priest's face blanched with terror. He understood that the witches hanged by the church were mere impostors. He had never encountered a genuine witch, let alone a legendary werewolf. Panic seized him, his speech trembling. "Are they real witches and a werewolf? What should we do now? Should we notify the mayor immediately, or sound the alarm? Should we urge the townsfolk to take shelter?" Abraham raised his gaze to the full moon in the sky, disapproving of his suggestions. "There is no need for hasty actions. I will find an opportune moment to address this. There is also a werewolf present. This monstrous beast, devoid of kinship, would make capture rather troublesome and could lead to unnecessary casualties. Avoiding the full moon for the hunt is the wisest course." Unbeknownst to Abraham, Lupin had already consumed the wolf's bane, ensuring he would not transform into a werewolf under the full moon, causing him to miss the prime opportunity for an attack. The weather today was far from favorable. The sky was dark and overcast, the world outside shrouded in a gray haze, reminiscent of the foreboding calm before a tempest. Loyal assists Lavender in changing her dressings. The wound on her abdomen has healed significantly, yet it is not sufficient for her to move freely. Lavender gazes at the injury with a grimace, mumbling, "It will surely leave a scar. What if Ron finds it unappealing when we are together?" It is evident that she holds a deep affection for Ron. However, it is unfortunate that in both the films and the original narrative, Ron is paired with Hermione. "George and Fred once provided me with a potion for scars. Once we return to school, I will bring it to you, Lavender, after I change your dressings and dispose of the used gauze." Lavender expresses her gratitude, saying, "In truth, I envy you. You are both beautiful and intelligent, and so many people at school admire you. Ron does not seem to harbor any feelings for me at all." Loya and Lavender, both members of Gryffindor, had never shared a close bond. Even when misfortune struck and the 2 girls found themselves imprisoned in the dungeon by the old witch, it was their first opportunity to engage in such extensive conversation. Aware that any romantic future with Ron was impossible, Loya still sought to offer her comfort. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Startled by the sound, Lavender turned pale and asked Loya, "I don't understand why, but I've been feeling so anxious lately. Will we truly be able to return to school?" Loya settled back into her chair, gazing through the window. She could not ascertain when it had begun, but a delicate veil of mist now enveloped the outside world. The once overcast sky was now shrouded in an eerie green fog. Suddenly, her frequently absent system emitted a shrill alarm. System, danger, danger, danger. Just as Loya was about to inquire about the nature of the danger posed by the system, an object suddenly shattered the window, and two items were hurled inside, rolling onto the floor. These two objects emitted a hissing sound and instantaneously released a dense green mist. In the blink of an eye, the green fog enveloped the entire room, rendering Loya unable to see anything or discern any direction. The acrid green mist was suffocating, and a single breath left a burning sensation in his throat. What on earth is this? A smoke bomb? System, friendly reminder. This is a demon-repelling smoke bomb, a common weapon used by hunters against wizards. Wizards are unable to wield any magic within the green mist, nor can they even manage a magical surge. Beware. Inhaling too much of the green mist may render one incapacitated. Loya swiftly covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, subsequently informing Lavanda. The unprofessional system merely uttered a couple of sentences before vanishing. In the midst of the green mist, Loya groped her way to the windowsill. Through the shattered window, she beheld a line of fully armed hunters stationed below, each wielding a shotgun and adorned with ammunition. They were encircled by witch hunters. When she was merely a denizen of Blue Star in 2022, she had once watched an obscure Western film in a cinema, its plot cliché and tedious. Now nearly forgotten. The only fragment that lingered in her memory was a scene where the protagonist, a witch hunter, manned a heavy Gatling gun, ruthlessly annihilating an entire gathering of witches. Little did she anticipate that now, it was the town's hunters who had set up a heavy Gatling gun outside her home. A curse nearly escaped her lips. In her lifetime, she was truly witnessing the clash of firearms and magic. The strangeness of her circumstances deepened, leaving her to ponder the nature of the world she had entered. It was impossible not to feel anxious. She was not a naive fairy unacquainted with war films. The Gatling gun, a device so inhumane, was capable of unleashing 200 rounds per minute, equivalent to having 200 Avada Kedavras aimed at her face. It turned out that the method employed by the witch hunters to pursue sorcerers involved utilizing anti-magic smoke bombs to temporarily incapacitate a wizard's ability to wield magic, combined with the relentless firepower of firearms for suppression. Loya found it difficult to avoid contemplating a grave question, which is swifter, the incantation of a spell or the trigger finger of a muggle? Is the silent spell cast with the rapidity of the heart's quiet murmuring, the swiftness of magical energy gathering, or the velocity of a bullet? Perhaps wizards are more suited to launching surprise assaults upon muggles with cataclysmic magic, rather than engaging in a head-on confrontation with firearms. Outside, two Gatling guns had long been loaded with enchanted silver bullets, each aimed at the windows of the first and second floors. The leading witch hunter, Abraham, snapped his fingers, and bullets rained in like a tempest. "Get down," Loya shouted to Lavender, swiftly seeking refuge behind the sofa. The torrential hail of bullets shattered the glass windows into a million shards, sending fragments flying, while the coffee table was upended by the force of the onslaught, and the walls bore the scars of countless impacts. The barrage persisted for several minutes before finally ceasing, leaving an eerie silence in its wake, broken only by the sound of spent casings rolling to Loya's feet. Loya brushed off the wood shavings and glass shards from her head. She bent down, groping her way forward, the dense mist obscuring her view of the doorway. Something tripped her, and as she looked down, her mind went blank. Lavanda lay quietly on the ground, a bullet having struck her forehead. The floor splattered with blood and brain matter. Her body was riddled with bullet holes, her liver shattered, blood gushing forth. All of this came too suddenly, too incredulously. This girl, who had survived the Battle of Hogwarts, was prematurely claimed by the hands of the witch hunters. Loya extended her hand and gently closed her eyelids. Outside, the Gatling gun resumed its relentless barrage, and another wave of gunfire mercilessly poured in. The incessant hail of bullets had already reduced the room to a scene of utter devastation. Loya concealed herself behind an obstacle, her heart increasingly heavy with unease. Hermione, Snape, and Lupin should all be in the living room on the first floor. Were they injured? It was not until the second wave of ammunition was exhausted that the hail of gunfire ceased. Outside, a hunter set up a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. A single shot from such a weapon could obliterate a house and bring down an aircraft. Another hunter hastily intervened, cautioning his comrade. There might still be survivors inside. Capturing them alive would yield a higher bounty. With a command from Abraham, The hunters kicked open the front door and surged inside like a swarm. Throughout the old house and the streets beyond, a suffocating haze of anti-magic smoke enveloped everything. As long as the green mist lingered, the wizards were rendered powerless. Akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, a female hunter descended from the wall, landing on the second-floor balcony. She brandished her firearm and stormed into the bedroom, disdainfully kicking the body of Lavender, who nearly tripped her. Undeterred, she continued her search for any signs of wizards in the fog-shrouded room. The infrared detector had sensed a living presence concealed behind the sofa, the shape resembling that of a small girl. The female hunter did not hesitate due to the target's youth. She aimed at the heat signature and fired several rounds. Just as she squeezed the trigger, the sensor indicated that another adult figure had collapsed atop the girl. After several shots, when the sensor revealed that both life forms lay still and silent, the hunter concluded they were dead. Eagerly, she approached the sofa. After all, the bounty on wizards, even in death, could sustain her for a decade. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the air, striking the female hunter in the thigh and causing blood to spurt forth. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she lost her balance and fell to the ground, her body bending awkwardly, her head striking the floor with a heavy thud. In that moment of confusion, her gaze shifted to the small girl's short boots as the child approached her step by step. The hunter, her face contorted in pain, slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes widening in shock. Loya was stained with large patches of blood that did not belong to her, while the barrel of her gun was thrust directly into the mouth of the huntress, forcing her head to tilt backward. The huntress gazed at Loya in terror, puzzled by the sight of a sorceress wielding a firearm. Were sorcerers not supposed to remain sequestered, oblivious to the existence of muggles? They often describe such weapons as dreadful metallic ones used for self-destruction. Loya coldly fixed her gaze upon the woman. "Throw down your gun. Raise your hands. If you dare to move, I will blow your head off." With that, Loya menacingly pressed the barrel of her weapon deeper into the hunter's throat. The female hunter, drenched in cold sweat, promptly discarded her firearm and raised her hands. Her tongue was pressed against the barrel, rendering her incapable of forming coherent speech. "Let us converse calmly. No need for violence. I know you are a good child. How could a good child take a life?" The female hunter attempted to manipulate this innocent persona to lower Loya's guard, all the while her right hand stealthily reached for the pistol concealed at her waist. "I am not a good child," Loya remarked with a disdainful smirk, having already caught a glimpse of the hunter's furtive movements. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The hunter did not even have time to scream before her head erupted, a gruesome mixture of flesh and brain matter splattering across the floor. One of the female hunter's comrades, alerted by the gunfire, burst into the bedroom, weapon drawn. At that moment, Loya was utilizing the hunter's infrared detector, identifying the heat signatures of her comrades amidst the green mist. Loya reacted more swiftly than he did, raising her hand to fire 2 bullets towards the source of heat. After hearing the hunter's agonizing screams following the shots, she fired several more rounds until he collapsed, silenced. Seizing the moment, Loya hastily closed the door and barricaded it with the bed. She set down her weapon and turned back to the unconscious Severus. Just as the witch hunter barged in, she was groping beneath the bed for her antique rifle. In a moment of instinct, as the huntress pulled the trigger, Severus dashed forward without hesitation, shielding her with his body from the silver bullet. His white shirt was drenched in crimson, his entire back soaked in blood. The warm, sticky liquid coated Loya's hands. "You are mad. Please wake up," she implored. As though he heard her call, Severus weakly opened his eyes. He was gravely injured and too weak to move, his complexion alarmingly pale. Observing Loya's anxious expression, he bore the pain and forced a smile. "I'm fine. The thought of missing your wedding to Harry as a witness spurred me to awaken. Your ribs are pierced by bullets, and you still have the strength to jest?" she exclaimed. "For gunshot wounds, and yet you managed to smile. Harry, your teachings are indeed optimistic." Loya helped him to his feet, propping him against the wall, and then turned to rummage through the shattered cabinet for bandages and gauze. Severus gazed at her silhouette and remarked, "I am not jesting with you. You will feel an overwhelming sense of guilt that may bring you to tears, and I certainly do not wish to provoke your sorrow." Loya gazed at him in astonishment, remaining silent thereafter. She retrieved a roll of somewhat usable bandage, brushing off the wood shavings, and seated herself beside him. Severus leaned against the wall, riddled with bullet holes, his dark hair dampened by sweat, clinging closely to his cheek. Were it not for the accursed green mist, he could have transformed into a black dog, fighting valiantly against those detestable witch hunters. Loya hung his head, unable to suppress thoughts of Hermione, Snape, and Lupin, who were all on the first floor, wondering how they were faring. In the absence of magic, facing a group of armed witch hunters was daunting, especially with Gatling guns and rocket launchers lurking outside. System, host. Beneath the wardrobe lies a secret passage excavated by the previous owner, which connects to the forest at the edge of the town. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You unprofessional entity. Sirius stared in bewilderment at Loya, who was vocally addressing thin air. After delivering its message, the system lapsed into silence, vanishing without a trace, leaving Loya to call out in vain, receiving no response. Loya set down her firearm and forcefully opened the wardrobe, revealing, to her astonishment, a metallic handle hidden beneath. Sirius was equally taken aback by the existence of a secret passage within this ancient house. Let us first escape through the tunnel, she suggested with remarkable composure. Given the current circumstances, venturing down to the first floor would only lead to certain demise. It was prudent to preserve her own life and seek an opportunity to return and rescue others. However, Sirius turned to her, saying, "I had thought you would be reluctant to leave." Loya cast a bewildered glance at him. "That fellow is downstairs. Can you truly bear to leave? Do you not have feelings for him?" Perhaps it was due to her frail state and the turmoil in her mind that she uttered words she would normally never dare to speak. Her tone tinged with a hint of envy. Even Loya, usually oblivious to matters of the heart, finally began to comprehend. "Where on earth are your thoughts wandering? I regard him as a mentor. There is no romantic connection as you suggest. Yet, he does not perceive it that way." Loya gazed helplessly at Sirius, for she was well versed in the cinematic tales. "I am acutely aware that Snape harbored affections for Lily Evans. In his eyes, I am merely a troublesome child. Moreover, why do you all incessantly concern yourselves with my romantic affairs? Allow me to be unequivocal. I aspire to embrace a life of solitude and freedom. Have you truly given no thought to my role in guiding young Harry? You are of similar age. Surely, you would find a kindred spirit in one another. I am rather preoccupied at the moment, dear uncle, so I suggest you conserve your energy and refrain from speaking. Should you faint in the passageway, I fear I would be unable to carry you." Upon concluding her statement, Loya proceeded to pry open the door to the hidden passage. As she had no desire to squander time engaging in a verbal spar with Sirius Black, the secret door had remained untouched for decades, and with a cacophonous creak, it swung open, revealing a shadowy corridor that led to the woods at the edge of the town. However, before departing, she had a task to attend to that would only take a few moments. Meanwhile, Abraham had just received a report from his subordinates. They had captured a witch, a wizard, and a werewolf on the first floor. Just moments ago, gunfire unlike their own echoed from the second floor, and the female hunter who had infiltrated it had lost contact, suggesting dire circumstances. Abraham felt no sorrow for his fallen comrades. Those who hunted witches often faced numerous casualties. He gazed toward the second floor, where blackened gun muzzles peeked through the billowing smoke from the windows. Bullets hurtled toward him with lightning speed. He reacted swiftly enough for one to graze past his ear, tearing flesh from it, yet he felt no pain, even managing a mocking chuckle. The arrogance of those wizards, who knew nothing of electricity, resorting to firearms was absurd. The more he pondered, the more ridiculous it seemed, prompting him to issue an order. No need to capture live ones on the second floor. They should be killed outright. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase's corner, drawing nearer to their room. Loya draped one of Sirius's arms over her shoulder, encircling his back with her right arm to hoist him up. They needed to vacate the premises quickly and enter the passage. Yet, as a mere 12-year-old girl, she could hardly manage the weight of a middle-aged man. After only 2 steps forward, she lost her balance, and both she and Sirius tumbled to the floor. The abyssal walls of the secret passage descended before her. How could she assist Sirius in descending the ladder? If she were to leap into the passage, a fall wouldn't be too severe for her. However, glancing back at Sirius's bloodied back, with bullet holes embedded in his skin and still bleeding, she questioned whether he could survive a fall into the passage in his current condition. Above, she heard Sirius's feeble voice. "Good girl, you go down first. Don't mind me, I will follow shortly." Sirius was acutely aware that he had become a burden, unable to move. Even if he could do nothing, he at least wanted to persuade Loya to escape the passage safely. Suddenly, the door to the room was violently kicked open by hunters, the demons of the human realm raising their weapons, aiming at them. Target identified, a witch and an adult wizard. "Put down your guns. They only have one gun. Fire at will." Loya, targeted by more than a dozen infrared sights, did not flinch in the slightest. He stood his ground, proclaiming, "Before I am riddled with bullets, I can still pull the trigger and take one of you with me. One among you must perish." Whoever wished to be that unfortunate soul would be the first to fire. Just as the standoff reached a boiling point, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by the piercing screams of muggles. A colossal beast lunged from the panicked crowd onto the rooftops, causing the ceiling to collapse with a resounding crash, showering bricks and dust downwards. Before them stood a werewolf, its maw still stained with the remnants of townsfolk. Loya gazed intently at him for a while. Terence, the werewolf before her, remained completely unresponsive to her words. Loya could not naively believe that the werewolf had come to her rescue. Under the full moon, the frenzied werewolf regarded all living beings as mere prey. In its current state, it could not discern friend from foe, blinded by a bloodlust. The hunters gazed at the creature before them, their faces betraying sheer horror, for they recognized the numbered tag affixed to its ear. It was the very one they had captured in the forest. One hunter cursed vehemently, lamenting that the drunken fool should never have been entrusted with the task of guarding the cell. Loya swiftly gleaned information from the hunter's words. Terence had been captured by a hunter in the forest, while the guard, presumably inebriated, had inadvertently released a werewolf. The creature charged forth, its massive jaws sinking into the head of the nearest hunter, the sound of shattering bone reverberating throughout the room. The hunter's body hung limply, his legs twitching in a futile struggle. The remnants of his form were flung aside by the werewolf, sending two other hunters sprawling to the ground. Abraham, standing on the street, gazed up at the sky, lamenting his misfortune. This night had arrived earlier than usual, and, to exacerbate matters, it was a full moon. The werewolf pivoted, slashing its razor-sharp claws towards Loya and Sirius. Loya narrowly evaded the lethal strike that could have crushed her skull, while Sirius was not as fortunate, suffering a deep gash that sprayed blood across her face. The force of the attack caused him to lose his balance, and he tumbled directly into the dark passage. Hearing the heavy sounds echoing from within the tunnel, Loya's heart sank, fearing for Sirius's well-being. As the werewolf launched another assault, Loya, with little time to ponder, leaped into the dark passage herself. The narrow confines could scarcely accommodate the werewolf's bulk, and in its fury, it turned to unleash its wrath upon the hunters behind it. A few hunters managed to rise and fired frantically at the beast, dozens of bullets embedding themselves in its flesh. In a frenzied state, the werewolf absorbed multiple shots, yet continued to roar in rage. Outside, the hunters received Abraham's command to fire. He wielded a shoulder-mounted flame-thrower aimed at the second floor. Hesitation gripped him, for his comrades on the upper floor were also within the range of the impending barrage, and opening fire would spell doom for them as well. Unyielding, Abraham issued his order. Even if they survive, they will be left crippled for life. Fire. The shell screamed forth, and the second floor erupted in a thunderous explosion. Billowing smoke soaring over 10 meters high. The anguished cries of beasts and muggles alike faded into silence, and at last, the street lay still. As the smoke began to clear, the hunters commenced their search amidst the dust-laden ruins. Among the debris lay severed limbs of hunters, while the charred remains of the werewolf revealed little more than half a skull. The captured Lupin and others found themselves with hands bound behind their backs, forcibly shackled with anti-magic cuffs. As long as those cuffs remained, no sorcery could be wielded. A wizard without magic was regarded as lesser than a mere peasant. Yet, the hunters suddenly realized that Lupin, under the full moon, still retained his human form. Tension mounted as they raised their weapons, a dozen barrels aimed at Lupin's head. Abraham, his expression impassive, addressed Lupin. "You did not transform like the werewolf we previously captured during the full moon. Did you employ magic?" Lupin fixed his gaze upon the adversary, remaining silent. With commendable fortitude, Abraham clapped his hands in praise, seemingly nonchalant as he turned slightly. In the next instant, a pistol materialized in his grasp, and a bullet erupted from the chamber, striking Hermione in her right leg. She let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from the wound. Lupin's eyes widened in horror. The hunters displayed a shocking lack of humanity, ruthlessly targeting a child. "Shall I inquire once more?" Abraham's gun now aimed at Hermione's other leg. "Stop, I implore you. It is Wolfsbane," Lupin shouted in a panic. Upon hearing that the potion had prevented her transformation into a werewolf, Abraham's interest waned. A few hunters rummaged through the ruins, discovering only the shattered remains of Lavender, while another young witch and wizard appeared to have fled. "Captain, we have discovered a secret passage," Those two wizards likely escaped through it, but it is blocked by debris, and we are unable to pursue further. Abraham tossed a packet of green anti-magic powder to his assistant. Pour it into the flowing water surrounding the town. Those two fleeing wizards, if they wish to avoid dying of thirst, will return to the town in search of clean water. The anti-magic powder, when mixed with the water, posed no threat to muggles, but for wizards, it would become a lethal poison. Notify the townsfolk. From this day forth, every street shall be infused with the powder. Salem must remain shrouded in green mist, leaving those two wizards devoid of any opportunity to wield their magic. What have you reduced the honor of the Black family to? You are a disgrace to the Black lineage. You are unworthy of being my son. Lady Walburga's features twisted in fury as she shattered every visible ornament in her bedroom. Her beloved son had just brought her shame at the pureblood family's gala by brazenly rejecting the engagement between the two families, citing the distaste he held for the daughter of that family. You are far inferior to Regulus. You do not deserve to be the heir of the Black family. Get out. With rage, her wand pointed at the young Sirius. Lady Walburga cursed and uttered incantations, the piercing green light mercilessly lashing out at him. Sirius bit down hard, drawing blood, yet defiantly shouted, I have no desire for pureblood status. Ultimately, he was cast out by his mother, erased from the family tree. Bruised and battered, he dragged his suitcase out of the Black household, the sound of Lady Walburga's maniacal laughter echoing behind him. You will surely regret this. You will die because of a pure-blooded woman. Loya stared in astonishment at the pale-faced Sirius, who was so close at hand. Just moments ago, the unconscious Sirius had abruptly sat up, gripping her shoulders tightly, and shouted at her in a bewildered frenzy. I have no desire for pure blood, nor do I wish to be the heir of the Black family. Have you lost your mind and mistaken me for your mother? I am not that old yet. After uttering a few more incoherent words, the disoriented Sirius succumbed to unconsciousness once more. They had taken refuge in the cave for 2 days. Loya endeavored to escape the forest, yet no matter which direction she chose, she found herself returning to the woods. It appeared as though this small town was inextricably linked to Salem, rendering her unable to reach the outside world. Loya kindled a fire within the cave, adding branches that he had gathered. The flickering flames cast a glow upon the gaunt visage of the little Sirius, whose thin lips were devoid of color, parched to the point of peeling. Loya had long observed that the waters of the forest river glimmered with a faint green light. It was highly probable that the witch hunters had tampered with the water source, rendering it utterly undrinkable. To his surprise, the adversary they encountered possessed both intellect and cunning. Sirius's bandages were once again seeping black blood, and those anti-magic bullets were akin to lethal poison for wizards. They were devoid of any medical instruments to extract the bullets. And even if they could remove them, the risk of succumbing to excessive blood loss and shock loomed perilously close. Leaning against the rocky wall, Loya, parched from days without water, felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. She curled up, resting her head on her knees, and succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn broke the following day, she gradually opened her eyes and sat up. The coat draped over her shoulders, a garment that was evidently not her own, slipping slowly to the ground. The fire had long since died, leaving only the faint warmth of smoldering ashes. Staring vacantly at the attire of Sirius for a moment, Loya began to regain her senses. She scanned her surroundings, realizing that Sirius was not present in the cave. How could he still possess the strength to move after being struck by 4 bullets from a hunter? Especially when the enchanted golden bullets remained lodged within him. A sense of unease surged within Loya as she made her way toward the mouth of the cave. Sirius stood upon the grassy expanse, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above, casting dappled spots of light upon his shoulder. Clutched in his hand was a broad leaf, enveloping several wild fruits. Upon noticing Loya, Sirius approached her with purposeful strides. Loya lifted her gaze to him. Compared to the previous 2 days, his complexion appeared considerably improved, with a hint of color returning to his face, exuding vitality as if he had never been injured. It was quite peculiar. Your injuries? She inquired, a hint of disbelief in her tone. I feel much better now, Sirius replied with a light-heartedness that belied his condition. How could this be possible? Loya mused inwardly. Just yesterday, he had sustained such severe wounds, and now he seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Sirius, lowering his head, clumsily wiped the wild fruits with leaves and placed them into Loya's hands. With a gentle smile, he remarked, You must be thirsty. The river water is undrinkable. But I have tasted these fruits. They are safe to eat and bursting with juice, perfect for quenching your thirst. Loya gazed at the fruit resting in her palm, yet lacked the appetite to consume it. The two settled on a fallen tree, where Sirius engaged her in idle conversation, inquiring whether she enjoyed playing Quidditch. He promised to gift her the finest broomstick upon their return, and once the Black family estate was tidied, he would extend an invitation for her and Harry to join him. Sirius felt a profound sense of guilt towards Harry, as it was his recommendation of Peter as the secret keeper that indirectly led to the demise of the Potters. Eager to make amends, he found himself fixated on uniting Loya and Harry after learning of Harry's secret affection for her. However, it was evident to him that Loya exhibited no interest in his godson. With a heavy sigh, Sirius studied the girl's eyes and pondered. What manner of boy does she truly fancy? I have no particular preference, Loya replied. Sirius was incredulous. He recalled that by the second year, nearly everyone had already formed attachments. He dismissed her claim outright, suggesting she was merely being evasive. Loya reminisced about the Western celebrities she had admired before her arrival in this world. I fancy Muggle actors, she confessed. Wait, how can you possibly be enamored with a Muggle? Sirius exclaimed, astonished. Her father was the illustrious Dumbledore. How could he ever consent to her associating with a Muggle? Despite Sirius's disdain for blood purity and his aversion to the extremist families that upheld such beliefs, he understood that those of high status were often the least tolerant of their lineage being mingled with outsiders. Even the most benevolent of individuals, who treated all with kindness, would react fiercely if their bloodline was tainted. Reality is not a fairy tale, not to mention the Dark Lord of Nurmengard. While he may not espouse the same fervor for blood supremacy as Voldemort, if a true pureblood were to fall for a Muggle or a wizard of humble lineage, the Dark Lord would not hesitate to exact deadly retribution. Loya tossed the fruit into the air and caught it effortlessly, casually remarking, "There are countless Muggles I admire. Leonardo, Thor, Tom Cruise, Depp, the charming James, and the dashing Law, especially young Leo, who was incredibly handsome. As a child, I dreamed of playing the U-Jump. I jump game with him aboard the Titanic." Sirius listened, utterly perplexed. After a brief moment, Loya resumed recounting tales of his daring escapades at Hogwarts, including nocturnal adventures, scaling walls, and venturing into the Forbidden Forest, lost in a reverie as he spoke to himself, seemingly immersed in his own world. Loya merely gazed silently at Sirius. It was not the recovery of his wounds that instilled him with vitality. As she had anticipated, Sirius's voice gradually diminished to a whisper until it finally ceased, his breath growing ever fainter. Loya found himself at a loss for words regarding his current emotions. He was experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. As his life approached its inevitable conclusion, the vibrant crimson blood suddenly flowed from his mouth and nose, splattering upon the verdant grass. He wiped the blood from his face, and his body seemed to lose all sense of balance, collapsing to the ground. The spirited individual from moments before appeared as though he had never existed at all. Loya hastily supported him, his forehead pressed tightly against her shoulder. It seemed he still had words to utter, but the blood lodged in his throat rendered him speechless, and his trembling hand clutched her shoulder tightly. The little Sirius of this world was on the verge of departing from it. In the depths of the dark forest, where sunlight could not penetrate, stood a wooden cabin ensnared by poisonous vines, appearing eerily ominous from a distance. The old hag pushed open the door, and suddenly a smoke grenade rolled to her feet, releasing a plume of green smoke. She was momentarily dazed. Had the hunters discovered her hiding place? She had been masquerading as a beggar, yet she had been found out. In a panic, the old hag fled, fearful that a moment's delay would see her delivered to the gallows by the hunters. The cold barrel of a gun pressed against her back sent a chill down her spine, rendering her immobile. What she heard behind her was not the voice of a middle-aged hunter, but that of a little girl. How fortuitous it was to encounter you in this desolate wilderness. Loya dragged the barely conscious Sirius and stumbled upon a quaint cabin hidden within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Inside the rustic abode lay an array of ancient cauldrons, while shelves were haphazardly cluttered with an assortment of potions. Clinging to a flicker of hope, she rummaged through the chaotic collection, yearning to discover any elixirs that could provide urgent healing for Sirius. Despite her abysmal performance in potion-making classes, she could discern that there were no healing herbs to be found, only deadly toxins. The owner of this cabin was undoubtedly no benevolent white wizard. The muzzle of Loya's gun was aimed at the back of the madwoman, uncertain whether the latter possessed a wand. A smoke grenade crafted from anti-magic gold, scavenged from the corpse of a female hunter, proved to be quite useful. Amidst the green mist, the madwoman chuckled as a sorceress. You resort to a hunter's weapon against another sorceress? Without uttering a word, Loya pulled the trigger, and a bullet struck the madwoman's shoulder. She let out a piercing scream, clutching her shoulder in agony as she collapsed to the ground. Enough of your prattle. I once showed you pity and provided you with sustenance, only to discover that you employed dark magic to disturb my mind, nearly causing my powers to spiral out of control and setting ablaze the entire town. In response, the madwoman retorted with a mocking tone. Had you preemptively incinerated everyone in the town, leaving not a single soul alive, there would have been no one left to summon the hunters back, and your friends would not have been captured. Loya's gun was aimed at her head, and the madwoman immediately fell silent. Indeed, those hunters had a way to leave the town. Loya bit her lip. The sharp-eyed madwoman caught sight of the unconscious Severus slumped against the corner. If you kill me, that doomed soul will truly meet his end by dawn. He has been poisoned by the silver bullet designed to thwart magic and will not survive the night. Spare my life, and I can concoct the antidote to save him right now. Loya narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Will I place my trust in you? Your cabinet is filled with poisons. You are a dark sorcerer. The concoction I prepared is not an antidote. It is a poison that can indeed neutralize the toxins within him. I am not a dark sorcerer, nor do I wield a wand. Nor have I had the fortune of receiving an education at Hogwarts like you fortunate wizards. I am merely a seer, capable of glimpsing aspects of the past and future that ordinary mortals cannot perceive. She cast a glance at Severus and continued, he could have lived for 2 more years, ultimately succumbing to the shroud of death, but because of you, the life of this unfortunate soul is to be cut short. Loya gripped the gun firmly in his hand. The immediate priority was to save Severus. Listen closely. If your potion fails to save him and he perishes, I shall put a hole in your head. Author's note. 5. 300 words. My wrists ache from exhaustion. Kind-hearted souls, please support this endeavor for love. Loya remained uncertain about the efficacy of the potion brewed by the madwoman. Although the silver bullet had been extracted from Severus, he had remained in a deep, unresponsive slumber for the past 2 days, his pallor hauntingly ghastly. The pain etched upon his brow caused it to furrow tightly, while his chest rose and fell with faint, labored breaths. In his unconscious state, Severus occasionally murmured incoherent phrases that Loya could not decipher. Despite the roaring fire in the hearth filling the room with warmth, it was insufficient to revive a soul on the brink of death. His hands were chillingly cold, unyielding to even the most fervent attempts to warm them. Loya could only adjust the blankets around him. As he gazed at the flickering candlelight, drowsiness began to envelop him. Just as he contemplated resting his head upon the table for a brief respite, a rustling sound behind him broke the silence. Rubbing his eyes, Loya turned to find Severus suddenly awakened. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as he propped himself up, leaning over the edge of the bed, coughing violently. Loya hurriedly rushed to his side, tending to him as one would a sickly child, her palm gently gliding along his back in an attempt to alleviate his suffering. Disheveled strands of hair clung to Severus's cheek, dampened by sweat. Loya delicately brushed them aside with her fingers, revealing his pallid profile beneath. Severus stared blankly at the floor, his gray eyes appearing devoid of life, lost in a state of semi-consciousness. As he felt the warmth of the girl's fingertip against him, his awareness began to return. With great effort, he lifted his eyelids and slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Loya. Her gaze, as clear and tranquil as a pristine lake, was filled with concern, rendering him incapable of diverting his gaze. He found himself momentarily entranced by that shade of blue. You're awake? Are you all right? Severus forced a grim smile, attempting to appear unaffected. It's just a minor injury, he replied, struggling to swallow, each syllable eliciting a sharp pain from the gunshot wound that made the veins on his forehead throb. Uncle, look at your condition. You appear half dead, and your reassurances lack any semblance of credibility. Please, refrain from moving and lie down to rest properly. Loya wrung the towel dry from the basin, seated herself at the edge of the bed, and gently wiped her cheeks with the damp cloth, tracing the marks that time had etched at the corners of her eyes. Severus, however, harbored a deep aversion to the peculiar moniker Loya had bestowed upon him, for it incessantly reminded him of the considerable age gap between them. Just call me Severus, he implored. Very well, Uncle Severus, she replied. Loya casually spoke and then turned to fetch a cup from the table, pouring the warmed water from the fireplace into the vessel. After a moment of silence, Severus could only let out a long sigh. Loya handed him a cup of warm water. The water here was pure and drinkable. She gently positioned the cup against the parched lips of Severus, carefully lifting him. as the soothing liquid flowed into his mouth, quenching his thirsty throat. Yet, in the next moment, without any warning, Sirius suddenly convulsed violently, expelling black blood in great heaves, causing the cup to tumble into the pool of crimson. The girl's visage and his gaze began to blur gradually. The horrifying scene truly terrified Loya. Could it be that Sirius was destined to meet his fate here, 2 years ahead of time? Loya felt an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing that everyone she encountered seemed to suffer more than the last. "I will go fetch someone. Wait for me," Loya said in a flurry, rushing out to find the madwoman. Did one gradually become deaf to the sounds of the world as they approached the end of life? Sirius heard a buzzing in his ears, and it took him a long while to discern that Loya was speaking to him amidst the din. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he grasped her hand. A hoarse voice emerged from behind Loya. "Don't go. Stay with me for a while. Just a little while." Once so proud, there was now a hint of desperation in his tone. Sirius feared that if he closed his eyes, he might never awaken again, never to see her once more. He had endured countless hardships to escape from Azkaban, surviving in the woods by scavenging for rats. And yet he found himself with no time to accomplish anything. He hadn't captured Peter, hadn't avenged himself, hadn't witnessed the growth of his godson into adulthood. And now he was to depart from this world. At times, he even felt like the only one forsaken by Merlin's grace. "All right, I want to leave. I will watch over you as you sleep." Loyal glanced at the pitiable Sirius, following his indication to settle back onto the edge of the bed. She picked up a towel and wiped away the extensive bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. "Uncle, dear Sirius, if you were to die now, I would surely kick your godson Harry to the curb. Do you believe it?" This jest, laced with a hint of threat, was far from amusing. Yet Sirius found himself chuckling at her words. He stared dazedly at the ceiling, his entire being enveloped in a hazy stupor, feeling his eyelids grow increasingly heavy. So much so that he lacked the strength to even open his eyes. Memories of the past surged forth like a tidal wave, flickering by like a revolving lantern. Within mere moments, Sirius slipped into unconsciousness. Loya anxiously rushed towards the sheepfold behind the wooden cabin, shaking awake the madwoman who had been sleeping there. Ever since Loya had taken over the only room in the cabin under the pretense of caring for young Sirius's injuries, the madwoman had been forced to make do with a makeshift bed in the sheepfold. "Wake up quickly. He drank your potion and is spitting out black blood." The madwoman, still groggy, was forcibly dragged into the cabin by Loya. She cast a glance at the black blood on the ground, then lifted Sirius's eyelid, observing for a moment before her expression shifted to one of concern. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the madwoman hurriedly set up a cauldron to brew a remedy, while Loya struggled to administer the potion to Sirius. They toiled through the entire night, finally managing to save Sirius's life. With the madwoman's assurance that he was not in immediate danger, Loya finally exhaled in relief, stepping back wearily against the wall, her dark circles under her eyes evident. It would be impossible to claim she felt no fear. Take, for instance, the unexpected emergence of the Hunter organization. This world had diverged entirely from the narratives she had witnessed in films. Sirius, who was meant to perish behind the veil, had nearly met his end before her very eyes. Lost in her thoughts, her fingers absent-mindedly tapped against the wall behind her, until she noticed something unusual at the corner she had inadvertently lifted. Loya turned her gaze back, and if one did not observe closely, it would be difficult to discern an old, yellowed photograph affixed to the wall, nearly merging with the moldy surface. The image depicted a couple alongside their 2 daughters and a son, presenting the illusion of a blissful family. The middle-aged woman bore an uncanny resemblance to a madwoman. Yet the boy in the photograph struck Loya as remarkably familiar. It eventually dawned upon her that prior to her enrollment at Hogwarts, she had visited a circus at the Wizarding Market with George and Fred, where a silent little boy on display was none other than the boy captured in the photograph. The madwoman spoke nonchalantly. "My 2 daughters were mute, burned alive by hunters. Their father rushed into the pyre to save them, only to have his skull shattered by patrolling guards. You must have met my son. He is a silent one." Loya turned around, gazing at her in astonishment. "I am a seer. I possess the ability to perceive many things. You encountered my unworthy son at the circus, and it was by your hand that he met his demise." Loya immediately turned her gaze towards her, feeling a sense of vigilance. What a remarkable coincidence this was. "Oh, but that is not the case. You 2 silent ones first fought to a standstill, only to be ultimately devastated by the overwhelming power of an ancient sorcerer. My son perished from exhaustion amidst the torrential rain." The old witch cackled sinisterly. "Do not wear such a terrifying expression. I have no intention of avenging my useless son. I sold him to a circus. You truly are a madwoman. My son could freely control the Silent Ones. However, he was timid and cowardly, unwilling to slaughter the townsfolk in vengeance for his father and sister. In any case, the Silent Ones cannot survive for long, since he refuses to seek vengeance. He is of no use to me. Rather than allowing him to perish here, it is better to let him journey with the circus, to witness the world beyond in his final days. Loya reminisced about her time at the circus, recalling how a mere glance from that boy could ignite an overwhelming urge to unleash her latent powers. In contrast, it was only after enduring an assault that her chaotic magic transformed into a tranquil state, a response born from self-preservation. The old crone set down her stirring spoon, her gnarled fingers pointing accusatorily at Loya. Do you comprehend why you are unable to summon tranquility? She inquired. Tranquility consumes life itself, and the potion you have been taking to suppress it is indeed effective in its restraint. Yet, it has left your inner tranquility in disarray. In moments of dire peril, it cannot be invoked. The one who concocted your potion may believe they are aiding you, but in a certain sense, they have inadvertently doomed you. Loya was plunged into deep contemplation. She had not anticipated that Snape's potion would backfire. However, her current concern lay in the enigma of how that young boy could wield the power of the silence so effortlessly. The town of Salem was engulfed daily in the burning of anti-magic powder, with green smoke enveloping it entirely. Do you comprehend the extent to which anti-magic can suppress a wizard? As long as a hunter stands before you armed with anti-magic, your spells will be rendered utterly ineffective. Before long, your captured companions will meet their demise by fire or strangulation. Do not harbor any hope of rescuing them with magic, unless you can harness the strength of the silent. Loya gazed at the madwoman in bewilderment. Isn't the state of silence also a manifestation of magical upheaval? In the green mist, one cannot wield magic, yet one can utilize silence? Wizards and hunters have always presumed it to be a product of sorcery. Silence has indeed become an intrinsic part of your being. It would not be an exaggeration to regard it as a creature woven into your very marrow. The madwoman squinted and continued, Why not strike a bargain with me? I shall reveal to you the means to control silence, and in return, you will assist me in exterminating all the inhabitants of Salem. The ability to wield silence freely was, of course, a coveted prize for Loya. During the Wizarding Civil War, if one side were disarmed, save for their wand, they would be utterly vulnerable, unless their silent incantations were potent enough to unleash lethal spells. Silence could indeed serve as a lethal weapon following disarmament, but to annihilate the entire town? In 1682, the King of France deemed the persecution of witches excessively cruel and enacted a decree, pressuring the Roman Curia to halt witch trials and abolish the witch-hunting edicts. As these decrees were rescinded, other European nations similarly ceased their witch hunts. The newly appointed Pope of the Roman Curia signed a peace agreement with the realm of witches, establishing a pact of non-interference and mutual respect. The abolition of the witch-hunting decree severely undermined the authority of the radicals within the Curia who advocated for a war against witches. Upon receiving this news, the clergy of the Salem Town Church felt a palpable sense of dread, collectively succumbing to panic. They understood that the Roman Curia would soon dispatch officials to every town to rectify the injustices of the witch hunts. Those among them who had incited the populace to burn witches, the clergy, and the mayor would ultimately find themselves on trial, facing the chilling noose of the gallows. They anxiously pondered how to defend themselves in court to preserve their lives. Meanwhile, an envoy from the radical faction of the Curia conducted a clandestine meeting with the mayor of Salem. The envoy assured that there was a way to spare their lives by isolating Salem from the outside world, effectively erasing the town from the map. In return, Salem would be required to continue training witch hunters for the Clandestine Hunters Association established by the radicals. The mayor witnessed the envoy produce a wand from beneath his clerical robes, resembling a sorcerer, or perhaps he truly was one. Why would an envoy of the Curia be a sorcerer? The mayor could not fathom nor dare to inquire. With a flick of the wand, a dense fog enveloped Salem, concealing it from external scrutiny. Yet, some arrogant hunters leaked information about the town's existence. The elderly pope, upon learning of Salem, dispatched a conservative cardinal who advocated for peace with the witch community to investigate the situation. At this moment, the cardinal stood in the flower square, surrounded by townsfolk who cast curious glances at this foreign cleric. The cardinal found it hard to believe that a town could exist off the map, especially one that lagged centuries behind the outside world in terms of living standards. He glanced towards the center of the square, where an incongruous sight met his eyes. The head of a witch girl named Lavanda and that of a half-werewolf named Terence were suspended from a pillar. The passing townspeople spat in disdain at the decapitated heads, cursing their souls to eternal damnation. The cardinal shook his head in disbelief. It was 1992, and this town still clung to the absurdity of witch hunting. Should this be discovered by the public, the Vatican's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Not far behind him, raucous laughter erupted from an outdoor table where hunters gathered, celebrating their capture of a witch, a wizard, and a werewolf with hearty drinks of rum. They, too, were flesh and blood, mere mortals whom the witches derisively referred to as muggles. How ludicrous it was. Humanity had ventured into space, landed on the moon, built space stations, and launched thousands of satellites. Yet these witches still hid away in a village. The hunters erupted into laughter. Abraham had merely employed a clever ruse, using the lives of two others as leverage, and the young witch named Hermione, in tears, divulged everything. Platform 9, Hogwarts School, and Hogsmeade Village. His assistant excitedly slammed the bottle on the table. Are we finally going to pull off something big? Before the next academic season at Hogwarts, an ambush lay in wait at King's Cross Station. The tavern erupted with applause and cheers. Abraham held in contempt those short-sighted individuals, lacking foresight and driven solely by immediate gains. Their Hunters Association was a clandestine organization secretly nurtured by the radical faction of the Vatican, with funding and arms supplied by the same. The elderly pope, frail and overwhelmed, had relinquished nearly all power to the radicals, who continued to covertly train hunters to pursue wizards, while the pope turned a blind eye to their actions. Abraham had devised a plan. If he could trace the station's location to Hogwarts, he would petition the radical bishops for the right to deploy biochemical agents and nuclear weaponry, aiming to ensnare all the wizards within Hogwarts. The radicals and conservatives within the Vatican were perpetually at odds, each faction fiercely protective of their own interests. The cardinal dispatched to oversee matters had long harbored discontent towards Abraham, the leader of the Hunters Association. Approaching the hunters' table with a stern demeanor, the cardinal admonished Abraham, "Allow me to remind you that the Vatican has signed a peace accord with the wizarding world. Should you be so reckless as to unleash nuclear or biochemical attacks, you would ignite a war. The Pope will not permit your wanton actions." Abraham, nonchalantly flicking the ash from his cigarette, replied, "I have heard that His Holiness has been bedridden for days and is reliant on a respirator. It appears his condition is dire. I suspect he is more preoccupied with his own survival than with meddling in our affairs." Another hunter interjected, "Esteemed peace envoy, Your Eminence, the Pope has merely sent you here for a status report. Now that you have completed your visit, it is time to return and relay your findings. By the way, Salem has no communication devices, so you will need to report back on your own." With the backing of the powerful radicals, Abraham dismissed the cardinal with disdain, prompting laughter from his fellow hunters, which darkened the cardinal's expression. Angrily, he retreated to his quarters, hurling his bishop's head onto the table. "These radical dogs are becoming increasingly brazen. They regard me with utter contempt and openly boast of their intentions to utilize nuclear weapons." A secretary placed an investigative report before the cardinal in an attempt to calm his ire. The identities of the two fleeing wizards had been uncovered. One was an escaped convict from Azkaban, of little use to them, but the other, you might not imagine, was the daughter of Gellert Grindelwald, who could potentially be of great assistance. Upon the mere mention of Grindelwald's offspring, the cardinal rolled his eyes in exasperation, leaning back in his office chair. His thoughts immediately turned to the notorious son of Grindelwald, a figure who had plagued the Vatican for over a decade. The eldest son of Grindelwald, a militant individual seldom seen within the wizarding community, instead led his vampire followers in relentless territorial disputes against rival factions, engaging in one bloody conflict after another. The skirmishes among vampires often resulted in widespread, tragic casualties among innocent muggles, and wherever these vampires roamed, the ground was littered with the drained corpses of humans. The church was compelled to ally with the local authorities, publicly declaring this a novel epidemic of blood loss. Last month, during a civil war among the vampire factions, Grindelwald's eldest son annexed another faction, ruthlessly slaying an elder vampire who was 5 centuries his senior. The captured vampire clan ultimately bent the knee, pledging their fealty to him. Yet, this war left both sides with heavy losses. The cardinal surmised that Grindelwald's son likely bore significant injuries himself. However, he found solace in the thought that, amidst his son's affliction, recent incidents of vampire predation would likely diminish. The church had maintained a delicate peace with the vampire community, Dealing with the ensuing chaos had already been a considerable headache. Yet, his secretary brought forth the unsettling news that Grindelwald had a daughter as well. The cardinal grimaced as he perused the report, fearing that this cherished daughter of Grindelwald might unleash her own startling deeds. He could only hope she would remain within the wizarding world and avoid stirring the same blood-soaked turmoil that her brother had wrought. Upon discovering that she was merely 12 years of age, he initially breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that a girl of such youth could hardly commit any earth-shattering calamities. However, disappointment quickly followed as he shook his head and tossed the report back onto the desk. What use is a 12-year-old girl to us? At that age, I was merely playing pranks with neighborhood friends. I believe you underestimate her, the secretary interjected. If she possessed only the intellect typical of a 12-year-old, she would not have escaped the hunter's ambush. Moreover, she is a seer. The mention of her being a seer captured the cardinal's attention. He straightened in his chair and resumed reading the document until he reached the bottom, where the term seer was inscribed. The cardinal was not only the church's ambassador of peace, but also its diplomatic envoy, occasionally attending meetings at the Ministry of Magic. A seer embodied a formidable and perilous power, one whose dangers were well understood by wizards, as were the immeasurable ramifications of such abilities. He pondered for a considerable time, stroking his chin before inquiring of his secretary, "Can we ascertain her whereabouts? Be mindful not to let any whispers escape. And certainly do not allow the hunters to discover my intention to meet with her for a discussion. Perhaps we could forge a collaboration or, more aptly, an alliance. However, it is imperative that they approach with sincerity first. To master the art of silent resilience, one must first purge the remnants of suppressive substances from one's bloodstream." Loya sometimes feels both amused and exasperated. Dumbledore, in his efforts to assist her, had commissioned Snape to administer potions that subdued the presence of the miraculous within her. After enduring this treatment for over a year, she now must embark on a contrary path, seeking to expel the remnants of the potion from her bloodstream. Bloodletting, the old witch succinctly stated, leading her to an underground cavern. Inside, there lay a pool of shimmering green water, surrounded by an array of bizarre and peculiar plants. Once you have mastered the miraculous, the potions that once suppressed it will no longer hold sway over you. Loya comprehended the implications of her circumstances. Henceforth, Severus's potions would hold no efficacy for her, and she had no reason to linger in Spider's Tail Alley. She made 2 precise incisions on her wrist, and with the sound of rushing water accompanying her, Loya stepped deeper into the pool. The mingling of her blood and the water flowed forth. As she submerged herself in the bone-chilling depths, eyes closed, uncertain of what elixirs the madwoman had infused into the waters, the liquid enveloped her head. Yet she found herself able to breathe beneath the surface. The repeated process of bloodletting was far from pleasant, leaving her feeling as though she were plunged into an icy abyss, resulting in a pallor that betrayed her ill health. Meanwhile, during this time, she directed the madwoman to continue masquerading as a beggar, seeking information in the small town regarding the capture of Hermione and the others by the hunters. Yet to no avail. The sole consolation was that the madwoman's potion had proven effective. Sirius had miraculously survived, though his injuries remained dire. Loya sat at the edge of Sirius's bed, her eyes closed as she endeavored to recall a scene from the film. Albus Dumbledore's nephew, Credence, her cousin, and the girl Nagini, who had inherited the blood curse, were seated side by side on the eaves of a dilapidated attic. Credence extended his right hand towards the cerulean sky, releasing his obscurus, which transformed into a flock of birds, swirling and dancing in the air. The avian-shaped obscurus brushed past Nagini without inflicting any harm upon her, ultimately returning to rest within Credence's palm. This cousin of hers exhibited a far greater stability in controlling his obscurus than she did. Had her own obscurus brushed against another, it might have resulted in dismemberment and a torrent of blood. While it remains unclear why Nagini ultimately became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, it is conceivable that the blood curse she inherited led her to fully transform into a serpent, causing her to lose all memories of her human existence, and inadvertently become a vessel for Voldemort's soul. Loya imitated Credence, extending her palm toward the void. Dark matter and particles materialized from thin air, swirling within her palm, coalescing according to her will into the outline of a pyramid, which then transformed into a pentagram. In recent days, she had been practicing utilizing the old witch's methods, merging them with the silent manifestations employed by Credence, allowing the latter to form various shapes in accordance with her thoughts. Yet, deep within, Loya understood that her current command over this fragment of silence was woefully insufficient for her goal of obliterating the hunters. What she desired was the ability to wield the entirety of silent power with unrestrained freedom rather than engaging in these trivial amusements. If I continue practicing your methods, how long will it take to summon the full extent of silence? Loya inquired of the madwoman. For other practitioners, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Given your talent, the fastest would be 1 to 2 years. 1 to 2 years is far too long. Snape, Hermione, and Lupin are still in the hunter's clutches, and they are at constant risk of being led to the pyre. Loya spoke earnestly. I cannot wait that long. Is there no alternative? Do you wish to take a shortcut? The old crone replied. With that, she retrieved a dusty wooden box from the wall and placed it before Loya. Inside the box lay an enchanted silver dagger, a relic passed down through her family, its blade inscribed with ancient runes in a tongue she could not comprehend. When you engage in self-destructive acts with this dagger, the summoning will occur silently, the crone continued, illustrating her point by mimicking a motion across her own neck with the dagger. A jolt surged through Luoya's heart. In succinct terms, the path of expediency lay in utilizing this dagger to slit a throat. If the cut were too shallow, it would not pose a mortal threat, thus preventing the dark magic of the dagger from activating, rendering the summoning of ran impossible. Conversely, if the incision were too deep, the host could very well perish just moments before ran's manifestation. Striking the right balance was exceedingly difficult, and there existed an even graver scenario. Successfully slitting the throat might evoke ran, yet upon the conclusion of its presence, the host could succumb to death due to a lack of timely intervention. This deranged method of summoning would lead ran to indiscriminately wreak havoc upon all within its sight. The dagger bore 3 inscriptions in Sanskrit, symbolizing the potential for 3 summons. Each manifestation would last no longer than 3 minutes, during which the host's life would rapidly dwindle. Engaging in this self-destructive summoning would rob one of 30 years of life with each use, necessitating a careful reckoning of how many days remained. However, one might also meet immediate demise after the first invocation due to inadequate rescue efforts. Indeed, the allure of shortcuts exacts a monumental toll. Yet Luoya chose to accept the dagger. To pursue a shortcut demanded a gambler's mentality. A win would cost 30 years of life, while a loss could mean instant death. Either way, one stood to suffer. Sirius slowly opened his eyes, his dazed pupils gradually focusing. Amid the haze, he beheld a figure beside him, deftly manipulating dark particles suspended in the air. ran. As clarity dawned and he recognized the girl controlling ran as Luoya, disbelief widened his eyes, and he was instantly alert. ran master? She is ran master? The lifespan of a ran master is tragically brief, and few children who become ran masters reach adulthood. Realizing this, Sirius felt his heart constrict, panic surged within him, and disregarding his own injuries, he abruptly sat up. Unexpectedly, Luoya was seized by the shoulder, yanked forcefully, and compelled to turn partially. The hand gripping her shoulder trembled violently, while Sirius' chest heaved with distress. He nearly lost composure as he exclaimed, "How can this be? You are a ran master. This is impossible. ran masters do not live long, and you are merely 12 years old. Calm down." Upon discovering that Luoya was a ran master with a fleeting lifespan, Sirius nearly lost his mind. He could not absorb any words at that moment. Despair etched across his face. In a frenzied state, he muttered incoherently, "Dumbledore must have a way. He must have a way to extend your life. You cannot die. We must find a way back. I will take you back. Even if it costs me my life, I will bring you back to Hogwarts." Stop, stop, stop. Before I could even make a move, the irrational Sirius, disregarding the admonitions of Loya, struggled to rise. His vigorous attempt caused him to stumble, resulting in a direct fall from the bed to the floor. The potions on the bedside table were violently jostled, with half-open vials scattering and rolling in various directions. It is truly terrifying when a canine creature loses its mind. Sirius lay despondently on the floor, his frail form appearing as though it could be easily shattered. With one hand pressed against his forehead, he obscured half of his face, rendering his expression indiscernible. "Uncle, no, it is Uncle Sirius." Loya corrected her form of address, aiming to soothe him as she continued speaking. "I am perfectly well. Why such a strong reaction?" Upon finishing her words, she reached out and gently poked Sirius's arm. Noticing his utter lack of response, Loya boldly seized his hand, which was shielding his forehead. Loya discovered that even in a state of near death and injury, Sirius retained an impressive strength. She found herself unable to budge even one of his arms with both of her hands. After considerable effort, she managed to pull away one of the injured man's hands, only to find herself sitting on the ground. What met her gaze was the haggard visage of Sirius, his face etched with profound sorrow, his eyes even glistening with a hint of moisture. Loya blinked and cautiously inquired, "Are you about to cry, old man?" To her astonishment, Sirius was indeed moved to tears by her words. Nothing could be more shocking than causing an elderly gentleman to weep. It felt as though she could boast about it for a decade. However, she regrettably found herself stifling a laugh, her upward curving lips betraying her amusement. Upon witnessing her ability to smile, Sirius instantly transformed into a black dog, whimpering softly as he lay down, sulking as he turned his head away. Loya tugged at his dog's ear and said, "Do not be so pessimistic. Dumbledore's nephew was also a mute, yet he reached adulthood, and I am thriving as well." This reassurance did little to alleviate Sirius's concerns. Loya then grasped his tail and gave it a shake, but the black dog remained unresponsive, turning away from her in silence. Loya could only speak in a coaxing tone, akin to that used with a sulking pet. "Come, allow me to perform a little magic for you." As she spoke, she whimsically manipulated the silent figure of Memoran. Those black particles that appeared out of thin air coalesced in the atmosphere, taking on the form of a black dog. It animatedly mimicked barking at Sirius, moving its jaw in a silent yet expressive manner. Loya's fingers converged within her palm, as the black particles resembling a black dog instantaneously dispersed like quicksand, only to coalesce in the air, forming the letters Sirius. The little Sirius stared at her in astonishment. When Loya opened her palm once more, those dark particles vanished into thin air. Loya beamed at Sirius, exclaiming, "How impressive am I? Praise me." The man and his dog exchanged glances, enveloped in a serene silence so profound that one could hear the ticking of the clock on the wall. However, a sound from outside shattered the cozy atmosphere of the wooden cabin. The surrounding forest cast a shadowy gloom, leaving the area perpetually shrouded in twilight. For safety reasons, Loya had tied jars and bottles together with a piece of string, hanging them at the edge of the forest near the cabin. Any intruder entering the woods would inadvertently disturb the line, causing the bottles to clink together, alerting her to their presence. A frantic figure burst into the cabin, her face a mask of terror. "What do we do? The hunters must have found us. I refuse to be burned alive," she cried, her panic escalating. "The hunters have discovered us. What shall we do?" "I won't be burned." "Calm down. Extinguish the candle," Loya commanded coolly, her voice steady amidst the chaos. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed from outside. "I am a cardinal of the Vatican. We mean no harm. We only wish to speak privately with Miss Grindelwald." The frantic woman trembled against the wall, while Loya retrieved a shotgun from a violin case in the corner, holding her breath as she listened intently to the commotion outside. The black dog swiftly transformed back into his human form, instinctively moving closer to Loya, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the open shirt revealed layers of bandages already soaked in vivid crimson. His battered body was on the verge of collapse, and the scant strength he possessed was insufficient to sustain his bravado. Loya exerted a mere fraction of her strength, gently pushing him on the chest, which sent him sprawling into the chair. She lowered her gaze to Sirius, advising him to rest quietly. Simultaneously, her mind raced, analyzing whether there lay a trap outside. In truth, their adversaries had no need to engage her in conversation. Launching an outright assault would have been far more effective, akin to the ambush executed by those hunters in the town. Thus, it was highly probable that their foes were not aligned with the witch hunters. Loya boldly approached the door, unafraid, and pushed it open. Outside stood a short man in his 40s, draped in a crimson clerical robe, with a golden cross gleaming on his chest. The cardinal, upon seeing the ominous barrel of the gun, instinctively froze, quickly raising both hands to signal his benign intentions, all the while courteously greeting her. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Grindelwald." Behind him, his secretary wore a tense expression, drawing a wand from his sleeve. "Shall we compare who can conjure a spell faster, you with your wand, or I with my trigger?" Loya coldly remarked, fixated on the secretary's movements. The cardinal immediately reprimanded his secretary, commanding him to lower his wand. The secretary complied, discarding the wand onto the ground and raising his hands in surrender. Loya picked up his wand and examined it closely. It was indeed a genuine wand. To his astonishment, There were wizards within the church who pledged their allegiance to muggles. This revelation truly surprised him. Sirius glared intensely at the wizard who served the church, exclaiming, "You are a wizard, and yet you swear fealty to muggles. Moreover, your allegiance is to the church, which has persecuted and hunted wizards for 3 centuries. The secretary shrugged and responded earnestly, "My parents and ancestors have all been muggles. I, too, hail from a muggle background, having been raised in the muggle world. Why should I owe my loyalty to the wizarding community?" His argument, while contentious, held a semblance of validity, as there existed no rigid decree mandating that wizards must pledge allegiance to their own kind. Loya speculated that, in addition to the organization of witch hunters, the Holy See might also have several wizards of its own training. The cardinal, with earnest sincerity, declared that they had come to express goodwill, presenting gifts. Immediately afterward, he called towards the forest, "You may come out now." A petite figure dashed from the woods into the cabin, removing her oversized hood, her face brimming with tears of reunion. Hermione. Loya gazed in astonishment at the person before her and, overwhelmed with excitement, enveloped her in a warm embrace. "How did you manage to escape?" She could not help but inquire upon seeing Hermione safe and sound. "We painstakingly liberated her from the dungeon, Miss Grindelwald. We are not adversaries, surely. We can lay down our arms now," interjected the cardinal. Loya's expression softened, and both the cardinal and the secretary sighed in relief as they witnessed her lower her weapon. Hermione wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, her voice trembling as she apologized. "I'm sorry for what the hunters did, threatening me with the lives of Professor Snape and Lupin. I spoke about King's Cross Station, the school, and Hogsmeade. All right, my dear scholar, do not weep any longer. The rest is best left to your roommate." Loya gently patted Hermione's back in a comforting gesture. The cardinal surveyed everyone in the wooden cabin, particularly focusing on the injured individual who had regarded him with hostility since his entrance, watching his every move with piercing eyes. Though appearing gravely wounded, a glint of menace shone through, reminiscent of a predator poised to strike, sending a chill down his spine. He courteously suggested, "Miss Grindelwald, might I have a word with you in private?" Loya turned back and exchanged a glance with Sirius, silently inquiring for his opinion. "Muggles are untrustworthy," Sirius whispered to her. Loya pondered quietly for a moment, realizing that the other party's willingness to release Hermione was evidently an invitation for negotiation, necessitating her compliance with certain demands. She first retrieved the bishop's secretary's wand, ensuring that the individual posed no threat, before softly advising Hermione. "Hermione, I must converse with this cardinal. Please keep an eye on the injured gentleman behind us and prevent him from intervening." Given Sirius's temperament, he would undoubtedly distrust anyone from the church. With him present, our negotiations with this cardinal are unlikely to proceed smoothly. As she anticipated, Sirius erupted in outrage upon witnessing Loya acquiesce to the cardinal's request. He sprang to his feet, anxiously directing his voice towards Loya's figure, exclaiming, "Don't go. You must not trust them." Loya turned to glance at Sirius, who, struggling to move, attempted to approach her in a bid to dissuade her. His scarred hand reached out towards her, his eyes pleading. "Foolish girl, do not go." The sight of his pitiable state compelled Hermione to cover her mouth in disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, Loya retrieved a bundle of rope from the cupboard and tossed it to Hermione, coldly remarking, "If that old man insists on following, bind him." Without a backward glance, he strode out the door. Hermione, troubled, gazed down at the rope in her hands, then at Sirius. This was Harry's godfather. As a younger person, it felt morally and ethically wrong to restrain an elder. Just as Sirius was about to chase after Loya, a dull thud echoed from the back of his head, causing him to collapse in a daze. Behind him stood the madwoman, brandishing a frying pan, who disdainfully huffed at Hermione. "Utterly useless. Let me handle this." Seizing the opportunity while Sirius was still dazed, the madwoman grabbed the rope and securely bound the incapacitated Sirius. Enraged, he opened his mouth to curse, but she swiftly stuffed a piece of black bread into it, finally silencing him. Loya followed the cardinal into the dark forest, and upon ensuring their conversation was unheard, the cardinal came to a halt. "Miss Grindelwald, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You exhibit the same courage and spirit as your renowned father." He intended to engage in further pleasantries, but was taken aback by the young lady's forthright demeanor. "We have returned your companion safe and sound. Surely that suffices to demonstrate my sincerity." Loya tilted his head slightly, responding with poise, "If you genuinely wish to demonstrate your sincerity, you must release my other 2 friends." The cardinal offered a faint, awkward smile. The two wizards and the werewolf were imprisoned in separate locations, as the hunters deemed the captured young witch of little value, subsequently transferring her to the church's dungeons for custody. The cardinal, hailing from the Vatican, effectively represented the upper echelons of the Salem Church. He exerted some pressure on Father Salem. He also instructed his secretary to capture a local muggle girl resembling Hermione, rendering her mute and disfiguring her face, so that they could switch her with Hermione and facilitate her escape. However, another male wizard and the werewolf remained in the hands of the hunters. Miss Grindelwald, your other two friends are in the hunter's custody. The Hunter Association is controlled by the radicals of the church, while I belong to the conservatives, and the factional strife has been quite intense. The hunters will not heed my commands as a conservative bishop to release them. That young witch was merely a scapegoat we managed to substitute. I have come here with the intent of negotiating a deal with you, or more precisely, to forge an alliance. An alliance? Loya squinted, regarding the cardinal with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. After a pause, the cardinal continued. I believe you are well aware of what fate awaits the captured wizards at the hands of the hunters. Loya was undoubtedly aware that the witch hunts had persisted for 3 centuries, inflicting unspeakable and inhumane torments upon the wizards. Merely contemplating the horrific tortures that could leave one's flesh torn and raw, or worse, result in a slow and agonizing demise, was enough to send chills down one's spine. While I cannot demand their release, I assure you that in my capacity as a bishop, I will exert pressure to ensure that your friends remain safe during their confinement, shielded from bodily harm. Loya turned to the cardinal and, with solemnity, inquired, let us forego the notion of an alliance. What is it that you wish for me to do? The notorious practice of witch hunts in Salem, once exposed to the world, would utterly tarnish the image and reputation of our Vatican. Given that this town has remained isolated for centuries, perhaps it is better to allow it to remain so for eternity. The cardinal halted his steps, revealing a smile. Forgive my impertinence, Miss Grindelwald, but I have taken the liberty of investigating your background. You are a person of few words. Loya continued along his train of thought. So, you wish to annihilate the entire town to silence them? And you expect me to carry out this dreadful deed? The terms proposed by this bishop strikingly mirrored those of a madwoman. Both desired the complete eradication of the townsfolk. Only in death would their mouths be sealed. Surely, the Ministry of Magic employs the method of erasing the memories of muggles who witness magical events, does it not? Yet, who can assure that those whose memories have been wiped will not inadvertently recall their experiences upon encountering a certain magical barrier? To ensure absolute certainty, their silence must be eternal. As a member of the clergy, one ought to embody compassion and mercy, striving to rescue the suffering muggles. However, this cardinal speaks with a chilling disregard for human life, prioritizing the church's reputation above the fate of the innocent. After all, one does not ascend to the rank of cardinal without a ruthless disposition. The town has long been ensnared by ancient, mysterious forces. Even if you were to rescue your friend, you would remain forever trapped within this labyrinth. We possess a method to escape the town, provided you assist me in eradicating it. My people will facilitate your departure. Observing Loya lost in contemplation, the cardinal mistakenly interpreted her silence as hesitation and cleared his throat. You need not feel guilt or remorse. The church has forsaken them. These townsfolk are doomed, and whether you act or not, others will. Moreover, the hunters have already traced the entrance to your school station. Should they lie in wait with a cache of anti-magic, or the young witches and wizards entering the station will be captured alive, you would do well to seize this moment and employ your latent powers to eliminate these hunters within Salem. Luoya recalled a dilemma from a past life. If your family were bound to the railway tracks, with a train steadily approaching, you would face 2 choices. You could either remain passive, helplessly witnessing the train crush your loved ones, or you could turn the switch to divert the train onto a broken track, resulting in a derailment that would claim the lives of all aboard. What would your choice be? Loya considers herself not so noble, nor so benevolent, as to sacrifice her own kin for the sake of strangers. The priest, with his hands clasped in prayer, reminds Loya that 2 days hence marks the town's unique festival, the Festival of Divine Descent, during which all townsfolk will gather in the Flower Square. This presents an opportune moment for action. There are many innocent children here, and she is yet to stoop to the cruelty of harming them. Rest assured, we shall gather all the children of the town in a safe place under the guise of blessings and baptism on the day of the festival, after which the Vatican will provide them refuge. Loya spoke with an air of indifference. since the bishop serves as the diplomatic envoy between the Holy See and the realm of wizards. You must surely be aware of our Azkaban prison, a place dedicated to the incarceration of criminals. Should I be discovered for slaying the muggles in this town, I too would find myself confined within the walls of Azkaban. Loya could easily envision a future where every headline in the Prophet's Daily and other prestigious publications would blare the tale of Grindelwald's daughter, deranged and mercilessly slaughtering the city. Rita Skeeter's beetle would undoubtedly render this calamity in vivid detail. There is no need for concern. We shall leverage our connections to ensure that this massacre has no ties to you whatsoever, shifting all blame onto others. To put it plainly, we intend to frame this atrocity on someone else. The bishop is fully prepared for this negotiation. Presently, she indeed has no lingering worries. Given the bishop's capabilities, Loya considered a more suitable scapegoat. A wicked smile danced at the corners of her lips as she suggested, why not attribute the blame to Voldemort's followers, the Death Eaters? Ideally, it would be better to pin it on Voldemort himself, but alas, the Dark Lord currently lacks a corporeal form. Thus, we can only direct the blame towards his minions. After all, when the underling invokes chaos, it is the master who bears the consequences, indirectly allowing Voldemort to shoulder the blame. As for Voldemort, the cardinal had indeed heard whispers of him, rumored to be a bandit in the wizarding world. However, he recalled that this brigand was thought to be dead. Whether he was alive or not was inconsequential. Assigning guilt to someone insignificant to the church would be a simple task for him. The cardinal readily acquiesced to Loya's proposal. Yet, Loya crossed her arms and regarded the cardinal with a serious expression. My intuition tells me you are concealing something. You claim to come in good faith for collaboration, yet you deliberately withhold part of the truth. How can I trust you? Very well, Miss Grindelwald is indeed more astute than he had anticipated, the cardinal mused. Our clergy, referred to as diviners in your wizarding community, have foretold the end of our muggle world. Within a decade, or perhaps even sooner, the Muggle realm is poised to witness the onset of a third world war. Informed that the Muggle apocalypse would be witnessed in a few years, Loya found himself enveloped in a subtle yet profound sentiment. The cardinal took a few measured steps, gradually unfolding the prophecy. The diviner foretold that in the near future, nations of the Muggle world would resort to nuclear weapons in their relentless pursuit of resources, precipitating the outbreak of a third world war. In the aftermath of this cataclysm, the Muggle realm would be left in ruins, devastated by nuclear annihilation, with human civilization and technology obliterated, leaving less than 1% of the population surviving. The Holy See would assume control over the Muggle world, reinstating theocratic governance reminiscent of bygone eras. At that juncture, the Earth would be divided into two nations, the theocratic superstate governed by the Vatican and the realm of wizards. Following the Muggle apocalypse, wizards would no longer need to live in seclusion or conceal their identities. They would be free to operate in plain sight, having established their own nation. Currently, the radical faction within the Vatican ardently advocates for warfare against the wizards, while the conservative faction seeks to maintain peace with their magical counterparts. These two factions, driven by their respective interests, engage in a continuous struggle, both overt and covert. However, the radicals, having cultivated a strong hunter faction, hold substantial power within the Vatican. The elderly pope, frail and incapacitated, lacks the capacity to attend to political matters and is unlikely to survive until the prophesied end. When the theocratic state is established in the future, the radicals will wield considerable influence, and the new papal candidates will be manipulated to align with their agenda. The conservatives will find themselves in a precarious position, leading to a potential civil war within the Vatican, where the radicals may seek to eradicate the conservatives before launching an offensive against the wizarding world. Loya comprehended that the cardinal sought to diminish the influence of the radicals, and the most direct method to achieve this was to eradicate the Hunter Association. Abraham's notoriety was well known. Should he be eliminated, the leaderless Hunter Association would disband into chaos, thereby delivering a significant blow to the radicals, which would be advantageous for both you and me, Miss Grindelwald. Surely, you would not wish to witness a war between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm. I am willing to engage in a transaction with you, but let us forego any notion of an alliance. We are merely leveraging one another's strengths. Upon hearing Loya's agreement to the transaction, the cardinal exclaimed with fervor, provided you deal with the entire town of Salem and simultaneously eliminate the leader of the Hunter Association, Abraham. After the conclusion of the Third Great War, when the wizarding nation is established, if Miss Grindelwald has intentions of contending for the position of wizard monarch. Our conservative faction shall wholeheartedly support you in the diplomatic assembly, casting our votes in your favor. Loya felt a bit bewildered. Setting aside the accuracy of the doomsday prophecy uttered by the church's seer and the very existence of a realm of sorcerers, it was evident that the bishop held these beliefs with unwavering conviction. Even if doomsday were to transpire and a kingdom of wizards truly existed, how could the prospect of ascending to the throne possibly fall upon her? She had never harbored such grand ambitions. Shaking her head, Loya cast aside the thought. The negotiations between her and the cardinal continued in the dimly lit depths of the Black Forest. Loya cast a fleeting glance back at the wooden cabin, hesitating momentarily. When she lifted her gaze again, her expression had transformed into one of unwavering resolve. She made a decision that could potentially alter the trajectory of the original narrative irrevocably. I have one condition, Miss Grindelwald. Please, feel free to state your terms. 12 years ago, a sorcerer unleashed a malevolent curse that obliterated a street of muggles, resulting in the tragic demise of 12 innocents. The cardinal nodded thoughtfully, as he indeed harbored a vague recollection of this incident. At the time, the church had dismissed it, addressing it with the same indifference as they would a routine vampire attack. To their astonishment, the Ministry of Magic took the initiative to handle the case, opting to feign ignorance and misleading the local populace by attributing the disaster to a mere gas pipe explosion. The perpetrator orchestrated a feigned death to evade capture, while my friend's godfather, Sirius Black, was wrongfully accused of murdering the 12 muggles and a wizard. Innocent yet condemned, he endured 13 years of unjust imprisonment. I wish to appeal to the Ministry of Magic to exonerate him and restore his reputation. This is merely a way to repay Sirius for shielding her from 4 silver bullets fired by the hunter. He was a devoted godfather, oblivious to the rumors he had heard about Harry's affection for her, and selflessly protected her, a true fool in his loyalty. I have the means to apprehend the true culprit, yet I harbor doubts that even presenting the genuine wrongdoer before the court would ensure the restoration of his honor. There is no need for further elaboration from Loya. The cardinal naturally comprehends her intentions. In the realm of politics, deceit and treachery are commonplace, and the machinations of both overt and covert conflicts are all too familiar. No individual in power possesses unblemished hands. 12 years prior, Sirius Black was unjustly stripped of his wand and incarcerated in Azkaban without any trial, making it evident that there were those within the Ministry of Magic who were deliberately targeting him. Even if she were to seize Peter, that loathsome rat, from Ron and have him personally delivered to the court by Dumbledore, it is highly probable that this despicable wretch would turn the tables and adamantly deny his culpability, even if Peter were to be administered Veritaserum or subjected to the memory charm. He might remain oblivious to the number of muggles he inadvertently obliterated in a moment of dark enchantment. Malicious jurors would undoubtedly exploit this loophole, woefully concluding that both Peter and Sirius were culpable for the deaths of muggles, branding them as accomplices. This would, in turn, exacerbate the situation. Cornelius Fudge, the obstinate Minister of Magic, is solely concerned with preserving his position. In the original narrative, he resorts to various slanders against Dumbledore and Harry, harboring no intentions of impartially exonerating Sirius. Loya harbors no belief in such a possibility. Loya anticipated a resolution wherein Peter would face justice, subjected to the torturous grip of the Dementors until his demise, while Sirius could finally have his name cleared. To navigate the myriad of potential scenarios, Loya required a witness of exceptional standing. The cardinal, a diplomatic ambassador between the Muggle realm and the wizarding world, was an exemplary candidate. Following the repeal of the witch hunt decree, the Vatican had forged a peace treaty with the Ministry of Magic. Should the cardinal, with his diplomatic credentials, take the stand, both the jurors and Fudge would think twice, realizing that it would be unwise to jeopardize their reputations over a mere prisoner of Azkaban. Furthermore, had Peter been imprisoned, perhaps Cedric would have escaped the tragic fate that befell him during the Triwizard Tournament. Having made her decision, Loya turned to the cardinal. I require your testimony in court, asserting that you were present at the scene and that you personally witnessed the destruction of Muggle streets, resulting in the death of 12 Muggles, perpetrated by Wormtail, not Sirius Black. This should pose no challenge, provided Miss Grindelwald fulfills our agreement. On the day of the trial, I shall testify on behalf of your friend, ensuring his exoneration. I trust you will uphold your end of the bargain. Should you renege on your promise and fail to testify for him, I shall discreetly revisit your hometown. Upon hearing the veiled threat in Loya's words, the cardinal wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Once the cardinal and his entourage departed, Loya returned to the wooden cabin. Hermione, anxiously awaiting her return inside, rushed to her side, nervously inquiring, "What did he discuss with you?" "Nothing of consequence," Loya replied. "Just some trivial matters." Loya evasively responded to Hermione, fearing that further inquiries would ensue. She swiftly diverted the conversation, her gaze falling upon the unconscious Sirius, bound tightly to a chair. To her astonishment, she noticed two prominently swollen lumps on the back of Sirius's head, which hung low. "Hermione, I instructed you to restrain him and prevent his escape. Did you perhaps apply excessive force?" "It was not I," retorted the madwoman, who had been ordered by Loya to fetch water. She reluctantly placed the basin heavily on the table, splashing water everywhere. With indignation, she continued, "He possesses considerable strength, like a rabid dog, and would not be restrained, insisting on running away to find you. It took 2 blows from my pots to render him unconscious." Silent with disbelief, Loya returned the shotgun to the violin case. With Hermione's assistance, they each took one of Sirius's arms, guiding him back to the bed. The madwoman tossed a bomb to Loya, who sat at the edge of the bed. Out of the corner of her eye, she briefly glanced at Sirius, her eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, she broke into her characteristic neurotic grin, exclaiming, "How extraordinary! This wretch's fate has already shifted right after your conversation with that bishop." The madwoman was a seer, endowed with the ability to glimpse fragments of others' futures. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Loya inquired, "What did you see? Is the veil no longer present?" The madwoman squinted her eyes, and she beheld an office, the office of the Auror Director. Seated at the desk was a young man, a conspicuous lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. The young Auror Director sat resolutely at his desk, clad in a meticulously tailored gray suit, his tie perfectly knotted. The scar on his forehead, reminiscent of a lightning bolt, signified his identity as the Savior. His profile was sharply defined, his gaze no longer pure and innocent, but rather profound and commanding. Harry was no longer the naive boy he once was. He had transformed into a remarkably accomplished Auror, a recognized hero in the wizarding world. Under his strategic leadership, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic lay in ambush, waiting to strike. Though they resorted to some unsavory methods and suffered considerable losses, they ultimately captured the third Dark Lord. Consequently, the young Harry was exceptionally promoted to the position of Auror Director. At that moment, his godfather stumbled into his office, reeking of alcohol, disheveled and dazed. Once the proud and untamed Sirius Black, he now appeared utterly lost and haggard. "Harry, I know she is in your hands. I beg you, please let her go," he implored, adopting a humble demeanor as he pleaded for the girl he cherished. Harry remained absorbed in the stacks of reports before him, occasionally jotting down notes, seemingly disregarding Sirius's desperate plea. After a moment of silence, Sirius pondered how best to persuade his godson. "Harry, your parents would not want to see you treating the girl you care for in this manner." Harry's hand faltered momentarily, his eyes clouding with uncertainty. He set down his pen and carelessly tossed the completed documents aside. Finally, he lifted his head, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Is she the girl I cherish? Or is she the girl you cherish, Godfather?" Sirius Black's form suddenly stiffened, and he retreated 2 steps, his complexion pale. His prot.g. effortlessly penetrated the secret he had strived to conceal deep within his heart for many years. Sirius had to concede that despite having had no contact with the girl for several years, his longing for her had long since overflowed within him. He had succumbed to his feelings, his heart stirred by her every smile and gesture. However, he was acutely aware that his affections must remain unexpressed. She was young and beautiful, radiant and charming. She was a good girl who deserved to choose among the vibrant young men surrounding her, rather than an old man like him, who had endured the horrors of imprisonment and was more than twice her age. Sirius endeavored to suppress his love for her, choosing to maintain a delicate relationship with her as a mentor, burying his emotions deep within, allowing them to fester for years. Now, this concealed sentiment was brutally laid bare. As he and his protege found themselves enamored with the same girl, what an irony, what a farce. He truly felt like a mad ant of the Black family, constantly berating himself in the depths of his soul, unable to face the ghost of James and Lily Potter, whose demise he had facilitated through misplaced trust in Peter. Their tragic end haunted him throughout his life. Weighed down by guilt, he yearned for redemption and had even tried to bring the girl closer to Harry, attempting to unite them. Yet, he had misjudged Harry's character. The girl he adored was antithetical to Harry's ideals, and their estrangement had turned them into adversaries. Sirius never anticipated that Harry would orchestrate her capture, imprisoning her in the Ministry of Magic. The unfolding events were beyond his comprehension. He could scarcely bear to imagine the judgment awaiting the girl he cherished. The thought of her languishing in Azkaban, tormented by dementors to the brink of madness, sent pangs of anguish through his chest. Sirius collapsed to the ground, pleading fervently with the young Auror chief. "Put me in Azkaban. I would gladly trade my life for hers." Observing his reaction, the mirth in Harry's eyes deepened as he interlaced his fingers and spoke with a mocking tone. "Godfather, how could I ever harm her? She is to attend my engagement ceremony as my fiancée, even if she would rather die than accept it. Even wishing to bite her own tongue. And you shall serve as our witness, bearing witness to our engagement." His cruel words left Sirius stunned. Feeling as though he had plunged into an abyss of bone-chilling despair, his blood seemingly frozen in his veins. The urgent knocking at the door interrupted this unfriendly exchange. At Harry's signal, a hurriedly summoned maid from Potter Manor entered, reporting to her master. Without lifting his gaze, Harry casually inquired, "Has she awakened? Did she eat well?" "Sir, Miss Grindelwald has fallen again, and upon waking, she has thrown a tantrum." His gaze darkened momentarily, his hand resting on the table clenched into a fist before slowly relaxing. The maid, timidly stealing a glance at Harry, recalled that since the day their master had brought the bloodied Miss Grindelwald back to the estate, she had been confined to her room. The master had proclaimed her the mistress of the estate to all the servants. She rarely awoke and mostly lay in a deep slumber, her eyes closed in serene tranquility. Her delicately upturned lashes cast shadows upon her porcelain visage, resembling a sleeping beauty ensnared in a fairy tale. The maids secretly wished that their mistress would never awaken, for when she did, it was as if she had lost her sanity. Shattering every visible piece of furniture and decoration in her surroundings while hurling venomous curses towards the master of the estate, Harry chose to remain indifferent to her outbursts. He had meticulously orchestrated her confinement within this cage known as the estate, and he possessed the patience to wait as time gradually dulled her edges. The maid had witnessed the sole occasion when the master unleashed his anger upon the mistress. She and several other servants stood outside the door with breakfast, too fearful to enter. Harry's desperate roar reverberated through the room. "My eyes are filled with you, yet your gaze can accommodate no one else." Leaning back in his chair, he gathered the documents strewn across his desk and instructed the maid, "Have the doctor administer 2 more sedative injections to her, to calm her down." The maid, trembling with anxiety, replied, "But the doctor warned you have already administered too many sedatives, and another injection may overwhelm her mental state." Harry cast a cold, sidelong glance at the maid, emanating an unsettling, restless energy. The palpable fear enveloped the maid, causing her to shiver uncontrollably as she lowered her head in silence. Hearing their conversation, Sirius felt his emotions unravel, suppressing the pain within as he incredulously looked at his godson. "Harry, what have you done to Loya? How could you treat her this way?" The fade of the young Auror director finally crumbled, revealing his true nature as he declared ownership in a frigid tone. "I merely require her to behave obediently before the engagement ceremony." Author, a short story by the uncertain future. Consider this a whimsical tale crafted during the author's illness. In truth, a slightly darker Harry possesses a certain allure. Currently, the male protagonist remains undetermined, and the outline is lengthy. I shall take my time in writing. A gentle reminder, this chapter is a continuation of the first side story, featuring darker themes and excessive melodrama. Proceed with caution. The young Auror director lay supine on the sofa, removing his spectacles and wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. He had been leading the Aurors in the pursuit of Voldemort's remnants, and had not slept for 2 days and nights. It was only when the sunset's afterglow painted half the sky crimson that he returned to the estate he had abandoned for 2 days. Harry felt utterly drained, yearning to collapse into slumber. However, he had not laid eyes on her for 2 days. Taking a deep breath, he rose, dampened a towel, and wiped his face, mustering the energy to catch a glimpse of her. He had meticulously arranged every detail of her room, from the exquisite vanity to the luxurious furnishings and decorations. Even the drapery in the colors of Gryffindor, which she adored. Yet, up until now, their relationship had made no progress whatsoever. "I did not come here to argue. I merely wish to see you," he began, but his words were drowned out by the shattering sound of the full-length mirror. Glass shards scattered across the floor as the girl he had locked in the room offered him no chance to speak. The drapery was torn asunder. The vanity toppled to the ground, and everything visible in the room had been ruthlessly smashed by her wrath. Harry struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to communicate with her. But the girl clearly refused to heed his words. She possessed an uncanny ability to effortlessly capture a person's heart and then crush it mercilessly. The door stood ajar, and the room ultimately descended into chaos. Listening to the commotion, several maids, holding trays of food, stood obediently at the doorway, not daring to breathe, aware that none would risk their lives to intervene. At that moment, the master of the estate firmly grasped the mistress's wrist, exerting considerable strength, leaving a glaring red mark upon her delicate skin. "I shall never let you go. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Who do you wish to meet? Are you eager to hear me call you godmother?" Caught off guard, Loya was abruptly yanked before Harry, her frail wrist gripped so tightly it seemed it could snap. Harry scoffed. "Your godfather barged into my office for you, begging me to release you, pleading for the release of my fiancée. How utterly ludicrous." Long subjected to injections of sedatives and soporifics, she consistently awoke in a state of bewilderment. To maintain her clarity of thought, Lucius bit down on her pallid lips with determination. Harry extended his finger, seemingly tender as he tucked a stray strand of her silvery hair behind her ear. Yet the grip on her wrist tightened with increasing intensity. He forcefully grasped her chin, compelling her to raise her gaze to meet his. The depths of his eyes were shadowy and inscrutable as he articulated each word with conviction. "I will not allow you to have your way." Loya glared at him, her chest heaving violently. "Stop acting mad in front of me. Get out. I don't want to see you." With a fierce determination, she broke free from the grip that held her chin and sank her teeth mercilessly into Harry's hand, drawing blood. He let out a muffled groan, allowing her to unleash her fury upon him. The backs of his hands bore the marks of several bite wounds, and it wasn't until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth that Loya finally released her grip. Harry looked down at the girl, filled with hatred as she glared at him. In her azure eyes, there was nothing but animosity and resentment, and he noticed her fingers instinctively curling around her wrist. This was not how things were meant to be between them, yet every encounter seemed to end in such turmoil. He released her wrist and stood in silence for what felt like an eternity. The stillness was broken only when a trembling maid, fearful of the master's reprimand for allowing the mistress's dinner to grow cold, accidentally knocked over the spoon from the serving tray. The sound of silverware clattering against the floor jolted him from his reverie. Turning to glance at the girl sitting on the edge of the bed, her back turned to him, refusing to meet his gaze, he felt a fleeting shadow of desolation cross his downcast eyes before he turned and exited the room. Due to the mistress's ongoing frailty, the maids had set a small table atop the bed, placing the dinner before her. Loya cast a cold glance at the table laden with dishes, utterly devoid of appetite. Since the day she was confined in the manor of the Auror Chief, Harry had not only instructed the doctor to administer sedatives daily, he had also infused her meals with substances that dulled her sensory nerves, gradually blunting her cognitive faculties. All of this was to ensure her compliance, to make her docile enough to attend his engagement ceremony. Meanwhile, several maids busied themselves clearing the remnants scattered across the floor. Among them was a newcomer, appearing significantly younger than the others. She was mute, blissfully ignorant of her mistress's true identity. She could not fathom why the mistress treated the master with such indifference. After all, their master was the savior, the youngest Auror Chief in the wizarding world, admired by countless women. Yet, the mistress seemed oblivious to his worth, always provoking arguments at their meetings, consistently inciting his ire. The maid recalled the day when the master had commissioned the most exquisite wedding gown for the mistress. The classical embroidered dress, adorned with precious gems and pearls, cascaded in layers of soft tulle. Never had she encountered such a stunning gown, and she dared only to admire it in her heart. She would forever remember the master's gaze, filled with anticipation, directed at the mistress. Yet, in a moment of cruelty, the mistress had callously severed the gown with scissors, tearing it to shreds before the master's eyes. Harry picked up the tattered remnants of the wedding dress and remained silent for a long while. He then turned to Loya and, in his customary tone, inquired, "You do not like it? Fear not. I shall have them bring you different styles every day until you find one to your liking." The maid could not help but think that the mistress must have been spoiled and indulged since childhood, accustomed to her whims. How could she treat him so, when the master loved her so dearly? As she continued to gather the fragments from the floor, she muttered to herself, inadvertently voicing her thoughts. Loya withdrew her gaze from the window, her attention now fixed upon the newly arrived maid. In the past, due to the effects of medication, her senses had dulled, rendering her unable to hear even the faintest utterance from several meters away. Perhaps it was the reduced frequency of her recent injections that had sharpened her hearing. Or perhaps Mr. Orr had chosen to lessen her dosage out of a newfound conscience. As a result, every word spoken by the new maid resonated clearly in her ears. Loya curled her lips in a disdainful smile. The maid, startled by her mistress's sudden laughter, timidly raised her head to look at her. Having been confined in the Porter Manor for several days, Loya, filled with pent-up rage, seized a cup of water and hurled it violently at the maid. The cup struck the maid squarely on the forehead, shattering at her feet, scalding hot water splattering across her face. The maid clutched her forehead, crying out in pain. "What do you think you are? Get out!" Witnessing her mistress's fury, the maid fell to her knees with a thud, covering her swollen forehead and pleading, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, miss. I want to speak out of turn again." She hurriedly crawled over to clean up the mess and exited the room. In the corridor, the maid sobbed as she walked, and another maid remarked, "You deserve it. You really can't control that mouth of yours. Why did you provoke her? Don't you know the master's temper? Do you wish to endanger your life?" The maid, choked with emotion, wiped her tear-streaked face with the back of her hand, murmuring, "I didn't mean to. I just accidentally let it slip." As night fell, the curtains of the room were drawn, and the lights dimmed, leading the maids to exit quietly. Loya lay tranquil yet subdued in bed, having been administered a sedative by the doctor. She drowsily gazed at the crimson drapery above her, the very shade of Gryffindor red and hue that now filled the room and had become her most detested color. A black dog stealthily entered the room and transformed into a human form at the girl's bedside. She appeared to be in a restless slumber, her brow furrowed tightly as if tormented by nightmares. Author's note: the following side story is unrelated to the main plot. Consider it a whimsical diversion. A gentle reminder: this chapter contains darker themes and is highly melodramatic. This chapter continues from the side story of Harry's descent into darkness. All side narratives hold no connection to the main storyline and can be enjoyed as a brief, imaginative tale. No matter how splendid the attire, it could not conceal her sickly pallor. The silvery moonlight cast a shimmering shadow upon her figure, and Sirius, recalling the girl's once resplendent golden hair, now saw it dulled to silver. Her gently curled silver locks lay scattered across the pillow, and she curled up in the corner of the bed, resembling a child wrapped in a blanket. The girl he had yearned for over the years lay right before him, and Sirius gazed at the familiar silhouette upon the bed. She seemed to be sleeping poorly, her brow knitted tightly, as if ensnared in a nightmare. Tiny beads of sweat gathered on her pale forehead, dampening her bangs. With wisps of silver hair clinging to her shoulder blades, Sirius softly called her name, attempting to rouse her. Stirring from her slumber, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, glistening with moisture. Day after day, under the influence of the medication administered at Potter Manor, her thoughts were clouded, and her gaze unfocused, as she leaned against the bed, still unable to regain her cognitive faculties. Noticing her distress, Sirius reached out, gently cradling her face, coaxing her foggy, vacant eyes to meet his. He repeated her name until at last, the azure depths of her eyes reflected his presence. Loya's dilated pupils gradually regained focus, her thoughts swiftly clarifying. Upon recognizing the figure before her as Sirius Black, her gaze instantly constricted, radiating vigilance and hostility. In the past, she would never have regarded him with such eyes. The girl's detached and indifferent stare caused a subtle tremor in his being. Pain flickered in his lowered gaze. He was Harry's godfather, akin to Harry. Yet Harry had imprisoned her in the manor. How could she trust him? How could she ever bestow upon him a favorable countenance? The corners of the girl's lips parted slightly, and he heard her emotionless, frigid voice interrogate him. "What brings you here, Sirius Black?" The cold, guarded tone pierced his heart, and it took him a long while to recover his voice. "To atone for my mistakes." "What mistakes do you have?" "Your beloved pupil has captured my people, luring us into a trap under the guise of hostage exchange. The young Order Chief employs despicable tactics." Sirius remained silent, quietly observing her as she unleashed her inner fury. Time passed, and a profound silence enveloped them. Neither spoke further. The liquid in the foredrip emitted a steady ticking sound. The girl's left hand was shackled to the crimson bed frame. Even in his slumber, his increasingly suspicious pupil continued to administer her medication, leaving her no opportunity for escape. Clumsily, Sirius removed the foreneedle from her arm, droplets of blood trickling down her hand to the floor. In a panic, he seized a medical cotton pad from the bedside and pressed it against the puncture site. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Loya cast him a glance. All these years, he had yet to shed his clumsy habits. Sirius retrieved his wand from his coat pocket. The tip glowed, and her handcuffs were released. He cautiously grasped the girl's slipping arm, kneeling before Loya, his movements gentle as he enveloped her small hand within his larger ones. The warmth of his palms offered her a long-forgotten sense of security, yet his hands trembled. Sirius gazed in disbelief at her hands, the backs marred with extensive bruises. A constellation of needle marks from the fore, and beneath her skin, remnants of unabsorbed blood. His eyes brimmed with compassion, his heart aching profoundly. All of this was the handiwork of his pupil. He had misjudged Harry's temperament, had unwittingly thrust her into Harry's orbit, allowing her to endure such torment. If only he had noticed sooner, she might not have suffered so greatly. Grief and anguish welled within him, and Sirius slumped his shoulders, resting his forehead against her knee. Painfully closing his eyes, his dark hair cascading over his profile. They seemed to be ensnared in a silent reverie. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," a low, hoarse voice resonated before her. Loya gazed at Sirius, momentarily taken aback by the profound sense of desolation that enveloped him. His back trembled slightly. For this free-spirited black should not appear so fragile and sorrowful. She finally softened her tone, no longer exhibiting the cold detachment she had previously maintained. "It has nothing to do with you." A sharp pain surged through her eyes, rendering her vision a blur. Sirius could no longer contain the emotions he had suppressed for years. They surged forth in an overwhelming wave at that moment. Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling onto the fabric of the girl's nightgown, leaving behind 2 faint watermarks. Loya stared in astonishment at the man kneeling helplessly before her, tears streaming down his face. Her hand hovered uncertainly in the air for a moment before finally resting on Sirius's head, gently stroking his tousled black hair. "This is the second time you've cried in front of me. You did so in Salem as well. Do you remember?" "Of course I do. I did mention that I could make an old man cry. It's a talent of mine," Sirius replied, a smile breaking through his tears as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere between them seemed to revert to what it once was. The girl's fingertip delicately traced the fine lines at the corner of his eye, lingering at his temple. He felt a slight prickling sensation on his scalp before noticing that Loya had withdrawn her fingers, now holding a strand of his white hair. Sirius managed a wry smile. "Acknowledging the passage of time, I truly am getting old." Loya cradled the head of the canine creature in her hands, tilting her head to examine its features. Unchanged since their last encounter, he appeared youthful. Listening to her soothing words, Sirius shook his head and laughed, momentarily transforming into the spirited black she remembered. With resolute determination, Sirius fixed his gaze upon Loya. His voice was firm and unwavering, as if he were declaring a vow to her. "Godfather will take you away from here." He bent down, one hand grasping her ankle while the other assisted her in putting on her shoes. Wrapping her snugly in a broad overcoat, Sirius enveloped Loya completely. Loya struggled to rise, but as her feet met the ground, a wave of aching pain surged from her toes to her knees. Had it not been for Sirius's timely embrace, she would have surely collapsed. Cursed be those wretched potions. She lacked even the strength to stand. Unwilling to accept this grim reality, Loya stubbornly pushed Sirius away. "I am not as fragile as you think," she asserted through clenched teeth, attempting to take a few steps towards the door. Observing her defiance, Sirius disregarded her reluctance, seizing her arms and effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder. Loya reclined upon his back, her arms instinctively encircling his neck to maintain her balance. As the narrative unfolds, it bears a foreboding tone and a highly melodramatic essence. The following scenes are entirely detached from the main storyline, serving merely as a whimsical short tale. A maid, entering to tend to her duties, stumbled upon the intruder. Sirius Black. In a flurry of panic, she attempted to summon assistance, but Sirius swiftly extended his right hand, brandishing his wand, and a spell erupted forth, rendering her unconscious. He carried her away from the room, heading towards the main entrance on the ground floor, all the while casting spells to incapacitate several servants who noticed their presence. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the manor, a chill, damp breeze rushed to greet him. He felt the girl on his back shrink away uncomfortably, prompting him to reach back and adjust her hood for warmth. Simultaneously, his mind raced with thoughts of where to take her. The Black family estate was out of the question, as was Diagon Alley, for Harry, accompanied by Aurors, would undoubtedly track them down with ease. His only option was to seek refuge in the Muggle world, to lie low for a while. Just as he took a step forward, a sudden command pierced the air. "Disarm." In an instant, Sirius's wand was wrenched from his grasp. He turned to face the figure before them, James Potter's heir, the master of Potter Manor, and the head of the Ministry of Magic's Auror office, his godson, Harry Potter. Loya's gaze traversed over Sirius's shoulder, fixating upon Harry. Her fingers instinctively tightened around his shoulder. the delicate digits turning pale at the knuckles, while the sound of her uneven breaths brushed against his ear. "It's all right," he murmured, his hand covering hers, soothing her emotions. Harry observed their every movement, witnessing the clasp of his fiancée's hand within his godfather's hold, as surges of tumultuous jealousy began to churn within him. The young horror director endeavored to maintain the decorum befitting his station. "Godfather, my fiancée is in a fragile state. It would be unwise for her to accompany you on your nocturnal excursions. The night air is brisk, she may catch a chill." The tone of the estate's master was not one of negotiation. They both understood that this was an invitation for him and her to retreat gracefully. After all, his godfather, the officiant of his impending nuptials, intended to whisk away his fiancée on the eve of their engagement. "Take her back to her chambers," Harry commanded, gesturing with his chin towards the hastily approaching servants, signaling them to escort Loya away. The servants exchanged glances, and even with their wands disarmed, none dared to be the first to obstruct this notorious scion of the Black family. Sirius spoke calmly. "Harry, she does not love you. Let her go." Harry's expression shifted to one of latent danger, yet he maintained a veneer of a smile. "She does not love me. I am acutely aware of that, which is precisely why I keep her by my side in my own manner. Harry, if you truly care for her, you ought to respect her autonomy, not confine her. Godfather, you are utterly captivated by her. Allow me to guess what she has whispered to you. She has portrayed herself as a weak and helpless captive, seeking your sympathy. Did she offer you a hug? Or perhaps a kiss? She merely granted you a taste of sweetness, and you have become irrevocably ensnared, yearning to flee with her?" Harry advanced 2 steps, a smirk gracing his lips, though the chill in his gaze was palpable. "She is no longer the Gryffindor girl you once knew. She is exploiting you, capitalizing on your overflowing sense of justice and compassion. Do you have any notion of how many lives she has extinguished?" As Harry's words hung in the air, Sirius could distinctly feel the girl clinging to his back stiffen. Continuing in a tone laced with mockery, Harry pressed on, "Godfather, dare you inquire of her directly whether she has ever harbored feelings for you? Would you dare to ask?" Sirius, acutely aware of the answer, stood frozen for several moments, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, his grip on the girl's hand slick with perspiration. The young horror director keenly perceived the stark pallor that washed over his godfather's face, revealing a smile of satisfaction. "Godfather, you are the one most terrified of discovering the truth. You are indeed the most self-deceiving of all." His attempts to guide his child have shattered the very truths he most fears to confront, and the melancholy in Sirius's eyes can no longer be concealed. The girl clinging to his neck tightened her embrace, nuzzling against him, her skin's warmth gradually dispelling the pervasive gloom that had enveloped his heart. Sirius's spirit began to find solace. He calmly turned his gaze towards Harry, his voice carrying the weight of resignation, as if he had come to terms with the consequences that lay ahead. "I know she has never held me in her heart. I am fully aware of this. Yet, Harry, I cannot bear to witness her suffering. Let her go." Harry lifted his head, his previously concealed fury now surging in his eyes, his voice turning icy. "Do you think I would grant you this opportunity?" A dozen aurors, brandishing their wands, emerged from the shadows, encircling Sirius and Loya. The torrential downpour enveloped the surroundings, leaves rustling wildly as the thunder rumbled incessantly. In the darkness, spells flickered ominously, and the ground was stained with the blood of fallen aurors. At that moment, the girl had shed her earlier guise of innocence and purity, replaced by a sinister smirk at the corners of her mouth. As she caressed the ancient wand with her fingers, what transpired thereafter lingered hazily in Harry's mind. The old wand he had broken and discarded into the abyss of the bridge had been discovered and restored by Sirius. This rejuvenated wand had remained without a master for some time, hidden away in the storied Black family home, known only to a select few. Just moments ago, it had found its way into her hands. She had finally acquired the very one she coveted. The third-generation Dark Lord had triumphantly claimed the wand as her own. Her gaze upon Harry was both mocking and triumphant, as if to declare, "I have obtained what I desired. I am the victor." Suddenly, Harry laughed, a sound tinged with melancholy. Who had ensnared whom in this intricate web? It was she who had proposed the exchange of hostages to the ministry. Confident that he would exhaust every means to keep her close, seizing the rare opportunity to see her again. She was certain that once the news of her capture reached him, his feelings for her would ignite anew. He would stop at nothing to rescue her, even going so far as to bring her the ancient wand. She had orchestrated this charade for so long, and now she awaited the moment when Sirius would present her with the wand himself. Everything had been within her control from the very beginning. to attain the wand. She had willingly placed herself as bait. She loved no one, intending to manipulate everyone. They were the ones ensnared. Harry erupted into manic laughter, an aura of madness radiating from him. He stepped forward, undeterred by the threat of her wand, moving closer. Under her cold gaze, he seized the ancient wand from her grasp, pulling her nearer, gripping the tip of her wand tightly, and fiercely pointing it at his own throat. Harry echoed her previous words. Can you bring yourself to do it? The epilogue concludes here. Author's note. Harry is dark, the female protagonist is dark, and Sirius is the one being played. Today marks 300 words. This frenzied tale of dark transformation has finally reached its end, and I shall return to the main story. Outside, the relentless rain fell, rendering the weather unsuitable for travel. Yet Hermione noticed Roya donning a raincoat, preparing to venture out. Roya, where are you going? To the forest to gather wild fruits. Loya uttered a concocted excuse that even she found hard to believe, as she gathered her tousled hair and tucked it beneath her rain-shielding hood. Who would believe that one ventured out on such a dreary day to forage for wild berries? Yet, in the face of this wretched weather, she could devise no better justification to dismiss Hermione. Despite Hermione being her friend, there were matters better left unknown to her. Are you heading to the village? Hermione inquired from behind her. The diligent scholar, ever perceptive, quickly discerned her destination. Yes, to settle some personal grievances. Loya had anticipated that Hermione would, as usual, exhibit her inquisitive nature and delve deeper, but to her surprise, Hermione merely responded with a few measured words. Be careful. Loya turned to glance at Hermione, who wore an expression of unease and disappointment, seemingly aware that she was about to embark on a perilous endeavor. After enduring numerous dangers, Hermione had come to realize that her abilities often fell short, occasionally exacerbating the situation. If there is anything I can do to assist you, please let me know. I truly wish to help. Hermione's voice dwindled as she spoke the last words. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Loya gently patted her shoulder, urging her to regain her composure. There is indeed a matter of great importance that requires your assistance. Loya gently probed the forehead of Sirius, relieved to find that he was merely experiencing a slight fever. His breathing was steady in slumber, devoid of the usual arrogance, presenting a remarkably subdued appearance. If the uncle awakens, restrain him. Do not allow him to seek me out. You and the madwoman should refrain from being excessively harsh. Do not strike him unconscious with the frying pan again, for he already appears quite pitiful. Having arranged everything, Loya pushed open the wooden door, and the cold wind, mingled with raindrops, swept inside. A few strands of damp golden hair slipped from beneath the rain hat, swaying gently in the breeze. Loya turned to Hermione, offering a reassuring smile. I assure you, we shall return to Hogwarts by tomorrow. Despite the incessant rain, the streets were bustling with an unusual throng of people, for this day marked the most significant festival in the town, with all the townsfolk preparing for the midnight celebration of the Advent. Navigating through the crowd, Loya lowered her rain hood as several witch hunters brushed past her, failing to recognize her. A shroud of green mist enveloped the town, and every house was adorned with crosses crafted from anti-magic gold, seemingly a testament to the hunter's belief that she would return in search of clean water. Regrettably, her perilous return to the town was not for the purpose of seeking water, as the madwoman possessed a sufficient supply to sustain them for many days. Nurse Laura, having resigned from her position, was now working in a tavern. Loya had visited Laura once in recent days, imploring her to glean information from the drunken hunters. Loya is the benefactor who rescued her from the pyre, and Laura, filled with gratitude, consented to her request. She had already gathered information that your friend was imprisoned in the town's theater. Guided by Laura, they swiftly arrived at the secluded underground theater. The dilapidated staircase creaked underfoot as Loya followed her down 2 flights, until they reached the entrance of the underground theater. Pushing open the heavy, rusted metal door, an empty, abandoned stage unfolded before their eyes. Loya surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the audience chairs piled in the corner and the chaotic array of footprints scattered across the floor, there was no sign of Snape or Lupin. Where, then, were my friends imprisoned? A fleeting glance at Laura revealed a sudden transformation in her gaze, which became icy and resolute, a stark contrast to the docile little girl Laura had known. Nervously, Laura leaned back, her voice trembling as she confessed, I'm sorry, but I too am compelled to act for my own survival. They forced me to bring you here because you are a witch. Suddenly, the ominous sound of bullets being chambered echoed through the theater hall as hunters, long concealed in the shadows, emerged to encircle Loya. There were no fewer than 15 of them, and their leader, Abraham was conspicuously absent. It seemed he deemed it unnecessary to intervene personally, trusting his subordinates to handle a mere underage witch. Loya leisurely removed her rain hat, shaking off the droplets that had dampened the ends of her hair, as if everything before her was entirely within her anticipation. I had long anticipated that there was a 99% chance you would betray me, luring me into a trap, with the remaining 1% hinging on a moment of conscience, prompted by my life-saving grace and the truth I revealed to you. She had already surmised that those hunters would investigate her connections within the town. In the village, her only acquaintance was Laura. They would likely manipulate Laura into coaxing her to the theater, where a prearranged ambush awaited to ensnare her. Yet, this was precisely her intention. She had long devised a plan to test the strength of the Silent One, thus she proactively approached Laura, anticipating her to lead her into the hunter's trap. With the power of the Silent One, she aimed to eliminate these hunters. And if she could spare one alive to extract information regarding the whereabouts of Snape and the others, it would be all the more advantageous. Loya turned to Laura behind her and said, "Considering the herbs you once provided me, I advise you to flee swiftly. Whatever transpires shortly, I shall not concern myself with your fate." Stumbling, Laura turned and ran, while Loya retrieved the dagger that the old hag had given her from the pocket of her raincoat. The hunters, witnessing her desperate plight, were taken aback by her audacity to confront them armed merely with a dagger against their firearms. The captain in charge of this hunting expedition scoffed, his shoulders shaking with laughter. "Look at her, a witch devoid of magical prowess, daring to face us with nothing but a mere knife." The hunters erupted into raucous laughter. Loya gazed at them with a blank expression, contemplating the likelihood of success in utilizing the silent blade for the first time. According to the old witch, only by slitting a throat with this dagger could one summon the silent entity, and the peril involved was exceedingly high. It was a matter of either failure or self-destruction. Loya inhaled deeply. Gryffindor dares to take risks, fearless of death. What a trivial concern. She brandished her dagger, the razor-sharp blade mere millimeters from her throat. One by one, the circular chandeliers of the theater plummeted, stirring a cloud of dust that nearly obscured the vision of everyone present. For figures descended from the ceiling. The theater's height measured several meters, and even wizards would sustain injuries if they jumped from such a height without magic. Yet, they landed unscathed, brushing off the dust from their garments as if nothing had occurred. Each of these intruders possessed striking features, though their complexions were markedly paler than that of ordinary folk. Their eyes glowed a vivid crimson. Vampires, dark-haired vampires, held a photograph, glancing at the girl depicted within before fixing their intense gaze upon Loya. "Ah, I found you. You are the spitting image of the girl in the photograph given by the leader. It is you, miss." Loya was utterly perplexed. Although she had encountered supernatural beings such as vampires in her lifetime, she had never interacted with them. Out of sheer boredom, she had casually perused Lohart's works on the subject of vampires. At that moment, to her astonishment, for vampires placed their left hands on their right chests and bowed respectfully, executing a perfect gentleman's salute. Subsequently, the vampire with black hair pointed towards a tall vampire, seemingly assigning him a task. "You, the newcomer, serve as a shield for the lady." The tall vampire approached Loya, maintaining a courteous distance of 1 meter, resembling a colossal statue standing before her, his back turned. The hunter captain, who had just been mocking Loya, now displayed a look of terror upon realizing that the 4 intruders were vampires. The town had not witnessed the presence of vampires for centuries, and to make matters worse, they were witch hunters, not vampire hunters, lacking the appropriate ammunition to confront such creatures. The anxious hunter clicked his tongue in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, why are vampires here?" No sooner had he uttered those words than the black-haired vampire, who had been several meters away, vanished in an instant, moving with astonishing speed that left only an afterimage in his wake. To Loya, it appeared as if he had teleported without any prior motion. With a sound reminiscent of flesh being torn, blood trickled from the corners of the hunter captain's mouth, his eyes widening in shock as he looked down to see a bloodied arm protruding from his chest. The vanished vampire had somehow reappeared behind him, his right hand piercing through the captain's torso. The captain could not even muster a scream before the vampire's other hand effortlessly snapped his neck, tearing his head from his body as blood erupted several feet high. This entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. The hunter's head maintained the expression of terror from his last moments, his wide eyes filled with fear, as it rolled towards Loya's feet. The vampire assigned as her shield crushed the severed head beneath his foot. The black-haired vampire grinned, revealing his fangs, and spread his arms wide. Brothers, let us revel in a vampire celebration. Author, not brother. The black-haired vampire grinned, revealing his fangs, and spread his arms wide. Brothers, let us revel in a vampire celebration. In the next moment, the vampires that once stood in position left behind only fleeting shadows, plunging the unprepared hunters into chaos. These vampires possessed strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans, effortlessly tearing out the hunters' innards, severing their throats, and crushing their bones. A female hunter, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably as she retreated, firing wildly at the advancing vampire. Despite absorbing several bullets, the vampire appeared unfazed, continuing its relentless approach. She fell to the ground, struggling to crawl towards the exit, only to be seized by the throat in the next instant. In her desperate screams, the vampire's fangs ruthlessly pierced her throat, beginning to feast upon its prey. A hunter, overwhelmed by terror and having lost all reason, shoved his gun into his mouth and committed suicide. Witnessing their companions perish one after another, the panicked hunters began to indiscriminately fire in all directions, some even accidentally shooting their own allies. Bullets flew aimlessly, and a vampire, positioned as a shield in front of Loya, remained motionless, blocking dozens of shots aimed at him. Nonchalantly, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Were it not for the cacophony of the hunter's anguished cries, Loya might have been tempted to inquire, "Mr. Vampire, do you not possess pain receptors?" After a fierce battle, or more accurately, a one-sided massacre by the vampires, the theater lay strewn with dismembered limbs. Not a single hunter-esque body remained intact. The ground was littered with grotesque remnants of flesh, and several vampires were already indulging in their ghastly feast. The brutality of the scene left Loya momentarily speechless. Laura seemed not to have escaped far. Her body lay contorted beside the theater's entrance, her neck a mangled mess from the bite. A vampire clad in black leather approached, addressing Loya with exaggerated deference. "Miss, we are from England, and it seems." This vampire, clearly lacking in eloquence and social grace, stammered for a while, yet Loya could not grasp his intent. The leather-clad vampire scratched his head and kicked the lifeless form of a black-haired vampire on the ground. "Avk, stop playing dead. Get up and explain." The black-haired vampire, named Avk, who initially proclaimed with fervor, "Let us have a vampire celebration," now lay motionless. Avk, resembling a chatterbox even in death, lamented, "Did you not see that I was shot? I was struck by a vampire hunter's silver bullet. My healing abilities can no longer save me. Quick, write my will. My last words are to bite the author who traveled with vampires. What was her name? Lolita? No, wait, perhaps it was Lohart? Humph. Which vampire could possibly share a vessel with sustenance? Were I that vampire, I would have dispatched the male protagonist in the very first chapter." Another vampire, unable to restrain himself, interjected, "Since the day you were transformed into a vampire, you have been but a specter. And here we are surrounded by witch hunters. Where are the vampire hunters? The silver bullets are intended for witches, not for vampires." The vampire, serving as a shield for Loya, silently puffing on his cigarette, ambled towards the lifeless form of Avk. His body bore over 20 ghastly bullet wounds. He shifted his shoulders and neck, shaking his body slightly, and all the bullets embedded within him ejected, splattering Avk's face. Remarkably, the wounds on his body healed at a visible pace, new skin forming within a mere 2 seconds, leaving no trace of scars behind. Loya suddenly realized that the vampires of this world not only possessed extraordinary speed and strength, but also exhibited formidable regenerative abilities. It turns out that the silver bullet is not the solution to dealing with vampires. Ivak chuckled lightly, leaping up from the ground as if resurrected, adjusting his collar. "Miss, we are of the bloodline. You wizards and muggles refer to us as vampires. Our leader, who happens to be your elder brother, has mobilized all the vampires in England to search for you. We have scoured New Mexico for over 20 days, turning the place upside down, only to find you in this peculiar town. We stumbled in here by accident, and fortunately, it is not daytime. I despise the sun." From the loquacious vampire's words, Loya immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "I have a brother?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Dumbledore and Grindelwald actually have children?" "The leader had wished to seek you out personally, but due to certain supernatural circumstances, he was unable to leave his domain." Loya could hardly contain her excitement. She was eager to uncover any information regarding her brother. "Which of my 2 fathers does my brother resemble more, someone like you with golden hair and blue eyes?" she inquired. Avk, stroking his chin, posed a question to the vampire beside him, Does the leader look more like Dumbledore or Grindelwald? I have never seen Dumbledore or Grindelwald. The vampire retorted. Haven't you lived for over 200 years, killed a dozen wizards, and been relentlessly pursued by the Ministry of Magic? Weren't you once hunted by Dumbledore? Surely, you must recall what he looks like? With an air of pride, the vampire replied, upon learning that Dumbledore was after me, I promptly fled to India. No one would have suspected I would disguise myself as a human selling pancakes on the streets of India. Afe shot him a disdainful glare. How utterly embarrassing. What use are you? I genuinely question whether you've ever killed a wizard. If it were someone of Dumbledore's caliber, would I simply stand by and await my demise? You may not believe me now, but just wait until we return to England. I shall bite a pure-blood wizard to prove my point. After expressing his indignation, the vampire cleared his throat and instantly shifted his demeanor, inquiring amiably of Loya, Miss, who among your wizards is the most ostentatious and flaunts wealth the most? You might be referring to Lucius Malfoy. Loya tilted her head in response. Indeed, Miss, await my good news. Watch as I return and make short work of him. I shall make the headlines. Loya, visibly unimpressed, remarked, that may not be necessary. You have no acquaintance with Lucius, nor any grievances against him. What reason would you have to kill him out of spite? Loya suddenly tapped her forehead, nearly forgetting that she had discovered an inverted photo frame on the bookshelf in the headmaster's office. Driven by curiosity, she flipped the frame over and found an aged photograph depicting a young Dumbledore and Grindelwald together. Holding the picture, she couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary handsomeness of the two fathers. Thus, she discreetly employed a duplicating charm, embedding the replicated image within the pendant of her necklace. Loya opened the pendant and displayed the photograph to the vampires. Which one resembles my brother more? Several vampires gathered to scrutinize the image. They first glanced at the red-haired youth before their gazes collectively settled on the tall, blonde young man in the picture. After a brief moment, a few straight male vampires began to gossip. This photograph exudes a rather flamboyant aura, doesn't it? Isn't that blonde one the leader? The leader is actually gay. Ha! It appeared that the vampires had mistakenly identified the youth, Grindelwald, as her brother, implying a striking resemblance between her brother and Grindelwald. You seem to be mistaken. The handsome blonde is my father. Afe remarked, the leader and your father are practically cut from the same cloth. They look exactly alike. Your father's genes are remarkably potent. Loya involuntarily activated her imagination, envisioning her brother, whom she had never met, with golden hair and blue eyes. Bearing an uncanny resemblance to a youthful Grindelwald, the more she envisioned, the more strikingly handsome he became. At that moment, the mountain of corpses stirred slightly, revealing a hunter who had miraculously survived. He scrambled frantically towards the exit, only to be intercepted by a vampire's swift movement, perilously close to being bitten to death. Do not kill him yet. I have questions to ask. With a heart full of curiosity, Loya attempted to command the vampire to cease its actions, and to her astonishment, the vampire complied, retracting its fangs without hesitation. Perhaps it was because her brother was their leader, and as a sister, these vampires instinctively obeyed her commands. Like dragging a tattered sack, the vampires brought the hunter before Loya, placing a foot firmly on the hunter's back. Hey, which hunter? The young lady inquired. I have a question for you. Loya gazed down upon the beleaguered witch hunter. Where have you imprisoned the captured sorcerers and werewolves? She implored. Please, do not kill me. I will tell you. They are confined within the dungeons of the old church. After Loya received the information she sought, the vampire politely inquired, Miss, may I consume him now? Taken aback by such courtesy, Loya waved her hand dismissively. Do as you please. The vampire bowed his head, revealing his sharp fangs, and proceeded to indulge in his evening repast. Author, I should depart the town by tomorrow. Allow me a moment to reflect. The information currently known about Loya is as follows. She has an elder brother whose followers are vampires. Although it remains a mystery why her brother, a wizard, became the leader of these vampires, they have been commanded to seek out and protect her. Thus, when Loya prepares to descend into the dungeons of the old church to rescue Snape and Lupin, the vampires insist on accompanying her for protection. As the group ascends the staircase leading to the theater exit, they halt abruptly, their expressions turning grave. Loya observed them tilting their heads, seemingly intent on discerning the commotion outside. The auditory and visual faculties of vampires far surpass those of humans. Even the typically jovial and loquacious vampire Afe wore a serious expression at this moment. Loya surmised that an unforeseen incident must have transpired outside. What is happening out there? Loya inquired softly. Miss, it's quite chaotic outside, filled with screams, gunfire, and werewolves, Afk replied, his brow furrowed. But today is not a full moon. How could there be werewolves? Afk, you ought to be more concerned with the fact that there is not merely one werewolf, but 5. No, dozens. Since time immemorial. Vampires and werewolves have been sworn enemies. More precisely, werewolves are the arch-nemeses of vampires. Vampires may slaughter humans with impunity, toy with witch hunters as if they were mere playthings, and even, with their superior speed, launch attacks on wizards. Yet, they remain subjugated by the werewolf kind. From beginning to end. Not to mention that the werewolf's tough hide is difficult to penetrate. Even the mere saliva of a werewolf is a lethal poison to vampires, rendering them incapable of healing. In Loya's understanding, the explosive power of a werewolf is akin to that of a berserker, while the swift agility of a vampire resembles that of an assassin pitted against a berserker. Loya recalled a certain mobile game from her past life, reminiscent of the clash between Lonling Wong and Ake. It was no wonder that the vampires appeared so tense as she pushed open the grand doors of the theater. A pungent, overwhelming scent of blood assaulted her senses. The streets were awash with thick, nauseating blood and torn bodies. The tragic spectacle unfolding in Salem town was no less gruesome than the bloody revelries of the vampires within the theater. The townsfolk, in a state of sheer panic, fled in all directions, relentlessly pursued by massive, fur-covered werewolves. In the distance, the sounds of gunfire echoed as hunters engaged in a fierce battle with the beasts. What on earth was happening? Loya gazed in astonishment at the horrific scene before her. Mere meters away, a werewolf's razor-sharp claws tore a cornered human in half, splitting them from head to toe. The creature turned its head, its wolfish eyes distinctly unlike those of ordinary werewolves, its pupils clouded and white, as if mutated. An eerie voice of an old woman pierced through the heavy rain. Where is that wretched girl? She killed my son, and I shall have my werewolves rend her to pieces for his sake. Loya suddenly recalled that they had once been imprisoned by an ancient witch in a dungeon, where the witch had been clandestinely conducting experiments on werewolves. The mutated werewolves, subjected to her experiments, were no longer bound by the cycles of the full moon to transform. During the witch's absence to deliver her goods, Loya had managed to blind her grotesque giant son, and with deliberate intent, she released Lupin, who had been transformed into a werewolf, leading to the brutal dismemberment of the giant. Not only that, but Loya had also set her ancestral home ablaze, leaving nothing but ashes. To her astonishment, the vengeful witch was so consumed by her desire for retribution that she dared to venture into Salem, a town teeming with witch hunters in pursuit of Loya. In this town, magic was rendered ineffective, preventing the witch from locating Loya through supernatural means. Thus, in a frenzy, the deranged witch unleashed all her experimental werewolves into the streets, intent on a blind massacre, willing to kill indiscriminately rather than risk overlooking her target. A few werewolves had already taken note of their presence, howling as they charged towards them. The dark-haired vampire, Everick, appeared to hold a slightly superior status among his kind. He commanded the tall vampire acting as Loya's shield, instructing him, "Newcomer, take the lady to find her friends and ensure her safety. We will hold off these werewolves." The shield vampire nodded in acknowledgement, and Loya wasted no time. She needed to rescue Snape and Lupin without delay. Before bidding farewell to the remaining vampires, Loya cautioned them. If you happen to see something resembling a black mist flying overhead, make sure to take cover. After all, it does not distinguish between friend and foe, attacking all living beings in its vicinity, and I would hate for any of you to be mistakenly harmed. Everick flashed a bright smile and bowed to Loya, responding, "At your command, miss." It was only when Loya and the shield vampire vanished down the street that Everick's gaze fell upon the mutated werewolves lurking nearby, poised to strike. He shed his earlier jovial demeanor, adopting a cautious tone as he warned, "Stay alert and be careful not to get bitten. One bite is all it takes to seal your fate." 3 vampires facing 5 werewolves? The odds were decidedly unfavorable, the weight of their racial disadvantage pressing heavily upon them. They were determined to avoid returning to their leader drained of blood, only to be reduced to ashes by blue flames. The other vampires assumed aggressive stances, their complaints flowing freely, yet none dared to retreat. Despite Loya's fervent desire to rush to the old church to rescue Snape and Lupin, her immediate priority was to head to Flower Square. The shield vampire followed obediently, asking no questions. Upon arrival, Loya found the square had recently undergone a gruesome transformation at the hands of the werewolves. The props prepared for the divine festival lay overturned, leaving chaos in their wake. The air was filled with cries of anguish and screams, and as Loya navigated through the throng, she finally spotted the pillar adorned with the severed heads of Lavender and Terence at the center of the square. Loya suppressed the fury simmering within her. Those witch hunters were truly heinous. The heads, their skin already rotting and emitting a foul stench, attracted a swarm of flies. With the assistance of the muscular vampire, they placed the two heads into a chest. Since they were returning, they were determined to bring their fallen comrades' remains back to their families. They soon arrived at the dungeon of the old church, where the muscle-bound vampire fully utilized the advantages of his vampiric speed and strength. With one hand, he gripped a guard's head and, with a fierce tug, lifted the burly guard off the ground. The vampire then smashed the guard's head violently against the wall, shattering it into several pieces. Another guard, paralyzed by fear, looked up at the vampire baring his fangs and was swiftly silenced as the vampire bit through his throat. Wiping away the copious blood from his chin, Loya searched the guard's lifeless body and found the key to unlock the iron door of the dungeon. The cardinal indeed honored his promise. Both Snape and Lupin, captured by the hunters, were safe and unharmed. In the joy of their reunion, Loya's tone carried a playful note. "Gentlemen, I have come to escort you back to school." Since being captured by the hunters, Snape had constantly worried about Loya, fearing that she might fall victim to the witch hunters. When Loya appeared unscathed before him, the anxiety that had burdened his heart finally eased. Without Loya needing to take a step, Snape hastily approached her. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, eager to inquire where she had been and if she had sustained any injuries. However, before he could voice his concerns, the typically taciturn muscle-bound vampire suddenly raised his voice, sternly declaring, "You rude fellow, show some respect to my lady." The vampire positioned himself protectively between Snape and Loya, glaring at Snape with hostility. Author, 2 chapters. Lupin noticed the vampire's crimson pupils and exclaimed in surprise, "A vampire?" The vampire, drawn by the sound, quickly sensed that Lupin was a werewolf. The innate animosity between their races caused the vampire's eyes to blaze red, revealing his fangs in a threatening manner, poised to attack the innocent Lupin at any moment. In this tense standoff, Loya hastily intervened. "You misunderstand. They are my current professor and my future professor." She turned once more to explain to Snape and Lupin. "This vampire is not our enemy. He is a friend." Upon hearing Loya's words, the emotionless vampire replied in a composed manner, "Miss, allow me to correct you. I am not your friend. I have sworn allegiance to the leader. I am but a hound of the leader, and you, as the leader's sister, are my mistress." This peculiar logic left Loya feeling quite embarrassed for a moment, but the pressing matter at hand was to depart from this place. "All right, time is of the essence. We can discuss matters later. Let us leave at once." The group hastily exited the dungeon, only to encounter the secretary of the cardinal, with whom Loya had previously made a transaction. Upon seeing the vampire, the secretary's mouth fell agape in shock and instinctively rummaged through his pockets for holy water, only to realize he had neither it nor a crucifix with him. Loya hastily clarified, "We are one of your own." The secretary's lips twitched as an array of supernatural beings, including witches, werewolves, and vampires, gathered in this small town. Time was of the essence, and without further delay, he articulated his purpose. "The bishop has instructed me to escort you out of the town. Some of your friends by the cabin have already been taken to the cemetery of the old church, while the werewolves are unaware of our presence. I shall lead you to the cemetery." At that moment, a sudden howl pierced the night sky. On the roof of the old church, a ferocious werewolf, its eyes gleaming with malice, fixed its gaze upon them. The beast leapt from the rooftop, landing on all fours, and charged towards them with a menacing growl. The vampire, acting as a stalwart shield, instantaneously teleported to confront it. However, under the weight of racial dominance, the vampire soon found himself at a disadvantage. The werewolf's fangs pierced through the vampire's right arm, dragging him several meters before crashing him against the cemetery wall. Loya approached the vampire leaning against the wall, crouching before him. He appeared utterly disheveled, his hair cascading wildly behind him. His arm had been severed, exposing a jagged bone to the open air. The wound showed no signs of healing. Rather, it was visibly decaying and turning black at an alarming rate. The saliva of a werewolf was a lethal poison to vampires. Aware that his demise was imminent, the vampire calmly addressed Loya. "Miss, within mere minutes, my body will decay to ashes. In this brief interval, I shall do my utmost to delay it. You and your companions must take this opportunity to leave this place." A hint of sorrow appeared on Luoya's face as she gently replied, "Thank you, my lady. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. I have lived for several centuries, which is ample time. You need not concern yourself with the other vampires. Prioritizing your own safety is the wisest course of action." Loya fell into silence for a moment, biting her lip before bidding farewell to the vampire and rushing towards the cemetery. The vampire, missing half an arm, rose to his feet, straightening his back with unwavering resolve as he prepared to face death. He grinned grimly, glaring at the mutated werewolves. "Come forth, you filthy, inferior beasts." Loya and his companions finally arrived safely at the cemetery, where they were reunited with the long-awaited Hermione and Sirius Black. At last, everyone was gathered together once more. Sirius wore a grim expression, still bound by ropes, after Loya's departure. He had regained consciousness only to find himself securely tied up once again by Hermione and the deranged woman. Loya glanced around but found no trace of the madwoman. She had declared her intention to remain and witness the demise of Salem. Hermione sorrowfully shook her head. Loya let out a deep sigh within, realizing how profoundly hatred could drive a person to such obsession. The madwoman yearned to witness the annihilation of Salem, desiring to turn to ashes alongside it. Lupin deftly untied the ropes binding young Sirius. Observing the multitude of bandages and gauze enveloping Sirius' body, Lupin inferred that his injuries were severe. He propped up one of Sirius' arms and inquired, "Can you endure?" Despite his pallid complexion, Sirius' tone was resolute, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Of course I can endure. How could I possibly fall now? Once we return, I intend to take my young protégée to Hogsmeade. She has surely never visited Honeyduke's or Madame Putafoot's tea shop." Lupin inwardly rolled his eyes, genuinely feeling that the deeply enmeshed Sirius was beyond redemption, and silently extended his sympathy to Harry for a moment. The statue of the Virgin Mary in the cemetery was gently turned by the secretary, causing a fissure to appear in the cemetery wall, revealing a hidden passageway. The stone door of the passage opened automatically, and under the secretary's guidance, the group followed him into the tunnel. Descending further revealed an underground labyrinth. "You must stay close to me. One misstep could leave you eternally ensnared within," he cautioned. Once everyone had entered the passage, the secretary explored the wall for a while, eventually finding a circular disc. Upon turning it, the stone doors on either side of the passage began to close slowly, halting when they nearly met, leaving only a small gap sufficient for a small girl to pass through. The howls of the werewolves grew increasingly close. It would not be long before one discovered them and forced open the narrow opening of the stone door. However, the secretary showed no inclination to fully close the doors. Everyone looked at him with confusion, except for Loya. The secretary, unhurried, remarked, "Miss Grindelwald, it is time for you to fulfill our agreement." His words ignited a growing sense of unease within Snape, who felt an ominous premonition, as if something was about to be irrevocably lost. Instinctively, he glanced at Loya. Loya nodded towards the secretary. According to the arrangement made with the cardinal, her next task was to become a silent harbinger of death, mercilessly exterminating every inhabitant of the town, including the hunters and the intruding werewolves, leaving no one alive. The secretary's demeanor subtly suggested to Loya that should she have a change of heart, he would refuse to guide them through the underground labyrinth to escape the town. In that case, they would all be forever trapped in the passageways, or await their demise together when the werewolves discovered them and shattered the stone door's crevice. Loya took a deep breath, decisively turning away and heading towards the stone door, only to be swiftly halted by Snape's firm grip on her arm. His voice brimmed with anxiety and unease. "Where are you going?" "I'm just going to fetch something. I'll be back shortly," Loya replied, her gaze darting, betraying her unease. "You are deceiving me," Snape stated, locking eyes with her, yet she averted her gaze, avoiding his penetrating stare. "What kind of deal have you made with them?" Observing Loya's guilty demeanor, Snape's heart sank deeper into trepidation. The sensation intensified, as if an inner voice warned him that the bargain she had struck could jeopardize her very life. Realizing this, Snape's heart raced, and he scrutinized Loya, awaiting her response. Yet, she chose to remain silent, evading his inquiry. She seemed indifferent to her own safety, while he was anything but. "It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself with it." Loya responded dismissively, attempting to free her hand, yet Severus held her firmly. "Answer me." Severus' suddenly intensified tone caused Loya to momentarily pause. He had never spoken to her with such sternness. His anger stemmed from his deep concern for her safety. As Loya stood frozen, her anxious secretary unwittingly interjected, "Miss Grindelwald, as long as you fulfill your promise and harness your silent power, we shall also uphold our end and testify for your friend." From the fragments of their exchange, Severus deduced that Loya's perilous dealings were somehow linked to Black. A sense of dread settled within him, and his grip on her arm tightened. What have you done for him? In response to Severus's inquiry, Loya remained silent for an extended time, unsure of how to articulate her predicament. She could hardly confess to having struck a deal, to intending to wreak havoc upon the town, to committing acts of slaughter. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to utter, "It's not entirely for him. I merely wish to use my silent power to eliminate some wretched individuals. I warned you that the silent power would consume your life. I cannot allow you to act recklessly." Upon hearing Severus's words, Loya lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto his azure ones, resolute. "I know. I have made my choice. Now let me go." A flicker of anguish crossed Severus's features. The girl he cherished, the girl he sought to protect, had gone to such lengths for another man, even at the cost of her own life. An unbearable ache spread through his chest, radiating throughout his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Yet, regardless of whom she favored, he could not stand idly by and watch her squander her life. Severus stubbornly held her hand, articulating each word with conviction. "I will not release you. I cannot bear to see you risk your life for him using silent power. I am your temporary guardian. I am not a child. I am not being reckless. You need not constantly invoke your status as my guardian to control me. I am fully aware of my choices. Every decision I make is deliberate and based on what is most suitable under the current circumstances. Having made my choice, I shall not harbor regrets." Loya forcefully shook off his hand, casting a piercing glance at Snape. The events that transpired in Salem, the sacrifices made, were sufficient to awaken her to the harsh reality that without power, one is destined to be preyed upon. The thought of suppressing the strength within her for the sake of mere survival, to languish in mediocrity and live an ordinary life, was intolerable to her. It was not the life she desired. Since she was born wielding this double-edged sword of silent strength, she would unleash this power to its fullest extent. Snape stood frozen, staring at the hand she had cast away, feeling his fingertips grow cold. A tumult of emotions, sorrow, pain, anger, jealousy, despair swirled within him, indistinguishable from one another, overwhelming him to the brink of madness. The emotions he had long suppressed finally erupted. He grasped her shoulders, trembling as he vociferously accused her. "Have you gone to such lengths for Black? Have you ever considered my feelings? What am I to you? Do you even realize how I feel about you?" The words hung in the air, unspoken and stifled by Snape's restraint. Once he revealed his affections, their relationship would irrevocably change. It would be utterly over between them. He had been entrusted by Dumbledore to temporarily care for his daughter, yet as her guardian, he found himself harboring such sentiments towards the girl. He could only imagine the depth of disappointment Dumbledore would feel upon discovering this truth. Should his concealed feelings come to light, Dumbledore would undoubtedly sever any chance of her associating with him, and he would lose the only bond that connected him to her, that of a temporary guardian. She was the cherished daughter of the greatest white wizard, the heir to Grindelwald, destined for a future that would shine brilliantly. Yet he was acutely aware that in terms of lineage or age, he was wholly inadequate. Loya gazed at Snape in perplexity, tilting her head to scrutinize his eyes, attempting to decipher his thoughts. Meanwhile, Snape averted his gaze with a bitter expression, hoarsely uttering, "I cannot stand idly by. I bear the responsibility to protect you." It was as if he had resolutely decided to prevent her from employing the silent incantation. Loya furrowed her brow in distress. If she failed to fulfill the transaction, would they all be trapped here indefinitely? The secretary, observing the unfolding drama with arms crossed, could not resist interjecting. "Pardon my interruption. Though I find the convoluted dynamics among the three of you utterly perplexing. You just claim to protect her? Yet, from what I have witnessed, it was she who extricated you from your confinement, and it was she who negotiated with our bishop for your release from this town. What, may I inquire, do you possess that could possibly safeguard her?" Snape stood frozen, each word from the bystander striking him like a hammer, brutally hammering the truth into his consciousness. The observer shrugged and continued, "Thus, do not delay her in honoring her commitment. She possesses the autonomy to make her own choices." Gazing at Snape's stunned expression, Loya replied calmly, "You cannot protect me. My power now surpasses yours." The color drained from Snape's face in an instant, her words carving a deep wound into his heart. "Foolish girl, I do not require you to do anything for me." Sirius's anxious voice pierced their conversation, intensifying Loya's headache. Sirius forcefully pushed past Remus, who attempted to restrain him despite his gunshot wound, and approached Loya. "We must find another way to escape this place. You need not engage in any dealings with those muggles." Loya sighed as she gazed at Sirius. If there had truly been another way, they would not have been ensnared for such an extended period, and Lavanda and Terence would still be alive. Loya pointed to her chest and declared, "There is a way. That very method resides within me, and it is silent. Do not attempt to hinder me." For a fleeting moment, perhaps even Loya herself was unaware when she became obstinate. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Gellert Grindelwald. Sirius grasped her arm and uttered the very words Loya dreaded in discovering. "That madwoman revealed to me that the condition for using the Silent One is to slit your own throat. You are forcing the Silent One into action at the cost of your own life. Do you comprehend the peril you are courting? Even if you succeed, each use of the Silent One will consume 30 years of your lifespan." Loya pondered with a furrowed brow how that lunatic chose precisely this moment to divulge such information to Sirius. Upon realizing that the dangers of employing the Silent One far exceeded his expectations, and that the price was a gamble with life itself, Snape implored Loya in a tone of desperation, "Whatever you choose to do from now on, I shall not oppose you. I will not interfere with whom you love, as long as you refrain from venturing out and using the Silent One." Loya said gloomily, "Please, can you refrain from such pessimism? It is not a matter of life and death, yet you have already concluded that I shall perish? Furthermore, given the current situation, the mutated werewolves outside could burst in at any moment. Are we merely to wait in silence for our demise?" Lupin's gaze shifted uneasily between the three of them. The notion of sacrificing a young girl's life for the survival of a few adults was a heavy burden on his conscience, one that filled him with shame. He yearned to persuade Loya to abandon her use of silence, yet the atmosphere between the three was impenetrable. Presently, Loya held in her left hand a box containing the head of Lavanda Terence, while her free right hand was firmly grasped by two older men. Loya cast a glance at the secretary of the cardinal, hoping that this ally in their dealings might devise a solution. The secretary, feigning indifference, nodded slightly, drew his weapon from behind his back, and aimed it at Snape and Sirius. "Release Miss Grindelwald, and allow her to fulfill her promise, or I shall pull the trigger," he declared, embodying the archetype of a villain. He then deliberately fired 2 shots into the wall, attempting to intimidate Snape and Sirius. However, he had clearly underestimated the 2 elderly men encircling the young girl. They exhibited no fear of the bullets, remaining resolute and unyielding, refusing to relinquish Loya's hand. This left him at a loss for how to proceed. Loya tightened her lips. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative but to proceed as she must. She hurled the box containing Lavender's lifeless body to Hermione, while her free left hand swiftly seized the secretary's handgun, pressing the barrel firmly against her own forehead. "If you do not release me, I will end my life before both of you," Loya declared, her finger poised on the trigger, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Snape and Sirius. Snape and Sirius stared at her in alarm, paralyzed with fear, hesitant to make any move that might provoke her into an act of self-harm. Loya cast a glance at her clenched right hand and resolutely reiterated, "Let go." At last, the 2 men released their grip. Maintaining the stance of aiming their guns at her forehead, Loya retreated step by step towards the stone gates. The 2 stone doors slowly began to close before her, and through the narrowing gap, she could perceive the despairing and sorrowful gazes they cast upon her. Surrounding her from behind, the lurking mutated werewolves closed in menacingly. The old witch, who had pursued her to the graveyard, incessantly struck the ground with her staff. Her grotesque features contorted with rage as she shrieked, "You wretched girl, I finally caught you. My werewolf shall rend you limb from limb. I demand you pay for my son's demise." Loya turned away, a cold, indifferent smile gracing her lips. What a jest! Even in death, she would dictate her own end. Calmly, she positioned the silencing dagger against her throat, wagering that victory would grant her an additional 30 years, while defeat would lead to her immediate demise. There was nothing to fear. Resolutely, she tightened her grip on the dagger. The last image that Severus Snape and Sirius Black beheld was of the girl's dagger slicing through her own throat, hot blood gushing forth as her body crumpled to the stone floor like a marionette severed from its strings. With a resounding thud, the stone doors slammed shut, and her figure vanished from their sight. The werewolves lunged towards the girl lying in a pool of blood. But at the moment her body was about to be torn apart, a surge of dark energy coalesced around her, enveloping her entirely before erupting forth. The frenzied force of this energy cast the werewolves aside, leaving the old witch aghast as she witnessed her creations being mercilessly slaughtered one by one. Trembling, she stammered. Her terrified gaze locked on the approaching shadow, which charged directly toward her. With a thunderous crash, a mist of blood enveloped the scene. and the old witch's head spun through the air. The last thing she saw was her own headless body crumpled amidst the carcasses of the werewolves. Abraham gasped heavily, having just vanquished a werewolf, when the hunters behind him suddenly pointed, trembling, towards the horizon. A mass of impenetrable darkness streaked across the sky, hurtling toward them with alarming speed. The hunters' teeth chattered uncontrollably. What was that dark monstrosity? Silent and formidable, the entity surged forth, leaving devastation in its wake. Streets lay in ruins. The roofs of churches were torn asunder, and buildings crumbled into disarray. Helpless hunters were swept into the air, their bodies disintegrating into indistinguishable fragments of flesh and bone. Abraham's expression shifted from shock to sheer terror as he retreated, futilely pulling the trigger of his weapon against the dark monstrosity. Several bullets passed through it, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The shadowy creature accelerated toward him, and under the immense force of its onslaught, Abraham succumbed to his knees, overwhelmed. His body was dragged along for dozens of meters until he was hurled into the air, landing violently upon the crucifix of Jesus in the church. The entity resembled a black tsunami, obliterating and consuming all within the town. The townsfolk desperately scattered in all directions, their terrified screams echoing in the air. The madwoman knelt fervently upon the ground, resembling a zealous devotee, raising her arms to the heavens, laughing maniacally as she welcomed the arrival of the entity, embracing death. The Day of the Dead in Salem, heralded not by salvation, but by the grim Reaper's descent. The girl lay quietly in a pool of blood, oblivious to the length of time spent amidst this mountain of corpses and seas of crimson. Her golden locks were stained a deep scarlet, mingling with the rainwater that coursed past her feet, merging into a river, rendering her unable to discern whether the blood beneath her was her own or that of others. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of rain striking the blood and bodies, with no signs of life to be heard. The torrential rain washed over the entire town, as if intent on burying all traces of blood and sin within its depths. Loya attempted to move her frigid fingers, yet found herself utterly immobile. The wound on her neck was grievously deep. She endeavored to utter a sound, but could only choke out a few mouthfuls of blood. She strained to recall, and in her effort, she achieved it. She successfully transformed into silence. Loya felt an inexplicable gratitude for her resilience. Was this the fate of a protagonist, to withstand even the severest of wounds? As she turned her gaze, the desolation of the ruins lay before her, a testament to the devastation she had silently wrought upon the entire town. Her hands were stained with blood and lives lost, yet she bore no regrets. As her body grew increasingly cold, her mind wandered, drifting to thoughts of the bishop's secretary, who must have already escorted Snape and Sirius away from the town. Were they now safely back at Hogwarts? Unfortunately, a mutated werewolf had miraculously survived amidst the carnage, with half an arm severed and an eye hanging grotesquely from its socket. It appeared utterly terrifying. A beast is a beast. As long as it draws breath, its mind is consumed by a thirst for blood and slaughter. The werewolf detected Loya, still clinging to life, and let out a low growl as it approached her menacingly. Just then, a massive creature, resembling a lion with a mane of fur, leapt over Loya, its tail, longer than its body, sweeping through the air in an elegant arc. The beast's sharp claws brought the werewolf crashing to the ground, while its glistening fangs tore the creature's head clean off. In the pouring rain, a tall, slender man rushed towards her, clutching a tattered suitcase. The splashes of water soaked the hem of his coat. He knelt beside Loya, pressing one hand against the wound on her throat to staunch the flow of blood, while the other rummaged through his coat for a wand, intending to heal her. After several futile attempts, he remembered that magic could not be wielded in this town. The brown-haired man stowed away his wand, maintaining pressure on her injury, and cautiously tilted his head to inquire, "Miss Grindelwald, can you hear me?" Loya lifted her heavy eyelids to gaze upon the unfamiliar man before her. He sported a head of chestnut curls, with streaks of gray at the temples, and a scattering of freckles adorned his cheeks, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. Loya's gaze lingered on the pocket of his coat, where a small bulge had formed. A tree guardian lizard emerged, shaking off droplets of water from its head, its curious brown eyes blinking up at Loya. Zowu? Tree guardian lizard? Suitcase? Brown curls? Freckles? Could it be Newt Scamander? Author's note: some characters cannot be directly expressed, hence homophones are used as substitutes. They are not misspellings. Today, I have written 5,000 words, and the author is utterly exhausted. Miss Grindelwald, can you hear my voice? The man with chestnut curls tilted his head and asked her cautiously. Loya yearned to roll her eyes in exasperation and unleash a scathing retort. Asking a wounded person with a severed throat to respond audibly was an unreasonable demand. She simply could not comply. The man surveyed the desolate surroundings. Littered with the remnants of ruins and debris, where scattered fragments of antidemonic gold glimmered eerily in the muddy water. Even shattered, these stones continued to disrupt the wizard's magical abilities. Otherwise, he could have easily transported Miss Grindelwald and himself to St. Mungo's hospital using apparition, in a bid to staunch the bleeding. He tore off his yellow and black-striped scarf and wrapped it around Loya's wound. A glance at the scarf, which bore a distinct Hufflepuff style, coupled with the protective bowtruckle nestled in his pocket and the leather suitcase by his feet, finally confirmed Loya's suspicion about his identity. He was none other than Newt Scamander, the esteemed author of the textbook on magical creatures, the favorite student of Dumbledore, and a thorn in the side of Gellert Grindelwald. In her previous life in China, Loya had been quite impoverished, adamantly refusing to patronize cinemas for any blockbuster, instead shamelessly scouring the internet for pirated resources. When she chanced upon the trailer for Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, she was utterly captivated, not only by the myriad of magical creatures but also by the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Consequently, she begrudgingly sacrificed a substantial sum for a movie ticket, becoming an ardent fan of Newt. Even while playing the HP mobile game, Newt was her first golden echo. Little did she anticipate that upon traversing into the Harry Potter universe, she would have the opportunity to meet Newt in person. Her idol stood before her, and Loya's eyes widened in excitement, nearly brimming with tears. Overwhelmed, she failed to notice how Newt Scamander, who could easily be her grandfather, appeared before her in the guise of a youth. Though a few strands of white peppered his hair, he seemed remarkably youthful for his age, almost absurdly so. Loya's tear-filled visage, combined with her current injured and disheveled state, naturally led Newt to assume that she was merely a frightened little girl confronting a stranger. Believing he was being misconstrued as a villain, Newt offered a bashful yet friendly smile, declaring, "Miss Grindelwald, I am not a bad person. I have come to find you." Meanwhile, Loya, utterly drained and unable to articulate her thoughts, was preoccupied with the notion that, should her situation take a turn for the worse, she must swiftly request Newt's autograph and a photograph before it was too late. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she grasped his sleeve tightly, in her dazed state. She failed to realize she was actually clutching his tie. The sudden tug on his tie nearly left Newt breathless. Devoted to caring for magical creatures throughout his life, his character was gentle and reserved, and he bore no anger. He quickly loosened his tie, finally able to catch his breath. Loya remained fervently gripping her idol's tie, trembling in fear as Newt mistakenly perceived her as a mere child. It appeared that his attempts to demonstrate his benign intentions yielded little effect. The socially awkward Newt, plagued by his own anxieties, scratched the nape of his neck in frustration, struggling to articulate his thoughts until he recalled that invoking Dumbledore's name might provide some comfort. "It is Dumbledore who has sent me to find you. Your father has been searching for you these past few days and is greatly concerned for your well-being." The last encounter between Newt and Dumbledore occurred several decades prior when he was dispatched on a mission against Grindelwald. Now, after so many years, being summoned once more by Dumbledore to locate his daughter underscored the profound significance this child held for him. Newt had scoured New Mexico for over 20 days without success, and only recently had he stumbled upon this small town, fortuitously crossing paths with the silent Loya amidst the chaos. Little did he anticipate that Dumbledore's daughter would be a quiet one, prompting reflections on the sorrowful fate of a Sudanese girl who perished due to the failures of separation. Contemplating this, the inherently kind-hearted Newt felt an added surge of compassion for Loya. Loya coughed up a mouthful of blood, prompting Newt to quickly apply pressure to her wound, gently encircling her with one arm. In a soothing tone, he reassured the young girl, "Fear not. We shall reach St. Mungo's hospital shortly. Zowu possesses incredible speed." With that, Newt retrieved a cat toy from his pocket and waved it at Zowu, who was joyfully kicking a werewolf's head like a ball in the distance. Upon hearing the jingling of the toy, Zowu's round eyes widened in excitement, and in the blink of an eye, it leaped towards Newt, knocking him to the ground. The fierce beast, resembling a lion in its might, instantly transformed into a cuddly large cat, nuzzling against Newt affectionately. Newt, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Now is not the time for affection. We must take Miss Grindelwald to St. Mungo's." Zowu obediently lowered its massive frame, allowing Newt to lift Loya and place her on its back. As Zowu shook its thick mane, Loya felt herself soaring above the ground, her feet dangling in midair, as if she might tumble off at any moment. Newt's gentle voice reassured her from behind, "Do not worry, I shall hold on to you." Even Horace Slughorn gasped in shock upon seeing the deep wound on Loya's throat. The injury was grave, but fortunately it had been attended to in time. Slughorn, who had been luxuriating in a resort, was startled half to death by Dumbledore's sudden apparition before him. Without offering an explanation or even a moment to greet him, Dumbledore forcibly transported both Slughorn and his medical kit to St. Mungo's Hospital. The doctors were tending to Loya's wounds when they noticed Dumbledore and Slughorn, promptly clearing a path. Clad in pajamas and slippers, Slughorn's bald head added a comical touch to the scene. A few young nurses stifled their laughter, hesitant to express it. For they were in the presence of the wizarding world's greatest white wizard, amiss.Dumbledore, who stood by the little girl's bedside, his face etched with concern. As Slughorn, feeling irritated, beheld the unconscious Loya, he grasped the gravity of the situation. His expression turned somber as he meticulously examined her with his wand. The realization dawned upon Slughorn as to why Dumbledore had urgently summoned him. He recalled Dumbledore's nephew, Credence, who had succumbed to the effects of the Obscurus many years prior. Credence had appeared gaunt and pallid, his eyes shut in a death-like slumber, while a phoenix circled above him and Dumbledore wept at his side. Despite Slughorn's assistance and treatment, Credence, an Obscurial, had not lived to see his 30th year. Now, Dumbledore's daughter was similarly afflicted. Digesting this revelation, Slughorn bent his hefty frame. Retrieving a collection of vials from his medical kit, Newt accepted the assortment of potions, placing them at the girl's bedside. These remedies could only address the physical wounds and would have no effect on the Obscurus. However, given the girl's current state, suppressing the Obscurus was no longer necessary. Observing that Dumbledore had dismissed the other medical staff from the ward, Slughorn inquired, "Have you been using potions to suppress it all along?" Dumbledore wearily rubbed his brow and remarked, "I have implored Severus to employ potions to suppress the presence of the Obscurus within her. However, further use of potions to contain the Obscurus seems futile. We must contemplate how to utilize alchemy to prolong her life. For the time being, she is not in imminent danger, yet in a few years, the situation may become dire. The worst outcome would be her being completely consumed by the Obscurus, at which point we would have to resort to the same desperate measures we attempted 2 decades ago." At this juncture, Slughorn hastily sealed his lips. Casting a furtive glance at Dumbledore, and upon realizing that Dumbledore had remained silent, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not intended to broach the painful subject of Dumbledore's son. Slughorn then continued, "For now, we can rest assured that she will not face life-threatening dangers in the coming years, and you are acquainted with numerous scholars in the field of alchemy." Once Slughorn departed, Dumbledore's shoulders slumped, and a profound sorrow illuminated his eyes. "I am not a worthy father. My failings led to the demise of my son, and now my daughter is suffering due to the Obscurus." Author's note: Friends, Credence is Dumbledore's nephew and the Obscurus featured in Fantastic Beasts. He is not the brother of the heroine. When recalling his son with Gellert, Dumbledore is enveloped more in guilt than anything else. His son possessed an unparalleled magical talent from a young age, one that others could only covet. However, his son was arrogant and ruthless, believing that wizards were naturally entitled to dominate muggles and rule the world. In stark contrast to Dumbledore's ideal of peaceful coexistence between wizards and muggles, his son resembled Gellert in many ways. Yet, Dumbledore's grave misjudgment directly led to his son's demise. "If not for my negligence, her brother would still be alive. It was I who caused his death." The old man leaned heavily on the armrest of his chair as he sat down, his voice dry and hoarse, as if he had aged considerably in an instant. Newt attempted to console the elder. "He still lives, albeit in a different form." Dumbledore shook his head with a sigh. "His heart will never beat again. He can no longer stand in the sunlight, as the rays would scorch every inch of his skin. He must feed on human blood, like a vampire." In his son's final moments, Dumbledore sought the help of Nicholas Flamel, employing forbidden alchemical arts to transform his son into a vampire, the sole means of ensuring his survival. Since that day, his son has vanished from his sight forever. For 20 years, his son has never returned to see him. He believes his son must harbor deep resentment towards him. Perhaps Merlin has looked favorably upon him. Dumbledore has painstakingly found his daughter. Yet, fate is capricious. Within his daughter lies a silent affliction, and the fate of the silenced always leads to death. Dumbledore could not suppress his memories of Anna and Credence. As past recollections surged forth once more, the old man removed his crescent-shaped glasses, wearily wiping the corners of his eyes. He once feared approaching his daughter, terrified that she would question him about her brother's whereabouts and the reasons for his death. He did not know how to face her, as the guilt that haunted him continued to torment him. Thus, Dumbledore entrusted Severus to care for his daughter, while he himself lingered at the entrance of Spinner's End, lacking the courage to take a step further to visit her, only gathering information about her well-being through indirect inquiries with Severus, not particularly adept at comforting others. The earnest Newt recalled his fortunate encounters with vampires, regarding this mysterious race as magical creatures. He had even hastily jotted down a few pages of observational notes. Rummaging through his suitcase, he unearthed some long dusty vampire observation reports. He began to read them aloud to Dumbledore, as if reciting from a textbook. Compared to humans, vampires possess the advantages of longevity, speed, agility, and remarkable self-healing abilities. Yet, they are also violent, bloodthirsty, and prefer to prey on the fresh blood of young maidens. A stake through the heart will lead to their demise, and exposure to sunlight turns them to ash, while werewolf saliva can be lethally toxic to them. Dumbledore waited until Newt had read the report verbatim, only then noticing that Dumbledore was staring at him with a blank expression. Newt awkwardly smiled, but I have heard he can still wield magic like a wizard, even turning the Muggle world upside down. Dumbledore merely sighed deeply, saying nothing. And as he lowered his gaze, he noticed a slight movement in the fingers of Loya. The old man's eyes grew moist as he called out his daughter's name several times. Loya slowly opened her eyes, yearning to prop herself up and sit upright. Newt promptly stepped forward to assist her, thoughtfully placing a pillow behind her to ensure she could lean back comfortably. In truth, she had already awakened to the sounds of Dumbledore and Newt's conversation, yet her body felt so heavy and feeble that she struggled to lift her weighted eyelids. She swiftly gleaned the essence of their dialogue. Her brother, once a wizard, had become a vampire due to various circumstances and had fled from home, leaving Dumbledore, the lonely empty nester, behind. Out of guilt, Dumbledore could not bring himself to approach her. Observing the redness around Dumbledore's eyes upon her awakening, Loya contemplated how to best offer solace to the lonely elder. Given her current appearance as a 12-year-old child, she resolved to embrace the advantages of her youth. Intending to charm and coax with her innocence, Loya beamed a delightful smile, extending her arms to embrace Dumbledore, nuzzling against him while softly calling out "Daddy" in a hoarse voice. Speaking caused her injury to throb, nearly prompting a grimace, yet she managed to conceal her discomfort. Dumbledore gazed upon his daughter's radiant face, feeling his heart melt, as all his worries and sorrows dissipated into nothingness. Words were unnecessary. Loya's simple utterance unraveled the old man's burdens. He wiped the corners of his eyes and held his daughter close, his aged hands gently patting her back. After this profoundly moving father-daughter moment, Newt, who had been a mere backdrop for quite some time, finally seized the opportunity to introduce himself. "Hello, Miss Grindelwald. I'm Newt Scamander. You may call me Newt." Just as Loya was about to politely respond, Newt hurriedly interrupted her, saying, "Your throat is injured. It is best you refrain from speaking for the time being, as it may aggravate your wound." Having spoken, Newt bent down to retrieve his vintage leather suitcase. He unlatched the brass clasp and rummaged through the half-open case for quite some time, seemingly in search of something. In that moment, two Nifflers seized the opportunity to escape through the gap of his suitcase. No, you cannot disturb Miss Grindelwald. Your cries could drive a person to madness." Newt quickly grasped the tails of the two Nifflers and stuffed them back into the suitcase. This remarkable case not only served as Newt's luggage, but also contained a magical space housing various enchanting creatures he had nurtured, resembling a portable zoo. In his flurry, Newt extracted a delicately wrapped gift box. "This is from Theseus," he said. Theseus Scamander, Newt's elder brother, was well remembered by Loya as the Auror of the British Ministry of Magic who had participated in the Muggle First World War and was celebrated as a war hero. Though Theseus was a stranger to her, he had sent this gift simply because she was the daughter of Dumbledore, prompting Newt to bring it along. Loya silently sighed, reflecting on how her father's influence bestowed upon her a share of fortune. There is scarcely a joy greater than unwrapping packages. Oh no, rather, unveiling gifts. As Loya delicately opened the gift box, she discovered a charming little cross-body bag before her. It seemed that Theseus indeed regarded her as a child, for the bag was adorned with an endearing rabbit ear design, appealing to youthful tastes. Although diminutive in size, the bag was enchanted with a permanent, seamless expansion spell, capable of holding a multitude of items crafted from luxurious leather. Yet, the color was undoubtedly the hue of death by Barbie pink, a choice befitting a man with limited taste. However, recalling Hermione's magical bag from the film, Loya had long desired one of her own, and now, to her surprise, it had arrived so swiftly at her doorstep. Loya accepted the bag with great joy, expressing his gratitude with a nod towards Newt. He then observed Newt placing the suitcase upon his lap, leaning slightly to the side, and gently tapping the suitcase with his right hand. "Miss Grindelwald," he remarked, "I too possess a gift for you, but it shall await your recovery for you to choose it in person." Loya blinked, taking a considerable amount of time to grasp that Newt intended to gift her a magical creature and even permitted her to explore the enchanting little world within his suitcase. Joy danced in her heart, and her mind raced with thoughts of what marvelous beast to care for. Should she nurture an adorable mooncalf? Or perhaps a serpentine bird? Alternatively, might she raise a robust, level 18, muscular venomous tentacula to clash with the formidable Voldemort? The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. And she joyfully grasped Newt's hand. With her delicate fingers, she inscribed a few words in his rough palm. "Thank you, Senior Newt." The typically reserved Mr. Newt Scamander, who even avoided eye contact while speaking, managed a shy smile, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Following this, out of curiosity, Loya playfully gestured towards Newt's face, mimicking a few movements. While such behavior might seem quite impolite to an outsider, Newt appeared entirely unbothered. The essence of Loya's inquiry lay in questioning why he appeared so youthful. Was it the result of magic? Newt elucidated that a former colleague, intrigued by some mystical alchemical practices in the United States, had employed him as a test subject for various spells. At the time, he paid little heed to it and failed to perceive any immediate effects. It was only years later that he realized, in comparison to his peers, his aging process had significantly decelerated, leaving him appearing as a young man with a few strands of premature gray hair. However, while his exterior maintained the visage of youth, his internal organs continued to age. Author's note: surprisingly, you all deduce that the brother is a vampire. Haha. Interestingly, I just discovered that the actor portraying the young Grindelwald also played a vampire. The weekend is an ideal time for couples to venture out on dates, with young men sweating profusely on the Quidditch pitch, while the single individuals languish in dormitories, blissfully asleep. In contrast, the Hogwarts Great Hall was notably quieter during the weekend. Devoid of its usual clamor, a dark-haired youth was diligently transcribing his class notes, the quill softly scratching against the parchment with each movement. Merely by sitting there, he attracted the admiration of many young ladies, who blushed and stealthily observed his every action, the graceful motion of his long fingers turning the pages, the delicate dipping of the quill into ink, or an inadvertent glance over his shoulder would elicit gasps from the girls. The number of girls harboring secret affections for him was so vast that they could encircle Hogwarts twice, yet few mustered the courage to confess their feelings. This was largely due to Cedric Diggory, the exemplary Hufflepuff, possessing such remarkable qualities. His handsome appearance, outstanding academic performance, genteel upbringing, and composed demeanor rendered him exceptionally admirable. A few of the girls infatuated with him pondered what kind of girl would capture the heart of such an extraordinary senior, and they collectively recalled the Gryffindor girl who had taken a month's leave this new term and had yet to return. However, those familiar with Cedric could discern that since the beginning of the term, this bright and cheerful young man now bore a more melancholic air, his features tinged with a hint of sorrow. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team approached and sat opposite him. "Cedric," he began, "it has been a month since school started, and you have been moping around as if heartbroken. You haven't participated in Quidditch matches, and you spend your afternoons merely transcribing notes. Your grades are already stellar. I implore you to spare us struggling students." Noticing that Cedric remained engrossed in his notes without responding, the Hufflepuff captain curiously leaned forward to glimpse what he was writing. To his astonishment, he realized it was the notes from the second-year charms class. "Why on earth are you copying second-year notes?" the captain of Hufflepuff inquired with a hint of perplexity. She had missed numerous classes, and upon her return, she would likely struggle to catch up. "I hope to assist her in some way," Cedric remarked softly, as he pulled out another notebook and continued to diligently transcribe. The captain was well aware of whom Cedric referred to. The entire Badger house was in the know. Gazing at the meticulously stacked notes, she was momentarily taken aback. Cedric had not only borrowed notes from the second-year students for the charms class, but had transcribed notes from all subjects of the second year. For the second-year students, those obscure and challenging concepts were annotated with meticulous care by Cedric in the notes he was preparing for Loya, surpassing the detail of the borrowed notes. It was evident that Cedric had devoted considerable effort to this task. The captain flipped through the pages, exclaiming in awe, "What a devoted young man he is." She playfully teased, "Aren't you concerned that Loya Grindelwald may not return?" Upon concluding his statement, he hastily sealed his lips. For whispers of an improper liaison between Loya Grindelwald and Professor Snape circulated discreetly within the Slytherin circle. Regardless, he remained unconvinced. Who was unaware of the profound enmity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the two houses being sworn adversaries. It was likely a deliberate slander crafted by Slytherin. When Cedric heard the name of the girl who ensnared his heart, he faltered several times, his quill coming to an inadvertent halt, the tip leaving a dark splotch upon the parchment. The last time he had set eyes upon her was aboard the Hogwarts Express, when he had impulsively grasped her hand, much to the teasing amusement of their classmates, who jested that they were not parting forever. Yet, it had been months since he had last seen her. Throughout the holiday, fearing he might intrude upon her life, Cedric refrained from frequent correspondence, burying his longing and concern deep within his heart. Each letter she sent was treated as a precious treasure. He would often lose himself in contemplation over her brief replies, his feelings leaving no room for concealment from his mother. Mrs. Diggory, with a knowing smile, remarked on how her son had finally found someone special, eagerly inquiring when he would invite the girl over for a visit, much to Cedric's embarrassment as his ears flushed crimson. The news of his affection was soon shared with Mr. Amiss Diggory, who felt a swell of pride, reminiscing about how he and his wife had also experienced a whirlwind romance at Hogwarts. However, upon learning the surname of the girl Cedric fancied, Amos's expression shifted to one of unease, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. Such a prominent figure as Grindelwald might not align with their family status. Though he swallowed those words, unspoken, unaware of her husband's uncharacteristic demeanor, Mrs. Diggory continued to regale stories of Cedric's acquaintance with the young lady, a devoted housewife. She seldom paid heed to the world beyond her home, having no interest in subscribing to newspapers. Naive to the intricacies of the relationships between the Ministry of Magic and other factions, she remained oblivious to the identity of Grindelwald, who had once stirred a tempest across the European magical community. With a deep sigh, Amiss chose not to interfere in his son's romantic endeavors, deciding to let Cedric navigate his own path. Understanding that girls of that age often had a penchant for sweets, Mrs. Diggory arose early on the day of the new term, preparing her signature cake for the girl Cedric admired. She carefully wrapped the cake in paper and placed it in a basket, earnestly advising Cedric to be cautious on the journey, lest he offend the girl by damaging the cake, which might lead her to shun him. Cedric nodded, gingerly accepting the basket. Yet, as he boarded the Hogwarts Express, eagerly searching for Loya's familiar figure, he found no trace of her. He persisted in his quest, scanning the train repeatedly until, in an unfortunate mishap, the basket was knocked over by a group of boisterous Gryffindors, scattering pastries across the floor. By the way, I just passed the Quidditch pitch. Guess who I saw? Hermione Granger, who is quite close to the girl you fancy, spoke the captain of Hufflepuff, abruptly pulling Cedric from his reverie. He continued, "Didn't she take a month off at the start of term? It's surprising to see her in the stands today, and Professor Snape has returned too. Merlin. We're going to be tormented by him again." At this revelation, Cedric sprang to his feet, hastily stowing away his notebook. Hermione Granger was a close friend of Loya. She would surely know her whereabouts. In a state of urgency, he raced toward the Quidditch pitch, where the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had recently concluded. The players had departed, leaving only a handful of spectators who were now engrossed in a sudden altercation. Cedric could hear shouts emanating from the stands. "You know exactly where she is, and you want to tell me." Harry and Hermione stood with their heads bowed, her knuckles turning white as she clutched her book tightly. It was quite rare for the Golden Trio to quarrel, yet Hermione remained resolute, suppressing tears that threatened to spill from her reddened eyes. Harry, who had been shouting moments before, finally calmed down upon witnessing her distress and regretfully apologized. "I am sorry, Hermione. I merely wanted to know where she is." Unable to bear seeing Hermione wronged, Ron erupted in discontent, exclaiming, "Harry, what is wrong with you? Hermione said she has no idea where Loya is, and you still yelled at her." It was indeed peculiar. Ron felt that after merely a holiday apart, Harry had changed, becoming somewhat obstinate and impulsive, even having a quarrel with Hermione just moments ago. "Only you would believe that," Harry retorted, casting a dismissive remark at Ron before taking his broom and turning to leave. Ron raised his hands in exasperation. "Hermione, did you see the look in his eyes? I can scarcely believe it. I thought I was facing a Slytherin." Cedric approached them, politely inquiring, "Pardon my interruption, Miss Granger, do you happen to know where Loya is?" Hermione glanced at him. Cedric was not the first to seek her out for information. Since the day she returned to school, Fred, George, Harry, and even that foul Malfoy, who had insulted her as a mudblood, had all come to inquire about Loya. Furthermore, Harry had seen through her deception, resulting in a fierce argument between them. Hermione longed to inform Harry that Loya was at St. Mungo's Hospital. However, Professor Dumbledore had instructed her prior to her return to school not to disclose Loya's whereabouts to anyone. Dumbledore wished for his daughter to recuperate in peace, free from any disturbances, even from Professor Snape, let alone Harry and their circle of friends. Thus, when Cedric spoke only halfway, Hermione promptly denied any knowledge. Cedric, discerning the falsehood in Miss Granger's words, refrained from pressing her further, as his upbringing taught him to be courteous. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he remarked, "I am genuinely concerned for her. I shall not intrude. I merely wish to know of her well-being." "I'm sorry, but I do not know," Hermione replied, shaking her head. With disappointment weighing heavily on his heart, Cedric turned away from the Quidditch pitch, suppressing his sorrow. As he walked across the grass, the lake mirrored the overcast sky, reflecting his gloomy disposition. At that moment, a niffler tumbled from a tree, landing in a disheveled heap. He instantly recognized it as Loya's pet, recalling her jest that the niffler seems quite fond of you. It typically bites boys. Cedric lifted the niffler, which scurried up his arm to perch on his shoulder, playfully tugging at his hair with its tiny paws. In the distance, an anxious voice broke through. Rufus Scamander, a third-year Hufflepuff and grandson of Newt, rushed over, breathless. "I apologize, that is Miss Grindelwald's niffler. She is hospitalized, and my grandfather asked me to help look after it. It is quite mischievous and runs about everywhere." Author, a grand chapter of 3,200 words. You've called for Cedric for so long. And the author has indeed given him more to do. Mr. Badger is on the verge of expressing his affection for the female protagonist. Regarding Harry, the author hopes his character can exhibit a hint more assertiveness, without descending into the extremes depicted in the side stories, lest he become overshadowed by the other male characters. Upon observing the close bond between Snuffles and Cedric, Rolf speculates that Cedric is likely a friend of Miss Grindelwald. During Miss Grindelwald's hospitalization, concerned for her potential boredom, his grandfather intends to bring Snuffles to the hospital to keep her company. Upon their arrival at Spinner's End, Newt amicably knocked on the door. "Hello, I am Newt Scamander." They were greeted by Professor Snape, whose countenance was cold and his expression tumultuous. "Newt Scamander, I have heard much about you," Snape remarked, entirely disinterested in the contributions and achievements that Scamander had made to the magical community in the field of magical zoology. What concerned him more was that Scamander was the only individual permitted by Professor Dumbledore to remain at the hospital to care for Loya. Even if he was reluctant to admit it, twisted emotions stirred within him, making it impossible to claim he felt no jealousy. Snape scrutinized the seemingly ageless magical zoologist before him, who appeared younger than himself due to some unknown dark magic. With a raised brow, he regarded Newt with a hostile glare, remaining silent and allowing the atmosphere to grow increasingly awkward. However, the optimistic Newt continued. "Miss Grindelwald has been expressing her boredom to me these past few days. I thought to bring Snuffles to entertain her." His words only served to plunge the atmosphere further into frostiness, as Snape's expression darkened significantly. In Snape's eyes, Newt was flaunting the fact that he was the sole person capable of caring for Loya at that moment. Rolf, feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Snape, instinctively stepped back several paces. He harbored deep suspicions that his innocent self could be implicated due to his grandfather, potentially becoming a target for Professor Snape's personal grievances during potions class. Snape let out a disdainful huff, retreated into the house, and emerged clutching Snuffles. The creature, being held by its hind legs, flailed about and chattered incessantly in protest. With one hand, Snape unceremoniously tossed Snuffles out. Newt quickly caught the creature, and upon seeing its former owner, Snuffles joyfully leaped from one of Newt's shoulders to the other, exuding exuberance. Subsequently, emboldened by its previous owner, Snuffles turned and scolded Snape, as if to complain about its perceived mistreatment. This only served to further infuriate Snape, who inwardly cursed the ungrateful creature before slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Later, Newt and Rolf discovered that Snuffles had become quite spoiled by Miss Grindelwald. Concerned about the potential chaos it might unleash in the hospital, Newt decided against bringing Snuffles along. Instead, he entrusted the creature to Rolf for temporary care. Cedric, in a state of urgency, inquired of Rolf, "Do you know where Loya is?" "I am her friend." Dumbledore had instructed that neither Hermione nor Newt should disclose any information about Loya to anyone. However, Newt did not relay this to Rolf, and thus, the honest Hufflepuff Rolf inadvertently revealed it. "She has been hospitalized for quite some time at St. Mungo's, where my grandfather is taking care of her." "Thank you." The earlier disappointment in my heart vanished instantly. Cedric, without even having changed out of his school uniform. Dashed out of the school. This marks Roya's second hospitalization at St. Mungo's, where she resides in the most luxurious single room, exceedingly comfortable. The table is laden with lemon sherbets and various pastries sent by Dumbledore's elderly father. Dumbledore attended to her for a few days, but he had to return to Hogwarts to manage numerous trivial matters, leaving the responsibility of caring for Roya entirely to Newt. When Fawkes delivered a box of cockroach clusters, the scuttling creatures nearly drove Roya to madness. Though they are indeed edible and not genuine cockroaches, Newt picked one up and explained. Yet he found himself unable to take a bite, repulsed by the creature's wriggling legs and swaying antennae. Why did Dumbledore have a penchant for such confections? Outside. Inal landed and tapped on the glass with its talons. Newt paused in his fruit slicing, opened the window, and accepted the recent issues of the Daily Prophet that Roya had subscribed to, handing them to her. Loya tossed a lemon-flavored snowball to the owl, which happily pecked at her hand before flapping its wings and soaring away. Over the past few days, Newt, who had been summoned by Dumbledore to dutifully serve as Loya's male caretaker, anxiously closed the window, concerned that Dumbledore's daughter might catch a chill. Loya unfolded the newspaper, and the front page of the latest issue detailed the harrowing tale of a mysterious Muggle village, Salem, which had been devastated by a massacre. The scene was described as exceptionally brutal and tragic, with eyewitnesses reporting the discovery of the dark mark at the site. Furthermore, certain experts condemned the Death Eaters, declaring them devoid of morality and humanity, insisting that these fiends must be imprisoned in Azkaban. Newt placed a platter of cut fruits on the small table beside the hospital bed, while Loya absent-mindedly prodded the fruits with a skewer. It seemed that the Cardinal of the Holy See had indeed fulfilled his promise, shifting all blame squarely onto the Death Eaters. Another front-page headline from a different newspaper nearly caused Loya to spit out his fruit. On a moonless and tempestuous night, Lucius Malfoy, the patriarch of the Malfoy family, fell victim to a mysterious vampire attack. According to Narcissa's recollection, Lucius had nearly been drained of his blood, but fortunately he was discovered and rescued just in time. Loya recalled the bet made in the quaint town of Salem, where she had boldly declared her intention to devour the wealthy sorcerer vampire. It seemed that all of them had managed to escape Salem alive, and this thought brought her a sense of relief. Standing atop the table was the Tree Guardian, a delicate creature laboriously lifting a spoon that was far too large for its slender arms. It carefully scooped a mouthful of medicinal concoction from the bowl and extended it toward Loya, signaling that it was time for her to take her medicine. Loya believed that the Tree Guardian, a peculiar creature, was likely the one known as Picket, for its gaze towards her was akin to that of a caretaker regarding a child in need of nurturing. "Thank you. I can manage," Loya expressed, gently prodding the leaves atop its head as she accepted the spoon. At the reception of St. Mungo's Hospital, Nurse Mary observed a young boy clad in Hogwarts robes rushing anxiously into the hall. Cedric, panting heavily, scarcely attended to his breath as he scanned the surroundings. Puzzled, Mary inquired if he required assistance. Upon learning that he was inquiring about Miss Grindelwald's ward, she deduced that he was a classmate of hers. His worried expression and the beads of sweat on his brow suggested that Miss Grindelwald held significant importance in his life. Mary speculated about their relationship, wondering if he might be the young lady's boyfriend. Regrettably, Dumbledore had instructed that no information regarding Miss Grindelwald could be divulged to anyone. An elderly nurse at the reception curtly dismissed Cedric, stating that if he had no other matters to attend to, he should refrain from disturbing the hospital and hindering their work. Cedric pleaded earnestly, his sincere demeanor tugging at Nurse Mary's heartstrings. Seizing an opportunity while the elderly nurse attended to other patients, Mary discreetly turned the admission form to the page concerning Loya Grindelwald and subtly nudged it towards Cedric. He caught sight of the ward number on the form and, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply to Nurse Mary before dashing towards Loya's room. As she watched Cedric's figure vanish at the staircase, Nurse Mary couldn't help but cradle her face in her hands, gushing, "If only I were 10 years younger, I would undoubtedly pursue him." An exasperated glance from another nurse interrupted her reverie. "Just yesterday, you were saying how handsome Newt Scamander was, and that you would chase after him. Have you already changed your affections?" Author's note: 2 chapters, yesterday's edition. During her stay at St. Mungo's, Loya found it unbearable not to wash her hair for 3 days due to the restrictions on water. Fortunately, the gentle Newt was exceptionally accommodating. He tirelessly attended to her needs as a patient and even offered to wash her hair. Loya reclined in the armchair, while Newt brought a basin of clear water. He rolled the sleeves of his shirt up to his elbows and, with a simple, wandless incantation. The water transformed into a warm embrace. As Newt bent down, preparing to wash Loya's hair, a knock echoed at the door of the infirmary. Newt's gaze was drawn in surprise to the entrance. It was unusual for any outsiders to disturb Miss Grindelwald during her convalescence. Standing at the threshold was an unfamiliar young lad. Upon noticing the Hufflepuff crest adorning his robes, Newt realized he was a junior from that house. Cedric, somewhat reserved, introduced himself to Newt, before his eyes drifted through the crack of the door to the young woman within the room. Observing his gaze, Newt turned to Loya and inquired, "Miss Grindelwald, is this your friend?" Loya cast a surprised glance at Cedric, not expecting him to seek her out. She nodded and said, "He is my senior from the 4th year, Cedric Diggory." Newt welcomed Cedric with a warm, elder smile, inviting him inside. It is well known that the children of Hufflepuff are gentle and kind, treating others with sincerity, and the relationship between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff has always been amicable. Had a Slytherin appeared at the doorstep during the convalescence of Dumbledore's daughter, Newt might not have granted entry. Cedric nervously stepped into the infirmary, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. He had so much to express. He missed her dearly, worried for her, and was concerned about her health. Yet, under the gaze of her azure eyes, his mind went blank, leaving him at a loss for words. Simultaneously, he chastised himself for his eagerness to see her, having forgotten the customary gesture of bringing flowers to a patient. Moreover, he was uncertain if Loya even wished to see him, and his unannounced visit might provoke her disdain. The more he contemplated this, the deeper he sank into self-doubt, his head drooping lower with each passing moment. Perhaps due to his hasty arrival, he had not even noticed a tuft of hair sticking up at his temple. Coupled with his awkward and anxious demeanor, he resembled a timid badger awaiting its master's offering, which brought a genuine smile to Loya's lips. Loya slightly curled her lips, smiling warmly as she beckoned Cedric to come closer. Mr. Badger momentarily lost his focus, yet his body instinctively moved, as if in a dreamy haze, obediently approaching Loya. The girl's fair fingers, imbued with warmth, brushed against his ear, gently smoothing down the unruly tuft of Cedric's short hair. However, that stubborn lock resisted her attempts, refusing to lie flat despite her repeated efforts. Loya furrowed her brows and decisively removed her butterfly-shaped hairpin, pinning it directly into Cedric's hair. The handsome Cedric, adorned with a small girl's accessory, elicited a wave of laughter from Loya, who could not help but clutch her stomach in amusement. Meanwhile, Mr. Badger, the object of her secret affections, found himself blushing fervently as he processed the intimate interaction. Little did Loya anticipate that this seemingly insignificant hairpin would later be cherished like a treasure by Cedric. Newt's gaze shifted between Cedric and Loya, and upon noticing the crimson blush adorning the younger Badger's face, he finally discerned something amiss. From the moment Cedric entered, Newt had been observing him. The boy's demeanor was polished and courteous, clearly indicative of a well-mannered youth. Perhaps it would be prudent to afford them some privacy. Newt cleared his throat and, tilting his head, inquired of Cedric, "I just remembered that I need to go downstairs to attend to some medicinal formalities. Would you be so kind as to keep an eye on Miss Grindelwald? She wishes to wash her hair." Cedric, visibly anxious, glanced at Loya, seeking her consent. "If you do not mind." The hopeful gaze from Mr. Badger made it exceedingly difficult for Loya to decline, and she acquiesced. Newt smiled as he exited the room, gently closing the door behind him, leaving only the two of them within the confines of the ward. Loya untied her hair tie, allowing her golden locks to cascade down, the tips tracing a graceful arc through the air, leaving an indelible mark upon Cedric's Na'vi heart. Cedric stood there, mesmerized, until Loya's somewhat perplexed voice pierced through his reverie. "Cedric, aren't you supposed to help me wash my hair?" My apologies," he stammered, hurriedly wrapping a towel around Loya's neck and testing the water temperature once more to ensure it was just right. Loya reclined gracefully in the chaise lounge, and Cedric, concerned that her sustained position might hinder her wound's recovery, gently supported her head with one hand while the other dampened her hair. Such an intimate gesture inevitably brought them closer, close enough to hear each other's breaths. His slender, articulate fingers wove slowly through her golden locks, sending delightful shivers through Loya, who half closed her eyes in enjoyment. The St. Mungo's hospital gown hung loosely on her frame, the neckline so generous that as she lay back, her delicate collarbone was revealed. The young girl, on the cusp of blossoming into womanhood, already exhibited a subtle curve at her chest, the expanse of her pale skin tantalizingly visible beneath the wide neckline. Cedric's gaze inadvertently drifted upwards, and he found himself captivated by her appearance, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes. His hand fumbled for the feather pillow, which he gently placed in Loya's embrace, his speech becoming stammered as he uttered, "Could you possibly hold the pillow for me?" His face flushed crimson at the very utterance. "What does this have to do with you washing my hair?" Loya slightly tilted her head back. Her deep blue eyes filled with a hint of confusion as she gazed at Cedric, who dared not meet her gaze. His collar had opened wider. Observing Cedric struggle to articulate his thoughts, Loya chose not to press him further. She cradled the pillow in her arms, its soft feathers concealing her neckline. With utmost seriousness, Cedric applied shampoo to her hair, lathering it into a frothy white foam. The fragrant aroma of the shampoo lingered between them. His warm hands, adorned with suds, gently massaged the girl's tresses, brushing against the wisps of hair that framed her forehead. In an unexpected moment, the girl's small head gave a slight, involuntary shake. "I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Is everything all right?" "This is my first time washing a girl's hair," Cedric apologized repeatedly, resembling a child who feels he has erred. In response, a melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, rang out from the girl. No. You were scratching me just right. Aha." The corners of Roya's eyes sparkled with mirth. Seeing that she was unharmed, Mr. Badger finally let out a sigh of relief. He gently ran a wooden comb through the strands of the girl's golden hair, applying just the right amount of pressure, which was quite comfortable for Roya. In a playful mood, she blew a small puff of foam into the air. Observing Roya's cheerful demeanor, Cedric's spirits lifted as well. Lucius Malfoy presented himself with meticulous care. Though one could hardly overlook the conspicuous bandage around his neck, a remnant of a recent vampire attack, holding a serpentine silver cane and a bouquet of flowers. He gracefully entered St. Mungo's hospital. There was no need for him to consult the front desk nurse. He had already leveraged his connections to ascertain Miss Grindelwald's hospital room. Whether muggles or wizards, few could resist the allure of wealth and power. Utilizing his financial prowess and social ties, Lucius swiftly acquired information regarding Roya Grindelwald's status at St. Mungo's. This moment presented an opportune time to cultivate a relationship with the heir of Grindelwald, especially given the uncertainty surrounding Voldemort's potential resurgence in the wizarding world. A prudent individual would do well to secure an avenue of retreat, and Lucius was certainly not one to overlook such a fortuitous opportunity. Casting a sidelong glance at his reflection in the glass, Lucius noted that he had dressed formally for the occasion, his long hair neatly tucked behind his ears, exuding an air of noble elegance. Regrettably, to Roya, he resembled a peacock displaying its ostentatious plumage. However, that was contingent upon Lucius actually gaining access to her. With his head held high and flowers in hand, Lucius attracted the attention of several married ladies as he made his way through the hospital. Upon nearing the door to the ward, he was abruptly halted, and his good mood dissipated instantly. After leaving Cedric and Roya in the room, Newt had not departed. He leaned against the railing in the corridor, occasionally peering through the small window in the door to monitor the situation inside. Though he had confidence in the character of the Badger House's younger members, Newt remained uncertain whether the young men might inadvertently injure the patient while washing her hair. Considering she was Dumbledore's daughter, and he felt compelled to be vigilant. As Lucius strode in with an air of superiority, Newt immediately recognized him as a Slytherin and instinctively blocked his entry into the ward. Lucius, unfamiliar with Mr. Scamander, scrutinized the man's plain woolen coat and unrefined, outdated scarf, naturally categorizing Newt alongside the impoverished Weasley family. Having heard that Miss Grindelwald was injured and hospitalized, "I have brought some tokens of condolence," he stated. Newt, indifferent to the disdain evident on Lucius's face, calmly replied, "Miss Grindelwald prefers not to be disturbed during her recovery." Lucius turned towards the student in Hufflepuff robes inside the room, and, with a friendly demeanor, remarked, "Oh, that one inside is an exception." Even Newt, who grapples with social anxiety, could discern the thinly veiled sarcasm in Lucius's words. Lucius, dismissing Newt entirely, turned to enter the ward. Newt positioned himself in the doorway, resolutely obstructing any chance for Lucius to visit. Suppressing his displeasure, Lucius found it remarkable that someone would so brazenly disregard his authority. Newt spoke slowly and distinctly, "It is Dumbledore's directive that you are not permitted to enter." Such a blunt dismissal left Lucius feeling quite uncomfortable. The two remained in a tense standoff for a moment, and the smile on Lucius's face faded, the facade of noble composure nearly crumbling. In a fit of anger, he pressed his serpent-headed staff against Newt's shoulder, his voice dripping with mockery. Are you proud to serve Dumbledore, to be his dog? In truth, even the mild-mannered Newt had his limits. At that moment, Cedric emerged with a basin of water, only to witness Lucius glaring furiously at Mr. Scamander, who maintained an air of calm. Cedric noticed Newt's fingers twitch slightly, and suddenly, the basin slipped from his grasp, sending water splashing everywhere, drenching Lucius from head to toe. The flowers and gifts Lucius had brought tumbled into the water, and the basin promptly inverted atop his head. Gritting his teeth, he removed the basin. His once meticulously styled hair now soaked and clinging to his face. The noble peacock had, in an instant, transformed into a drenched chicken. Lucius was not naive enough to believe that a student could wield nonverbal magic, and he considered himself astute, wiping the water from his face. He glared furiously at the instigator, Newt. The commotion had drawn whispers from onlookers, and Lucius's face turned a shade of green as the esteemed head of the Malfoy family, was seen in such a disheveled state. You will pay for this. He spat at Newt before hastily exiting the hospital. As night descended, Cedric was sent back to school by Loya, who deemed it unwise for a top student like him to forfeit points by skipping classes and sleep for her sake. Reluctantly departing, Cedric left Loya half reclined on her bed, eyes closed in repose. Ordinarily, this would be the time for a doctor to conduct her routine examination. However, after a prolonged wait, no doctor appeared, and even Newt, who typically remained by her side, was peculiarly absent from the ward. The atmosphere grew unsettlingly cold, and with an abrupt bang, the window flung open, the curtains billowing wildly in the gust that swept in. Loya rose abruptly, slipping into her slippers, and closed the window. It was only through the glass that she noticed the absence of any soul in the courtyard below. The chill within the room irritated her throat, causing her wound to throb painfully, rendering sleep elusive. Determined to seek a nurse for some analgesic, Loya stepped out of her room. A fleeting shadow brushed past her, but she could not discern it clearly. She opened the door and ventured into the corridor, which was eerily deserted. The hospital was unusually silent, with the lights beginning to flicker ominously. As she closed the door behind her, crimson letters starkly emerged before her eyes, spelling out a chilling message: murderer. Loya's fingers stiffened momentarily as she took a breath, swiftly regaining her composure and calming her emotions. This did not seem like a mere prank. Could it be that someone at the hospital was aware of her actions in Salem? Tension coursed through her, and she continued to walk forward, the corridor stretching endlessly before her, with no staircase in sight. As she passed by the empty patient rooms, she noted that they were devoid of occupants, whereas during her hospitalization, the adjacent rooms had been filled with patients. At last, she caught sight of a nurse appearing in the corridor, her back turned to Loya, standing in the shadows. "Excuse me, have you seen anyone else?" Loya inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. The nurse, hearing her, slowly turned around, her body remaining still while her head twisted a full 180 degrees to face Loya. That ghostly pale visage bore no discernible features. The eye sockets were mere gaping voids of blood. Despite the disfigurement, Loya recognized her, the nurse from Salem, Laura. With a voice dripping with malice, she intoned, "Murderer." The situation now exceeded Loya's grasp of reality. Was this a haunting? Had Laura transformed into a vengeful specter seeking retribution? Yet, the one who had torn her throat was a vampire. How could this befall her? Loya yearned to move her feet, yet found them seemingly anchored to the ground by an immense force, rendering her utterly immobile. Glancing downward, she was horrified to discover that, unbeknownst to her, the ground beneath her was heaped with corpses. As she surveyed the corridor, it was densely packed with dismembered bodies, all victims of her silent slaughter, residents of Salem. Those lifeless forms clutched her ankles with a death grip, their ghastly faces weeping tears of blood, emitting chilling and shrill cries. "Murderer! Murderer! Murderer!" The corpses in the corridor advanced towards her with grotesque and disjointed movements, a horde intent on engulfing her. Just then, a surge of blue flames rushed in from another direction, akin to a tide, consuming the sea of bodies surrounding her. The air was filled with the anguished wails of the deceased, yet she remained unscathed by the scorching flames that encircled her. Behind her, the distinct sound of footsteps echoed, each step resonating as the heels of polished shoes struck the ground. Loya lowered her arm that had shielded her eyes and turned to face the figure emerging behind her, her gaze colliding with the strikingly similar hue of his eyes. Amidst the blazing inferno, he stood tall and statuesque, his pristine white shirt neatly tucked into tailored trousers. Exuding an aura of youthful vigor, seemingly aged between 18 and 19, straddling the threshold between adolescence and young adulthood. The heat waves danced around his golden locks, and a subtle, enigmatic smile played upon his lips, the curve of which held an alluring charm. With each step he took towards her, the lifeless bodies at his feet were instantaneously consumed by the cerulean flames, reduced to mere ashes. Loya's lashes fluttered, mirroring her golden hair and azure eyes. Grindelwald? No, that was not right. The figure gazed at her unwaveringly, slowly extending a hand towards her, even as the piercing blue of his eyes gradually morphed into a crimson hue, revealing the faint outline of vampiric fangs at the corners of his mouth. Loya felt an inexplicable assurance that he would not harm her. Unconsciously, she placed her hand within his grasp, which he held firmly. The moment their fingers touched, a surge of warm blood coursed through her veins, an instinctive bond emanating from their shared lineage. Loya blurted out instinctively, "Brother? Miss Grindelwald?" A third voice jolted Loya from her nightmare back into reality. "Did you have a bad dream?" The rough hand of Newt reached towards her forehead to check her temperature, his concern palpable. Blinking in confusion, the realization gradually dawned upon Loya. It had merely been a nightmare. Taking a deep breath, she allowed a wave of relaxation to wash over her. In a short while, she regained her usual composure, responding nonchalantly, "I'm fine. I dreamt of a swarm of dead flies and a handsome fellow." Newt seemed perplexed by her words and chose not to press further. Tilting his head, he waved his wand, causing sliced fruits to leap into a teacup one after another. As a hovering teapot filled it to the brim with steaming tea, the fruit-infused tea floated delicately before her. "Be careful, don't burn yourself," he kindly advised, assuming the role of a vigilant caretaker. "Thank you." Loya gratefully accepted the fruit tea with both hands, taking a delicate sip. The sweet aroma of the tea unfolded in her mouth, a warm current flowing into her stomach, dispelling the chill that had enveloped her. It must be said that wizards hailing from Hufflepuff are exceptionally skilled in the culinary arts. During her 2-week stay in the hospital, Newt had taken care of her with great attentiveness, and she had grown quite familiar with him. Newt was rather shy and reserved, seldom engaging in conversation, obediently following Dumbledore's directives, or more accurately, being utilized by his father as a caretaker for his child. However, whenever the topic of magical creatures arose, Newt's enthusiasm would ignite, and he would regale her with tales from his youth about tracking these wondrous beings. Loya adeptly used the subject of magical creatures to bolster Newt's fondness for her. Newt promised that once her injuries had completely healed, he would invite her to explore the magical creature space within his case. In truth, Loya felt she was recovering quite well and believed returning to Hogwarts for her studies would pose no issue. Yet, her father advised her to rest for a while longer and fully recuperate before returning to school. Gazing at her father's worried expression and the concern evident in his eyes behind his glasses, Loya ultimately acquiesced. Newt handed her a letter, and Loya looked up at him in confusion. "Is this my letter?" she wondered, recalling that her hospitalization had been kept confidential. She had not anticipated anyone seeking her out. "It arrived with the owl while you were asleep." Loya took the envelope, which bore no indication of the sender's identity. Upon turning it over, she discovered a muddy paw print of a dog on the back. Loya surmised that the letter was sent by Sirius. In fact, during Loya's hospitalization, Sirius had stealthily infiltrated Hogwarts, and after failing to locate her, he speculated that she might be at St. Mungo's Hospital, disguised as a black dog. He arrived at the hospital and found himself in a prolonged stare-off with Newt Scamander at the entrance. Just as it seemed that the magizoologist might unmask him, Sirius felt a wave of unease wash over him. He promptly adopted the guise of a stray dog, digging in the grass and chasing butterflies around the yard, which alleviated Newt's suspicions, making him believe that Sirius was merely a stray taken in by a nearby resident. After discreetly confirming that the young girl was recovering well in the hospital, he felt a sense of relief. Loya carefully opened the envelope and extracted the letter within. Reading it attentively, it revealed that since parting ways with Salem, Sirius and Lupin had taken refuge in the Leaky Cauldron, where posters of Sirius's escape were plastered everywhere, compelling him to remain in hiding for a time. Meanwhile, Lupin felt a profound guilt upon learning that Terence had been transformed into a werewolf due to his bite. He personally attended Terence's funeral to express his remorse to the family, who, fortunately, bore him no ill will. Yet, unable to find solace, Lupin departed from the Leaky Cauldron, disappearing without a trace. In truth, upon hearing of the funeral for Lavender and Terence, Loya had wished to attend. However, due to her severe injuries at the time, she would have become a burden instead. Thus, she opted to write a letter of condolence, which Newt graciously delivered on her behalf. Terence, hailing from a once noble lineage now fallen into poverty, left Mrs. Higgs in dire straits after losing her son. Loya implored her father to seek assistance from a charitable organization in the wizarding community for Mrs. Higgs. In the closing lines of the letter, Sirius remarkably adopted a serious tone, as an elder advising her to refrain from wandering about during her hospital stay and to focus on recuperation. He recounted a few amusing anecdotes from his childhood, recalling how, out of restlessness during his own hospital stay, he had once climbed out of a window and scaled a wall, resulting in a broken leg. Loya put away the letter, her body having nearly recovered, and it was time to address some serious matters and clear the name of the wronged. First and foremost, she needed to capture that despicable rat belonging to Peter. Little did anyone anticipate that the very first recipient of Loya's correspondence at Hogwarts for the new term would be none other than Ron Weasley. Ron himself expressed a sense of bewilderment, especially when an owl dropped the letter along with a bulging bag right before him. While he was engrossed in his meal and humming a tune, his expression was one of sheer incredulity. Despite being one of Loya's close friends, he felt their bond had not yet transcended the friendship he shared with Harry, Hermione, and the fourth-year Hufflepuffs to warrant receiving a letter from her. The Great Hall erupted in a flurry of excitement as Ron stared at the letter in front of him, feeling a surge of anxiety. All eyes were fixated upon him, and for a brief moment, he felt utterly vulnerable. George and Fred swaggered over, taking their seats at the table, casting disdainful glances at their brother. Fred remarked, rather unremarkable, while George added, indeed, quite ordinary. Ron instinctively shrank back, feeling the weight of their words. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Malfoy glared fiercely at Ron, incensed by the notion that a penniless Weasley could receive a letter from Loya. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, jabbing his fork into his fish fillet with increasing force, oblivious to the splatter of steak juice that stained his clothing. Pansy, fearing the splatter, sidled away, trying to distance herself from Malfoy. Fred and George continued their relentless teasing of poor Ron, both clutching the unopened letter, eager to unveil its contents. Regrettably, Harry, with astonishing swiftness, snatched the letter from Ron's grasp and tore open the envelope. Ron, I will pay you 50 galleons for your rat. Please send it to me immediately. The letter simply stated, devoid of any further embellishments. This simplicity allowed Harry to exhale a subtle sigh of relief, his grip on the letter loosening significantly. The impatient owl perched on the long table awaited their response. Wood, joining in the commotion, unfastened the bulging bag, revealing 50 gleaming galleons that nearly blinded him with their brilliance. Ron stood there, mouth agape at the sight of the coins, yet he lamented, "But Scabbers has been a part of our family for 12 years. Ron grimaced as Hermione tapped his head with her spellbook. Lois is our good friend. Hand over your rat to her. Even Wood, who seldom engaged in the conversations of the younger years, interjected. Don't forget she gifted us the entire Gryffindor team a Nimbus 2000. After Hermione had spent half an hour trying to persuade Ron to no avail, George and Fred simply placed their wands against their brother's neck. Meanwhile, Ron clung to Scabbers in a state of despair, howling as if facing death itself. Dear friends, I kindly ask you to click that button. It takes but a moment and provides me with a small boost. The author, like all humans, needs to survive, to eat, and to work. Survival and work must always come first. A book earns merely a few dollars a day, barely enough to cover basic living expenses such as utilities and rent. The author is truly struggling and may have to abandon this endeavor, especially since this book has significantly hindered the author as preparation for exams. I cannot afford to exhaust myself completely. With 2,800 reminders sent, only a handful have clicked the button, which is quite disheartening. The author is truly reaching a breaking point. It only takes a few seconds of your time. Please click the button and provide me with the motivation to continue. Harry reminisced about the dim period he spent residing with the Dursleys, enduring their unbearable tirades and maltreatment. Often famished, he was compelled by Aunt Petunia to undertake all household chores. The slightest hint of her dissatisfaction would elicit her sharp, contemptuous rebukes, while Uncle Vernon would viciously tug at his hair and confine him. He had once envisioned a complete and warm family, with relatives to shield him from life's storms. It was not until he encountered the golden-haired girl who descended like an angel that everything changed. They huddled together in the cramped, shadowy cupboard, their backs pressed closely, so near that they could hear each other's gentle breathing as they slept. The girl would accompany him daily, bringing back warm bread from the bakery, and she revealed to him the existence of magic, assuring him that his future would see him as a renowned auror. Those moments became his most cherished memories. Whenever he gazed into her clear eyes, an inexplicable flutter stirred within him. Her radiant smile effortlessly rippled through the still waters of his heart. It seemed that something subtle was shifting deep within him, a feeling he could not articulate. In his youthful innocence, he remained oblivious to the fact that this sentiment was one of infatuation. When he learned that Loya needed Ron's pet rat, Harry promptly resolved to assist her in obtaining Scabbers. Without hesitation, he rose from his seat, raising his voice to drown out the surrounding clamor. "Ron, give me Scabbers." The boy's ordinarily non-threatening appearance now exuded an unexplainable intensity that unnerved Ron, causing his skin to prickle. After a lengthy pause, he stammered, "Scabbers is my pet. He's well-behaved and doesn't bite." With a mournful expression, Ron attempted to conceal Scabbers in his pocket. Harry's countenance darkened slightly. Seeing that persuasion was futile, he stepped forward decisively and forcibly yanked Scabbers from Ron's grasp, the rat struggling desperately and emitting pitiful squeaks. "Harry, let go of my Scabbers," Ron wailed. Amidst Ron's lamentations, Harry tightened his grip on the rat's throat and placed it into the small cage Hermione had offered, handing it to the impatient owl that had been waiting. The owl grasped the iron ring atop the cage and flapped its wings, departing from the great hall of Hogwarts. Ron felt as if he alone bore the weight of the world's injustices. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team glanced at Cedric, who sat silently beside him, and anxiously slapped his shoulder, exclaiming, "Cedric, why are you just sitting there? Aren't you worried? The person you admire has sent a letter to that Weasley." "I can hardly believe my eyes." Cedric, as usual, spoke slowly. "Respect is the foundation of any relationship. I will not interfere with her actions, and I trust her." His words managed to calm the captain of Hufflepuff, who pondered for a moment. He too found it hard to believe that Loya Grindelwald would forsake the charming Hufflepuff for the gluttonous Weasley. In contrast, he felt that the threat posed by the lower-year Gryffindor, who bore the title of the Chosen One, was far more significant to Cedric. Malfoy observed the commotion from the Gryffindor side, lightly humming as he smoothed his sleek hair. "What is the big deal about sending a mere mouse?" he mused. And that very day, he dispatched an urgent letter to Lucius. When the owl finally landed on the windowsill after a long wait, Loya hurriedly opened the window, only to be greeted by an empty cage, with Peter's cunning rodent having vanished without a trace. Loyal, in a state of despair, clutched her head in frustration. She had meticulously prepared for this moment, and with only the treacherous Peter remaining, she could have exonerated Sirius. Yet now, Peter had fled. The owl traversed countless towns along the way. Even in its blind search, it found itself utterly at a loss, completely uncertain of where to commence its quest. Loya cast a sidelong glance at the owl, fully aware that the owl, having misplaced the letter, no longer dared to demand any sweets, and took flight. Flapping its wings in a hasty retreat, Loya buried her head into the pillow, her beautiful brows knitted together in deep contemplation. She pondered the next course of action. The prospect of applying for a case retrial without having apprehended the true culprit seemed daunting. Furthermore, how could the officials at the Ministry of Magic's tribunal possibly acknowledge the errors they committed over a decade ago? Revisiting the case would undoubtedly be a slap in their faces. Just when Loya thought her troubles couldn't escalate further, an astonishing scene unfolded that very afternoon. She watched in disbelief as a flock of owls, each carrying a cage containing a mouse, flocked into her hospital room. The owls circled above her head, dropping the cages onto the floor one by one, allowing the mice to escape amid the chaos. The sight of the rodents scurrying in every direction sent shivers down her spine. A multitude of mice darted through the door, causing pandemonium throughout the hospital, startling numerous nurses and patients who harbored a fear of the creatures. The atmosphere in St. Mungo's hospital became a cacophony of chaos, with nurses and patients shrieking in alarm. "Merlin, there are mice. Help! A mouse is crawling into my clothes. Miss Grindelwald, please do not keep so many mice in the hospital." Amidst the nurses' complaints, Loya rubbed her temples in exasperation, her gaze landing on the niffler that Rolf had sent her the previous day. Loya seized the niffler, shaking its shoulders. "After nurturing you for so long, it is time for you to repay me. Go and catch some mice." The niffler, perceiving Loya's lack of hope, turned innocently to Newt and said, "Could you kindly accommodate these mice in your magical creature suitcase for the time being, or perhaps consider them as fresh live feed?" Newt could only manage an awkward smile as he took the suitcase to deal with the rodent situation. The following morning, Loya dispatched a howler letter to Malfoy. By the way, the newly arrived owl displayed a remarkable lack of professionalism. Clutching the letter, it meandered along, indulging in a leisurely nap and wander, thus delaying the delivery time. By the time it reached the Great Hall, it was already afternoon, and the hall lay deserted. The owl, flapping about the campus, finally spotted a glowing platinum head in the half-open door of the potions classroom. In the presence of the glowering potions professor, the owl dropped the letter onto Malfoy's desk. Malfoy glanced down at the name on the envelope, unable to suppress a flicker of excitement as he smirked. Upon opening the envelope, he was taken aback to find it contained a red letter. The howler leaped from his hand into the air, and Loya's voice echoed throughout the potions classroom. "Malfoy, why are you hoarding so many mice?" Malfoy stiffly lifted his gaze to meet Professor Snape's. Snape's expression had darkened significantly. He slammed the textbook shut onto the desk, crossing his arms and emanating a formidable aura of displeasure. Draco Malfoy had not only learned of Loya's hospitalization, but was also secretly corresponding with her. On the day before Loya's discharge, Newt invited her into the magical creature suitcase, having promised her the opportunity to choose any creature she fancied from within. Newt removed his blue wool coat and draped it over the back of a chair, revealing a simple, fitted brown waistcoat, with his shirt sleeves rolled to his elbows. He was well prepared as he opened the suitcase and placed it flat on the floor. Then, as if demonstrating for Loya, he stepped into the suitcase, and in an instant, he vanished from her sight. Considering the scene of a full-grown man suddenly disappearing into a suitcase might seem peculiar, especially to a young girl, Newt emerged halfway from the world inside. With one hand resting on the edge of the suitcase, he encouraged Loya with a wave of his other hand. "Come, don't be afraid. There's a ladder inside. You won't fall." Loya secretly scoffed at the notion of fear. She was merely overwhelmed with excitement. For within the box lay a wondrous animal paradise. Standing beside the box, she slowly extended a leg to probe inside, her foot making contact with the wooden ladder's steps. The aged timber creaked beneath her weight, the ladder both narrow and steep. Concerned for Loya's safety, Newt reached out his hand, hovering in the air while maintaining a respectful distance. Should Loya accidentally slip and tumble down the ladder, he would be prepared to catch her in time. This earnest and reserved British gentleman, ever courteous and refined, would not breach the bounds of propriety in his care for Loya. As she descended the ladder, a quaint wooden shed came into view, serving as Newt's daily workshop. Loya curiously surveyed her surroundings. The small wooden shed was somewhat disordered, filled with various jars and an array of rare potted plants. In one corner, several bags of Newt's homemade magical creature feed were piled up, while the ceiling was adorned with ropes from which hung glass bottles containing rare plants and specimens of animals. The wooden table, serving as a workbench, was cluttered with stacks of manuscripts and a compendium of magical creatures. The cramped workspace left Loya feeling somewhat at a loss for where to place her feet. Newt retrieved the only chair in the shed and positioned it behind her, indicating that she should sit for a while as he prepared food for the small creatures. Loya observed Newt busily engaged at the workbench as he combined various feeds into a bucket, stirring them thoroughly before leading Loya out of the shed. Despite having seen the film, the moment Loya laid eyes on the ecological sanctuary beyond the shed, he could not help but marvel in awe. It resembled an Eden from a fairy tale, featuring forests, deserts, lakes, and valleys. Through the art of magic, Newt had crafted suitable habitats within this space for each enchanting creature to thrive. Loya followed Newt into the forest closest to the cottage, where several mischievous creatures fluttered by, attempting to tug at her hair. With a swift motion akin to swatting away a mosquito, Loya dismissed them. Newt, gazing upward at the resting wicked birds on the branches, called out, "Come down, little ones." He tossed a handful of feed into the air, and the wicked birds swooped down to snatch the morsels. One of them landed delicately on the edge of the feed container, and Newt gently placed it into Loya's hands. Despite his usual reticence, Newt became loquacious when discussing magical creatures, eagerly imparting knowledge to Loya. "This is the wicked bird. Unlike the mischievous niffler, their song can drive a person to madness. If you take a liking to it, I can cast a silencing charm on it. The wicked bird, a magical creature from Africa, is classified by the Ministry of Magic as XXX, indicating that it can be cared for by capable wizards due to its maddening call." After Newt cast the silencing charm, its danger level was reduced to XX, signifying that it is harmless and tameable, with its stunning pink feathers and small size. Newt deemed the wicked bird an ideal pet for a young girl, easy to care for and delightful to behold. Loya gazed intently at the rotund demon bird, its entire body adorned in a shade of pink that inevitably reminded her of a certain matronly figure fond of donning pastel-hued, feminine attire. Loya felt a shiver run through her, murmuring, "It always reminds me of Umbridge. If I were to name it, I would call it the Umbridge bird." Newt inquired, "The demon bird?" To which it responded with a disgruntled screech, "Ugh." The disdainful demon bird flapped its wings in displeasure and took flight. Well, this irritable creature was clearly upset, and Miss Grindelwald seemed indifferent to the cantankerous bird. Newt had assumed that Loya would, like other girls her age, be enamored with fluffy pink creatures. However, he did not mind. He had prepared several non-threatening magical beasts suitable for young girls' amusement, allowing her to choose. Newt led Loya to a secluded valley where clusters of mooncalves rested upon the slate stones, their adorably round eyes reminiscent of llamas. Mooncalves are gentle in nature, classified as XX by the Ministry of Magic, and are harmless, making them ideal for domestication. These enchanting creatures danced under the moonlight only on deserted nights. Yet now they had gathered around Loya, twirling and performing delightful dances on their hind legs. Newt smiled softly, remarking, "They are quite fond of you, Miss Grindelwald." Loya pondered whether she possessed an affinity for magical creatures. "It is said that those who witness a mooncalf dance will encounter fortunate events," Newt added, tossing feed to the mooncalves. Loya herself was rather skeptical about such notions of luck. Mimicking Newt's actions, she scattered a handful of feed, which attracted a few plump puffskein apparitions. Regardless of whether it was the mooncalf or the puffskein, Newt patiently introduced each creature, yet Loya appeared somewhat disinterested. While they were undeniably charming, Loya felt their utility was limited. One niffler sufficed for adorableness and scavenging. She believed what she truly needed was a creature with a more aggressive nature. Newt, resting his chin on his hand, earnestly contemplated which magical beings to present to Loya. He personally recommended creatures that were aesthetically pleasing to young ladies, yet posed minimal danger. After all, it would not do for Dumbledore's daughter to care for a creature as perilous as a venomous tentacula. Observing Newt's thoughtful demeanor, Loya entertained a mischievous notion to tease the earnest man. With her innocent, wide eyes, she deliberately remarked, "I wish to have a thunderbird. I read about it in the library. It is a divine bird from ancient American mythology, capable of summoning lightning and storms during flight. I also heard that one of the houses at Ilvermorny is named after the thunderbird." The earnest Newt took her statement at face value, running his fingers through his tousled chestnut hair in distress. "Miss Grindelwald, that is quite challenging. Thunderbirds are exceedingly rare and on the brink of extinction. The last time I encountered one was decades ago when I rescued a thunderbird from a magical creature dealer in Egypt and released it in Arizona. In all these years, there has been no sign of a thunderbird. While it is conceivable to procure a thunderbird egg from the wizarding black market in Egypt for you, the success rate of hatching such an egg is alarmingly low, and the hatchlings are notoriously difficult to raise. This is one reason why thunderbirds commanded such high prices among dealers. Moreover," Newt continued, "whenever a thunderbird flaps its wings, it generates storms. The ministry classifies it as XXXX, dangerous. Should Miss Grindelwald bring a thunderbird to Hogwarts, the school would be enveloped in ceaseless thunder and lightning, with fierce winds wreaking havoc. Young witches and wizards would struggle to attend classes amidst the tempest, and one misstep could send them spiraling into a storm. Just the thought of such a scene is utterly breathtaking." Seeing Newt's troubled expression, Loya couldn't help but chuckle softly, her diminutive dimples becoming momentarily visible. Loya remarked that he was merely jesting, and Newt finally relaxed his shoulders, exhaling a deep breath. However, he vastly underestimated Loya's penchant for perilous magical creatures. A deafening roar echoed from behind the valley, as a creature resembling a leopard, the venomous leopard, stood regally upon a massive boulder. Loya gazed in awe at the colossal creature, a beast 5 times larger than an ordinary lion. It appeared ferocious and would undoubtedly exude an impressive presence if ridden. Newt, however, looked at Loya with a face full of disbelief. The noxious leopard, classified by the Ministry of Magic as XXXXX, posed an even greater danger than the thunderbird. A single noxious leopard would require the combined efforts of over 100 skilled wizards to confront. Perhaps a slightly smaller magical creature would be more suitable for you, Newt hesitantly suggested while informing Loya of the numerous perils associated with the noxious leopard. Upon learning from Newt that the breath of a noxious leopard was highly toxic and fatal, Loya promptly abandoned the idea of keeping one. The noxious leopard in Newt's menagerie did not pose any significant threat to humans or other creatures, likely due to some protective enchantment Newt had cast within the confines of his space. However, in the wild, the situation was precarious. Releasing a noxious leopard could lead to widespread poisoning among both muggles and wizards, necessitating the carrying of gas masks. Subsequently, Loya encountered the venomous horned beast, a magical creature that had once caused her considerable distress in the gaming arena. This female venomous horned beast was in a state of aggression and destruction, displaying a vivid hue indicative of its temperament. To pacify the irritable creature, Newt was compelled to perform a courtship dance. After watching Newt awkwardly roll and twist on the lawn, Loya decisively relinquished the notion of raising a venomous horned beast. She had no desire to engage in such embarrassing dances during each breeding season. Perhaps, as Newt suggested, it would be more convenient to choose a smaller magical creature for companionship. Loya once again accompanied Newt in encountering a wondrous array of creatures, including a serpent bird capable of altering its form at will, a horned beast adorned with slippery tendrils, an elusive creature that could render itself invisible, and the young squid-like mites that required nourishment from a bottle in Newt's hands. Each fantastical being filled Loya with a sense of wonder, causing time in the menagerie to swiftly pass, and before long, it was noon. Newt stood beside a nest resembling a cozy lair, where a green-shelled egg adorned with spikes and peculiar patterns lay nestled. The nest was imbued with warmth through magical means, and Newt made it a point to visit daily to record his observations on the hatching process. As he noticed a little girl gazing inquisitively at the egg with her wide, round eyes, he smiled and said, "Would you like to touch it?" Loya nodded vigorously, carefully accepting the egg that Newt placed in her hands. The moment her palm made contact with the eggshell, she felt a portion of her magical essence being drawn away from her body at the point of contact. The egg, having absorbed her magic, began to stir in her palm, as if something within were yearning to break free. Newt gazed at the egg, now adorned with cracks, his voice tinged with palpable excitement. "This is truly astonishing. I discovered it in a village in the Americas. Its hatching is notoriously difficult, with scarcely any recorded instances of a wizard successfully hatching one. I can hardly believe that merely touching it has elicited such a response." Loya tilted her head, gazing intently at the egg. Could this be the fortunate event that Newt had just mentioned, the one that occurs upon witnessing a mooncalf dance? Was the fortunate event the hatching of an egg? Newt's eyes were fixed on the cracks of the eggshell, while Loya was filled with anticipation, eager to discover what delightful creature lay within. First, a green tail emerged from a fissure in the eggshell, followed by delicate, wing-like structures reminiscent of butterfly wings. As the shell gradually fractured, the entity inside seemed to gather its strength, and in an exhilarating burst, it leapt from the eggshell, soaring into the air and circling above Loya's head. Loya extended his arm in an attempt to guide the creature. It appeared remarkably intelligent, flapping its butterfly-like wings adorned with iridescent shades of blue and green, and alighted gracefully upon Loya's arm. It then bowed its head to clean the remnants of eggshell clinging to its wings. Despite the egg being no larger than the size of a palm, the creature that emerged from within was astonishingly the size of an adult owl. Loya carefully examined the extraordinary creature that had just emerged from its shell. Its appearance resembled a curious amalgamation of a devil ray, a butterfly, and the face-hugging parasite from the horror of Biohazard. The wings, adorned with sharp spines, exhibited a mesmerizing blend of blue and green hues, while its head bore a striking resemblance to a wolf's skull, with glimmering red slit pupils peering out from the eye sockets. This was the curled-winged demon, an entity that held a close affinity with you. Classified under the Ministry of Magic with a danger level of XXXXX, it is regarded as one of the most perilous beings, deemed impossible to domesticate or tame. Initially, Newt harbored concerns regarding the curled-winged demon's potential threat to her safety. However, the newly hatched creature now resided obediently upon Loya's arm, having already recognized the girl as its master. Newt bent down to meet Loya's gaze and earnestly proclaimed, "It is a highly dangerous dark magical creature. Should you choose to keep it, you must understand that they feed on human brains." Newt gently caressed the bone-like, resilient cranium of the curled-winged creature, pondering the intricacies of its diet. Why not nurture it? This being possesses an extraordinary resistance to magic. Even in his youth, Newt had successfully cared for one. using its formidable abilities to vanquish the Aurors of the American Congress and even to confront Grindelwald himself. He further elaborated that one could indeed substitute the creature's nourishment with animal brains, such as those of cows or sheep. However, should one fail to fully tame and control it, the creature may perceive those nearby as potential prey, attacking and feasting upon their brains. I aspire to nurture this curled-winged creature, and I shall train it well, ensuring it does not harm others or indulge in consuming human brains. Although Loya voiced her thoughts, internally, she muttered to herself, noting that she only mentioned not allowing the curled-winged creature to consume human brains. Without specifying it couldn't feast upon the minds of the Death Eaters. Observing Loya's unwavering gaze, Newt felt reassured. He recalled that the beef he had previously fed to the horned beast still contained intact brain matter, prompting him to decide to return to the shed alone to retrieve it. As soon as Newt departed, Loya remained behind, affectionately stroking and teasing the curled-winged creature for a considerable time. She remembered that the adult curled-winged creature Newt had raised was significantly larger than Dumbledore's phoenix. Moreover, she had inadvertently come across information indicating that there had been wizards who attempted to capture the curled-winged creature to exploit its hide for crafting anti-magic cloaks for the black market, hoping to make a fortune. However, the creature's extraordinary magical resistance surpassed their wildest imaginations. Their spells were rendered ineffective, and as hunters, they became prey, ultimately devoured by the ferocious curled-winged creature, leaving nothing but empty shells behind. Since then, even the groups involved in the smuggling of magical creatures dared not set their sights on the curled-winged beast. While Newt was away at the shed, Loya was eager to test the veracity of its reputed magical resistance. She pointed her wand at the curled-winged creature on her arm, first casting several transformation and levitation charms, all of which had no effect. Then, with determination, she unleashed a powerful spell, ensnaring it within a water prison. Yet, the curled-winged creature emerged unscathed, shaking off the water like a playful puppy, its large wings flapping exuberantly. Indeed, even a formidable spell could not harm it, confirming its astonishing magical resistance. When it spread its wings, it resembled a protective shield. Loya pondered whether she could simply deploy the coiled-winged demon to shield herself from malevolent spells hurled by adversaries. Such a notion illuminated the duality of offense and defense. Moreover, it could metamorphose into a palm-sized cocoon, conveniently stowed within her pocket, rendering it an indispensable tool for both nefarious deeds and leisurely journeys. Given the remarkable magical resistance of the coiled-winged demon, a wicked grin crept upon Loya's lips as she contemplated testing the heart-piercing curse and the Avada Kedavra on the recently hatched offspring. Should it prove immune to even the unforgivable curses, she mused that when old Voldemort unleashed his attacks, she might very well toss the coiled-winged demon forth to absorb the spells. However, before she could experiment with the demon's magical resistance against the unforgivable curses, Newt had already returned from the shed. Loya swiftly concealed her wand within her sleeve. It would be unthinkable to invoke the killing curse in the presence of a magizoologist while confronting a newly hatched creature. Immersed in the joyous spectacle of magical creatures emerging from their shells, Newt remained oblivious to Loya's subtle maneuver. He set aside a metal bucket filled with food for the Niffler, and upon catching sight of the cow's brain, the newly born Niffler was instantly stirred by its primal instincts, transforming into a savage creature. Its eyes glinted with a fierce red glow as it bared a row of sharp fangs and violently flapped its wings, propelling itself towards the bucket with astonishing speed. The creature possessed extraordinary strength. Loya struggled to restrain its wings with both hands, nearly losing control. It was no wonder that in the films, Nifflers could easily dispatch several Aurors with mere physical force, for even now, this young one's power was nearly too much for Loya to contain. Loya felt that with just a few more flaps of its wings, it could lift itself into the air. Once she returned to her wish-fulfilling room at Hogwarts, she would surely tame this little creature properly. Newt, with his extensive experience in caring for magical beings, promptly took control of the situation, calming the emotions of the curled-winged creature. Truly, he was her idol, possessing an unparalleled affinity for magical creatures. Newt placed a tin containing cow brains before Loya and said gently, "Miss Grindelwald, feeding the curled-winged creature must be done by your own hand." While he could assist her with other matters, the act of feeding required the owner's personal touch. It is a fundamental truth, even understood by muggles. To fully nurture and tame an animal, it must recognize that its food source lies solely with its owner. The owner must personally provide nourishment to forge a close bond. Thus Newt advised Loya to feed the creature herself. Loya cast a glance at the gruesomely severed pieces of cow brain within the barrel. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no revulsion. Yet, in an effort to maintain amicable relations with the curled-winged demon, she endured the sight. After all, it was merely the slippery, gelatinous matter of the brain. Fortunately, Newt had thoughtfully provided her with gloves, sparing her the necessity of directly handling those viscous morsels. Loya donned her gloves and retrieved a piece of cow brain from the iron bucket, cradling it in her palm. With a smile directed at the curled-winged creature, she said, "Come now, my delicate butterfly. Be cautious not to bite me. Should you dare, I shall first sear, then fry, and finally saute you, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions, ginger, and garlic." This last menacing remark was whispered discreetly, ensuring that Newt behind her remained oblivious. It proved to be an effective threat. The curled-winged creature lowered its head and cautiously took the cow brain from Loya's hand, chewing it with care. It is worth noting that the young curled-winged creature possessed quite an impressive appetite. The substantial portion of cow brain was soon diminished. However, Loya had already devised a plan. Upon returning to Hogwarts, she intended to visit the kitchen daily, requesting animal brain matter from the house elves, sufficient to satisfy her curled-winged companion. Once well fed, the curled-winged creature unfurled its butterfly-like wings and soon transformed itself into a cocoon the size of a goose egg. Loya cradled the green cocoon in her palm, distinctly feeling the surface pulsating with life. She vaguely recalled from the film that Newt had once extracted venom from a curled-winged cocoon, diluting it into a potion. Intrigued, Loya grasped the cocoon tightly with both hands, nearly twisting it in her eagerness. The curled-winged creature, however, was somewhat distressed by Loya's overly vigorous actions, prompting Newt to intervene. With a chuckle, he remarked, "The curled-winged creature only secretes venom upon reaching maturity." Loya nodded knowingly, tucking the petite green cocoon into her pocket, marking a delightful conclusion to her first day of acquaintance with the winged magi. The following day, Loya was finally discharged from the hospital. Her father, Dumbledore, momentarily set aside his school duties to personally come and escort his daughter home. "Come here, my child," he said, his face radiating warmth as he squinted and smiled. Beckoning her closer, Loya carried the bag gifted by Theseus on her back as she approached Dumbledore at the entrance. Upon seeing her father extend his hand, she instinctively linked her arm with his. In the next moment, her father transported them away from St. Mungo's hospital with a flicker of apparition, leaving the ever-busy Newt behind to navigate the cumbersome processes of medication and discharge paperwork alone. Loya stood before a pristine white edifice, where a fairy adorned with pointed whiskers bowed graciously to them. Dumbledore led Loya through the lustrous bronze doors, ascending the steps into the grand hall of Gringotts. Loya was perplexed as to why they had come to Gringotts, casting a bewildered glance at her father. Dumbledore kindly remarked, "My dear child, I have brought you here to unveil your inheritance." "My inheritance? But I have never opened an account at Gringotts," she replied, her confusion only deepening as Dumbledore winked at her enigmatically. Loya beheld as Dumbledore handed a key to the goblin at the counter. After a moment of meticulous examination, the goblin adjusted his glasses and exclaimed in astonishment, "This vault has not been opened in many years. I thought it would remain forever cloaked in dust." The goblin then guided them to the underground vault. They boarded a cart that sped through the labyrinthine corridors, the cold wind howling past Loya's ears, making her feel as though she were on a roller coaster. The cart came to a halt before a grand door, and as the goblin unlocked it, a dazzling cascade of golden treasures surged forth, nearly engulfing the diminutive goblin. Had Dumbledore not swiftly cast a spell to expand the goblin's form, allowing him to float out from the mountain of gold, he might have suffocated amidst the riches. The elder placed his hand on Loya's small shoulder, his bright blue eyes twinkling with mirth behind his glasses. "This is your inheritance from your father, Gellert. He opened an account for you at Gringotts the moment you were born. When Grindelwald and Dumbledore's 2 children were born, they were magically encased in ice and hidden in a remote mountain, their slumber frozen in time. Grindelwald and Dumbledore intended to awaken their children at the appropriate moment, with Gellert having already secured ample wealth for them at Gringotts. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, and the 2 frozen infants were stolen. Dumbledore searched for many years before finally locating his daughter in the Muggle world. At this moment, Loya could hardly conceal her shock. She had a private vault from the moment of her birth. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the towering piles of gold and jewels within the vault. Having lived a life of poverty in her previous existence, she had never encountered such a fortune. The vast array of riches before her would suffice for several lifetimes. And Loya found it difficult to grasp the reality of her newfound wealth. Had she truly transformed into a wealthy heiress? During her time at Hogwarts, Loya had minimal expenditures. Thus, she only took a few galleons and tucked the key to her vault into her bag. Shortly thereafter, her father transported her via apparition to an unfamiliar estate. They stood before an iron gate adorned with 2 English lions, and upon seeing them, the servant promptly bowed and opened the gate. As the gate creaked open, the interior of the estate unfolded before Loya. It was a classical English manor, featuring picturesque gardens, lakes, and fountains. A gazebo draped in delicate fabric was set up in the garden, allowing the estate's owners to enjoy afternoon tea amidst a bouquet of flowers. Beyond the garden stood the opulent main house, its exterior embellished with intricate carvings, while arched windows led to charming terraces for the nobility to relax. The grandeur of the estate resembled that of a royal princess's castle, rivaling even the illustrious Malfoy Manor. Loya gazed in awe at the resplendent manor before her. Even more astonishing was the sight of over 20 eager servants who approached her with earnestness. They stood in 2 neat rows, each bowing respectfully to her. Miss Grindelwald. Good morning. Dumbledore affectionately patted his daughter's hand, saying, My child, this is your estate. You are now the mistress of the manor. It took Loya several moments to fully comprehend Dumbledore's words. The events of the day felt surreal. First, she had received a vault from her father, transforming her into a wealthy heiress, and now, another father had bestowed upon her an entire estate, making her the owner of Grindelwald Manor. This estate had once belonged to the Muggle royal family, and after its previous owners relocated to America, Dumbledore acquired it for an unimaginable sum. During Loya's time in the hospital, the manor had been redecorated in a manner befitting a wizard's taste. Dumbledore had no intention of employing house elves to attend to Loya. Instead, he hired well-educated servants adept in various household enchantments. It was unclear what magic her father had employed to relocate the entire manor from the Muggle world to a vicinity near Hogsmeade, but it had not stirred any disturbance in the Muggle community. Dumbledore informed Loya that during her school years, should she choose not to reside on campus, she could return to the manor at her leisure, even gifting her a key that would transport her directly to the estate. Loya gazed at the assembly of servants before her, discerning their respective roles within the estate from their attire. There stood a solitary male butler, accompanied by 6 maids, 4 footmen, a head chef, 4 kitchen assistants, 2 gardeners, and 2 gatekeepers. Over 20 attendants catered to her every need. Such an abundance was indeed unfamiliar to Loya. Among the crowd, one figure was particularly striking. He donned a black tailcoat distinct from the garb of his peers, and held a large black umbrella with pristine white gloves. His elevated status within the estate was evident, as he appeared to be the head butler, tasked with overseeing all the other servants. Curiously, on this splendid, sunny day, he wielded an umbrella several sizes larger than the ordinary, seemingly intent on enveloping himself in darkness, which piqued Loya's interest. Noticing his mistress's gaze, the butler slightly shifted the umbrella to reveal his face, and to Loya's astonishment, it was the vampire who had shielded her from bullets in Salem Town. At that time, he had suffered a grievous wound, his right arm severed by a werewolf, and the venom from such a creature was lethally potent to vampires. Loya had believed him to be beyond salvation, yet here he stood before her, now assuming the role of the estate steward. Loya exclaimed with delight, Wonderful! Mr. Vampire Shield, you are still alive. It was Mr. Newt Scamander who discovered and rescued me. The stoic Vampire Shield maintained his impassive demeanor as he introduced himself to Loya in a succinct manner. Madam, my name is Kratos Isel, and I am to be your steward henceforth, as per your brother's directive. He has commanded me to remain here to safeguard you, and you may address me as you see fit. Loya's gaze fell upon his vacant right sleeve, where an arm had been lost. Despite the assistance of the renowned magizoologist Newt, the vampire, having been bitten by a werewolf, had miraculously survived, but his right arm had forfeited its regenerative capabilities. With an air of indifference, the vampire remarked, Rest assured, the loss of an arm does not hinder my ability to sever the throats of your adversaries. I have lived for several centuries longer than the average vampire, possessing a wealth of combat experience. Moreover, during your convalescence, I have successfully completed my training as the steward of the estate and am fully capable of managing it with meticulous care. Please feel free to command me as needed. The news of the vampire, known as the Meat Shield, still being alive brought a profound sense of relief to Loya. He recalled an advertisement from a past issue of the Oracle Daily, which featured a shop specializing in prosthetics for severely injured Aurors, and he intended to visit the establishment to procure a prosthetic limb for his steward at his earliest convenience. Subsequently, Loya's father guided him into the main building of the estate, where the servants parted to create a pathway. The interior of the main building exuded an air of elegant classicism, adorned with exquisite furniture, intricately patterned soft carpets, and various works of art. The estate comprised 3 floors, housing over 30 rooms. The third floor served as the residence for nobility. The second floor contained the reception room, inner garden, study, dining room, and bathroom, while the first floor was designated for the servants' quarters and lounge. Loya's luggage had been thoughtfully transported by the servants from Spiders into the bedroom. The walls of the chamber were adorned with a tinkling bell board, each brass bell corresponding to the name of a servant. Whenever the master of the estate wished to summon a servant, a gentle tug on the bell would suffice. After Dumbledore guided Loya through the grand manor, the servants entered in an orderly fashion, each carrying trays laden with delectable refreshments and pastries, placing them elegantly upon the table. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, carrying with it the enchanting fragrance of blooming flowers, as the father and daughter savored a delightful and cozy afternoon tea. A servant politely knocked on the door and inquired, "Miss, in which room shall Mr. Scamander's luggage be placed?" Loya gazed at her elderly father with a trace of bewilderment. Dumbledore set down his teacup and remarked, "It was I who requested Newt to remain and care for you for a while." The news of Newt's extended stay filled Loya with joy. Who wouldn't revel in the daily presence of their idol, especially under the same roof? Perhaps in the future, she might even manage to coax a few magical creatures from Newt's suitcase. Dumbledore poured himself another cup of tea and turned his attention back to Loya. "I have decided to appoint Newt as a professor at Hogwarts." Loya displayed an expression of astonishment. According to the progression of the film, there should currently be no vacancies among the professorships at Hogwarts, and the incumbent professor for the Care of Magical Creatures course is Sylvanus Kettleburn. Could it be possible that the reckless Sylvanus Kettleburn retired a year early? Even if Newt were indeed to take on the role of professor for Care of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts, it is an elective course for third-year students, which means she, being in her second year, would not be able to enroll. Loya felt a profound sense of regret as she gloomily fixed her gaze upon the tea leaves swirling in her cup. Her father's subsequent words took her entirely by surprise. "I have decided to appoint him as the professor of defense against the dark arts." Loya looked up from her teacup in astonishment. "Isn't the defense against the dark arts professor that fraud, Gilderoy Lockhart?" Dumbledore playfully winked at his daughter. "I am confident that this will pose no challenge for my daughter." Loya tilted her head in confusion, but she soon grasped her father's intention. Lockhart had only held his position for a month, and Dumbledore, in his capacity as headmaster, was not in a position to exert pressure for his dismissal. However, she devised a way to indirectly ensure that Lockhart could no longer serve as the professor for defense against the dark arts. By seeking an opportune moment to send Lockhart to St. Mungo's Hospital, where he could remain for several months, he would be unable to return to teach at Hogwarts, allowing Dumbledore to subsequently recommend Newt to fill the vacancy. After all, Lockhart possessed no genuine talent or skill. He was merely a charlatan. Yet, she certainly could not overtly assault the professor in broad daylight. She needed to find a plausible method to have him admitted to St. Mungo's. Loya recalled that due to the opening of the secret chamber in the film, Lockhart had organized a dueling club. She could challenge him in that class under the pretext of seeking his guidance. In her mind, a clever scheme was being formulated. While Dumbledore gently added a caution, "Do not go too far." Loya beamed a charming smile. "Understood, Father. I shall manage it well." Synopsis: Loya, female, unexpectedly finds herself transformed into the Goblet of Fire from the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. Mistakenly perceived by Dumbledore as the miraculous manifestation of the magical world that occurs once in a century. As Loya, now a cup, ponders the peculiar situation, she wonders, why does something feel amiss? Where are my beloved trio of Harry, Hermione, and Ron? What is the story behind the young Severus Snape and Lucius Malfoy?